The Immortal Berserker Chapter 401. This is bad, right? Barrett crossed his arms as he leaned back against the wall. They definitely haven't given up. Reyna shook her head from across him where she stood on guard duty. No way. They must be saving something big for the final day. Maybe they'll just ambush us when we go out. Barrett's head hung, right. And if the Alliance was doing especially well holding them away, we'd have gotten word. As it is, the communication is sparse. At least we can keep in contact. Master Thorn has been quite a big help there. How'd you hear about this place? Barrett shrugged. It was the first place Nilima thought of. She used to stay here with Mistress Joshi. We didn't know about the defenses. Reyna nodded seriously. As an independent cultivator she'd have to know safe places to stay. It would have been nice if that wasn't necessary in Streeto. Pretty useful now, though. The door to the rear area opened up and Master Thorn's voice came out. Young Kale has devised a plan of some sort and wishes to discuss it. I can watch for anyone approaching. It was nice that Kale had a plan, but Barrett felt it ultimately disappointing that it didn't make his part any easier. The whole not dying and getting to the courthouse thing. The other parts of the plan weren't even set in stone, because it relied on the specific details of what the opposing side did. Barrett wasn't going to complain, though, because Kale was getting involved in a way that risked his life more than he already had. Frankly, he didn't stand much chance if anyone actually attacked him, but he was participating anyway. In the early hours of the morning well before dawn, they said their momentary goodbyes. I'll catch up with you. Kale bowed his head. Well, sort of. Barrett smiled. I know. You're not much of a runner. He turned to the others. Are you all ready? Everyone nodded, but Master Alnher had something to say. You're the most important person here, so if necessary you need to be ready to leave us behind. With all due respect, Master Alnher, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. Barrett shook his head. Regardless of the fact that I couldn't bear to abandon any of you, if you aren't with me I can't say I'll get past the next hidden group of enemies. An excellent counterpoint, Master Alnher nodded slowly. Before he could say more, Nilima interrupted. Wait, is that stupider than jumping into a volcano? Or ripping out your own heart? Reyna rolled her eyes. Technically he never heard anyone propose those ideas. Master Alnher got things back on track. Anyway, I wasn't suggesting abandoning us to die. Merely that if we are close enough for you to break away you can leave us to finish up with whoever is remaining. I can accept that, if it becomes necessary. Barrett turned to Master Thorn. Thank you for letting us stay, and the excellent hospitality. You're welcome. I know you all have places to stay, but you're welcome to drop by again in the future. Master Thorn smiled jovially and then waved his hand. You'd better get going. Lots of stairs to climb. Overall, it wasn't that many stairs. Especially not for a cultivator. There wasn't any sort of extra gravity or anything crazy going on, just getting to the top of a building. As for why, well, they wanted to take the safest route. During normal times, jumping around on rooftops was frowned on. However, if the social niceties of using the road were going to make them less safe, then they would choose to be rude. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop was a handful of meters at most, nothing dangerous for master-tier cultivators. Even if they fell, it would merely be an inconvenience. They managed to close most of the distance to the courthouse before they ran into trouble. As Barrett was jumping between two rooftops, a myriad of attacks flew at him as cultivators were revealed from hiding. Through his own efforts and a sudden wind conjured by Reyna he avoided the most dangerous attacks, but he still took over a dozen hits. Most didn't penetrate through his living metal armor, but he found himself with a few cuts and burns. As soon as his feet hit the rooftop, Barrett counterattacked. He needed a solid surface to push off of as he sent his stone pits out in all directions. A single stone pit targeted at each enemy barely had a chance to kill anybody, especially if they saw it coming. However, just because it wouldn't kill them didn't mean it would do nothing. As the stone pit struck, Barrett pushed off against the roof while giving as much mass to them as possible. Of the 20 stone pits, 10 of them had the intended effect. A 4th-tier master from the majestic invoker's circle confidently blocked the stone pit with his shields, and took no damage at all. However, it couldn't be said that the attack had no effect as the momentum affected his whole body at once, sending him flying off the roof. He probably wouldn't die, but it would at least keep him out of the fight for a few moments. Reyna actually floated past Barrett before landing, her winds whipping in all directions as she built up their momentum. Nilima's whip flashed out, but she had no intention to knock anyone back. A few lucky people got away with a shattered arm or leg, while others were struck in more important areas and had their heart exploded. Master Alnher grabbed one of the steadfast shields and threw them in the way of an attack coming for him as easily as if he were tossing a sheet of paper. The enemy had set up some rudimentary magical formations, both to hide them and increase their combat strength, but it seemed they didn't have that long. At least, the effects were manageable. Barrett estimated 100 or so 3rd-tier or lower cultivators, a few dozen 4th-tier cultivators, and about a dozen each of 5th and 6th tier. Those numbers made things seem almost hopeless, even if they weren't fighting people who were future grandmasters. Fortunately, the enemy's attacks were more limited when they were among them, and Barrett was only getting attacked by a half-dozen people at a time at most. His spear moved almost without thought, just like the rest of his body. He couldn't stop to think about what he was doing. If they survived, they might go down in legend, and if they died then everything was over. The same was true for the enemies that surrounded them, but they were following orders instead of acting out of their own ambition. That was the sort of thing that could make all the difference. As Barrett moved, for every attack he made he had to face a half-dozen or more times that. While he could deflect or avoid most of them, he still ended up taking at least one hit for every move he made. His living metal armor could reduce the damage he took, but where energy and magic were involved a small amount would make it through to his body. Barrett was glad for every moment he'd spent training his toughness, inside and out. Barrett couldn't spare the effort to actually lock eyes on his friends around him, but he was aware of their presence just like everything else. Even though it would likely be a long battle, nobody could afford to hold back at all. Barrett moved, killing with his spear when he could and knocking people away, disrupting them with his stone pits as much as possible. Reyna was a whirlwind of her own attacks as well as what she captured from enemies, weapons the dead had dropped or those the living couldn't hold on to. Nilima very nearly bounced back and forth between enemies, using the momentum of some of their attacks to push herself where she wanted to go and avoiding others. Master Alnher moved almost casually, but each motion he made was exactly what was necessary to defend himself and at the same time attack. Like Barrett, the others couldn't completely avoid taking damage. While it was nothing critical yet, Reyna had a long gash along one arm. Her energy had been broken through several times, and she was starting to weaken. Her magic couldn't last forever. Nilima likewise had some damage, burns from a wide area fire attack, and it seemed her left wrist was broken as she had used it to deflect a heavy blow with an axe. Master Alnher had no energy or magic to defend himself, but he could shift his body's toughness all to one area, making his body just how it needed to be. When he was struck in the chest by a large hammer, his body turned rubbery and bounced it back, but there was only so much he could do. Barrett wasn't sure when, but his defensive talisman had cracked. The blank tomes, probably. If they were generalists who didn't really care about Streeto's laws, they would likely have learned curses. Maybe they were the ones who taught the Silver Blades, or at least Victoria. Certainly not all of the Silver Blades had learned curse magic. The enemy numbers hardly seemed diminished. In fact, with those climbing back up the building and what seemed to be additional reinforcements, Barrett wasn't sure if they ever would be. Killing intent was all around, but a particularly ominous feeling made Barrett stab out with his spear. For his efforts he took a heavy hit to his back, but he stabbed through the curse magic heading towards Master Alnher. He wasn't sure of the remaining durability on everyone else's talismans, but he couldn't just leave them be. No. This wasn't enough. He needed more. One spear wouldn't do it. Barrett's thoughts were filled with an extreme sharpness, and his living metal armor responded to his will. While his entire body was a weapon, blunt force from a kick only went so far towards disabling someone. Spikes and blades concentrated the force much better. Barrett turned into a whirling dervish of death. The only downside was that he was less focused on defense, and since he was forming spikes and blades, his armor was thinner in other places. Since he was the one they had to stop the most, a slightly larger portion of attacks were concentrated on Barrett. He even intentionally took on more attacks to protect the others. He took a cut deep into the muscle tissue of his left arm. A long needle pierced his right shoulder, covered in poison. Concussive attacks battered his brain and other organs. Lightning coursed through him. Finally, he was sent flying as he failed to dodge an attack, and another attack slammed him down into the roof of the building and through the top 2 floors. Buildings in Streeto were sturdy, but there were limits. Barrett could barely move, his body filled with all sorts of holes and his blood starting to run out. Half of the wounds it seemed like still had weapons in them, or pieces of weapons at least. Given a brief few seconds while enemies jumped down to finish him off, Barrett reached into his bag and pulled out a snack. His living metal helmet barely managed to pull open as he chomped into the pear, eating it in 3 bites. A hammer the size of his head swung down towards him, and Barrett's arm grabbed it. Then he squeezed, crushing it. The sound of metal shards tinkling on the hard floor of some sort of workshop around him rang out, more than just from the hammer but also the various things that had been stuck in him. As the power of the vitality pear flowed through him and replenished his stamina, Barrett marveled. Unfortunately, he was still limited to how much stamina he could recover in a day. A vitality pear just had most of that all at once, with less effort involved. There was only so much a non-magical but basically magical fruit could do. Barrett shoved the haft of the hammer into the man wielding it, piercing through his heart, and stood up. He stabbed his spear at a sword user jumping down towards him, and prepared to go through everything he had just experienced again. Probably even more than what he'd just recovered from, based on how things had been going. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 402. While Barrett was in a much better state personally after eating the vitality pear, the same couldn't be said of his companions, or the situation overall. It was a nice thought that the 4 of them could overcome any odds against them, but the fact that they had lasted as long as they did was already the limit of their abilities. Ignoring the numerous opponents of lower tier than them, there were several times as many at their same tier and some at 6th tier. Their efforts so far had done well at staving off the inevitable defeat by killing some weaker opponents, injuring others to weaken them or take them out of the fight, and otherwise inconveniencing their foes. They weren't even very far from the courthouse, but with how many people were trickling into the fight Barrett couldn't pull away. He'd already declared he'd stay with his friends, and he really believed he wouldn't make it without them even if he had been willing to sacrifice them. Someone had to have noticed, but nobody came to help. While organizations couldn't directly help Barrett, it was different if they just interfered after seeing people attacked in the city, but even though the enemy had been by no means subtle, nobody came to help. The Immortal Berserker sect was likely still holding off more troubled grandmasters and even more masters, likely, but Barrett had hoped that any of the neutral parties would act. As he leaped back out of the lower floor he had ended up on, Barrett knocked away a half-dozen people, sending some of them hurtling off the roof. Then he set about doing his best to prevent the worst of the damage that was happening. Everyone needed his help, and Barrett couldn't choose between them. So he didn't. 10 stone pits each swarmed around Nilima and Master Almher, fending off blows they would otherwise have difficulty avoiding. Barrett imposed himself between Reyna and a bolt of lightning. As it tried to path around him, he drew it into his living metal armor and himself, sending it into the roof beneath him. More of the roof collapsed as Barrett leaped away. He hadn't been holding back before, but with his newly refilled stamina he couldn't even consider conserving his efforts. A portion of his stamina stopped a warrior for a brief moment, allowing Nilima's attack to strike true. He positioned other stone pits near Master Almher who used them as surfaces to push off of and accelerate his movements. Reyna, with her abilities to support allies and hinder enemies, had become a primary target along with Barrett, and protecting her necessitated taking some hits. An immortal berserker was never supposed to get hit on purpose, but rules only made sense until combat started. If he could be injured to save someone and at the same time take out an opponent, he would. A stab into his left shoulder was countered by Barrett puncturing a lung clean through. He took a jarring hit to the head to shatter an elbow. His barely recovered body piled up more and more wounds. At the rate things were going, they would all be dead before it was even time to get to the courthouse, so there was no worry Barrett would show up late, but even morbid humor like that didn't provide much mirth at the moment. When Barrett felt another curse invisibly fly towards him, his instincts took over. His spear was already occupied fending off another attack, so he merely let go with one hand and grabbed it. The mass of magic roiled in his grip, but while an attack on the soul was intangible, Barrett had already long been able to use his body to deal with such things. He had to keep a tight grip, but with a fling of his arm he sent the mass of hatred back into the crowd. One unlucky fellow's defenses were only ready for a physical attack of some sort, perhaps even Nilima's gentle energy, but the curse slipped past his defenses. In only a moment, his own energy was working against him and his body twisted and broke. Barrett sighed. If only that was so easy as it might have looked, and if they would make the same sorts of mistakes more. As quickly as he could heal, serious wounds took a minute or more, which was an eternity in a frantic battle. It only took an instant to reform his armor where it had been broken through, but eventually that opportunity began to be exploited. If that hadn't been the case, Barrett would have wondered how any of the opponents became masters at all. While it was possible to just drift up through tiers with enough time spent, it still took a reasonable amount of skill even if one spent several times as long. While most of the 6th tiers seemed to be old fogies, they still had at least the base level of power that afforded them, and some skill in cultivation. So, when a sweeping slash cut open Barrett's breastplate and was nearly simultaneous with a thrust from another enemy, both of which Barrett couldn't dodge without moving into even more attacks, Barrett felt a large blade piercing into his heart. Damage to his heart was recoverable. However, in battle functioning without a heart for even a time was difficult. Barrett's grip tightened on the blade in front of him. His grip just hadn't been able to stop it, with all the energy the old fellow from the Temple of Divine Fury had put into it. As he moved to pull the blade out, it was strangely easy. Instead of returning to a stance, his opponent let the large sword swing down towards the ground. Barrett was ready for a ploy, but then he felt it. His senses were mostly numb to the various forms of energy and magic that suffused the area around them. Adding one more hadn't even really registered in his mind. Besides, it wasn't so easy to get a grasp on. It didn't feel right. It was too strong. If Barrett didn't know any better, he would have thought it was 8th tier. As the man in front of him finally died, his body realizing its head had been severed, a voice came from over Barrett's shoulder. "Ah, young Barrett. Or should I say young Master Barrett?" A terrifying energy radiated from Sir Jostin, and even as he spoke the weapon in his hands flashed around them, slicing through enemies near and far. "I was just on a walk to the courthouse and noticed you were under attack by a mass of lawbreakers. As a citizen of Streeto, it is my duty to assist you." Barrett's body hadn't yet realized it should be moving. In fact, he'd half stopped controlling the flow of his own blood in the surprise. "Sir Jostin, Grandmaster Jostin. Sir is fine. I've heard all sorts of things about foul play in the arena, and I deeply apologize I did not act sooner." "Alas, I didn't." Barrett noticed he didn't say he couldn't act sooner. After several 6th tier cultivators died in the next few moments, people began to scatter. It was one thing to fight using numbers against people of the same or lower tier, but adding on top of that a Grandmaster, even if nobody was certain if he was actually 8th tier or just late 7th tier, they didn't want to stay to find out. 2 more 6th tier cultivators perished as they ran, and while Barrett still hadn't acted, Nilima and Master Alnher took out a few each as people tried to pull away in a panic, jumping off of the rooftop either to a nearby structure or just anywhere they could go. "I do believe you have a court session to attend." Sir Jostin flicked his arm, throwing something at a cultivator leaping away. Though the hand axe was merely the length of Barrett's forearm, the cultivator was cut in two vertically. I would love to chase down these lawbreakers, but I should be in attendance at the court as well. His hand went to Barrett's shoulder and then the two of them were moving swiftly. Sir Jostin looked over his shoulder and spoke to the others as they moved, "Come along, it's only a few blocks to a safer area." There was a pushing feeling on Barrett's back, and he felt himself flying. However, that was only for a moment. Though he briefly ascended into the air, soon enough gravity overwhelmed his momentum and he found himself falling. It was a rather refreshing few seconds until he crashed into the ground, but as he picked himself up and dusted himself off, he found himself surrounded by dozens of people. Perhaps surrounded wasn't quite the right term. They were instead merely standing off to either side of the street, and Barrett was in the middle. However, it was an exceptional sight not because of their numbers, but the fact that they were all grandmasters. It seemed as if every faction that had a grandmaster had sent one. Grandmaster Jostin landed next to Barrett, and without needing to be prompted forward Barrett started walking. Grandmaster Heikel was standing right next to the 10-meter-tall doors leading to the courthouse, and he nodded to Barrett. The other grandmasters began to follow, but Barrett, Grandmaster Jostin and Grandmaster Heikel were the first through the doors. As they stepped through the doors, Barrett caught sight of a number of grandmasters he knew, though mostly not firsthand. Among them were Grandmaster Alyaj, the leader of the Majestic Invokers Circle, as well as other grandmasters involved in the same alliance. There were also two more grandmasters from somewhat neutral groups who Barrett thought had been leaning towards that side. Barrett was surprised as the doors suddenly slammed shut behind them and Tamandani Abiadin, Grand Mistress of the Blank Tomes, spoke. Her voice was rapid, accelerated by magic, though it was easily enough understood. With the necessary quorum of grandmasters and the accuser necessary for the trial present, I now call for a vote of guilt in the case of Barrett Ravenhall and his accusations against the Order of Blossoms floating gracefully on the breeze. The old woman seemed to resent the length of the title even with her accelerated speech, and the Majestic Invokers Circle. My vote is not guilty. The other four grandmasters representing their alliance, the Steadfast Shields, had no grandmaster to present, pronounced the same. Barrett looked around for Kale, who was supposed to be providing legal guidance, but couldn't find him. He did know that he wasn't a grandmaster and thus could not vote. Only a simple majority of people was required to make the vote, and that was already 5 out of the 9 present. One of the other grandmasters also spoke, not guilty. The second neutral one hesitated for a moment. Guilty. Grand Mistress Abiadin spoke again. The threshold of simple majority has already been passed. The final 2 votes are not required. The final declaration of the trial is not guilty. Barrett blinked. Was that it? Was everything they'd done for nothing? Grand Mistress Abiadin radiated confidence, as did most of the others except the neutral party who had declared guilty. Grandmaster Heikel didn't feel like much of anything. Sir Jostin cracked a smile. Not even going to say hello after you tried to poison me? I shall add that deed to the accusations already raised. Even if further accusations could be raised, the verdict has already been reached. The trial is over. Grand Mistress Abiadin smiled confidently. Oh. Sir Jostin raised an eyebrow. Just because you say so does not make it so. I thought your little organization was supposed to be book smart. Sir Jostin grinned widely. Then he tilted his head. Just like that, he nodded. Very well, my legal advisor has appraised me of the proper procedure here. You are all hereby held in contempt of the Court of Stredo, and accused of falsifying legal proceedings. Sir Jostin's energy amplified his voice, and his presence filled the room. Grand Mistress Abiadin remained confident, and Barrett hoped there was more he hadn't quite been appraised of. Like Sir Jostin's presence, for one. Master Heikel hadn't seemed surprised to see him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 403. Grand Mistress Abiadin folded her wrinkly hands in front of her. We have followed all proper procedures. A simple majority voted and the results are final. No quorum was met, Sir Jostin declared, his voice certainly reaching those standing outside the halls. 2 of the members who voted are invalid, as the defendants in the trial. In addition, a declaration of attendance was not called. Indeed, they may have voted out of turn, but I stand by my statement. 4 votes out of 7 applicable is still a majority, and thus the case is closed. We have 7, 5 not including the 2 who cannot vote, and there are the 2 of you grandmasters. As for the declaration of attendance, it is not strictly necessary. Your physical presence is all that is required. You said 2 of us. Sir Jostin looked to his left. Are you counting Barrett here? He's quite talented, but not a grandmaster yet. Grand Mistress Abiadon slapped her hand onto the table in front of her. Grandmaster Heikel is right there. Grandmaster Heikel pointed to himself. Me? No, I'm not here. This is just a projection I had someone make for me to say I'll be arriving soon. I'm not actually here. And thus, Sir Jostin said, you should have requested declarations of attendance, so we could explain the situation. As it is, you attempted a vote without even the minimum quorum required for a trial, and ignored the proper order of proceedings. Your actions now restrict you from any further leadership of the legal actions. In addition, as the highest-ranking cultivator present, I declare myself the spokesman of the trial. As my first act, I shall call for a full quorum of Grandmaster cultivators for the trial, as is proper for an issue of this scale. Behind him, the doors swung open. All of those who wish to participate in judging the trial, enter now. As the trial has been clearly and publicly scheduled for a full week, only half of an hour shall be allowed for further participants to join. As he spoke, grandmasters from various factions streamed into the room, many with dour looks on their face. Well, I'm right outside, Grandmaster Heikel waved his hand, and his figure disappeared. Then he stepped in with the Grandmaster of the Palace of 1,000 Eyes next to him. Barrett understood why he'd felt so real, but now that he thought about it, the berserk energy wasn't quite right. Barrett felt everyone's senses washing over each other carefully. He found a proper position in the room as he looked at the leaders of the enemy conspiracy squirmy uncomfortably. Kale scurried into the room, declaring himself as he did so. Legal advisor for the accusation. Witness, came a voice from behind him and Master Thorn stepped into the room. Grandmasters needed to make no declaration, but many of them did. Reyna, Nilima, and Master Almher also declared themselves as witnesses, as well as many people Barrett hadn't seen before, both cultivators and non-cultivators. As a primary witness in the case and primary accuser, Barrett Ravenhall will speak first, Sir Jostin declared. Barrett explained everything that had happened, beginning many years before with him arriving in the city and being attacked by silver blades. The majestic Invoker's circle had been involved with improper handling of the arena's wards then and later, culminating in the most recent event. He relayed his accusations against the Blossoms and they were effectively guilty already because of the challenge. Then he continued on with the events after the tournament, specifically the attacks by the various factions. He opened his armor to demonstrate the damage to himself during the most recent attack. During that time, various people raised complaints and objections, but with the help of Kale he was able to satisfactorily answer all of them. Didn't you provoke the silver blades during the first incident? Someone asked. There is no law on the books citing provocation as a legal reason to attack someone, and after I defended myself and the conflict was resolved, a master chose to try to kill me. Then later in the arena where the majestic Invoker's circle allowed it to happen. Aren't the attacks on you because people were backed into a corner? If they weren't guilty of anything, there would be no reason to avoid going to court, and attempting to murder me in full sight of the entire city is still extremely illegal. Barrett turned to look at the person who raised that accusation, but if you wish, you can vote that murder on the streets should be legal at a later date. How can you declare that the people involved were working with their factions while you have Reyna involved with you despite the right of sole trial? Reyna answered that 1, I made a formal declaration of my separation from the Order of the Four Winds, whereas none of the factions involved in the attack voiced any opposition or concerns about their people trying to kill us. Isn't there a conflict of interest with Grandmaster Jostin taking the position of spokesman of the trial? Kale answered that one. There is no law indicating that a conflict of interest is relevant in who has the position. It seems that everyone's complaints involve things that are not written into law, or things that have been and they feel are inappropriate. In that case, it would be appropriate to call for an upheaval of laws upon the conclusion of this trial, where each law can be reviewed individually. That was what Barrett had been aiming for the whole time, but it was better if other people acted like they wanted it first. The trial moved on slowly, but every cultivator in Streeto who wasn't dead was aware of the attacks, which were enough to get the conspiracy dismantled. However, Sir Jostin still called for their sects to be searched for additional evidence. In addition, through Kale's advice, he evoked that since the conspirators were connected to the Silver Blades, the incident required every faction to actively participate in the process. The Immortal Berserker sect, Order of Four Winds, and the rest of the alliance had already been positioned to prevent members of the conspiracy from fleeing, though they couldn't prevent the destruction of records and the like. However, the destruction of records was enough to convict nearly every member of those factions. The entire process dragged out for a year, and while things nearly devolved into a civil war, the neutral factions who merely cared about what the law said tipped the balance. Likewise, the neutral factions who wanted to stay out of things still had to send at least token participation to help with the capture of people, especially the grandmasters of the various factions. Many members of the Blank Tomes tried to slip away invisibly, but the Fourth Iseers and others were able to find them. Barrett would have liked it things went perfectly, but even with Sir Jostin having reached 8th tier and the rest of the city working against them, the cornered factions were still very powerful and that made them dangerous. Once they realized their gambit had failed, fighting broke out. Many people died, including several grandmasters from different factions, one of which was Grandmaster Zhubin. Could we have done any better? Barrett asked as he stood next to Grandmaster Heikel. Was I just selfish in wanting quick results? Grandmaster Heikel shook his head. It's impossible to say for the first one. However, as conflicts of this scale go, it was relatively smooth and not deadly. Certainly, some people died, but your efforts helped successfully rally the city behind our cause, even if they didn't particularly want to be. Most factions were happy just living as things were, slowly getting worse and worse. Grandmaster Heikel looked at the new monument in the Immortal Berserker sect's Hall of Grandmasters. As for the sect, we all agreed to go along with your plan, and we knew what risks there were to go along with it. Besides, I'm sure you know he wasn't afraid of death. He didn't take on more risk than you did, anyway. He looked towards Barrett, speaking of which, with just 4 people, you held out against so many. It reminds me of some old stories. And with Sir Jostin reaching 8th tier, the world would be going through a time of strife regardless. You just chose to be an active participant instead of a bystander. Sometimes I wish I could just watch, but the side of me who just wanted to let the world get along as it was died a long time ago. Barrett shook his head. I just wish what I did hadn't cost us a grandmaster. Speaking of which, how long until you become a grandmaster? Well, I'm still just 5th tier, so taking that into account, 27 years. Maybe 28. The fact that you can declare that with such surety tells me we made the right choices. You didn't even consider that you might not become a grandmaster, that says something. I know we've sort of assumed you would, having a true immortal body and all, Grandmaster Heikel grinned, but this was different. You already have a good idea of the essence of being a grandmaster, right? The same with your friends. You just need the time to develop properly. He shook his head. I'm actually most surprised about Almher. Not that I didn't think he had talent, but time is the one thing that cultivators can't stop. Yet, he dredged up more of it. Barrett frowned, a little bit of that, and a little bit of taking lifespan away from later tiers. Though if he wasn't going to reach them anyway it wouldn't matter. And the fact that he can do that. I'm sure he'll make it to Grandmaster, and a handful of years before me at minimum. Barrett paused. I'm worried about Reyna though. Without the support of a faction, things might be more difficult for her. Will it? Grandmaster Heikel raised an eyebrow. Nilima does fine without. And what do we provide you, except a place to grow fruit? Besides, if she needs anything she has friends who will help her get it, including you. Grandmaster Heikel laughed. Besides, I hear she's already started recruiting for her new faction. She was serious about that part. So? Barrett asked. Nilima looked back at him. I was surprised for sure. I can't believe we didn't die. She smiled widely. That kind of crazy stuff is normally once in a lifetime, but I have the feeling you're not done yet. I don't have any current plans for that. Pfft. That's like me saying I don't have any plans for lunch. I might not, but it's sure going to happen. Nilima pursed her lips. Maybe wait a handful of years for us to reach 6th tier before you throw us into any more crazy stuff. It's gonna take me a few months to recover still. Oh. I thought you might heal faster because of my heart. It's my heart now. Nilima pointed at him, and I'm not sure if I do because I've never gotten the inside of my lungs cursed and burned at the same time before. It does seem to be healing, though. I didn't even have to take that entire bucket of pills you gave me. Nilima frowned. Man, I wish I could just eat a pear like you and own her. You cheaters. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 404. Creating a fair system of laws was difficult. Writing a proper punishment for every crime involved an excruciating amount of detail, and then if something didn't quite fit, did it mean that it wasn't a crime, or should share punishments of two, or what? Barrett was glad his involvement was only so deep in terms of being involved in the remaking of Streeto's laws. It was probably impossible to have a completely fair system without the laws being infinite in length and able to predict what problems there would be. On that front, diviners from all over Streeto were involved in the process to determine what issues might arise and what holes there were left in the current laws. The older laws had been strict but with so many ways to avoid punishment that they were basically useless except to make those without power unable to function. As for new laws, it was hard to protect people without also unnecessarily restricting people. For example, poisons. Poisons were bad. Everyone could agree on that. Thus, they should be illegal. Except, of course, poisons sometimes had medicinal properties. So those could be allowed, but in that case most poisons had beneficial properties given the right circumstances. And what about studying them to protect against them? To build up immunities? The same thing could be said for curses and necromancy. In the end, the details came down to how things were used. Protecting people against others without making it possible to unfairly convict someone was difficult. Barrett doubted they came up with perfect solutions, but they did their best. Even he could spot potential loopholes in some things, even if he wasn't necessarily well versed in laws. They also had to come up with a system to continue to make and enforce new laws going forward. Having things more or less controlled by higher-tier cultivators and the factions that backed them wasn't fair, but neither would it be reasonable to allow general voting where purely the majority of people got their way. After all, that would put the power in the hands of non-cultivators and lower-tier cultivators. While that was somewhat harder to abuse, they also generally had less access to information and ability to process it quickly. In the end, a combination of martial prowess and sheer numbers was used to determine voting power in the city. It also became clear there were other problems, like lack of actual central leadership. Streeto had barely managed to react to Ruklua's invasion of their territory many years before, and most of the city had remained uninvolved. While there hadn't yet been more threat of war, it wasn't an impossibility either. Thus, a council of 5 members was created. It certainly wasn't a perfect system, but the odd number allowed them to avoid ties in votes and there weren't so many of them that they couldn't quickly reach decisions. They would be regularly replaced through an approval voting system, with one council member being replaced every year. While the system didn't always get everyone what they wanted, it at least worked to minimize unhappiness with who was in charge since it allowed each person to pick several preferred candidates. It didn't require voting for whoever you thought was most likely to win that you hated slightly less than the other most popular candidate. Monarchy was a good idea only in stories. Even as the son of a city lord, Barrett had been aware that just being born to a father who was good at his position wouldn't necessarily make him a good leader. Since that was true thinking about himself, it was even less likely to be true for others. Just look at the Ustane Empire. The emperor had allowed his family to be killed and replaced, and while Durham wasn't a huge city, it was large enough that he had no excuse not to know. Plus, he allowed necromancers of the type that ripped out people's life force, including allies and subjects. It was possible political crap prevented him from controlling the situation as he wished, but from what else Barrett had heard he doubted that was the case. Rule by strength was also bad, and a monarchy based on whoever had an ancestor who once managed to kill all of the right people and was also strong enough to hold on to the position wasn't any better. A wise and good king with great power could do a lot of good, but betting on a random person being both wise, good, and powerful and in the right position was just crazy. Barrett supposed that Streeto could still certainly degrade into a position just as bad or worse than it had been before, but at least it would take a long time, and if people carefully managed the city maybe it would never get so bad again. With the southern Metal Sea being more or less adjacent to Streeto, at least on the scale cultivators traveled at, they kept a close watch on the situation in Streeto. Kale and Kelani both expressed their regrets that they couldn't help, but participating in Streeto's internal issues as outsiders wouldn't have muddied the waters. At one point, the southern Metal Sea as a whole had nearly rivaled Streeto's power, before an invasion by another one of the Metal Seas had stolen much of their powerful techniques and killed their stronger cultivators. Many clans were recovering swiftly, but it could still be another 50 or 100 years before they neared their peak again. There had been some conflicts between Streeto and the southern Metal Sea in the past, and there had been some bitterness as Streeto had merely watched their neighbor get invaded. However, time heals all wounds, and becoming friends with nearby countries who are in a strong position was always a good political move. In addition to the Makeo and Anaconi clans having significant influence in the region, others also felt it was better to form at least a basic alliance. It didn't really say anything concrete, but if there were to be another attack on the southern Metal Sea then Streeto would have the excuse to interfere. Streeto didn't want to let anyone else take over the region, but expanding themselves wasn't desirable either. Thus, the southern Metal Sea felt safe enough with the arrangement and confident enough in Streeto's new direction Streeto was going. Each time he went through a destruction, Barrett reached deeper inside himself. Inside his body, inside his soul. He hadn't really realized that was what was happening at first, but it became clear that was the case. He wasn't sure if there was a limit to how deep inside his soul he got. There was a sort of center, but distance was not actually real with relation to the soul. It was sort of nebulously in every location his body was and deep inside his body at the same time. He wasn't exactly sure how deep he would have to go to reach Grandmaster, but he had a general idea. It would take time to properly reach that point, and before then he needed the strength to do it. That meant breaking through to 6th tier. Barrett wasn't particularly worried, but he did make sure to have a vitality pair on hand. It wasn't clear whether or not it would help if he actually failed a destruction, but having a way to replenish himself on hand was comforting. Though breaking through to Grandmaster would be something else entirely, he actually found reaching 6th tier easier than breaking through to 4th or 5th tier. His insights were at least a few steps ahead of where he needed to be, and his control of his own power was extremely well refined. Of course, if that hadn't been the case, he would have already died. It still hurt to do it. However, he could think of it just like muscle pain. If he didn't push too far, it was good for him and improved his body. Though, muscle pain was nowhere on the same level, even though he had more muscles to feel pain. Barrett breathed out slowly. At least he'd managed to maintain his consciousness. His body felt drained, but good. Though he had no stamina left to even think about reaching towards it, he could see the depths he needed to delve to reach Grandmaster. He couldn't believe Grandmaster Heikel rushed through some of that. Well, he could, but it was pretty crazy to try. While he was very confident in his own abilities, Barrett knew his true immortal body wouldn't protect him from trying that. After all, failing to break through on an accelerated path directly resulted in death. While he had set his eyes on the heights of being a grandmaster, he still felt somewhat weak even though he was somewhere in the top 1,000 or so people in Streeto. Out of 10 million people, being so close to the top was good, but while Barrett would probably place himself ahead of most 6th tiers, grandmasters shouldn't be underestimated. Even though Grandmaster Cadell hadn't instantly killed him while he was at 5th tier, that didn't mean he couldn't have, he just was interested in stealing Barrett's soul. The only reason Barrett had managed to retrieve Shanta's soul was he hadn't been expecting Barrett to willingly leave his body, and that threw him off balance. When it was just Nilima and Almher fighting to rescue him, Barrett had been secretly weakening Grandmaster Cadell and had only let them last so long because they were both exceptional and underestimated. Just because he'd been the catalyst for several major events didn't mean that Barrett was strong enough yet. He didn't mind relying on others to help him through, but he wanted to be at the level where others could rely on him. Without the Immortal Berserker sect and the rest of the Alliance holding off all of the most dangerous masters and the Grandmasters, he would have died in the latest incident. Not that he hadn't pulled his own weight, but nobody was able to do everything on his own. However, he wanted to grow stronger along with his friends so that they could manage anything together. Since none of their enemies were going to just stop growing stronger, that meant they couldn't either. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 405. Since he had reached 6th tier, Barrett decided it was safe enough to leave the area around Streeto. Before that, he would have been somewhat unsure about people being sent to assassinate him. Some of the factions more displeased with how Streeto had changed might be interested in him as a target, and if they could kill him far away from Streeto, it would be quite hard to investigate and prove who did it. Grandmasters were watched carefully enough that they shouldn't be a problem, and unless people wanted to sacrifice all of their masters to possibly kill Barrett, he thought he would be alright. He wasn't worried about the majestic Invoker's circle or any of the others attempting revenge, since they had been dealt with properly. At the very least, all of their grandmasters had been captured and executed after complete but not particularly long trials. Many of the lower tier members were deemed uninvolved or not important enough to put in the effort to convict, and they weren't just summarily executed. Even so, there had to be quite a few people left with grudges against Barrett. Even so, with Nilima with him, Barrett wasn't worried. "Why are we going to Agloni again?" Nilima asked. "You have a problem with going there?" Barrett looked at her, but her eyes just shifted away suspiciously. Then he held up a talisman. "It's about these. I can make them function pretty well by putting in a few weeks' worth of my magic, but it would be better to reach a higher skill level. I'm not that good at magic though, so I need some advice. It's taken me a decade and a half to just almost go from 3rd to 4th tier in magic." "That's slow," Nilima commented. "It shouldn't even take half that time with your overall cultivation level." "Yeah, I already know that. But," Barrett pointed at Nilima, "do you think you have any right to sound arrogant like that, Miss? I only cultivate energy." She turned her head away. "I just never needed to cultivate magic." "Ah, makes sense," Barrett nodded, but he wasn't done teasing her yet. "You know your heartbeat gets real loud when you lie." "What?" Nilima turned towards him in shock. "You can hear that even with my energy concealing it?" Barrett laughed. "Nah. I just thought it was suspicious that you were hiding it." Barrett had to quickly bring up his arm to block her palm attack. Energy poured into his arm and violently tried to tear it apart. However, after a few moments it dissipated on its own. If Nilima really wanted to hurt him, she could have done a lot worse, but it still hurt a bit. But seriously, if you want to hide your emotions you have to not look like you're hiding them." "What about you?" "I'm in complete control of my body, but most of the time it's better not to hide it. While I don't need to control berserk energy, staying true to my emotions in general is still pretty important. But I can fake it if I need to. I still have to be prepared though." They walked on for a few more minutes without anything being said, though at their speed it might not normally be called walking. Then Barrett continued the conversation. but seriously, are there any people in Agloni that have grudges with you? I need to know who to watch out for. Not really. Nilima tilted her head to the side in thought, just the disciples of death. She tallied off on her fingers, the soul stabbers, the order of skin, the night watchers, some group of archers. Nilima switched hands, some kind of tome or book or scroll dudes, and some old dude who thinks I tried to kill his unicorn. Not like that many people. Most of them probably don't remember me or don't really matter. Wait, what was that about the man with the unicorn? Barrett recalled a certain old man from near Agloni, and described him. Did he look something like that? Well, yeah. And he's angry at you? Nilima shrugged. It was like a decade ago. He accused me of trying to kill his unicorn, but I ran away and everything was fine. He didn't freeze you in place with his glare. He did for a moment, but then he stopped. Maybe he got tired. Or he just realized he had the wrong person. Hopefully that second one. Barrett couldn't say exactly how strong the man was, having met him when he was much weaker himself, but he seemed to be at least at the Grandmaster level. And all those others? Like I said, most of them don't really matter. They're weak. It's probably fine. Master Barrett, Krenther gestured inside his shop. Do come in. Ugh, do I have to call you Master Krenther? I don't wanna. Barrett shook his head. Though that fake master of yours never existed, so you've sort of always been the master of this business. Krenther shrugged. I guess not. Who is this? Wait, she was there last time we met, right? I think so. When they last met was when Krenther had helped him settle back into his body. Krenther turned to Nilima. I don't believe we ever got properly introduced. My name is Krenther, Master of Souls, he bowed. Nilima. She nodded her head briefly. For one of Barrett's friends, I would have expected no less. Then he turned to Barrett. What do you need? Nobody dying this time, I hope. No curses. His eyes flicked back and forth between the two. Barrett shook his head. Right now, everything is fine. It's just that I've been getting close to Master Tier in magic, mostly focused on talisman-related stuff. I wanted to get some advice. Got money? Krenther grinned. Or you can pay in services. Though first I need you to go into detail on your troubles first. I can't help with everything. Krenther's senses swept over Barrett. Wait, did you reach 6th tier in pure body tempering? Barrett shrugged. Yeah. Is that so surprising? Surprising? Not overall, except you were dead for 5 years. Or something like it. I would have expected you to fall behind. I caught back up. Barrett shrugged. That, Krenther frowned. You don't feel unstable, like you rushed, but you can't just catch back up in cultivation. I was still getting experience, and I had some insights. Nothing related to magic, sadly. Anyway, about that, Barrett began explaining his issues with advancing his magic. And I can't help but feel my total magic power is holding me back, but that can't be all. Krenther nodded. Let me see a talisman. Barrett handed one, and Krenther turned around the thin carved jade in his hands. No issues with the structure. Have you tried out different materials? Barrett nodded. I tried out a number of things, but stone and gems seem the best. Maybe because I first trained earth magic. Well, I also carved some metal plates. Writing with magic inks onto various parchments wasn't that great though, I kept breaking them. Too much power, maybe. But I tried to use less and it just didn't function. Krenther stroked his chin. I see. So, do you know how to help? What do you need? Well, Krenther shrugged, I have no idea. I never had trouble where you were, so I can't give you any advice. Sorry. I think it's just a difference of ways of thinking. Krenther tapped his foot awkwardly. Oh. Since you came all the way here, you should see Caprica. I'm sure she'd be happy to meet you again. I bet you'd be surprised to see how much she changed. Sure. In a way, Barrett was surprised. After all, he'd expected Caprica to feel different. Instead, she still felt like a third-tier necromancer. But, that wasn't right, was it? Hadn't she wanted to? Caprica grinned, and as Barrett watched, she went from being a third-tier necromancer to being a sort of mini-Krenther. A master-tier soul magic cultivator, but only 4th tier instead of 6th. Krenther had managed to keep ahead of Barrett, though that wasn't unexpected. So, what do you think? Not bad. I can definitely tell you worked hard. Caprica shifted to a different stance. That's not all. Suddenly she displayed the aura of a master-tier energy cultivator, and Barrett got a strong feeling of sharpness from her. Then Caprica looked towards Nilima. Hey, no need to be so on guard. Caprica held up her hands. Either one of you are way stronger than me. Instead of backing down, Nilima reached towards the whip at her side. Whose souls did you steal? Caprica tilted her head, then laughed. I think you have the wrong idea. These, she shifted herself back to the soul magic cultivator, are necromancy, all, 2nd-tier fire magic. My own. Caprica felt almost like a non-cultivator, maybe a 1st-tier body temperer. It's a lot of work to cultivate with different parts of your own soul, okay? You can do that? Nilima asked, looking from Caprica to Barrett. Barrett shrugged. It should be possible, but I don't know how. Krenther had some idea. Barrett turned towards Caprica. Just one question, didn't you give up necromancy? I did, but, well, some of the things are just so useful, so I relearned them. She shifted and displayed her aura. I should feel different, right? Barrett took in the feeling, then nodded. Instead of like horrible rotting and death, she felt more like the sadness of visiting a grave and the peace of those long dead. And, interestingly enough, like new life. Still very necromantic though. About that other one, do you have an uncultivated part or? Caprica shook her head. I was trying to see if I could do body tempering, but it's so hard. She held up her arm and flexed her bicep. I have functional muscles now, but that's about it. You want to try out pure body tempering? You might actually be able to do it right even with all the rest of you. I'd certainly like to try, Caprica nodded. Having multiple sources of power to call upon can be quite useful. Nilima stood nearby, and even without looking Barrett could tell she wanted to say something, but didn't. Well, he could ask her later when they were alone. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 406. Barrett wasn't planning to leave immediately just because Krenther didn't happen to have a solution for him. There was still plenty of reason to stay around him and Caprica for some time, beyond just wanting to meet them again. For one thing, Nilima seemed as if she had something she wanted to ask. When Barrett brought it up, it took her several minutes to come up with the words, or at least choose what to ask. How do you do that? What, specifically? Barrett found himself doing many things, walking, breathing, tempering his body small bits at a time as he moved around. Is this a pure body tempering question? You interested in trying? No. Maybe. Nilima shook her head, but that other thing. The cultivation changing thing. You mean what Caprica was doing? Soul binding? Barrett shrugged, don't know. Shouldn't that be a question for her? Can you ask? Nilima folded her arms awkwardly. Aren't you usually so confident? Why can't you do it yourself? I never had to ask anyone to teach me anything. Mistress Joshi used to just teach me what she thought was important. Later I just figured everything else out on my own. Barrett shook his head. I'm sure you've asked before, but if not, now's a good time to do so. You can ask either Krenther or Caprica to teach you. That's easier then. Maybe I'll talk to Krenther, Nilima nodded. Where did your hesitation go? Is it something about Caprica? No, Nilima said unconvincingly. Is that so? Barrett nodded. Well, Krenther might be the better option to begin with anyway. He might have some ideas more suited for you. As for me, Barrett tilted his head, I'll figure something out. Caprica wanted to try out some pure body tempering, so I might as well start with that. Strictly speaking, pure body temperers didn't have to forego the use of energy or magic. However, when things got difficult it was very easy to rely on other sources to help accomplish what you were trying to do with pure body tempering, and thus never learn how to do it properly. When it came time to actually perform, stamina usage would be inefficient and sluggish. Then there were specific things like vitality pairs which decayed rapidly in the presence of magic or energy, though those were more of an exception. Caprica had secured an indoor training area, which was more or less just a room, because cultivators didn't need more than open space in most cases that didn't involve sparring. Barrett was able to provide various weights, but they didn't need them yet. First they had to start with the very basics. Your best areas are currently soul magic and cutting energy, right? Barrett stroked his chin as he considered how to begin. It's not so easy to correlate any of those with pure body tempering, but we can try a few things. It might be easier or harder for you to try something less connected to your body. Let's try a fingernail. Barrett pulled out a few things, a sheet of parchment, some leftover cloth from destroyed outfits, and a steel plate that was once part of some armor. Why don't we try this? Stab them all with a nail, whichever one feels best to you. Caprica easily followed instructions, piercing through the paper easily but not really cutting it. Instead, it was just that her body was strong enough to provide the force to break through as it rested against the floorboards. Caprica's nails weren't long, so she barely left an impression on the cloth, and of course no effect on the metal plate. Caprica looked to Barrett questioningly. You could cut them all easily with a bit of cutting energy, right? Barrett held up a finger lengthening the nail on it slightly. You understand sharpness, so we'll start with that. Barrett held up the paper and placed it above his finger, such that his nail was perpendicular to the center of the bottom of the paper. Then he let go, and the paper split itself in half lengthwise just from the force of gravity. Of course, that only worked because his fingernail was incredibly sharp. The same happened with the cloth and even the steel plate. Sharpness. Barrett flicked his hand, a good place to start, right? I'm sure you're quite capable of observing your nail to see if you have any effect. Watch me closely a few times. Then use that feeling of sharpness to try to do something yourself. Barrett held out his finger, lengthening the nail once more. However, more fingernail didn't come from nowhere. While he could stretch it somewhat, what it really needed was to draw from elsewhere. For the current example it was perfect, because he could decrease the thickness of his nail to lengthen it, thus making the sharpness almost automatic. Of course, thinness brought with it weakness. That was best made up for with more ephemeral durability from somewhere else, but getting any result was what they wanted. Fortunately, Caprica had much experience with cultivation. While pure body tempering was a different sort of thing, the most basic levels were quite easy for a master to understand. If Caprica had only dealt in one area, the focus might have made it more difficult, but upon taking up soul binding she had branched out into different pathways. And, at the current moment, she had no feeling of energy or magic to throw her off. After just an hour, she succeeded. One might consider shaving off a tiny portion of nail at barely anything at all, but the first step of pure body tempering, doing anything with it at all, was the hardest. Barrett was glad he'd chosen fingernails though. It wasn't supposed to fall off. Caprica pursed her lips. But it is sharper now, I guess. She traced her finger along the paper, and vaguely made a real cut on it. The cloth snagged on her nail and tore off a bit more. Did you need to fortify your fingernail to cut steel? In general. It's necessary, Barrett nodded. However, my body automatically produces more durable fingernails, so for just this it wasn't necessary. Well, not that it often matters much. Barrett thought for a few moments. I'm not sure if this will help, but when you change cultivations, how does that work? I have a vague recollection of Grandmaster Cadell doing it, but I'm not sure it's quite the same. Your energy and magic seem to disappear, but you don't have to build them up again. It's not like they actually go away. Caprica gestured with her hands, it's sort of like putting them in a drawer. You can't sense it because it's muted, and there's no intention behind it. And, Caprica suddenly emanated an entirely different aura, you can display everything at once. At least, if it's all, you. I imagine if you are trying to incorporate others' souls, you can only have a few pieces under control at once. There's a limit for me as well, but that's more down to multitasking than fighting back against myself. Caprica went back to feeling like she only trained her body, though Barrett did have the vaguest sense of the rest resting beneath the surface. So, what's next? Barrett spent much of his time teaching Caprica, but he still reserved time for himself. Nilima was off training on her own or potentially learning from Krenther, though she hadn't really said anything about her progress in that direction. Training his body was second nature to him now. Completing destructions as necessary, building up his strength and toughness, and practicing with his body that was outside his body, such as the living metal and stone pits. As it turned out, moving something like it was your own body still required practice. After all, just moving his own body took work to get right sometimes. That was especially true of extra limbs, though he had long gotten used to it. Beyond that, Barrett trained his magic by making or fortifying talismans. It was frustrating when he messed up there more than anywhere else, because his mistakes cost more. It wasn't just that he made fewer mistakes in body tempering, but also that any damage he caused to himself healed on its own and was rarely an actual drawback. When he shattered a piece of jade by putting more magic power than it could hold, it cost money and pride. He was supposed to be a master, but he kept failing such basic estimations. To be fair, it wasn't that expensive, but Barrett didn't spend much of his time doing missions to make money either. If he was higher rank and had shattered some more expensive things, like adamantine, it was harder to repair. One might just think that the adamantine could be reforged, but it was never the same at holding the magic required for talismans afterwards. Something about the structure stayed broken. Maybe he could fix it if he knew more, but then he wouldn't break it to begin with. Barrett thought back to the battles in Streeto. He hadn't really done it consciously, but he'd grabbed curses and thrown them back at the enemies. As long as he was fighting only a small number of enemies, active protection like that was probably sufficient, but pre-prepared talismans could help himself and others. It was unfortunate that even with his training in earth magic he only had so much understanding of a carved piece of jade. He couldn't sense everything about it, unlike his own body. Maybe at his current point, talismans were useless for himself. With his ability to touch souls, he could just attack anything that the talismans would be relevant for, and trying to use them against non-soul related attacks was just a complete waste of his effort when everyone could easily defend against those. Still, if only he could carve talisman markings directly on his body and fill them with magic. Then he would know exactly what it could stand up to, which would be a lot and increase efficiency. Sadly, he couldn't. At least, Barrett wasn't interested in mutilating his body and then forcing it to not heal so it did just what he needed. But what if, could he do it with a tattoo? Carvings were generally more durable, so they were used to prevent the talisman failing before it ran out of power. Even if he couldn't tattoo his own body, he could carve up a part of it without it being an issue. Though it was more correct to say that he would do that to living metal. He would have to avoid reforming that part during battle, but there were many sections he avoided reforming during battle, and if the spot took a direct hit, a normal talisman would be useless anyway. Barrett wasn't sure if he might be able to permanently cause damage to his body or the living metal, so he chose an easier sacrifice instead. One of the stone pits. While he would still regret losing it if things went wrong, he could afford it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 407. Barrett turned the stone pit over and over in his hands. There were several problems with it. First, it wasn't smooth. Second, it wasn't flat. The difference between the two was significant, but both were important in their own way. First, inscribing into a wrinkly mess that kind of looked like a brain wasn't going to be even vaguely even. All the bumps would make each inscription different depths in different places. Then the roundness that it exhibited overall would mean the inscriptions would curve. Because talismans were a sort of runecrafting, the actual shape of the writing mattered significantly. He agonized over how to make it work for some time. However, before Barrett started shaving off the wrinkles, an important part of each pit's personality and more importantly a significant portion of its mass, he came up with a better idea. He just needed it to be flat. In his thoughtful examination, he kept shaving and shaving until he ended up with the largest possible flat surface, which just meant half of the pit was carved away. Reducing its volume and mass in half wouldn't be good. At that point, the stone pit would probably be dead. However, Barrett grabbed onto the oblong stone pit and twisted. It easily separated right down the middle, though it wouldn't have done the same for anyone else. Nothing said inscriptions for talismans had to be on the outside. It was just assumed, because that was where marks could be made. Though the stone pit might eventually die when split in two, it was much different from half of it being destroyed. Barrett carved some runes, again merely meant to protect against soul attacks. Even if he could deal with them, that was still one of the largest dangers to him if he wasn't ready. Satisfied with his work, he twisted the stone pit back together. It naturally wanted to regenerate, but he actively prevented that. An interesting side effect of making them able to recover quickly, but stopping his body from doing something didn't consume much in the way of stamina. After all, he was literally doing nothing. The stone pit produced enough of its own stamina to deal with that on its own. Then, he started pouring his magic into the stone pit, filling it up. As a part of him, it easily accepted his magic, much more efficiently than even fine jade or other optimal materials. As for how much it managed to actually hold, the overall cross-section was smaller than most of his talismans but held perhaps twice the amount of power. But the question was, would it function? It was quite easy to imagine the stone pit being able to absorb his magic, but something about it interfering with how talismans worked. Or maybe it would work and the problems would come later. He had to at least try once. When asked to assist, Krenther was able to overpower Barrett's talisman pit. After all, he was primarily specialized in magic and Barrett wasn't even a master yet. However, Krenther did have comments about the situation. Barely good enough to block an attack, but it did stand up to it enough. A serious one, the best I could do without taking more than a few moments to gather my magic. Good enough for in battle against almost anyone. I appreciate the high praise. Just stating the facts. It was unexpectedly sturdy. Barrett looked down at the stone pit in his hands. It looked just fine on the outside, but as usually happened to overpowered talismans, the inscriptions had been broken. Barrett could feel that something about it had changed, and it wouldn't be able to be made into a talisman again, at least not the same part of it, which unfortunately meant the whole thing since he had bisected the stone pit. However, while the stone pit was damaged in a new and strange way, it wasn't necessarily impossible for it to recover. Unlike a piece of jade, he understood the stone pit's inside and out, as part of his own body that he had studied many times. Knowing that he could recover the stone pit to its former state didn't mean it was easy. It was simple to recover the physical damage, but after he did so it still wasn't quite right. He still felt something was missing. He spent perhaps an hour each day for the next week studying the stone pit to figure out the origin of the flaw before he finally figured it out. In the end, it was pretty simple. Maybe obvious, but who was to say? It was quite simply that the soul of the stone pit was damaged. Since it was part of him, that meant part of his soul. Barrett wasn't sure if this was the same thing that happened to other inanimate objects if they had their own soul to be damaged, but he didn't find that important to determine at the moment. First, he assessed the damage. It was small, and seemed as if it could recover with the right encouragement. Maybe eventually it would recover naturally, but that could be a very long time. With that determined, Barrett wondered if it was worth it. If his soul was damaged to defend against soul attacks, was there any point? The answer was, of course, that it was. If he broke his arm blocking an attack, the attack would likely do much worse to him if he didn't choose to block it. Dodging would be better, of course, but he couldn't always be ready for a soul attack. In that sense, talismans were less like blocking, more like armor or just bones in his body. To recover the damage, Barrett found it easiest to hold the stone pit in his hands. Physical distance wasn't important for the process, but the point was that it felt right. While Barrett couldn't say much about anyone else's soul and his ability to interact with it in detail, his soul was connected to his body, and his body was something he understood. Using that connection and all of his knowledge of healing his body, he coaxed the recovery of that portion of soul. The process took a full day to complete, but when it was over he felt it was as good as new, as far as he could tell. Barrett took the same stone pit and prepared to repeat the process of turning it into a talisman. However, as his hands gripped it and prepared to twist it apart, a mostly symbolic movement, he stopped. Why do that and have to repair the damage, when he could work directly where he wanted to? As he had previously considered, talismans weren't made on the inside of objects because it simply wasn't something that could be done, but that was assuming using normal tools. Barrett certainly didn't need a carving knife to change his stone pit. Barrett closed his eyes, picturing the inside of the stone pit. Like stone pits of normal peaches and other fruits, it had a sort of fleshy center, though it was still hard like stone in this particular case. Barrett started gently nudging it into a different shape. As he pulled away from where the inscriptions went, he fortified the adjacent area, increasing the density. Then he considered. Did he have to wait until the inscriptions were finished to start adding magic? Wouldn't it be better to do so piece by piece, carefully injecting it into every portion? It was a slow process, carefully reshaping the pit and injecting magic into the dense outlines of the inscriptions. It was actually harder than Barrett had expected, the increased density seeming to allow more magic to be stored, but with more effort as well. Even though it readily accepted his magic, filling it to its limits was work. Unfortunately, he couldn't take a break. Barrett could feel that if he stopped injecting the magic and the inscriptions weren't finished being formed, then it would leak out, and he probably wouldn't get the same result if he went back later to fill it with magic instead of doing it immediately. Pushing himself to his limits in magic was a rather rare opportunity. He very rarely used magic in battle because it was many tiers below his pure body tempering, and its effects would be limited. In addition, he had mostly been focused on defensive talismans that couldn't be made in battle, at least not usefully. It was one thing to drain himself of power filling up various talismans and yet another thing entirely to use all of his magic for just one, and he couldn't stop until he was done. However, using magic on his body made the task possible, at least, and he managed to squeeze out a few more drops of magic as he was nearing the end and thought he had run out. Then everything seemed to click into place as he finished the new talisman. Barrett breathed out heavily. Phew. That was much more pleasant than breaking through in the Immortal Berserker style. Now it was time to sleep and recover, and he could see how much of a difference being master tier in magic made when he actually had magical power to use. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 408. Even before he heard her speak, Barrett woke up from Nilima's footsteps approaching. Lying on the ground in the middle of an outdoor training area wasn't the most restful place to sleep, but then again neither was staying at any inn anywhere in Agloni. Sure, they were probably safe, but the sound of people moving close by was hard to ignore. Barrett could tune himself to ignore that, but in the small chance someone actually wanted to harm him, it didn't matter if the city was ready to crack down on them even a single moment later. It seemed like Agloni might actually be better run in some ways than Streeto had been, but it also let in people who might not care about what happened to them if they killed him. Or rather, Agloni didn't even restrict who entered and left as long as they weren't wanted for specific crimes in the city. Hey Barrett. Krenther says I need to fight ghosts. Barrett rose to his feet, did he now? Yeah. Nilima shrugged. He said I needed to understand how souls worked more, and that it was easier to start with external souls in my case. Alright. Where are we going? Nilima looked down and to the side. I was just saying I was going. You don't have to come. And you didn't have to stick with me in Streeto, but you did. With the list of enemies you have around here, I'm not going to just let you go off alone. Barrett crossed his arms and looked for Nilima's response. Well, if you want to come I don't mind backup. I just figured you wouldn't want to go to Clear River Valley. Barrett thought about that for a few moments. He'd rarely been back to places he almost died, but he hadn't exactly avoided them either. He'd had no desire to remain in Etran because of people still trying to kill him, and going back to the battlefield wasn't interesting. He hadn't jumped back into the volcano in Vashia, but he'd certainly gone nearby. Being eaten by a great worm in the southern Metal Sea hadn't made him afraid of the area either, back when that was actually dangerous to him. I have no trouble fighting a few ghosts if I need to, and if we notice anyone we should avoid them anyway. I'm not afraid of the convocation of souls, but I certainly wouldn't want to fight them at the moment. I just thought being reminded of your soul being ripped out of your body would be unpleasant. Barrett held up a finger. It wasn't ripped out. I let myself be pulled out. And yes, it was very unpleasant. My soul belongs in my body. And no, I can't do it on purpose to demonstrate. I wasn't going to ask. Nilima actually looked offended that he would suggest such a thing. Just saying, if you need to study external souls, it would be easier if you had one that was helpful. I'm done here for the moment, so we can leave any time. Cultivators could go for a long time without sleep compared to normal people, but that didn't mean their bodies didn't desire sleep in the same regular intervals. Since they weren't in a hurry to arrive, that meant they camped out in the wilderness along the way. The two of them weren't particularly fatigued after traveling a full day even at an enhanced speed, so for efficiency's sake they took some time to train. Completely exhausting themselves would be a bit risky, but using excess energy wouldn't be an issue. Barrett took to crafting more talismans into his stone pits. His recent step into mastery made him more efficient, but he also got some ideas. Though he didn't need to split a stone pit in half to carve into it, if he considered it as two different halves, then could he make it two talismans? There was a certain depth required for each marking to be solid, but in theory he could have more layers as long as the material could stand up to it. If it was something that was separated into sheets anyway, then was no reason to not do it that way, but since the stone pits wouldn't survive unless they were whole, he thought it might be a useful idea. He also made a new talisman for Nilima. She could defend against ghosts and such just fine on her own, but it was always good to have a backup. The step into Master Tier allowed him to slightly more efficiently charge the talisman, and it would be stronger than before, but the overall change in power was at most double. Still, since multiple talismans might interfere or both activate at the same time to no increased effect, having one good one was better. Nilima's training seemed like fairly normal energy training for the most part, but there were times where she just sat without seeming to do anything with her energy for some time. She had a determined look on her face during that time, as if she was doing something, but Barrett couldn't sense what it was. Perhaps that was because nothing was happening, which would be what she needed the trip to help with. The first ghost they came across Nilima destroyed in an instant. Though destroying people's souls wasn't a particularly acceptable combat tactic, ghosts were already beyond hope of any kind. In a way, it could be considered merciful to give them a swift end. There was some chance they could be used by a soul binder, but the odds of that being a better existence than what they already had were very low. Most soul binders who took others' souls weren't particularly gentle or kind with them. Barrett would have said they were all evil, but Krenther had stated it didn't have to be that way, but it was extremely easy to fall into along that path. Nilima looked at her hands and the place where the ghost once was. Ghosts were easily enough destroyed with energy, and her attacks solely relied on that to do damage. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. Barrett wasn't sure either. If Nilima had stuck with her intention to learn about soul binding but wasn't intending to take the souls into herself, it still made sense that she could learn about them from observing them. Did he specifically tell you to kill them? No, but I can't really do much else. Then I'll help. It wasn't too long before they found another ghost, and Barrett immediately grabbed it and put it in a submission hold. Using his body to hold on to something without one was a strange but satisfying feeling. It radiated energy and magic to attack him, but it was a ghost of a third-tier cultivator at most, and since Barrett had a clear angle to protect himself from it, couldn't do much. Without a body, souls could only exist in the form of ghosts supported by energy or magic. When they ran out, they dissipated into wherever souls went after death. Possibly nothingness. Nilima observed the ghost until that point and shook her head. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing. This might take a while. Over the next few days they encountered many ghosts, the sheer number of which existed in the area indicating the battle that had led to their existence was on a very large scale and truly horrifying. Either it was terrible enough to naturally lead to ghosts arising, or the battlefield was so suffused with necromantic magic that they were created without any intention. As another ghost faded from his grasp, Barrett still felt another presence. He looked to see someone watching from a distance. It wasn't unlikely for there to be others present, but it felt too much like watching the two of them specifically instead of just curious passers-by. Any idea who that guy is? Barrett gestured with his eyes. Nilima turned to look. She had to focus energy around her eyes. Nope. Not specifically. Looks kinda spooky, so like half the people in Agloni. Too far away to really sense. There was that. They stayed too far away to sense their energy and magic, which were significant indicators in what they could do and how strong they were. However, the fact that they could do so from a significant enough distance also meant something. Human eyes only worked so well, and concentrating energy like Nilima did could potentially be felt from far away. Thus, they were either relying on more general observations or had the skills to subtly observe from a distance. Barrett hadn't seen just one individual, but if he hadn't been a pure body temperer with exceptional, they might have gone unnoticed unless he was actively looking for them. I've got it. Nilima said. You remember who that guy is? Nope, don't care. If they mess with us, they'll get what's coming to them. I think I need to compare two ghosts. See the difference between souls. So, if you could hold on to two at once. Barrett nodded. It would be a bit tricky. Optimally he would use two hands to hold on to one of them, but there were plenty of holds that used legs as well, and he was as flexible as he needed to be. Besides, ghosts didn't generally think clearly enough to try escaping a hold except through pure force, which he could easily stand up to. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 409. Wrangling two ghosts into place wasn't too hard to do. It was keeping them from destroying themselves and each other while it happened that took most of Barrett's stamina. Getting anything? Barrett asked as he awkwardly held two ghosts. Half of the holds he knew weren't much good, because many involved using the ground to hinder people, and while Barrett could make himself touch ghosts, the same wasn't true of the terrain around him. He could in theory use up all of his magic power to try that for a few moments, but it was easier to instead use more exotic grips, which involved him being in a very awkward position twisted around two humanoid shapes. Nilima didn't respond, as she was deep in concentration looking at the two ghosts. Barrett decided to not risk distracting her and just waited until both ghosts wore themselves out of existence. Phew. That gets a bit tough. So. Barrett raised an eyebrow as he lay on the ground. It's difficult. I can see how they're different, but I don't quite understand what I need to do with that. Nilima pursed her lips. If possible, we need to find a stronger pair. With opposing abilities. I could just fight one while you hold the other. Barrett shook his head. Wouldn't that distract you? Unless trying to comprehend new things while fighting is in your wheelhouse. Nilima did do a lot of fighting, so perhaps that was the case. She sighed, I can't really afford the detailed observation this requires while fighting. So if you can really handle it. You know what I can stand up to. I'll feel more up to it if I rest first, though. Clear River Valley wasn't an optimal place to rest, but he could sit down for a time without incurring much risk. Once Barrett was recovered, they set out to find good candidates. It's best if you don't have to hold on to one long, so let's avoid any conflict until we spot some close ones. Nilima closed her eyes, over there maybe, she pointed. I think I feel some that might help. She paused for a moment before she started moving. Does something feel off here to you? Besides literally the entire battlefield being suffused with necromantic magic still? Not really, Barrett shook his head. But if you have a feeling I'd really like to hear what it is. It's like, darkness is approaching. I know it's getting closer to nighttime, but I don't think that's what it is. But maybe. Nilima wrinkled her brow as she moved her hand to the whip at her side, we shouldn't take too long. With that, she increased her speed and Barrett matched her pace. Soon Barrett could feel the two that Nilima was leading them towards. Even in their current state, they radiated the aura of master-tier cultivators. They stood across from each other on a shattered piece of land, scorched and on fire, yet elsewhere frozen. A woman with hair like flames and a man whose skin appeared like ice. Barrett wasn't certain they looked the same in life, but as a ghost such traits could replace their actual physical appearances, depending on their self-image. These two really stand out, Nilima looked over them, it's not like I expect everyone from this area to be a necromancer, but traditional elements is a bit odd to see. Now, how do we get them together close enough for you to grab them? Stepping in between seems a bit risky. Barrett looked between them, thinking of what he and Nilima were best at. We just drive them close. You go from behind the ice one, I'll corral the fire one. If we can get them close enough I can grab both, though I'm not confident about how long they might last. With the fact that they still are facing each other as enemies, I expect violent reactions. Indeed. Let's do it. Though the ghosts were focused on each other, even in that state they must have noticed Barrett and Nilima circling around behind them. However, as they had not yet shown any hostility, they didn't react. Once in position, Barrett merely walked forward. As he got close, the female cultivator of the fire element reacted, sending a wave of fire over him, engulfing him. However, that was what Barrett was least worried about. Trying to damage his whole body, maybe find a weak point. He was all around tough, and while there might be a few places that were slightly less so, just the living metal alone was able to absorb much of the heat. Barrett increased its conductivity so that it transferred through the metal and into the ground as he walked. Flames swirled around him, but nothing strong enough to cause him harm at the moment. Nilima approached the ice cultivator. He similarly reacted as she approached, flinging shards of ice and making ice sprout from the ground. Nilima twisted her body to dodge between the constant shards of ice, deflecting them with her whip or her energy when there wasn't enough space to slip through. As ice tried to form around her feet, she used its force to push off the ground and flip through the air. While not having solid footing was a problem for some, she was practiced with twisting and turning her body in the air. As one particularly large swarm of ice spikes was launched towards her, her whip dug into the ground in a spiral and pulled her down. If Barrett was just trying to defeat or kill the ghost, it wouldn't take very long. However, he wanted to capture her, so he held back as he struck out with his spear, allowing her to retreat. Likewise, Nilima's attacks with her whip move in such a way as to allow the man to retreat towards the other ghost. As they approached, the ghosts being perhaps 20 meters apart from each other, Barrett and Nilima's eyes met. Now was the time. Barrett stabbed out with his spear, and the fire mage dodged. However, his spear wrapped around her at the same time, the living metal bending and then solidifying. That restricted the ghost's movements, and Barrett wrapped an arm around her waist. Of course, flames constantly poured over him during that encounter, but even as their intensity increased he fortified himself to resist it in equal measure, moving toughness from the center of his body to the outside, including his armor. He charged forwards towards Nilima, who wrapped her own whip around the ice user's body, twisting his arms. His attempts to freeze Nilima's whip did nothing to help, and all she had to do was let go as the ice climbed up along it. Without her will, the living metal stopped in a solid state instead of being flexible, and her energy that had fortified it softly resisted the freezing ice trying to worm its way inside, but with the strong pressure of berserk energy backing it up. Her whip wouldn't have held the man without her energy, and it would soon run out, but it only took a single instant for Barrett to reach the man, even dragging a ghost with him. Though she had no body, she had a metaphysical weight that slowed him down, but not perceptibly. Even if she had weighed a full several tons, he would have barely been delayed. Barrett twisted one arm around the man, using a leg to maneuver the man's own legs behind his back, where he wrapped his arm and leg around the man's arms and torso and own legs. An impossible position, except for those who were nearly infinitely flexible. He did something similar for the woman and looked towards Nilima. Hurry up, was what his eyes said, though of course she had to take as much time as necessary. Fire and ice warred over Barrett, and as he was unable to dodge he could only resist. However, he was able to alter the conductivity of his armor to cycle the temperature around him in such a way that neither the heat or cold built up. He still found himself surrounded by an instant steam cloud, being burned one side, and the other side trying to freeze him, but he'd been on bitter cold peak in the dead of winter. The fire made the volcano he'd thrown himself into seem trivial, but he'd long since surpassed that level of resistance. Though it was a more intense situation than being at the bottom of the metal sea, it felt like a similar sort of constant pressure. If the ghosts had been entirely possessed of rational thought, they might have concentrated their efforts instead of lashing out at him nearly at random, sometimes trying to damage each other as well. Since he couldn't exactly dodge but they could still control their magic and energy mixtures, it would have been optimal, but ghosts that weren't intentionally created only had limited capacity to think. Anger was not a good fuel for rational thinking, which any worthwhile berserker knew. You had to use it just right, not let it control you. Barrett could just barely see Nilima through the mess of energy. Her eyes weren't even moving back and forth between the two, instead she seemed as if she were in a sort of trance. Her energy washed over both of them, Barrett and herself, taking everything in. Barrett could feel the ghosts draining themselves. He wasn't worried for his life. Even together, he would come out with somewhere between a third and a half of his stamina remaining and some injuries by the time the ghosts faded. And fade they did. Nilima was still in a trance, hopefully having an important realization, when Barrett felt it wash over them. Cold, but not ice, like he had just been exposed to. The cold of darkness as the sky was eaten up by night, nearly instantly. An ebon veil suffused throughout the land around them, part magic curse, part wide area formation. Barrett saw several of the cultivators he had before, and many of the surrounding ghosts revealed themselves to the area as well. He briefly hoped they had a different target, but from the way a circle started to form around the two of them that hope didn't last long. Nilima returned to her senses, her eyes focusing on Barrett, then her body turning a full circle to view everything around her. Well damn. How inconvenient. I think these guys are the Night Watchers. She clicked her tongue. I barely even killed any of them when they attacked me. Like 5 or 10 or 50 or something. Talk about holding a grudge over nothing. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:10. It was clear that the Night Watcher's grudge with Nilima wasn't over to nothing, but she knew how to control herself. If anyone had died, there was good reason for it. Of course, the Night Watchers might not agree, which would be why they had decided to exert their influence over all of Clear River Valley just to get revenge. Revenge was a common motivator among cultivators, but usually they only made the attempt when they thought they had a chance. Estimations of strength weren't always right, but the Night Watchers hadn't held back from what he could see and feel. The darkness deepened around them, figured they had seemed disappearing as the distance they could see shortened and shortened. At the same time, Barrett felt the darkness eating at him. As it was a wide area effect, it did little to him, but he was concerned about how it might affect Nilima. "You alright?" Reading her energy fluctuations wasn't as accurate as just asking. In a way, it's sort of like being in the metal sea. The pressure is just going in the other direction, pulling at me. I have it under control, but it will make things harder." Barrett nodded. It was unfortunate that he had just expended a majority of his stamina, but then again it probably wasn't entirely a coincidence. It was unlikely they were able to predict exactly when he would be at a low point, but it was just after he and Nilima got into a conflict. In less than a minute, Barrett could no longer see at all, and even his hearing and other senses were muted by the darkness. "Do you think we should flee?" Barrett asked. Too late. They formed a barrier around the perimeter of the valley. Barrett couldn't see Nilima, but he could still sense the way she shifted her weight from foot to foot. "We need to defeat people while we have a chance, any time there's a reasonable group. If we tried to leave they could converge on our location and overwhelm us as we were delayed. Stick together." Barrett nodded. Nilima grabbed her whip and declared, "Let's start, this way." With that, Nilima pushed off the ground, darting forward. Barrett followed after her. Though he would still be able to feel her from a distance, it was best not to get too far apart, and if they wanted to quickly defeat enemies they needed to work together. Ghosts were not a problem, except for their numbers. Because they expended energy just to exist, their overall power wasn't great. That said, they also had little concern for their own survival, so they needed to be killed swiftly and decisively. Barrett's spear flicked out, stabbing through ghosts' hearts. Though they had no physical body and thus vital organs, damaging their core was sufficient to defeat them. Most of them only had a tenuous grasp on their own life, so a sufficient shock could end that. The real problem would be the Night Watchers. Barrett only managed to avoid their spells because of the killing intent behind them, and even that was well concealed such that he almost didn't notice it. Barrett felt the deathly necromantic magic shoot out at him. Unlike the grasping hand, they didn't use tendrils of darkness but instead bolts of deathly energy. If they missed, more magic power would be wasted, but any hit would be more damaging. Barrett didn't know if the spells could draw his life force back to his enemies, but he didn't stick around to find out. Out of a half-dozen bolts, he avoided 5 and one just barely grazed him. With that he learned that his living metal armor was only semi-effective. It only partly reacted to the ethereal force of the attacks. It seemed to take no damage, but blocking direct hits likely wouldn't be easy. At minimum, he would have to spend a requisite amount of stamina to enhance his armor's ability to block the magic. Barrett's spear stabbed out at the darkness where he estimated one attack had come from, but he struck nothing. Nilima's attacks were slightly more effective, her whip sweeping through the area and managing to just barely strike an enemy. However, the force of the whip was completely irrelevant to what Nilima could do. The energy along her whip leaped into her target, and a moment later Barrett could sense a body where previously he had felt nothing. As he moved to more sweeping attacks of his own, he could tell the Night Watchers were able to see or sense him just fine. Their attacks were accurate, and Barrett didn't radiate any energy. His magic was also currently restrained. While they might have targeted him through some items he carried, that wouldn't also have given them the opportunity to so easily dodge his attacks. Damn, how inconvenient. Unfortunately, he couldn't show it on his face or complain to Nilima without letting the enemy know it was getting to him. Barrett thrust out his spear, striking nothing. A ghost swung a sword at him. The sword wasn't physical, but the energy on it certainly was. Barrett leaned to the side, standing at an impossible angle as one of his legs hooked around behind the ghost and tossed it over his own back. A splatter of blood hit the ground, and Barrett grinned internally. The Night Watchers had made the ghosts aggressive but also seemed to have methods to avoid being their targets, but that didn't mean they couldn't be damaged by them. Unfortunately, they wouldn't let themselves be hit so easily even if they hadn't expected it. Even so, a few drops of blood was good enough. Barrett could smell it. He wasn't sure exactly what they were doing to erase their presence beyond the all-encompassing darkness, but it couldn't cover everything, not for so many cultivators over such a wide area, and not perfectly. Barrett's spear stabbed out once more, and then his leg came up behind him to kick someone in the gut. Barrett thought it looked reasonably convincing that he was just trying to extend his reach forward and using that to balance, but it was hard to say since he couldn't see himself. Still, if he could make them underestimate him just a little bit. Barrett felt a burning pain on his back. It hadn't broken through his armor, but instead mostly ignored it. He hadn't even felt it coming, and while it came with a burning sensation, it definitely wasn't fire. Or acid, unfortunately. That was just what his skin directly rotting felt like. Fortunately it didn't reach much deeper with that, but the fact that he hadn't even noticed the attack at all was frustrating. However, he soon was aware of another body from Nilima's work, and didn't sense anything immediately around them. Nilima came dashing towards him, then passed. This way now. He didn't know if she had some ultimate plan, but just making any decision was good enough. Wasting time on deliberation was pointless. Barrett followed after her, toward some only at best vaguely senses presences, and some more ghosts. Barrett wished he could make use of his stone pits, but without targets he would just be blindly moving them, and that was a waste of effort. Though Barrett did take the chance to pull a few out of his bag. A couple slipped out of his hand and dropped to the ground, and Barrett tossed the other 3 off into the darkness, pitching them towards where he hoped enemies were. He was rewarded with a cracking sound as he struck someone. Not every person was just as expertly concealed, some of them didn't cover their breath or hide their killing intent. Some radiated magic. Still others managed to perfectly cover their own sounds, and then slightly disturbed a rock or stepped on a twig. While of course they would mute the sound of the twig breaking, they might not completely conceal the sound of their foot impacting an irregular surface. With his senses muted in general it was difficult, but what was a little difficulty to avoid death? Barrett moved back and forth throughout the area searching for enemies, killing ghosts as they got close and avoiding the attacks of ghosts and living cultivators alike. Barrett's arm merely twitched. He had the urge to spin around and throw his spear, but it wasn't the right time. One more step. He took another hit from a spell he couldn't feel coming, and then he had his chance. His body twisted and his leg came up to hit someone in the head while his spear flew through the darkness in the other direction. At more than a dozen meters he couldn't feel them at all, or at least, none of his normal senses worked. However, part of him had felt a foot shuffle past it. A part of him that wasn't close to the rest of his body and not easily recognizable as such. Of course, this was a stone pit. While Barrett's personal enemies might have some idea what he could do with them, these people were after Nilima. They hadn't expected what they were getting from Barrett. Unfortunately, even as he took down 2 more of them he felt his stamina waning. The wounds he'd taken were making everything worse. Wherever he'd been hit he was decaying in extremely painful ways. His body resisted enough that the wounds didn't spread far, but they also weren't healing. Maybe if he devoted more stamina, but every minute equated to months of natural healing and he felt no progress. It was possible the darkness surrounding him was contributing to that as well, slowly trying to corrode him as he tried to heal. While he couldn't take exact stock of Nilima, she seemed to have been able to protect herself with her energy so far. That was good, but Barrett felt his own reserves were down from less than half to maybe a quarter. Meanwhile, Nilima had been fairly fresh but was beginning to show fatigue. Barrett guessed she'd used maybe a third of her energy. Barrett wished he had more vitality veirs to use at a moment like this, but even if he had one he felt it would instantly lose its functionality if he pulled it out, because of the magic suffusing the area. How many members of the Night Watchers had they killed now? 12? 2 dozen. A good portion of them were masters. They couldn't have endless numbers, but even if they only had 40 or 50 more, Barrett wasn't sure how he might hold up. In lieu of a vitality pair, Barrett popped some nutrient pills into him. They were just condensed calories and nutrients that could be easily absorbed, though certainly not quite as quickly as a vitality pair. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:11. The fatigue that was building up spoke volumes about how much it mattered who controlled the battlefield properties. If Barrett and Nilima were in the Wayfarer, the situation would be entirely different. Ignoring the fact that the ghosts wouldn't be causing them trouble either, just the enhancements to their own properties and the detriments to their enemies were sufficient. Meanwhile, the Night Watchers had taken control of Clear River Valley, making it very advantageous to themselves. It had taken them some time, days of work most likely, but neither Barrett nor Nilima had recognized the risk until it was too late. Darkness suffused anything, corroding the area both physically and mentally. Each little wound Barrett gained was aggravated by the necromantic energy suffusing the area, and not being able to see was making everything worse. At least he could somewhat extend his senses with the stone pits, but that only helped so far. Did you kill someone important, or is this just the sunk cost fallacy? Barrett offhandedly asked Nilima. Talking in the middle of battle was a waste of breath, but if it was good for morale, maybe not. Just fighting was disheartening. Who knows? Maybe each one of them thinks they won't be the one to die, like this guy. Barrett felt an explosion of energy, which meant another life lost. It would be good if they could intimidate their enemies into leaving, but their fatigue was probably obvious. On the other hand, nobody wanted to be the ones to die to achieve a final victory. Barrett and Nilima continued to move so their opponents couldn't surround them. The directions were mostly based on Nilima's snap judgments, and while sometimes they ran into groups of enemies, Barrett couldn't say that was necessarily worse than any other direction. The number of ghosts seemed to be lessening, but perhaps they were merely in a section with fewer of them to begin with. One good thing about the particular enemies they were fighting, they were not durable. Maybe that was a bad thing from the perspective of the Night Watchers, but they relied heavily enough on obscuring themselves that once their locations were found out, all it took was shattering a magic shield to kill them. In Nilima's case, she was capable of mostly ignoring their defenses to begin with, though by the fact that their bodies still existed afterwards their shields had some effect. After all, like most mages their bodies were only slightly more durable than a non-cultivator's. There was a brief lull in fighting, Barrett couldn't sense any more enemies, and Nilima took a break from moving and directing them. Do you sense anything? Barrett asked. He himself felt something, but it was hard to say what it was. Like the darkness, it suffused the whole area slightly, but it was something different. He only noticed when he found himself sunk into the ground. Not sinking, but instead sunk all the way past his head in an instant, as if the ground turned into a liquid and then became solid once again. A different force had entered the battlefield. None of the Night Watchers would have such abilities, and if they did it wouldn't be so powerful. In the instant he fell into the ground, Barrett felt Nilima sink only up to her waist. She was already protecting herself from the corrosion of the necromantic darkness, so the bubble of energy prevented her from sinking entirely. Barrett himself had his head 4 meters below the surface. How inconvenient. Barrett called upon what magic he had to soften the earth around him and found it had no effect. A powerful earth mage, and whatever they had done had lasting effects. A handful of Barrett's stone pits had been pulled down with him, and Barrett pulled most of them towards him. One he directed towards Nilima, pushing through the dirt. As it was relatively small, he was able to force it out of the way and press against Nilima's foot, shoving her out of the dirt. Barrett couldn't sense much of what was happening on the surface, but there was more magic. As for himself, the earth was trying to crush him. However, even as it actively compressed around him, it couldn't even begin to compare to the pressure of the metal sea at even 100 meters of depths, let alone beyond that. The compressed ground was difficult to move his stone pits through. However, even though the pressure was different, the ground itself kept a better grip on Barrett, not giving at all like the metal sea had. Whenever he actively moved in one direction, the ground shifted with him to keep him where he was. Soon enough he discovered the stone pits were in the same situation, not able to reach him or leave the area. Up above, Barrett felt Nilima's energy as well as the energy of some sort of warrior. He wasn't quite sure, but it felt slightly like a grandmaster, and there was something else about it as well. Was the magic from the same source or? Then Barrett felt it. The box that bound him had its limits. Of course, everything had an end, but it was precise. At the corners of the box he detected something. Talismans. They felt just like the earth, and Barrett might not have noticed them at all except for his recent increases in understanding. He couldn't reach them himself or communicate to Nilima, but he had more stone pits. Whoever was up above might have been able to hide their setup from Barrett and Nilima, but it was even harder to detect pure body tempering. There was no energy or magic to sense, and it was rare enough that few people interacted with it regularly. Barrett might not have been able to use any of the nearest stone pits to help him, but he still had some scattered along the surface nearby. He pulled one to one corner of his cage. If he was right, he didn't need to destroy all of them. His stone pit impacted against the talisman, and had no effect. Not enough effort. Barrett angled himself, pushing the stone pit away and then pulling it towards him as his body also was pulled towards it, but the stone pit was much lighter and not pressing up against the ground. Thus, a large amount of momentum and velocity was built up in an instant. Barrett just faintly heard the crack of the stone talisman and he found himself buried under several tons of compressed dirt. Normal, everyday compressed dirt. It took only a moment to break through the 4 meters and draw a breath on the surface, where his senses picked up Nilima ducking under the swipe of a hammer. Her whip wrapped around the man, but her energy couldn't manage to worm its way into him. Her opponent's features weren't definable, but Barrett could sense the energy and magic fortifying their equipment, the hammer and heavy armor. As Nilima dodged, a spike of earth appeared from the ground beneath her. However, despite its sharpness and force, she managed to use its momentum to fling herself into the air and away. On the ground stood the warrior mage. He was certainly the one controlling the talismans as well as causing the earth spikes, but Barrett hadn't sensed the magic flow out to make it. The man moved towards where Nilima would inevitably land. Even if she could control her movements in the air to some extent, she would find it difficult to redirect herself enough to avoid the man's prepared attack. Barrett couldn't reach him in time. His stone pits might, but a more efficient solution was just to fling one at Nilima. It wasn't elegant, but as it was about to hit her, she managed to reorient herself and push off it, sending herself flying to the side and down, where she nearly crashed into the ground, tumbling many times but landing on her feet. 2 incongruent abilities. That didn't necessarily mean anything, but it stank of the convocation of souls. Either way, the man had to die. Unfortunately, with their abilities restricted and their fatigue, Barrett and Nilima weren't necessarily up for killing a grandmaster, especially one who they couldn't really see. Barrett wasn't going to let his issues stop him from trying. He charged towards the man. There wasn't much else he could do, only to be surprised by a stone spike appearing seemingly from nowhere. More than that, it actually had the power and sharpness to tear through his armor and pierce into his shin. To think, Nilima had jumped off of something similar. The attack slowed Barrett, but his biggest concern was how he hadn't seen it coming. There had been no outpouring of magic from the man. However, the answer quickly came to Barrett. Talismans. It just so happened that Barrett was weak enough in magic that he was only able to use them as a sort of emergency storage to cover one specific weakness, but that didn't mean everyone used them that way. He hadn't considered it, but while actively concealing magic might let it cover some distance unnoticed, having it concealed in a pre-prepared package was better in the heat of combat. The perception-numbing darkness made it difficult to find the talismans, but Barrett had his stone pits to find them for him. A handful half-rolled, half-slid across the ground in front of him, detecting another trap of the sort he'd first fallen into. He stabbed his spear at a corner, breaking one of the talismans. That seemed like it would be enough, but Barrett decided to stab the other corners on the surface as well. Just because they were currently stationary didn't mean they had to remain that way. Perhaps they could reorganize into other uses. Nilima had regained proper footing, and Barrett was able to arrive and support her. He attacked with his spear, striking true but was unable to penetrate through the new enemy's armor. He sensed a slight weakening, but with the aura of a grandmaster the man radiated it was almost an insignificant decrease. Nilima took her chances to attack as well, trying to strike different parts, ankles, wrists, head, torso, but the armor resisted her attempts in every place. Was that the result of talismans as well? There was so much stored power. Still, Barrett believed they could overcome it, if they only had to worry about one opponent. It was unfortunate that it wasn't the case. More enemies were arriving. Night Watchers driving ghosts in front of them. Barrett made use of some of his stone pits to take out a few careless fellows, but he had to focus most of his attention on the Grandmaster. He was already drawing on more stamina than he should, but he needed more. Nilima seemed to be close to the end of her rope as well. Having nearly died many times, Barrett found himself no longer afraid of the idea of death, but he was disappointed. Was this as far as he would be going? Absolutely not. He still had things he needed to do. He wasn't going to lose this fight, even if he had to use up every ounce of his stone pits, eat away at his living metal, and overdraft himself to the point of death. Barrett sensed Nilima's determination as well, but her energy seemed unstable and weak. Hopefully, she could hold on long enough. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:12. The reintroduction of Night Watchers and ghosts posed an extremely serious problem. They had barely been holding on against their current opponent, and now they had to deal with distractions. Just in case the Grandmaster was weak against physical impacts and only resistant to energy like Nilima's, Barrett swarmed him with as many stone pits as he could. Unfortunately, the results were mostly as expected. Very few attacks actually hit, and when they did, the stone pits barely even seemed to have any impact, not causing damage, but merely causing him to take half a step all combined. In addition to attacking with the stone pits, Barrett had moved in himself, attacking with his spear. However, his attack was deflected and he took a solid hit to his chest from the man's hammer. Even with his armor spreading the impact and increasing his toughness, several of his ribs shattered and Barrett was sent staggering back. After that, there was an unspoken agreement between Barrett and Nilima. She moved to intercept the Grandmaster. While her attacks hadn't done much damage, she had mostly avoided being injured as well. Meanwhile, Barrett faced the Night Watchers, moving swiftly to attack them even under a hail of necrotic bolts. Though living metal was in name alive, it didn't have the sort of life force that necromancy easily affected. Some of the damage wormed its way through the armor to injure Barrett directly, but at least he could avoid most of the danger while still removing enemies from the battle. However, no matter how many he killed, it seemed as if there were always more. The corrosive effect of the whole area was strong enough that he almost had no more skin left, and areas where he had been damaged had muscle rotting away, but it was impossible to flee the battle even if they weren't exhausted. As they had gotten closer to the edge of Clear River Valley, Barrett had sensed a barrier at the edge that wouldn't be possible to break through. Maybe if they were uncontested they could do it given time, but while fending off enemies they would just fatigue themselves. While Nilima managed to avoid most of the hammer, deflecting stone spikes and absorbing the momentum of other attacks to soften the impact, it wasn't possible to keep it up forever. Barrett felt her energy growing increasingly weak and unstable. It was at that point that Nilima was struck directly by the hammer, rocketing directly towards Barrett. Barrett tried to dodge, but his senses were dulled by the necromantic darkness that consumed the area. It almost seemed like her arm flailed out and grabbed him by the waist, and he had to throw himself backwards to reduce the impact on her. Finding himself lying on his back with Nilima half wrapped around him, she weakly spoke into his ear. "Barrett. I need you to tell me." Nilima paused briefly, her breath brushing against Barrett's ear, "how the hell you properly cultivate berserk energy." Quickly. It took Barrett a few moments to properly process that request. First, Nilima had already been cultivating berserk energy for her entire time as a master-tier cultivator, if not necessarily by choice. Why did she need to know in battle? And, how could he explain quickly? The only thing he could think of was the very basics. Berserk energy is just emotion unrestrained. Usually anger, but it could be anything. Usually it's best to choose something easily induced. Even that amount of explanation seemed too long considering there were enemies advancing on their location. Oh. Nilima pushed herself up to her feet. That's it, is it? Even in perfect darkness which dulled his senses, from so close Barrett could read the shape of someone's face. Barrett saw the desperate confusion on her face fade away to nothing. At the same time, her energy which had been shaky and weak dissipated entirely. Barrett pulled himself to his feet, ready to grab onto her and run. Without energy, her body would rapidly decay in the current circumstances. However, he only had to worry for a moment. Her face moved from blankness to a serene, calm expression that had just the hint of a smile. Gentle energy suffused around her, reminding Barrett of long before. However, instead of merely using gentle energy as a source of deflection, this was the first time it had actually truly felt peaceful. She still felt drained, less than a quarter of her energy, but at least it was stable. Then Nilima's face hardened and the gentle energy dissipated again. The scowl on her face showed pain and frustration, a brief expression of sadness, then a smile that looked like it had rarely been practiced. Harsh berserk energy radiated off of her and she looked over at Barrett. "It's too bad we won't survive this." She held her hand over her heart, wincing slightly. Then her face returned to a more neutral position, but instead of being blank it was just an unreadable expression. Gentle energy flowed back out of her, wrapping back around the berserk energy until everything seemed almost as it had before, still very fatigued, but with an added sense of balance and stability. The tranquil moment was broken by bolts of necrotic energy and spikes of earth. The battle continued. Barrett continued to do his best fending off the Night Watchers, killing or at least incapacitating many of them such that they could no longer fight. Despite Nilima's return to proper form, her attack still seemed unable to do much damage to the warrior mage grandmaster. Maybe they weren't completely negated, but Barrett didn't sense much making it through the armor. Nilima's energy was still almost drained, and Barrett's stamina was low even as he overdrafted himself just to stay in one piece. There had to be something they could do, some way to break away, for at least one of them to survive. Preferably both. Unfortunately, though he tried to lead the battle away from the field of talismans that had been prepared, it extended further than expected. He could barely spot the talismans now, even with the aid of his stone pits, and he had dire need of that attention elsewhere as well. There had to be something. Nilima provided the opportunity. Barrett felt her gathering energy for a strike, her whip moving through the air towards their most dangerous opponent, and connecting. The attack was telegraphed, so he had time to prepare his defenses. However, he either couldn't or chose not to avoid the attack. Thus, the Grandmaster had to deal with the full force behind the attack. Barrett felt berserk energy exploding, pushing him back, and Nilima as well in the other direction. Though the armor had absorbed the force of the blow, the attack had allowed another moment of separation. Barrett had just finished off the closest Night Watchers, and as Nilima landed near him he scooped her up with an arm around her waist. "Hey! Let go! I can run on my own. Save your energy." Barrett leaped forward, jumping from his current position to a stone pit, and then to another raised off the ground. He couldn't be sure of where all the talismans were, but if he avoided touching the ground he would be safe, at least, from triggered attacks. He imagined the Grandmaster could manually control the talismans that were set up to trigger them, but at the distance they were even magic's effectiveness fell off. Barrett was certain that the darkness had to have some effect on the man, who didn't share any of the same attributes as the Night Watchers. He sprinted as quickly as he could, vaulting off his furthest stone pit as far as he could go, and hoping there was nothing else to hinder him. He wasn't quite far enough, and as he landed he felt the ground liquefying beneath him. However, momentarily pushing off of it was possible now that he was prepared. More talismans triggered, though he was fairly certain he hadn't gotten too close to some of them. Even if they were hard to distinguish, he could sense their origins once they activated. Some of them had to have been manually triggered. Barrett was glad his living metal armor could repair itself, because otherwise it would merely be pieces now. Even with it being whole for each new attack, he couldn't avoid taking more injuries. He had a hole in one lung, slashes, bruises, broken bones, decaying flesh, and more bleeding than he cared to think about, even after having staunched many of the flows. As he ran, he never let Nilima near the danger. She really needed her energy just to resist the corrosion of the darkness, and that strike to knock away the Grandmaster had really taken most of what she had possessed. Somehow, they reached the edge of Clear River Valley, and their fears were met with justification. A barrier. Barrett could vaguely sense figures beyond it, pouring their power into it. If they wanted to break through, they could try somewhere between the figures or, well, it was too late to really try. People were already converging on their locations, and Barrett felt especially strongly the Grandmaster catching up to them. They wouldn't have long. "Put me down," Nilima said. Barrett complied, since there wasn't much they could do to run now anyway. "If we go down here, I'm at least gonna kill that guy." Nilima pointed through the barrier. "Don't know who he is, but he thinks he's safe outside the barrier." "Seems like a waste of energy," Barrett shook his head, "but do what you want." Nilima was already on that. She stepped up to the barrier, directly where a figure was standing on the other side supporting it, one hand pressed against the barrier. Nilima struck out unceremoniously with her palm, matching their position. Of course, her palm was stopped by the barrier, but Nilima's style had always been to slip through defenses. Barrett felt a moment of satisfaction as the figure behind the barrier pulled away, too late to save their arm. There was a moment where Barrett saw a light, and felt the barrier weaken, but power flowed from either side, instantly restoring it. Barrett could already sense a handful more people in either direction supporting the barrier, and he doubted they would make the same mistake of not reacting to Nilima's attacks again. Well, they're here. Barrett had left behind many of his stone pits, but he still had a few with him. With one of them he crushed the head of a night watcher following them. It was satisfying, but probably a waste of stamina. Then again, what did it matter if he was going to die either way? He might as well kill a few more instead of dragging things on. Barrett could tell Nilima felt the same way. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:13. With their backs to the barrier keeping them trapped and weakening them, Barrett and Nilima faced off against approaching enemies. Night Watchers and ghosts fell one by one, but they seemed endless. The Grandmaster was only a few moments away, and then he was in front of them. Even together, Barrett thrusting his spear into the throat of the man's armor and Nilima at the same time attacking his back with her whip coiling behind him, they only managed to delay him 1 second. Barrett saw the man's hammer swinging for Nilima, who had no energy left to speak of for moving or dodging or anything. Barrett couldn't say he had any stamina left either, but at least his body was still solid. He attempted to block, not stupidly, but willing to sacrifice a broken arm at the very least, maybe a shoulder, but his body wouldn't move. Barrett didn't notice his eyes were closed until he saw light coming through his eyelids. What was it? A different type of spell? It didn't feel like anything the Night Watchers did. Then he sensed something else. Something further than he thought. His senses extended in the all-consuming darkness. Then he opened his eyes. Quite simply, his senses had returned somewhat because the darkness was gone. Not gone, as Barrett looked around him, there was only a small area of light, maybe 100 meters across. At the edges it mixed with the magical darkness to be merely normal darkness. In the middle of the light, which was both bright yet gentle enough for Barrett's eyes to instantly adjust to, stood a unicorn. If he was honest, saying it was familiar would be an overstatement. Saying he had seen it before might have even been a guess, but that was something at least. The unicorn was pure white, except for a few small splatters of blood on and around its horn. Blood from dead Night Watchers, it seemed. Barrett's eyes could still move, and as they met with the unicorn's he felt somewhat at peace. At least it seemed to be on his side, and if it was the one he had met before they had at least parted amicably. Somewhat surprisingly, the unicorn bowed its head to him. If only it had arrived sooner. Then maybe it could have done something. As it was, the inevitable hammer was swinging, was it not moving either? I do believe I told the Convocation of Souls I would kill any more of their members who came south of the mountains. Beyond his voice, Barrett could barely make out any of the old man. However, his voice projected clearly towards the two of them. Young woman, I apologize for thinking you were one of them before. Consider this coincidental rescue my apology. In a moment you will be able to move, but leave that one to me. Immediately, Barrett felt himself able to move. There were still additional night watchers around, and since they had started the conflict, he was going to end it. As he stabbed towards one of them, a woman, she went from a completely frozen position to pulling up her arms to block her chest, her magic defenses concentrating as quickly as they could. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough. In her haste, she left other areas defenseless, so Barrett merely changed the trajectory of his attack. Then she was dead. Even killing mostly defenseless enemies was difficult, but Barrett wasn't going to assume the current act of charity would continue forever. He discovered that while the night watchers were frozen, they were able to react as soon as his killing intent was directed at them. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to trick it, but moving swiftly into an attack was good enough to kill them. Many of them were just making up the numbers, hurting ghosts and the like. As for the ghosts, they seemed to not only have been left mobile, but were freed from the control. They seemed confused, wandering back towards their accustomed locations further inside the valley. The old man, the Grandmaster who went with the unicorn in Barrett's mind, faced off against the Grandmaster from the Convocation of Souls. Despite his ability to completely freeze the man in place, it seemed even such power had its limitations when focused on one target. The warrior mage was holding his own, and Barrett could tell why. There was still darkness around that fight, the suppressing effect which presumably affected even the Grandmaster-level old man. The old man's attacks with a rapier were resisted by the stubborn Grandmaster's armor, even if he wasn't able to dodge. Then, suddenly, the light surrounding the unicorn dimmed. No, instead, everything else got brighter. The darkness started to fade, and Barrett was finally able to see further, even through the barrier behind them, or what had been the barrier. The old man grinned. "Young fellows, it seems your friends have succeeded in their work on the outside. I might suggest letting Silverhoof escort you away from this place." To Barrett, that sounded like a good idea. He began to limp quickly along, though his limping might soon fade. Now that the corrosion was gone, he could heal. At least in theory, if he had any stamina. First he should probably focus on the bleeding. He felt dizzy, and realized he was quite low on blood. Barrett half dragged himself along and wondered what he should learn from his experience. Some of those outside the barrier were running. One moved to attack, gathering dark magic, but the unicorn, Silverhoof presumably, charged towards her, impaling her with its horn even as her dark magic slid off its body uselessly. Barrett vaguely sensed Nilima moving along with him after the unicorn, but as he moved his consciousness was fading. He continued to move until his thoughts faded entirely. "I hadn't thought you'd be the first one awake," Krenther's voice came to Barrett's ears the moment his eyes flickered open. "Shouldn't you be resting more?" "Gotta eat," Barrett felt his stomach second his statement. Krenther sighed, "I thought I provided you adequate amounts of food already, my apologies. I suppose I shall have to update my assumptions that nobody needs more than 10 normal portions while passed out and trying to recover." "I could eat a horse," Barrett said, "but I'd prefer to eat something tasty instead. Though, I'd settle for some of the rations in my bag. Those might be for the best anyway." Barrett flicked his eyes towards where his senses told him his bag was. "Ah." Krenther stood up from his seat nearby and moved over. "Right, though you're talking. I don't imagine it's good for you to actually move. Actually, with that hole in your lung, shouldn't you be not? It's already much smaller." A door opened into Barrett's room and another voice entered the conversation as Krenther searched through Barrett's magic bag. "He's already awake." Barrett could see Caprica standing in the doorway. "How long has it been?" Barrett asked. "Just 12 hours or so." Barrett shrugged slightly. "It still hurt. That's 150 years of healing. Of course, that would imply my body had any stamina left to heal with and that it hadn't been falling apart completely." With how much he had overdrafted himself, Barrett felt his recovery would be somewhat slower, but he didn't feel any permanent injuries. Just a few stubborn ones. Somehow, he'd avoided causing too much damage to himself. He supposed a continuous smaller overdrafting was less risky than trying a large amount all at once. His training would still be set back a bit though. After Krenther stuffed some concentrated food into Barrett's mouth, he drifted off to sleep for a short time, until he heard another set of feet moving around the facility. Barrett looked towards the door where Nilima poked her head in. "Should you be up and about already?" Barrett asked. "I'm barely even injured. Just a few breaks and crap. But you look like you're almost better than me already, actually. Even though your skin was melted off." Nilima stood with her head poking into the room still. "I won't make fun of you if you come in and lean against the wall, or sit on the chair, or collapse on the floor or something. But I will if you keep standing like that and then fall through the door." Nilima almost fell into the room, but not quite, stubbornly taking steps before collapsing on the ground with her back against the foot of the bed. Barrett could only see the top of her head as they talked. "I hated that whole situation," Nilima admitted. "It was my fault. Sorry." Barrett couldn't deny that outright, but sometimes, people just want to kill you. They would have, if not for you. Barrett shrugged, "And they would have killed both of us if not for help we got. I think Krenther and Caprica noticed them gathering and heading towards where we were. I don't know about that unicorn guy though. He seemed to have a grudge with the Grandmaster." "You think we could have beat him? That Grandmaster guy? If there weren't all those others?" Barrett surmised that Nilima had chosen her position so he couldn't see her face, but unfortunately for her he didn't actually need to use his eyes to read her depressed expression. "If we were full strength, without the corroding darkness? Maybe. After we recover from this? I don't know how much stronger you'll be, but you figured out soul binding, right?" "Yeah. But when I separated my gentle energy from the berserk energy, I realized I didn't really know how to train that on its own. I still plan to combine them, but understanding them apart is important too. I don't know if I'm actually much stronger now, but I feel like this has determined my path for Grandmastery." "Great. Then, we could totally take that guy." Barrett smiled, unsure if Nilima could read his expression with her current low levels of energy. "As for that guy plus everyone else in a prepared environment, maybe we need to be the ones with the advantage of numbers sometime. Or at least not such a big disadvantage of numbers." The two of them remained in silence for a time before they fell asleep again, even Nilima in her uncomfortable position. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:14. After they were awake again, Barrett thought to ask Krenther about the old man. "Did you see what happened with the fight? Furthermore, do you know his name?" Krenther nodded. "I didn't know his name when you first encountered him, but I believe he is Grandmaster Vasco Chino. An independent cultivator, but as a Grandmaster he has sway in the politics around here on his own merits. Mostly, though, he's reclusive. As for the battle, we didn't see much more than you did, but I am aware that he passed through a Glony on his way back to wherever he lives." "So you don't know where that is?" "I was hoping to thank him. Even if he was paying us back or dealing with personal enemies, he still helped. He's mostly a recluse. Which makes him showing up rather interesting." Krenther stroked his chin. "Has anyone told you that you have excellent fate?" Barrett shrugged. "Not really. I heard from a diviner that he was tired of getting prophecies about me, though." "Are you some sort of fate reader?" Krenther held up his hands. "No way. Fate, the future, that's all too complicated. However, I can see what happens in the world and make assumptions from there. The fact that you aren't dead says something about you." "I think technically he might have already died," Nilima commented. "At least as close as you can get without actually dying." "I don't know about that," Barrett frowned. "I mean, ghosts are mostly just remnants of cultivators, but there were spirits of ancient grandmasters who I met. And they got better. More alive." Nilima raised an eyebrow. "Because I remember them clinging on to life until they couldn't anymore, and then fading away. Whereas you usually just need a kick in the pants before you're back up and fighting." Nilima paused. "Also, how the hell do you feel like you're fully recovered already? Barrett shook his head. I sacrificed stone pits. So, this body here is fine, but a lot of me died out there. But you can just get more, right? I can also just grow back limbs, doesn't mean I like doing it. Or that it's a good use of my efforts. I have to retrain things from the beginning, more or less. You also survived through about half of that stuff with me, and I'm sure many dangerous situations on your own you don't really talk about. Just because you don't get so physically injured most of the time. Nilima shrugged, I guess. That's enough about that. What next? Trouble has settled down around Streeto, but it's only a matter of time before something crazy happens. You learned what you came here for, and I learned something I didn't come here for. Time to return to Streeto. I have a bunch of students who need training still. Thanks for all the help, Krenther, now and before. Krenther nodded his head, I appreciate your help as well. As always, I will let you know if I require assistance in the future. Since the time to go from 3rd to 5th tier was only slightly longer than the time to go from 5th to 6th tier, Barrett constantly felt like his students were catching up to him. None of them were 5th tier yet, but many had reached master tier. Rolf and Hayden were among them, of course, but surprisingly Hayden had reached master tier first. It wasn't that Rolf had been slow either, merely that Hayden had accelerated his training. Not in a risky fashion, but because he was the first to successfully implement Barrett's method to obtain a true immortal body. That meant he had little or no risk of regressing, but on the other hand, the skill required to go through that process might have also been sufficient. For all that he had many excellent students, many of them had perished as well. In the recent internal conflicts in Streeto, in their own battles, and during cultivation. Barrett wondered how many more might have lived if he'd known how to make a true immortal body earlier. Probably most of them would have still perished, but a few more might have lived. It was hard to think about, so he was happy to be contributing to recruiting others for a method that had fewer deaths, at least directly tied to cultivation. Of course, that wasn't for the Immortal Berserker sect but instead for the living cyclones. Reyna's new order. While it might have been possible to circumvent her previous declaration of independence from the Order of Four Winds, there wasn't much they could offer her either. It wasn't that Reyna had negative feelings towards them, they were still on excellent terms, but she also didn't really have need of their resources, and sometimes having different organizations wasn't such a bad thing. Reyna set her own rules for recruitment. Many people couldn't meet her standards the first year, but that was because they had to be cultivators. However, Reyna distributed a very basic wind cultivation technique and sword style to anyone who wished it. Those who had failed on their first attempt could return after a year and try again. How Barrett helped was to be the test. Attacking a training dummy was all well and good, and while Reyna could spar with a large number of people to determine their worth, not everyone worked the same way. Having another option was helpful for those who developed differently. Of course, instead of fighting Barrett or even having him judge their moves, he was basically just a target. If they could draw blood any amount, they were considered to have passed. It sounded simple, but even without his armor, which nobody below master tier could have really hoped to penetrate, he was still extremely durable. While it might be easier to cause him damage if he didn't move or fortify his body, his natural toughness was still such that it was difficult for third tiers to damage him. That was the idea anyway, but Barrett did as much active judging as Reyna. Determining someone's temperament and talent from a few moments of interaction was difficult, but at least possible on a basic level. Barrett was now encountering a particular young man for the 4th year in a row. When he'd first come for the test, he hadn't been a cultivator at all. Using a borrowed sword he'd shown no real trace of ability. Reyna didn't particularly want to exclude people who weren't yet cultivators, but even after a handful of years she didn't have many who could devote time to teaching people the basics of cultivation. That was why her standards were set at around 3rd tier. Finn was just barely at 2nd tier. That wasn't actually bad considering the time frames involved. As far as Barrett could tell, he had only cultivated the basic techniques that Reyna had distributed and nothing else. Barrett had half a mind to help the young man pass. Just slightly weaken his defenses. As for why with his almost optimal cultivation speed Reyna hadn't accepted him on her end, besides becoming second tier rather quickly, he didn't have much to say for him. His swordsmanship was quite awful, and his wind was merely passable for being second tier. It seemed like he focused merely on breaking through to second tier and not strengthening himself in other ways. Still, he had a sort of determination in his eyes that Barrett liked, and even having seen people ahead of him fail to damage Barrett with adamantine weapons he still made the attempt. As for those who failed to damage Barrett, well, he would be lying if he said he didn't slightly adjust for equipment. Just because someone could buy or rent a weapon that could be sharpened beyond what others had didn't mean they deserved to pass. The rapier Finn had was now his own, he didn't have to borrow one, but Barrett thought he would have been better off with one of the loaners. The sword was well maintained, but frankly it seemed like it was cheap to begin with. It could only be sharpened so much. Finn took a stance. Barrett wondered if anyone would notice if he cheated just a little. Unfortunately, since even third tiers often couldn't damage him, he might have to cheat a lot. Winds whipped around Finn. Barrett was situated far enough away in the training grounds that his test wouldn't interfere with the other. Before Barrett could fully make up his mind, Finn moved. The slight young man didn't charge directly at Barrett for maximum power, but instead let the winds carry him to the side, his left and Barrett's right. The move seemed pointless, because even though he immediately changed the direction of winds to push him back towards Barrett, he could have built up more momentum attacking directly. Instead, it seemed like he was treating it more like a real fight, as if Barrett would move even slightly. Instead, he sat in his position on the ground, legs crossed and arms resting next to him. Finn's sword dragged along his ribs, only to stop when the rapier got caught between Barrett's arm and side. Barrett didn't really intentionally catch it, but his arm's weight merely ceased the remaining momentum of the sword. Each contestant was only allowed to make one attempt. Some people complained, saying they hadn't been ready or done things like that as if their timing hadn't been all their own. Finn merely pulled back his sword, looking at the tip, hoping for a drop of blood. Finding nothing, he hung his head and turned around to leave. "I didn't yet make my declaration," Barrett said. Finn turned around and bowed. "My apologies, Master Barrett." Then he waited. Barrett lifted his arm and looked at his side. Blood. It would be an exaggeration to say there was a drop of blood. The damage was less than if he had skinned his knee, not that there was much that could do that to him at his current point. It was the sort of injury that took a moment for blood to squeeze out, and admittedly it was quite tiny. Barrett pressed his finger to the wound and pulled it away, and the very tip shone wetly. "You pass." Was it cheating to suppress his regenerative abilities so that such a small wound didn't instantly heal before blood could make its way out? Barrett didn't think so. Specifically because he had a good reason to believe the young man had struck where he did on purpose. His aim may have been shaky, but he more or less hit his target, and uncovered a weak point Barrett didn't know he had. All of Barrett had more or less the same amount of training, but occasionally a cut would gouge out a small section of skin instead of slicing. That meant instead of healing it had to regrow, and in the case of the Immortal Berserker style that meant it would be weaker instead of stronger. Barrett regularly went over his whole body one bit at a time, strengthening it, but at the moment he'd apparently had a tiny weak point. It was really only skin deep too, the muscle just underneath was as durable as everywhere else. Not an issue in battle, unless the goal was to draw just the tiniest amount of blood. Barrett nodded to Finn, "You have good eyes." It wasn't just the determination behind them, but something else. Structurally, they seemed the same as any eyes possessed by anything else, but Barrett felt there was something more to it now that he looked closely. "I'll let Mistress Reyna know the results." Barrett let his side heal up, it only took a fraction of a second. Then he intentionally damaged it again to once again heal, bringing it up to par with the rest of him. No sense in letting anyone exploit the same weakness, if they happen to be watching that closely. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:15. Wishing for a perfect city was futile, but striving to make a better city was always worthwhile. The reorganization of Streeto had been somewhat rocky and slow, but Barrett thought it was better than it had been, both at the top and the bottom. Rylan, the followers of the nameless god, and those who had taken inspiration from their practices were good for the city and those around it. More people had some power to direct the city as a whole, which was overall better than it had been. Barrett didn't agree with every decision that was made, but that was just the way the world worked. Reports had come into Streeto that armies of the Ustane Empire were marching on Nospor, to the west of Ruklua. While it had been clear for some time that Ruklua was under the control of the Ustane Empire, it hadn't been official. Ruklua was now an official part of the empire, and Nospor had sent out a call for aid. There was a call for aid from Nospor. It wasn't the sort of requests that normally flowed into Streeto, because there was no way the country could afford the expenses necessary to stop an army. Especially not a serious army. It wasn't just a few thousand soldiers, but in addition to tens of thousands of regular soldiers, there were close to 10,000 cultivators, including around 1,000 at master tier and some grandmasters. It wasn't a sensibly sized army. While Nospor had some ability to defend itself, it was more of a lower tier country. Maybe a step above Etrin, whose army consisted mostly of normal soldiers and drafted first-tier cultivators, but nothing that deserved an army of that size. It wasn't even an interesting target, since it would barely be profitable to take over the grazing lands they owned, and that was only counting the costs of a smaller army. The Council of Streeto was meeting to discuss the call for aid. While the similar structure that had preceded the council was comprised solely of grandmasters, the current council was representative of more interests than just the strongest cultivator groups. There were still many strong cultivators among them, but there were also merchants and farmers and other groups. Most were still cultivators on some level. The ability to improve one's own lifespan was a prospect not many could ignore, even if it took work. Being a cultivator also gave advantages in many aspects of life beside just fighting, since many types of work could be performed more easily. I believe we should send aid. One of the counselors stated, the Ustane Empire has been expanding uncomfortably closely. There was the attempted takeover of Sashur, and the recent conquering of Etrin and Padrain. They have even been eyeing Vashia. Another counselor countered, while the expansion of the Ustane Empire is concerning, that doesn't give us a reason to interfere. Nospor had made no attempts to form an alliance during times of peace, only requesting our help when in danger they can't handle. Even if we are concerned about the Ustane Empire's future expansion, there is little benefit to fighting in Nospor. We will merely suffer losses and gain no noticeable benefit to our fighting strength from joining in battle with Nospor. Meanwhile, the walls of Streeto and the areas around the various sects will provide a much better defensive position. Counselor and Grandmaster Nur, representing the Immortal Berserker sect, contributed his thoughts. Our aid has sincerely been requested. Nospor had not previously requested an alliance, but neither have they been unfriendly to Streeto. It would be good to acquiesce to the call for aid, if only to make a point to the Ustane Empire. We won't just stand by while they constantly expand. If a smaller conflict here can make them back down, it might prevent a larger conflict later, even if it will unfortunately come with some current losses. The council continued to discuss for some time, eventually voting on the issue. The result was that Streeto would not send aid. Individual organizations were free to do as they saw fit, but there would be no organized effort from the city as a whole. Sometimes, coming from and believing in the tenets of a righteous sect was difficult. After all, Barrett was heading off to a war to protect a country he had only briefly passed through a few times, where he knew nobody and where they couldn't provide any reward for the service. But, it was the right thing to do. It certainly wasn't right to let the Ustane Empire continue to expand unchecked, taking over countries they barely even bothered to come up with an excuse to invade. Barrett had to admit he had a bit of a personal grudge with parts of the empire and the way it operated. Ultimately they had been responsible for his family's death, and the worst part was those involved who he hadn't already killed probably didn't even care in the slightest. There were probably a few politicians of some sort, probably old and frail, maybe even dead from age if they weren't cultivators. There was the necromancer who had taught Denton necromancy. He had escaped the conflict, and was probably still alive. if no one else had killed him yet. The chances of Barrett encountering him were very low, so his personal investment was low, but he was still interested in at least setting back the Astane Empire. Would they be able to win this war? That was hard to say. Many of those from Stredo had still volunteered to join up. Perhaps a third of the Immortal Berserker sect was participating, including Grandmaster Dekka and Grandmaster Heikel. The Immortal Berserker sect only asked for volunteers, and though all of the Grandmasters had been willing to fight, it was still best to maintain some presence around Stredo. Larger numbers would be included from other groups, with the exception that higher-tier members were less prevalent among most groups. Larger organizations had similar numbers of Grandmasters, but more members below Master Tier, and each higher tier was proportionately less numerous compared to the Immortal Berserker sect, even with the higher mortality rate among the Berserkers. That said, the gathered army more or less matched that of the Astane Empire. Even with numbers matching, what mattered most was how well the cultivators worked as an army instead of individuals, which leaned the balance towards the Astane Empire, who at least had some recent experience fighting larger-scale battles. Stredo's internal conflict might have counted, but most of the conflicts had merely been standoffs. Nospor really wasn't an easy place to defend, but then again, it also wasn't easy to attack. The highlands weren't so difficult that any particular path was blocked off, but at least ordinary soldiers would find it difficult to move around freely. Cultivators might be somewhat more fatigued, but nothing would stop them from moving straight to their destinations. The advantage that Nospor had was they knew the terrain better. With their own cultivators and those who joined from Stredo, they could harass the troops as they moved toward cities, taking advantage of their mobility. As for Barrett's particular group, he was directly in charge of 100 Immortal Berserkers, including some of his own students, the best two of which were Rolf and Alexei. Many of Barrett's pure-body tempering students were with other segments of the Immortal Berserker sect's troops as well. Nilima came to participate in the war as well. Since they needed official structure, she was under Barrett's command, but he had no reason to give her any particular instructions in most circumstances he could envision. Every group from Stredo was assigned some of those from Nospor, for solidarity's sake and to show they weren't just planning to entirely count on the volunteers from Stredo to defend their homeland. Assigned to Barrett was a company of horse archers, also around 100 in number but generally a level or two lower in cultivation. In command of them was Lavender, who Barrett recognized from several past tournaments in Stredo. "Were you always from Nospor?" Barrett asked her. "I've never seen you on a horse before either." "Horses aren't allowed or of much use in the arena," Lavender commented. Barrett could feel she had also managed to reach 6th tier, which was impressive considering her lack of a large organization backing her and the limitations of being an archer. From what Barrett knew, she had overcome most of those limitations, but it wasn't something everyone could do. Then again, most cultivators also never made it to master tier. Nospor is where I have chosen to live. While hit-and-run tactics would be the general plan of those from Stredo, that was especially true for the particular group with Barrett. Immortal Berserkers were at the most effective if they could engage in combat over multiple days, since they could injure their enemies then recover more quickly. They also had the endurance to fight battles many consecutive days without extra time to rest. Of course, they could still die in battle, but with support of archers allowing them to retreat, they would be more able to properly make it to the next battle. For the moment, Barrett and Lavender's companies would be operating on their own, but they would be staying in contact with the rest of the army to gather for larger battles as necessary. Until then, they would do their best to hinder the supply lines of the Astane Empire or assault any groups that broke away from the main force. While cultivator armies could carry much of their supplies in magic bags, providing enough space for the supplies for so many regular soldiers wasn't possible just with what people could carry on them. The supply lines would only have to come from Ruklua, but a few days of travel for a cart or wagon could be covered in a much smaller time for those who moved at the speeds of cultivators or even, just, those on horseback. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:16. The main body of the army stretched on for several kilometers. It was truly an excessive force for taking a small country such as Nospor, even with cultivators being involved. Perhaps the attempt to take over Sasher had made the Ustane Empire send so many, or the fact that it was officially supported by them instead of just Ruklua with extra forces that happened to be from the Ustane Empire. Lavender and Barrett watched from a perch atop a rise 40 kilometers away. Their vision was limited more by the curvature of the planet than their actual vision. Barrett could focus his eyes however he liked, but as an archer Lavender's vision was even better, though she relied on a bit of magic and energy instead of just her body. Without special techniques, there was only so much a body could do. "We won't be able to strike the main force," Lavender commented. Not that either of them had ever thought differently. "I might be able to do something at night, set aflame some supplies or the like, but if they're smart they'll have barriers set up. At a distance I would feel safe, I wouldn't be that effective." Barrett nodded. He certainly wouldn't want to get much closer than they were now, because much closer and they might have some high-tier cultivators chase after them. While Barrett had 10 masters plus himself, Nilima, and Lavender, he didn't want to face off against 1,000 masters, or even 10 masters and a grandmaster or 2 along with 100 third tiers. That would only be a small force sent to attack them. Likely there would be more. While he didn't doubt the effectiveness of the horse archers, there were better scenarios for getting into a conflict. "What do you think, then?" "We'll go for any group that breaks off to attack a village, maybe supply trains or anything like that. They've already crossed the border without even requesting the right to passage. Their general intentions have been clear from the beginning anyway." Sometimes, it was nice to choose when a conflict was going to happen and when it was going to be over. Barrett didn't particularly enjoy attacking those weaker than himself, but the more important issue was that the Ustane Empire was moving with the intent to conquer another country, though there was little direct value to be had in Nospor. Battles could be short and quick. Sometimes, only the archers were really involved in the battle. A few volleys of arrows and then away. Cultivators wouldn't die to a few arrows, except those shot by Lavender. However, horses and regular soldiers would. Barrett preferred not to think about how many of the regular soldiers actually had a choice to participate in the war, and whenever he got the opportunity he would face off against whoever came to counterattack. Very few masters were in charge of supply trains, but they also couldn't leave them undefended. Counterattacks by archers and mages could be just as deadly, which is why the horse archers had to remain mobile, and the immortal berserkers could block some of the attacks. Barrett saw a particularly big fireball had been lobbed at the group. After a certain range it couldn't really be controlled, but since it didn't have to focus on any particular individual it didn't matter if its efficiency decreased slightly. Barrett found his spear wasn't enough to trigger the explosion he expected from the condensed energy, so a moment later he found himself in the air in front of it. Even if it was only supposed to explode at a certain distance, if it couldn't reach it then it didn't matter. As it turned out, it merely was made not to explode from small impacts like arrows. It would be rather pathetic if such a spell could be shot out of the sky by a single archer without effort. Fortunately a solid impact with a nearly immovable object, Barrett, triggered the explosion. The worst part of the fireball was honestly the acrid fumes and what it did to the air he breathed in afterwards. Sure, it had carried perhaps a quarter of the magic power of a 5th-tier master, but an undirected explosion wasn't going to harm Barrett. Over 90% of it didn't even hit him, and the rest, it was just a bit of heat and force that was easily cushioned by living metal armor. Taking stock of the battlefield, the horse archers still had to retreat from the retaliatory attacks. Lavender took a few more shots as she went, but most of the damage from their companies was in surprise, and causing enemies to exhaust themselves. The immortal berserkers also did some damage when it came to a melee, but only a few of their opponents had been quick enough to reach them this time. As he moved to retreat, Barrett grabbed a fallen immortal berserker under his arm. They would have a talk later. Barrett crossed his arms as he looked at the bandaged young woman in front of him. Azalea. How fast does a 6th-tier immortal berserker heal? He asked. 100,000 times the normal rate. Azalea grimaced as she spoke, the bandages around her head pulling uncomfortably on tender burns. 100,000 times the normal rate at minimum, Barrett nodded his head. How fast do second-tier Immortal Berserkers heal? 10 times. For you, maybe 20. 22 at most. So how much faster do I heal than you? Barrett looked at her. 10,000 times. That's right. 10,000 times. Barrett looked her straight in the eyes. Why does that matter, you're wondering? Why are you being reprimanded for being injured? Isn't this part of the Immortal Berserker style? Isn't this our job? Barrett held up her helmet, or at least a melted pile of scrap that had once been her helmet. It's not. Injuries are training, but in real combat, you are supposed to get injured as little as possible. That means properly judging the danger of attacks. What made you think it was in your best interests to block an attack from a third-tier fire mage at second tier? Azalea couldn't keep her eyes looking at Barrett. I thought. Master Ravenhall. I mean, at second tier, you threw yourself into a volcano to kill someone. Barrett sighed. At second tier, I threw myself into a volcano to kill someone. He nodded. That's sort of true. I dragged someone into a volcano to make them die with me. Tell me, did your opponent die with you? Who, specifically, were you protecting that you only had that one option? When did the battle get so desperate that you needed to throw away your life? Barrett leaned closer. What did you do it for? I don't. Azalea pulled back. Barrett turned around to leave the tent. If you don't have a good reason to get injured, don't. If that reason is wanting fame and prestige, it's not good. Nobody will talk about the girl who sacrificed her life for nothing in a skirmish. Not for long. Frankly, it was a miracle that none of the Immortal Berserkers in Barrett's company had died yet. The battles were short, but even so there was only so much durability a lower-tier Immortal Berserker had. Well, Barrett knew most of them hadn't gone through training like Master Heikel provided, and they didn't have someone like Nilima to temper them inside and outside whether they wanted it or not. While many of those who became Immortal Berserkers had been at a low beforehand, few would risk death for power otherwise. There were different sorts of lows. Barrett had the enviable advantage of a true immortal body, but it wasn't like the crazy sorts of training he'd undergone were considering that. He just hadn't cared about his body at the time. That sort of thing was hard to replicate. Of course, over a dozen battles, even small skirmishes, there were many injuries to the Immortal Berserkers, sometimes putting them out of commission for a time. An injury that would take a year to recover from still could take weeks to months to heal at lower tiers. And, sometimes, the injuries couldn't be recovered. Lost limbs happened in battle. The Immortal Berserker sect had medicines that could help them recover, but they couldn't stay around the battlefield. Thus, there had been some casualties even if there weren't deaths. The horse archers under Lavender's command varied from third-tier cultivators to regular soldiers. Even with the protection of Immortal Berserkers and fast horses, there were some casualties among them as well. Injuries, deaths, that was what happened during a war. At least all of them were volunteers, those from Nospor defending their homeland, and Immortal Berserkers coming to the aid of their neighbors for one reason or another. Enemy casualties were higher. Because they were the ones being attacked, the Ostane Empire always lost something in the initial attacks. Injuries would stick, even on warriors. There might have been a few exceptions, but some of those potential exceptions ran into Nilima. Anyone who got too close to her went from alive to dead rather quickly, and even if they were able to survive the assault, they wouldn't necessarily last long afterwards. Half-destroyed organs were worse than fully destroyed organs. At least those who experienced the latter died instantly instead of it being drawn out over a few days, and except on the very sturdiest nothing would help. Even if it would, it was unlikely that the most skilled healers and best medicines would be going to people who came back injured from an easy raid, or those who were part of a supply convoy. Of course, sometimes their potential for recovery was only academic. After all, nothing stopped the two companies from attacking the same group multiple times, and if half of them were injured the first time they might just be wiped out the second time. Unfortunately, the numbers they could kill were small compared to the total size of the army, and the main body continued to march towards one of the bigger cities in Nospor. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:17. Seeing nearly matching numbers in the armies wasn't particularly encouraging to Barrett. While he and many of those he knew were exceptional, it was impossible for only exceptional people in Stredo to be those who volunteered to help Nospor. Counting on being able to beat several times their numbers was unwarranted, which meant they had to prepare for taking losses. A defensive position would help. The city they would be defending, Vrand, didn't have walls nearly so impressive as Stredo, but they were serviceable. At the very least, they would hinder those below a certain level of cultivation. Its raised location would make it slightly more difficult to assault, though moving uphill wasn't difficult for a cultivator. Archers on the walls would have more chances to attack safely, but they would still need to be protected from those with higher cultivations. Vrand had never been built with the intention of facing off against an army with master-tier cultivators. Vrand was much smaller than Stredo, only a couple kilometers wide instead of nearly 20. For the purposes of defending, that smaller size was much more optimal. Barrett looked down over the approaching army. As they moved into loose formation, the army stretched nearly 400 meters wide and a kilometer long. The formation was actually fairly loose and spread out, to reduce the effect of arrow volleys as well as magical attacks. It was still possible for a mage to take out large swaths of soldiers, but their efforts would be better saved for combating other cultivators in many cases. A reorganization of troops had been made for the defense. Barrett had no need to direct the company that had been under him, they were assigned to help protect the walls or to stop those who broke inside the city. However, approximately half of Lavender's archers were still arranged together with her, and Barrett was present to protect them. Along with Barrett, Reyna was in the same position and a few mages were present to protect against magical attacks. Nilima was present as well. Reyna shook her head, why are they even here? That was a good question Barrett didn't have an answer to. Nospor had nothing worth losing so many over, though from Nospor's side it was their homeland. For the Ustane Empire, what did it hold? Were there secret rare materials or something similar? Certainly what was publicly known wasn't worth the expenditure of effort and life. Even if they just wanted to conquer everything, why Nospor at the current moment? It didn't make sense. While Barrett didn't understand most of the way others acted sometimes, at least he understood there was some logic. They had to believe it would benefit them. Based on their successful growth so far, the Ustane Empire had to be run by at least competent people, but Barrett couldn't see what they wanted. However, regardless of why they were doing it, he wasn't going to let a country be taken over without doing something about that. As for Etrin and Padrain, they had not requested help from Stredo nor did he have any positive feelings towards them. Perhaps that wasn't a good enough excuse, but Barrett couldn't be involved with everything, nor could he do everything on his own even if he wanted to. There was too much time spent worrying before the battle actually started. The enemy forces started marching up the hill towards Vrand. Archers fired from the walls and mages bombarded the enemy with spells. The enemy had various responses. Regular soldiers did their best to block with shields while mages of various sorts threw up defenses for themselves or the companies assigned to their protection. Even so, hundreds of people must have died in that initial attack. Most of them were normal soldiers and there were still tens of thousands of enemies, but Barrett had rarely seen so much loss of life so quickly. He was comforted that the loss of life mostly remained with the aggressors, but that wouldn't continue forever. The walls of Vrand were just 10 meters high fortified stone, without any special enchantments that provided much protection for those on the wall beyond that. While the initial attacks of the army below had to fight against gravity, that would become less of a factor as they moved up the hill. Instead of firing a single arrow more along with the rest of the archers, Lavender carefully picked out her targets. Her arrows flew rapidly into the army below, striking their targets or at least forcing them to react and expend some of their own resources. When she occasionally missed, her arrows would turn around to strike from behind. While it might be possible for others in the army to stop her arrows, most of them were too busy watching out for themselves to warn or block for an ally. Mages were the most common targets, especially the sort with high offense and low defense. They were the most threat to those atop the walls, and the easiest to defeat. It was impossible to kill every enemy cultivator in one shot, unless Lavender was shooting for those far weaker than her, but if her shots could force a mage to use gathered mana for defense instead of offense, it was good enough. There. Finn pointed. There had been no requirement for him to join the army, and a single second-tier cultivator wouldn't make much difference, but he pointed out targets for Lavender. Even Barrett barely knew what criteria he was using, but Lavender seemed to understand. She was quite capable of picking out targets on her own, but she couldn't scan the enemies and take her best shots at the same time. More often than not, Finn's designated targets fell or at least took significant damage, even those who were masters and those who theoretically had sufficient defenses to block a few of Lavender's shots. It didn't take long for the army of cultivators to reach the walls, and after that things turned even more chaotic. Barrett found himself shoving people off of the walls, preferably with a hole in their chest as they went down, but he wasn't too picky. The less effort he spent compared to his opponents, the better. It wasn't going to be a short battle. The walls began rocking from concentrated attacks at the gate. There was no point in bringing a throng of non-cultivators if they weren't going to participate in the battle. While even a dozen of them couldn't stand up to one decent cultivator, just hindering them for another cultivator to take out would be relevant. With cultivators climbing the walls and attacking from nearby, the archers couldn't just remain in their position. Those who could not handle themselves at close range had started retreating off the walls to a position behind the other forces. The gate gave out before those fighting on the walls. After all, they were just the walls of a relatively normal city. The volunteers from Streeto were the only thing giving Nospor a chance, and the city walls were just a convenient tool to slightly slow down the enemy's advance. Some people had to stay on the walls to prevent the enemy from taking them and surrounding the Nosporan and Streeto combined forces, but most of the Ostane Empire's forces were concentrated on the gate. They'd broken through and established a foothold already. Barrett didn't want to spend most of his time just waiting for more enemies, as it was a waste of his effectiveness. Even though he could attack from atop the walls, it just wasn't as good as being up close. He threw himself down into the melee of weapons and spells. Overall, the compositions of both sides were rather similar. However, Streeto had no necromancers with their life-draining spells and curses. There was no particular type that the Ostane Empire avoided, but they didn't have the exact same styles either. They had wind users, but none like the Order of Four Winds and Reyna's own living cyclones. There you are. Reyna crossed paths with Barrett. Grand Mistress Ismini suggested we might go cause chaos in the enemy's ranks. You're the last one I had to find. Barrett knew there was no way she actually had difficulty finding him. He just happened to be the closest to the gates. Reyna, Nilima, Aunher, and even Shanta were together. Barrett looked around just to make sure. No Einar. I kind of expected him. They were close to the makeup where they had first met, except for the elementalist Lamont not being present and Aunher being added. Reyna shrugged. I don't even know if he was around at all. Though I have the feeling he's been avoiding you. I didn't even do anything to him. Barrett complained. So what's our target then? Nothing specific, Reyna admitted. Just killing people, Nilima grinned. How about we start, there? Nilima pointed to an approaching group of enemy masters. With no better target in mind, they moved out. Reyna's wind was strong enough to toss away non-cultivators in their way, and those below master tier could barely do much more than hold their ground. It wasn't clear if the battle was in either side's favor yet, but the more masters they could take out the better things would be if they had to retreat, and the more likely they wouldn't have to retreat. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4:18. Two small groups of masters faced off against each other, though a handful of masters on each side wasn't an insignificant force. Technically there were 6 on the side of the Ostane Empire, but they were disadvantaged by the necromancer among them being at 5th tier along with one who radiated a strange feeling energy. The way it spread around the rest of the group indicated it was of a supportive nature. Along with those two, there were 3 mages of various sorts and some sort of duelist. Barrett's first action was to throw his spear straight for the one with energy supporting the others. Barrett was well aware what even small seeming enhancements could do for a group of masters. Unfortunately, his efforts were stopped by one of the mages as a barrier extended from her to deflect his spear. Barrett let it fly off to the side, but even though his control wouldn't be easily sensed, they managed to deflect it on the return trip as well. Pure body tempering wasn't completely undetectable, and if nothing else, being aware of the physical objects around someone would let them notice how things were moving. The necromancer actually stepped forward. He seemed to be one of the grasping hand, which meant he wasn't afraid of close-range confrontations. Tendrils of darkness grew out from him, extending 10 meters in every direction, and Barrett imagined they could stretch further. One of the two remaining mages flipped open a large tome, pulling out pages and tossing them around. Talismans, or at least something akin to talismans. The papers flew quickly and with enough control to slip past the various attacks aimed at them, stopping when they had reached the edges of a 100-meter box, though it was only 2 meters high, leaving little room for vertical movement. Magic radiated inward, not only blocking escape but emanating towards the center. Barrett immediately felt sluggish, and he imagined the magic would hinder others as well. The final mage sent a sweeping wall of fire towards the group. It wasn't possible to dodge it since it covered the entire vertical area. Barrett was going to move to block for people, but that became unnecessary when Aunher moved forward first. He flipped forward, his leg sweeping down at the wall in an axe kick. In normal circumstances, he would have at best disturbed the motion of the wall, but instead the entire wall was smashed into the ground as if it were a physical structure. It should have been actively under control of the mage, but there was nothing without a counter. Barrett would have to ask how he did that later, but for the moment he filed the idea away in his head with a few guesses. The Ustane Empire forces didn't let that minor setback throw them off. They continued to engage in combat in various ways. The duelist moved rapidly, almost too quickly for even Barrett to see, slicing at Nilima with a curved sword while at the same time managing to avoid coming into contact with Nilima's whip. She would flash past her and then instantly change directions, sometimes twice or more to come from an unexpected angle. Barrett struck one of the talismans with a stone pit, and found that the formation was arranged much more practically than some. The barrier protected the talismans themselves. It wasn't impossible to break through still, but doing so casually would be impossible. However, the outside seemed weaker. That might have been a problem since Barrett wasn't outside the barrier, except he also kind of was. He'd found it quite useful to have stone pits strewn about the battlefield, and they were durable enough it would take concentrated effort to destroy them, but they would only feel like inert if strangely shaped rocks, so very few would bother to do so. Barrett started moving them towards various pieces of the formation. The mage that had conjured the wall of fire attempted to weaken the earth beneath Master Aunher's feet, showing that they had multiple elemental proficiencies. Without magic or energy to support him, it would have been assumed he would have sunk into the ground, but instead Master Aunher's foot stomped down. There was a loud cracking sound and the mage staggered back. The woman who was skilled in barriers was an annoyance, preventing even what would have been solid hits from striking any of her allies properly. It seemed like her barrier magic was much more flexible than the sort used by the majestic invoker's circle. It was flexible and able to stretch to almost any range, still covering her, but also any allies she designated. It would almost certainly fall off with range, but the battlefield they were currently in was limited in size. The cover of the barriers allowed the necromancer to attack with his tendrils of darkness as well as flinging necrotic energy and curses from his hands. It was a reckless attacking method, but with an ally providing the defenses he needed it was also effective. Nilima was clearly having trouble with the limited dodging range, especially vertically. However, Shanta appeared to find it quite useful. In a small area with Reyna's help, she could easily distribute various poisonous powders. The barriers blocked those, but that required constant upkeep on the part of that particular mage, and Shanta still had needles or daggers to attack with depending on the range of enemies. Though Barrett was still attacking inside the barrier, most of his efforts were concentrated on the outside. The hindering magic was building up, and while it likely had a maximum effect, Barrett didn't want to find out what it was. His stone pits attacked the talismans, less protected by the barrier they generated on the outside. Attacking all of them at once wasn't effective, but if he focused on one or two he got varying results. Then he determined that if he attacked different corners in sequence, the barrier fluctuated slightly. Since it was like that, Barrett stabbed and swung his spear with the same timing as he struck outside the formation, using the momentum of his swings to pull on the stone pits outside. It seemed like he was uselessly striking the barriers of the female mage, but in fact that was just a distraction, in two ways. Master Alnher let himself be pushed backwards, towards that very barrier user. Sticking his arms out as if to catch himself, he instead rotated his body to kick at the barrier mage. Of course, they were the most defended of anyone. Master Alnher's foot struck their barrier and didn't even move it, only sounding out with a loud thump. Another thump immediately followed that as they were flung backwards into their own barrier, bouncing off of either side. Before he had seemed to sever connection to magic, now Alnher had used that connection to cause damage. Of course, if his attack had been completely effective the mage would have been turned to paste. As it was, they probably only had a few broken bones. However, they were forced to try to dodge and deflect Master Alnher's subsequent attacks instead of straightforwardly blocking them, and that limited their focus on other areas. Reyna's winds were carrying various pieces of shrapnel, the majority of which were still the same taspum shards. Since she didn't have direct control over what was in her wind, it was best not to have something others could easily control either. It was easy enough to form an entire undodgeable wall of pain, and when the barrier weakened she targeted the scimitar user. She broke through the barrier, though the duelist's energy protected them from serious damage, absorbing the impact and just knocking them back slightly, right next to a coil of Nilima's whip. It only took the briefest moment of contact for Nilima's energy to slip through theirs, and in that instant one leg went from being just fine to being a twisted mass of flesh and bone. There was a chaining effect from that single moment. Barrett managed to distract the mage, creating the talisman formation with an attack that broke through another of the barrier, while his true attack finally got the exact timing to optimally break through to damage the talismans. Once one of them broke, the rest soon followed. The energy user who had been supporting the others received a tiny needle in his neck, nearly invisible and controlled by condensed and hidden energy courtesy of Shanta. His consciousness momentarily lapsed, and that allowed Alnher to get a hit on the barrier user as their movement slowed, breaking her neck against her own barrier. Reyna protected herself from the elementalist's flames and stabbed them in the shoulder. It should have been the neck, but her attack was deflected. Even so, the sudden breakdown of their enhancements coupled with the injuries they received quickly spiraled out of control. Barrett caught hold of the talisman user, using them as a bludgeoning weapon against the much slower duelist. Their magic and energy came into conflict as they impacted each other, though Barrett left himself open to being grabbed by tendrils of darkness. They attempted to pull out his life force, and while Barrett had to admit it was the strongest effect of that kind he had felt, he wasn't going to let himself take a loss against a fifth tier. His attempts to pull the man were stopped by the tendrils being dissolved as he pulled, a good strategy, but that meant he wasn't offended by more than a small bit of personal magic. Nilima's whip coiled around him, but even as it was halfway his body was a mess. Then his soul fled. Barrett had seen that happen before. It was possible this was even the very same necromancer that had been in his hometown, though to be honest Barrett didn't remember the man's face, if he even could have the same face since his former body had been destroyed. Regardless, it didn't matter. Barrett was quite capable of stabbing a soul now, and he did so, his spear impaling it in the air and then pinning it to the ground. Barrett had to admit it was quite a tenacious soul, but he reshaped his spear's head to slice out in all directions and the soul scattered into tiny shreds that dissolved into nothingness. In only a moment the others were defeated as well, and the group scanned for their next target. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 419. Even on a battlefield with close to 100,000 participants, picking out grandmasters was simple enough. Pockets in the battle opened around each of the few handfuls on either side. Sometimes this was intentional, and sometimes that opening was just that everyone around them was dead. Fortunately for those on the side of Nospor, the enemy grandmasters had mostly been intercepted outside of Rand. Some had made it to the walls, and it was there that Grandmaster Heikel faced off against Grandmaster Artur Ardalayan. Around the two of them were only dead bodies and those on the way to death. Neither of them had wasted their efforts attacking the weaker soldiers around them, but instead their deaths were merely a consequence of the conflict. Nearby masters had wisely retreated, but those weaker than Master Tier never had the chance. Killing intent radiated from the two of them. For two grandmasters, that alone would be enough to cause serious harm to lower-tier cultivators, even those who couldn't consciously sense killing intent. However, their auras contained more than just that. Berserk energy crackled around Grandmaster Heikel, shattering the stones of the wall and tearing into the bodies of those he considered his foes. It might have seemed like an uncontrolled, colossal waste of energy, but in fact it didn't expend any noticeable amount of energy at all. Instead, the energy remained instead of weakening. The magic swirling around Artur Ardalayan was much more sinister. The nature it had wasn't just a matter of perspective, either. The faint silvery aura around him ended life of both friend and foe in equal manner, drawing out their souls and even adding slightly to the misty aura. It came with a clear disdain of life other than his own, not noticing or caring who was affected. The scene didn't remain still for more than an instant. Grandmaster Heikel swung his axe carrying with it weight like a mountain, his foot digging a chunk of the city wall out as he pushed off of it. Grandmaster Ardalayan used his silver spear to turn the sideways sweeping attack above him, twisting his spear around it to stab into Grandmaster Heikel's shoulder. Though the magic that surrounded Grandmaster Ardalayan was light and airy, it cut through metal and flesh and bone with ease. A trickle of blood dripped down Ardalayan's forehead from a cut that never even connected. Spear and axe met, spinning and turning with their wielders. Grandmaster Heikel's defenses couldn't completely protect him from the concentrated power of his opponent, but neither could Grandmaster Ardalayan completely avoid the wide-sweeping attacks of Heikel. Grandmaster Heikel's wounds were deep, but even during the course of the battle they began to close themselves, flesh knitting together and muscle restoring itself. On the other side, Grandmaster Ardalayan's lighter wounds healed at a similar speed, yet they weren't nearly so deep. It was only a few moments for the cut on his head to disappear. The silvery yet foul magic around him seemed to drink up the blood on him as it also repaired his damaged armor. Grandmaster Heikel could easily recognize an immortal body. At the very least, he knew the magic Ardalayan practiced was not responsible for his recovery. Healing at a rate easily visible to the eye had to be a Tier 3 immortal body, more or less equivalent to his healing rate as a Grandmaster of the Immortal Berserker style. Trading blows would be very disadvantageous to Heikel if his opponent damaged him more but healed just as much, he would slowly fall behind. However, no matter how durable his body was, it just couldn't hold up, and he couldn't strike Ardalayan. He wasn't fast enough, even though most masters wouldn't be able to follow his axe with their eyes or senses even if they could devote their whole effort to it. In a way, Ardalayan exemplified what the Immortal Berserker style was supposed to be, avoiding damage for the most part and healing up any small wounds sustained while damaging the enemy. Heikel had to admit that he was not a proper match for the man. He made his spear piercing into Heikel's body seem easy, though Heikel could sense significant mana expenditures every time. However, Ardalayan wouldn't run out before Heikel was dead. Heikel couldn't call for reinforcements, those below Grandmaster would certainly die, and all of the Grandmasters were occupied with their own battles. He couldn't allow Ardalayan to roam free, killing swaths of those he came across even without trying. It was possible to flee. To save his own life. Nospor had called for their aid, but just because he had come didn't mean Heikel had to give up his life. However, what was the point of being from a righteous sect if he didn't help those who needed it? If he gave up without even really trying? It was a hopeless battle that he couldn't win, but thinking of lessons he had learned from his student, he couldn't help but want to win anyway. No. He would win. There was no or die trying to attach to that either. Barrett might have died. Certainly, by some definitions he had. However, he was now alive. And if Barrett could win, so could he. Grandmaster Heikel had never been holding back. It wasn't holding back to save some energy while testing out an opponent's limits, hoping to win and move on to the next battle. He was able to rouse more power in response to his opponent at any time. However, there was a certain level of not holding back that didn't think about the next battle or even later in the current battle, but was instead geared towards ending a battle as quickly as possible. His body had an amount of berserk energy it could sustain the use of, but he could go beyond that. One of the traits of a berserker was being able to push beyond expected limits, at a cost. Grandmaster Ardalayan almost didn't respond in time to the next swing of the axe. The massive power behind it was harder to deflect, and even then his arms trembled, bones threatening to break. He hadn't even had a moment to consider a counterattack along with it. He smiled slightly to himself. The man was desperate. Desperate people made mistakes. All he had to do was hold out long enough to find an opening. To make an opening. His spear and armor barely held up to the attacks, even though he was only experiencing the aftereffects of the berserk energy. Cuts appeared on his skin even though the axe and the concentrated berserk energy didn't even come close. He retreated back and back, until he was up against the edge of the wall. It seemed like a place that limited his actions, left him open, and Grandmaster Heikel took the bait. Of course, the wall couldn't restrict his movements, especially not weakened as it was by the berserk energy filling the atmosphere. He swung his spear, ignoring the wall as the butt of his spear broke through it. He aimed for Heikel's heart and lungs. He was aware the man had some training that would allow him to move them, but he could keep a lock on them with his senses, and his spear was mobile enough to reorient itself as necessary. The axe swung towards him from above, at an angle it would slice through his body. However, Heikel would have to withdraw from his attack to avoid death. Even a Grandmaster Immortal Berserker with the best medicine couldn't regrow a heart. Then Grandmaster Ardalayan would only be able to partly pierce his heart, but he himself would come out with only a small cut, relatively speaking. His body would recover in a few moments, but Heikel would weaken over time, making the next opening easier. That was what was supposed to happen, but Ardalayan felt the sharpness of the berserk energy cutting into his shoulder. His attack should have been easy enough to read, the method to avoid it, even by taking some damage, obvious. Yet as his spear went into Heikel's heart and additionally cut some nearby organs, was that a kidney? Grandmaster Ardalayan realized his judgment had been in error. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was only able to barely avoid the attack, if sacrificing his arm and part of a leg could be counted as avoiding. Even then, the berserk energy that radiated off of the axe had half turned his organs to mush, unprepared as he was to actually face the blow. Then, even with his heart completely gone, Grandmaster Heikel kicked towards Ardalayan's head. His final thought was wondering why someone would sacrifice themselves for a stupid battle, and why he had to be the one to pay for the Astane Empire's decisions. Heikel exploded the man's head with his foot. A Tier 3 immortal body came with the ability to recover from more grievous wounds than would be expected, but nobody could recover from their head and brain being destroyed. At least, no, Grandmaster Ardalayan's soul didn't seem as if it had escaped to find a new body. Just in case, Heikel rested his axe right in the middle of the man's ribcage, cutting it in two. While he couldn't see the man recovering his head, he did have the vague idea that someone might pull it off. He hoped that particular someone wasn't watching at the moment. It was an embarrassing moment having to utilize his student's tactics, but at least Barrett had equipped him for this situation. It wasn't possible to recover a heart without a true immortal body, but with one. Barrett had already demonstrated the possibility. While Heikel had to admit that Barrett was a much more talented pure body temper than himself, it should recover naturally. First, he made sure all his organs were in the right place. He didn't want anything going wrong. That kidney would have to wait, he had two anyway, so he told that one not to heal. Then he told his blood to pump. It wouldn't do much good to regrow a heart if he died halfway through the process. Barrett had regrown an arm all on its own in 6 months. He'd just been barely second tier at the time. That was maybe 10 years. A heart seemed more critical, but it was merely a mass of muscle and arteries, there was no bone or tendon that needed healing as well. It certainly couldn't take much longer, could it? At 1,000,000 times the healing rate, that would be what, 5 minutes maybe? Heikel knelt over his fallen foe, unaware of what else was happening. Blood had to flow, picking up oxygen from the lungs. He really needed to encourage his heart to heal, as much as he could. He also had to restrain his berserk energy since he was regrowing instead of healing. The new heart would be weak. It couldn't withstand his energy. After a minute, Heikel wasn't sure if it was working at all. Had he made a mistake? Was this going to be it? Death? Or worse, having to go to Barrett for advice to fix the problem? Then he looked closer and felt the muscle around his heart wriggling and growing. Certainly, this wasn't something that could be done in combat, but he should recover soon, at least to a state where he wouldn't just die. It was almost hard to believe Barrett was crazy enough to let things like that happen all the time. Almost. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 420. Barrett moved to cut off a group who was trying to enter the city through the now broken gates. Those inside would have to deal with whoever had already gotten past. They couldn't continue to fight high-intensity battles forever. Being just one man, it was difficult to stop a company from going past him, difficult, but not impossible. With one hand he grabbed a warrior and flung him into a dozen companions. Those who slipped past found themselves cut off by stone pits, and cultivators under Master Tier couldn't withstand those attacks, even with effort distributed among many points. It only took a few moments for the others to arrive, fighting their way through the masses of enemies. "Where are the guards that belong here?" Reyna asked as she arrived, instantly suppressing the surrounding enemies with her windstorm. Half dead, half fighting further inside. Barrett shrugged. It's about what should be expected. Most of the stronger masters were pulled off to deal with threats elsewhere, that left the gate more or less open. Barrett could feel Grandmaster Heikel fighting nearby. It wasn't exactly subtle. There were a few other Grandmasters around as well. Picking them out was fairly easy even among all the other chaos. A company not primarily composed of masters didn't last long against a handful of 6th-tier masters, but the army continued to march on the city. An entire battalion of 1,000 was approaching and would certainly occupy them for some time, especially with the masters distributed throughout. Barrett prepared himself for a long battle, and then the horn sounded. From deep in the armies of the Ustane Empire, the horn rang out 3 times. It must have been a call for retreat, since the army instantly started withdrawing. However, that didn't mean the battle was over. They could just be regrouping. But after watching for a few moments to be sure, Barrett and the others moved into Vrand to help deal with those that had made it inside. One thing that made Barrett more certain of the retreat was the Grandmasters disengaging. They were a critical part of the army, and they fled as quickly as they were able. Nobody would easily be able to stop them, except other Grandmasters, but there would be some risk involved trying to catch them if they weren't significantly more injured than those they had been fighting. It quickly became evident that the army was truly retreating. However, the Nosperstrito alliance had no intent to just let them leave peacefully. It would have been a different thing if the Ustane Empire had offered concessions, but instead they seemed to be treating Nospor as if it was a place they could enter and leave as they pleased. Technically they could, but there was no way it was going to be allowed without consequences. As before, it wasn't possible for the entire army to move at the same rate. Supply wagons were generally slower, as well as regular soldiers. Nospor had no interest in slaughtering regular soldiers, but they couldn't just let them go either. Those who didn't surrender would die. There wasn't much to gain from allowing regular soldiers to surrender, since it wouldn't be easy to contact their families to pay a ransom, but neither was there much to gain by slaughtering them. It wasn't expected that the Ustane Empire would be interested in ransoming them en masse either, but they had to keep some principles and allow a surrender anyway. Quicker cultivators were assigned to chase down more important targets, cultivators and the like, but their activities were limited because of the cautions they had to take. If they traveled in too small of a group, they could be the ones hunted instead. Nospor wasn't a large country, so it only took a few days for the cultivators in the army to flee. Once they crossed the border, they were basically safe. It was an unpleasant truth, but the Ustane Empire could gather a much larger army, and if Nospor sent troops into Ruklua where the army was retreating, they'd have a perfect excuse to do so. Barrett found it frustrating that the Ustane Empire could do what they did with no real consequences except some loss of life, and they probably didn't even care about that. The only real losses they took was a single Grandmaster and possibly some potential Grandmasters. At least that one Grandmaster had been killed by Grandmaster Heikel. All of the others involved had held their own against their opponents to some extent, but he'd actually managed to secure a victory. That was something to be proud of. Grandmaster Heikel was unfortunately not possessed of armor that regenerated itself naturally. Living metal wouldn't have suited him in the same way it suited Barrett, and his armor was actually more durable, which is why the large holes in it stood out. Barrett couldn't help but tease his master a little bit. Some of those holes look pretty big, there must have been a lot of damage to you going along with it. Are you sure you didn't do anything risky? Grandmaster Heikel turned up his nose at the accusation. Of course not. I'm the sort who arrived where I am by taking the proper amount of caution. Is that so? Barrett nodded. Good. Make sure to rest up. Your heartbeat is sounding a little weak. The army from Stredo remained in Nospor for another month, to make sure there wouldn't be any unpleasant surprises. However, the army from the Ustane Empire retreated back into their territories, dispersing in part and meeting up with their other forces far away. It wasn't possible to completely suppress the flow of information about the armies without completely locking down the empire, and that would result in aggravating all of the cultivator factions they didn't directly control, including those passing through from other countries. That wasn't something they could do lightly, and with the empire being as expansive as it was, a total lockdown throughout the whole of the territories they controlled wasn't possible. That meant the volunteer army from Stredo returned to their city. There had been losses, but the overall losses on either side hadn't actually been that much. That made people question why the army had even bothered to fight a battle at all. Just because their losses weren't great didn't mean it was worthwhile for the Ustane Empire to send their armies into Nospor. With a Grandmaster being lost, they had to at least feel something, though it wasn't as if Grandmasters were rare throughout their territories. It was rumored that the Emperor himself was an 8th-tier Grandmaster, and that had been the case for far longer than Grandmaster Jostin, who had just recently arrived at that point. While the density of power wasn't as great throughout the Empire as Stredo, the sheer number of people they had made up for it. Stredo had 10 million people inside its walls and more nearby, but even Ashia had close to 1 million people in its borders, and it was one of the smaller countries in the Ustane Empire. Barrett found that however strong he got, the conflicts he ended up were filled with stronger enemies. Even now that he was only below Grandmasters, they were showing up and even dying in conflicts he became involved with. The easy method to avoid danger was to not do anything at all, but in that case there was also no point in cultivating. There were only a few dozen 6th-tier cultivators in the Immortal Berserker sect. In addition, though it was easier for them to reach higher tiers, they only had 9 Grandmasters. That was a significant increase from the 5 they had had when he joined 40 years earlier, but not as much as they might have hoped for. If every cultivator they had advanced at an optimal rate, they could have had 70. Of course, it was an unrealistic expectation. Even the handful of those who had advanced recently had mostly succeeded because during times of trouble, more people advanced. Of course, more people also died. Compared to the 2 recent Grandmasters, around 15 had tried and failed to become Grandmasters. Half of them had died, and the rest received setbacks that would make it impossible to advance in the near future, if they even wanted to make another attempt. Barrett had hope for his generation of cultivators. Katia, Herman, and a couple others were likely Grandmaster candidates. As for himself, maybe it was overconfidence, but he was certain he could reach Grandmaster at the expected rate, within 20 years. Even at 5th tier he'd had some insights into the Grandmaster tier. Many of the others around him would almost certainly become Grandmasters as well, though they weren't part of the Immortal Berserker sect, not even Almher, who had been a guest teacher for a time but had to give up official connections to help Barrett during the trial. It would be nice if conflicts died down, Barrett thought. Maybe they could wait for him to advance to Grandmaster. But of course, they wouldn't. While 20 years wasn't that much time for a master-tier cultivator, for the world it seemed like almost an eternity. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 421. It was a surprisingly difficult problem to get people to care about issues that weren't currently at the apex of their danger. The Ustane Empire was rapidly expanding. Not a problem. They hadn't had any conflict with Streeto, lately, that involved the entire city. Everyone was quite willing to ignore the armies from Ruklua which had marched unabashedly into Streeto's territory in an attempt to conquer Sashur, because only a small portion of the city had reacted to stop them. Reorganizing Streeto to have more representation for more people was one thing, but actually getting people to do anything was harder. People in general were better off inside the city. Great. Barrett very much appreciated the way things were going, but not enough people cared about those who weren't already part of Streeto. That was why entering into a formal alliance was the best option for ensuring action. People would follow the formalized laws of Streeto, sending the required portions of their members if necessary to defend Streeto or their allies. For the moment the incorporated territories of Streeto were only the city itself, the various factions that had made their home nearby, and the rapidly expanding country of Sashur. With over 100 kilometers of previously inaccessible terrain between them and the city of Streeto, due to the presence of an inconvenient and constant gigantic tornado that had named what was formerly the Tornado Plains, Sashur had plenty of room to grow into. Streeto didn't have that many neighbors. Ruklua obviously wouldn't be interested in any sort of alliance as part of the Ustane Empire. Nospor had been negotiating for an alliance of sorts, but they had little to offer, so the process was still ongoing. Agloni and the surrounding area were capable of defending themselves, and they had ideological differences with Streeto both before and after the reorganization. Of the territories surrounding Streeto, that only left the southern Metal Sea as a significant factor, though Vashia was growing very uncomfortable with their new neighbors and had also been sending diplomats. At the current moment there were a handful of representatives of the southern Metal Sea in Streeto, making the case for an alliance. Kelani, representing the Anaconi and Lipika clans, Iokua of the Kaleo Blacksmiths Guild, who was elected to represent merchants from the southern Metal Sea in general, as well as 3 others from various parts of the area. One of the older representatives was currently outlining their case. Historically, the southern Metal Sea has been a force to be reckoned with. Our cultivators are strong, with a solid foundation. Our current situation is merely a setback from the attack by the northern Metal Sea so many decades ago. We lost most of our masters and grandmasters, as well as many of our legacies and resources. Even so, with our more limited options, the southern Metal Sea still has many grandmaster candidates. He nodded towards Kelani, who was among that number. Kelani took over the conversation. The southern Metal Sea has decided to show a more unified front. Our advancements have already been significant, and we will continue to grow until the southern Metal Sea is returned to its former glory. Attilio Kuljan, a young master-tier cultivator who was the speaker for the council, took the opportunity to inquire, "It is understood what has been said, but how will an alliance at this time benefit Streeto?" Streeto as a whole didn't fall under the righteous sect ideals that the Immortal Berserker sect had, and the council needed to look out for the whole city. Such a question was appropriate. That is quite simple, Iokua responded to the question. The trade between Streeto and the southern Metal Sea is already beneficial for both. If danger came to the southern Metal Sea, that trade would be lost. In addition, now is the best time to earn our future gratitude. Once we have regained our former level and have a plurality of grandmasters, an alliance with Streeto would not be necessary, and Streeto will likely need help in the future. It can already be seen that the Ustane Empire has been attempting to corner Streeto, though fortunately their efforts in Nospor were repelled. Soon enough they will likely conquer Vashia, and then they can move on Sashur and Streeto from all sides. At that point, it would be quite beneficial to have a nearby ally. Attilio shook his head. The same argument could be made that the Ustane Empire would move on the southern Metal Sea next. In that case, Kelani pointed out, you would be beset from southwest to northeast, easily completely encircled considering Agloni to the west has no reason to interfere and Smyrna has no reason to extend their reach past the mountains to prevent the smaller nations in the area from being conquered or easily passed through. Attilio folded his hands. The council will now deliberate, and may request you back for further discussion in the coming days. Barrett sighed. He wanted the alliance to go through both for the sake of the residents of the southern Metal Sea, and because Streeto really would need allies in the upcoming days. It was quite reasonable that they had no intent to expand through settlement or conquest, almost admirable, though the reasoning was more a result of the internal factions of Streeto not unilaterally agreeing on such actions. While the Ustane Empire hadn't yet conquered Vashia, they were the clear next target. However, it had been over a year without any advancement in that direction. Expansions to the south and east, away from Streeto, had also slowed. Perhaps they were content with their size, but if Barrett knew anything about people, it was that they were never truly content. Perhaps it was just that they knew attacking the mountains of Vashia would be more difficult. On the other hand, they might really wait a decade or two without any action. For a country led by a cultivator, it wasn't all that long. Of course, it wasn't exactly insignificant either. A decade was enough to advance through tiers even until one was a master, and even the gap from 6th tier master to grandmaster was only a bit more than 2 decades, in optimal conditions. The further he went in cultivation, the more Barrett was aware of how much time it took. He knew how Master Heikel must have felt when Barrett caught up to just 1 tier behind him. The same was now true of him and his own students. The earliest ones were breaking through to 5th tier just in time to participate in the once-a-decade 5th tier tournament. Sir Jostin was still Grandmaster of the arena, but he took a more active stance in watching the activities of those who controlled the arena's magical restrictions. The duties were split between several different factions, and they worked together or perhaps against each other, to make it so that nobody could take active control of anything in the arena. As long as the arena was impartial and automatic in its protections, there would be no problems. The 5th tier tournament was still a bit more than the restrictions could easily handle, more likely to break under attacks, but it wasn't possible to have it be flexible enough to not stop every attack and also strong enough to work at such a high level. With the cooperation of different mage factions, those specializing in defensive magic and other fields, it was entirely possible to set formations that could block all attacks of those below Grandmaster tier, and given enough power, they could prevent attacks from Grandmasters in most cases. However, such defenses wouldn't be perfect. For the city itself, such defenses were on the walls, preventing them from being destroyed as well as stopping anything from going through, under, or over them into the city. It would also defend people atop the walls, though because those had to be flexible enough to not aid invaders and to allow attack to go outward from atop the walls, the defenses were less concrete. However, attacking Streeto itself would be extremely difficult. The factions that settled outside its walls could still be in danger, if any forces strong enough to threaten Streeto were actually willing to attack. Perhaps the Ustane Empire wasn't interested in that sort of conflict, and would merely conquer what they could and leave Streeto to their own devices. Barrett still didn't like that idea, but it made enough sense, at least until they thought they had a chance to destroy Streeto without too many losses. After all, no one wanted strong potential enemies nearby. Barrett couldn't help but worry about the future, though he had no interest in actually knowing what it was. He'd had enough of divinations, and would forge the future on his own. Fortunately, it seemed Einar, the one who had most been involved in tossing prophecies at him, had not received any more. There hadn't been any since he had died, but that was probably a coincidence. Master Heikel was still friends with now Grandmistress Ismini, who knew Einar well. Apparently, he had been actively avoiding receiving new divinations of any kind. That was an awkward state to be in for someone whose cultivation directly relied on divinatory powers, but Barrett wasn't going to disparage his choices. Both of them agreed they'd had enough of those divinations, even if they never saw each other's faces to say it anymore. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 422. Light reflected off of the water in the river and even off of the far riverbank, directly into his eyes. At least, that was what it felt like. However, though the midday sun was blinding to him, that was also the case for others. Where he was, nestled underneath the riverbank among the lustrous roots of a northwestern willow, was the safest place he could be at the moment. He took slow, deep breaths, aligning himself with the structure of the willow tree just as worked metal was aligned. His energy and body became one with the tree, though it wasn't as if his body actually changed shape. That was impossible, or at least out of the reach of a second-tier cultivator like himself. Maliko understood that he probably should have listened to his parents, at least waiting until he was third tier before venturing out away from the clan. The stories of his father and mother's adventures had gotten the better of him, making him forget that one of them had been forced into action and the other had chosen sensible places to travel on a training journey. He'd thought he would be fine within the borders of the southern Metal Sea, forgetting that his own father had been one of the few survivors of the Anaconi clan as it was attacked by another clan. But, there was peace now. It had made sense that things would be safe. If there was danger, announcing his heritage should have gotten him out of trouble anywhere around the southern Metal Sea, but then, what was the point if his family was just going to keep him out of trouble? Would he have even learned anything? The acrid fumes of the water reacting with some of the liquid metals reminded him of home. He'd always hated training in the river, but now he knew why it had been done. Not only did it make him strong, it was a place others were weak. There was, admittedly, yet some small chance that revealing himself and announcing his heritage would save his life. The vast majority of the time, however, he would die, and implicate his parents in something. He didn't really know what, but all that mattered was someone else thought he knew something. Feet thudded past, different kinds of energy swept over the area. Third-tier cultivators, and masters. None of them were the metal cultivators that actually belonged in the area. That was what had drawn him to them in the first place. First he had just sensed two of them gathering together in an outcropping. Instead of blocking his senses, metal enhanced his reach. Maliko had been trained in two different metal attribute techniques by both of his parents. He imagined they had been expecting him to choose between them, but he took to them both equally well. They were quite compatible, though training both meant he was a little bit behind in proficiency in either controlling metal external to himself or tempering his own body like metal. Still, his overall cultivation proceeded at the best pace anyone could expect. The pillars of the outcropping were his eyes and ears, instead of being hindrances. It wasn't quite as good as using his actual eyes and ears, but reading the vibrations in the metal told him many things. More importantly, it was more effective than extending his senses, and more subtle. Otherwise, he would have already been dead. Even so, he could only overhear so much from a distance. Mission. Others. Patrol the sea. Their words weren't so suspicious at first, but when others suddenly arrived, Maliko overheard more than anyone could have intended. He'd been subconsciously hiding himself in the terrain, creeping closer, and at least a dozen more cultivators had trickled into the area one at a time. He hadn't heard that much more. Just a few tidbits of information, and then just one line. Seize the core in the depths. That was all he heard. Maybe it hadn't been what they meant, but Maliko immediately thought of a legend. The metal core. In theory, it would be the source of the metal sea itself, drawing everything to it, transforming the area. He had seen the metal hearts his parents kept control of. He'd even been given the chance to train with them. Maybe it was just a legend, but the legend of the core of the metal sea wasn't something to easily ignore. If it was real, then without it, the southern metal sea would just be a place. A big lake, maybe, if even that. Nothing special. Maybe they hadn't meant anything like that at all, but Maliko couldn't help but make that assumption. He'd wanted to sneak closer, but he wasn't entirely an idiot. Just a little reckless, going away from home without anyone to look after him. He was leaving, creeping his way away from the group, when one final conspirator appeared in front of him. They were both equally surprised to see each other, and then Maliko was running. Maybe he'd given away his hand by doing so, but maybe it saved his life. In an instant he'd faced enemy attacks, only barely managing to dodge behind the terrain, partly molding it to cover him as he moved. The terrain around the metal sea was perfect for conforming to his control, allowing him to speed himself along and away, until he got to the river. Then he was waiting. He had various wounds on his body. It was unclear where they all came from, but he hadn't really been paying close attention to the fine details while fleeing for his life. Well, there was one cut from a razor thorn vine he hadn't noticed. Just because he could be friendly with the terrain didn't mean it all instantly worked for him. Razor thorns were sharp enough to pierce steel, in the right circumstances. Especially when encountered at high speed. Maliko concentrated on not making too much noise as he willed his body to stop bleeding. He had some slight training in pure body tempering, but it was easier to just use metal energy. However, there were some things that just weren't the same. For one, it was much easier to hide. Any extra use of energy besides hiding would likely get him caught now. Maliko wasn't sure how long he waited, but the sun was no longer in his eyes. He hadn't sensed anyone for at least half an hour, but he hadn't been willing to leave yet. As he swam across to the opposite bank, preparing to climb up, he hesitated. What if they'd guessed he was in the river? Or just hiding? If they hadn't moved on? Maliko shook his head. He couldn't swim all the way back, could he? Still, the river would flow towards the sea, inevitably. It wasn't that deep where he was. Trying to feel like just another flow of mercury or gallium, Maliko let himself be carried along with the river. Maybe rubidium or cesium were more appropriate for his density, and they could sometimes form skins that prevented them from immediately combusting when they touched water. Maliko hoped nobody looking for him really knew the difference. He half let himself get carried, half swam down the river. The night was cold, even in the river. The metal sea itself was hot because of all the explosive reactions, but rivers far from it had fewer reactive events. Maliko found himself shivering, but he couldn't say how far master-tier cultivators might track him. Was he safe yet? In the morning, he thought he had to be safe, or if not, he had to get out of the river anyway. He needed to eat something, and he hadn't really slept. Unfortunately, he found that the banks of the river were smooth and solid with no handholds to catch onto. Just great. Whether it was a natural or artificial aqueduct, he couldn't leave the river at the moment. He couldn't swim against the current either, the river was too fast, and he wasn't fresh enough to try swimming an arbitrary distance against it. Then he discovered why the river was fast. Besides the smooth walls and straight path not restricting its motion, it also opened up significantly. Not in the pleasant way where he would go from rapids into a nice, wide, slowly drifting flow, but more in the way where a waterfall was ahead. Maliko tried to stick himself to the banks of the river. That should be easy. Metal clung to metal with magnetism. Unfortunately, even if he could induce that effect in any sort of metal, he could only really do so in optimal circumstances. That meant not hurtling towards a waterfall wondering if he was going to die. He barely even managed to slow himself as the areas he controlled slipped by. Then, he was over the edge. He remembered his falling techniques. First, push against the metal below. That wasn't much good, because he was going to hit the water first. Okay, fine, what was it that Uncle Barrett had said? If you're going to fall, just make sure you can take the hit. That wasn't helpful either. He only had the time to think annoyed thoughts before he struck the surface below. Then he was reminded that he did train his body. The fall hadn't even been that high, maybe 10, 20 meters. Sure, he almost lost consciousness when he impacted the water below, but he got himself back to the surface just in time to become aware of a bite shark chomping into his leg. And then another. If his body wasn't at least as hard as iron, that probably would have been it for his lower extremities. As it was, he couldn't afford to let them keep chomping on them. He maneuvered over to the river bank as well as he could, pulling on it as it pulled on him. What a day! He slammed the bite sharks into the riverbank, solidifying it as he propelled himself with his remaining energy. They crinkled and crunched as their bodies were crushed and deformed. He pried their jaws off of his leg and looked down at the bodies that seemed to be almost 70% teeth. At least he had breakfast, or lunch. Hopefully he could find some way to start a fire, because he didn't have the energy left for some nice induction cooked fish. He should have just stayed at home. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 423. News came from Vashia of an invasion by the Ustane Empire, after half a decade of inactivity. Even though the terrain was difficult, an army of cultivators wouldn't take too long to conquer the country. Some of the organizations within Vashia immediately capitulated, finding no benefit to fighting a war they would inevitably lose. The same had happened in other countries the Ustane Empire had conquered, and it allowed them to receive slightly better treatment. At least, they would get away with their lives. However, as the armies of the Ustane Empire invaded the country, disaster struck. It was a disaster for both sides that very few could have anticipated. Perhaps some of the factions of Vashia knew, but they kept their lips sealed. The country erupted in fire and flame. Not all, but over half of the volcanoes that made up the mountain range that dominated the country erupted at the same time, more or less. While most of the volcanoes were considered Tier 1 dangers, that was still potentially deadly to those under Master Tier, and that was only in a dormant state. The caldera of a volcano was relatively peaceful, but a sudden eruption brought with it hotter fires, more toxic gases, extreme explosions. Over the course of a few days the entire country was covered in smoke, ash, and lava flows. The armies from the Ustane Empire retreated as quickly as they could, unsure if the eruptions were an enemy attack or a natural phenomenon. Either way, they weren't equipped to survive in the area, and continual eruptions made any sort of conquering infeasible. In a way, Vashia was saved, but not much was left behind. Many of their peaks collapsed, cities and sects were destroyed. The terrain of the country changed drastically in only a few days, and only a small number of places were spared destruction. Even those places not directly affected were covered in ash. The clouds extended beyond Stredo to the west, past the Metal Sea to the north, and certainly could be seen even as far as the deserts of Mostria. It was news no one had expected. Vashia had always had significant volcanic activity, but a single eruption every few decades was nothing in comparison to the current events. No word came out of the country for a month after the events, except scattered reports by cultivators fleeing the area. Maliko's eyes finally spotted the gates to the Anaconi clan. The river gates, that was. He had found his way back to more familiar territory, but hadn't been comfortable walking on roads or in the open. If any of those who had been looking for him recognized him, he could have been dead. As he climbed out of the river, a guard called down from the walls. "Halt! Who goes there?" "Wait, Maliko." Though he would have liked to say he recognized everyone that worked for the clan, that just wasn't the case. Still, though the guard who called out to him wasn't someone he recognized, he saw a captain's face peering over the walls. "That's right. I have returned. I'm sure Father will have some words for me." It wasn't long before he was ushered inside the walls, brought to meet his father. When he entered the room where his father was waiting, Kale looked over Maliko, noting his injuries. "Where have you been? You're not going to yell at me?" Maliko asked. "I might later," Kale shrugged, his figure quite imposing covered in spiked armor he rarely divested himself of. "Do you think you deserve it?" His eyes bored into Maliko, making him shrink back slightly. Before we talk about that, I have important news. I ran into some cultivators from, well, I'm not really sure where. They were planning an attack. On the Metal Sea, I think. Something about seizing the core in the depths. I only heard so much before I had to retreat, afraid they might spot me, and then they did anyway. Kale folded his hands in front of him. "Young man. You run away from home, only to come back injured, and you expect me to believe you stumbled across a conspiracy against the entire southern Metal Sea? How old are you now? 19. Listen, Father, I didn't say I didn't believe you." Kale smiled. "By your age I had been swept up in quite some trouble already. Maybe you really did run into some sort of conspiracy. Tell me everything you can remember, every little detail." Maliko nodded. He recounted what he could, every type of cultivation he remembered, his location as far as he recalled, and the bits and pieces of conversation he'd overheard. None of them appeared to be natives of any metal sea. I know it's not much to go off of, but dash. Did anyone feel different suddenly? Like they swapped with a different cultivator? Maliko frowned in thought. No. I don't think so, anyway. Kale nodded, his face hard to read inside his helmet. It still could be. Cultivators from Smyenia seems most likely. We can put out bounties on those you described for attempting to kill a member of our clan. No. Maliko called out, then he shrank back slightly at his father's look. No, I don't think that would be the best course of action. Send their likenesses to those who you can trust, but don't let them find out. If possible, have people watch them. They're probably part of a larger group. Good, Kale nodded. You're thinking. While I really would like to get revenge for them attacking you, my son, if they really are part of some bigger conspiracy, we should watch them. Let them believe you dead, or without influence, or that you didn't hear anything at all. Kale looked over Maliko again. I notice you didn't bring any of our iconography with you. Just picking out a young man with a face and skin like yours won't be easy. That said, you'll have to have guards at all times, for multiple reasons. Maliko bowed his head. I understand, father. It was foolish of me to leave the clan without supervision. I am willing to accept any punishment you have to offer. Kale nodded. Good. It is important to be able to admit your faults. Even so, punishments must be appropriate. I think, double training for the next month. Maliko shivered at the tone of voice. It wasn't exactly threatening, but he knew it would be difficult. Even so, he was excited at the idea. He realized how much more growing he still had to do. Just because he was young and inexperienced still didn't mean the world would go easy on him. Kale began setting about asking about the metal core. He'd heard the legends, told some of them to Maliko, but even in his current position he didn't know if they were true. He spoke to anyone he trusted. Not necessarily those he liked, but those he knew had the metal sea as a whole in their thoughts. He especially spoke to those who were older, wiser. Cultivators who had survived the attack generations before, who were now old and had barely been involved at the time. Solid information was hard to find. The closest he got was that such a thing could exist. Whether or not the Southern Metal Sea still possessed or ever had possessed one of them was a different question. If they had one and it had been stolen in the invasion before, it would have had some effect on the area around the Southern Metal Sea. Maybe an entire country wouldn't change quickly, but over decades, there should have been some weakening. However, Kale didn't see any signs that the Metal Sea was on the incline. The cultivators were rapidly growing stronger, the great worms were large, he'd found a metal heart growing in the area. 2 of them in fact. Maybe it didn't exist. If it did, they needed to defend it. Or did they? In the depths of the Metal Sea? Even he could only go so deep. He wouldn't expect grandmasters to do much better. But, a grandmaster tier metal cultivator, with some sort of secret knowledge, maybe. Maybe a group working together, or something. There hadn't been any sightings of those Maliko had seen. That didn't mean they didn't exist, but rather they knew how to conceal themselves. They could have been moving through the country unnoticed for some time. What a mess. Though he wasn't personally responsible for the entire Southern Metal Sea, he and Kelani were 2 of the strongest cultivators he knew of, in charge of the largest clans in the north and west, and the other areas had none bigger, if some nearly equivalent. And then there was the whole mess with Vashia. The Ustane Empire might have designs on the Southern Metal Sea, for its resources or just to spite Streeto. At least the alliance had gone through. If it hadn't, Kale would trust Barrett and some of the others with his life, but he would prefer to have a much larger number of people fighting by his side if it came down to it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 424. Early recognition of a plot against the Southern Metal Sea allowed for discovery of more snippets of information, but it wasn't easy to piece together everyone involved. They weren't easily able to capture anyone, and if they did so in the wrong circumstances, their awareness could be discovered. At first the plot seemed small, even a dozen cultivators with some factions behind them being involved wasn't necessarily much to worry about, however it soon became clear that they were just taking their time. Kale stood watching the metal sea, Kalani next to him. They were waiting for a master-tier cultivator who had gone into the sea. Not that he knew they were waiting for him. That was the whole point. The man was a warrior of glass. Of course, it was thought that glass was fragile, but that wasn't exactly the case. Common glass was indeed quite brittle, but when supported properly it could take on the strength of an underlying structure, increasing the point at which it might break. Glass also had different properties in different states. It could be extremely sharp, but on the other end it could also be soft and ductile. Glass was also excellent at insulating a cultivator from many sorts of dangers by providing a non-reactive barrier. A glass cultivator trained to take the various properties of glass and use them as they were advantageous. In the case of energy cultivation, the energy merely took on different properties, but some warriors trained their body to have certain glassy properties as well. As for why this particular warrior would be chosen to survey the southern metal sea, it was to take advantage of the various properties. Supported glass could resist immense pressures as well as providing protection from mercury or other metals being absorbed into the body through the skin. As a 6th-tier master, nearly a grandmaster, the man could go deeper than Kale had gone while searching for living metal, though Kale knew he could at least match the man now. However, instead of exhausting themselves in the sea, Kale and Kalani waited for him to return to the surface. Predicting exactly where he would return wasn't easy, but their senses could extend much further into the metal sea than his, and he hadn't been expecting him. Presumably, he still hadn't noticed them until after he reached the shore. When he finally noticed the pair he moved cautiously, but didn't immediately break into a run, preferring to act innocently. After all, it wasn't forbidden to enter the sea. By the time he realized the pair were there for him and not just planning to enter the sea for some reason, it was too late. The man was certainly no pushover, but a somewhat fatigued cultivator beset by two others who were in their native environment had very little hope. Kalani could control the land, the sea behind him, and even the air to some extent filled as it was with particles of metal and metallic gases. The only reason he lasted as long as he did was they were planning to capture him instead of kill him, which took more effort. They couldn't just immediately crush his head when Kalani stopped him for a moment by surrounding him with a layer of metal sand. Kale did take the chance to hammer the man's knee backwards, though he reduced the damage by making his knee more flexible. He managed to break away, re-solidify his leg in a somewhat working configuration, and slice with his obsidian daggers at Kale, but the fortified taspum of Kale's armor withstood his blow without Kale giving a single step. Only the man's careful control of his energy kept his daggers from shattering. Technically, if he could have overcome Kale's defenses, the taspum might have shattered instead, but that was a high bar to reach. The two continued attacking his limbs, wearing him down until he could no longer stand. Perhaps a fanatic would have taken the opportunity to commit suicide. Kale and Kalani would have done their best to stop him, but instead once he realized his loss he surrendered, holding up his hands and dropping his daggers. With his life at risk, the man answered questions, with some prompting and magic involved. Upon interrogating him, it became clear that there really was a plot for the metal core of the southern metal sea, and more importantly that Smyenia had sufficient reason to believe it really existed. The whole country wasn't necessarily involved, but there were enough of the powerful factions involved that it was close enough. The warrior they caught was supposed to be scouring the sea for the possible location of a metal core, and while they kept watch as much as they could, even all of the forces available in the southern metal sea couldn't possibly watch even just the northwestern border of the sea. It was inevitable that many more had slipped past unnoticed, though he didn't know who else might have been looking. Apparently he had been given a technique that would find the metal core, but upon trying to obtain information about it, the man suddenly died. His brain was torn apart from the inside, presumably by deeply buried magic. Over a year passed before activity from Smyenia became obvious. Though they hid their objective at raising a great army, the Southern Metal Sea knew their most likely objective and called for aid from Streeto. Streeto responded according to the agreement between them, but neither of them wished for an all-out war to defend the area. There were only a few well-fortified areas around the Southern Metal Sea, with many towns and villages. Smyana's forces were comparable to what Streeto could produce, and while the Metal Sea was growing quickly they were severely lacking in grandmasters and the total numbers that Streeto had. Thus, it was decided that the best course of action would be to evacuate the areas that couldn't be defended, fortifying a few areas in the northwestern sea and clearing out the rest. Nobody was happy about abandoning their homes, but most preferred that option to dying to an army. Kale wished he could tell people that their homes would likely remain untouched, or were replaceable otherwise, but giving away what they knew of the enemy's goals wasn't necessarily wise. They would move to defend larger cities if they were attacked, or to attack the army at the sea itself if it came to that. While it would be difficult to defeat all the forces that were gathering, even if Streeto didn't have a formal alliance they wouldn't have wanted to let Smyana obtain the metal core, once Streeto was appraised of its existence. Something of that power could greatly increase Smyana's power as a country, which was why they were willing to bring so many forces to bear even at the risk of losing some or many of them. While they might not wish to turn Smyana into a new Metal Sea, they weren't lacking in cultivators who could use it to improve themselves, and if they didn't care about consuming it, they could train many grandmasters or perhaps even have a handful of cultivators advance to 8th tier. It would be hard to say what the exact effects would be, but even the most optimal scenario was negative for both Streeto and the Metal Sea. Far-flung, tiny villages almost never merited the personal presence of a master to help them evacuate. Normally such an oddity would indicate someone important lived there, or someone related to someone important. Instead, there was nobody like that in Rust. The village lived up to its name, not even having the resources to scrub down their iron-sided huts. The village survived by virtue of an old mine nearby where they occasionally pulled out coal for their furnaces and were able to make basic implements and structures for themselves. They survived mostly on cave mushrooms and aluminum grass, along with generous helpings of rust mites at every meal. It was impossible to say what led people to live in such a place, perhaps they were just born there, in a village with no prospects too far from the next village to leave safely. Not much was said about them, except that they were stubborn as the metal boulders that made up the nearby terrain. "Listen," Einar said to a rust-faced old man, "if you don't leave, you'll die." The old man slammed his hand onto the table, snapping one of the weakened legs. "I'm not going to leave the village to be torn apart." Einar sighed, "If you leave, nobody is going to touch your rusty old village, but everyone who stays will die." Seeing the old man still refuse to budge, he shook his head, "If you don't go, I'll destroy it myself." "You wouldn't." The man crossed his arms over his chest. In response, Einar walked over to the central pole of the hut, tapping it with his foot. He used his boot to start digging into the ground below. There was a hole in the floor that led straight to the reddish dirt that suffused the area. He gave the pole a shake, then went back to his digging. "Wait, stop," the old man threw back his chair, which clanked against the ground. He went to try to tackle Einar, who merely held out a hand and grabbed his face. The old man may have been from the Metal Sea, but he was by no means a cultivator. He couldn't do more than uselessly swing his arms at Einar. "Fine, I'll leave, but I don't know why I matter so much anyway." "Everyone must leave," Einar stated. He didn't explain that a young woman who lived in the village wouldn't leave if everyone else didn't go, and if he had to carry her away, she wouldn't survive. There was no point. She wasn't anyone important anyway. "Now, let's go." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 425. Not everyone from the village of Rust had rust-colored skin. Some of the younger folk had silvery or golden skin, though even that was tinged with something. That said, some of the folk were more greenish instead of reddish. The color was one thing, the way that some of them flaked off made Einar think everyone had a very serious skin condition. He didn't know anything about whether that assumption was correct or how to cure it if it was. All he knew was he needed to get a young woman away from Rust. Why? He didn't know. There were so many things he didn't know. All he knew was the future, and the future said nothing more than that he would be happy with the results. Not actually, of course. The future was almost never that clear, and he wasn't going to be there anyway. He'd managed to get the villagers to leave Rust behind, assuring them that the rundown village itself would be fine without them. He actually couldn't say for sure whether that was the case, he hadn't seen any future about that. However, he had a guess. If scouts from the encroaching army came across Rust, that they would ignore it. With no people, it would look just like a long-abandoned village. There would be no reason to destroy it. If they were going to destroy it anyway, then it was inevitable and at least his lie would save people's lives. That was the sort of thing people were supposed to care about. Lives. Other people. Themselves. Einar found that last one strange, because it wasn't always given the most priority even though logically it should have. What does the rest of the world matter if you are dead? He didn't know. It wasn't possible to know. Out of his magic bag Einar pulled quicksilver fish fillets. The amount of actual silver and mercury in them was much too high for him to safely consume, but residents of the Metal Sea would be properly nourished. The villagers of Rust helped set up camp, such as it was, making fire pits and collecting tinder and firesteel from nearby trees. The fires burned hot and smoky, making it easy for anyone to track them down, but they couldn't move without food, and they could only catch so many burrowing rust mites while on the move. In town they had traps, though Einar couldn't see why. They were entirely unappetizing from any perspective. The young woman who was the unknowing catalyst for the whole excursion ate silently with everyone else. All were somber at having abandoned their homes, rusting piles of junk though they were. Einar tried to figure out what was special about this young woman. Why would she matter at all? He couldn't tell. At the moment, she seemed to have nothing special about her except for that skin condition that everyone from Rust seemed to develop. That wasn't a good thing. As for any skills, nothing the other villagers didn't have, the basic ability to survive in unpleasant circumstances. Some people might have said she had untapped potential. Einar would have instead said her future was a blank sheet. Perhaps something interesting would be written on it, or perhaps the sheet would remain blank or uninteresting. At the very least, it shouldn't be remaining blank. That was the purpose in coming out. Einar looked over his shoulder, wondering at the speed of those who were following. It wouldn't be long now. Traveling by foot through difficult terrain was slow, especially with large numbers of malnourished non-cultivators. They came to a pass through which there was only a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a single person at a time. With that said, the entire village would be through in a few minutes. Now remember, Einar said to them. Once you get through, you're to head down to the city of Nikolon. You will receive further guidance once there. Nobody asked why they would need further guidance when he would be with them. Good. It would be annoying to explain. Einar watched them trickle through the narrow pass, and once they were all together they started moving down the road. He'd left the bag of supplies with them, nearly empty now. He still had his personal bag. Einar turned around and looked behind him. Now then, when is it? Exact timings were hard to get right. However, he should be waiting less than a day. The group would reach Nikolon by then, so there would be no point in defending the pass longer than that. He was pleased to not have to wait very long. He hadn't expected to wait long, but he wasn't exactly able to get specific details in the circumstances. Half of what he knew was from assumptions about cultivators. That was why he had to be where he was. Einar was only certain he had been spotted when an arrow came flying at him. However, he wouldn't be so easily killed, not would he fail to avoid the simultaneous attacks by giant rats with teeth the length of daggers. Einar only wished they had been open to a counter, but instead his hands were full parrying a spear from an extremely undersized man who had just come from seemingly nowhere. Indeed, that was how cultivators acted. Why would they go around him when they could defeat him and go through? After assessing him, they had decided it would be easy enough to take him out. Maybe they weren't even wrong. Einar had no idea if he would take any of them down with him before he died. He only knew he would survive long enough to keep them away from the future he knew but could not see. His face bore no expression even before it faded away to leave no features except for 4 eyes. The 2 vertical eyes twisted and turned and rolled around, even sometimes completely backwards, to catch sight of things unseen, things which could not yet be seen. Einar only managed to leave a thin cut on the leg of the 3rd scout who dropped down towards him from above. His body bent and twisted, avoiding arrows and spears and fists and feet. Sharp rat teeth scraped against his protective barrier, not quite penetrating to him but certainly weakening his defenses. He wasn't actually sure why he was where he was. Einar wasn't quite sure if he remembered what regret felt like, but he supposed he would regret his choice if he hadn't come to where he was now. Yet if he made a different choice, to preserve himself, the other future could have never happened and he wouldn't know what he was missing. A paradoxical prediction, but not one he could ignore. Maybe all his problems started when he tried to think about the future. Unfortunately, the future was now. And he had to deal with it as it came. The dire rats certainly weren't the standard sort found anywhere, because they were able to bite into his energy without breaking their teeth and his daggers couldn't slice into them, at least, not with the opportunities he had available. He was far too busy with avoiding other attacks. If he was slightly off, his head would be crushed by a heel, driven into a poor position as he was by the half-sized spearman. Einar studied the possibilities of the future. He couldn't comprehend all of them. All he could do was pick from the first one that had a handful of futures that continued further on, where he wouldn't die immediately. So far, he didn't see himself being driven into a dead end. Previously, he would have thought that meant he would win. After all, if he didn't see a loss, that was the only outcome. However, he now knew it was quite the opposite. He was too close to the situation to get an unbiased view. He wanted to win, and since he could see what would happen, he presumed seeing an optimal outcome that it would come to fruition. That hope had been dashed before, namely by Barrett. Einar hadn't seen a possibility he would lose to him in the tournament, and it was technically true that Barrett hadn't been able to do anything to beat him, until he did. The current situation wasn't so favored for Einar, he could definitely see himself losing. He wanted to carve a path to victory, but there was a slight problem. He'd already seen the future. In that future, he died. Einar knew better than anyone how a predicted future could be changed, manipulated. He didn't want to die, so he had done his best to find something else. However, the only solution he found would be to not be where he was. It was an unfortunate cycle, because if he hadn't seen the future at all he never would have been where he was, but since he had he wouldn't choose not to be. He didn't want a future that was laden with regret, even if he didn't really know exactly why. It was hard to see details past the day he was in. The spear drove through his defenses, stabbing into his side. It was either that or have a broken shoulder, a cut jugular vein, or an arrow through his thigh. There would just be some blood and pain. He could fight longer. At the very least, he needed to last long enough to let the villagers reach safety. Otherwise, not only would he be dead but the future he wanted would never come to pass. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 426. Each choice led down a smaller number of paths, excluding those where he didn't die. Technically Einar knew that his choices were infinite, each exact position different in the smallest details. However, it didn't matter. If he died with a spear through his heart, or a spear 1 millimeter deeper or shallower, he was still dead. Living for a millisecond longer was no good. He wanted minutes, at least. Seconds, if he had to settle. It did not concern Einar if he retracted his defenses to avoid them being damaged by an attack that would have taken off his arm if he miscalculated. No matter how close a barbed arrow or one laced with poison came to him, he wasn't worried. He had to accept risks to avoid death for just a bit longer. The future became more solid, and yet more uncertain with each passing moment. At any point he could make a mistake, miss the fact that his opponents would predict his tricks and kill him with his defenses down, but he couldn't spare even the slightest bit of his power if it could be used later. The teamwork of his opponents was astounding, covering for each other's weaknesses and avoiding any openings he could exploit so far in the fight. He finally got the chance to impale his dagger into the neck of one of the large rats. Its muscles spasmed and pulled the dagger out of his hand, but he could replace that dagger with one that wasn't magical, if he had a moment to reach his magic bag. The reduced pressure from fewer opponents was only a sort of false hope. He was bleeding from a dozen wounds around his body. His energy and magic were nearly at their minimum. Soon enough he wouldn't be able to see any of the future, but that didn't matter. Before that, he would die. The fists and feet of the unarmed fighter were certainly trained to be as hard as weapons, even without energy. However, mistakes could still be made. Einar didn't see the battle continuing for more than a few seconds either way, so as he died he would take out another with him. A reasonable result, if somewhat ultimately disappointing. Too much energy concentrated on the foot. Indeed, Einar would have been dead 10 times over if he was hit, but half as much would have done just as well and not left the back of the leg open for tendons to be cut. Then, off balance, it was simple enough for Einar to stab his remaining enchanted dagger into the man's jaw from beneath, as long as he ignored the spear, 2 poisoned arrows, and the remaining rat that would all be killing him in the next instant. Clink 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 clink. 4 of the same sound in immediate succession was an entirely unexpected circumstance. If Einar didn't know any better, he would have said it was the sound of weapons striking metal. However, he certainly didn't have any armor to block the attacks. None of the scouts did either, not that they would block each other for him. Of course, it couldn't be reinforcements either. Nothing had turned out right if Einar brought anyone else with him or requested reinforcements to arrive. He'd spent a month agonizing over the details, only to determine nothing helped. Then, the only possible result, someone immune to divinations. That didn't make sense. It was extremely difficult. On the other hand, the other possibility. I still owed you a favor, right? Barrett's voice came from behind him. Is this it? Einar turned his head to see the man covered from head to toe in armor, not that he thought the armor had really mattered. What was Barrett doing here? Einar didn't know, and that was fine. He really didn't want to know anything about Barrett's future. That was why he had cut off his own ability to see it. Too many divinations. It took him a moment to realize he was still alive. His hand went to his chest, where there was supposed to be the tip of a spear, sticking out. He wasn't dead. But there was no way he wasn't dead. Except. You owed me a favor. Yeah, don't you remember? Barrett nodded his head. Einar noticed that he was just standing around as if there wasn't a fight happening. Einar's eyes flickered to the side where he saw the small spearman, likewise impaled on a spear. Barrett also had a hand around the snout of the other rat. Clink clink. Barrett leaned slightly, and 2 more arrows bounced off his armor. Barrett continued talking. There was that whole thing with Hayden in Sasher. You predicted you would need a favor from me in the future. So, is this it? I don't know. How had he forgotten that? Oh, of course. It was Barrett. He'd cut off the prophecies, and that affected his memory of that favor. He hadn't ever known what it was actually for anyway. I should be dead. And I was dead. Barrett pulled his spear out and chucked it with one arm off into the distance. Einar's eyes followed it, seeing the archer dodge out of the way, only to be sliced in half as the spear twisted on its axis and flattened into a blade. At the same time, Barrett leaned himself away from the spear's momentum, twisting opposite of it. Did that help somehow? But, if you needed a favor from me, you couldn't die until I repaid the favor, right? I don't know. Einar shook his head, his extra eyes fading and his face returning to its standard configuration, not out of his own volition but due to no longer being able to maintain the sight. I know the future doesn't work like that. It's always possible to die. Or not die. Barrett folded his arms and nodded his head, which I very much prefer. You look awful. Maybe take care of those wounds. Einar looked down at himself. Indeed, he was still wounded. That wasn't going to be a problem, because he was dead. Now he wasn't. Before he could react, Barrett threw a bunch of antiseptic powder onto him. Einar coughed. Not saying much, Barrett tilted his head. Didn't you see me coming? You looked pretty confident right at the end there. Einar shook his head. Not this time. He hadn't told Barrett he'd cut off all of his ability to see Barrett's future. It didn't matter. That's fine. Well, we should get going. Lots more fighting to do in the coming days. Einar didn't know how to respond to the thanks of the villagers of Rust after he caught up to them. After all, he died and never received their thanks. They hadn't seen him wounded and likely didn't even know he perished to save them. Instead they would have moved on and been taken under the wing of others. The future had come to an end. Einar had seen it, he'd been at the final point. He committed himself to that single future, and it didn't happen. When he collapsed in a bedroll along with the refugees from the city and the villagers from Rust, he didn't have any thoughts at all until the morning. In the morning, the future was poured over Einar like an ocean wave. Nothing had happened such that it wouldn't exist, he merely hadn't been able to see it. Suddenly being introduced to a completely new future was overwhelming, and he felt himself drowning. The oppressive weight of the sea pressed down on him. Both hot and cold. Heavy, liquid, yet nearly solid. Dark. Surprisingly not salty. Einar pulled himself back to stability. He had no idea what would actually happen, but he did know one thing. Something large will be happening at the Metal Sea itself. Barrett nodded. We sort of already knew that. I assume you have something more. Just that, we should get there as soon as possible. He looked over the refugees, after we take them to safety, of course. Einar never lied. There was no point. If he had a divination for someone he didn't like, they could screw it up all on their own. In normal conversation, he found it a waste of time. In a way, his statements weren't a lie. He believed they should get to the Metal Sea as soon as possible, and that the refugees should be brought to safety first. He just hadn't seen that. He had no idea how they might help, if they could do anything. There were some inklings that his own presence might either improve or deteriorate the situation. Of course, for Barrett there was no indication in either direction. Einar didn't know what effect Barrett would have. Maybe it would be nothing, but if he was going to bet without knowing the future, something he hadn't done in a very long time, he would bet that Barrett would make everything work out somehow. Maybe he would make everything worse. Einar didn't know. He didn't know, and it was extremely terrifying and yet, freeing. He could make a choice based on logic or just what he wanted to do, instead of just whatever worked. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 427. The atmosphere around the southern Metal Sea was gloomier than normal. The dense haze, a combination of the normal pollutants and still more ash that had not settled from the volcanic explosions, loomed over the area, causing an oppressive atmosphere. News kept coming in of efforts to evacuate citizens and battles, with various levels of success. Smyenia was a large country, with many powerful cultivator factions. Most of those had at least some involvement in the current attack. In addition, the defenders had to cover more ground, unsure of where the Smyenian forces would attack. The few towns and villages that hadn't been evacuated had been slaughtered, not the normal protocol for cultivator armies. Usually they preferred to take over and leave things mostly as they were, except with people paying them instead of someone else. The tactics showed that evacuation had been the right idea, and that there was no intention to occupy the southern Metal Sea. Though the higher echelons of the southern Metal Sea and the forces from Stredo knew the actual reason for the attack, Smyenia had at least put forth a token effort to justify their invasion. According to them, the southern Metal Sea had violated an ancient trade agreement with them. The southern Metal Sea had no records of such an agreement, either because it never existed or because it had been destroyed from battles over the years, possibly the attack decades before that had left them weak. There had been demands for reparations that were completely ridiculous and couldn't be agreed to, but the armies had already been gathered well in advance on both sides. Destroying towns and villages was tactically advantageous for Smyrna because they could continue moving as they pleased, but the forces defending the southern Metal Sea had to respond to them, splitting their forces to protect the citizens they presumably cared about. Barrett had arrived at the sea itself along with Einar. They'd stopped by the location where the War Council was conducting operations to report in. It would still be weeks before the army could arrive at the sea itself, but something didn't seem right. Barrett didn't have access to the council meetings directly. Adding more people to the grandmasters and counselors from the southern Metal Sea would only slow things down, but he was able to hear the details directly from Grandmaster Heikel and of course his friend Kale. There were two things that bothered him. First was that the army was spreading out instead of marching straight towards their goal in the most efficient manner. If they were actually out to destroy the area, they would be more determined to catch groups of fleeing refugees instead of just requiring more places to be abandoned. The second thing that bothered Barrett was that the convocation of souls hadn't been spotted among the enemy forces. They have to be up to no good, right? Nilima had gone directly to the sea instead of with Barrett to rescue Einar, though her presence hadn't been necessary as of yet. She shrugged, of course they're up to no good. I don't know if they're up to no good here or not though. What about you, Prophet? Einar shook his head. I have no divinations for either of you. Barrett laughed. We don't need divinations. Just tell us what you think. I think, much the same as everyone else, that their actions are suspicious. However, I am unable to predict their movements with logic or magic. Einar's face went blank in thought for a few moments. Perhaps the army is merely a distraction to prevent proper divinatory response. So many details change constantly, it becomes impossible to focus on just one area. He turned to look towards the sea which was not far behind them, no matter how critical it might seem. He sniffed. I should not remain near the sea for too long. It merely wastes my efforts. I already got used to it, Nilima grinned. I just let the right bits filter through and annihilate the rest that tries to approach me. I think I'll remain around here to cut off anyone who approaches, as necessary. What about you, Barrett? I'm not sure. Just waiting, doesn't seem good. Especially if it takes weeks for the army to get here. I could go meet them and be back here a dozen times before they even get close to the sea. In fact, Barrett frowned, they seem rather slow already. Enough masters to be dangerous could have grouped together and gone ahead already. As for their grandmasters, not all of them had been accounted for, right? Nilima's eyes lit up. You think they're sneaking past? Since all they want is that metal core, it would make sense. Barrett turned. What do you think, Einar? I think you should do whatever you want, as long as I make it clear I am not saying this in a divinatory fashion. Maybe you'll make things better, maybe worse, I don't care. Barrett nodded. Fair enough. Let's see, how long has it been since it started? Einar tilted his head for a moment, then answered, long enough for grandmasters to infiltrate without getting caught. They could be deep in the depths of the sea right now. Then, that's where I'll go, Barrett nodded. That wasn't advice, Einar said as Barrett was already leaving. He held out an arm, then shook his head. He turned to Nilima. I plan to go meet up with the council again. I will inform them of our hypothesis. If you come with me you will be able to contribute to future battles. What if I go with Barrett? Nilima asked. Einar rolled his eyes. Everyone asks that. Don't know. Just that you will not be at the battles. Well, that's expected. Nilima looked after Barrett. Might as well do something interesting then. Though Barrett wanted to just dive into the sea, there were some things to consider first. Where was he going? Why? And how? First, his idea would not be a quick one. Even if they only had to scour the very center of the Metal Sea, that could be hundreds or thousands of square kilometers, assuming what they needed was at the bottom of the sea and not floating somewhere. Food wasn't too much of a problem. While they couldn't collect any more, Barrett and Nilima had weeks' worth at least. If it really became an issue, they could leave and resupply. However, there were some more problems. Water was actually more necessary, and only a small part of the top layer of the sea was water and not normally potable. If they were leaving the area near shore, they wouldn't just be going out for a few hours and returning to land. "This is pretty stupid," Nilima commented. "But I think if we just dive and ascend every day, we could live on a boat at the top. The currents aren't exactly calm, but we can recalculate our positions after resting. Nobody really makes boats for here, but it could be done." "Just anything that can float should be good enough," Barrett nodded. "Of course, the pressure will be hard to deal with, and we can't just search separately. We might not find each other again." "Well, I suppose we could, but..." "No, you're right. We'll need to work together anyway. Unless you can survive even greater pressures than what we did before." "Just, easily." Nilima tilted her head. "Greater?" Barrett nodded, "For sure. But if the sea is as deep as I think it will be, it'll be much worse. If it takes a few months just to resist the pressure where we need to be, we'll probably be too late. If this even matters. The metal core exists, people wanting to just grab it makes sense. Not that it would be that easy. We could run into grandmasters. Any apprehensions about that? Our last attempt didn't go so well." "Nah," Nilima shook her head. "As long as we don't get exhausted beforehand, or get careless, or run into more than one, or if they're a metal master, but we can figure that out when we get there. Metal masters are still relatively squishy on the inside for the most part." Nilima focused her eyes on Barrett. "Anyway, I can't go much deeper than before. My energy is stronger, but without any way to release the pressure it's problematic. But, maybe, we could work together. I can coat us with my energy, and then redirect the excess pressure to you. I know it's not entire fair but dash." "That sounds fine," Barrett nodded. "I can hold up, and it would be much easier than both of us going separately, right?" "Right. So we just hold hands, I guess." Nilima reached out her hand and grasped Barrett's. Metal usually feels cool, but that gauntlet is surprisingly warm. Is it because the air's so hot? Living metal is more attuned to my body temperature. Is it strange? Barrett pulled away the gauntlet, the metal seeming to disappear into the rest of his armor. "No, it's fine, it's just a different texture. Your armor should probably cover you fully." "That can be done too." The gauntlet flowed back around Barrett's hand, pushing apart their contact. "Well, let's try a shallow dive first. I don't want to get a kilometer down and find out that if I move wrong we break the connection and I have a hole in my energy barrier." Nilima's energy flowed from just moving about her to also covering Barrett. He could feel the layered gentle energy and berserk energy much more clearly as they surrounded him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 428. The crushing weight of the southern metal sea and the oppressive darkness made it seem like a lifeless void. However, experience had told Barrett there was more than what was first obvious. While life was sparse compared to an ocean made of water, there were still occasional plants and fish, though discerning their presence was difficult. There were huge areas where no life seemed to roam, though perhaps it was just hidden better than Barrett could discern. Nilima was back to back with Barrett as they descended. Two people didn't take up much more area than one, so splitting the pressure made things easier on both of them. There wasn't much way to talk even if they didn't have to conserve their air. The best they could do was move in such a way as to inform the other of something they spotted. Once they reached the bottom they moved around on foot for a short time before returning to the surface. With Nilima's help it was easier to float upward, since she could create a larger difference in pressure pushing them in a different direction. Since Barrett didn't have energy to extend externally, the task was more laborious for him alone. Barrett removed his magic bag from inside his armor, creating a hole in the side then sealing it immediately. It wasn't as easy to access inside his armor, but it needed to be protected. Even the reinforced magic bags that those from the Immortal Berserker sect used had limits, and leaving it vulnerable would strain even the one Barrett had. Out of the bag came a boat painted with plaster and other coatings to protect it from the metal sea. The boat was not much bigger than a dinghy, though it left plenty of room for 2 cultivators. It wasn't particularly comfortable if they wanted to lay down, but sitting wasn't a problem. Bubbles of steam and noxious gases rose around them, the haze in the air reminding them they weren't on a normal sea, even if the top layer was mostly normal water. "We can certainly go much deeper than before," Nilima commented. 2 kilometers into the sea didn't even feel that bad. "Now we just need to figure out where we're looking. Is the center the best place to start?" Barrett shrugged. "We might as well start there. I don't know what we're looking for. I feel like the metal core might be obvious if we get near it, but it might be concealed. Nobody from the current generation has really explored the depths of the sea, even Kale and Kelani were only near the edge with us." "Blee." Nilima leaned back against the side of the boat. "This is going to be long and boring. How are we even going to find something that an army of metal cultivators didn't find?" A difficult question." Barrett shrugged. "Don't know, but I feel like being here is better than anywhere else. There must have been some reason they couldn't find it. Maybe metal cultivators actually can't. It could be protected from them." Nilima shrugged. "Or maybe nobody can find it, or it doesn't exist. Then maybe we'll run into someone looking for it and take them out." Nilima nodded. "I still do want another chance to take out a grandmaster." "You think they're wandering around in groups?" Barrett shook his head. "I don't think there are nearly enough of them to move in large groups, but that doesn't mean they'd be alone." The villagers of Rust had left behind their home, having to flee for days to reach another city, and then even that city itself had been uprooted. Hokulani had almost lost the rest of the village in all of the people, but the strange man who had told them they had to abandon their home had brought her back to them without her even having to say she was lost. Being away from home was uncomfortable, though Hokulani had to admit that the food was much better and more plentiful, even though they were on low rations. It was good for her, but not so much for Paloli. She clutched him in her arms, hoping to find him some food, but nobody wanted to feed him. "Is that a rust mite, young miss?" An old man with golden hair and a similarly golden beard that nearly reached the ground stood nearby. Hokulani swiveled her arms behind her back. "No. That's too bad." The old man shrugged. "If it was a rust mite, I was going to offer it a few chips." The man held up a handful of rusted metal scraps. "Do creatures get along with you naturally, young miss?" Hokulani shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know. I've only ever seen rust mites like in our village." "Is that so?" The old man tilted his head. He looked around. "It seems your village elder is over by one of the wagons. Would you like to meet the steelhead goat there?" "Maybe." Hokulani looked over at the wagon, also glancing at the rusty metal chips in the man's hand. "There's nothing to stop you, you know." He tossed the pile of rusty scraps towards her. "If you see any rust mites, give them this. It will keep them out of other goods. They often take to chomping them into bits to make them rust later." The golden-haired old man walked away towards the chief of Rust. Hokulani looked around before letting Paloli down to chomp up the pieces of rusty metal. They seemed crunchy and probably unpleasant, but Paloli liked things like that. She picked him up and put him in the small bag she had been given. He wouldn't eat food meant for her, he didn't like it and would listen to her anyway, and she didn't want anyone else to see him. She timidly walked up to the steelhead goat next to the village chief. She didn't talk much to the adults in the village. Some of the aunties had occasionally checked on her and given her food, but the rest of the time she had lived in her own shack alone, fending for herself. Paloli had been her only friend, and she didn't like to eat other rust mites even though sometimes she had to. The steelhead goat was tall. She reached her hand towards it, but she couldn't reach its head. However, its eyes turned towards her and it lowered its head so she could stroke it between the horns. She thought it might want to be touched there, because it couldn't reach that spot on its own. This was a good goat, responsible for pulling a wagon full of supplies and villagers over a long distance. Huge plodding steps sounded out nearby, and Hokulani turned to see a giant lizard passing by, clanking against the cobble street. The golden-haired old man rode on top of it, sitting on a strangely shaped saddle, though she supposed it had to be strange if it were to fit on a lizard instead of a goat or horse. She had seen a few horses around, but they were strangely colored. Browns and whites and blacks instead of normal, sensible metallic colors. Those who rode on the horses were cultivators. They were from Streeto. Wherever that was. Somewhere to the southwest, she heard, away from the southern Metal Sea. It was very, very far away. She wasn't sure why they were here, or why other cultivators were coming to attack them. Why couldn't they just leave them alone? Come on then, Hokulani, the village chief spotted her. Stop bothering the goat and get into the wagon. We have to stay on the move. Hokulani nodded and climbed into the back. Soon they were back on the packed roads, which sometimes kicked up dust. It made it hard to breathe and to see the sky where she was looking for birds. Sometimes birds flew over Rust, but they never stopped there. Nobody ever stopped in Rust. Apparently outside of cities were full of wild animals, but there weren't any next to the road. Hokulani shook her head. She wouldn't be near the road either. There were so many people, and so loud. Even she wanted to run away and hide, and nobody even wanted to eat her. Except maybe those people from Smyenia. They probably ate people. Hokulani tried not to think about eating. People eating people, or animals eating animals. It was all not very nice. Plants couldn't move or communicate, so she didn't see anything wrong with eating them. She didn't like how the world worked, but she knew she had to eat to survive even if it meant eating rust mites like Pololi. Not actually Pololi. He was her friend, so she would never eat him, but other ones. Maybe it was just that other people couldn't tell how creatures felt. It never seemed like the other villagers from Rust understood anything quite like she did. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 429. The deeper the pair went into the southern Metal Sea, the more signs of life they found. Not just the fish and great worms they had seen before, but new types of plants and other creatures. It didn't seem as if any of the creatures were interested in eating new and mysterious people, instead focusing on their traditional meals. Of course, part of that may have been how Barrett and Nilima tried to fit into the sea. It was entirely possible there would be something extremely dangerous deep in the sea that they would prefer not to fight. A good portion of their efforts were already occupied just staying alive. After they returned to the surface and their boat, Nilima wondered aloud, why are there more creatures deeper? I haven't heard of anyone hunting anything in the sea, and at least some things should survive better where the pressure is less than being crushed by a mountain. Barrett shook his head, I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone who knows about the deep sea. The great worms were the only thing people knew lived there, because they occasionally attack those on land. It keeps getting deeper. Actually, if it continues much more than about half of the sea will have something like what people expect from a normal sea. Just, the bottom half, mostly. Nilima tilted her head, if we assume the previous war reached here looking for the metal core, much of the sea life could have been wiped out in the fighting. Maybe it was easiest for new creatures to live near the metal core. Barrett nodded, that makes sense in a way. I would assume they would spread faster, though. Except, the plant life died out too. They could only grow as far as food would spread, and if they were overpopulated in eating it, it could take quite some time. Barrett squinted his eyes, looking at the horizon. Is that a storm? Nilima also looked, focusing energy to aid her eyes. A big one. With waterspouts, and it looks to be picking up more than water. She bit her lip. Storms are pretty common, but that one seems different. I can't sense any magic from here, but I bet there's something. So, are we going towards it or away from it? At the moment, they were just drifting, but that wasn't what she meant. Towards it, Barrett suggested. It's too suspicious to ignore it. And I'm sure it will be good training, yada yada. Nilima rolled her eyes. Do you not want to go? Barrett asked. I didn't say that. Barrett knew Nilima was as much into training as he was. When they'd first met, she'd been going around fighting everyone she could, even to the point of challenging cultivators on the street. They'd had enough time to recover to top form, so going into a storm was just the sort of thing typical of them. Gotta put the boat back, Barrett pointed out. It's quite capable of floating on calm seas, but neither of us want to deal with that in winds and choppy waters, metals. Barrett tilted his head and looked up at the storm. It was hard to tell how many layers down it was pulling from, but certainly it at least got past the water. While Barrett could remain at the surface of water, he didn't naturally float, it involved a lot of effort. However, Nilima was able to create a bubble of energy so they pushed down on more water. It was much the same effect as a boat, but took more effort. Not too much for a cultivator at 6th tier, but it expended enough energy to prevent recovery. Let's go then. The two of them started walking towards the storm, looking for the best angle of approach. Just because they were inevitably going to get caught up in the storm didn't mean they couldn't choose how it happened. Barrett nodded. Multiple spouts seemed to be forming around a center point. How much do you want to bet they'll join together to create a giant vortex? That seems like the plan. Also, it's definitely magic, if you haven't felt that yet. Yes, but what kind? Barrett tilted his head. It doesn't feel like water, and there's too much non-water involved. It doesn't seem to be air, with all that effect down into the sea. Likewise, too much up above is moving for it to be metal control. Nilima tilted her head. General fluid control. That would work on air, water, the rest of the sea. Watch out for your blood, then. And saliva, tears, and everything else. Hey, mine's all protected by my energy. Nilima stood up tall and straight, and technically yours, right now. Nobody can control my body but me. Barrett crossed his arms. Wait, was that a person? Nilima nodded. That's right. They just dropped straight down the middle. Giant vortex, I told you. She felt pretty strong. We'll have to be careful. Barrett clasped Nilima's hand. If we go down there, we'll need to be ready for sudden pressure increases. With his other hand, he pulled out all of his stone pits. Nilima looked at her whip. What do you think about this living metal? Fluid? Barrett shook his head. I don't think so, and it's quite attuned to you. It won't easily be taken control of. Time to go, then. As they moved along the surface of the sea, they started to be pulled along to the giant funnel that now went down into the sea. It was over 1 kilometer across at the top, creating a great depression in the sea itself. It involved a massive amount of power, clearly at the Grandmaster level, but Barrett knew that clever control would make such an impressive-looking feat less tiresome. Otherwise, there would be no way for the mage to keep it up for long. The funnel sloped deeply, and as the two of them let themselves be pulled and they moved from the outer edge to the center in a few moments, before pushing away so they could fall down the middle. It was better to not contact the edges, since that was being controlled by someone. Straight down, Barrett could see the bottom of the sea. It was still quite a distance away, somewhere close to 5 kilometers. Even though the two of them had entered a free fall, it would still take them close to 2 minutes to reach the bottom. So far it didn't seem that the woman at the bottom had seen them, as she was concentrating on the area around her at the bottom of the sea. The vortex shifted as they fell, which meant they had to reorient their fall to remain away from the edges. When they were merely 10 seconds from the bottom, half a kilometer or so away, suddenly the ground below went from its shallow slope to a great rift. The vortex dug its way down into the rift below, tearing up rocks and plants and creatures that it passed by. The vortex and its controller seemed to have no particular malice towards them but also no regard for their lives as it flung them outward. Barrett and Nilima had already fallen into the rift before the bottom was even revealed, close behind the woman controlling the vortex who had not yet acknowledged their presence. Perhaps she was more focused on what was at the very bottom, a great reddish-orange crystal formation. The woman landed ahead of them, and then a moment later the vortex started to collapse around Barrett and Nilima. The walls squeezed inward, clapping shut on them just before they would have been out of its reach. The pressure momentarily strained Barrett's body, but Nilima's energy deflected enough away from them for it to be merely that. Their downward momentum greatly slowed, but that just meant they fell out into open air with reduced velocity, which made the landing easier than it would have been, with only some slight bruising as signs of difficulty. The metal sea hung above them, not quite reaching the bottom of the rift as if being held up by some great force. Barrett could tell the woman wasn't the one who was doing so it had to have been related to the softly glowing crystal formation. The metal core, presumably. When they landed, the sound echoed throughout the chamber they found themselves in, and the woman noticed the pair for the first time. I hadn't expected anyone else to be nearby. She looked over the two of them. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave me to my task. You plan to steal the metal core, right? Nilima stated. I can't say I have any particular connection to the southern metal sea or any homeland, but we can't just let you do that. Barrett and Nilima stepped apart. While they worked together well, they certainly weren't quite at the level of synergy that holding hands in battle would be useful for them in general. Resisting unavoidable pressure was different from a real fight. The woman didn't even respond with words, just waving her hand towards Barrett. Though they had assumed she controlled fluids, Barrett wasn't sure if that was the limits of her ability. Thus he prepared his entire body, fluid and solid and anything in between. As he moved to dodge an invisible force, it still swept through the right side of his body. However, instead of his blood breaking his bones from the inside and bursting his blood vessels, it merely staggered for a moment. Barrett's body was his, and it certainly wouldn't be trivial for anyone to try to control any part of it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 430. At the same time Barrett resisted the woman's attack, Nilima moved in for her own attack. Against a magic-using opponent, shortening the range of combat was optimal. While magic generally didn't fall off as quickly in range as energy, it was also weaker in a direct confrontation. Nilima's body dashed forward and her whip struck out, but it was kept away from the Grand Mistress' body by a barrier of magic. Barrett felt Nilima's energy try to worm its way through the barrier, but it was gingerly deflected. Gentle energy was much akin to a fluid, and 7th-tier cultivators would mostly be experienced with resisting different types of energy. That didn't mean they were safe from Nilima's attacks. One slip-up on their part and she could take them out like anyone else. Before Barrett could charge forward, part of the metal sea was pulled down through the barrier above. He sensed a slight resistance, but certainly nothing that would stop the Grand Mistress they were facing. Though it was only a small part of the sea, it was still much more mass than any cultivator would bring with them to a battle. Even Barrett couldn't say he carried around more. 2 rivers of mercury flowed their way towards the 2 6th-tier cultivators. While they might easily resist the pressure of the metal sea as it passively pressed down on them, magical control changed the equation significantly. Barrett tried to cut through the tide rushing towards him, but of course that wasn't possible. Fluids could not be cut, but that didn't stop his efforts from almost succeeding. There was a momentary split in the river that he dashed through, but it collapsed on him as he was moving through. The liquid metal covered him and sought out gaps in his armor to squeeze through, actively trying to seek his death. Nilima was unable to dodge or cut through the river focused on her, but as it washed over her she was pushed back with it. Barrett had seen Nilima jump off of blades before. Allowing herself to be pushed back by the flow of a liquid was nothing complicated, even if it was magically controlled. Just as he was launching an attack with his stone pits that he'd scattered about, Barrett found that the river caught up all of them. The Grand Mistress was clearly aware of her surroundings, and reacted quickly. Barrett let the stone pits be pulled away. That wasn't too much of an issue. Of course, his extra arms and legs were important to a fight, but they couldn't constantly remain under control. Once that lapsed and they were free, he could use them again. If not, the Grand Mistress would have to focus on 3 areas at all times. While that wasn't necessarily an issue, anything that made life harder for her improved Barrett and Nilima's chances of winning the battle. Winning was the goal. If they didn't want to fight, they would have just left. If they fought, then they should win. They weren't stalling for time waiting for someone to save them. Barrett felt the aura of the woman, heavy and cold like the ocean. However, it was nothing compared to the passive effects of the metal sea. The mercury that had attached itself to Barrett earlier wouldn't let go. It worked its way inside his armor, trying to reach his head and infiltrate his body through his mouth and nose. It slowed his movements, pushing against him as he moved and attempting to let more of the river directed at him catch him. It was annoying, but it couldn't crush him. The small amounts that seeped into his pores couldn't damage him. Maybe if his lungs were full of mercury he might have an issue, but so far it hadn't been a problem. Barrett squeezed his armor around his neck to prevent it from climbing higher, trying to cut off its movements. At the same time, he prepared a shape for his spear to shift into when he needed it. Then he once more charged towards the Grand Mistress. Of course, she could easily send a wave of her magic to try to push him back, but Barrett dodged half of it and pushed through the rest of the effects. He was only a dozen meters away, which would be covered in an instant, but a new river of mercury was pulled from above to block his way. There was nothing that said she had to keep control on the same parts of the metal sea, nor that she could only control 2 or 3 strands of it. That was why Barrett had prepared his weapon to transform into a wider shape, sort of like a spade that stretched the whole way down the shaft of the spear. It was slightly shorter since he needed the extra material, even making it thinner than the spear shaft. He swung his strange weapon, pushing away a wider swath of mercury as he accelerated his steps through. Tendrils of mercury latched onto him as he passed, but most of it was left behind. His weapon returned to more of a spear shape as he reached his target, and then suddenly the mercury surrounding his body fell limp. It wasn't at the will of the Grand Mistress, but Barrett's own will. It was one thing to control mercury outside his body, but inside Barrett's body was his own domain. Though he had prevented it from reaching into his mouth or nose, it was already inside his armor. That was part of himself, and therefore it was simple to cut off the connection. Clearly not expecting the sudden change in his effectiveness, the Grand Mistress was slow in deflecting Barrett's attack. However, her experience couldn't be underestimated. Though her timing was slightly different than what she expected, Barrett's spear was still deflected around her, but it took her more magic to do so, Barrett's spear reaching millimeters from her skin at its closest approach. Nilima's attack came at the same time, her having avoided the allotment of power attempting to restrain her own movements. Her whip struck directly at the back of the Grand Mistress, the energy behind it causing the Grand Mistress' defenses to tremor greatly. Then what felt like the whole metal sea crashed down on their heads, though clearly that wasn't the case. There was no finesse in the move, merely power. The entire middle of the chamber was suddenly covered in mercury, and Barrett felt himself entrapped. He could feel Nilima was in the same position, forced to be only on the defensive to protect her body. Barrett hardened his armor, closing off any openings and cutting off the control of the mercury that had found its way inside. He could feel the crushing pressure of the metal, stronger than even the pressure of the true sea at 4 or 5 kilometers of depth. It constantly moved about, redirecting its force to new locations, and Barrett had to shift his own defenses with it, predicting the movements while trying not to leave himself open anywhere. He was able to keep up, but he wasn't sure how long he could last. The stores of magic possessed by the Grand Mistress were significant. Then Barrett felt something coil around his wrist and pull. Instead of just letting it pull him along, he jumped towards it, recognizing the other source of living metal in the area. He arrived next to Nilima and instantly grasped her hand. Suddenly, the pressure on him changed. It certainly didn't diminish, but Nilima's energy spread it evenly across him, negating his need to do more than resist an equal pressure all around. In that way, it was actually less than the metal sea. No matter how strong a cultivator was, there was no way they could lift the entire weight of a metal sea kilometers deep, nor create the same true strength. It was just more concentrated in small points. With the pressure distributed, Barrett had time to think. He could continue as things were indefinitely. He technically had a finite amount of air in his lungs, but at the very least he could go an hour or two. Nilima seemed to have trapped some of her own air as well. Her efforts would be more difficult in their current situation, since she was the one who had to distribute the pressure going to Barrett. However, there hadn't yet been more attacks from the Grand Mistress, which seemed to indicate she was near her limits with keeping them constrained. Barrett wasn't going to count on her having no more moves, however. Directly comparing in an endurance contest with a Grand Mistress might be good for him, but Nilima just wasn't that type of cultivator. Stone pits moved around the chamber. Barrett could tell that there was only a few meters deep of mercury pressed around the two of them, more than enough to prevent them from getting out before it could move with them, but not enough to fill the chamber. From what he could tell, all the uncontrolled mercury had returned to the sea above, courtesy of the metal core, or whatever barrier kept it out in the first place, he presumed. He wondered if the mercury around them was constantly being pulled away. It didn't seem to be a particularly strong force, but it was something more that might hinder the Grand Mistress. There was no chance that Barrett could launch a secret attack against the Grand Mistress. She had to have some focus left to deal with the stone pits that she knew were still there, some awareness of her surroundings. However, just because the attack couldn't be secret didn't mean it couldn't have a surprise. While he couldn't say his talisman crafting was up to the same level as his pure body tempering, if all he needed was a single instant, he was prepared enough. He carefully squeezed Nilima's hand, removing one finger from the grasp at a time to indicate timing. 5, 4, 3, 2. Barrett felt Nilima's energy tense up and prepare for whatever she needed to do, though on the outside she remained calm and focused on defense. 1. Barrett let go. At the same time, his stone pits finished arranging in a formation. He didn't have anything to specifically stop fluid control, but a general anti-magical formation could last for at least an instant with the magical power Barrett had spent a long time storing in his stone pits. The mercury around them lost weight, and the pair moved to the attack. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 431. Even though Barrett was able to suppress magic for a moment, since it wasn't designed for a particular case, it wasn't perfect. If it was, the Grand Mistress might have been completely defenseless. As it was, her magic was still able to support her defenses. Barrett and Nilima split around her, attacking from either side. She tried to move away, but couldn't draw upon enough magic to speed herself up in that instant. Barrett swept his weapon into her easiest escape route, transforming it into a blade as he did so. Even with the Grand Mistress being somewhat weakened in the moment, she still deflected his attack past her. On the other side, Nilima curled her living metal whip to cover the remaining avenues of escape, her gentle energy seeking ways through the defensive covering. Her gentle energy was also deflected off to the sides, but a sudden impact of berserk energy staggered the Grand Mistress in Barrett's direction. He instinctively kicked out as hard as he could, breaking through her barrier and shattering one side of her ribs, before she recovered. Nilima grinned, mostly to herself. Barrett could tell she had expected the deflection, and since that was her method of defense as well, she'd known a good way to counteract it. After just a single moment, Barrett's stone pits had run out of stored magic, but they had done what they needed to. They'd thrown off their opponent and caused some damage, and now all they had to do was press their advantage. For a moment, the woman spoke. "I almost thought you were one of those cowards from the Convocation of Souls. But I do believe I recognized the two of you from descriptions. You can come with us." Barrett felt a chill down his spine at the mention of us. He hadn't noticed anybody else present until that moment, an instant too late to do anything as it seemed the entire world stopped around him. No, it was just himself and Nilima that were frozen in place. Another woman, surprisingly young for a Grand Mistress, revealed herself as she placed manacles around Barrett's wrists. "That was an interesting trick with those strange stones, but I've seen better." Why couldn't he move? That was what Barrett wondered the most. He could think about everything else after he killed these people. The air was stiff around him, but that wasn't enough to stop him. Something to do with space. He couldn't move because there wasn't anywhere for him to move. His suspicions were confirmed when a moment later Nilima was similarly restrained, both hands and feet. Then they could both move, though the restraints on Nilima seemed to prevent her energy usage. As the answer to Barrett's other question, how to attack without any sort of killing intent, spikes flew out from him in every direction, spikes of living metal that had formerly been his armor. Barrett was disappointed he didn't manage to catch either of the Grand Mistresses with their defenses down, but then again he hadn't expected much different. Barrett could feel the restraints on his wrists trying to suppress his actions, to draw out his life force, but they weren't specifically made for pure body temperers. They weren't after him, they just happened to have stumbled into him. Thus, it only took a quick shake before they fell off. Barrett felt them try to restrict more tightly around his wrists and ankles even as they began to slip out, but his body momentarily conformed to the best shape to get out. Barrett was immediately flinging bits of himself around the room, stone pits and living metal, and his own body moved to attack both of the enemies. Perhaps leaving himself to be captured would have been a smarter choice, but he didn't envision any future where it would be much better for him than just dying fighting. His attacks forced the two women away from Nilima, though he wouldn't have minded if they took him head-on. Though the second woman who had appeared was covered in magical items, she herself didn't feel that strong. If he could catch her off balance. Barrett felt the ground rumbling. Even as he moved his armor around Nilima to protect her and hopefully separate her from the magical shackles, the whole world went dark, with the reddish-orange glow of the metal heart disappearing. It took Barrett a moment to realize what had happened. It wasn't exactly that he couldn't sense what was going on, but rather that it was just so far outside of his expectations that he didn't know how to react. Barrett had a healthy respect for the great worms and their size. He thought he understood it, but when the whole cavern was suddenly swallowed up by a single giant worm, he just hadn't been ready for it. He hadn't even noticed it a moment before. Surely it would have been easier to sense as it was moving, but it had only been there at the last instant. Then he realized. The great worm hadn't come up from deeper below to swallow them. It had merely closed its mouth. The entire cavern that seemed to be natural metal was in fact just something that had formed inside its mouth. As Barrett was pulled deeper into the creature by its throat teeth, he regretted not more carefully observing the area around him. However, it seemed strange that though the great worm was dozens of times bigger than the others, its teeth didn't seem sharper. Except, he could sense the two grand mistresses crushed and pierced nearby. The teeth extended in different areas, but before Barrett could tell if it was pure body tempering, a natural ability of the great worms, or some of the energy and magic around him easily covered up by the power of the metal heart, he found himself spat out. The same was true of Nilima and the bodies of the women. Instead of the cavern with the metal heart which was probably still inside the great worm, they were just in a bubble under the metal sea. He could sense the crushing weight up above, but it was held back by something. Probably the old man in front of him. Barrett had managed to land on his feet, and he bowed. "Greetings, mighty Grandmaster. I was not aware that the Southern Metal Sea had any Grandmasters remaining after the war." "Of course not," the old man scoffed, "you weren't supposed to know. Nobody knows. But do you think the metal heart would still be here if we'd all died off?" He frowned. It was a shame we couldn't prevent the damages elsewhere, but at least the region survived. You were in the sea before, with those two potential Grandmasters, right? Those clan leaders?" Barrett nodded, yes. Then he turned to Nilima. He felt her rapidly alternating between gentle energy and berserk energy, and then the manacles on her wrists shattered. Soon afterwards came the ones on her ankles. He could have helped, but he hadn't really had a chance. His armor had at least been insulating her slightly. "So," Nilima said, "we're not needed here then? Can we just go?" The old man smiled. "I heard your prior conversation, and had indeed been aware of your presence before. You will likely not be needed here, but I must say I appreciate your actions. You caused enough trouble for those two that they weren't ready for me. I might have had to expend quite a bit more of myself to handle the situation otherwise. Actually, you want us to act as bait?" Nilima quipped. The old man laughed. "I was thinking of phrasing it differently. Wouldn't you like another chance to fight against Grandmaster-level opponents? The two of you would have likely beaten that single one, but more experience fighting them before you reach Grandmaster level, that certainly could be beneficial. Of course, it's not without danger." "I'm up for it," Barrett nodded, "but if Nilima doesn't want to?" "I don't need you to help us," Nilima said, "but if we can fight just one without any interference, of course she would want to do it." Barrett had somehow almost forgotten that. The old Grandmaster nodded. I shall see what I can do. If there is another pair and I can grab one, well, here in this place no 7th tier masters will stand a chance against one of us. I can't guarantee any others will reach this place, but I'll be glad to give the two of you another chance. I'm sure most Grandmasters would presume they had the advantage against two middle 6th tier cultivators. The old man grinned, his teeth shining dully in the somewhat disconcerting light of the metal heart. The most disconcerting part was where the light came from. Barrett tried not to think too much about the him-sized teeth. We should rest then. Afterwards, we can maybe set up some kind of trap. Barrett shrugged. You can tell us if it's safe to let people so close to the metal heart or not. Barrett considered his stone pits. It could take some time to refill them with magic, though the area was practically overflowing with metal-type magic and energy. He wouldn't even have to have any real contact with the metal heart to replenish some of the stone pits, though the type of magical energy didn't quite match what he'd had before. Still, it would be better than nothing. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 432. A spear waved back and forth in the deep metals, leaving behind trails of its passage. Barrett's muscles strained, but the faster he tried to move the more resistance he met. That was to be expected, but it just wasn't good enough. He couldn't afford to allow any weaknesses to continue. It was unlikely they would soon run across another cultivator who could control both the mercury of the sea and use any air as a shield, but they might run into more who were at home in the sea. Barrett knew there were obvious weaknesses about only having perfect control over his own body. If an enemy could control the environment and he couldn't, that could be a big advantage. Usually there wasn't enough environment to significantly get in Barrett's way, but the metal sea was certainly one of those things. Unfortunately, Barrett didn't control things around himself, he only controlled himself. But of course, that self included the living metal he generally formed into a spear and armor, as well as his stone pits. If he could expand himself to extend into the environment, couldn't he control it? He didn't think it would be of much use offensively, but merely allowing himself freedom of movement and preventing others from controlling the environment around him would be a huge leap. Some people claimed to be one with the world, but those people ranged from non-cultivators on drugs to low-tier cultivators who didn't know the full extent of the world to grandmasters who at least had some idea. Barrett knew that none of them were possibly one with the whole world, but maybe the grandmasters at least were part of the world around them in a fashion. It was just that their oneness would be achieved with magic or energy, while pure body tempering walked down a very different route. Grandmasters seemed to develop an aura, though not all of them did much with it. It wasn't even necessarily a requirement. Barrett had enough access talking to grandmasters that he was aware of those details at least. It was possible to reach the level of grandmaster through force and without the level of enlightenment necessary, but it would be a weaker sort. Grandmaster Heikel had rushed the process, but he was talented enough that he had all the strength he was supposed to. It took some time after that to stabilize himself so he could grow beyond the base level of 7th tier, but he'd had the power to help save Barrett, or avenge him, really. That was the intention. Nobody had really thought Barrett was alive. Even Barrett had only vaguely known it. Barrett considered what he had learned then. Body was connected to soul, and soul to body. That was obvious and basic. The question was, what made Barrett's body his body? He'd always had it, except of course for the 5 years that he didn't, but it was still his body after that. There was something different about his body, but the living metal and stone pits had decidedly not been part of his body for his whole life. Even his actual body had been replaced piece by piece, and not just growing back an arm but at the smallest level. Barrett supposed that his body might have a special connection to his soul and the other way around, or perhaps that was just the way things were. Because it was his body, there was a connection, and the connection was because it was his body. That wasn't any clearer, but the point was while he hadn't chosen his body, once his soul was part of his body that was the default choice. He hadn't ever really tried to consider anything else his body, at least not another body. The stone pits were part of his body. The taspum had been, but after 5 years without it he stopped considering it part of him, and it wasn't. His own body had been, but maybe not because of the reasons he thought. Maybe it wasn't special except by him considering it special. All that meant. Maybe it was possible to rapidly extend his thoughts on his body outside himself, instead of forming a special connection with everything. To do that he had to expand his soul, though he didn't think it would be in a way that was easy to attack. At the very least, there was nothing of him in between himself and his stone pits, no free-floating soul to attack. His soul was in his body, and his body was the human one and the stone pits and living metal and nowhere else. Barrett stabbed with his spear and swept it around, feeling the drag from the mercury. He was glad for the pocket of safety they had at the bottom of the sea. It allowed him to quickly enter the deepest parts of the sea with the most pressure, but he could also leave as he pleased. The weight around him was almost comforting if he wasn't constantly worried about conserving stamina to return to the surface. Barrett's body moved faster and faster, as he acclimatized himself to moving in the sea how he would in a fight. His muscles strengthened, the sea slipped around him more easily, and he learned how to make the most efficient movements for the medium he was in. However, that was all he'd achieved so far. He took a break and watched Nilima train. She was alternating between gentle energy and berserk energy. She could easily use both at once, but using them separately had somewhat different results. For the most part she had reached the level where she could wrap her berserk energy in gentle energy, supporting it from within with more power. That would theoretically reduce the complexity of her available actions, but Barrett couldn't really perceive any lack in that area. Then Nilima also used her berserk energy on its own. Instead of forming a constant barrier around her, a solid bubble supported by internal power, she forced the metal sea away from her. It wasn't very efficient short or long term, since berserk energy wouldn't hold a shape. However, as a way to train instantaneous use of power it seemed quite effective. The way she used the energy kept it away from her body, it was never allowed to exist inside of her without being tempered by gentle energy. It was already an entirely different sort of berserk energy from when she'd first manifested it due to receiving a heart from Barrett. Only a slight feeling tied it to the immortal Berserker style. Barrett had seen her use berserk energy on its own against the Grand Mistress. While her normal style was usually more effective, slipping through the enemy's defenses with gentle energy and then using berserk energy to tear them apart from the inside, in that particular case pure berserk energy had been just what she needed. It was a surprise. The enemy had expected gentle energy which could be deflected by those with enough skill and practice. Berserk energy could be deflected too, otherwise Nilima wouldn't have been able to spar with Barrett when they were younger. However, deflecting berserk energy was done in an entirely different way, and with Nilima being able to instantly swap from one to the other it threw the Grand Mistress off guard. There were no signs of the Nilima who had once had trouble reconciling the two types of energy. Barrett could see a smooth path for her on the way to 7th tier, she merely needed time to build up her ability to store and control more energy, just standard cultivation. Barrett thought he himself could fit into the Grandmaster level easily enough with time, but he didn't want to just reach Grandmaster level. He had too many people with expectations of him, including himself. Barrett didn't know if he could control the environment around him with pure body tempering. However, Aumher would have waggled a finger at him for thinking that way. He didn't know if he could do it, but once he knew he could, he would have already done it. Barrett had a pretty good idea of what was possible, what was impossible, and what seemed impossible but fit in with pure body tempering. It was much the same as what was accomplished with energy and magic. A person could not even disturb the air around them without motion, without breathing, but that was the most trivial use of energy or magic, usually a side effect. Barrett decided that he would alternate between training in the sea and in the safe zone where he had air to breathe and mess around with. His body would grow stronger even if he didn't make any progress in the other areas. It wasn't an admission of weakness, or doubt in himself, but rather that he didn't know how long it might take and his body always needed to be trained. Barrett sat in meditation. Around him, the air vibrated. It vibrated from the heat in it, from the heat in his body, from the extremely small movements of his muscles and from the motions of the earth around the area. It was simple enough to use his body to make the air move, but he wanted it to move on its own. Yet, it wouldn't. Barrett didn't think it was a problem of affinity. There was something, maybe just his method was wrong. Barrett nodded and stood up. He swung his spear around the room. Air resistance wasn't much problem, but the faster he went, he could feel it, at least. Maybe there was something there. At the very least, it was something to try. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 433. The tip of Barrett's spear moved through the air, stabbing out with such intensity that it broke the very air itself, rumbling out with a sonic boom. It was difficult to achieve those speeds even for a moment, and exactly the opposite of what Barrett wanted. There was nothing wrong with the speed, but a sonic boom was entirely wasted energy. Forcing air out of the way was entirely attainable, but it had nothing to do with the air itself. It was merely the weapon. If he was controlling the air, he could reduce its impact on his swings, making the same speed achievable more easily and with sonic booms being more rare. Unless someone was particularly sensitive to noise, the sound itself was a useless side effect. Still, at those speeds Barrett could feel the weight of the air. In fact, the closer he got to that speed the more he felt the air pressing back on him. He was able to shape his spear to be more aerodynamic, so it was able to achieve those speeds more easily. Less drag on the whole of it would mean less force to achieve the same speeds. Certainly, a worthwhile lesson to learn, but not what he wanted. Maybe it didn't matter. What he was learning was useful, but Barrett felt drawn towards his attempt to control the environment around him. Stab, swipe, twirl, he moved his spear and himself through the air in any way he could think of, many of which were useless in combat. However, each movement brought him closer to something. At the very least, pushing his body hard enough for the air to be a barrier allowed him to train himself more. At the bottom of the metal sea, it was basically trivial to reach his maximum force. The density and viscosity of the mercury was so many times higher that even swinging a weapon fast enough to hurt someone would basically be an accomplishment. The best way for him to injure someone would be to grab them or back them against a surface, so he could apply his full force without them reducing the momentum. That said, the sea itself was almost that wall, if he could move through it more freely. It certainly wouldn't easily give way and allow them to absorb the force of the blow if he could get enough momentum and speed behind his strikes. At least his enemy's movements would be slowed like his own. In a way, that was a large advantage. If the enemy's attacks were weakened, there would be very few things that could harm him. Of course, Barrett was quite aware that any opponents would likely at least have some ability to act in the metal sea, and there were always those like Nilima, who didn't rely on momentum of their strikes to cause damage. The Grandmaster in control of the Great Worm had never given his name. Barrett had asked, but he just shook his head. Guardians have no need of names. Barrett personally disagreed, but he wasn't the one making that choice. So far, he hadn't encountered any other guardians, but he learned they were all bound to the metal sea. Not the whole region either, but the actual sea itself. That was why they could only do so much. While they might move outside the area briefly, their abilities were much weakened. They considered their ultimate mission keeping the metal core safe, where at least the area itself would survive. They wanted the cultivators in the area to be able to prosper as well, but they weren't able to actually do much to help them. Again, Barrett wasn't sure if that was the choice he would have made personally, but giving people hope for the future in general was an admirable goal. He also got the feeling that the Guardians would have liked to do more, but just couldn't. Especially during the former war, with another metal sea taking away many of the inheritances and greatly weakening the area, but they had left with just that, and many Grandmasters slain as they tried to take away the metal core. Since the information about their existence had been kept secret even from other inhabitants of the metal sea, they could once again contribute to the particular war that was happening. It seemed there were more Grandmasters from Smyenia in the war than had previously been thought. The Guardians had already killed or driven off 24 of them, and that was just what information had reached the Guardian Barrett and Nilima knew of. It seemed that more were chased away from the area than killed. It wasn't often that a half-exhausted Grandmaster and another one who thought they had everything under wraps were ambushed by the most powerful Guardian in the Southern Metal Sea, after all. He never said it, but Barrett knew it had to be the case. After all, he had access to the metal core itself. Not just anybody would be given that position. Nilima sighed, is nobody else going to make it here? What's all this training even for? Barrett shrugged, reaching Grandmaster, I guess. She rolled her eyes, what's the point of doing that if we don't even beat a Grandmaster before we become one? I'm not saying we need to do it individually, but there aren't going to be an abundance of chances for this in the future. There's no bragging to be done even if we kill a Grandmaster if we've already reached that level. Barrett shook his head, you know, if you didn't have me here that kind of attitude might get you killed. Look, I'm not saying we can kill any Grandmaster in existence. Any of the few 8 tiers would be pretty difficult, and I'm sure there are bad matchups, but there has to be some we can win against. Quite eager, aren't you? The voice of the old guardian came from nearby. If it weren't for you frequently voicing similar thoughts, I might have said my arrival was quite coincidental. As it is, I have an opportunity. There is a Grandmaster who needs intercepting. He is likely on his way to meet up with a group coming here, and if the 2 of you could take him out of the equation, things would be much easier on me. That is what you are here for, right? Not just a convenient training location. That's right, Barrett nodded. Though I had thought there would be some masters to deal with as well. Very few easily adapt to the depths of the Southern Metal Sea. Your previous efforts were the only thing that made it possible for the 2 of you. Now then, the old man gestured, about that Grandmaster. He seems to control plants. Be ready for widespread attacks from all directions. I will have you escorted to the area. The escort was a great worm, much smaller than the entirely enormous one that seemed to sometimes keep the metal core inside of it but still larger than most that Barrett had encountered. Mostly they just held onto it as it pulled them through the sea. With all of its size, even though it was relatively smaller on the front end, Barrett still found it strange how easily it moved through the sea. It didn't quite have what he was looking for, but he felt how in tune it was with the mercury that pressed against it. There was no real way to converse in the depths of the metal sea, talking was best done through air, and sound wouldn't travel well. However, nothing much needed to be said about Barrett's trepidation as they came into an area with the largest amount of plant life Barrett had ever seen in the metal sea. He could feel Nilima tense up as well. Barrett had been thinking wrongly about what he would be going up against. He was thinking trees and vines and perhaps thorns, completely forgetting where he was. Plants of course meant plants native to the Southern Metal Sea, which were very different from most plants he was used to. He was used to both plants that grew in the ground and carbon-based plants, neither of which were what he was seeing. The great worm left the pair at the edge of the great field of plants, long spindly kelp-like things, some with razor-sharp leaves. There were also huge masses vaguely like algae, though obviously they weren't the sort that relied on sunlight. Instead they were huge blobs. Barrett found it unfortunate that they would be fighting a plant specialist in a huge undersea forest, until he realized that fortune had nothing to do with it. The mass of plants moved with clear purpose and direction, indicating it was all already in control. He couldn't quite make out the location of the controller, but a very subtle magic was woven all throughout the field. That would mean their arrival likely wasn't a surprise. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 434. A few dozen meters was not a long distance. On the surface, Barrett could move that distance within a single second. In the metal sea, he was just about at the limits of his senses to notice the Grandmaster in the center. Moving with the weight of a mountain pressing down on him was quite a bit tougher, not to mention moving through a fluid medium that resisted his every motion. The veritable forest of undersea plants didn't help either. Being just on the edge, it wasn't too late to turn around and leave. The Grandmasters of the Southern Metal Sea could deal with him, though it would likely be more difficult. However, just because it was difficult to attack a foe inside their own defensive domain didn't mean they couldn't be beaten. While those who could control a large area were extremely dangerous as part of a group, they were conversely less effective alone. Making use of their abilities to control a large area when only a small space was needed was a tiring effort. Of course, that didn't mean they would be weak. Instead of charging in directly, Barrett motioned for Nilima to circle around. He thought he managed to communicate the question, "Is there just him?" It was one thing to seek out a fight with a grandmaster, but quite another to fight two. Just because they were told he was alone didn't mean the initial assessment was correct, or had remained true. Barrett circled around the other direction from Nilima, staying ahead of the moving undersea forest. He supposed that on a proper scale, it was just a grove, but it certainly felt much larger because of the one controlling it. Barrett couldn't pick up that many details, but he felt a strong middle 7th tier aura suffusing from the center. Barrett felt a tendril of mana reaching out towards him to scrutinize him in return. He let it pick up surface level information, but at best his opponent would know he was a pure body temporer. They could make some assumptions about his strength related to how he arrived deep in the sea, but uncertainty would be Barrett's ally. With the assessment done, the forest reached out to grab Barrett in a sudden lunge. Having detected no other enemies, Barrett allowed it to happen, though he certainly wasn't going to let it be easy. He sliced through a dozen stalks of kelp as they came for him, a slicing sound echoing dully through his head, muffled by the sea. However, no matter how many stalks he cut, there were always more, as the entire mass surged forward over him. They wrapped around his arms and legs and torso, grabbing and twisting. They tried to break his arms, to twist them out of place, to crush his body, but all they accomplished was the pulling. Barrett's arms were indeed twisted behind his back, but his body was flexible such that, if he allowed it, he could bend in any direction. That was low-tier pure body tempering, bending joints the way they weren't supposed to go. Barrett's spear was twisted out of his grip as he was pulled in, leaving him unarmed. Then, briefly, Barrett found himself in an open section of the sea, before the mouth of a plant bit down on him. Very few plants had mouths, but Barrett had seen some in the jungles of Dryazel that were close enough. This was very similar, of a larger size than the typical fare, but that was the case for some plants in the forest as well. He'd been inside a pitcher plant that was large enough to swim about slightly. The great mouth snapped down around Barrett, and at the same time most of the rest of the plants pulled away, leaving Barrett with just a few bulbous algae and a seemingly uncountable number of blades on the inside of the mouth. That was one difference the metal seat certainly had. He supposed it made sense. At a large enough size, a trap plant couldn't prevent a creature from breaking its way out. Thus, it had to be injured to weaken it. The mouth quickly squeezed flat to crush around Barrett like an Iron Maiden. The teeth tried to puncture through his armor, but despite their sharpness they found it difficult to puncture through the living metal. The attack didn't seem to be finished yet. As it continued to squeeze, Barrett sensed the presence of something more mixed in with the mercury, released from the algae as they were popped by the plant. Poisons or acid, maybe. However, while in the metal sea, Barrett's armor was always sealed completely, so it couldn't get inside to him. Poisons of course wouldn't affect metal, and acids tailored to dissolve flesh, even metal flesh, wouldn't necessarily have any effect on living metal. Barrett didn't plan to just sit still forever and find out, though. He twisted and turned, snapping the teeth of the plant as he did so. He managed to get one right at the base and tried to use it to carve out of the mouth. Unfortunately, it was quite tough on the inside, as if it didn't want to be torn apart by the things it was eating. Barrett couldn't get a good angle to stab into it, but what did a proper angle matter, anyway? He transitioned all of his force into his arm anyway, finally piercing into the mouth just slightly. Once he had punctured it, it was easier to slice along inside it. The plant likely didn't feel any pain, so it didn't react. Presumably the controller could tell what was happening inside. In that case, he at least wanted Barrett to tire himself out escaping. Soon enough, Barrett had carved a hole he could pry open and pull himself out of. He was immediately assaulted by more plants, some of which had leaves sharper than the teeth of the crushing trap. However, Barrett had expected them, and he was close enough to his destination to let on a few tricks he had. Barrett hadn't completely lost all view of what was happening outside while he was contained. After all, his spear had been outside and Nilima as well. The stone pitch she carried on her told him more than just her location. Nilima found herself diving into a forest of plants to go save Barrett. In fact, Such a straightforward path would have been her preferred method, but it was nice to have someone to blame foolhardy tactics on. Not that she was careless with what she was doing. She kept a nice smooth bubble of energy around herself that was difficult to latch onto, not allowing any of the grasping plants leverage. She moved through the plants, not towards Barrett but towards the center, more or less. Barrett could drag himself out of whatever mess he was in, but he would just end up in another tight spot if the controller of the plants was still alive. Wrestling plants wasn't her idea of fun anyway, so she took every opportunity to slip bits of energy into seemingly important parts of the mass as she slipped past. Then, pop. Even cultivators were vulnerable in their squishy insides. Plants didn't have such specific training. These particular plants probably couldn't, because they had to have been gathered from this sea, not brought by the cultivator controlling them. Even as she destroyed masses of plants that went limp, more replaced them. They got in her way and tried to pull her every which way, and it was starting to become somewhat troublesome. Dealing with each and every plant was a lot of work, and Nilima shrugged her shoulders as she changed tactics. Normally she defended herself with a coating of gentle energy backed up by the power of berserk energy. It was a defense that was yielding where it needed to be, and tough where it needed to be. She was even used to resisting pressure from all around, so the addition of some plants wasn't a big deal. However, they were still a pain. After a moment of consideration, Nilima flipped her defenses inside out. Berserk energy wasn't of any use in defense. If she completely coated herself in berserk energy and was cut by a sword, she would probably die. The sword itself might break shortly afterwards, but that wasn't much use. However, as it surrounded her barrier of gentle energy, all the surrounding plants shriveled and died as they came into contact with it. They still reached the inner barrier, but she deflected their force long enough for them to start disintegrating. Nilima remembered Barrett complaining about having to replace his weapons and armor even when he was just second and third tier and he'd had good steel. While Barrett's issues were because of constant exposure, there was a whole realm of difference between him then and her current 6th tier berserk energy. It hungrily ate anything around it in short order, if she let it. And some people actually let that stuff inhabit their body directly. Though she'd inadvertently let that happen occasionally, she kept it more contained. It still forced her body to toughen up though. Her target was near. In the center of the mass was a tight barrier of plants surrounding the controller of everything. He seemed quite capable of controlling 2 sections at once, targeting both Barrett and Nilima, but how would he do with defending himself at the same time? Her attacks were very tricky to deal with, and all she had to do was slip just enough past his defenses to explode him from the inside or at least pop a few blood vessels in his brain. Even if he could handle it, it wouldn't be easy. Nilima's hand went down to the whip at her side, thinking of what different angles she might attack from all at once. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 435. It was the point at which his armor started being sliced through that Barrett knew he was being taken seriously. If this Grandmaster hadn't amped up his attacks and even added poison into the mix, Barrett would have been slightly disappointed in his opponent's quality. He found himself surrounded by so much metallic plant mass that he could barely move, which meant he actually had to use a technique he had been saving. His armor twisted around him, turning into blades that sliced through the plants all around him. With each movement he changed the orientation of the blades to chop everything into ribbons. Since he didn't have to worry about it breaking, he could create extremely thin and sharp blades. Of course, it took away material from the rest of the armor, allowing more attacks to cut through, but the sharpened leaves could barely even cut past his skin into his muscles, and cutting through his bones was a dream. It helped that once he sufficiently sliced apart the plants attacking him, they flopped around lifelessly. That would mean this particular opponent was something like a druid, controlling the life force inside of the metal sea plants and not the metal itself. Even as he sliced and diced his way towards the Grandmaster, he felt his movements were too slow. He had to wade through the density of the metal sea and the restraint of additional plants, and though they were technically finite in number, they filled the entire area and were constantly replaced. His opportunity came soon enough. Instead of being attacked from all sides, Barrett felt the killing intent of one extremely sharp blade headed towards his throat. Extra mana gathered on it. If he didn't back off, his life would be in danger, so of course that was exactly why he shouldn't. The attack was merely a distraction to buy more time, requiring less concentration while the Grandmaster dealt with Nilima's attacks. Barrett, though his stone pits, could feel her energy flowing into a bubble of plants around him, entering from every side as her whip coiled about the area. Plants continuously burst, and while she certainly had him on lockdown for the moment, she couldn't keep it up forever. A blade-like leaf sliced towards Barrett's neck, and he charged towards it. If he moved back it might still change its trajectory to hit him, but as he moved forward, directly towards the controller of the plants. It sliced into his fortified armor and neck, but not quite the way it was intended to. He managed to catch it at the beginning of its arc, where it was still rotating towards him and not perpendicular to his path. It cut along the side of his neck, a finger width deep past his armor. Barrett had turned his head with the intent to avoid any real damage, but it still managed to cut through the veins on his neck. He had to quickly clasp down on his blood, preventing it from being squeezed out of him by the pressure around. However, he was past the blade and moving the last handful of meters towards the center where the druid was, though the center had been trying to move away from him. Barrett had no time to repair gaps in his armor, instead turning it almost exclusively into blades and cutting his way through every obstruction. He struck from opposite Nilima's position, his hand in the form of a claw. At the same time, his stone pits left with Nilima impacted the barrier of plants as well, crushing from both sides. He struck again and again with arms and legs, the tempo of his attacks ever increasing. Meanwhile, Nilima was launching her own attacks while disintegrating the plants around her with an area of berserk energy. Occasional attacks made it through the berserk energy in her inner barrier, never slicing deeply, but wounding her more significantly than Barrett. Meanwhile, Barrett's wounds closed on their own as the battle continued, even as he drew out most of his stamina for other combat applications. Rizarro found himself in an extremely uncomfortable situation. He had received communication from the other Smyinian Grandmasters to meet up in a certain location. In the deep vastness of the southern Metal Sea, he shouldn't have run into anyone. However, he had encountered two cultivators from Streeto. Still, they were just middle 6th tier. Being a whole tier above them and a Grandmaster at that, meant he should have the power to wear them both down to nothing even without superior technique. That even counted that he was optimized for supporting others. However, that assumption was where he had gone wrong. Any two average 6th tier cultivators? Trivial. Two potential Grandmasters? Not a problem. Two 6th tier cultivators should have barely slowed him down. And yet, that was not at all how things had turned out. The man hadn't even felt like a 6th tier cultivator. Even now he wasn't sure, but Rizarro felt that if he was a Grandmaster things would be even more problematic at the moment. The man radiated the aura of a 4th tier magic user, a slight hint of earth and such. Even with armor, he should have easily been crushed. Unfortunately, Rizarro's assumption he would be dead was incorrect. He hadn't exactly held back. How was he supposed to know the man would be totally encased by the armor such that nothing could go through, and that he would be a warrior with more durability than most Rizarro had met, and the only ones who beat him had been some of the Grandmasters? If Rizarro was correct, this was Barrett Ravenhall mentioned for the assault as an afterthought to his first, Grandmaster Heikel. A person of interest who shouldn't have been a threat to Grandmasters. Especially in the Metal Sea, where the plants Rizarro had gathered from across it should have had the advantage in movement. Then there was the woman. She was what? An independent cultivator. Grand Mistress Ishita Joshi had been the one to teach her, yet that was only up until she reached Master Tier. Beyond that point she'd had to learn on her own, and apparently she'd ended up with a strange fusion style. Soul binding, it felt like, to use both gentle and berserk energy. At first she hadn't been so bad, barely resisting his attacks, then that zone of berserk energy had started melting everything in her path. If Rizarro didn't know how hard it would be, he would have said she came up with it on the spot. The rest of her attacks were extremely dangerous as well, with gentle energy covering up masses of berserk energy. Fortunately he had a barrier around him that could prevent the attacks from piercing through to reach him, though its component plants required constant replacement. Still, he'd found the limits of their abilities. If he allowed them to, they could certainly kill him, but now they were at the center of his domain. If he concentrated the area around him, he could take them out. Of course, he didn't have much choice anyway since so many of the plants were being destroyed. The biting trap plants should be very effective against the woman. Even if she killed it, it wouldn't quickly fall apart under the berserk energy, and once its jaws snapped closed they would hold that way. He'd managed to weaken her with poison, sneaking in tiny bits with every attack he pierced through her defenses with. The man should have been bleeding profusely from everywhere. It was annoying enough that he had to break through the armor, but then the body underneath it was just as hard. An omnidirectional attack would be necessary. There was a type of plant that grew in the metal sea that speared fish who swam through the area it covered. He could redirect it to trigger as he wished, and with perhaps 20 of them there would be nowhere to dodge. It was easy enough to hide them behind other plants, and even if the man felt his killing intent at the last moment, it didn't matter. If possible, the attacks should be simultaneous. Rizzaro brought the largest biting plant and every sea spear he had, buried under masses of poisonous bubble plants and razor-leaf kelp. They were optimized to move in the oppressively dense metal sea, even in the depths. Rizzaro's plan was flawless enough, though he made one fatal assumption. The assumption being he'd properly assessed the limits of his foes and also that their limits wouldn't expand over the course of the battle. Razor-leaf kelp slashed at the woman from all around, it would be inside the snapping jaws, but it didn't matter if he sacrificed another plant or two for victory. As expected, the razor leaf was already disintegrating under the force of the berserk energy surrounding her. In an instant, the hidden jaws of the trap closed upon her. At the same exact moment, all of the spear traps stabbed out towards the man, with enough force to pierce straight through him and enough coverage that no direction he moved would leave him free of anything less than a dozen holes. Then the spears stopped. It was as if the sea itself were resisting his plans. No, they didn't quite stop, but they slowed to a relative crawl, their instantaneous speed running into mercury that refused to ease out of their way, even though they were born to do so. The spears indeed still covered the whole area, striking the man and bouncing off his armor, never having achieved the speeds they needed. As for the trap, for a brief moment, Rizzaro thought he had crushed the woman into nothing. Then he realized that was of course ridiculous, she merely wasn't where she had been an instant before. As the jaws snapped closed, her energy had merely allowed it to push her even closer towards him. At the same time, he was being battered by the man and the strange stones. He was prepared for all of those, but not the forgotten spear that suddenly punctured his barrier. He only just barely managed to squeeze the plants around it as it penetrated, stopping it just half a centimeter into his chest. Perhaps he should have let it puncture his lung, because behind him his defensive barrier was smashed open with a prodigious amount of berserk energy, and the woman's whip slipped inside and merely brushed against his back. Rizzaro had some magical armor, of course, but it barely even diminished the gentle energy that slipped through, then all of his organs exploded. Well, the ones in his chest anyway. He was already dying, but he had a moment of consciousness left to feel his barrier fully collapse and the pressure of the deep, deep metal sea crash down on him, crushing him into a shape nobody would ever recognize as himself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 436. After a few tentative swings of his arms, Barrett shook his head. He'd certainly be able to do it again with practice, but he'd only had a single moment where he was part of the sea. It was actually harder to influence, but clearly quite effective when he did. Barrett wasn't sure if he could have moved all his internal organs around to avoid every attack coming his way, and he wouldn't have been able to fortify himself enough. The limited sensing he had in the metal sea made it harder to anticipate that attack in time. Barrett grabbed onto the body and swam directly up the shortest distance to a safe resting point. There was still a tangled mess of undersea plants in the way, but none of them were actively trying to stop them. Nilima came with him, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Nilima ate a handful of healing and anti-poison pills and rested her head in her hands. Everything's more difficult down there, isn't it? Everything seems like slow motion except your thoughts are also in slow motion, with all your senses messed up. Barrett nodded, that's right. We did it though. Our first Grandmaster. Nilima looked down at herself. Barrett could tell the gentle energy she was displaying was all she had left, her berserk energy having all been used in her final attack to break open the druid's barrier. Good thing I had a bit of energy left. I don't think I'd enjoy being squashed like that. Her eyes flicked off to the side of the boat, where Barrett had sunk the remains of the body after taking anything that had held up. I would imagine it's not fun, if being only a little bit crushed is any indication. Barrett held out a magic bag. It had survived not by virtue of its durability, but instead its softness. A huge pile of money. Didn't trust banks or just came back from a journey. Also some sort of technique book for controlling plants with magic. And a journal? Barrett flipped through the journal, reading bits and pieces of it as it flashed by. This guy came to scout out the metal sea before, so he had practice. Of course. There was no way he was controlling those plants so easily otherwise. We're not that weak down there right now. It would have been a hell of a fight if he'd had any allies with him. If he didn't have to defend himself directly, his attacks were pretty dangerous. He could make any enemy's lives much worse, and tear right into one of those great worms. Nilima nodded, I bet Reyna is doing the same for everyone over on shore. Speaking of which, Barrett looked over his shoulder, though technically the edge of the metal sea was about the same distance in every direction, we haven't heard much from there in a while. Should we go? Only after we rest here for a day at least. Nilima flopped over backwards, I'm exhausted. Barrett nodded. His wounds were healing up nicely, but his stamina was still pretty much empty. He hadn't exactly been able to hold back, pulling out his deep reserves. Still, he hadn't had to overdraft himself any. Barrett wondered if he would have enough stamina as a Grandmaster to recover serious wounds during battle, and have the increased durability that came with it. Time certainly wouldn't be an issue if he was recovering at 1,000,000 times normal human recovery rates. Every second or so was a week and a half of healing. He was only about a third of that at the moment, but even against very tricky wounds his body would recover in short order. The thought of cultivation was a strange and mysterious thing to Hokulani. Cultivators were the sort of people who showed up in cities, and she certainly hadn't been in any of them. Rust didn't have a single one, but then again it didn't have much of anything. Now she had seen so many. There was Einar, who came from outside the region. He had forced them out of their village, but people were following to attack. She'd seen when he came back injured after staying behind to stop people chasing them. There were many others with them as they traveled, but Hokulani thought the best one was the golden-haired old man, Mialelo, because he had a big lizard. He also tried to teach cultivation, which was very nice of him. If someone had told Hokulani how to use magic before, her life would have been so much easier. Or maybe not, because in Rust it wouldn't have been much good. Hokulani trailed her finger around on the ground, leaving a trail of mana for Pololi to chase after. It was so easy to use magic to influence animals, but doing so wouldn't have brought her any food. Then again, she had seen animals used for work in fields as she traveled, and she could have done that. Not much grew in Rust, but if she'd had some seeds. Well, it seemed that there was plenty of everything away from Rust. Not as much actual Rust, though, which made it a bit tricky to find food for Pololi. Mialelo helped though. He was nice. Some people called him a Grandmaster, which was basically like a grandpa that was a cultivator from what she could tell, except not all of the old cultivators were called that. Maybe they weren't quite as old. Hokulani hadn't had a real family and especially no grandparents, but if she did she'd want one like Mialelo. Even as they had to leave their homes, he tried to keep everyone's spirits up. Since she really didn't have anywhere to call her own now, Hokulani considered the tent she was given home. Right now, home was near the sea itself, at least as close as people ever got. At least, that was what she thought. Grandmaster Mialelo had separated people who wanted to learn from him away from the rest of the travelers. I am sure all of you have heard about the dangers of the metal sea. It is dangerous indeed, but not all danger is bad. For cultivators, facing danger is one of the best ways to grow. However, facing that danger is not what I have in mind for you now. He shook his head and looked towards the hazy section of sky that indicated the sea. We will be journeying to the edge of the southern metal sea itself. Do not worry, I shall protect you from the harmful effects of the air and any beasts that may come, though perhaps you may be able to dissuade the latter yourself. The journey will be several days there and the same back, with some time to commune with the creatures of the sea. Remember, stay near me. You will know when you are too far, if you have trouble breathing. Hokulani nodded. Then, as Grandmaster Mialelo turned his lizard, she nudged her steelhead ram forward. Not that he was really hers. Oho had a hard head, like all the steelhead rams, but more so. He was stubborn. When picking their animals, he had been the one nobody was able to get to listen, but Hokulani liked him anyway. He took a moment, but then he started following the rest. Nobody liked to be left out, not even him. Hokulani probably couldn't make him do anything, but he would stay with the rest. He hadn't really wanted her to ride him, but when she found his itchy spot behind his horns he let her. Even on the sturdy rams, the journey did take days. All around the group the air was clear, but the air became gradually hazier, with dust and steam and gloom as they approached the sea. Along the way they saw scorpions. They just wanted to eat scum from under rocks without anything big trying to eat them. The same was true of the bigger scorpions, though they needed to look under bigger rocks. They also ate lizards and other scorpions and anything else. Hokulani remembered being hungry enough to think about eating pololi, so she couldn't blame them. Animals seemed less plentiful, but they really just needed to be looked for harder. There weren't so many flying birds, but instead more things buried in the sands. Hokulani sensed a great worm once, at least 100 meters long, but it ignored the group even though all the stories said they ate everything. Maybe it was full, or Grandmaster Mialelo told it to go away. She couldn't quite sense everything he did unless he was demonstrating. Eventually, they arrived at the sea. Grandmaster Mialelo looked around the area, then nodded to himself. I want everyone to catch as many different types of creatures as you can. I expect at least 5 from everyone. Once you show them to me, you can let them go. Hokulani thought that sounded like fun. She was still new to magic, so she couldn't use it for long all at once, but she started searching around the rocks and in the sand. She enticed a little burrowing thing into her hand, and found a pair of scorpions under a rock. They seemed to be different kinds with different colors. Did they both count? She would bring them just in case. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 437. On the assumption that different kinds of crabs and snails and scorpions didn't count, Hokulani had just barely reached the minimum of 5 types of creatures. That wasn't so great, so she watched where others were getting their creatures. From what she could tell it was mostly the same, except she'd forgotten a large area. The sea. While people might not live there, other things certainly could. There was no point in coming this far if the sea itself didn't matter, and Hokulani saw some of the other students scooping something up from the sea and cuddling it in their hands. She moved closer to the sea itself. It was hot, though she felt Grandmaster Mialelo's magic protecting her and everyone else from most of the danger. Reaching her magic into the sea to try to find life, she found some extremely small organisms swimming about, or mostly being carried by the waves. Hokulani reached out with her mana to draw one closer to her. It only moved very sluggishly towards her. Did it not want to come? She reached out further. Her limits were only about 10 meters from herself, but eventually she coaxed something to come towards her, where she scooped it up in her hand. She cupped her hands, keeping the water in them so she could show the Grandmaster. Then she dashed back towards the shore and tossed it back in. She could vaguely sense more creatures further out, but she couldn't reach them to ask them to come. However, if she got any closer she would be stepping into the water, and she couldn't swim. The Grandmaster would probably save her if there were any problems, but she didn't want to count on it. Besides, needing to be rescued probably wasn't a good thing. In the end, Hokulani returned her attention to the sands on the shore, finding a few things buried deeper that slowly dug their way up to her as she coaxed them. She showed them to the Grandmaster, then returned them to their holes. Grandmaster Mialelo surveyed his students. They had only trained under him a short time, though long enough to learn very simple magic. It could be thought of as influencing beasts, but it was better if the user connected with beasts instead of imposing their will on them. That wasn't always possible, though of course training changed what an individual could do. Certain people were more suited to different types of cultivation, and even in the category of controlling beasts there were many subdivisions. All of the students present were natives of the southern Metal Sea, so they would have some affinity with the creatures of the area. Some of the students had experience in other areas of magic, which gave them an early lead in power, but that only mattered if there was a rush. The current area of the shore they were on had nothing truly dangerous. It wasn't that it couldn't have, but as he approached, Grandmaster Mialelo coaxed away anything too large or otherwise dangerous from the area. Some students used their magic merely to find creatures, then dug them up with their hands and brought them to him. There was nothing wrong with that, given his instructions, but it told him something about them. Some students were able to find quite a variety of creatures, ranging around the full area of the shore and into the sea. There was one man, perhaps 30 years of age, who found at least 10 distinct creatures. Then there was Hokulani. She was certainly an interesting one. While rust mites were insects, their brains were ever so slightly more developed. At least, they could form memories and bonds, as Hokulani's hungry little friend had done with her. He could tell she wouldn't force any creature to come to her, though she usually convinced them. She was able to sense the difference between types of creatures without really thinking about it, though she didn't seem to realize that some of the different types she brought were the males and females of the same species. Still, they were different. She hadn't had much chance to learn about the world in her small village, but she would have plenty of opportunities in the future. She seemed hesitant about the sea. Not just swimming in it, but the creatures actually inside listened to her less. Even as the waves lapped over her feet she looked uncomfortable. He had hoped she might take to it, but not everyone was suited for the same things. Perhaps she would learn to love the sea, but if she did not, well, there were plenty of potential guardians, and her path might lead her elsewhere. From what he had already seen, she could have a future in cultivation as long as she wanted to pursue it. Barrett and Nilima discovered that the war, or whatever it was, had more or less ended. The Smienian forces had begun to retreat, finding the combined forces of Stredo and the natives of the southern Metal Sea too much for them. The results were actually overwhelmingly good for the defensive side. In addition to the 3 deaths that Barrett and Nilima had been involved in, another half-dozen grandmasters from Smienia had met their ends at the hands of the Guardians, at the cost of just one of their lives. While that was an unfortunate loss for the southern Metal Sea, they'd killed as many grandmasters as an organization comparable to the Immortal Berserker sect had, and forced the rest to retreat without obtaining their target at the cost of making the enemy aware of the Guardians' existence. However, just because they knew about them didn't mean they were aware of their limitations. Barrett certainly wasn't going to share the information that they were mostly bound to the sea itself. At the very least, he knew their power was strongly tied to it and they would be weaker the further they went. Still, having grandmasters meant that other places wouldn't be so likely to consider them easy prey in the future, and their current generations were growing in to fill the gaps that still existed. Soon enough, they would have a new generation of grandmasters, outside of the Guardians. Everything had gone well, but Barrett still felt like something was wrong. When he got an opportunity, he took Grandmaster Heikel aside to talk with him. Is Smienia really capable of organizing so many and still failing to achieve their goal? It might have been easier for them to just sneak the grandmasters into the country, though that might have left them exposed if they were found out. Heikel shrugged, who's to say? The most worrying part to me is that the Convocation of Souls was not involved. They're the only large faction that was missing. Barrett grimaced. Even when they weren't involved, they caused him distress. It doesn't seem great, does it? Barrett turned to look vaguely south and east. There might still be trouble with the Ustane Empire too. Heikel crossed his arms and nodded. There are times of peace, and times of war. It has been quite some time since this level of war. The last time, I was too weak to participate. This time, I can definitely do something. Not that I'm just going to rush to avenge Grand Mistress Aurora alone. She was stronger than I am now, so that's not even sensible. Barrett sighed. Too bad I'm still quite a bit of time away from reaching Grandmaster tier. Why? Didn't you tell me you killed a Grandmaster? Half a Grandmaster, Barrett corrected. He gestured towards Nelima, with her help. Heikel laughed. Killing just half of a Grandmaster is nothing to be ashamed of. The two of you together can take out a middle 7th tier Grandmaster. Just don't fight by yourself, and you're a relevant factor in any war. If you team up with Reyna and Shanta, I don't see any 7th tier getting away unscathed. Barrett reached his hand out to the sky. It's just so close. One step, but that step will take more than a decade. Pfft, Grandmaster Heikel blew air between his lips. Most people can never even dream of taking that step, and you just have to wait. Besides, it's not like you won't be growing stronger along the way. It's not like there's no difference between middle and late 6th tier. Right. I know. Barrett thought for a few moments. Do you think you'll make it to 8th tier? It seems like almost everyone in Streeto hit a roadblock there. Grandmaster Heikel shook his head. Who knows? I can't say I won't try, though. On my own. I'd say it's unlikely. However, you already gave me a huge help in that direction. A true immortal body. I'm not going to say it was easy, but it feels like a necessary step to continue. Or something like it anyway. He looked down at his hands. Funny thing is, I don't feel any different. No wonder you didn't figure it out on your own. Not that you'd ever been anything else. Until I was, but that was more of a sudden shift. Barrett looked up at the sky. You think anyone alive is 9th tier? Probably somewhere. There are a lot of people in the world. Barrett nodded. Someday, I'll be one of them. He didn't have much to base that off of, but he didn't have to. He would make it happen. Is there anything beyond that? If I told you there wasn't, I'd be afraid of the consequences when you somehow made it happen. Grandmaster Heikel slowly shook his head. So I'll tell you I don't know. A good answer. If you stick around long enough, maybe I'll tell you. Oof. He grinned. I think not. I'd have to be near 200 just for you to reach 9th tier. I'm not sticking around for another 75 years after that. Your loss. Maybe Alnher will want to know. Barrett paused. No, I suppose he'd say he'd find out himself. He would say that. Heikel nodded and grinned. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 438. The roar of winds covered up every other sound. The wind picked up everything in the surroundings, carrying with it all manner of deadly implements and dust, making it impossible to see beyond it. Hidden in the winds was a still greater danger, but immediately around Barrett, it was calm. That didn't stop the shards of Taspum hidden in the winds from being flung at him, but they weren't supported by additional force as they impacted him. If they were going to pierce his armor, they would need to be brought up to a much greater speed, which would make the attack that much more telegraphed, though he had to admit that since they could be launched on any rotation, that was barely a weakness. A sharp blade thrust at his throat, carrying sufficient force to pierce straight through it if he let it. With a twist of his wrists he diverted it off course. His arms followed it around as it struck from every angle, his spear spinning around behind his back to catch it, each strike sending it just a bit further from its intended course. Then his spear changed trajectory after barely deflecting an attack, slicing down and stabbing out with great speed. Spear clashed with energy, slicing through, but Reyna pulled back as that happened. Then the winds dropped, quickly depleting into nothing. Interesting. Barrett shook his head. I can prevent you from controlling the air, but I can't really stop you from moving. I felt it a little bit, but it was little more than moving against a stiff wind. Still, controlling anything within your zone seems extremely difficult. How much? Barrett asked. It's not much effort to keep it, at least at a close distance. Barrett supposed that because he was technically doing nothing at all, it took little effort. However, he should have needed to offset his opponent's efforts, but he really hadn't noticed any effort. I guess it would be like pulling the air out of someone's lungs. It's part of you, and thus very difficult to control. You can do that? Barrett asked. Can you dash? No, Reina cut him off. I will not be involved in any sort of insane training where I pull the air from your lungs. I might not have been asking about that, Barrett frowned, but how difficult would it be? Reina tilted her head, not worthwhile. If I can reach through people's defenses with enough energy, I might as well just directly injure them. For you, it might be somewhat possible, or maybe more difficult just passively. With you being you. Barrett nodded, I am me. And my body is mine. And your armor is you, and your spear is you, and apparently the air now if you want it to be. Reina rolled her eyes. It's a strange path you've gone down, though pure body tempering is mostly just unusual. It's not necessarily stronger in any way. You've just figured out how to use it well. Thanks. I had to reach this point. How are the living cyclones doing? I know you've been expanding quite quickly. Reina shrugged, it's not too bad so far. If I was 7th tier, we could attract more members, but quantity doesn't really matter. My style has diverged enough from the sort of Four Winds style that some people's affinity match better. I'm also more willing to consider a broader variety of candidates, since I'm not overwhelmed with people who want to join. How about that one student with rock eyes? Finn. How's he doing? Reina smiled, he's a good student. He works hard, and will likely become a master soon enough. His eyes seem quite useful, but difficult to train. How so? It can be difficult to pick out weaknesses usefully in combat. If he has time to study, it's fine. The problem is, it's usually just as easy to pick out a weakness through energy senses. If a barrier has less holding it together at one point, it's simple. Even if that weak point moves around, it can be tracked easily enough. But true weak points don't really shift. I could help with that. At least for a training scenario. Barrett held up his hands, tell me, which of these fingers is my weak point? Reina shrugged, how should I know? I don't recall any of them being torn off recently or anything. It's this one dash. Barrett pressed a finger with another one of his fingers, and the bone snapped. Extremely weak, but hard to pick out. Barrett waved his hand, and his finger recovered even as he did so. A simple break only took a few weeks to recover from, and thus only a handful of seconds. I can easily move around weak points and change the intensity, and it's not something easily noticed by other senses. I'm sure he'd appreciate the chance. It was his special point, but if it doesn't develop, it doesn't do him much good. Years of uneasy peace passed. The Convocation of Souls, which had stayed out of the Metal Sea War, became the dominant force in Smyrna, more so than before. They took advantage of the absence of most masters and grandmasters, though only a few direct conflicts took place. After all, if they went too far, the rest of Smyrna merely had to work together to eradicate them. Still, they gained more power, and news from elsewhere wasn't much better. It was hard to say that the Ostane Empire now controlled Vashia, but it was quite clear they controlled all travel in and out of the area. Very little information came from within the country, but it was clear that eruptions and instability on the societal and geological levels continued. The country itself was rejecting them, or a number of factions who knew about the inner workings of Vashia. Perhaps it was something like the Guardians that the Southern Metal Sea had, though clearly less directed. Unfortunately, though the Ostane Empire had been significantly delayed, it was likely they would soon continue their expansions. Perhaps they would not move on the Southern Metal Sea, because of the alliance with Streeto. However, they would certainly move elsewhere. Barrett wasn't content just to let them do as they wished, but he also wasn't able to stop an army by himself, or even with the help of a handful of friends. Not those armies, anyway. Still, the times weren't all doom and gloom. The time for the 5th tier tournament had arrived once again, and Barrett's first students would all be participating. It felt strangely like his students were catching up to him, though in fact that was just the normal way things went. They were only about 2 decades behind him, after all. They'd cultivated for about half as long as he had, but each tier took longer than the last. His best students might actually just catch up to him in terms of tier just before he reached Grandmaster level. He was fairly certain at least some of them would reach 6th tier at the optimal pace, but he would definitely reach Grandmaster. The difference between the beginning of 6th tier and the very end of it could be quite significant, but it would be their closest point for quite some time. Barrett thought about becoming a Grandmaster. In theory, he should also reach 7th tier shortly before Master Heikel could advance to 8th tier. He certainly wouldn't count on Master Heikel not advancing as soon as feasibly possible, but he would still have a few years. It would be interesting to fight him on relatively even footing, though he supposed an extra 40 years of experience would certainly make a difference. And, well, still most of a tier of power. Still, that would be his best chance for 3.5 decades after that. Barrett wanted to sit and enjoy the tournament matches, but he couldn't. Something didn't feel right. He wasn't concerned with anything going wrong with the arena. There wasn't just one faction managing things, just one person checking if there might be problems. If he was honest, the feeling could have very well been self-induced. Barrett was always worrying about when some country or other might act against Streeto, with 2 neighbors who were more active than they had previously been. Obviously there couldn't be an army approaching the city without anyone noticing. Not one that could do anything important. And the tournament wouldn't even tire out the city's best warriors, there were still many 6th tiers and grandmasters to account for. Still, some would certainly be injured, and if battle came within a few days or weeks, the tournament could be disruptive. But Barrett couldn't do anything about that. He expressed his concerns to people he knew, but Nilima's response pretty much summed it up. I dunno. If I don't even know what the problem is, I can't exactly kill whoever's causing it. Nilima didn't deny that there might be a threat. There were always threats, especially during recent times. Grandmaster Jostin didn't need to hear Barrett's worries, he already managed the tournament and some of the city's defenses. He had enough on his hands, especially considering some of the people who were supposed to be filling positions had died in the war. 5 years was enough time to replace someone, but not enough time for that replacement to learn everything someone else knew by heart. Cultivators could easily have decades of experience in an area, after all. So could non-cultivators, of course, but they generally had less to do with the defense of the city. Finally, Barrett spotted someone that might be able to help. As for whether he could help or would help, that was a different matter. Still, it didn't hurt to ask. Good day, Einar. Good day, Barrett. Einar smiled at him. I doubt you made your way through the stands with such an expression just for pleasantries. What can I do for you? Barrett crossed his arms and looked around at the people surrounding them. I don't know. That does make it quite a bit more difficult, Einar shrugged. At least his voice remained pleasant. Barrett found Einar was much happier around him lately, since saving his life. They'd fought together before, but it hadn't had the same results. So, tell me what's on your mind. While Barrett couldn't do much with air under his control, he could at least stop sounds from going where they weren't meant to. Of course, most energy or magic cultivators could do the same, but Barrett found it useful. It just feels like something's wrong. Not with the tournament, but, Barrett waved his hand. Something. Ah yes. Decidedly vague. Well, let's go somewhere else. I don't need to watch the tournament anyway. I've already seen everyone. Do you know who wins? Barrett asked as they walked. Maybe. Einar nodded. Maybe not. Who can say? You didn't give up on divination entirely, did you? Barrett frowned. Not at all. I just choose to see fewer things. Besides, once I cut off divination about you, I ran into many fewer annoyances. I like to pick and choose. Einar took Barrett up to the top of a building that could see out over most of the city. Behold, the Diviner's Tower. Also known as City Hall and other things, but they let us up on the roof. Some of us look at the stars, but, Einar gestured to the sky, there's only one big one to see right now. As for you, Einar looked around. If you had to pick a direction, what would it be? Instinct is fine. Barrett looked around the city, turning a full circle. Ugh. Sorry, I can't really. What does it feel like? Einar prompted. Just, all around. How far? Einar asked. The city, maybe the surroundings. Good enough. Now, let's sit. Einar patted the ground and pulled out a deck of cards. The phenomenon of non-divination cultivators getting feelings has been studied significantly. There are many interpretations, but my particular favorite is that they are just picking up on things subconsciously. Einar shuffled the cards and placed 3 face down. Choose one. Barrett flipped one over. Ah yes, the duelist in a reversed orientation. Do you know what that means? No, what? You flipped that card over vertically. So it got a different orientation. Einar snatched up the card and shuffled it back into the deck with the 2 still face down. Cards do nothing but spark ideas. From my perspective, the card wasn't reversed. Some might say the reading was for you, so it had meaning, but I believe it's only what we give to it. At best, I might be able to use magic to draw on your subconscious thoughts. Which I will do, if you don't mind. Sure. What do I do? Just let me, then pick a card. Einar splayed out the deck. I know you must have some idea of what's on these cards, even though you can't see the front. Try not to focus on that too much. Barrett nodded. Just one. For now. Barrett pulled out a card. The duelist. Not reversed this time. You flipped it around the other way, Einar shrugged. So what does that make you think of? Barrett knew many duelists. However, instead of going to those he knew, it brought up random people in the crowds. Visitors to the tournament. Einar gestured for him to continue, so he did. Maybe they're spies. I feel like anyone could be a spy these days. I'm sure there are many spies, Einar shrugged, but that doesn't mean they don't have a stake in Streeto as it is. But you would be worried about Smyenia or the Ustane Empire, I'm sure. Well, yeah. Can you find if there are any? Einar shrugged. I guess we'll find out. Let's see. Einar's eyes turned pure white, his facial features fading away and being replaced by 2 more vertical eyes. The eyes rotated in all directions for some time, before Einar returned to normal. Nothing momentous will happen today. Oh. I guess I was just worried for nothing. Einar shook his head, not at all. The future is made up of everything that happens, and a single thread can unravel a cloth. More importantly, I have someone to go meet. Who? Barrett asked. I don't know. Maybe we won't even meet. Certainly, they don't wish to. Do you want to come with me? Will that help? Ah, right, you don't know. Barrett tilted his head, sure. Let's go look. Great. And the direction we go is, Einar waved his hand all around them. Anywhere. But if I had to say it, it felt like the edge of the city. Away from the tournament? Barrett nodded, taking advantage of everyone's eyes being focused there. Or something like that. Einar shrugged. Or I'm wrong and it's nothing. Einar stopped to look at Barrett. You're not afraid of death, are you? Barrett shook his head, no. Not really. Good. Einar nodded. That makes one of us. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 439. Sometimes it felt like just looking for something would allow you to find it right away. However, even though Streeto wasn't as big as the Southern Metal Sea, it wasn't so easy to look around it all in a short time. Even just the edge of the city was a nearly 70-kilometer perimeter. It wouldn't necessarily take Barrett and Einar a long time to move around it, but if they were looking for something, just going a certain distance wasn't good enough. It also wasn't clear what they were looking for, or if it really existed. A person, maybe. Maybe they would be a spy from the Ustane Empire. That wasn't so easy to distinguish. Barrett himself was technically from the Ustane Empire, after all. It wasn't just one country that had no normal interaction with Streeto. Anyone could have been born and raised there, even trained as a cultivator, and still not work for them. After the first day, where they did a full lap around the city, checking out the walls and nearby buildings, scanning the guards and people moving in and out of Streeto, they knew they wouldn't find anything alone. Einar frowned. I have a few people I could call in favors from, but they would mostly be useful if I needed an ally to fight someone. I don't normally care or need help with information gathering. Barrett nodded. Sometimes it made sense to deal with the larger situations, or those closer to home. I know a few people. Let me ask. The people in question were Rylan and George. Rylan was just a normal person, not a cultivator. A devout follower of the nameless god, and a friend. George had once been a silver blade, responsible for an attack on Barrett and Rylan. Rylan had asked Barrett to spare his life, and so the long process had begun of coming to trust him. Rylan was from the Ustane Empire, much the same way Barrett was, just from Ruklua instead of Ashia, where Barrett was born. Where they were most similar was their poor experiences with the Church of Ristos, which was quite supported by the Ustane Empire as a whole. Rylan knew many people, and he might be aware of or able to find out about anything fishy going on. In theory, George could be a spy. In practice, he would have to be a very extraordinary one with an unflinching heart in Barrett's presence and the ability to spend so many years working with Rylan without him noticing something. It wasn't impossible, but it seemed unlikely to have been set up. Unless Rylan was also a spy, but for a non-cultivator, multiple decades of work for a plan that might not have even existed at the time. Barrett would have a very hard time coming to terms with the possibility. And, if Rylan was actually a spy, then he wanted to work for whoever Rylan worked for. All of the good he had done for the people of the city was clearly out of genuine love for people, so if he had some ultimate hidden goal, Barrett wanted to be a part of it. And he was, probably. Just that the goal wasn't hidden. As they moved around the city, Barrett took note that the poorer sections of Streeto were much better than they had been before. It was an impossible task to completely remove all issues from even one section of society, but things could be aimed in the right direction. Rylan still had a simple office. He didn't take more money for himself than he needed to live his life. He usually shared all of his meals at whichever place he was helping distribute food for the day. Even though Rylan usually made himself quite busy, he always had time for Barrett. Barrett briefly explained the reason for his visit so as not to take up too much time. Rylan nodded in thought. So what you're saying is you're looking to see if there is trouble. You suspect the outer city, maybe the walls. Okay. I have connections with the guards. What you'll want is those working at the gates, I imagine. If I were some spy, that's what I would sabotage. As for anything else near the outer edge of the city, I'd have to look over the maps. I can't think of anything critical to the city that anyone would bother causing trouble for. A couple good soup kitchens around, good workers, but nothing cultivators consider important. That I remember, anyway. We couldn't think of anything either, Barrett nodded. It's also possible that I just influenced Einar to think something might be wrong, and we got a random reading. Einar grinned. Technically true. You understand why I usually just do things without talking to anyone. For what it's worth, even if we don't find anything, I still believe you. Barrett finished his pleasant chat with guards at the north gate. They really didn't have much to say to him, just talking about how things were, and the like. Still, he spent the day watching people go in and out of the city, checking if they were allowed. Occasionally people arrived without a pass, but mostly they had someone to vouch for them. Either way, they were checked over. Though the process had apparently been made more efficient lately, Barrett realized how quickly his own pass had been given, being part of the Immortal Berserker sect. Some people would have to come back days or weeks later, instead of just having to deal with a few hours of paperwork and the like. Grigory watched the road. That was his job. It was a long way down, but he watched it. Today was slightly different, because there was a master watching with him. There was always a master around, of course, within shouting distance. In fact, he could feel the senses extended to him abstractly, so if something happened to him it would be immediately known. That wasn't likely, because nobody came up to the top of the walls except people who worked there. And this Master Ravenhall, he supposed. Grigory had actually heard of him. Knowing all the masters in the city was hard, but Barrett Ravenhall had won one of the big tournaments. The one that required them to reorganize the arena and half of everything else, actually. Grigory wasn't the strongest cultivator, but he had felt the way the man standing next to him shattered the mage's shields. He wasn't sure why such a master was here, but he didn't mind. Then he fell. Not Grigory, of course. Master Ravenhall. No, he didn't fall. He jumped. Right off the city walls. The defenses on Streeto's walls didn't stop people from leaving the city, assuming they could get up on the walls to begin with, which meant going through the proper areas. Climbing the walls would be violently rejected. However, one on top of the walls there was no restrictions in what went out, to not restrict attacks when there was actually a need for them. Master Ravenhall. He called down. Then he heard a thud as he landed, cracking some of the paving stones of the road below. The Master Ravenhall was moving at a speed Grigory could only track because it was so far down, and thus his angular movement didn't seem so far to Grigory. There was a brief sound that reached his ears, "I'm alright, I'll be right back." Well, he certainly looked alright. Still, Grigory had to go tell the duty master. He sprinted along the wall, down the stairs, and into the room. "Sir." He saluted. "Yes, I know. Master Ravenhall has left the city." The duty master pulled out a paper and wrote something down. "There, it's logged." It's not our job to stop people who have the proper permission from going in or out of the city, even if the circumstances are a bit odd. We have taken notice of the circumstances. The only other thing we can do is watch." The somewhat older cultivator slowly got to his feet and walked over to a small arrow slit in the wall. "He is fast, isn't he?" As he arrived next to the fallen figure, Barrett immediately halted his momentum. He didn't have to come to a skidding stop, instead leaving the ground undisturbed. He could hear the pulse without having to touch the fallen man, so that was something. Barrett pulled out a healing pill. It was a relatively weaker one, but shouldn't have any odd side effects even if Barrett had missed something. Then he gently picked the figure up and began dashing back down to the road and then towards the city. Normally moving so quickly with an injured person would be dangerous for them, but Barrett was able to keep his arms level, the rest of his body absorbing the shock. He just had to build up speed more slowly, to not provide too much sudden movement. When he arrived back at the gates, he allowed the guards to question him, flashing his pass. Clearly he was carrying an injured man, and they knew he was visiting and had just seen him leap down from above moments earlier. "Can you vouch for that man?" they asked. "No, but I can keep him in protective custody." "Good enough," the guards waved him through. Grigory watched Barrett return to the city. Any complaints the others waiting to pass the gate might have had at him skipping the line were clearly tempered by the understanding that he was carrying an injured person, and that he had just leaped from the top of the walls 100 meters up and the only damage to show for it was to the ground next to them. Best not to complain about the business of a master, and he hadn't exactly held them up either. He shook his head, and went back to the duty master where they logged Barrett as returning. They would get the details of what happened from him later, though even Grigory could suppose he saw the injured man, even if Grigory himself hadn't even seen a speck at that distance. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 440. The man Barrett had brought in had been attacked by bandits away from Streeto, and been left for dead. His name was Ansel, and after they left he managed to stagger his way closer to the city, and collapsed where Barrett had seen him. Was it part of some plot to try to get someone unauthorized inside the city? Probably not. It was worse to have the wrong sort of identification than having none at all. Ansel was just a second-tier cultivator, and his credentials wouldn't help sneak anyone into the city. Just in case, the records were checked, but nothing was found. If anyone had really wanted to use his identity, they would have made sure he was dead. Barrett frowned. He had no regrets for saving Ansel's life, but he had hoped there would be something more to it. Some connection. As it was, he'd spent time at the northern entrance to Streeto, watching people come and go without incident. Not very exciting, or encouraging. Einar hadn't seen much of anything either. If they were right and something was happening while people were distracted by the tournament, they didn't have much longer. Only a handful of days. If he wasn't going to find anything, Barrett at least wanted to watch the matches his students were in. Apparently Hayden had barely won the previous match, but his injuries had all recovered in time for his next match. It would be with Rolf, which meant one of them would be taken out of the tournament, but they'd both made it more than halfway through the tournament. Barrett moved to watch a different gate after spending 2 days at the north gate with nothing happening. It was possible he would miss something at the north gate, but it was also possible he was already missing something at the east gate. He had considered getting additional assistance, but Einar had mentioned that additional people made things complicated as a general rule, and there might be nothing to worry about. It might be paranoia, or whatever it was called when there were actual threats out there but perhaps nothing actually happening in a specific case. Overcaution? Or just proper caution? Barrett had an idea and he would go with it. Einar went along with it easily even though he also only got to the point of believing there might be something. Since he was around anyway and had nothing better to do while hoping for something to happen, Barrett spent his time chatting with the guards. Either up on the wall or those on break. Nobody was concerned about him distracting guards on watch, they were rarely needed, and Barrett was trusted. He could also spot things the guards wouldn't, even with a part of him distracted by holding a conversation. Barrett saw a familiar face in the break room. "How's it going, Theodore? Trying to get more business for your bakeries still?" "That's right," the man responded. "Gotta have regular customers, and guards, well, they'll always be around, won't they?" Theodore grinned, holding up a basket of bread he was passing out. "Just gotta get people hooked with a sample. Then you can start your whole baking empire. Not as profitable as Cultivation to be sure, but a great early retirement plan. Plus I get to keep in practice flitting around the city to all of my locations. It's not like I can just entrust that job to someone else. Or I'd have to hire a master-tier cultivator just to check on my business. Well, I suppose I could wait for reports, but I'd rather see things myself." Sounds like a lot of work, Barrett shook his head. He wasn't the type to do any of that. Cultivation was what he had fallen into, which was fine because he'd be a terrible businessman and only a passable leader. "Thanks for keeping these guards fed." "No problem." Theodore smiled, "Happy customers and profits go hand in hand, and I like both." The walls of Streeto were particularly large, over 100 meters high, a handful of meters thick, and of course extremely long. If one could see the base of the walls, the whole horizon was taken up by the city. 15 kilometers on a side. It wasn't so easy for non-cultivators to move in and out of the city with the distances involved, but there was seldom a need for them to cross the entire city anyway. It was actually extremely difficult to station guards on all of the walls, that was why the towers were enchanted with many defenses that could make just a few guards able to hold the walls 100 meters to each side of them. Destroying or climbing the walls wouldn't be easy either, though nobody had really tried since Streeto grew to its current size. Flying over wouldn't work with the barriers in place. Were there weaknesses he didn't know about? Barrett didn't really have the knowledge to see what they were. Unless an entire army could arrive without warning at the base of the walls, there wasn't much that could happen quickly enough that the rest of the city couldn't respond. Still, he asked about it. The guard he was with shrugged. I don't believe there are any weaknesses. Magdalene wouldn't have let them stand. Who's Magdalene? Barrett asked. Properly I should call her Mistress Hornick. She's responsible for maintenance of magical architecture. Not really much changed recently, but from what I heard she spent her few decades in the position as the wall specialist scouring the walls for any weaknesses. She never really found anything I'd consider a proper weakness, but she fixed anything she saw anyway. The guard paused. Haven't seen her in a good while. Must have been assigned to the wrong sections. How long? Barrett asked. I've been a guard for so long, and she was so ubiquitous. It wasn't strange not to see her either. The guard frowned. Maybe a couple years. I can't say I've seen her since that whole thing with the Southern Metal Sea. That was something absolutely worth looking into. Barrett didn't immediately dart off to get it done, but instead waited until the end of the day, but no longer than that. What he learned was Magdalene had died in the war. Except that wasn't quite true. Missing, presumed dead was different than dead. Barrett tried to learn all he could. Mostly, it was the same as the guard had told him. Magdalene was an old 5th-tier cultivator. She worked on the walls, scouring over them bit by bit and fixing every tiny issue. So, in theory, there weren't any weaknesses at that point. She had been replaced, but her successor was an even older man who didn't get about to inspect every little thing himself. Still, the walls had teams of engineers checking for flaws and damage or decay. On walls hundreds of years old, there wouldn't suddenly be large issues within a couple of years. And, if she'd known a weakness, she would have fixed it. So, while unfortunate, her death or possible capture wasn't a danger to the city. Was that it? Had Barrett subconsciously picked up on that as he passed the guards going in and out of the city to the Immortal Berserker sect and elsewhere? That their routine had changed ever so slightly. Certainly, some of that information could have reached him, even if he didn't consciously remember it. Maybe that was all. Barrett determined that Einar hadn't found anything either, or really much of anything suspicious. Some people trying to get into the city without a pass, mostly cultivators new to the area who didn't know the rules. With so many people passing in and out of Streeto every year, many of them would be new. They went over everything they could think of, but didn't find anything to latch onto. Barrett considered that he just wasn't comfortable watching the tournament instead of participating. Large events often ended up happening in relation to the tournaments for him, and that could have led to him assuming something should be wrong. Then he could have led Einar off track by his assertions. That was entirely possible. Einar was late to meet with someone. It had already been days. The tournament was almost over, and they hadn't yet met. Perhaps he was wrong about the event. Maybe the fact that he was working with Barrett threw everything off, or maybe not working closely enough with Barrett threw it off. It wasn't possible to say, because he couldn't factor for him at all. Then he felt the sense of dread come over him and he knew. He was just a bit late, but he could still make it. He checked over himself. If following someone into danger to get information, one had to be able to relay it somehow. He would leave information behind as he moved, because unfortunately he couldn't guarantee having the freedom to send a full communication. Notes would have to do. He spotted the figure by the south gate. Suspicious. Everyone evoked Einar's suspicions at this point, but even so he was extra suspicious because he hadn't seen the person before. As if he had been avoided. The fact that he felt something familiar from them yet they were new, extremely suspicious. There weren't exactly a large number of deep, dark alleyways near the walls of Streeto, but there were sure a lot of everything as a whole. It was a huge city after all, and sometimes it didn't grow exactly as planned, nice and neat. Moving street by street after someone, the crowds of people helped keep Einar concealed until they in fact ended up in one of those alleyways. Perhaps there would be a back entrance to somewhere. A small note fluttered down from Einar's sleeves. Someone would find that eventually, if he didn't make it out. He wasn't actually sure if he would or not, and that was even worse than knowingly going to his death. And he hadn't even died when he did. Uncertainty was the worst. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 441. Suspicion could arise from many places. Some of them were unfounded, but Einar was eternally in the camp that people could be too nice. It was suspicious. Especially when there was something for them to gain. Someone being suspect for not doing anything suspicious in front of him. Why not? The issue was that they hadn't appeared in front of him before. Like they were avoiding them, without him even looking for them. Then they went into a back alley. What would they have there? A friendly bakery, or some sort of murderous den? Einar was quite aware of how probability worked and how it didn't, yet with only two options he felt like there was an equal chance of either. It was almost disappointing for it to be the former. That made it a waste of time. Or was it? Einar found himself sneaking around, looking at recipes, yeasts, ingredients. None of them seemed problematic. Everything felt as it should. There was only one thing missing, the baker. Maybe he had quickly picked up some fresh baked goods and left out another door to his next delivery. Einar could sense workers coming, and hid himself. Hiding from non-cultivators wasn't a problem. He could just be wherever they wouldn't look. Simple. They picked up a few things, and Einar stood back up from behind a small counter. Was there any point? Clearly. At the very least, he wanted to prove his suspicions right. That meant he might be throwing himself down a wrong track, but if he stopped halfway, he'd never know. Except, of course, if he was already done and there was nothing to find. But instead he poked his head around. Somewhere around here was the most likely place for a secret door or hatch. He couldn't sense anything like that, but on the assumption that it was protected against cultivator senses. No, nothing there. Every place around the room Einar looked he didn't find anything, until a slight creaking of the building made him turn his head. There. Jumping into a hot oven wasn't the brightest idea, but it had enough room for an opening. Einar had to admit his direct defensive abilities were slightly subpar, but if a regular oven could hurt him, he would have died long before. It did require crawling since the oven wasn't particularly tall, and he had to maneuver around some baking loaves of bread. He felt around, expecting to once again find nothing, and found something. Maneuvering the hatch open without tossing the bread all over and giving himself away was a bit tricky, and then he dropped down slightly onto a ladder. He couldn't even feel anything around him with his senses, which was extremely odd. He reached the bottom where there was no light, but at least he could sense things again, if just a little bit. A few tight corridors stretching in 3 directions. He chose one and started walking down it. He considered that if he were making a secret base, he would add another secret door somewhere down here leading to the actual secret stuff. Then he could pop out from behind someone and stab them in the heart. It made total sense. He didn't even manage to feel it coming more than an instant before. Barrett found himself running late. Sort of. It was the end of the day and he had decided he should meet up with Einar again, but he had already gone. Barrett had a bad feeling about that, but he wasn't able to track him down. So, he picked a non-random direction and followed it. It wasn't a place he had visited, but then there was a note just on the ground nearby. Then Barrett found himself outside a place, looking for a way in. He could feel underground passageways down below, from the echoing of sounds that barely registered through the stone. They led to a building. Barrett wondered if he was too late, but as he pressed against a wall he felt Einar, and Einar immediately headed towards the entrance to the down below. Barrett was inside the building shortly after he descended, but he found himself caught for a moment, trying to keep himself from being easily found out. Stopping bread from moving was hard, especially since it was clearly not part of him. The hot air did what he wanted, though, and he popped down the ladder. He was just in time to look down a hallway and see Einar stabbed in the back. Being caught between rescuing a friend and dealing with a threat to a city of millions of people was a difficult choice. Barrett's thoughts raced, but the decision was made for him. As Barrett blended in with the air in the passageway, Theodore walked directly into him, his own tools to limit energy and magic senses working against him. It wasn't hard to put an elbow around his neck, choking him, while at the same time entangling all his other limbs. His energy resisted for a time, but Barrett had gotten the advantage of leverage, using less force than was necessary to resist him, and he had more anyway. Once he was sure the man was unconscious, Barrett moved to Einar within the next moment. Magic bandages to help slow the bleeding. A poison expulsion pill. Barrett felt Einar's injuries and, they were a millimeter from being fatal. But, that sort of thing wasn't by accident. His aggressor's design certainly would have had it instantly fatal, but Einar had made it just not so. Magic bags weren't really made to hold people, but Barrett needed to get Einar to a doctor and Theodore to someone without getting noticed. He wanted Einar alive, and beyond just information from Theodore he wanted to at least have it seem like he was uncompromised. To whoever had sent him for whatever his purpose was, Barrett didn't really have any rope that could restrain a cultivator, so he used his armor, a full layer of living metal. He couldn't do anything if Theodore attempted to kill himself with his own energy when he returned to consciousness, but Barrett could prevent him from affecting anything outside himself. Streeto was huge. The nearest doctor probably wasn't far, even so, but the doctor Barrett wanted was 5 kilometers away through the streets. In the end, it took the same number of minutes to reach Shanta's office, where Barrett found Shanta performing surgery on a patient. He pulled out Einar, and without a word she swapped over to him. Her other patient wasn't in a critical condition. Blood, Shanta held out a vial. It took Barrett a quick moment to realize he was supposed to provide it. He looked at Einar, touched the bandages that were soaked in blood, and tasted it. The wrong type of blood would be worse than nothing, but Barrett could make it right. It was easy. He didn't even need to cut himself to fill up the vial, merely willing the blood to move through his body and out. Barrett watched as Shanta stitched together arteries and veins and muscles and flesh, from the inside out. Blood was whisked from the vial into Einar's body with Shanta's energy as she took over for his heart. The whole process took an hour, but Barrett doubted there was anyone who could do better in all of Streeto. Fortunately, it was just damage to Einar's body. There was nothing complicated like curses or decay or damage to his soul, merely some poison and blood leaving his body at extreme rates. Shanta went back to working on her other, sedated patient. So, what happened? Barrett did his best to explain. Know anyone who can replace a baker? I'm not sure who we can ask about that. Shanta shrugged, the usual people, at least. If you need some questions asked. I have options. First we want that guy to not kill himself, right? Pull him out. Barrett did so, sensing he was still unconscious and pulling away some of the living metal around him. Shanta sprinkled some powder into his mouth. Energy and mana dispersal powder. Might not work if he was conscious, but like this it's no problem. Well, his energy seems pretty depleted anyway. Shanta held a hand up to her neck, looking at the bruises on Theodore. Looks painful. Barrett shrugged, nah, it's not that bad. Just a tight feeling around your neck for a while until you blissfully lose consciousness. If you say so. It was sometimes easy to forget that Shanta studied under Dr. Stieber. Until she had a reason to pull out interrogation techniques. Luckily for Theodore, she had some pretty good truth serums for making him talk. At least the process was probably less unpleasant for him, but the ultimate result wouldn't necessarily be in his favor. First we purge any foreign controls in his system, Shanta mentioned to those gathered around. Don't want something killing him if we ask the right questions, though it probably would have already. Barrett here helped suppress any curses. I probably wouldn't have been able to suppress a strong one, but if it didn't feed off of Theodore's own supplies it would be blatantly obvious. Which saved us a trip to Agloni. Since Krenther still lives there and all. Now, we ask questions. Present were representatives from the Immortal Berserker sect and allied factions, as well as Grandmaster Jostin. Overall, the leadership of Streeto was more trustworthy at the moment than it had been, but that didn't mean they were all clean. Jostin was either clean, or the city would easily be handed over to whoever he worked for regardless. Not that Barrett doubted him. The interrogation process was simple, not something that would necessarily have been useful in a court, since Shanta's formula wasn't verified by anyone else. However, for those present it was good enough that they could consider Theodore's statements as basically true. It would have been not at all surprising to find he worked for Smyenia or the Astane Empire, but it was surprising to find he worked for both. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 442. An alliance between the Astane Empire and Smyenia was worrisome for Streeto, though it was likely it was more of a matter of convenience. Streeto posed a threat to them, a barrier stopping their expansion in certain directions. That was doubly true now that Streeto was more of a cohesive whole, even if technically there were now fewer grandmasters compared to before the internal conflicts. However, that was only temporary. It was unfortunate but Theodore wasn't in on all the details of any plans. He was just to look for weaknesses, especially with the walls, or make them. It had to be noted that any system was only as worthwhile as the people who ran it. If the guards just opened up the gates or just didn't defend the walls, almost anyone could get in. It was a bit more complicated than that with Streeto, because during any real threat more people would be on watch everywhere, but those who had always been the guards would still be able to open gates at the most dangerous timings, if they were convinced to. The investigations didn't reveal that any of the guards had actually been compromised, people like Theodore, but that was all. That was good, because they might talk to him if there was a problem. Though of course Streeto wouldn't allow him to continue spying, replacing him wasn't so difficult. Shanta's techniques got all the information they reasonably could out of him, so all that was needed to replace him was someone decent enough at disguise, and baking. Or able to pick it up quickly. They could continue to pass information to Smyenia and the Astane Empire, but only approved messages devoid of important details. None of Barrett's students or anyone from the Immortal Berserker sect won the tournament. Instead, it was someone from the Crystal Palace. They were able to control most of the arena, filling it with ice and restricting their opponents' movements while still able to make their own attacks. His technique made Barrett wonder if he could do something like that, though he knew at least for the moment his own ability to control an area was limited. More importantly, while Barrett might be able to make an area cold, that wouldn't do much good if it was just chilly air. True cold came best with ice and water, things that carried a large amount of heat or lack of it with them. Einar recovered quickly enough. While his wounds had been dangerous, they were also quite clean. With Shanta's help, that meant they could heal quickly, in a relative fashion anyway. Barrett made sure to visit him. "Sorry I was late in arriving." Einar shrugged. "I wouldn't say you were late. I hadn't necessarily expected you. I am more concerned about my failure to protect myself. I knew there was danger but I didn't take the proper precautions, perhaps because I convinced myself I couldn't do anything. Or maybe that was the case. Before I would have thought you just knew you would survive." Einar thought for a moment. "I don't believe I can be trusted to accurately predict things with regard to myself. It's a weakness that is hard for me to learn to overcome. As for you, I only have one prediction left to give." "Really?" Barrett asked. "I thought you cut yourself off from those entirely." "It's not a divination. Just personal judgment based on my own experience." Einar half smiled as he nodded to himself. "My prediction, if you don't give up, you can accomplish anything." "Ah." Barrett deflated slightly. "I thought it would be something extremely insightful or something, but it's just something like that." Einar waved a finger back and forth. "Don't confuse this with something applying to other individuals or humanity as a whole. Some people have limits to what they can accomplish. At some point, they will inevitably fail. I won't say that your path will be smooth, without small failures along the way, but as long as you choose a goal to work towards, you'll eventually reach it. My goal, Barrett thought for a few moments. I want the world to be a better place. Less war and people killing innocents to advance their own power. Oof. Einar Mock grimaced. I thought you might go for something easy like attaining immortality or something like that. But hey, maybe that's why I am the way I am. No big goals. Barrett nodded, maybe. Thanks for helping me with this thing, even though it seems you know you were putting yourself in danger. I've decided that some things are worth betting on. Even if they aren't the most likely outcome. Barrett wanted there to be just 7 years without any big problems dragging him in. Just a bit over half a decade that he could cultivate peacefully and reach Grandmaster. He didn't need more conflict. He had plenty of insight into the world and himself already, it would just take time. Destructions and healing and training his body to become stronger and stronger. However, the world wouldn't wait just for him. Time passed as it would, and Barrett wasn't the only one with plans. The year after the tournament there had been no further action from Smyenia or the Ustane Empire, though they certainly had their plots. If nothing else, they were growing stronger, birthing more masters and grandmasters just as Streeto would. As for grandmasters, Barrett knew of his own friends. They were all seeking their own paths, and while they could almost certainly reach those heights as they were, few were content with just reaching 7th tier. Mistress Abels, who had first taught Barrett earth magic, was now Grand Mistress Abels, and the Immortal Berserker sect possessed over a dozen grandmasters. All of Master Heikel's contemporaries had already either reached 7th tier or likely never would. Now it was up to the next generation. Katia and Herman had gone away on their own journeys. The same was true of Shanta, and even Reyna left her budding organization behind to seek her own future, if only temporarily. Even Krenther, who had spent most of his days in Agloni and the neighboring regions, had gone wandering, seeking inspiration to reach Grandmaster, no, to do more than just reach that level but in the future surpass it. Kale and Kelani were strongly tied to the Metal Sea. All the enlightenment they could ever want, all their ties and inspirations, were where they called home. Barrett had already found his path, and so had Nilima, he thought. Even so, she came to see him. I'm going on a journey. Soul binding not good enough for you? Barrett asked. I thought it fit you quite well. It does, Nilima shrugged. I have no complaints. I'm sure I'll be able to break through to 7th tier. But that isn't good enough. Barrett closed his eyes in thought for a few moments. Was his own path insufficient? He didn't think so. Killing a grandmaster or even just half of one, was a sign that his path to power was free of roadblocks for the near future. But, would it be enough? Would he be able to comfortably fight grandmasters in equal numbers? Would there be more 8th tiers like Sir Jostin or perhaps more relevantly the Emperor of the Ustane Empire? The problem was Barrett didn't want to need to be that strong. But maybe he did, if he was to accomplish something like a better world. I thought we were doing pretty well, Barrett frowned. We're fine. We're strong. But I remember you talking about going back home. Even though it wasn't there anymore. I only found more problems I couldn't resolve. Barrett shook his head. The way you talk about it though, it was just a place you used to live. A family you used to have. Nilima sighed. In all the years I've been a cultivator, wandering from country to country with Mistress Joshi and then by myself, I've never been back. Your home country was far to the east, was it not? Though I suppose when I was in Etrin, everywhere seemed far. Nilima got a far-away look in her eyes. No, it was truly distant. I spent years apprenticed to Mistress Joshi, mostly traveling to this region. Though we did not move in a straight line, it was at least thousands of kilometers. We passed through many countries both big and small, though my memory of most of them is quite limited. I don't know why she taught me the language of this region, perhaps because she preferred this area to stay in, overall. Regardless, I shall be leaving soon. Okay. Barrett nodded. Do you want me to come with you? Well, Nilima shrugged. You have your own cultivation to do here. Plus you care about Streeto, and should be here if there are any problems. That wasn't exactly an answer. Do you not want me to come with you? You can, if you want to. That was a good enough answer for Barrett. She'd spent enough time hanging around Streeto, helping with what he wanted. It was unlikely Nilima would need his help with anything, but such a long journey without anyone else would be lonely. She'd already spent too much time alone, by Barrett's estimation. It wasn't necessary to be surrounded by people, but at least someone to talk to was important. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 443. Once again, Barrett and Nilima arrived next to the southern Metal Sea. However, their journey this time would be much easier than traveling to the depths of its chill metal. They would merely be walking next to it, for reasons of safety. In terms of environmental danger, going through Sashur and Ashia would be much less. There were likely not any creatures around that could hurt Barrett, even if he did nothing. However, the natural dangers weren't their current concern. The Ustane Empire had already been in control of Ashia when Barrett lived there, but they hadn't exactly been sending their armies through the area at the time. Now, they might actually have some glimmer of an idea that Barrett himself existed, in which case he wouldn't want to be noticed. They certainly wouldn't mind killing Nilima either, since taking out a future master or two would help their overall plans. Fortunately, they'd stayed away from the southern Metal Sea for the moment, and unless they changed that and a few grandmasters showed up together, Barrett and Nilima could at least come out alive by escaping into the sea. They couldn't necessarily count on the Guardians to help them, but the sea itself was a good enough damper on the abilities of those who weren't ready for it. But, nothing slowed them down as they moved through the glinting sands. A few unlucky creatures thought they looked small enough to eat, but shells hard as steel weren't nearly sufficient to protect them. Further to the east were mountains. It was possible to go over them, but there was a convenient valley. This is where you found all that taspum, right? Nilima commented. The wind blew around her, not slowing her movements. That's right. That stuff was a pain. Before, Barrett would have lowered the friction around himself, allowing the wind to pass by more easily, but now, it took little effort to also direct it around himself. He could have easily pushed against it, but that wouldn't have had any benefit to him. Instead, controlling a flow of air was something different, though not particularly more difficult than still air. At least, not if he didn't think about it too hard. If he really focused on grasping each little bit of air, it suddenly became quite difficult. However, when just going with the overall feeling of everything around him, he could just have it move around him. It was like moving a limb. Easy, unless you were paying too much attention, trying to figure out exactly which muscles needed to move. This is the furthest east I've been, Barrett commented. It's not even really that much further east than where you were born. Or Etrin. Nilima tilted her head. Maybe Temper Pine Forest was about the same. That's right. It's been so long now. Nilima tilted her head. 50 years. That used to seem like so long. So old. I never expected to live that long. My parents weren't even 50. Now we're almost 70. Barrett sighed. Being a cultivator sure distorts your perception of time. Well, yeah. Nilima shrugged, especially for people like us. We're still young, after all, since we moved through the tiers at optimal speed. She thought for a few moments. Then there's Almher. While he doesn't seem the type to care about looks, at some point the body isn't able to keep us as well. I never dreamed of reaching this level. In fact, I barely knew about cultivators at all except as legends. If I'd been asked the difference between a master and a grandmaster, I would have said one was older. Barrett shook his head. It's strange how many of us with the potential all gathered at once. Barrett couldn't help but assess the military power of places he was going through. Merkita was actually quite competent in that area. It wasn't the sort of place that would easily be conquered by the Ustane Empire, with its unforgiving forested terrain. There were many tall and spindly teak trees, vine, and the like. While the area itself wasn't as deadly as Dryazel, the inhabitants had better control over it. There were sizable roads patrolled by guards, and while there weren't any cities the size of Streeto, Barrett didn't really expect to find anything like that anywhere else. Unlike many other countries, the cultivators of Merkita didn't often leave the country, instead joining their military. There wasn't much for foreign cultivators to do, so they quickly passed through, unless they chose to spend their hard-earned income in some of the larger cities on some of the exceptional textiles. Of course, they weren't just well made but also expertly enchanted. Past Merkita the terrain turned rocky. Barrett felt like he had climbed a mountain and was looking down into craggy valleys, but in fact the terrain just fell away all around. Ninria, to the east and just a bit south of Merkita, was poor and without many resources. Thus, there was little travel between them, and the infrastructure for doing so was quite old. I remember these. Nilima looked at the rickety bamboo bridges stretched between the crags. I remember them being old when I passed through before, and now, I think some of them were rebuilt and became old again. There was a lesson here, in walking carefully. Nilima stepped across the bridge. The bamboo slats were broken in places, and liable to snap in others with the slightest provocation. However, her movements were quick and without hesitation. The bridge didn't even shake slightly. Nilima turned back to watch Barrett. He hadn't followed after her. While it would be quite easy to step exactly where she had, there was one slight issue. He was quite a bit heavier than her. That was without counting armor or anything in his magic bag. Even when it was new, Barrett was unsure of the bridge being able to withstand him stepping on it. Just as he was about to give up and leap the 20 or 30 meters that the bridge spanned, he considered an idea. If he failed, well, he would just fall. Since it wasn't a high-tier danger zone, he could only expect to fall a great distance, perhaps tumbling into rocks on the way. Nothing that could hurt him. Still, there were some stakes to failing, like looking silly, and destroying a bridge other people might wish to use. Barrett readied himself, then stepped forward. The bridge could not hold him. He could move his weight around inside his person, but it would still be somewhere and ultimately press down on the bridge below. The air beneath the bridge, no matter how he willed it to support him, could not hold him. Barrett took another step, and another, continuing at a measured pace. The bridge could not hold him, but he was unbreakable. If he was unbreakable, then the bridge could be unbreakable. Barrett smiled as he reached the other side. Why do you look like crossing the bridge was an accomplishment? Nilima frowned. I did it at first tier, you know. I don't know if you had much actual potential to break the bridge at the time. Barrett chose not to bring up unpleasant details, but he hadn't called her twig girl for nothing. She was small and extremely skinny, probably weighing a third of what he had back then, which was much less than the current time. Not without energy, anyway. Walking across bridges still wasn't technically much of an accomplishment, no matter how rickety they were. However, Barrett found the experience quite useful. He could apply a similar technique to anything. If he could make the ground beneath his feet more solid, he could more efficiently make use of his muscle power to move around. Of course, he could compact dirt with his feet to the same end result, but any extra expenditure of time and energy added up in a close battle. Eventually the cliffs became further apart, too much for bridges to gap, and ladders descended the cliffs to the valleys below. Ninria was a small country, with not enough farmland for all of its people tight packed in narrow valleys. Not only could they not produce enough food, there wasn't enough work for everyone. Yet, few people wished to leave their home country, nor was it easy to travel without resources. Barrett wanted to hunt something to feed the emaciated citizens, but he knew there weren't any places with any game. Just decent farmland but not enough of it, the country having grown to overcrowd its cramped domain. Nilima commented on seeing the people. When I passed through with Mistress Joshi, this place reminded me of home. I hated it. As they passed through the first larger city on their path through Ninria, Nilima found a building and stopped. Wait here. So Barrett waited, looking at the buildings around him. He was impressed with the architecture he saw, which was unfortunate, because the population wouldn't have as easily exceeded the country's capacity if they were less skilled in that area. They were able to build into the sides of the cliffs, stretching up and down and out of them in tiered structures. Nilima didn't say anything as she left, and Barrett had politely chosen not to hear any conversation inside. As they moved along through the valleys, Barrett watched as Nilima pulled out small objects, using her energy to push them into the ground as they walked along. He could tell they were seeds, but hadn't seen them before. Presumably, she had said something about those in the building, though he didn't think she obtained them there. They didn't feel like anything currently in the area. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 444. Traveling along official roads between nearly any two countries wasn't particularly dangerous. For those who were not cultivators there might be some dangers, but unless they offended stronger cultivators somehow, roads were quite safe. It was the case that cultivators might take some shortcuts through danger zones, either to save time or for training, but Barrett and Nilima were following the route she had taken previously, to the best of Nilima's remembrance. She had been able to walk the entire route as only an early cultivator, with little support from Mistress Joshi. As they passed through various countries, Nilima commented on each of them. I meditated on top of that mountain. We were attacked by bandits here. I don't remember this place at all. I used to want revenge on the people here. I dreamed of growing strong enough to do whatever I wanted. Nilima shook her head. Now I don't even remember what for. Something trivial. They traveled at a leisurely pace, which for them still meant some of the smaller countries didn't even see a sunrise or sunset. A trip of years turned into just months, and finally they arrived in Kangue. This is it. Though there's still a long way to go. They passed through many villages and very few cities of any size. In the villages, most of the houses were constructed from mud or clay. Sturdy enough, but hardly luxurious. Either woven sticks and branches or clay shingles decorated the roofs of the buildings, with the latter being less common. The only real roads were dirt tracks hardened by the continual passage of people. The villages also possessed only a single well at most, usually quite old and in poor repair. Animals roamed the streets with only occasional fences to rein them in or to protect crops. The two travelers were given wary looks as they passed, Barrett being in full armor and cutting an intimidating figure. Nilima might have seemed to fit in, but her clothing style no longer matched that of Kangue. The few large cities, however, were a very different story. While some of the buildings may have indeed used clay as a building material, their internal structure was supported by more complex architecture, stacking on top of itself to great heights. Instead of dull earth tones, the walls were coated in various vibrant and occasionally metallic colors. Very few buildings were without ornamentation, and even the most plain was carefully constructed. Then there were the cultivators. Inside the villages, there was no trace of any other cultivators. However, they were quite easy to sense in the larger cities. That was normal enough. Very few cultivators chose to live in poor villages where there were no resources, but the disparity was somewhat shocking. The difference between Stredo and Sasher to the east was also significant, but even the streets of Sasher had always been well paved even when they were independent. When they reached a certain area, Nilima led Barrett around in circles as if searching for something. Then they stopped. Here it is. Barrett looked around, seeing only empty fields and trees. What? My village. Apparently. Nilima gestured all around and towards the ground, and Barrett sensed more closely around him. What he thought were rocks were instead the remains of walls and the like. Other than that, nothing else was left. At first Barrett thought it was another unfortunate case of conflict, people killing others to seize what belonged to someone else. Except Barrett didn't expect this particular village to have anything of value to seize. In addition, his senses didn't indicate any violent damage to the former houses, signs of bodies or anything else. The village was just gone, swept away on the winds of time. With nothing to say, Barrett said nothing. He merely waited for Nilima to speak instead. After a short eternity, she finally spoke. Sorry Barrett, I didn't think. I thought I'd just see it again and be done. But now I have to stay for a while. Going to rebuild the village? Barrett asked. No, Nilima shook her head, the village never mattered. I don't even remember if it had a name. Maybe nobody does, anymore. I don't know if the country even matters, but I need to stay here for a while. Nilima's eyes scanned the surroundings. You can go back first. She walked over to a certain point of the ground and stomped her foot, sending energy down into the ground. A spray of water rose up in front of her, shooting into the sky. Then it splashed back down, draining into the now open well. Nilima sat on the ground nearby facing away from the well and towards the sun, her eyes closed as she sat in meditation. If he chose to, Barrett could return to Streeto in a fraction of the time it took to arrive where he currently was. And then what? He would find himself back in the same old routines, doing the same training. Barrett looked into the well. It was already muddy from the recent activity, but he didn't want to dirty it further. What else could he do? Nearby were some local trees that somehow managed to both seem wilty and yet widespread. But, in fact, they were more solid than they first appeared at a distance. Their extremely long limbs that stretched to the side were occasionally supported by another growth shooting down from them, propping them up. Like extra trunks, or legs. That made them more sturdy further out, but towards the edges they had no legs to prop themselves up. That was fine, because the trees could support their own weight, but Barrett wanted them to support his. It was easy enough to reach the far end of the branches as he stood upon them. If he could make a rickety bridge support his weight, a living tree wasn't any harder. It was a bit more difficult to control for being alive, but it had no magic or will of its own to resist him. Barrett took it a step further, looking for smaller twigs to test himself against. Twigs snapped, sending him back to the ground to try again, but it was only a momentary loss. The question would be why the twig snapped. Had he not made it strong enough? No, perhaps it was even too strong. Too stiff, anyway, unable to flex. And there was a limit to what he could do, either inherent in the twigs or limited by his own abilities. If he allowed them to bend just slightly, they could reduce the strain. He spent some days on that, resting when he needed to, but otherwise enraptured by the process. Then he tried standing on leaves. Unfortunately, they bent too easily, with not enough integrity to hold him up in the majority of cases. Only when they were perfectly angled to retain some support, then he had some success even though they ended up strangely offset. He continued his other training as well, strength and durability and flexibility for his whole body. At some point, he came to realize other people had shown up. They watched him and Nilima, commenting in the language of Kangui. Barrett had heard some of it spoken in the cities and villages they passed, and even picked up a few words. Though he didn't understand the exact words, they were clearly commenting on the strangeness of these two people in the wilderness. It was a few more days before any signs of others were seen again, besides a tiger that thought Barrett looked like food and found out things would be quite the opposite. A handful of people cautiously approached Nilima. Then, though he again didn't understand the words, he could tell they asked her to teach them. Nilima took some time to respond, and Barrett was surprised at her answer. Her words were slow, likely because it had been such a long time since she'd needed to use them. It likely took quite a bit of effort to dredge up the language she hadn't used in so long. From the responses of those around her, she had answered in the affirmative, and she began teaching right away. Nilima took 2 separate leaves, one in each hand. One folded over on itself, losing all internal structure as it was destroyed by gentle energy. The other turned to dust, berserk energy tearing apart every bit of it. Then she began to demonstrate how to actually cultivate the forms of energy. Barrett listened to her words not to learn the technique but the language, while the handful of villagers listened for much the opposite. 4 out of the 5 clearly began attempting to train berserk energy, while the only woman in the group chose to train in gentle energy. Barrett wondered if she thought it would be easier, or if she understood that she was more suited to the gentle energy. Barrett smiled to himself. The men would do better with gentle energy as well. At least, with the current state of their bodies. Without strong physical bodies, it would be hard to call upon berserk energy, and to contain it. They probably wouldn't be able to generate enough of it to seriously hurt themselves, however. Not for a while. Barrett's training in the area went quite a different way. He'd trained his body, and then the first destruction by Master Heikel had shoved him down the path of the Immortal Berserker. That had been his choice, and the Immortal Berserker style allowed one to quickly travel down the path, at the cost of danger. Other styles of berserk energy were at least slightly less dangerous to begin with. Even though Nilima's berserk energy had originally been that of the Immortal Berserker style, her insights were much different. Whatever the villagers learned, it would be much different. In fact, it wouldn't even be Nilima's style, unless someone actually had the audacity to try to learn both. It wasn't impossible, but with no prior cultivation experience, extremely difficult. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 445. Staying in one place forever wasn't necessarily good for training, and Barrett had some things he wanted to try. He always returned to where Nilima was staying, still the location of her former village with little more than a well. However, for the moment he was at a nearby lake, though perhaps nearby was a bit incorrect. It was about a day's journey for a normal person, but it was close enough for him to reach within an hour easily enough. The lake was nothing special, it had farmers working nearby, and fishermen catching the lake's native fish. Barrett was far too heavy to float on water. His armor didn't help, but his body's density had surpassed the point where he could do so long before. He could still swim if he needed to, but it required a bit of special technique. Even if he couldn't swim, he could walk along the bottom to reach another shore. He carefully stepped out onto the lake, and his feet sunk in. He tried again. With energy or magic, it was easy enough to float on the surface of water. At a certain point, people could even fly or stand on air. It took quite a large amount of effort, so it was rarely used in battle, but it could be done. Water was easy though. If he had energy, anyway. Sure, he could use magic. Even though he didn't train in the right types, he could probably manage to push himself away from the water, spreading out his weight enough to float. But he wanted to step on the water. Preventing control by others was relatively easy. Momentarily grasping with the power of the metal sea should have been more difficult, but maybe that was it. The metal sea was full of weight and pressure already. Restricting movement was something it already did, and doing it even more, solidifying a dense material, that was more normal. Then again, in battle sometimes there were flashes of insight. Barrett knew he'd had one at the time, but judging the difficulty of what he had done was hard while removed from the situation. Ice was solid, and water was ice, so it shouldn't be too hard to make water solid. Except when he tried, everything rebelled against him. If he solidified a small part, it wouldn't hold still. If he tried a large hemisphere under him, it consumed so much of his stamina to make the attempt it wasn't worthwhile. Barrett tried over and over again, earning some strange looks from those who passed by his section of the lake. Then his foot impacted a solid surface of water. Well, he'd been thinking too hard. He wasn't turning the water into ice, and therefore it didn't matter how thin the layer he made was. He was thinking too much, trying to consider how ice might function, when he could just treat the surface like glass. Or, just a surface. He stepped on it, and that was that. Maybe not something he would need in a battle, or something novel that others couldn't do, but a step towards understanding. The water held him up, and that was all that mattered. Some of Nilima's students had chosen to live nearby, setting up small shelters and even bringing animals and starting plots to farm. They needed to eat, after all, and none of those from the villages had abundant wealth to buy food even if anyone had extra to sell. Nilima could have provided for them in many ways, but she had no intention to start a sect, and if they wanted to learn from her, they needed to be self-sufficient. She wasn't planning to remain forever. Barrett understood that, but he still had pity for some of the people. Yet he was aware that even those who came and seemed to be in the worst circumstances were still better off than some. Barrett wanted to help, but he couldn't change every country. Maybe not even the entirety of this one. Still, he could at least do something simple. One day of the week he provided a meal, mostly from animals he hunted himself and wild herbs and vegetables. He could find buried food more easily than a regular person, and moved quickly, so it wasn't too hard. Besides, running around in the wilderness counted as a sort of training. Nilima didn't spend much time one-on-one with her students, so the total number of them hardly mattered. Even after a year, there were still only 100 students, which while not insignificant was also not very large. Then again, Nilima made no effort to recruit. She could have easily had many more people, if she went to them. But Barrett could tell it had never been her intention to teach. People had asked, so she did. He encouraged them because he thought it would be good for her. Nilima didn't require any standards of her students. Or rather, there were no tests or duties or anything at all. They could sit and learn when she taught, or they could be elsewhere. Their own success and failure was on their own heads. Some found cultivation too difficult for one reason or another, either because they had the wrong sort of affinity or lack of will or not enough available time. Those who really wanted to learn managed to do so. Barrett found some of the farmers were especially effective. They planted food and trained energy. Berserk energy and gentle energy could both be used by them to make planting food easier, which meant they could either have more food or more time to cultivate. A beneficial cycle for them, if very difficult to begin. Some people only had a small number of seeds and very little else when they arrived, nearly starving, even with the help of Barrett's weekly meals. One by one, people either settled into a sustainable rhythm or left. That was the case with nearly everyone, but Barrett noticed one exception at least. There was a young woman that reminded him of Nilima, not particularly womanly, skinny, and determined. Yet her determination provided her little. She spent time scrounging for root vegetables to eat, planting what seeds she could obtain in a small garden she didn't have tools to properly maintain. She would stay up late to cultivate, sleeping little. She survived, but barely. She just managed to maintain herself, because she made no progress in cultivation. At first Barrett wasn't sure, but soon enough it became clear. She had no potential for energy cultivation. Probably not magic either, though Nilima didn't teach that. Barrett could, and occasionally he did so. He had first learned earth magic, and that was useful for tilling the soil and growing plants. The young woman listened to Nilima's lectures, and when she found out Barrett was teaching she somehow managed to come to his as well, but she displayed no magical talent, no matter how she tried. One day she came to Barrett, kneeling before him and pressing her head against the ground. "Please teach me," she begged. Barrett held out his hands. "I already teach magic. What more can I teach you?" "That, you are strong." She kept her head down. "The mistress, she teaches energy, and radiates it as well. You teach magic, and I can sense it too, but I can't use either. But you also have something else. When you stand on the trees or on the lake, and the strength of your body." Barrett inwardly sighed. He didn't mind teaching pure body tempering, but the problem was, people needed to have strong bodies to even start. She was so skinny and weak that she could barely do anything, and she didn't have the nutrition to grow stronger. Barrett did want to give her more food, but at the weekly meals she never accepted more than anyone else, and no matter how she looked with hunger she would never ask anyone else for food. Still, Barrett couldn't deny her the chance. He took the form for a push-up. This is the form for a basic exercise to strengthen the arms and upper body muscles. He demonstrated dropping down. You must reach this point, with your arms like this, close to the ground, then push back up. Barrett did so slowly and precisely. Your test is to do 12 of these, right now. Once you start, you will have exactly 1 minute. Barrett stood to the side and watched. He wasn't sure why he was doing things this way. Normally, he was a kind and nurturing master. But, Something felt like this particular young woman needed something else. So he had given her an impossible task. 1, 2, 3, Barrett counted her push-ups and at the same time the seconds. 30 seconds. 5. 6. 7. The young woman's arms trembled. She just didn't have the strength to do it, and Barrett knew that. 10. She collapsed to the ground, unable to hold herself up. Barrett shook his head. Your time is up. She tried to beg him again, but she couldn't even retain her previous posture. Instead, she managed to roll to a sitting position, holding her head down. Please. Give me another chance. Not today. Tomorrow, you can have another chance. Your test may be different. That was the one thing Barrett could do. He didn't want to provide false hope, and he didn't have anything but his own eyes to assess her. What his eyes told him was that she was weak, with a body that had missed its prime opportunities to grow stronger. He was almost surprised that her willpower had been enough to even reach 10, but he knew for certain 12 was impossible. That was why it was the test. Barrett turned around so his face wouldn't betray his concern, leaving her to do as she wished. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 446. Seeing how easy the test was for the young woman, several other fellows requested for Barrett to teach them. After all, he was some sort of master. He didn't mind teaching people, but he gave them equally hard tests. That is, impossible ones. Not very impossible, but certainly not completable. However, just because they were impossible didn't mean they were unfair. Everyone received something just barely impossible. Some of those who wanted to learn didn't have enough determination to come close, while some pushed right up to the edge. They could never do it, but Barrett also gave out hints. It was hard to exhaust himself on any task to the same degree he could exhaust those who weren't even cultivators yet. It took him much longer to wear out his arms to the point he couldn't use them and use pure body tempering to go further than that, but he had all day to do so. The young woman came each day to receive another test, though it was clear she hadn't recovered from the previous days. However, Barrett could choose something different for her. In short, he had her exercise her whole body, but that wasn't necessarily helping her at the moment. She exhausted herself to the point she had trouble finding enough food, and she needed that to recover properly. If some extra nutritious ingredients found their way into the weekly provided meal, that benefited everyone. Barrett could have shown any sort of bias he wanted to. Nothing stopped him, but he felt that it wouldn't actually help. After a few weeks, almost nobody came to Barrett to be tested. The word was going around that he really didn't want to teach anyone, and that he was using the tests as an excuse to avoid directly rejecting people. Nobody said that in front of him, of course. At least, not when they thought he could hear. One thing he had to say, everyone was quite respectful of the two masters. That included avoiding conflicts among themselves, though it was entirely possible that was because of one certain individual. He was causing some trouble, claiming a larger area and pieces of what others already controlled. Not quite robbery, but close to it. Then Milima took one look at him, and he left. Feeling killing intent in general took effort to learn, but if it was intentionally made clear, it wasn't difficult to feel. The man in question had truly been on the verge of death, even though Nilima hadn't made a single move. But if she had, it wouldn't have taken any effort. She wouldn't even have had to stand up from where she sat far away. He could feel it, and nothing needed to be said. Barrett found the most impractical exercises particularly invigorating. There was no need to balance boulders on individual fingers or toes, or to do so while hanging over a branch that couldn't support even his own weight, but it was actually rather fun. He wasn't sure if it got his point across, but at the very least people had to recognize he had mastery over his own body. He had only a few students, though none of them were officially recognized by him yet. Instead, they were just those who regularly came for tests. At least a few of them had realized that while they wouldn't necessarily be taught anything, they would receive exercises and an amount that would push them to their limits, allowing their bodies to grow stronger. It wasn't hard for Barrett to see the areas each person needed to work on, so his tests managed to keep the overall difficulty sounding quite low. Yet it was always just a bit more than what a person could do, even with extreme willpower. Willpower wasn't enough when your arms had nothing left to give. Instead, it required taking the very first step into pure body tempering. Since willpower could get them to a single exercise short of where they needed to be, it really was that simple, and yet quite difficult. Barrett could have explained it, but he was being a difficult master at the moment. Maybe he hadn't correctly judged the best way to get the results he wanted, but he had correctly judged the determination of the young woman. She didn't return every day for a new test now, instead training her body as well as she could while finding or growing food as much as she needed. She would also find Barrett to watch his training some, trying to figure something out, but even if he wasn't trying to hide it, pure body tempering wasn't so easy to learn just by watching. Maybe it wasn't the best way, but he had a feeling. Maybe his methods were unfair, since he was basing his strategy off of what he wanted from one person. But then again, he couldn't stay forever, so if his students were to succeed, they would need to be able to learn without continual instruction from him. Take this rock, Master Ravenhall held it out to show it, then raise it above your head, like this. Let your arm drop back to your side. 29 times. Master Ravenhall nodded, that should be enough. The young woman was already clear that the master wanted the exercises to be done exactly as instructed. No working around the problem. The rock wasn't so heavy at first. 5 kilograms, well, months before she would have had trouble doing even half what he requested. Now, she was certain she would be just short. She had watched Master Ravenhall train. He pushed himself to the limits too. She saw him collapse to the ground, and then keep going. Beyond the limits. How? Was it just willpower? If so, she had not nearly enough. 10. She tried, but she couldn't quite make it. Her arm burned. 20. 2/3 of the way. 25. 26. She couldn't lift her arm anymore. It wouldn't do it. But she made it. She gritted her teeth, and her arm raised, just as it was supposed to. 27. Now it couldn't lift. It would barely even twitch. If she had just a minute to rest, but of course, the test would be over then. He clearly knew her limits. Was it true? He just didn't want to directly reject students. Why would he put in so much effort? Why not just give truly impossible tasks, instead of something so nearly manageable? He didn't seem the sort to enjoy the suffering of others. He just watched without expression. Her arm couldn't move anymore. Why? If she could just get this master to really teach her, just be a fraction as strong as he was, but her arm had no more ability to move. Master Ravenhall also had been training single parts of his body, pushing them to their limits. She saw him collapse, then continue. It couldn't be faked, could it? If not, where did that ability come from? While the rest of her body wasn't tired, her arm couldn't move. She clenched her teeth so hard she thought they would break, straining herself, but her arm lifted. It slammed back down, the rock impacting her thigh painfully. 28. But, she only needed one more. 29. Not 30. There had to be something. It couldn't just be a cruel joke, right? If only she could use her left arm. She could do another 25 with that, probably. Or she could support her right arm. She'd never tried skirting the rules, but those who had, propping up their bodies or having slightly improper form, they just got a shake of the master's head. It had to be done right, but she had nothing left in her arm. But her left arm could move. What if she couldn't even think it in words, or really picture what she wanted. But she moved. Her left arm went up. It had no rock in it, but even if it was allowed to lift the rock, her right arm probably couldn't lift just itself right now. But she just had to match it. Her left arm came back down. She knew she was running out of time, though she hadn't heard a countdown. She couldn't really hear much of anything. It hadn't been quite right. Her right arm needed to go up with her left. Could she use it to lift her right without touching it? A second time, and her left arm moved on its own. The third time. Her right arm had to move. It had to have something left in it. She thought about shoving the rest of her body into it to help it, and lifted her arms. Both of them. Barrett took stock of the surroundings. Nobody else was watching. That's time. You just made it. Technically, she was a second late. But there was no point waiting for the next day. She could already do it. In fact, instead of simply transferring stamina from one part to another, she'd also made use of the movement of her other arm to pull her right arm up. That was actually a more difficult technique. At least, for Barrett. It wasn't possible to say what others might find most troublesome. What's your name? Simran. She looked like she was about to collapse. She also didn't seem to have registered her success. Then she did collapse. Barrett returned her to the small hut she had constructed, after feeding her one of the nutrition pills he had brought with him. He hadn't had a chance to buy anything like it in Kangui, but then again he mostly avoided the cities. Barrett wondered if she would remember that she had succeeded in the morning. Well, even if she didn't, her body would remember how to do it. He didn't think sending her down the path of an immortal berserker was the best option, though he had full allowance to distribute that version of the technique as he wished. Instead, he felt like she should develop something of her own. She just needed a chance. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 447. Simran woke up because her arm ached. She'd apparently rolled onto her side, disturbing the muscles. Then the pain echoed once more as she sat up. She tried to remember what made her arm hurt so badly. Had she been wounded somehow? By what? While she might not have had friends, she didn't exactly have enemies either. The area under the two masters wasn't dangerous either. She looked down at her arm and saw no wounds, as her memory of the previous day came back to her slowly. Had she passed the test? She felt like she had. She wanted to go ask Master Ravenhall to confirm, but first there was something more important. Feeding herself. She was starving. Well, not quite. She had been starving before, but she hadn't ever felt so hungry when she'd recently had food. She had set up a small garden. It would have been better to have full fields, but she didn't have the tools or the seeds to do so. Just the garden had taken so much work. A few vegetables were ready to eat, having all been planted at different times more out of necessity than planning. Some heads of cauliflower and some squash. They were tasty enough, maybe a little small, but not that filling. She would need to go out searching for some denser root vegetables. Maybe she could find potatoes, though the others usually found everything good first. That meant she would have to go further away. But that was normal. She ate her rather pitiful breakfast and started off. At least her legs didn't hurt, only one arm. And only when she moved it wrong, which seemed to be most ways. Once she was beyond where most of the other students ranged, she started looking around for something. She walked around the trees, looking in shady places. She wished she could just see things from further away. Her eyes were good enough, but if she didn't have to walk over she could save the effort. Though it seemed sometimes she could. She could see there weren't any telltale leaves sticking up indicating something good beneath a distant tree, so she moved elsewhere. She caught the signs of the right sorts of leaves elsewhere, and when she arrived she managed to dig up a few more vegetables. They weren't as big as she might have hoped, but they were something. Placing them in a sack she carried at her waist, Simran continued onward. Even if she had to spend more than half the day on just survival, at least she might have some time to train in the evening. Then she spotted a rabbit. It hadn't spotted her yet. She wished she had a bow, or a sling, or really anything. Even a good rock, but she had none of them nor the training required. Could she catch it with her hands? It might be worth trying. If she could catch that, she would have enough food for the whole day. Maybe two. The only problem was rabbits were fast. Simran took a good look at the ground in front of her, trying to plan out a path she could walk that wouldn't make too much noise, where she could get behind the rabbit. She crept closer, closer, and then leaves crunched under her feet. The rabbit spooked, but instead of jumping away it jumped past her. She reached out to grab it, instinctively moving her right arm, and managed to do so. Her hand closed around it, and then her arm twitched in pain and she couldn't hold on. She shouldn't have moved that arm, and didn't really think about it. The fact that it did move and even hold on for a moment was a surprise. Unfortunately, surprises apparently didn't catch food. Simran just lay on the ground where she fell for a while, the rabbit long gone, trying to get her arm to listen to her again or at least just stop. Arms were stupid and didn't realize that tensing up just made everything worse. Eventually, she found her feet and returned to gathering what she could find. What a waste of energy, trying to catch a rabbit. She wished she could fight tigers and hunt game and everything that the masters could do. Simran hoped she hadn't just dreamed that she passed the test. It was plain for Barrett to see that Simran was trying not to act like she couldn't move her arm. However, he knew exactly how she felt. Pushing beyond one's limits with pure body tempering wasn't always a good feeling. In fact, Barrett would say that in the short term it felt good, after that it felt extremely bad, and then perhaps it might level out. Just because she pulled stamina from elsewhere in her body didn't mean Simran hadn't gone beyond what her arm could do. There would be muscle pain, of course, but beyond that extreme fatigue as the body tried to sort itself out. She still showed up the next day, though. For that, he would help her with what she needed to learn most, even if she didn't quite want that. He had her sit down in front of him, just the two of them sitting on a patch which previously had grass but now was worn down to the dirt. Focus on your arm. The pain. Barrett knew it wasn't pleasant at all, but Simran didn't have extraordinary recovery abilities. Just that of a normal human, even if she could technically now be considered as having stepped into first tier. That said, as a pure body temperer having a weak body meant you had very little going for you. Still, that could be fixed. Now, focus on your other arm. How it feels, strong and healthy. Pain, and freedom from pain. Barrett wasn't sure what the best way to teach this was. Simran really needed the chance to learn on her own, so he spoke slowly and watched. Then she reached the point of concentration where even if he said more, she wouldn't hear him. Sensing someone else using pure body tempering wasn't easy, but he could tell from the small twitches of the muscles in her arms that something was happening. Hopefully, she would be evening out the fatigue and strain. If she was particularly insightful, she could spread it through her whole body and make recovering that much easier. She would still need time, nutrients, and rest to recover, but if focused in one place without drawing from elsewhere, recovery was more straining. Barrett himself would have actually done things quite differently than what he saw. He would have encouraged the muscles in the area to recover with the stamina from the rest of his body, which worked well enough for him, but Simran was clearly distributing the fatigue and muscle pain throughout her body. A difficult technique, but Barrett already understood people learned differently. At her level, she was only barely accomplishing it, but it would ease the burden on her right arm and improve the rest of her, even if just a bit. That was what cultivation was about. Steady improvement over a long time. Since Simran was otherwise occupied, Barrett returned to his own exercises. By the time Simran opened her eyes it was fully dark, though since she spent much of the day fending for herself, it had only really been a couple hours. Still, even a single hour in concentration was a good step for a new cultivator. Simran could feel the effects of training with Master Ravenhall, but she also felt her own weakness. And hunger. Being completely full one day a week just wasn't good enough, and planting took so much time. She didn't really have the tools or knowledge to make the most of fields anyway, and she likely couldn't find all the food available in the forest, but she couldn't help but think of the rabbit. She knew people placed traps for such creatures, but she didn't know how to make them. Trying to catch them bare-handed was a mistake, even with her arm feeling better. So, she traded for a knife, and with the knife she sharpened a bamboo pole. She needed more tools, and while her simple spear might be too much for a rabbit, she might find something bigger. She wouldn't want to try it on anything that could fight, but something smaller would be good. She could also bring a few rocks with her, but she didn't have the right materials for a sling yet. They seemed hard to use anyway. A spear you just made go straight towards what you wanted to kill. Even if it went a bit off after leaving your hand, the idea was easy. The first day she went out with her spear, she found nothing worth using it on. The second day was the same, and she found herself wondering if carrying the extra weight was just slowing her down and limiting her other efforts. Until she saw the rabbit again, or one with similar coloration, anyway. Simran knew she couldn't sneak close, but she threw her small spear. The rabbit must have felt something, because it hopped out of the way but not entirely. A small cut was left across it as it hopped away. Simran thought to chase after it, but she knew she would just get tired first. Instead, she slowly followed in the direction it went while keeping her eyes out for buried vegetables. Occasionally, her eyes picked out drops of blood, even in the shade, the particular darkness it had stood out. She was looking for it, of course, so she wasn't too surprised to find it, but her eyes seemed to know better than her brain where to look. Then she found the wounded rabbit, at the same time a fox found it. Somehow her steps were quiet enough that neither of them noticed, and when the fox went to steal her rabbit, she threw her spear. This time, she caught it fully in the side. With a rabbit and a fox, she would eat well for the next few days. She would even have furs to sell, if she went to town or could trade with some of the other disciples, and she had the confidence that maybe she could do more in the future. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 448. It had been more than a year since the first of Nilima's students became cultivators. Barrett's students were a bit behind that pace, but still definitely fully progressing from the first to second level of cultivation. Truth be told, students was something of an exaggeration. He had 2, maybe 2.5 students. Simran was the first to successfully accomplish doing anything with pure body tempering. Somewhat behind her was a man named Vikram. Then, there was another woman who made up the other half-student. She was the only remaining one who came for tests every day or two, the others either having given up and left, actually accomplishing something, or only making the attempts much more rarely. Barrett wasn't sure if she was ever going to successfully manage any pure body tempering. Maybe she didn't understand what was being done, but she was growing stronger. In fact, in terms of purely her muscle strength she outstripped Simran, but her ability to use those muscles to their full potential was more limited. Simran was still making up for a lifetime of poor nutrition, but her progress was easily measurable. She was becoming something of a competent hunter now, able to catch a wild boar on her own and track them down in the first place. She quite naturally focused her slightly more limited capabilities into whatever she was doing at the time, achieving success with fewer resources. She nearly instinctually focused her stamina on the parts of her body she would use in a fight, and Barrett could see her going far, if she didn't cripple herself. So, in addition to providing her instruction on how she should train, he also gave important cautions. It was important to never draw too much away from any part of the body, or it might break down, and even if some extra stamina or toughness was returned to it later, it would already be worthless and dead. She wasn't yet capable of drawing that high of a percentage of her attributes elsewhere, but it was important for the future. Of course, the brain needed to be kept at least at the baseline at all points, since it couldn't easily recover from any sort of damage or setbacks. Other organs varied. Human hearts were actually quite robust in terms of continuing to function, but that didn't mean it was wise to draw anything away from them. In addition to pure body tempering, Barrett taught Simran how to fight. Mostly unarmed and with a spear, since that was the weapon she had made for herself, but he also taught the very basics of everything, so she would have a place to start if she chose a different weapon. Simran's spear struck Barrett in the chest, and he nodded. Good accuracy and speed. The power was also sufficient to give enemies pause, but you didn't watch your defenses. Since he'd been immersed in the language, Barrett had managed to pick it up, especially cultivation-related terms from listening to Nilima's instructions. Simran nodded. I understand. She thought for a moment, Master Ravenhall, how can I make my body as durable as yours? Continue training, and your body will grow more durable with time. That was true, but not quite complete. Barrett didn't want to lie even by omission, so he continued, however, my particular level of toughness requires a certain technique. You are currently not suited to it. You'll die. Simran stood up straight, trying to look tall and strong, but while she'd certainly grown stronger, she was still not particularly impressive to look at. Thin, on the shorter side, and her body just didn't show much muscle definition. I'm not afraid. I can do it. Barrett sighed. He had some experience determining, at least in a broad way, someone's ability to recover from the Immortal Berserker technique's destructions. Simran had somewhere less than a 50% success rate. If it were something else, Barrett would let her make the attempt. If she truly wanted to risk her life on something with only a 10% chance of success, that was up to her. But the problem with the Immortal Berserker technique was that it wasn't a 50% chance of being able to properly cultivate. That was the chance of each destruction being successful. Even a 60% chance meant an immediate 40% chance of dying, and then the same chance of regressing every attempt at a destruction. After the first destruction, there was a high enough chance of regressing twice in a row that it was around a total of 50% chance of death in the first couple of years. After that, it would just be extremely slow growth. Anything near 50% or below was basically just a death sentence. However, he knew Simran was stubborn as well. He really did want to give her the chance. You can't do it, yet. He crossed his arms, there's more you need to do first. Later he would prepare a vial of his blood to study and the method. First, he wanted her to develop a true immortal body, or at least develop her body's qualities that would improve her chances of success. If she was incautious, she would make the attempt immediately after he left, but that would be her own choice. If she was wise, she would wait and maybe even choose to forge her own path instead. Boars were heavy, but Simran couldn't exactly butcher one on the spot, out in the middle of the woods. She found the same was true of tigers, and she was very glad she had learned how to properly drag such creatures. She didn't exactly have a magic bag, and carrying them the whole way back was quite a bit of trouble. Simran didn't have a magic anything, in fact. The most valuable thing she had was probably the spearhead Master Ravenhall had given her. Most of her stuff was made from various hides she'd hunted herself, and she'd even been able to sell some meat and extra hides in the nearby cities to have it properly handled and fit to her. Having extra food at all was amazing, though she also found she could eat pretty much any amount she had. Simran hadn't exactly hunted a tiger to go along with the boar she set out to catch, but she got one anyway. Along with a few claw marks. She was looking forward to resting back in her hut, but it seemed things wouldn't be so easy today. Out of the forest around her stepped a handful of men and one woman. She had noticed them, but dragging two carcasses didn't exactly lend itself to quick maneuvering around people. An older man she recognized but did not know the name of seemed to be the spokesperson for the batch. Good evening. It appears you have an abundance of food. I don't suppose you'd be willing to share. Polite words without anything more to back them didn't mean anything to Simran. She continued on her path, planning to ignore them. Not that she expected them to let her. The others moved closer, and the leader stood immediately in her path. Did you not hear? We are hungry and without food. Certainly you could share. If you're hungry, why are you not out in the fields? Simran glared at him. Plenty of space to grow more there. And if you have time to be waylaying people, you have time to work. The woman in the group turned up her nose at that. Of course a personal disciple of the master's would say that. You have so much food you hardly have to spend any time in the fields. So they were newcomers then. No wonder their behavior was so poor. Simran dropped the ropes pulling her sled with the two carcasses on it. She unstrapped her spear from her back and held it over her shoulder. There is sufficient room for you to move to the side. If you don't get in my way, I have no quarrel with you. Fine then, the leader spoke, if you choose to be so uncooperative dash. In an instant, Simran's spear was next to his head. Then he was knocked tumbling to the ground by a quick tap to the head. The remaining 5 had only just lowered their own bamboo spears, but as they stabbed out, Simran was no longer where she had been a moment before. Using her spear more like a staff, she struck to each side, hitting the guts of the next 2 and making them double over in pain. 2 men and the woman remained, but one of the men was young and quite strong looking. He didn't seem to have taken the hint when the others went down, only noticing that Simran was fast. Instead of trying to stab her, he performed a wide sweep with his spear, aimed at her midsection so she couldn't dodge it. He likely hadn't expected her to catch it with one hand while swinging her own with a single hand, striking him in the ribs. The woman and remaining man had hesitated, but at that moment they turned and ran. Simran shook her head as she returned to grab her sled. Nobody would be able to stand up for a while. She could have killed them, but, besides not having killed a person yet, she also slightly understood where they were coming from. While they didn't look quite as bad as she had been, she understood the hunger. She'd just been incapable of doing anything to take from others in her state, and then once she was part of the community of disciples and potential disciples, she wouldn't dream of taking from them. She thought the meal they shared every week made them feel like family, but apparently not everyone felt the same way. She looked at the boar on her sled and shook her head. If they'd just waited, they would have had some of it. Barrett held 2 people under his arms. Even though they'd taken off running in different directions, it wasn't like they could think to escape him. Not that they'd even knew they were running from him. He brought them to the 4 who were in various states of rolling around on the ground in pain. All of you should have known better. You had plenty of opportunities here, but you chose instead to take the easy path, and that's not here. Barrett waved his arm, you're all banished from this place. You brought no seed of your own, but I'll be generous and allow you to take what is in your fields. If you cause any further trouble, anything at all, you die. Even the healthy 2 groaned his pain as he said that. He wanted them to know he was serious. Barrett then turned to leave, though he would be watching them. He looked towards where Simran had gone. She'd done well. They hadn't needed to die. That didn't mean that forgiveness had to allow them to stay. They would be sent off no worse than they had been when they arrived. Better, except for a few reasonably sized bruises. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 449. A cool breeze blew over a lake, providing relief on an otherwise sweltering day. Waves rolled in and out on the shore, caused more by the wind than any sort of tide. In the middle of the lake was a section of calm. No wind or waves. At most, a gently rising and falling surface. There sat Barrett taking in the world around him, the feelings of himself and everything else. Birds chirped and insects buzzed. Forest creatures scarpered about, searching for food or attempting not to be food. The sounds of humans broke the stillness. It wasn't that humans weren't a natural part of the world, but certain activities made them stand out more. Cultivators were easy to sense, and while there were a good number of those around now, even the foremost students of Nilima were merely first tier. They hadn't yet had the time. Thus it was that a bundle of third-tier cultivators stood out quite a bit. Some of the others they brought with them painted the picture more clearly as well. He supposed he would have to move quickly to reach them before they caused trouble. In an instant he was gone from the surface of the lake, with no sign of his passage except slightly off waves that shortly mingled with those around them. Barrett placed some small chance on himself misinterpreting the situation. That was why he restrained himself as he approached, though he felt no need to advertise his presence. Seeing what would be done without him would tell the story. Even though he had moved with haste, he was almost too slow. As he arrived within actual sight of them, they were already stomping through fences, nothing important but a sign of the hard work of the village that had grown up around them, and one of them moved to strike a woman working in the fields. She hadn't even really started energy cultivation yet, and had no means to defend herself. Barrett wasn't gentle with his stone pit, sending it hurtling at the man's forearm and snapping it directly to the side. His body rushed forward soon after, stopping in front of the group of more than a dozen, 5 of which were very familiar. One of the men from the recent group was missing, and Barrett wondered if he had made a good choice or was merely a coward. Barrett could find out later. There, the leader of the group that had attacked Simran pointed. That's the one that called himself Master Ravenhall. Is that so? A tall man radiating an aura of magic stepped forward. I had heard rumors of this place, but now that one of your students has attacked innocents. The man attempted to continue speaking, but he couldn't. He couldn't figure out why. There was no magic or energy, but his voice wouldn't come. Let me stop you right there. I'm not just called Master Ravenhall. He took a step forward. I am a master. And you think your tiny little band of idiots can do something here? Oh, and you don't get to complain about me being higher tier than you, what with your actions just there. He waved to the man with the broken wrist. You didn't really get it, did you? Barrett turned to the 5 who had returned. I do believe I told you, any further trouble and you die. He let the air in one of them return to normal. Didn't I say that? Please, the man said. Did I not say that? Barrett looked at the man. You did, but . With a dramatic wave of his hand, there was a sequence of cracking sounds. Air wasn't much good solid, but against a non-cultivator. It was quite capable of doing what he needed, and twisting around a head or 5. Restraining the cultivators was much harder, but convincing them they couldn't move had made them try less. Now, Barrett looked at the rest of them. Normally I would kill all of you. You were just looking for an excuse to come here and attack us, but you messed up and didn't think that we could actually matter. Here's the thing, I'm the nice one. If I hadn't arrived here first, all of you would be piles of mush. But I did get here first. And I don't want to clean up the bodies. So most of the rest of you get to live. Isn't that great? Barrett looked around, then sent a stone pit to cave in the head of the leader, and the one who actually made the attack on the woman. That should be good enough for now. Some of you don't have bodies to carry back, so maybe you can trade off. I don't care. Here's a friendly reminder. I gave those 5 a second chance. Even if you somehow find a few grandmasters to try to kill me, and yes, it will take at least that much, all of you will die before there's any chance of me dying. So make better choices. With that, Barrett dropped his grip on the air. It was actually quite straining to actively use it even on people an entire tier below him, but if he was just trying to restrict others' control it was much easier. His range was also much better now. Barrett watched as the group silently started picking up bodies and backing away, before they felt they were far enough to turn and run. Barrett sighed. He didn't want to have to make an impression that way, but at least it hadn't required any better people getting hurt. Perhaps they should have put on a show of force earlier, but Barrett also hadn't wanted to act like an invader. And Nilima, well, she didn't seem that impressive until the point she liquefied someone's insides, so that would have basically required death anyway. The surrounding world became somewhat more aware of their little village after that incident. Very few people came to visit in the immediate future, but as their students visited nearby cities and explained what actually happened, always traveling in groups for safety, a few people came to visit. One wasn't quite a visitor. A master cultivator, somewhere in the middle of 4th tier, came to the village. She was a well-dressed woman and brought with her several retainers. She seemed a bit nervous about the visit, though she did her very best to hide it on her face. Once she declared her intentions, Barrett understood why. I represent the lord of the region, she said. Though there was once a village in this area, it had long since faded away. However, as you appear to have founded another village, it is proper to pay taxes. Barrett looked her over expressionlessly. How much might those be? The woman seemed to have found her comfort zone as she spoke. Merely standard amounts for a village of this size. I have here the written guidelines. She handed over a single sheet, which was actually quite simple. Barrett hadn't done much reading in the language, however, so he merely glanced over it for a moment. I will take note of that. Are the taxes to be sent to a nearby city for collection? This village is enough on the route of the normal tax collectors that they will be making stops here. We just didn't want there to be any surprises. I understand. If the taxes really were reasonable, or at least standard, Barrett would have no problems paying them. While he didn't have much in the way of coin for the region, rare gems and precious metals among other things had worth everywhere. The woman smiled politely, though Barrett could hear her heart racing nervously. She likely couldn't tell exactly how strong he was, but she should have heard something. And Nilima was nearby, not exactly being subtle. I shall be off then. Expect a visit from someone in the next month or two. After the woman left, Nilima stepped into the room. I could have handled that, you know. I'm a native of here after all. The chances of you saying something like, "Why should we pay taxes?" was much too high. I might not have done that. Nilima crossed her arms. I understand how things work. Which also means we shouldn't have to. They haven't done anything for us, and we're much stronger than them or probably anyone they could send. Sure, we are. Are you planning to stay here for the next decade? 2. Barrett raised an eyebrow. I would much prefer if the local lord has good relations with those we leave behind. And just to be clear, I have personal experience with threats to leadership. It doesn't really last forever. Remember that time I got drafted? Oh yeah. Nilima nodded. The council got mostly destroyed after that, but it didn't really stop trouble from reaching you. And Heikel wasn't even very far away. Exactly, Barrett nodded. So if you're willing to put the effort into thinking about that sort of thing, I'm quite happy to let you do the negotiations. Barrett held out the paper. Can you read this? Nilima looked at it. I never really had the opportunity to learn, you know, before. I vaguely picked up the symbols from seeing stuff we passed on the way back here, but... Well, we'll have to get someone who can then. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 450. While fighting was good for growing stronger, needless fighting was only good for just that. It would lead to growing stronger in the wrong ways. Thus, being at peace with those who actually gave the opportunity was the preferred approach. Technically, the nearby city with the troublemakers had also eventually given the chance for peace, because they hadn't caused further trouble. A few years passed, enough for their new students to start reaching second tier. Barrett found that teaching different types of students actually helped his own growth as well. Maybe not much, but he noticed small things. The rest of his students back at the Immortal Berserker sect could have been said to be mainly one type. They were those who wanted to be immortal berserkers and couldn't cultivate energy for one reason or another. Their personalities, while differing, were already at least somewhat filtered for him. The Immortal Berserker sect had a reputation and intentions to uphold that reputation. Thus, students who refused to attempt to follow a righteous path were quickly flushed out. Now, Barrett had to do that himself. It wasn't that he didn't allow his students to make mistakes or have flaws, it was not even trying that was the problem. Simran had already shown herself reasonable in that regard. Several of the others, especially those who had just recently passed his tests, had yet to really be put on trial. If there was never an opportunity where it was useful to act in an unrighteous manner, only the most sadistic people would do something harmful to others with no benefit to themselves. Rudeness was one thing, for some it was a front to protect themselves and seem strong, but life was more than just words. If cultivation wasn't such work, Barrett might have said that his days were lazy. It might have seemed like that on the surface to some extent, with long periods of time sitting still, but he was still using that time to further break down his body so that he could build it back up. Time was the biggest factor in whether he would reach Grandmaster now, though there was some possibility that he was missing some factor he didn't know. However, he was fairly confident he had already touched on the right path many times. But, as Nilima had mentioned, just reaching 7th tier wasn't good enough. He had to be good. Still, he had no reason to believe he wouldn't be. As he got closer and closer, his confidence remained high. Nilima seemed to be learning something from her teaching as well. The first thing was, not all students are excellent. While she might have worked hard, she was also exceptionally talented. Students with less natural talent, even with effort, just weren't the same. Could effort beat talent? Indeed it could, but not if the same amount of effort was applied by those with the talent. When Barrett had first met Nilima in Verdun, she had spent all her time dueling others. That was the nice way to say it, anyway. He could have also said she spent all her time brawling. Continuously challenging the next person and the next, though she didn't stretch far out of her tier. Still, most people weren't prepared to fight her style, so it didn't matter if they were technically stronger. Even if she wasn't killing them, bouncing around their internal organs a bit would bring anyone down. Now, she wasn't fighting. She was watching her students learn gentle energy or more rarely berserk energy, seeing how they adapted differently. It was unlikely they would show her anything new, but they might cast new light on things she had already long understood. But perhaps that wasn't the reason at all. Maybe she would learn nothing from them, but instead from the place. Either she might learn from Kangoe as a whole or the village that had once existed and had faded until even its name was gone. Barrett, as either a follower of the nameless god or perhaps just a person who liked their traditions, had first implemented the weekly meals. That meant hunting and preparing the food himself. While Nilima wasn't much for food preparation, at some point she had also started contributing food, though she didn't need to. As their following grew, more people brought food for the meal and more people ate. Nobody went hungry, but food left over for the next day was also unheard of. When people had come from other villages to eat, Nilima had been the first to accept them. Barrett understood. When people woke up in the early morning to walk half a day for a meal, they were quite hungry. They needed it. Quite frankly, Barrett had been surprised at how many people actually arrived since they didn't seem like they could move far at all, with skinny arms and legs and emaciated stomachs, but if they couldn't survive a little effort, they would have likely died sooner. Sometime after the first year, the community of their students had grown significantly. Many had large fields and hunted food, and they willingly shared with newcomers, though they didn't have to. It was encouraged when they did, but it hadn't been mandated. Not everyone shared so much, but these were desperate people who were willing to work hard just to get food in their bellies, and they hadn't had the opportunity elsewhere. Even if there had been land available, they couldn't farm on it and had little money to buy seed. Kangoe was poor, at least, the poor in Kangoe were very poor indeed. Barrett still remembered the wealth in the larger cities. As the area of their village began to run out of room, places for people to live and fields for them to grow, they had to actually start regulating things beyond the level of just not taking from others. Each person was assigned a plot large enough to grow food to sustain themselves and have a small home. There were sufficient materials around to construct at least a serviceable home, and many of the more established students helped others get started. Those who hadn't quickly forgotten what poverty was like, anyway. The land itself had varied in height quite a bit, but Barrett had taken to leveling out areas and removing trees, though smaller bushes and weeds were left for future residents to deal with. Tearing up a tree to the roots wasn't so difficult, especially when he could even convince the dirt to push it out. Flattening fields was much the same. It rained often enough that the fields seldom needed additional watering, but more wells were made available throughout the space. Even though there had been much growth, in truth, it was still a small village of several hundred people. Among those people there were some skilled in all sorts of crafts, so people took on different tasks and those who didn't need their full plot often rented it to others. As long as nobody tried to swindle others, no interference was necessary. Very few even thought about it and fewer tried because it was quite clear that Barrett wouldn't tolerate any trouble. As for Mistress Nilima, she had never taken a surname, and likely hadn't been born with one. Nobody understood quite what she wanted, but she certainly cracked down on squabbling among students training with her. A small handful of students had been thrown out by her, quite literally, in one case. Barrett understood that even running a small village was much below what he could do. He had the potential to do so much more, but he didn't really want to. What he actually wanted was for the village to run itself and perhaps become larger. The important part was establishing it in such a way it could sustain itself, and sustain the principles he wanted. Everyone had slightly different ideas of fairness, and there were certainly quarrels, but very rarely was he or Nilima called on to mediate any disputes. At some point growth would require formal laws being established, but for the moment this strange sect could handle itself. Still, it would be quite fragile without the two founders, and a few more years would help stabilize it and hopefully make it last. Barrett knew that some of the cities and cultivation sects nearby didn't like what they were doing. Others growing stronger threatened their own power. On the other hand, the local lord seemed to appreciate what they were doing. He sent various inspectors to watch the village for a time, not just to appraise things for taxes but more than that. If he was a foolish lord, he might have indeed increased taxes. Technically, the village could bear higher taxation. Higher taxes wouldn't even have been unreasonable in the surrounding areas. But he wasn't a foolish lord. Not that Barrett had met him. Still, a lord who sends competent subordinates and makes competent decisions wasn't foolish. Even if such a lord relied entirely on advisors to make decisions, listening to the decisions of others who are wise is in itself wisdom. In a way, perhaps not visiting a small growing village could also be deemed wisdom, especially when such a village was watched over by people with great personal power. Still, without raising taxes, the lord got more taxes. Since the taxes weren't too burdensome, the village grew more prosperous and the things that were taxed increased as well. During the first year or two it hadn't been obvious, but by the third year the emphasis of the small village on growth was obvious. Not just economic growth, but personal growth. The people came to be better, and cultivation allowed them to do so. Even those who just wanted a chance to escape hunger continued to improve themselves beyond the point where they would previously have said they would be perfectly content, a full belly every day, for example. Such desires were good, as long as they were tempered. Barrett knew a desire for improvement could easily turn into greed in the wrong circumstances, but with the way the community was at the moment and how they had started, they would never turn out any worse than just a normal gathering of cultivators. Hopefully, it would be something better. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 451. It was hard to recall lectures from so many decades ago, but Barrett didn't find it hard to refresh himself on the most important points of running a city. At least the most important things according to his father, and he found he basically agreed. The only thing that Barrett didn't agree on was that he should be the one running things. The problem was that if asked to say who else could do it, he had trouble pointing someone out. Rylan, maybe, but in this particular case he was already quite occupied and many countries away, upholding peace and justice. Barrett couldn't exactly say the lives of cultivators would be peaceful. Very, very few cultivators got that privilege. Mostly those who devoted themselves to creation, crafting weapons and armor and magical items. Even then, they would likely end up in conflicts eventually. But, just because he couldn't obtain perfect peace didn't mean he couldn't strive towards it. From Barrett's own perspective, peace wasn't necessarily a lack of fighting or pain, it was about the larger context. If he sparred with Nilima, the violence and pain of the conflict certainly existed, but it was still also peaceful. After everything was over, they would rest and recuperate, becoming stronger for the experience. In times of war, however, the total prosperity of people decreased. Even if a country took over another and took all their resources, the total went down. Justice was a more difficult concept. Everyone had some idea of what was right and what was wrong, shaped by their surroundings. Barrett believed that there was an objective answer for each situation, but not that he would necessarily know it. However, Barrett's basic ideas of justice were simple enough. People should not bring harm to others, except to defend themselves. Every single person would have an opinion on what that meant, whether attacking someone who was going to attack them would be appropriate or not. One thing Barrett could say for sure was that might makes right was incorrect. Even so, he sometimes had to act if that was the case, using his own personal might to uphold justice. Their village was officially unnamed but often called something akin to Prosperous Haven or just Haven. As it grew larger, it inevitably had more conflicts with others nearby. Barrett found himself visiting nearby cities to disentangle students who had gotten themselves into trouble, but occasionally he had to let them stew in jail for a time when they had really been at fault either intentionally or through carelessness in their actions. If Simran had been content to live a life where she just had enough food, things would have probably been simpler for her. Perhaps she could have settled down and started a family, or moved off into the wilderness and started a little farm for herself, or even continued to live in Haven or whatever people were calling it, but without continuing her cultivation. But, just the baseline level of being alive wasn't what she wanted. So she continued cultivating, even though it hurt. She never knew how much her muscles could cry out in pain until they grew strong enough to withstand more. But while it was unpleasant, it was nowhere near as bad as the feeling of helplessness brought about by hunger and inability to solve it. On the path to cultivation, other people also existed. Sometimes they were friends, and sometimes there was conflict. Either one could result in growth, but Master Ravenhall said experience was the most important thing. He didn't say she had to go out and pick fights, the implied training method of all of Mistress Nalima's students, but she did have to seek new people to spar with. Somehow, Simran had ended up friends with a strange older woman. A student of Mistress Nalima. Given her advanced age, the gentle path entirely suited her. That was why it was surprising to sense berserk energy in those tired old bones. Well, not in the bones probably. She seemed like she would fall apart if the berserk energy actually rested inside her for long. Then again, who wouldn't? Simran had faced off against berserk energy users many times now, and it always had extremely unpleasant results for anything it interacted with. It was fortunate that Master Barrett had copious advice for how to deal with any issues it left behind, so she could heal more quickly and resume her training. Orvi was like the grandmother of their little group. Not quite as old as the masters, but she certainly looked it. She was nice like a grandmother too, as long as everyone was behaving and getting along. And if nobody called her that, she watched out for the others, and that was why she had chosen Simran to come along with her. One of our younger sisters has found herself bullied by cultivators from the city. Come with us to avenge her trouble. Simran looked over the others. Other women of various ages, mostly from the gentle energy path taught by Mistress Nalima. There were few students of either Master Barrett or the berserk energy path, and fewer still of those were women. What happened? Orvi had stood up for her during other trouble before, and the other cultivators really were like her little sisters. Sometimes a pain in the neck, but still family. One of our sisters purchased a cultivation medicine in the city, not knowing a certain cultivator had her eyes on it as well. Outside of the city, she was ambushed by a demon and the medicine stolen. Her wounds will heal, but her humiliation must be avenged. Simran nodded. All of us for just one person. A demon? Of course not. If we were all required for a single person, we could only bear the shame. The offender is a young protege of a sect, and never alone. Even at her young age, she is also a third-tier cultivator in her own right. Simran grimaced. What an annoying situation. None of them were third-tier yet, though she had hopes to reach it. Master Barrett seemed to believe she could, but she had only reached second-tier the year before. She was less than mid-second tier, and the same was true of all but the most advanced students in Haven. How did they not manage to buy it first, if they had their eye on it? Orvi shook her head, perhaps it was just an excuse. Regardless, she is headed away from the city, so this is our best chance. If she remains in a city or returns to her sect, we can't hope to get revenge. Simran nodded seriously. She understood. The target they were after was named Yamanu. It was not difficult to catch up to her route, since she wasn't fleeing or attempting to avoid notice. Upon seeing her, Simran understood why she had been described as a demon. She was large, perhaps 2 meters and a hand's width more in height and more muscular than most men. She had horns and tusks, and she carried a large spiked metal club. The others with her appeared to be less exaggerated, but all were strong and a few had small protrusions of horns or teeth. They must have cultivated a strange method or in a foul place to end up as they did. Halt there, fiend! Urvi acted as the spokeswoman of the group, stepping out slightly forward. You have brutally attacked and robbed one of our sisters. What do you have to say to this accusation? All of the approaching group tensed up and reached for their weapons, though Yamuna herself didn't seem particularly worried. Who are you, then? She squinted, then sniffed. Oh, I get it. That weakling couldn't handle a loss. Then she wasn't even brave enough to show up for revenge herself. Her wounds require time to heal. Urvi half leaned on her weapon, a large pole with axe blades and spearheads on both ends. Now then, do you deny that you robbed our sister of her rightly purchased cultivation materials? Yamuna's grin revealed more than just her tusks, but also numerous sharp teeth. That's right, I wanted it so I took it. That's my right. I'm from Heavenly Mountain, you know. We have a Grand Master. Simran tensed up. Heavenly Mountain. She'd heard about their figures. She just hadn't expected it to look quite the way Yamunu ended up. Something about the location of the sect caused sturdy bone growth, though Master Barrett had called it excessive bone growth instead. Nobody had said they looked like demons. Though Simran thought that maybe people were just afraid to. A Grand Master. She knew that was right, and if Yamunu was a favored disciple, Urvi didn't let up. A Grand Master. Even if you were a Grand Master yourself, it would give you no right to steal from others. Simran steadied herself and nodded. That was right. Still, could they afford to anger someone who had a Grand Master backing them? On the other hand, could they afford to back down? If they did, would they ever stand up for any of their own or even themselves? Not everyone would have grandmasters, but perhaps they would have a master in the clan, or no one, or potentially become one. Where was the line drawn? Grandmasters seemed like a good start, but Master Barrett had said it once. Don't be afraid of doing the right thing. Was teaching this woman a lesson the right thing? She certainly needed to understand not everything could go her way, that just doing what she wanted wasn't right. Yamuna had left their sister alive, so they should not kill in retaliation, but they could at least break an equal number of bones, right? And, if they could get back what was stolen, they would. Simran thumped her spear on the ground behind Urvi, and readied herself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 452. All students had the responsibility to properly represent their sect. That meant not causing trouble with the wrong people, but also not avoiding trouble when it involved standing up for their own sect. They hadn't started anything. Yamunu had even admitted she stole from their younger sister and injured her. They couldn't do anything less than attempt proper retaliation. But it was still intimidating to even think about fighting a third-tier cultivator when they didn't have one. Urvi was the one to finally trigger the fight. Well then, since your reactions are completely unrepentant, I'm afraid we have to be the ones to enforce morality. She stopped leaning on her weapon, the axe and spike end on the ground suddenly lifting in a way that belied her age. Her weapon swung forward, colliding with the large metal club carried by Yamunu. Berserk energy crackled as both sides used their energy. Simran took stock of the situation. The rest of the forces were balanced for the most part. Urvi was pushed a step back and clearly needed assistance. It wasn't unfair for 2 second tiers to fight a third tier. She stepped forward, stabbing out with her spear. A moment later, Yamunu swept her heavy club with its metal studs across her 2 opponents, sending Urvi reeling back and causing Simran to contort her body out of the way. She wanted to keep her position, so she leaned her upper body back, bending her spine while at the same time stabbing out with her spear. The angle was bad for her own attack, but she managed to draw a faint line of blood along Yamanu's left side. The large woman with horns and tusks nearly growled in frustration. Yamanu's club came swinging back lower, forcing Simran to block with the butt of her spear pressed to the ground. There was no way for her arms to withstand the forces in play. Her body had grown stronger, but it still had a long way to go. Even so, she withstood more than her spear, and even as her spear snapped, Urvi built up momentum with her own weapon. The double-ended axe spun over Urvi's head, slicing down across Yamanu's ribs. There was a moment of surprise as those very ribs withstood the attack. Then an instant later the next attack came with a crack, sending Yamanu staggering back with some visible damage. Pfey! Yamanu exhaled as she steadied herself with her club. Enough of this. Urvi continued to swing her weapon, keeping it at optimal momentum, but didn't press the attack. You surrender? Of course not. Yamanu frowned. I'm a chosen of Heavenly Mountain. Master Rao, she called out. So that's your name, is it? Master Rao. Some distance away, a soft voice spoke. Well, aren't you going to respond? I don't mind if you get involved in the battle. I could use a fight. Master Rao was a large man. Fully 2.5 meters tall. He had horns that curled around repeatedly, making his head seem 3 times as wide. His tusks stretched halfway up his cheeks. The energy of Heavenly Mountain promoted bone growth, the foundation upon which muscles and ligaments were laid. A great container for berserk energy. He stood with both hands on the end of his large metal club, the traditional weapon of Heavenly Mountain. He stood stoically, and one might have thought he was completely unfazed. Until they saw the sweat. It was as if he had been fighting for hours, or just taken a soak in a lake. It dripped off of him and out of him continuously. Then there was an extremely faint tremble in his hands. What's wrong? I know you're 2 tiers higher than the next person on our side, but that's fine. The woman in front of him was very generously 1 2/3 meters tall. Her arms weren't quite as twig-like as they had once been, but they certainly didn't show much muscle. It might take 10 of her to fill out as much space as the man. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you if you join. 1 or 2 organs burst, tops. Or I might just break one of those biceps you're so proud of. It would probably heal eventually. Seeing no reaction, Nilima clicked her tongue. You know, I understand having guardians and all, but your sky peaks or whatever really needs to teach your younger generation better. It's pathetic. It's one thing to go around causing trouble, but they can't even deal with it on their own. It's like you're afraid of a few broken bones. I know someone who was impaled by like a dozen spears in one battle. I liquefied all the bones and muscles in his arm once. And Nilima stopped herself. I don't know why I'd bother to talk to you. Looks like they're about done. So why don't you take these sacks of stupid back up your hill and retrain them? Don't forget, you began this conflict. Yamanu lay on the ground, unmoving. Breathing still, if painfully, but unable to get up and fight. Her berserk energy was exhausted. Urvi looked through her magic bag. What's this? You have so much currency in here. You could have found an equivalent treasure a dozen times over. Urvi shook her head. It looks like you've already consumed our sister's purchase. I'd take double repayment, but we aren't thieves. Urvi looked over at the metal club with a shattered handle. But you do need some sort of lesson besides a few bruises. Urvi poured out the gold and silver coins as well as crystals and cultivation materials. Then she stuck her hand atop the pile and it dissolved. Technically, even as the pile shrunk in size, everything was still there. It was just turned to dust, and the wind started to carry away flecks of gold, silver, and other wealth. The remaining members of Heavenly Mountain had already been defeated or surrendered. However, their wealth was left alone. The group of sisters walked away with their heads held high, though some of them needed help with the walking part. None of them were without injuries themselves, though the style of injuries varied greatly. Suddenly on the road in front of them appeared a figure. I give you a 7, 6 out of 10. Nilima looked over the group. She tapped the side of her head. Gentle energy can destroy the canals in the inner ear. I know I've said that. If you're not killing people, it's a great option. Or just mess up their liver a bit or churn their guts. People can be incapacitated way faster. She looked to the practitioners of Berserk energy. You treated people as too fragile. You have to know how hard you can hit them. If you hold back too much worried that people might die, it's just a waste. You should have seen they had tough bodies that could handle more. Nilima's eyes flicked past Simran and a couple others. I have no idea how pure body tempering works. So I'll assume you did fine. But, if you guys won against a slightly better force, why not an 8 or 9? Easy. It wasn't a slightly better force. It was an overwhelming one. Nobody even thought to look for a hidden guardian. That Nunu even said they had a grandmaster in their sect. Why wouldn't they have a master hanging around? You almost all died. And now we might be at war with Heavenly Mountain. Nilima grinned, so I guess you can have an extra point for that. 7 out of 10. And if you're ever in the wrong, don't forget I'll let your asses get beat into the ground just like you did with those guys. You know, Barrett shook his head at Nilima. You could have tried to avoid pissing them off more. Do you think it would have worked? Nilima raised an eyebrow. Barrett sighed. No. And honestly, not even injuring that master even a little bit was already extreme progress from how you used to be. I just would have really preferred not being in a big conflict. He thought for a few moments, were we too nice? Was I supposed to kill more people already? Nilima waved her hand dismissively. Nah, we made the right choices. Now we'll just get the chance to take out the assholes on top. Or die to a grandmaster, Barrett commented. Oh please. Nilima rolled her eyes. I stopped believing in your ability to die a while ago. You could die, Barrett pointed out. To a grandmaster. All it takes is 2 6th tiers, and we've got 3. Barrett pointed to himself. 1. He pointed to Nilima. 2. He tilted his head inquisitively. And 3. Nilima also pointed to herself. In terms of energy capacity, I'm basically a full Berserk energy cultivator and a full gentle energy cultivator. Then the rest is technique. I don't think I'll lose to someone from, some stupid Berserker sect. Heavenly Mountain. Yeah, them. Nilima nodded, and you're here to get my back if I'm overestimating myself. But I'm this close to being a grandmaster myself. I assume you are too, but it's pretty hard to read. Barrett nodded in confirmation. Yeah, just a bit more time. But I'm worried about the students. They'll get the bad side of this conflict. We can't always be there watching over them. You're right. We can't. So we might as well get them used to that in the next few years, right? Barrett had to agree, but he didn't have to like it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 453. There wasn't an immediate escalation to war with Heavenly Mountain. Nobody had died in the first conflicts. Heavenly Mountain was also cautious about doing anything in the cities. They also didn't have so much free time that they could go wandering around where most of Barrett and Nilima's students lived and worked and trained. However, that didn't stop Heavenly Mountain's members from harassing them when they found them outside of cities, or following them out to do so. At least people are getting plenty of combat practice, Nilima pointed out. But I don't like it. I have already issued a formal complaint to the Lord, Barrett mentioned. Do you really think that will help? Nilima raised an eyebrow. Not at all. But no one will be able to say we did not bring it up. Barrett frowned. Soon, someone will die. I don't want it to be one of ours. They already aren't allowed to go anywhere alone. A change of tactics, then. First we should send a message. Not with one of ours, since that would probably be the first casualty. Nilima pondered for a few moments. How about, back off or die? I like that message. Sure, Barrett nodded. Even I wouldn't seriously do that one. Not as a written letter. It's a bit troublesome to say it to their face though. She thought for a few moments. I have an idea for a peaceful solution. A formal duel. Any one of their masters versus either of us. If they pull the Grandmaster card, we'll just call them cowards that can't fight anyone less than 60 years younger than them. Is their Grandmaster that old? Barrett asked. That's right. He's a geezer who just reached Grandmaster recently at an advanced age. I almost want to just fight him, but a 10 or 20% chance of losing and thus death. Nilima tilted her head and bunched up her face. I'd rather not. It's possible they have an exceptional 6th tier. Oh yeah, what are they gonna do, hit me with a club? Nilima laughed. They might choose to fight me. Sure. What are they gonna do, hit you with a club? Nilima raised an eyebrow. You could probably stand still and take it for a few hits. They might be able to break my neck, Barrett noted. With that armor? Not likely. It'll distribute that blow quite well. And you're not gonna just let them hit you anyway. Right, but don't forget there are always exceptions. Fine. I'll seriously fight whoever I'm up against. A Grandmaster would still probably be worse, and in my investigations I haven't found anyone exceptional. That Yamanu is just the great-granddaughter of the sect master, that Grandmaster. Mishra. You put actual research into this, huh? Barrett smiled. Nilima shrugged. I'm not young and stupid anymore. I like to know who I'm getting in trouble with. Now then, about that wording, maybe something about detesting their abominable actions and how we challenge them to a duel between any of their masters and any of our masters for the repeated offenses. Sounds pretty good. Maybe we post copies of that in public as well. None of the nearby cities had an arena that could support a safe duel between two 6th-tier cultivators. Even Streeto didn't have something like that. However, they did have possession of large open spaces in general. There just wouldn't be any guarantee of the participants' lives. A duel between two 6th-tier cultivators was a highly prized event, so cultivators from all around came to watch. Every faction that could secure positions did so, filling the area, and outside as well. In an unsurprising turn of events, Nilima was the one chosen to fight the master from Heavenly Mountain. Maybe it was because Barrett looked strong and was more mysterious, or because they underestimated her. Regardless, she faced off against a fairly typical-looking member of Heavenly Mountain, except for being 6th tier. There were certain features they couldn't avoid. The atmosphere of Heavenly Mountain caused excessive bone growth, resulting in tusks and horns in most cases. As for their chosen weapon, a thick metal club made sense for berserk energy usage. It was a weapon that didn't easily disintegrate and made good use of raw power. Just because their members didn't have much individual variation didn't mean there was any problem with their style. The start of the match was called. The two participants charged each other. A mace swung down, and then the match was over. Barrett clutched his chest in sympathy. He knew what having all of his organs almost liquefied felt like. It almost made him miss his opportunity to finish slipping something into the crowd, and one target in particular. To his credit, the master Nilima faced didn't fall immediately. However, while their training in berserk energy improved the body as a whole, their bones were most well trained. Their internal organs weren't exactly weak, but they didn't constantly have berserk energy coursing through them, both breaking them down and building them up to be stronger. Then again, they probably didn't have a high chance of instant death when just beginning cultivation. It wasn't really fair though. While Nilima might still need several more years to reach the very peak of what energy she could handle before becoming a Grandmaster, Heavenly Mountain didn't exactly have any others about to reach Grandmaster tier. Maybe in a decade or two, if they were lucky, but that was the key factor. They had to be lucky, instead of it being inevitable, and close. The man staggered around for a few moments, but couldn't keep his club off the ground. Finally, He fell over. He would be coughing up blood later, but he wouldn't die. Unless they decided not to treat him at all, anyway. Nilima glanced at Barrett, who nodded, then turned her eyes towards Grandmaster Mishra. Stop causing trouble. If you commit any more crimes against us, you will regret it. With that she turned to leave, and Barrett followed. Though they could put on quite a show, it remained the truth that their students were all first and second tier. It was unlikely that just Barrett and Nilima could take on all of Heavenly Mountain, and if their students got involved many of them would die. Then again, the same was clearly true for the other side. Even their hand-picked master was no match for Nilima, so anyone who got entangled with the two of them basically had a death sentence. There was some reasonable level of loyalty to a sect, but near certain death was likely not that level for most. Especially when they weren't actually personally involved. Months passed without incident besides minor scuffles. Though they were ordered to not cause trouble, it wasn't easy for students on either side to immediately change attitudes. For the moment, Barrett and Nilima's combined students still had to travel in groups, and preferably not far from Haven. Heavenly Mountain wasn't extremely close, and any larger groups of them could be spotted before they got close. Barrett had years to prepare defensive talismans, and while he couldn't say it would keep the village safe, it would at least help balance the scales for those at the lower tiers. So far, there hadn't been any trouble. Then again, the other factions in the area likely wouldn't approve of open war. In addition, Heavenly Mountain wasn't the type to only have one enemy. They had to consider whether they wanted to continue a battle where they hadn't lost anything but pride. Pride was a significant factor, but Barrett hoped they would get over it. Barrett sighed. I don't know if this counts as either of us winning, but you're closer. Don't expect me to be happy about it, Nilima said as she prepared herself along with him, though there wasn't much they had to do. We should go out to meet them so they can't get up to too much more trouble. Barrett sensed the two figures approaching easily enough. They weren't exactly hiding, and even if they had been, he had ways to know. So this is your choice then. Barrett's voice rose loudly, reaching all edges of the village. Then he concentrated. Distance was a problem. How could he activate things kilometers, tens of kilometers away? Things hadn't really worked out like he expected, but he had a realization. How could he ever be distant from himself? There were still laws that limited his actions, but his plan was successful, petty revenge that it was. My condolences for your great-granddaughter, but we did warn you. What are you talking about? Grandmaster Mishra said as the two groups approached. I doubt you have any assassins that can do anything to her. And yet, she should have died just now. Barrett simmered with internal rage, seeing the dead bodies of some of their students. I imagine she was getting a bit tired lately. Side effects of what I stuffed into her heart. We warned you you'd regret it. Nilima said. Then she turned to the second figure. I don't know which grandmaster you are, but you shouldn't get yourself involved in other people's business. The other grandmaster that had come with Mishra formed a flat smile. You should know better than to mess with sects that are better than you. Same words back at you. Nilima pointed her thumb towards Barrett, this guy's from the Immortal Berserker sect. They've got 9, maybe 10 grandmasters by now. You have a sect. Of course. We are the foremost practitioners of the gentle style in all of Kangui, the ethereal palm. Oh. Nilima's eyes lit up with recognition. Yeah, I suppose you guys have that title now that Mistress Joshi isn't around. Though I'd bet she's been 7th tier for about 2 decades longer than you. Nilima frowned in concentration. You'd be Master Dungface, then. It's Dungfa. Your attitude and your connections to that woman certainly won't change my mind about killing you. Grandmaster Mishra was quiet, and Nilima shook her head. Barrett doesn't lie, you know. She's dead now. Barrett? Take the old one. I mean the skinny one. Barrett didn't know if she had the right to call this Grandmaster Dungfa skinny, but her preference for target was clear. He sincerely doubted she'd have as easy of a time with Grandmaster Mishra as she had with the Master in the duel, especially in Mishra's silent but now enraged state, but then again, she knew what she was doing. That left him to fight the gentle energy user, and technically if it was just experience fighting against it, he had more in that area than Nilima did. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 454. Fighting two Grandmasters at once was tempting, but the chances of coming out of that alive were extremely thin. By herself, of course. Nilima knew that Barrett wouldn't let her fight alone anyway, but it was the perfect chance to fight against both of her energy types at once. And probably die, which she didn't really want. So she had Barrett fight the gentle energy one, hoping she could sense something interesting from that fight. She would have to handle Grandmaster Mishra on her own. She almost wished she was back at the point where Grandmasters wouldn't even deign to look at her. However, there had still been people of higher tiers who wanted to cause trouble even in the past. She wasn't sure if pride scaled quite the same as tiers, but while there were fewer people to piss off, she managed to find ways to do so. And she'd been so nice not killing or maiming their masters earlier. Faye. Grandmaster Mishra's spiked metal club came down on the ground next to where her feet had been. It wasn't that he had missed, nor that such an attack was so easily dodged, instead Nilima barely deflected the attack, redirecting the force through herself and spinning off to the side. Even as she did so, her body creaked. Fighting against Berserk energy was nothing new, but she had to admit that a Grandmaster really brought something to the table. Especially with that pure killing intent behind it. Nilima would have preferred to just let Grandmaster Mishra come to her, but if she avoided fighting he could just go attack Barrett. She trusted him to hold off or even win against a single Grandmaster, but two would just be excessive. She pulled her whip off her belt, its thin metal bending as she willed, and moved to meet a charge. Her whip came around and up, striking at the powerful arms swinging the mace. Everything was surrounded by Berserk energy, so she had to spend some of her effort just to deflect excess so her attack could hit. It just barely did so, sending the attack off course a few centimeters, though not seeming to do much harm to the man's arms. It wasn't easy to both use force to redirect his attack and at the same time slip energy into his body to cause havoc, and that body was pretty tough in its own right. Unfortunately, it passed the threshold for a quick battle. Still, even though she could barely get in a move, Nilima thought the battle was going rather well. It was like fighting Barrett with less restraint. Or any of the others. Grandmaster Mishra's face didn't much show it, but he was clearly upset about the statements of his great-granddaughter's death. He wanted to crush those responsible, and quite fairly he judged Nilima equally responsible for the death. They both deserved it though. Nilima had to admit, she had slightly underestimated the potential power output of an enraged Grandmaster Berserker. But even though she had to use every ounce of her gentle energy and some Berserk energy supporting that to just barely deflect the attacks, she wasn't worried. His energy output was insane, and clearly not holding back a tiny bit. That meant he would exhaust himself soon. She had no way to meet his attacks head-on even with her own 6th-tier Berserk energy supporting her, but just making him waste his energy smashing up the ground and nearby buildings. Not a problem. Nilima tried not to think about having to help people repair their houses. That was a thought for later. At least everyone had already sensibly fled the area. She wondered how Barrett was doing. It was entirely possible he was in the opposite boat, though he no longer had Berserk energy. Still, he might get worn down. Blood poured out of Barrett's nose, and back into it at the same time. He hadn't expected his opponent to go easy, but Grandmaster Dungfa sure went straight for the brain with his attacks. He was fast, too. Barrett had barely managed to pull away after getting slapped upside the head 5 times, energy bouncing around inside his skull and causing all sorts of havoc. If Nilima was that fast, he'd be dead. Or, well, more likely his body would be even more reinforced. The point was Grandmaster Dungfa's particular version just wasn't quite as destructive as what Nilima used. It wasn't a personality difference but a style difference. Dungfa augmented his own movements more, and he was skilled enough at breaking through defenses, but while Barrett's armor certainly helped protect his body, it wasn't as if his body was fragile. Not even his brain. But damn, did it make it hard to react. Barrett only just managed to buy time by flinging all of his stone pits in front of him like a barrier, slowing the Grandmaster for a moment. That was long enough for his brain to regain some sense. If he had a full minute, Barrett's brain would be quite healed, but each second was a week. The bleeding stopped, and he returned his blood to his body. He managed to fend off Dongfa with his spear, but his attacks were easily deflected. He just barely got to scrape a little gentle energy off the edge. The hard part was that it felt like attacks came before he could detect them, before the energy actually even moved. Was that it, then? Certainly, the whole atmosphere around him was full of gentle energy. A palm struck towards his chin, and Barrett couldn't and didn't dodge. However, he did fortify himself in such a way the gentle energy couldn't penetrate. While gentle energy was so deadly because so few people had a lot of experience fighting against it and thus effectively had no defenses, he had around 6 decades of experience fighting Nilima. The force that was meant to go inside him pushed him back instead. Barrett's jaw hurt. It was probably broken from that, but it was better than letting it reach his brain again. And now he was in a better spot. As Dongfa seemingly flew towards him, Barrett thrust out his spear. Dongfa swatted it away, but the upper half of the spear continued on its own. That wouldn't be enough to stop a Grandmaster though. Even though just half of Barrett's spear carried his whole force, even disconnected from his body, Dongfa could easily deflect that with the energy around him. But when he was delayed for half a moment by the activation of talismans, it led to a small line of blood on his stomach. Barely worthy of being called an injury, but it wasn't nothing. That talisman was supposed to freeze Master Tier attackers in place for a handful of seconds, more than enough time to kill them, but against a Grandmaster it was apparently not enough to even stop his movements. Still, slowing him was enough. As for activating the talismans, Barrett found that it was easy enough. He'd made them, which connected them enough to him for that to be trivial. He'd even just done the same at a very far distance. Or rather, exactly adjacent to himself. That was the thing. He'd so far been considering his more distant stone pits as further away from himself, but that wasn't right. While it might be further from his center, like his hands and feet were further from him than his torso, the actual distance of any part of himself from himself was 0. Some things still mattered. Transferring stamina or bodily properties still cared about difference. Leverage still cared about the physical position. But just using what was already there didn't require more. A thought to activate something didn't require extra effort because part of his body was over there. That was because he was over there. If his body was, his soul was. That said, making something he could hide that could store enough magic and stamina to just kill a 3rd tier hadn't actually been that easy. Barrett leaned his head just to the left as Grandmaster Dongfa's fist came towards his head. Of course, that fist didn't have to connect, the gentle energy trailing off the side just needed to reach him. But Barrett's helmet hadn't moved from where it was. His living metal armor slid off him at his will, grabbing onto and wrapping around that fist, containing the energy and slowing it down. At the same time, his new short spear reformed in his hand while the previous part came from behind, leaving 2 more trails of blood on Dongfa. At that same moment, Barrett heard a horrible snap from where Nilima was fighting. He couldn't afford to turn his head, but he could get a good picture regardless. For some reason, Nilima had decided that trying to break the ribs of a berserker who specialized in bone density was a good idea. Well, she knew her own self better than he did, and she'd apparently been right. It was just 1 rib though. Not exactly deadly. Had it broken from too much berserk energy? Maybe that was it. That was why it was better to distribute it throughout the body, though without something like the Immortal Berserker technique, the body would just break down from that. Barrett readied himself for another clash, but without even turning their heads the 2 Grandmasters simultaneously retreated from the scene. They were fast, too. Barrett could have kept up for a time, but after making sure they were really going back the way they came and not preparing to threaten their other students, Barrett stopped with his chase. Nilima did as well. "Damn it," she said. "They just come here, kill a couple people, and run." Nilima spit. "Frigging cowards. They won't give up. We'll have to follow, at a leisurely pace." Barrett turned to the nearby students, projecting his voice, "Everyone flee to the city for a few days." Then his feet started moving at that aforementioned leisurely pace. At least as fast as a horse could gallop, but not near his top speed. Nilima moved with him as well. "Is this a good idea? We could be going into a trap. If we sense more, we can reconsider, but running with a broken rib isn't fun. My opponent has just a few scrapes, but I doubt he's the sort to carry large quantities of blood-growing powder. Also, I doubt his body recovers quickly. Your brain got pretty messed up there though. I still see the traces." Nilima frowned, "And, by the time we catch up to them, you'll be fully recovered and even ever so slightly more durable. And you conserved your energy well, so at least you won't be any worse off when we catch them, if we're conservative. We might not be able to track them, but we can just go visit Heavenly Mountain then." Barrett looked at the gouged-up chunks of ground that radiated berserk energy. "If, Mishra ever thinks to hide his tracks." Nilima nodded. "Senses open, then. Just in case." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 455. "What the hell's going on around you?" Nilima asked as they ran at their leisurely pace. Barrett raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "The air is flowing around you all weird. Or all normal. Like you aren't there. Does that make you faster?" Nilima asked. "Marginally. The faster I go the more it helps, but also if you didn't know I was here, I bet you couldn't sense me coming easily." Nilima nodded. "You think they'll try a swap? If we catch up? They seem to be getting further." "It's fine if they do. I softened up the skinny one for you." Barrett grinned. "Look at all this blood. Truly tiny amounts. But for someone like him, that's a real injury. With his defenses slightly weakened, I can just smash him to paste." Nilima shrugged. "Or he goes full on defense, in which case I kill him with the whip. Just like, normally. I'm sure there are flaws in your plan, but I can't say what they are." "Obviously. So what about you? Can you break that big guy?" Barrett considered for a few moments. "So, what, he can hit me with a big mace? Would you bet it's more durable than me? After all that berserk energy pouring through it? Dunno. Maybe don't let it hit you on the head. Your few brain cells already took a beating today." "Haha. Actually, that's fully recovered now." Nilima grumbled under her breath. Just normal obscenities complaining about how fast Barrett healed. "Think they'll be recovered by the time we catch them? Should we speed up? I heard about a hunting technique. I'm not sure if it was real, but the point is valid. If your prey runs away and you walk after it, for it to run again, it tires much more quickly than you." "At least they don't seem to be running towards a city," Nilma pointed out. "Maybe they know we'd kill them in a city too. Or they don't want their enemies to see them weak, or running away. Not that they're that injured right now." Barrett thought for a few moments. "We'll need to slightly up the pace. Just a slightly more than we can recover during movement. That way they have less time to rest at the other end. We should come out ahead." "That muscly old man is slowing down." Nilima looked at the footprints. "Less berserk energy, smaller steps." She tightened up her control of the energy in and around her. "We should be careful, and as sneaky as the two of us can manage." Barrett nodded. "No loudly announcing our presence then? I suppose that's near our limit." "We're not going all the way to Heavenly Mountain then, Mishra." Grandmaster Dongfa placed his hand on a tree, shoving it over to make a resting place for himself. "It's a bit much to go that far. Besides, After we recover here we can go back in. Maybe catch them asleep. Grandmaster Mishra sighed, they're quite strong. I never thought a 6th tier could stand up to a grandmaster for even a moment. They must have been pushing themselves to their limits. Dongfa noted. We merely ended up with the wrong opponents. And I lost my head. Mishra looked towards a mountain peak that just poked over the horizon. Dongfa followed his gaze. I don't think that would be possible. That young man isn't much of a magic user, and we would have noticed. He's a pure body temperer though. Hard to tell what they're up to. Yes, but so far away. They're just trying to throw you off. You're probably right. Mishra nodded, if not, there will be more. Sad to lose a good candidate though. He took off his breastplate and gingerly touched his chest. A rib was sticking out in a number of odd angles. He forced it back into place and applied some medicine. No idea how that happened. Berserk energy isn't much for defense, you know. I do believe she slipped some berserk energy of her own to rile up yours. Mishra put his breastplate back on, tightening the dragon tendon straps. I thought gentle energy and berserk energy conflicted so they couldn't be trained together. Anything is possible. Dongfa closed his eyes in meditation, gathering energy. It felt like a few moments, but it had to have been a quarter hour or more when something suddenly happened. Killing intent. Partially disguised but not good enough. Dongfa stood in one smooth motion, his hand striking away the spear pointed at his chest even as it redirected towards him. He had already found that his gentle energy couldn't easily work its way through the material, so he couldn't quite counterattack. Then he felt something at his ankles. A trickle of blood. No more than that, but he hadn't even sensed an attack coming. He jumped back, seeing nothing but the ground itself, leaves and twigs and a few drops of his own blood. He hadn't been concentrating his energy to defend himself there, but he hadn't been completely undefended either. His clothes were sewn of the finest enchanted silks, so nothing less than a master tier could have injured him. And without noticing anything. Was there a third opponent? The woman had attacked the same point on Grandmaster Mishra, renewing the damage to his rib. She would have done better aiming for the head, but Dongfa wasn't going to give her that advice. His eyes briefly caught Mishra's, and they knew they would be swapping opponents. As Barrett charged towards Dongfa, he found a heavy club swinging at him. He could feel the momentum and berserk energy behind it. He almost wanted to meet it head-on, but instead he settled for a smarter move. He stepped closer, only colliding with the handle of the weapon. It still shoved him a good 5 centimeters into the ground beneath his feet, but most of the momentum wasn't able to hit him. Of course berserk energy ran rampant as well, trying to break through his armor and his body, but that was basically a tickle. The metal club still almost broke his arm even without hitting him properly. He'd need to watch that. Barrett was disappointed with his move on Dongfa. The leaves had been meant to cut off his feet instead of slightly scraping his ankles, but being one with the world, and all that was pretty difficult. At least he'd managed to make them move with quite a bit of sharpness. Mishra was strong. There was no doubt about that. His body was suitable for a grandmaster. Not trained like a pure body temperer, but certainly not shameful, and for his advanced age, quite exceptional. However, his weapon was suited for big swings, so Barrett didn't let him. A spear wasn't suited for fighting in close quarters, within arm's reach of another, but Barrett didn't have to have a spear. For the moment he had 2 short swords, suited for piercing through armor. Mishra didn't just let him do it, but he was able to poke at least a few holes, though they didn't go deep beyond that. Upon finding he couldn't properly swing his weapon, Mishra reached out to grab Barrett's wrist. It was a reasonable idea, but grappling a pure body temperer was not a good idea. Barrett could have easily removed his hand from the hold, letting it slide its way out, but instead he used it as a fulcrum point for his body, twisting up to strike with his knee against the side of Mishra's head. Of course, he added a spike as he did so, and even a few pressing against Mishra's gauntlet. Berserk energy poured over Barrett, and he found it quite nostalgic. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, but as it concentrated on one area, Barrett merely relocated his toughness to match it. Reading the flow of berserk energy was never exactly difficult, even for those who hadn't trained in it. Barrett knew his living metal armor was exceptional. Instead of disintegrating under the berserk energy, it held up, or at least was able to reform itself in moments. Even so, he envied the Grandmaster's armor. It was extremely durable. Even as he was starting to create weak points, it took all his might to do so. Mishra didn't hold still for him to stab in the same place twice, even with all his agility. If Barrett had found himself in this position in the first fight, he might have actually been in trouble. However, he was basically freshly recovered, and Mishra hadn't recovered all of his berserk energy, and there was that one rib. A good warrior could push through the pain of a rib being broken, shattered, turned to dust. But Barrett expected Grandmaster Mishra rarely if ever had any damage to his bones. Heavenly Mountain's atmosphere made sure of that, and provided a convenient weakness. Barrett was getting uncomfortably intimate with Mishra's chest as both arms tried to crush him. From that distance, it was easy to sense berserk energy that was supposed to be stored in the bones leaking out from that single shattered rib, wasting energy, and more importantly damaging the organs around it. It wouldn't hurt that much in battle, but ignoring damage was exactly the wrong thing to do, even as a berserker. Knowing what was happening to your body was important. Almost as if he didn't have any bones, Barrett melted out of the two-armed grip. He wasn't sure whether he was going to pop or crack if he stayed, but he didn't enjoy either of the possibilities. Still, he just had to keep Mishra busy for a bit longer. Most of the work had already been done by Nilima. Now she was busy with the other one, but it was hard to tell if that battle was going well. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 456. It was hard to believe he'd been damaged by normal leaves. How had he not sensed the energy or magic controlling them? Was there another person somewhere he was unaware of? Dongfa considered that, and if there was, they were extremely stealthy, and inactive. It was something strange about the man, then. A pure body temper, which was rare but normally not something relevant. It wasn't clear what they could actually do, but turning leaves into weapons wasn't normally on that list. In terms of damage, it had been small. Only a flesh wound, with no cut tendons or anything extremely debilitating. However, with that added up with the other wounds he'd taken that were threatening to open back up, he was becoming slightly concerned. He didn't exactly have an unlimited quantity of blood, and he was near the threshold of being adversely affected. Plus he had to fight this woman. A student of Joshi, apparently. He could see the traces of her style, but only the bare traces. The gentle energy felt similar, but the way she fought was different from Joshi. When fighting unarmed, her moves also had a resemblance to her, but with her whip it no longer felt the same in the slightest. Then again, the last time he'd met Joshi she had just recently reached 4th tier. He'd hoped to kill her before then, but had missed his chance. Dongfa could feel the flow of gentle energy from this woman. Nilima. He had just come along with Mishra as a friend, but the chance to kill Joshi's student was a nice bonus. He just needed to find an opportunity, which was proving very difficult. As would be expected, she was able to keep his gentle energy away from her. In this sort of battle, it was just a matter of time. As they crossed arms with each other, one of them would eventually slip up and the other would be the victor. Of course, this woman didn't have the decency to fight in a proper manner. The strange whip coiled around him, and even though he was able to sever it multiple times, it reconnected itself easily. Thus, he was stuck deflecting it away from himself, keeping it from wrapping tightly around him. A precise palm strike pushed it away once again. Soon enough he would be victorious. While Nilima was putting up an admirable fight, she was merely 6th tier and he was a grandmaster. There was no way she could win. Her energy reserves were running out. Dongfa didn't notice that his palm was going numb ever so slightly. Or the same feeling all over his body, encroaching a little bit at a time. After all, not feeling anything didn't mean much if there was nothing he expected to feel. But if he had felt something, it would have been a dull pain. Nilima knew she was going to run out of gentle energy before Dongfa did. But that was fine. She'd barely even used any berserk energy up to this point. In fact, he likely didn't even know she could, or he would have looked more concerned. She'd used a little bit in her battle with Mishra earlier, but it likely hadn't been noticeable compared to his. Just because it was berserk didn't mean it had to be extremely obvious, though it wasn't exactly subtle ever. Nilima could sense Mishra was falling apart, and Barrett had to know it too. Maybe even Dongfa would figure it out before Mishra though. That guy didn't look all there at the moment. If she had to guess, Nilima would say he hadn't gotten a full breath of air in a while, and he might not know that. As for her own opponent, he was just about to slip up. Hopefully. She needed to take the chance anyway, because even if she had more than half of her berserk energy remaining, it wasn't going to be effective on a gentle energy user outside of surprise. She would have one good chance. She missed her first opening. He blinked just a bit longer than normal and she could have taken advantage of it, but she thought it might be a ruse. But no, his eyes were probably getting heavy from fatigue, constant battle and blood loss added up. Even though he wasn't bleeding all over, internally he had many very tiny burst blood vessels. He just didn't know that yet. Sadly, they were just skin deep and thus not deadly, but a little bit less blood going to his brain would help. Then he took a bad step. Maybe the man was in good physical condition for his age of over 100, but he still looked old and that meant his body couldn't quite keep up. And his ankles were just slightly injured, so when he was ever so slightly off balance, she struck. He managed to contort his body to avoid her whip getting close to him for the most part, but the very edge just brushed close enough for her to release her remaining gentle energy, which concealed as much berserk energy as she could shove in there. But grandmasters weren't pushovers. He managed to sense her deception, enough to redirect the energy all over himself, instead of through his gentle energy and into his torso where it would destroy him. In short, he was sent flying, but as he smashed through a nearby boulder, Nilima could tell he wasn't unaffected. But now she didn't have much to defend herself with. As for Barrett's part of the fight, Mishra had definitely maintained himself well. He was big and bulky, and while he had a few wrinkles and gray hair, his muscles certainly hadn't degraded. Barrett found it quite troublesome to fight against him, and it just wasn't possible to avoid his club every time. So he'd gotten a broken arm or two as the fight continued to progress. The man's lungs should have been filling with blood now, but apparently Barrett had been a bit quick to judge his downfall speed. He'd last a bit longer. Now Barrett had a slight problem. His weapon had been knocked away and he was too close to move away from an overhead swing coming at him. It was too fast to dodge completely, he would probably lose a shoulder. If he moved an even closer, there was a knee coming for him and he'd still get hit by a lesser part of that very same studded metal club. He could stop one of them with his arms, even broken as they were. With a leg he could half stop another, but unfortunately if he moved both feet off the ground he would be thrown into an unpredictable but dangerous situation. Well, thinking time was over. Barrett just went with what made the most sense at the time, which was completely giving up on his armor. His right arm and leg caught the incoming knee before it could build up too much momentum. As that forced him upward, his remaining arm grabbed at a bicep, and his armor slid off of him and started slithering its way around the other arm, being as solid as it could while still fluidly moving. Everything stopped. Barrett's broken arm strained, barely holding together. His leg was twisted around Mishra's, trying to wrench it out of place, but it just wouldn't budge. But his armor was living metal, and as it found its way through weakened points in Mishra's armor it turned itself sharp, cutting into his body. Berserk energy radiated out in all directions, and Barrett had to take it directly to his own body. It was just a matter of who would fall apart first. That would be the one with fewer broken ribs. Somewhere along the way Barrett had managed to get about 30 broken ribs, which was an impressive count considering he only had 24 ribs. Technically, only 20 were broken and some were just broken in multiple places. But none of those broken ribs were stabbing into his lungs, because he wouldn't let them. Mishra, however, started cracking. As he put more and more of his berserk energy into his arm and shoulder and upper torso, everywhere Barrett's armor was now crawling, it was reflected back into him, resonating with his bones and damaging his organs. With the sound of shattering stone there were also broken bones, and Mishra coughed up blood as he stumbled backwards. As it should be, Barrett thought. He didn't even have anything special about him despite being a grandmaster. What was the point of just having more energy if you couldn't do anything with it? Barrett shoved Mishra away with his leg, because he didn't want to move his arms. He had stamina left still, maybe not much, but repairing a few dozen broken bones was possible. It was a bit slow, so after a few seconds he was barely starting to heal, maybe a tenth of the way. Barrett grinned to himself, thinking how absurd that was. Barrett reformed a spear from his living metal. It wasn't really a weapon and armor anymore. The bits had gotten mixed up, but that didn't matter. He would have loved to finish healing, but Nilima looked a bit tired and Dongfa had just stood up. Mishra's berserk energy had obliterated itself and basically killed him, so he wouldn't be getting up, but Barrett also couldn't bet he had nothing else left. Until the living metal around the man's head stabbed in through his ears. Barrett trembled on his feet. Apparently he was a bit lower on stamina than he thought, or the effort was higher than anticipated. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 457. Barrett started walking towards Dongfa. He didn't have an abundance of spare stamina, but that didn't mean he couldn't do anything. If the Grandmaster was at full power he would have thought differently about getting close, but as it was his danger was diminished. Barrett's body didn't suddenly lose durability without stamina to pour into it, though of course he couldn't concentrate it. As he walked, Barrett pulled out a handful of condensed rations. As much food in as small of a space as possible. It wasn't great for digestion or taste, but he didn't have to distract himself by taking bites. His body couldn't process that much into stamina immediately, but at least he would have a small boost and without any worrying side effects. Dongfa didn't feel particularly fast at the moment, but it was clear that Nilima was still having trouble avoiding his attacks. She had no gentle energy left to deflect them, so she had to fend him off with her whip and berserk energy. Even then, she just barely managed to dodge out of range of his attacks. But as far as injuries went, Dongfa had quite a few small ones built up. It didn't seem that being thrown through a boulder had done him good either. His energy was low, but not out. Barrett continued to step forward bit by bit. Then, his spear stabbed out. His arm was still half broken, but he'd fought in worse condition before. Perhaps it was better to say that it had recovered all the way to being just half broken. Dongfa deflected the spear by striking it to the side. His gentle energy reverberated through the metal, but it couldn't reach Barrett. That moment of distraction allowed Nilima to strike with her whip from behind him, berserk energy cracking out. Dongfa resisted, but the force drove him towards Barrett slightly, and Barrett's leg came up to kick him. One palm came down to catch his leg. Gentle energy moved to break it, but at the same time Barrett tightened his grip on his spear and stabbed it forward. Dongfa twisted and the blow deflected around him, but now he was entangled enough for Nilima's whip to wrap around his leg. Even as he jumped away, Barrett felt the berserk energy break through his defenses. He landed and fell limp to the ground a handful of meters away. Barrett breathed out heavily. He was so tired. Usually he found himself more covered in wounds than tired, but this time the wounds had been so slow in building up he'd recovered some of them already. So now there was only fatigue. Dongfa didn't appear to be able to stand. "Please," Dongfa said in his position. "There's no need to go this far." "Shut it, dumb face," Nilima said. "You would have killed us if you had the chance. We didn't start this." Nilima didn't move towards him, instead picking up a fist-sized rock. She charged it with as much berserk energy as it could handle, more, even, and threw it straight for Dongfa. He moved to deflect it, but before it even reached him it exploded into shards. Barrett stepped in front of Nilima as some of the shrapnel flew back towards them. "Ow," he said. "Pfft. I bet you didn't even feel that." "In that case," Barrett said, "now my feelings are hurt." He looked at Dongfa, peppered with holes. Definitely dead. And Mishra had likely been dead when he collapsed, but certainly when Barrett had stabbed him through the brain. Barrett sat down, so that he wouldn't fall. Why did they do this? Nilima used Barrett's shoulder as a lever to help herself down, sitting with her back to him. Same reason as anyone else. They wanted power. We threatened that power, just because we were strong. And if we were weak, they would have trod all over us because of that. Barrett shook his head. What a mess. That's just the way the world is, Nilima said. It still is, huh? Still gotta fix it. Heavenly Mountain had many enemies in the region. They'd used their leverage of having a grandmaster quite extensively, and while they were still a significant faction without their grandmaster they lost quite a bit of status, and with that their hold on lands outside of the mountain itself which was quite well fortified. Debts that were delayed were called in and properties that had been under their care were wrested away. They fell out of the top 10 sects in the region. Southern Aurora, an association of magic users, rose to fill the gap. Of course, as the ones responsible for the death of Grandmaster Mishra, Barrett and Nilima could have tried to seize a position of power, but they knew that as a faction, what they had established was not yet that strong. Haven still had second-tier cultivators as top students. The name of their village was essentially the faction now, and that didn't bother them. They wouldn't be staying forever, so the choice needn't be theirs. That was also why they didn't try to wrest away too much power. Instead, it would be better to build goodwill with more established factions in the region. They couldn't stay to protect their students forever, and when they were gone the threat of their return would only last so long. Months or years, it was hard to say, so it was best they didn't develop any more enemies. While there was a limit to how fast their students could grow individually, their recruitment speed was quite astonishing. Hundreds of people each year wanted to join, which basically meant learning from Nilima. Having the options of gentle energy and berserk energy covered all sorts of temperaments, and energy cultivation was the most common type. Not because it was weaker, but more people were suited to it than magic. Of course, those who were suited for something like pure body tempering were even fewer, but Barrett got students of his own. It turned out nobody wanted to cause trouble with two 6th-tier masters who could defeat grandmasters, even if they assumed that Barrett and Nilima worked together to defeat Mishra. Dongfa was an independent cultivator, so no one noticed his disappearance for longer, and they didn't feel the need to advertise just exactly how strong they were. That left them in relative peace, and they used that peace to cultivate. Barrett could easily step foot into Grandmaster tier at any time. That was not an exaggeration either. It would truly be just a step, but he wasn't sure if a gentle passage was the right thing for him. He had another plan. Barrett sat among a field of his stone pits. They were arranged in a sort of pattern around him. There wasn't any real meaning or power to it. They just had to go somewhere, and having them unceremoniously dumped in a pile seemed a bit lazy. As for the pattern, it was mostly even circles with a space for him at the center. On the outermost points were the freshest stone pits. He had started them on their own destructions long before, though their growth was also tied to him. In the center next to him were the strongest ones, the best bits of his body, and then in a circular pool around him the living metal he'd collected. So far he'd treated that more as a tool than an actual living thing, but in his current state Barrett wasn't even sure what living meant anymore. For that matter, he wasn't even sure what he was. Not that he was having an identity crisis. It was just that he could affect so much outside of what he traditionally thought of as his body. The living metal wasn't alive in the traditional sense, but the stone pits were. Each were equally a part of him, so treating the living metal as a bit more alive made sense. Maybe that was what the stories had been, or maybe most Grandmaster pure body temperers only reached the point of producing or obtaining living metal at the level Barrett had. He didn't know, but he did know he wanted to be the very best he could. He started at the outside. The first ring of stone pits underwent a destruction. There was no way he would fail such a simple process there with all his experience, and he'd modified the stone pits to have something akin to a true immortal body. Not quite the same, but close enough for his purposes. The only thing that could cause the destructions to fail was his own inadequacies and not random chance. The second ring. The third. Barrett was in tune with all of the stone pits, and he felt the dull pain inside them as he did so. Fourth ring. Then, the fifth and final ring. Next came the living metal. As a liquid, it could be treated as many different pieces, but he also formed it into solid armor and a spear. Most importantly, if he considered it one thing, it could be one thing. It had no life of its own, and Barrett had considered that. He was fully confident in his path to becoming a grandmaster. He couldn't doubt his own insights or hesitate in his decisions. The living metal flowed up over him, clinging to the outside of Barrett's body. Then he opened his veins, allowing it to flow inside along with his blood. If he made a mistake he would die, but wasn't that always the case with the immortal Berserker style? Just because he was a pure body temperer now didn't mean that was any different. There was no space for both his blood and the living metal, and as he triggered the destruction they both underwent different changes. From inside to outside, Barrett's body changed. The living metal was not alive on its own, but it could be alive as part of him. As he underwent his millionth destruction, the living metal underwent its first step into being truly alive. His blood burned and froze at the same time. Barrett's body burst. Both blood and living metal poured out of him in equal measure, and his body had no capacity to heal itself for a few moments. All his stamina was expended with the destruction, and Barrett sat with a straight back in a pool of his own red and silver blood which was leaking out of his pores. Then, slowly, extremely slowly, his pores and veins started to knit back together. Barrett slowly expelled the part of the air that was him out of his lungs, and breathed in a new part of himself. Since he wasn't dead, it would seem he had reached some sort of success. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 458. It only took a few minutes for Barrett's body to recover its healing ability completely and then finish healing. He still felt weak, but there was a very good reason for that. He didn't have enough blood, and while his veins were half full of living metal, it most certainly didn't perform the duties of blood. It was a slow process throughout the next day of producing new blood. The living metal didn't harm him, and in fact it flowed well enough with the blood that it made up for the alarming lack of volume. Very few bodies could function with less than half of their blood, but Barrett wouldn't have been a grandmaster pure body temperer if something like that were going to trip him up, not least of which because he would have just died. But being a bit low on blood was also fairly trivial in the grand scheme of things. None of the living metal stayed in his veins. It was never intended to live there. He wasn't cultivating a metal body like Kale was. It was just the easiest way to make it more a part of him during his breakthrough. The living metal itself felt quite a bit more alive now. It was still different from the stone pits and himself, but that was to be expected. As for undergoing destructions, given time it would be able to continue that process, which would allow it to generate and store more stamina. Barrett presumed it would ultimately get that stamina from himself, as it was a part of him, but it was such a gradual process it was hard to tell. It could have been drawing it from something else, perhaps ambient metal energy or mana. But the point was, it was more than it used to be in various ways. Barrett still found it easiest to have it rest in the form of armor and a spear, since he would most likely want those shapes. That said, he was more comfortable using all of it as a weapon than he was before. It could swarm over and attack someone, damaging them or hindering their movements. It was barely even susceptible to damage. If it was split apart it could flow back together. With enough application of energy or magic it would find it more difficult to reform, but except against certain specialists Barrett would come out ahead in terms of power reserves. Barrett couldn't be sure if the living metal of other pure body tempering grandmasters was a different thing entirely. It was possible, but it didn't matter. This was what suited him, and others had what suited them. Barrett could feel the difference in himself, and how much room he had to grow into being 7th tier. If he had to fight Mishra again, it wouldn't be so difficult. The difference between just becoming a grandmaster, and doing it well. As for things outside of himself such as air and the like, he found a significant increase in his ability to control them. Instead of an aura of energy, he had a small bubble where he could control things with little more than a thought. Beyond a certain point it used more stamina than he naturally recovered, but that was the same for other aura-like abilities. As his spear stabbed towards Nilima, Barrett felt a definite slowdown. Within a few meters of her was like swimming through mud. Not that it was difficult for a grandmaster to swim through mud, but any unexpected change in their attacks was significant. Barrett presumed that if any of him was vulnerable to ambient berserk energy, he would find that two would fill up the area around Nilima. She just knew that it wouldn't cause any damage to him on a small scale. Taking advantage of his momentary slowness, Nilima punched out with berserk energy covering her fists. Barrett's armor bent and twisted, and then he felt a familiar pain in his lungs. TCH. Most people would die from that, you know. Barrett hadn't expected there to be gentle energy hidden within berserk energy. It made sense though. While Nilima could slip her gentle energy through people's defenses, when they were expecting it things became much harder. If Barrett only defended against direct harm of berserk energy, it could still possibly open a hole in his armor, or just provide enough distraction. Now I need several weeks of healing. Which happened in the time it took to say that. Nilima laughed, I thought immortal berserkers were crazy and fast healing at first tier. Recovering several times as fast as normal people, then at second tier you were 10 to 100. Now you're at what, 1,000,000? I don't even know what that means. Approximately 2 weeks per second. But it still takes stamina to recover from injuries. Not as much though, right? Or, Nilima tilted her head, perhaps I should say, you're not using several weeks' worth of your whole effort to recover. Because your body has so much more. There are people born like this, you know. Barrett nodded. Tier 3 immortal bodies. They're exceedingly rare. Probably more common than Grandmaster immortal berserkers, right? There are now 10 of you I suppose. Compared to the population of Streeto, that's 1 in 1,000,000. That's actually pretty high. Barrett thought for a few moments. But of course all of us are from Streeto's population in the 10 millions range. If we look at the Ustane Empire, they've got hundreds of millions of people, so they probably have that many tier 3 immortal bodies in there. Though chances are some of them will never know, and just assume they don't get hurt easily. Since everything they get would just heal up. So when are we going back? Nilima asked. I know you have investment in that war. It might have already started. Nilima bit her lip, I know some people involved too, but I don't want to just leave the students of Haven as they are. They'll be fine. Barrett declared that because he believed it, and wanted to believe it. We should stay around until the first of them reach 3rd tier, but not much longer. Sounds about right. The first to notice something different about Master Ravenhall was Simran. It was instinct more than something specific about him that had changed. He wasn't suddenly bigger or anything. She hadn't understood what it was until she felt Mistress Nilima. Grand Mistress Nilima, actually. Sensing the level of a pure body temperer, even as one herself, was an imprecise task. However, Simran felt confident in her assertion that he, too, had reached 7th tier. She knew it wasn't such an easy task, but the fact that they didn't make much note of it said something about their confidence. It was something inevitable. Simran couldn't say she was quite so confident about reaching 3rd tier, though she felt she was most certainly on track to do so. Any of her sparring with the others let her know she was keeping up. Grandmaster Ravenhall practiced a different sort of pure body tempering than Simran did. Though he had been the one to guide her, they were clearly quite different. His body was strange. Extremely tough and able to recover from wounds quickly. She wondered if the secret to that was in the notes she couldn't open yet. She'd studied the blood he had given her, looking for the secret he said was there. She vaguely felt something, but she couldn't act on it yet. Maybe not even at third tier. Maybe she just didn't know enough, so she watched him. She wasn't ever sure if she could be like Grandmaster Ravenhall. Could she really grow so strong? It was true she was still getting stronger. She didn't need to balance different parts of her body just to fight, but she felt that doing so wasn't wrong. If her left and right moved together, she could add so much power. Grandmaster Ravenhall didn't do that, but he had a different sort of balance. It was like his body didn't even end at the top of his head and tips of his fingers and toes. There was nothing she could do with that information at the moment, but she filed it away in her memory. It had been said that the masters would not stay forever, and even if she couldn't understand something now she needed to know as much as she could. Simran had been just a bit behind the others in terms of her time to truly begin training. The start of pure body tempering was difficult to start, especially with a body that really couldn't handle much of anything. Still, she was the first of the pure body tempering students, and the last of the first wave of third tiers. Barrett and Nilima had left behind divergent branches of their own styles, because that was what fit the people of Haven. Their own styles were too restrictive for anyone to dive straight into. In fact, if they tried to mold others into grandmasters just like them, it was almost certain even those who otherwise had the potential would fail. While the Immortal Berserker technique was the same for all, that didn't make all of the masters and grandmasters the same. Of course, if Mistress Joshi had other students none of them would have turned out like Nilima, even if put in similar circumstances. How do you think they'll do? Barrett asked. Fine. You said so yourself. But if you don't believe that, we just have to come back later and see. Nilima nodded. Maybe in a decade or so, see if anyone reached master tier at a good pace. Now, let's get going. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 459. On the return trip from Kangue toward Streeto, they had less interest in moving at a leisurely pace. Everything had already been seen in the other direction, so they could move quite a bit faster. It was still a very long way through many countries, but from Nilima's first trip of years, their leisurely trip took just months and their current pace would only be around a single month. It's really nice, you know, Nilima stretched her arms behind her, recovering energy at this pace. Or rather, it's more like I'm not expending it in the first place. Barrett nodded. For an energy cultivator, their aura was much like that. It wasn't at a level that was terribly effective during combat, but not expending energy at a certain level of output was quite something. Of course, in combat it was useful as well, allowing the cultivator to always be doing something with their energy, even if it wasn't much. As a pure body temperer he had a slightly different experience, but it was much the same. Efficiency in his movements and actions. I wonder how big of a step it is to 8 tier, like Grandmaster Jostin. It will be several decades before that even becomes relevant. Nilima shook her head, not insignificant decades either. We'll definitely not be young anymore. Right, Barrett agreed. There is that, isn't there? After 4th tier, each tier took more than a decade, the approximate increase in lifespan a person would net from a level of cultivation. Of course, cultivators often died from something other than age, but it was still a relevant factor. Traveling through poor countries was very uncomfortable for Barrett. Throwing money at people wouldn't create any sort of permanent change in a country, and anything more than that would require him to stay for a significant amount of time. Or he could try to make things better elsewhere. It was unlikely Nilima and he had changed Kangue much from their 7 years there, but at least they had an impact on a small region of it. They disrupted the top levels of cultivation, but maybe that was what was needed to allow regular people a chance. The poor in Kangue were very poor indeed. Perhaps the poorest place they had passed in the other direction was Ninria. It was a small country, filling in tightly packed canyons and narrow valleys. The people had long adapted to digging their way into the walls for housing and other buildings to preserve space for farmland down below, but that had still not been enough to keep up with their population growth. Thus they had become overcrowded and hungry, without enough work or food for everyone. A truly downtrodden place. That was what Barrett remembered, but he found a very different sight upon returning. There had been a few people working out on the cliff faces, constructing balconies or repairing them, as well as people working in the fields, but not much else. Just people with little to do. Barrett immediately noticed an increase in animals. Herders were taking care of small flocks of creatures where there had once been fields. Animals were less efficient food sources than vegetables, since they had to consume food to produce less, but there they were. However, what Barrett noticed even more were people hanging down over the sides of the cliffs, some in harnesses and some not, but nearly all working with vines growing along the surfaces. Mostly, they were picking fist-sized fruit and placing them in rucksacks hanging at their sides. The vines didn't just crawl up the cliffs, past the ladders and stairs to houses and along the windows, but also across the more narrow areas. Anywhere that was less than a dozen or so meters there were great trellises stretched across, with a handful of climbers on them as well. As Barrett and Nalima passed by, people turned to watch them. "You're quite popular," Barrett said. "They just don't see cultivators all that often. I imagine we provoke quite something with our auras." Nilima was technically right with that. Anyone could notice something about them now, even if they couldn't sense energy. "I know recognition when I see it in someone's eyes, and respectful murmurings, even if I don't understand most of the words." Barrett nodded. "I think they really like this plant. Which is good, since you sought it out for them. I just happened to find something suitable. Since we were coming this way, I thought they might like some seeds." Nilima wasn't very good at lying, since she couldn't even look Barrett in the eye. "Really? I've been to Streeto's markets and I've seen nothing like this, perfectly suited to this environment, too." Nilima didn't respond to that, but Barrett didn't press her. It was obvious enough to him, at least. She'd felt pity for this country of starving people, not quite dying out, but not really living either. They would likely reach some sort of limit in the future, but at least they would have enough food in their bellies to do something about it when it came to that. It didn't take long to walk through Ninria and climb the ladders at the edge, some of which had received some maintenance work. Barrett saw that at least one path of the bridges had been given some repair work. Of course, any bridge made for normal people would still collapse under his weight. However, walking across it was even simpler than before. Treating each bit of bridge as part of himself and fortifying it, at least for the few moments he was stepping on it, felt quite natural. As they passed through Merkita, they found themselves carefully watched. Barrett understood not being comfortable with 7th-tier cultivators strolling through a country, but the stops at each border were brief. They paid a nominal fee and were allowed to move on without fuss. Passing back through the Wind Valley didn't take long at all, especially moving in the direction of the wind. However, not long after they stepped past its reach did they come across a patrol of soldiers from the Southern Metal Sea. Not just random soldiers either, but a dozen masters of various tiers. "Halt!" an armored woman called out from the back of her steelhead ram. "State your allegiances." "I'm Barrett Ravenhall of the Immortal Berserker sect. I do believe Streeto has an alliance with the Southern Metal Sea." It was possible that these particular soldiers weren't part of the Southern Metal Sea. It wasn't that they could have been disguised soldiers from just anywhere, since they were clearly from some Metal Sea. If they weren't with the Southern Metal Sea, a dozen masters wasn't enough to really stop them. None of them felt exceptional by any means, though Barrett wouldn't fight carelessly if it came down to it. The woman's eyes narrowed, though Barrett could only see that under her helmet because of his exceptional vision. Nilima tensed next to Barrett, ready to fight at any moment. "There is no Grand Mistress in Streeto with her description," the captain paused for a moment, "nor a Grandmaster with yours." She seemed quite uncertain if Barrett was a Grandmaster. "You said Barrett Ravenhall of the Immortal Berserker sect. Are you familiar with the patriarch of the Anaconi clan? Kale?" Barrett asked. "I'm the reason he's still alive. Don't tell me he's never mentioned me." The captain shook her head. "It has been some time we have been patrolling. Your name was indeed mentioned when we started 2 years ago." She looked to Nilima. "Then you would be Grand Mistress." Nilima, she shrugged, if it helps, we weren't 7th tier when we left. And now we are. I do believe there was mention of a pair such as you that might come back at 7th tier. The captain paused, but it is hard to say if you are who you say you are. With the war as it is, you will need to come with us to Mon, if you please. Of course. There should be many who can verify our identities. Barrett found it somewhat worrying that things had progressed to the current state, but also not unexpected. At least they hadn't been met with open hostility, but then again, offending extra grandmasters wasn't something anyone wanted to do. The trip along the eastern side of the southern Metal Sea to Mon was a little bit slow, since they were limited by the speed the steelhead rams could go. They were exceptional specimens that could move much faster than normal ones, but that wasn't much to compare with the speed of a grandmaster cultivator. Upon arriving in the city, they were surrounded by another group of masters, large enough to give even Barrett and Nilima pause. But Barrett thought he recognized one or two, and more importantly they were definitely from the southern Metal Sea. Before they even arrived at a fortified building in the middle of the city, Kale came out to meet them. "Yo! Barrett!" The captain saluted to him. "I take it from your reaction that you are verifying this one's identity then?" Kale nodded. "I'd recognize that feeling anywhere. Everyone, remember his face for next time." "Barrett," Kale waved his hand in front of his head. "Right." Barrett melted his helmet away from his face, momentarily thickening the metal elsewhere. "Great. Also, that's Nilima for sure. Independent cultivator, but definitely an ally." Kale nodded, "And you're both 7th tier now. Excellent speed and timing. Things are just picking up back here, and we could use more of you." "I'm still a bit short of Grandmaster myself." Kale gently waved his hands to the soldiers. "Thank you for performing your duties so well, you may all return to your posts." Then he turned to Barrett and Nilima, "We need to catch up, especially on the last couple of years." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 460. A small sitting room with a table and a few chairs around it was where Kale brought them. Nowhere formal, but instead comfortable. He sat in one chair and gestured them to the others. "I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we've riled up the Metal Sea. Its atmosphere extends much further now, there are a few clear paths, but most of the area is quite inhospitable." Kale shook his head. "Even if residents of the southern Metal Sea are more capable of adapting, it's not good for them. We've had to move them to safe areas, but this was the only way to create safe areas. The Guardians can't leave the sea. So while the ultimate future of the area is secure, we needed to protect as many people as we could." "From who?" Barrett asked. "Smyenia or the Astane Empire?" "Both, actually. They seem to have formed a temporary alliance against Streeto and any of their allies. Mostly that's the southern Metal Sea, and sort of Agloni." Kale shrugged. "Nospor wouldn't be able to contribute much, and I'm pretty sure the Astane Empire only attacked them to get an excuse to later fight Streeto. Not a good excuse, but they'll take anything." Nilima frowned. "Smyenia is functional already? After those grandmasters died and all that stuff?" "Unfortunately they have more grandmasters, and don't forget the Convocation of Souls stayed out of that conflict and then seized leadership of the country. But it's also their leadership that helped get Agloni on our side, or against them at least. Vasco Chino, who you encountered before, with the unicorn, was a large part of that, but other grudges exist between them. Huge valleys full of ghosts don't just appear on accident." "I thought Agloni liked ghosts," Nilima said. "That doesn't mean they want their own people to be ghosts." Kale gave a morose smile. "Both the Convocation of Souls and the Astane Empire have been pushing their way into the southern Metal Sea, but now it's mostly only habitable by natives here. If they send in only those people who are strong enough to resist the corrosive air or are adapted to it, we can hold our own, and we guard the few safer paths very carefully. Mostly, they seem to be trying to keep us out of the fight with Streeto." Refreshments were brought in, nothing particularly exciting, but anything was better than trail rations. Even the more expensive sorts that cultivators could get grew repetitive quickly. Barrett ate at a measured pace, since there was no hurry at the moment. A few minutes wouldn't matter over the course of years. So most of the attacks have been on Streeto? Well, outlying places mostly. It's not like they're so stupid as to just march an army up to those walls. They've been trying to break into Sasher, but Crystal Palace has made it very difficult to cross the mountains. Agloni's more or less stopping Smyenia from coming in from the north, so Ruklua is the biggest concern. It's quite open, but there's also not much useful land to be gained before pressing up against the walls of Streeto. Though some factions with their own places have been receiving attacks. The Immortal Berserker sect? Barrett asked. Not yet. Even though it's not as numerous, with so many grandmasters and such around, it's not the favorite target. Kale thought for a few moments. My guess is they plan to slowly gain ground with smaller armies. If they group up, they might end up with more losses than they want. Us too, but nobody wants a frontal conflict. If they can take over all the paths of supply, though, Streeto's just a big box of hungry people. Barrett nodded. It won't be easy to control the whole area with a standing army, but if we come out to fight them, we lose the huge defensive advantage. It's just that cultivators are often interested in just killing the enemy quickly. Cultivator wars don't generally rely on actual siege tactics or the like. Kale agreed, not often. It's all just speculation though. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone feeding reliable information to us. Not secret information, anyway. Now, as for you two getting back to Streeto, it will be a bit difficult. I'd say impossible if you hadn't both reached Grandmaster. We've sort of been cut off from Streeto, with troops along the line from Smyenia to the mountains north of Sasher, and south of us here. Unfortunately, since they control Vashia, we can't keep them out. You don't have to worry about normal troops, but if they report your location, they can send kill squads after you. Masters and Grandmasters, after all, it's just the two of you alone. How many? Nilima asked. Like, are they going to send a couple of Grandmasters and 10 or 20 Masters after us? Or something dangerous like a dozen Grandmasters? Kale was taken aback by her confidence. Not that Nilima had ever lacked confidence, but this was more. I'm not quite sure. But they won't try to match you. You could expect maybe up to 5 Grandmasters, and whatever Masters can keep up. 5 Grandmasters, Nilima bit her lip and looked at Barrett. What do you think? He shrugged. Grandmasters vary a lot. If we can quickly kill one, I think they'd back off though. Kale rested his head on one hand. Is it so easy to kill Grandmasters? I know you dealt with some in the depths of the sea. I bet you could do that now, actually, Barrett commented. In that environment you should be able to match a lot of Grandmasters even though you're a few years short yourself. As for killing Grandmasters, it depends on them. On our journey, we killed a pair of them. Before we stepped into 7th tier. Kale raised an eyebrow, without some sort of huge terrain advantage. They weren't the best Grandmasters, Nilima shrugged. The point is, just being a Grandmaster isn't that scary. There's a huge difference between the weak ones and the strong ones. Not to brag, though, we could probably take on most Grandmasters who aren't late 7th tier or later. One-on-one. Well, sure, Kale nodded. You're both pioneers of new techniques or at least twists on them, and doing quite well. I can definitely feel the strength about the two of you. Sort of. Kale leaned back, and you don't seem like you're even trying to hide it. It's just how things worked out, Barrett shrugged. Pure body tempering is naturally difficult to judge. And I don't want berserk energy always swirling around me, Nilima commented, so I sort of turn it off. The gentle energy doesn't feel so scary, Kale commented, but I'd be foolish if I actually believed that. I like my semi-metallic insides in their current shapes. The two of them were escorted to the western side of the southern Metal Sea. In fact, instead of them being escorted, it was more like they were going along with a patrol to see if they could catch anyone. Didn't run into anyone. Too bad, the captain said. Would have loved to see their surprise at a couple grandmasters showing up. Occasionally we have some skirmishes, but nobody wants to be here when it's like this. It's not as bad as right next to the sea, Nilima shrugged. Or in it. I very much don't want to find out what it's like. In the sea, the captain said. Good luck on your journeys. Watch out for enemy patrols, and even if you kill them, don't forget their deaths might give you away too. Noted, Barrett said. Barrett and Nilima traveled much faster alone, and their senses were quite exceptional. If there were any particularly powerful people not taking care to conceal their energy or magic, they could notice them from far away. However, the border of the southern Metal Sea and the area from there to Strito's controlled territory wasn't exactly small. Hundreds of kilometers along in each direction. The chances of actually running into patrols wasn't that high. They would be looking for an army. But if they did get spotted, depending on what forces were nearby, they could be outnumbered. If they had some people who could catch them or slow them down. A day of travel later found Barrett staring at a watchtower in the distance. While Cultivator's senses were quite good at detecting things at range, eyes could pick out movement an extremely large distance away, especially on large flat areas. We'll have to go 5, maybe 10 kilometers to get around this. Right, Nilima nodded. And if we go too fast we are more noticeable. If only we could go beneath them, Barrett frowned. But my earth magic never got that good. Then again, maybe we can. Oh. Nilima raised an eyebrow. You gonna dig? That might be a bit slow, Barrett grinned. But I have a better idea. I can make air move out of the way. Why not the earth? Yeah, why not? Nilima shrugged. Might as well give it a try. With that, they found themselves sunk up to their necks in the ground. Keeping it off of us would be quite an effort. I'd suggest taking a deep breath. Also, grab my hand. Can't move my arms. Unless you want me to explode all this dirt into the air. Right. Barrett grabbed her wrist, his arm moving through the dirt knot. Quite. Like it wasn't there. We'll know in a few seconds if this can really work. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 461. There was one immediate problem with Barrett's attempt to move under the earth. It wasn't that it didn't work. In fact, the earth moved out of Barrett's way quite easily. But that was clearly what it was. Earth moving. Anywhere near the surface it would disturb the visible ground. Deeper. Barrett and Nilima sunk deeper one bit at a time. A few meters in, the density of the ground became apparent and their speed slowed. However, 10 meters down was still reasonable enough to move about. Barrett was able to walk along at a normal person's walking speed, dirt slipping around himself and Nilima. As for buried rocks, he either avoided them or at least moved so they could deflect to the side, but it still took more effort. Still, the tightly packed dirt wasn't actually that much different to move in than the deep Metal Sea, except instead of acting like a fluid on its own he had to convince it to do so. As for avoiding notice, Barrett already considered it a success. As long as they didn't move directly under the watchtower and somehow disturb it, it was unlikely they would be noticed. 10 meters of earth did quite something to conceal people, as long as there weren't any earth magic users around. From what Barrett had seen, there were only low-tier cultivators and maybe a single master. Covering hundreds of kilometers with only masters would be quite difficult. More importantly, there would be more than just a single line of people watching. It took about an hour to be approximately underneath the tower, and another hour to move to the other side where they sensed some cover up above. Barrett slowly angled upward, looking for a good place to come out. It's not terribly fast, Nilima said, shaking off a layer of dirt. True, Barrett nodded. We could easily have run to the edge of their vision, but we might have been spotted along the way. And there would just be another watchtower. Unless they're stupid. Nilima pursed her lips, but I doubt they're entirely stupid. So that was probably about as fast as we could go and not be spotted. All I have to do is keep that up for another week and we'll be out of here easily. Barrett shook his head, or we can do something more sensible like move on the surface when we have a chance. Moving on the surface, they had to spot their enemies before they themselves were spotted, but they were grandmasters used to looking out for themselves. That was with the assumption that every group they came across would be able to contact others, which wasn't necessarily true. Still, it was better to avoid potential trouble. They weren't sure how many people were in the area, and where they were. If enough people converged, they could find themselves in a difficult situation. Reducing the enemy's numbers was good, but not if they lost their own lives in the process. Barrett squinted, looking into the distance. Is that a grandmaster? Maybe. Hard to tell at this distance. Someone reasonably strong, anyway. And a bunch of backup. Makes sense they'd be stronger toward Strito's side. No offense to the Southern Metal Sea, but they're still recovering. Besides those guardians stuck in place, they're just starting to have new grandmasters. He thought for a few moments, so, sneak a bit more around. Sounds about right, Nilima nodded. I'd rather make it to friendly territory before getting into any big fights. One drawback to moving under the ground was that while it limited the enemy's ability to sense them, it also limited their own ability to sense the enemy. That wasn't necessarily a large problem, because they could quite easily sense anyone on the surface nearby. That was quite sufficient to give them time to prepare themselves for whatever was coming, in most cases. In fact, it turned out to be exactly sufficient for an unexpected situation. Both felt the magic burrowing into the soil at the same time. Nilima readied her energy to deflect the force, and Barrett braced himself for impact. The ground around them tore apart, huge chunks flying into the air all around the surface. However, the area around Barrett and Nilima was merely tugged slightly higher before falling apart. Barrett might have been exerting his control on it, but he hadn't expected there to be free area for it to fall into. Nor would he have cared. They found themselves halfway up the side of a half-crater, a cone 30 meters wide at the top and just as deep. Enough to dig them out, but a rain of spells and arrows flew over the hole they hadn't been flung out of. An earth magic grandmaster then, Barrett commented as he jumped out of the hole, even as it tried to collapse back around them. Nilima was out ahead of him, stepping off of the earth as it twisted to grab her. Her feet barely touched the ground as energy lifted her on her steps. The perpetrator was actually a woman. Nilima whip came out and coiled around the Grand Mistress, but a wall of earth rose several meters around the Grand Mistress. Though it exploded from the force of her energy, the wall reformed nearly instantly. I'll deal with that one. Barrett called out. You deal with the others so they don't build up. While there were only a dozen masters, several of which were 6th tier, they could still be quite a problem while fighting a grandmaster. More importantly, reinforcements would be coming. While they could attempt to run away, those chasing after them would be able to pepper them with attacks. It might still have been a more optimal choice in the current situation, but it wasn't their style. Barrett charged forward, his spear turning into an axe-headed halberd as he chopped at the wall of earth. Clearly it wasn't just a meter dirt moved into his way, it was supported by magic. Even so, it broke apart under his attack. It reformed around his outstretched arms, but while normally that would have left him with bad leverage, it didn't slow Barrett much at all. His arm swung again, tearing out another chunk of wall. He didn't make much forward progress, but he certainly kept his opponent's attention. He felt the earth around him trying to move to crush him, but immediately around his feet was under his control, which really just meant he was doing nothing with it. It only took a few moments for Nilima to take out some of the weaker masters. A flick of her whip, and though they stopped its motion, her gentle energy found its way through their defenses, and helped the berserk energy inside. Any grandmaster could easily overpower a 4th-tier master, but most styles would require more effort to do so. Sadly, Nilima's rampage was stopped short by a pair of 6th-tier masters. Her whip was caught in a scaly hand, and her energy dispersed by the draconic energy radiating from the man. Meanwhile, she had to contend with blasts of pure magical energy from the other side. Nilima retracted her whip. It wasn't easy to keep a hold on living metal when its owner wanted it to slip away. She might have left behind a small segment, but it wouldn't make much difference. As she moved to strike the mage, the scaled man kept blocking her attacks. If he was just scaled, it wouldn't have meant much. Scales were like armor, and armor was easy to ignore. However, he seemed to have grown something quite resistant to energy and likely magic as well. She twisted her body to avoid near-constant beams of magic as she reconsidered her actions. Was she really going to let herself face a setback from just a few 6th tiers when she'd reached Grand Mistress level? These two in particular were a pain, but the others weren't just sitting around doing nothing. The plan was to quickly defeat their foes, and while her normal strategy didn't work, it wasn't like Nilima hadn't had to change up her style before. Her whip struck out towards the man radiating the draconic energy. Personally, she'd never found dragons that impressive, but people had to choose some cultivation method. As her whip wrapped around his arm, she tugged, dragging him in front of attacks from the other. His response was smooth and swift. A great roar emanated from his mouth, as well as a sheet of flames that wrapped around Nilima. That pushed him in a different direction while also attacking her. Nilima had to admit that the man had potential. Unfortunately, while he could make her pay attention, he just wasn't good enough yet. Flames flowed around her smoothly, and she didn't even bother to avoid the charged bolt of magic flying at her. Instead, she spun around, kicking it. The momentum of her foot was really irrelevant. It was the angle and the way her energy was shaped that deflected it back towards the new trajectory of the draconic man. Her own energy wormed its way inside the magic, hiding inside and enhancing it. The bolt struck the man straight in the chest, cracking apart his scales there. Nilima clicked her tongue. If she'd had more practice with things like that, he would have just been dead. She should have aimed for one of the other small fry. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 462. Barrett found that the key to victory was convincing the other side that you were winning. Before that point, you didn't actually have to be winning, just seem like you were. If you happened to already be winning from the beginning, all the better. Currently, all he had to do was convince this Grand Mistress that she would die before reinforcements arrived. Nilima was doing quite well with all the small fry around, though it was important to note that in theory 2 6th-tier masters would be a match for a grandmaster in direct power. So if the other masters were able to bring their full force to bear on her all at once, she might have a problem. But Barrett wasn't worried about that. She would handle it. As he smashed through the barrier of dirt once more, he could tell that it would be a very long fight if things kept going in that manner. That was exactly what the Grand Mistress wanted, so he slipped a few stone pits inside. Then as he made his next attack, the stone pits all flew synchronously towards her vital organs. Of course, slipping a few significantly sized chunks of things directly in front of a Grandmaster's vision was a vain hope at best. However, she had to block directly with her mana, creating a barrier of her own instead of using the defensive properties of the earth around them. Even so, Barrett thought they matched in effort expended more or less. But people didn't always watch their feet. Or rather, cultivators were used to sticks and leaves being just that. But they weren't. They were part of Barrett. That was what he decided in that moment, and so they were. The Grand Mistress wasn't so careless as to leave the rest of her body undefended even as she concentrated her defenses on her torso. She could read killing intent, but Barrett's stone pits were quite serious to begin with. Recognizing that seemingly normal sticks were going to stab into her ankles took just slightly too long, though Barrett had been hoping to fully impale her instead of just breaking one ankle. Now Barrett was inside her barrier. He only moved his body outside to harmonize with his inside attacks. Before he could strike a second time, a secondary earth barrier was erected inside, directly around the Grand Mistress. Safe, but confining. Barrett struck once more before his stone pits were caught between the two barriers as the outer one constricted. Without the chance to build up momentum, the stone pits weren't much use, but they'd already done their part. He could ignore them now. While it would be a loss on his part if they were destroyed, actually doing so would take quite a bit of concentrated effort. Especially for someone who specialized in control and defense. He activated the next stage of his plan, which quite frankly was probably extra effective against an earth magic user. He took control of the air in and around the area, as he had learned to do. That was it. But he knew an earth magic user who would contain herself in several meters of thick dirt could easily make that permeable to air so she could breathe, but that didn't mean she controlled the air. In typical arrangements of elements, earth and air were opposed, so it was unlikely she did more than allow it to flow normally. Then Barrett turned to attack one of the masters, throwing his spear, now returned to its more aerodynamic form without an axe head. He aimed at the sixth tier, causing Nilima the most defensive trouble, the one firing blasts of magic. At the same time, Nilima encoiled the scaled one with her whip, preventing him from assisting. Barrett's spear flew straight towards the heart of the first cultivator, where it was blocked by a small buckler that unfolded from the back of the man's gauntlet. Of course, a physical object wouldn't have been enough. There was energy too. A metal energy, seemingly unconnected to the magic they were using the moment before. A soul binder, then. Not surprising, considering the origin of their current opponents. Barrett pulled back his spear even as he pulled away from a bundle of rocks grabbing at him. Whether or not she had recognized her current air problems, the Grand Mistress wasn't going to just let him do whatever he wanted. He flipped over her barrier of earth, avoiding additional grasping hands aimed at the place his body logically had to move. But his weight shifted throughout his body and even pushed and pulled on the stone pits and his spear and a little bit on the air, changing his motion without any obvious cause. He couldn't just leave the easy range of her attack without letting her take a few moments to rest and think, and if he lost momentum it would be hard to regain it. Soon she would notice the air, but he had to be there to maintain his control. As soon as it returned to him, Barrett once again threw his spear. Again it flew towards the mage, who couldn't avoid it and had to block, his arm trembling even with the support of energy. As the scaled man moved to defend again, Nilima managed to strike him with berserk energy in his cracked scales, chipping off pieces that fell to the ground. It seemed his body underneath was sturdy as well, but that would be more limited. Barrett's spear would naturally fall to the floor after it ran out of momentum, but it didn't. It reformed, flowing around the buckler gauntlet the mage had, continuing his attack even as Barrett's body was in combat with seemingly the ground itself. He created blades on his legs, reshaping his armor to slice through the dirt so he could keep moving. It wasn't really hard. And breaking, it only lasted momentarily, so keeping his momentum was key. If he allowed himself to be fully entangled he would find things much more difficult. Rio felt the metal start crawling over him. It was an eerie and unpleasant feeling, as it had no obvious source directing it, though presuming the will of the one who threw it as a spear wasn't difficult. But controlling metal wasn't so difficult. He'd picked up the ability from someone captured during the previous war. All it took was some of his energy to redirect the metal into a clump on the ground behind him. However, as soon as he ceased his energy control it leaped forward, grabbing at his leg like a hand. Once more he wrapped his energy around it, and as it crushed his thigh he realized he might have never controlled it to begin with. His body was supported by metal-type energy, and the enemy Grandmaster wasn't even close to him, but he felt his leg crushed as if under a mountain. At that moment, Jareth really needed his support, but Rio could barely form his magic into any comprehensible shape, let alone a worthwhile blast. The only reason he hadn't yet fallen over was because the metal was holding him in place as it moved up to his thigh. The Grand Mistress, who had managed to cultivate both gentle energy and berserk energy that both exactly suited her, struck once more against Jareth's scaled body. As she did so, his chest collapsed and then immediately expanded again. Rio launched an attack but it deflected off of the Grand Mistress' defenses without even a thought, and that was the last of what he could do as his pelvis was crushed and the pain overwhelmed him. With a Grand Mistress on their side and their own numbers, they should have had the advantage, so why Barrett grinned as the remaining masters started to fall apart. One Nilima had dealt with them, he could give her an opening and they could take care of the Grand Mistress. The only problem was, they had already been delayed too much. A few minutes was enough for reinforcements to arrive from either direction along the border, possibly even 3 or 4 locations nearby. And while they could certainly win their current fight, reinforcements would be trouble. The choice was made for Barrett when the entirety of the ground and the barrier next to him coiled around him. The only warning was a wave of mana, which at least let him start moving. He barreled through one side, several meters of dirt and rock, never managing to build up momentum but barely keeping what he had as more and more earth moved. Rocks sharpened into spikes and tried to batter through his armor, and if Barrett gave them the chance they might actually succeed. A mass of berserk energy smashed into the area in front of Barrett, mostly avoiding him. However, that moment freed him up to move, and then he was out of the range of fastest control for the earth magic user. Barrett wished he had time to snatch up the equipment from their fallen enemies, not because he needed it, but because he preferred they didn't have it. Unfortunately, now was the time to retreat. He already sensed others moving in on their location. Perhaps it would have been better if they just ran to begin with, but at least this way anyone following them would have to be cautious. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 463. Behind the pair a rolling wave of earth followed after them, while underneath their feet the ground continuously reached up to try to grab them, or crumbled apart to drop them inside of it. Barrett wondered if they had stumbled across the most difficult person to escape from, or if the Astainsmienia Alliance really had so many people that were excellent for delaying people. It wasn't like they could just ask. When the ground lost its ability to support him, Barrett had to convince it to hold his weight anyway. It was rather difficult to wrest control of just a tiny layer, and half the time he had to rely on Nilima's energy to support himself instead. Unfortunately, it was a bit late to make the decision to kill this Grand Mistress instead. Barrett could sense several Grandmasters coming in from the north, south, somewhere vaguely to the east, and west. Feel that? Barrett asked, slightly shifting his trajectory. Just now. Nilima let an earthen hand propel her into the air, using the force of it trying to grab onto her to escape it. I suppose we made a big enough show of things. Barrett nodded. It was possible to sense other Grandmasters several kilometers away, if they weren't hiding anything, but a battle could greatly increase that distance when large amounts of energy and mana were released. Even a normal battle with many soldiers could be heard from far away. If we're wrong about what side those in front are on, Barrett said, a final burst of speed to kill whoever's in front quickly. I don't want anyone joining up with this earth user. Agreed, Nilima said, but I have a pretty good feeling. A minute of combat to Grandmaster level cultivators was both very long and very short. While an equal fight between two cultivators with great endurance could last many hours, a battle could also be decided in a few moments or even a single blow. If Barrett and Nilima were caught for a handful of seconds, they would find it difficult to escape again before those behind arrived. But they had never worried about losing to just one person with the two of them. Moving towards another cultivator at high speeds meant a handful of kilometers could be covered in a single minute, since the distance was covered effectively twice as fast. As they got closer, Barrett became more confident in their decision until the point they managed to spot a figure through the trees. The sight of a woman whose feet no longer even pretended to touch the ground was quite encouraging to Barrett. The gently fluttering leaves as she passed didn't demonstrate the power of the wind she could produce. Barrett didn't think about what the chances of Reyna being the closest to them at just the right time was. Either it was her, or a very convincing fake, but it would be hard to get just the right feel, and the look of recognition on her face would be hard to fake as their eyes all caught each other. Barrett heard her voice even over hundreds of meters remaining, calm and conversative. The two of you always are getting into trouble, aren't you? I suppose that leaves me to provide some help. In just a few seconds, the scene in front of them changed. While Reyna herself remained on the move, swiftly trailing above the ground, it was the world around her that changed. Nearly instantly the peaceful forested scenery changed into a whirling tornado, but as it wrapped around Barrett and Nilima, the flying stick and leaves and dirt didn't pelt them or get in their eyes, instead supporting their movements. They ran for another 10 or 20 meters into the windstorm, before instantly turning on their heels. With their own enhanced speed, they suddenly impacted with the Grand Mistress trailing behind them. Nilima struck directly, breaking away the barrier of stone and dirt. Barrett's spear struck directly towards her heart, but was deflected by a shield she formed in her hands. The area of earth collapsed around the Grand Mistress, compressing in around her and forming a full suit of armor, a shield, and a hammer. She had clearly decided to make her stand, and with her several companions coming up behind her, Barrett thought it made sense, if she had been fighting any 3 random 7th-tier individuals. Barrett's spear transformed into a lucerne hammer, a cross between a traditional warhammer and spear. Instead of being concerned about meters of dirt and stone being compressed into armor no more than a handful of centimeters thick, Barrett thought it seemed like a good target. He swung widely with all of his might. The Grand Mistress blocked his swing with her shield, but she still sent her staggering back several steps. Barrett had been hoping to break her arm, but he hadn't quite managed it, at least he hadn't heard anything. That didn't mean her arm was unstrained. Her speed enhanced by the winds around them, Nilima charged behind the earth magic user. All finesse was out the window, and Nilima made no attempt to disguise her palm strike straight to the woman's back. As she struck, there was a huge explosion of dust and the woman was sent staggering forwards. To her credit, she kept her stance well enough to strike at Barrett, but he didn't even bother to avoid the attack. He felt a force of several tons of earth striking his ribs, enhanced by the power of magic, but his body withstood it, spreading the force across his armor, and he stopped her momentum. He swung his weapon, striking at her legs with the haft and kicking his leg towards her upper body at the same time. The Grand Mistress staggered to the side, straight into the rapier point of Reyna, who had built up momentum, charging in a straight line. The Grand Mistress' armor cracked from that point, but she managed to avoid being impaled. For the moment, at least. Even so, a moment later 3 attacks struck simultaneously. Reyna's rapier flashed, striking the same point again. Barrett's lucerne hammer came down from above with the force of a small mountain. Nilima just pointed with a single finger, touching close to where the spine would be, through a few centimeters of compacted stone and dirt. The Grand Mistress might have held off against any 1 or 2 of them for some time. Against Reyna alone, she might have lasted indefinitely. Speed hardly mattered if your defenses were impenetrable, and she wouldn't be open to an extremely obvious charge without others being involved. However, she was indeed facing all 3 of them at once, and the winds slowed her while increasing the speed of the others. Each attack was effective enough on its own. The vertical shock to her spine cracked it, the rapier reached her heart, and Nilima's energy wormed its way through her defenses into her body. What resulted was an explosion of dirt and stone, as it was no longer compressed by anything. That same dirt and stone was instantly blown away by the winds, leaving behind only a ruined body. Nilima looked vaguely back the way they came. "All right, now it's 3-on-3 dash." "No," Reyna said, "we can't afford to stay behind and fight more. We need to go." Both Barrett and Nilima sighed. Then Barrett grabbed the body. They didn't exactly have the time to look through her pockets and see what was magical and worth keeping, tossed it into his bag, and the 3 were swept away with Reyna's winds to the west. The gap between them and their pursuers expanded, with the pursuit stopping entirely shortly before they reached the dozen-master squad that had been with Reyna. "Einar said there would be no incidents with me in that patrol position, you know." Reyna nodded. "Spies would have tried to slip past others, but with a Grand Mistress of Wind, it's hard to sneak by." Her eyes looked to Barrett and Nilima. "I see both of you managed to reach 7th tier as well. Not that I expected any less, but congratulations." "Congratulations yourself," Barrett said. "Who would have thought all those years ago we would reach here today?" "Not me," Nilima said. "I just saw a kid who got himself beat up all the time." She shrugged, "and honestly I thought I'd be dead by now. That wasn't ever a plan, but I wasn't exactly careful." "That implies you're careful now," Reyna commented. "I am." Nilima said. That's right, Barrett backed her up. She very specifically avoided killing anyone where we were so we didn't get into conflict with them. Of course, 2 grandmasters still came to try to kill us. While we were still 6th tier. But it wasn't my fault. Nilima grumbled, they were just looking for trouble. Well, yeah. Barrett nodded, they felt threatened, and then they died. With just the 2 of you versus the 2 of them? Reina asked. They nodded. Damn. I should have gotten into a fight with a grandmaster at late 6th tier. That's an achievement I can't get anymore. I wouldn't recommend it, Barrett said. Yeah, Nilima concurred, I could have died. I don't know if Barrett knows how to, though. They don't call us immortal berserkers for nothing. Speaking of which, how are they doing? Barrett looked to Reina. Let's just say they'll be glad to have you back. We need everyone we can get these days. She glanced at Barrett's bag, but at least that's 1 less 7th tier to deal with. Just a few hundred more and we'll have this war under wraps. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 464. Barrett's return to the Immortal Berserker sect was met with excitement but not much explanation. Then it wasn't long before he found himself facing off against Grandmaster Heikel in an arena, which was really just the largest open field they had. Heikel hefted his axe over his shoulder, Sir Jostin won't fight seriously with me. Everyone else outside of the Immortal Berserker is too fragile, and inside the Immortal Berserkers, we're too similar. But you've changed so much since I first started training you, let's make use of this time where we're both in the same tier. Barrett raised an eyebrow, are you that confident about reaching 8th tier, he asked. Let's not worry about that for now. Berserk energy radiated off of him, making the ground tremble slightly. There was no signal to start their match, but they both knew. Heikel's axe swung towards Barrett at the same time as Barrett's spear stabbed towards him. Of course, neither of them would receive a blow so easily. Barrett's body twisted out of the way as the axe came down, and Heikel moved such that his armor properly deflected the blow. Barrett wasn't so foolish to think that just because he matched Heikel in the opening move that he was a match for him. Barrett was still early 7th tier, while Heikel was late 7th tier. Not too far from 8th tier, though actually making that step wasn't necessarily easy. Stone pits started flying immediately. It wasn't as if Heikel didn't already know about that ability of Barrett. Individually they were not much trouble. Heikel could ignore 1, or 2, or even a handful of them, but Barrett employed a dozen of his most tempered stone pits. They were an extra limb he could use to control Heikel's movements. Either he avoided them and found himself dealing with Barrett's spear, or he avoided the spear and was struck by the stone pits. While they wouldn't easily break through Heikel's armor, small dents would build up over time, especially if there were a dozen at once. The impact could also send him staggering even if he was ready for it. It wasn't that Barrett found it easy on his side to deal with just 1 axe. It moved so swiftly that he had to contort his body in all sorts of new ways to avoid getting hit, and that wasn't even enough. Berserk energy extended from the blade and even off to the sides. A small bit of it wouldn't do much to Barrett's living metal armor, but nothing about what Heikel did was small. Barrett found his armor rent and torn just from the passage of the weapon, and before it could repair there was another swing. Berserk energy forced its way through any opening and into his body. Barrett certainly had resistance to berserk energy, but it wasn't as if he could completely ignore it. The relentless string of attacks was forcing Barrett back. He wasn't completely helpless, but he felt the difference in training. He could recover as quickly as he took damage, either his armor or himself. It seemed that 1,000,000 was just too small of a number. When he finally damaged Heikel's armor enough to break through, turning his spear into a halberd as he swung it to the side, even as he withdrew his axe he saw the wound healing. While they were technically the same tier at the moment, Heikel still healed almost 10 times as fast as him. Wounds weren't meaningless because they still required stamina to recover, but unlike more normal healing rates, a wound on an Immortal Berserker was a flat expenditure of stamina instead of constantly making them worse as the battle progressed. At least the damage to Heikel's armor stuck. Barrett felt more than saw the horizontal sweep coming. His body bent backwards, his armor molding to the change in his body. At the same time he took the chance to counter with a kick towards Heikel's breastplate, forming spikes on his armor for the attack. Normally they just stood out as targets that could be broken off, but as temporary weapons they were quite useful. A few drops of blood and a hole in the armor were what he achieved in exchange for a thin layer of his breastplate being shaved off. Barrett sighed. He had been trying to control the air around Heikel to make it more difficult for him to breathe, and tire him out, but Heikel unconsciously threw out enough berserk energy to break the control around him. At least Barrett knew he wasn't losing to just any grandmaster. He'd found that sort of area control to be very important for all of the best ones. Of course, Heikel had trained him. It had always been obvious he wasn't just another cultivator. Heikel's axe impacted one of Barrett's stone pits. It merely knocked it a dozen meters away, only the most durable ones had been picked for this particular battle. Barrett didn't want to lose any for just a match, and he didn't want Heikel to feel like he had to hold back either. It was clear he wasn't, though Barrett actually was slightly regretting that. Then there was an opening. Heikel's axe came down, brushing past Barrett and raking him with berserk energy, but then it sunk into the ground. It likely wouldn't be hard to pull out, but it was a bad position. That let Barrett take the chance on a powerful swing, transforming his weapon into a warhammer. The weight at the head provided it sufficient momentum for the spike to pierce through the armor right into Heikel's heart. Then, impossibly without a chance to change grips, Heikel's axe came back up towards Barrett, slicing through his breastplate and deep into his torso. He only just barely managed to pull his head back and fortify himself somewhat. The residual energy after the cut sent him flying 100 meters away, and he found himself lying on his back trying to figure out which of his organs were working. It wasn't as many as he would have liked, and by the time he neutralized the berserk energy and gave them a chance to heal, Heikel had been standing over him for a few seconds at least. "You didn't think I forgot how to use pure body tempering, right, Barrett? It's not that hard to swing your arm the wrong way." Barrett's mouth hung open in something vaguely resembling a tired grin. That was what he got for encouraging Heikel to keep up that training. After the two people put themselves back together and Heikel sent his armor off for repairs, they sat down for a talk. "What's been happening here while I was gone?" Barrett asked. Heikel frowned. Zhubin also tried to break through to 8th tier. Except unlike Nur, he didn't even survive. He sighed, "Nobody's sure if it's a problem with the Immortal Berserker style, or just nobody has been good enough. There's not exactly a lot of guidance about experiences at the Grandmaster level. In fact, it's not even sure if the founders ever reached 8th tier themselves." "I don't think it's a flaw in the technique," Barrett shook his head. "That's just the way things are, right? Great danger, but the ability to grow stronger. It's possible they were missing something, or were unlucky, but how many 8th-tier people are there, really? In Streeto, in the world?" "The whole world. Well, given your recent adventures I imagine you have a better sense of how large it can be." "But Streeto. Sir Jostin is the only confirmed 8th tier here. I suspect there are a few more, especially during these times people are willing to make the attempt even if they're not confident. Outside of Streeto," Heikel shook his head, "the Convocation of Souls probably has one. Maybe another one or two in Smyenia. I'm not sure about the Ostane Empire, but the Emperor himself at least is certainly 8th tier. Even if he wasn't when the rumors first emerged, it's been many decades since and something would have happened if he died." "Well," Barrett tilted his head, "just don't be too eager to try to join an exclusive handful of people. You taught me better than that, but you also rushed into 7th tier. Which I do appreciate, by the way." "You'd better," Heikel grinned. "Anyway, the other grandmasters are quite reasonably concerned about making the attempt. It would be better to have them around at 7th tier, and clearly it's not easy. But if in a few years, if I'm confident, I'm going to make the attempt. If this war hasn't already ended in everyone dying, anyway. That, probably won't happen, right?" Heikel shrugged. Who knows? But with 8 tiers involved, things get hard to know. You remember the tornado planes, of course. Perhaps those two were 9th tiers, but nobody's sure. Grandmaster level souls are quite different. Barrett nodded. While he wouldn't have said the tornado planes had been particularly dangerous, as danger zones went, anyway, it was merely the remnants of a long-dead grandmaster of some sort. Barrett seriously doubted he'd be capable of maintaining a tornado for a few hundred years, dead or not. Or, well, anything he could actually do in the first place. But he could feel how much potential there was for grandmasters, and in a cultivator war, everyone dying wasn't as crazy as it sounded. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 465. Aunher looked at his best and most successful student. Barrett had already reached Grandmaster now, not that Aunher really doubted him. While Aunher found himself given a lot of credit, he honestly felt like he merely pushed Barrett off the cliff of pure body tempering and then Barrett figured it out himself. Now the kid's techniques barely resembled anything Aunher himself would do. Their differences started with their fighting style and continued from there. He was looking forward to seeing what new strange thing Barrett had gotten up to. The spear wasn't anything new. While Aunher himself didn't use a weapon, it wasn't that pure body temperers couldn't. Aunher just happened to be the traditional sort that preferred attacking directly with his own body. Stone pits flying all around and disturbing his movements. If that was all Barrett had still, Aunher would be disappointed. He still had plenty of room to dodge, even if that sometimes involved flexing his body in impossible ways. There were even openings for him to counterattack. His fist struck Barrett's chest. There was some fancy armor there, but that wasn't important. His fist still cracked a rib, with the force of his entire body behind it carefully concentrated. There was an odd sensation as he pulled away, but he felt no harm. Well, maybe his knuckles were slightly sore. He had to pull out some extra tricks when the spear suddenly developed axe blades at seemingly random points along its length. Even with his best dodging and fortifying his body, he did end up with a slash across the back of his left forearm. In the past, he'd been used to his body being old. Heavy breathing after only a short exchange of a minute or two wasn't strange, but he wasn't old anymore. At some point his age might catch back up to him, but for the moment he shouldn't be breathing heavily. What was this? The air just didn't want to go into his lungs. It required serious intent to take a breath to get anything. Barrett had to be the one doing that, but he couldn't understand how. Aunher didn't sense any magic or energy. Could pure body tempering really? Aunher shook his head. There was no way he would be able to puzzle it out in battle. As long as he forced the air into his lungs, he could breathe just fine. It took a bit of effort, but controlling his body to manually breathe harder wasn't really a difficult thing for a pure body temperer. He continued moving, taking openings where he could find them, until Barrett overextended his spear. Aunher knew he could sweep it in any direction, but if Aunher himself moved down and like so, there was a clear opening in Barrett's side. His upper body bent down to below Barrett's waist, but he twisted so his right leg came up. A terrible kicking position, but this fight had long gone beyond people standing in proper form. His leg connected with force from all around his body, connecting with a tremendous sound that blocked out all other noise for a second. Then he realized his mistake. While Aunher might have indeed broken a half-dozen ribs with his strike, he'd fallen into a trap. His leg was instantly covered in Barrett's armor, which practically leaped off his body and worked its way around Aunher. He had a few ideas how he might get out, but he really didn't want to have to try them and deal with the spikes that were threatening to form. "All right, I surrender. You got me." Barrett might not have minded healing up from serious injuries, but Aunher himself preferred to not have to. The wounds he already had were bad enough, though he had to admit at least it was nice not to worry about crippling injuries anymore. "The only reason you lost," Barrett consoled Aunher, "was because it was a spar. Some of your attacks could have been potential killing blows. Only if I was willing to risk my own life. Though that's how real combat goes." Aunher shrugged, "I don't mind just matching you at this point. Recovering from a setback of a couple tens of years doesn't often happen to cultivators. But your style. I'd heard a few things from Reyna, of course, but that was before. Almher paused, trying to think of how to ask his question. If that's pure body tempering, is the air really part of you? That metal? I know it didn't move like that before. Well, that's it, Barrett nodded. Anything can be me. Almher sighed. I don't see how there could be a logic behind that. How to explain? Barrett picked up a rock. Could you make this rock a part of you? No. How about that apple? Well, I suppose so. I could eat it. Barrett nodded. What about the air in your lungs? Is that part of you? Some of it, at least, Almher nodded. I think I'm starting to get your idea. And I absolutely won't be attempting any of that. Though I assumed I would be able to tell when something around me was being affected. I probably could have prevented your control over the air if I felt it earlier. Barrett nodded. Even if it's not part of you, you could assert that it's not part of me, or however you do aura. Mostly I just punch away other people's control. Makes sense, Barrett said. And it did, though maybe only to the two of them. Barrett would have loved to have a chance to spar with Sir Jostin, but as expected the only known 8th-tier cultivator in Streeto and one of the leading political figures was quite busy. Well, Heikel said he wouldn't fight seriously anyway, so there wasn't much point. Streeto needed all of the support it could get, especially with border patrols. They didn't want to let enemies slip past their borders, and manpower was lower than normal. That was because while many cultivators came to Streeto and moved through it, now that there was a looming threat, many of the roaming cultivators chose to stay away. However, an equally large number chose to stand with Streeto, not necessarily because they cared about the city but because they were being paid, or possibly because they were concerned about the actions of the Ostane Empire or Smyrna. Barrett was glad to know that the Grandmaster from Agloni with the unicorn Vasco Chino stood with them against Smyrna. Well, mostly the Convocation of Souls, but while those weren't quite the same thing, it was close enough at the current time. In fact, most of Agloni was very concerned with the conflict and its potential results. While the city-state itself didn't officially join with Streeto, many of their cultivators offered their services. Streeto's rules had to bend some in times of crisis, but there had already been sufficient time to review things like why necromancy and curses weren't allowed to be studied. No undead were allowed in or around the city, but as long as nobody was harmed formally banned magical practices were allowed. Streeto had previously let assassins live inside their walls, and Barrett was glad that they'd finally managed to transition to something that cared more about what people actually did than whether or not their style sounded scary. Still, even with support from Agloni, more patrols were needed. Barrett found himself on one of those. His was sort of an odd case, because normally having a Grandmaster with a patrol advertised them, working more to scare off people approaching than to catch them. It wasn't that people couldn't tell Barrett was a Grandmaster, but they had to be specifically looking instead of just passively feeling the energy or magic signatures he gave off. That made his patrol bait. Not himself, really, but all of the people with him. If there was a group who thought they could take out a dozen masters since they didn't have a Grandmaster with them, once they got close they would be in for a nasty surprise. Not that they would necessarily get close. The patrol was made up of a combination of those from the Order of Four Winds and archers trained by Lavender, who Barrett was quite familiar with. Her style actually managed to keep threatening at long ranges, even though magic and energy fell off with distance. With some allies who could control the winds, they would be even more of a threat, either enhancing their own attacks or defending them from enemies. As for Barrett himself, he realized he finally had a bow that would stand up to him. He couldn't say he was an accomplished archer, but at least he wouldn't break his bow or have to change it out for a new one as he got stronger. He'd moved past the point of having berserk energy, which was the biggest problem, but he still really hadn't much cause to do much archery. Still, to fit in with the current group it made sense. As for his bow, of course it would be living metal. With the ability to change its properties, it could be a bow that flexed just how he wanted with a string that had the right properties as well, and if he somehow did break it, fixing it was trivial. He would have loved to use living metal arrows as well, but he decided he should use a more typical complement of arrows to prevent losing any. It wouldn't be that good at a long distance, until he got better at that. As for actually learning archery, as a physical skill it wasn't hard for a grandmaster of pure body tempering to quickly reach a reasonable level of competence. Saying he was a great archer would certainly be a stretch, but that wasn't really his job. He was to be there to help wear down enemy forces when they thought they had the advantage. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 466. Each day after their patrol there was a time reserved for practice. During that time, Barrett had many chances to observe archery, including his own. There were difficulties and drawbacks to every form of combat, but archery had one of the biggest problems, for those with the eyes to see it. Due to the very construction of a bow, arrows had to bend around the shaft to strike towards their target. That led to the arrows vibrating in a very significant wobble. Stiffer arrows didn't solve the problem. In that case they didn't properly bend around the bow and wouldn't go in the intended direction. In fact, even with the wobble an arrow could still be right on target. It was something that could be made up for with skill for the most part. Different construction changed it. Crossbows had a less pronounced wobble, but there was still friction between projectile and weapon. Throwing a free javelin or spear also had the same problem. In fact, every weapon had something like that, but it was most pronounced with long weapons trying to move point first towards something. For a melee weapon, it was more possible to correct the timing or aim depending on the exact moment it would reach an opponent. The same was true for an arrow or something at range, but that took energy or magic, more with more distance. This was why most archers didn't go far. Adjusting an arrow's trajectory was necessary at the master level or later, but it consumed more energy or mana than someone up close. The same was partly true of pure magic. The advantage of potentially killing or injuring someone at range made up for it, but for archery in specific, arrows were easily destroyed, and either they would not be of particularly good materials or the archer would not have enough of them. There was something more about the archery training though. First, controlling breathing was important. Any slight movement at the moment of launch would greatly affect a shot arrow. Instruction often mentioned visualizing the arrow hitting the target. Barrett did so, and while he had obtained a reasonable level of proficiency quickly, at much further ranges or more tricky shots like through changing wind, he ran into problems. His aim could only account for so much. But, it wasn't like he couldn't do something about that. As the arrow left his bow, both string and bow shaft itself made out of living metal at different flexibilities, he went with it. This arrow was part of him. It wobbled too much, wasting energy and creating more friction. Wind blew against it. It started to move off course, but it turned slightly, pushing through the winds, holding itself straight. Barrett struck the target. All of the others could hit the same target 200 meters away, through basically any obstacles, but it said more that he was with a group of skilled archery masters than that Barrett wasn't a good archer. Well, he certainly wasn't grandmaster level. The other archers achieved the same results with energy and magic. That made sense, of course. But Barrett watched hundreds of arrows shot every day, sometimes thousands. On some of them, it just didn't seem right. Sometimes there was little or no guidance from energy or magic, and the arrows still reduced their wobbling, increased in speed or just maintained it, and slightly adjusted the trajectory. It seemed that archers, at least these archers, subconsciously used pure body tempering techniques. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe any physical actions by warriors would have the same, people unknowingly pulling out just a little bit more they couldn't do with the way their body was or their stores of energy. It was likely Barrett just hadn't been able to observe everything that closely, and perhaps it wasn't everyone. But it made sense. People talked about being one with their weapons all the time. It was basically metaphor, though for Barrett it was more or less literal. He considered trying to teach them more pure body tempering, but he honestly didn't know what he would do. They were either doing it and improving it, or they weren't. There was no need to mess with anyone else's techniques, but he could certainly see what they did and adjust his own. Barrett found he emphasized removing the wobble on his arrows too much. The arrows still flew straight. If he focused on changing anything too much too early, he might over-adjust and have to spend more effort further on. He trained archery to vaguely blend in with the rest. He could throw a little bit of magic on his arrows and few people would bother to look into him until they got too close. Not that they'd had any encounters in their few weeks so far. However, it wasn't the only thing he trained. He continued his general training, of course, strengthening his muscles and toughening his body. It was slow progress, rather. He probably gained more muscle power in a year than a beginning cultivator did in their first few years, but it wasn't very much proportionately. Going from first to second tier was about 3 years, and from 7th to 8th, 35 or so at the earliest. In theory, of course, because very few grandmasters even made it to the next step. Throughout Streeto there were hundreds of grandmasters, and one known 8th tier. Maybe a few were keeping secret, but that still meant less than 1 in 100. On the other hand, most grandmasters were older, but in Barrett's generation there were a lot of very exceptional people. It was possible it was just the times that made it necessary for them to be so, but regardless Barrett was one of many with fairly smooth paths of cultivation. Except for all the times they nearly died, but at least they progressed quickly. The point being, they had little trouble with in terms of progression or breakthroughs. Archery was a fine enough thing to train, but Barrett considered something that would fit him more. Slings had similar lack of popularity as other ranged weapons. It required precious ammunition and redirection and all of those things. Plus a good sling. However, Barrett had that covered pretty well. He'd already been carrying around rocks for decades. They weren't going to ever become useless, since they grew with him. As for a sling, normally it was strings and leather, but living metal worked just fine. Not on his first attempt, or his second, or third or fourth, but eventually he found the right levels of stiffness for the string and pouch. Redirecting arrows with pure body tempering was all well and good, but doing the same with his stone pits was much easier. Years of familiarity wasn't for nothing. The sling was much better than using his own arm, with the ability to build up as much momentum as he needed, more length, and a better shape. While he could spin his arm around in its socket, having something dedicated for the task was much better. Before he could freely manipulate the living metal he hadn't seriously considered it, when it took minutes to reform a weapon. The sling itself needed to be pretty precise for optimum effect. He found that, his body worked in sync as his arms and the sling and even the stone pits. All of them were him, and then he was a quickly rocketing stone pit. They could build up several times the power he could by just throwing, and that meant they could go further, and even at close range it was better. Up until melee range, but he already had that quite handled. There was still a problem at a distance. It took more stamina to control the stone pits at range, just like energy or magic would. But should it? Probably. Did it have to? Barrett wasn't as sure about that one. Because it wasn't far from him. It was him. He'd had some simple success with very long-distance pure body tempering, but there was something different about killing a third tier with something set up to cause maximum damage and smoothly controlling something. Even his small movements there had used up more stamina than he thought, but that didn't mean it had to be that inefficient. Perhaps it would always be more costly. Pure body tempering could only break the rules so much. The same was true for energy or magic. There were still further underlying rules they followed, and consumption of power was one. Still, efficiency could always be improved. Barrett doubted he'd be winning a ranged duel with Lavender anytime in the near future, but he had some options for extending his range more. Or maybe instead of extending his range he was extending himself to cover a larger area. That would have once been a silly thought, but it didn't seem that way anymore. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 467. As a border patrol, it was important to keep ready for battle at all times, constantly sensing for enemies. While it might be possible to fall back to the defense of allies, if caught off guard there might not be that chance. At the current moment, Barrett didn't sense anything. Enemies are nearby, he confidently declared. "I don't sense anything," answered the leader of the archers, John. "Neither do I," said Rosa, the head representative of the Order of Four Winds. "I wouldn't expect you to. The ground doesn't even tremble at their approach." "That's how I know," Barrett nodded to himself. "They hid their approach, and their magic hiding their approach, but they didn't hide their control over the ground itself." "I'm not sure how that makes sense," John said, "but I'm not the Grandmaster here. What's the plan?" Barrett looked around the hilly terrain. "We'll lead them into that valley and to the top of that ridge. I do believe they're moving under the earth, but the soil thins out there and I'll have a chance to reveal some of them. You'll have to do your best with those I can't." John nodded. "It's not too odd for scouts to climb a ridge either. We'll do our best to pretend to be unaware." Rosa agreed, and the squad started to move through the valley to the ridge. He left some stone pits carved with runes to turn them into talismans at the entrance to the valley. Then Barrett brought himself about halfway up the ridge. He could certainly make better use of his ranged abilities from the top of the ridge, but if the enemies were buried underground like he presumed, it wouldn't be so easy to target them. Still, a meter or two of topsoil wasn't an impenetrable barrier for master-tier archers. Just an inconvenience. Barrett buried himself in the ground, about a meter of topsoil above his head. He exerted no further control over the area around himself, and in fact didn't even restrict control of it. If he could sense that, others could as well, especially earth magic users. They had a different feeling than the ones from before, but that didn't mean they couldn't sense something. However, Barrett wasn't just buried in the dirt. He was the dirt. That was what he was convincing himself. He wasn't sure if it would convince anyone looking for threats, but if everything went wrong, he could at least run away. It spoke quite well to the skills of their enemies that Barrett didn't sense anyone in particular until they were within 100 meters. He was specifically looking in the direction they were coming from and completely focused there, and they were practically on top of him before he picked any out. In fact, they could have gotten closer except for one thing: they were carrying others with them. There were pairs of earth magic users seemingly strolling under the earth, pulling along with them those that felt quite different. Like magic, but not earth magic. It felt of darkness instead of stone, debilitation instead of nature, but they also radiated cutting energy which indicated some martial ability in addition to what Barrett supposed was curse magic. So far, he had sensed only 6th and 5th tier masters. For a squad sneaking over the border, they had to be that. Their numbers were somewhat of a problem. As they approached, Barrett felt a full 2 squads of a dozen, unlike their own group which were half squads of duelists and archers. A 2-to-1 numbers advantage and potential surprise was indeed a reasonable advantage to warrant an attack. But they hadn't sensed him yet. They got closer and closer, and Barrett continued to be one with the earth. He considered trying to let the front ranks pass him, attacking their rear lines, but that wouldn't indicate their location as early as he wanted to, and he wasn't sure if they would really go right past. Even if he felt like very little, with a dozen or 2 people with a chance to sense him, it was a risk. Instead, Barrett decided to go for the pair at the front. His choice was vindicated when they got close. The leading pair sensed him just as they were within arm's reach. They were already prepared for battle, so they weren't without defenses. The earth magic user in front was able to distribute the force of Barrett's upward slicing halberd, sending the 2 of them flying out of the topsoil and into the air instead of slicing both in half. Though he hadn't given any signal, a half-dozen arrows instantly flew towards the pair who were still reorienting themselves a dozen meters in the air. Earth magic dampened the effect of the arrows and the curse warrior sliced one in half with his sword. However, the arrows still found purchase, not managing to kill either of the pair but breaking through defenses enough to cause actual wounds. At that moment, Barrett's position instantly was revealed, and he started darting his way through the topsoil towards the next group. Now with targets, those atop the ridge started firing arrows, enhanced by the speed of the wind. The whole area was suddenly filled with one cohesive dust devil, pulling away at the topsoil to try to reveal buried enemies, even as arrows found small purchase through the ground. As Barrett started slicing into those near him, forcing them to leave their underground positions or risk directly blocking his attacks, 12.5 responses targeted him. The half of the Earth magic users who weren't being forced to actively defend themselves focused the efforts they weren't using for movement through the ground to squeeze the soil around Barrett, and all of the curse users launched attacks towards Barrett. As the curses streamed towards Barrett, he wrestled himself through the crushing ground to the surface so he could move more freely, then sliced his weapon around him in an arc. Curses, of course, were intangible magic, and something he'd long learned to combat directly with his body. That included his living metal weapon and armor. In fact, his soul was distributed throughout many different places, and they were all valid targets to lay a curse on him. If an enemy could manage to actually break through his defenses, lingering traces of curses lay heavily on his halberd, but they couldn't latch on securely as Barrett continued to swing his weapon. One of the curse warriors was brought to the surface by his companion, and he swung a large curved blade towards Barrett. The skill was reasonable enough, and the grasping ground made his movements more awkward, but for his opponent to have a chance the curse would have needed to lay hold in full. Barrett's halberd swept across his opponent's chest, slicing through the torso, while the large falchion only barely sliced into his own armor. Not bad considering he fortified it at the point of impact, but not good enough. Half of the enemies remained focused on Barrett, and the other half concentrated on those at the top of the ridge. Barrett felt the ground shaking as combined magical forces of masters worked together in trained harmony, and he felt curse attacks leading ahead of warriors moving uphill. Barrett had made simple talismans for each of those in the squad, but they weren't able to defend against the full force of a 5th or 6th tier master. However, the effect of the curses were lessened for those who hadn't been able to protect themselves, and negated for those who had some curse blocking skills of their own. Barrett grinned inside his helmet. They'd certainly recognized him as strong, and a dozen masters could easily destroy pretty much any 6th tier and even many grandmasters, but with some 5th tier masters mixed in they only came out to about 3 times the total power of Barrett. That sounded like an advantage, but no matter how coordinated they weren't a single person. If Barrett chose to face them all directly, forcing his way through their most prepared defenses, he would certainly exhaust himself before they all died. The same would likely happen if he met all their attacks head-on. But he didn't train his toughness for nothing. Every little bit of extra power they had to use to injure him added up, and a graze might do no significant damage at all. A gash a handful of centimeters long healed up in a few moments, and that was about the limit of what magically propelled stone blades and swords could do to him without going all out. By the time they realized they had to attack with full force, holding little back for defense, Barrett had already taken out an earth magic user and another warrior. Nobody wanted to be the first to gather their strength for an attack and leave themselves open. Meanwhile, atop the ridge the ground continued to shake and tremble, and then it cracked apart entirely. The tumbling rocks found their way around the charging warriors, but it didn't bring with it the expected tumbling duelists or archers. Instead, each duelist held an archer above the moving ground, floating peacefully as the ground tore itself away then settling back down. The loss of the top of the ridge meant that they had to drop a few meters from their hovering positions, but to master-tier cultivators that was insignificant. The curse warriors who reached melee range found themselves bombarded with slashes and stabs from blades, after already having to fight their way through a continuous hail of arrows. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 468. The earth magic users clearly had techniques for combining their efforts efficiently. Even for a handful of masters, tearing down a ridge was not an easy task. Though it was ultimately ineffective, they quickly transitioned to forming weapons out of the rock beneath the topsoil, forcing the duelists and archers to have to avoid their attacks as they landed. The curse warriors moved together to attack, but they were pelted by arrows then intercepted by the duelists. Even avoiding the spikes of stone and flying rocks, the duelists had sufficient maneuverability to still make attacks of their own, and that was where the difference between themselves and the other melee combatants came into view. The curse warriors could weaken their opponents and keep out of each other's way. If they had an advantage in numbers, they could have coordinated attacks. However, The duelists from the Order of Four Winds created one large whirlwind which slowed their enemies and enhanced their own attacks. They did better than not just interfering, achieving greater effects than just the sum of their parts. Not all curses were the same. Most weren't willing to expend a part of themselves to make someone's life constant trouble, like had happened to Barrett long in the past. Instead, a temporary weakening was good enough, especially if it led to killing the opponent. As several rapiers stabbed into one of the curse warriors at the same time and he died, his curse rapidly faded, leaving one unhindered duelist as well as a numbers advantage on their side. Without the hindrance of a curse weighing him down, the warriors were less effective against him. It wasn't that they were incompetent, but one generally didn't expect an ephemeral attack like a curse to be sliced in half with no effect on the opponent. Barrett's defenses were so strong they would have to open themselves to a possible counter if they gathered the energy to attack him, and their hesitation to risk themselves led to him taking out another warrior and then disrupting the group of magic users. He ran through their ranks, sweeping his weapons towards them and sending some of them flying. Either way, they were all delayed for a few precious moments, which allowed the numbers of warriors uphill to be reduced to a mere 3. 3 warriors versus 6 duelists, and 6 archers. That situation only lasted for a moment before the curse warriors turned and ran. It was possible they could have killed 1 or 2 of the injured duelists or combined their efforts to kill an archer, but that came with certain death. As they split their abilities between retreat and defense, they could hold out against a barrage of attacks for some time. With the sudden retreat of their front ranks, leaving the archers all open to attack the enemies down below, the rest also began a retreat. They had thought this group would be easy prey, but an unexpected Grandmaster had thrown a wrench in their plans. Barrett didn't chase after the group, he didn't want to subject himself to the attacks of the remaining warriors and all of the mages at once. However, he didn't just let them leave either. Half of his weapon melted into his armor just to get out of the way, while the other half formed into a sling. A stone pit quickly slipped into the pouch, and he began spinning it around. The string and pouch and pit were all part of him. It wasn't just his body that imparted momentum through motion, but he also accelerated each individual part. Retreating might have been the best option, but if Barrett didn't have to worry about defending himself at all. The stone pit was released at the best time, where all its momentum pointed forward towards the retreating enemies. They already had to fight against the winds from the Order of Four Winds and defend themselves against arrows. The stone pit was a very dangerous addition to their situation. A half-dozen mages formed a solid wall of earth and stone several meters thick. They seemed to have realized they needed to keep it secured. If they had let their control lapse, it would have merely allowed the stone pit through. As it was, it still shattered its way through the wall, flying at an inescapable speed towards one of the mages. Dodging did no good, the momentum could be redirected in flight. An entire torso was removed from being in a moment, and the next mage behind the unfortunate soul barely managed to use his magic to deflect the remaining momentum, ending up with a shattered arm for his efforts. The retreating squads took the most direct route out of the valley to escape, and the archers and duelists were falling behind their retreat, though the archers were certainly not out of their effective range yet. Their arrows broke through or twisted their way around various defenses, injuring some and killing a few more. Then there was suddenly a barrier blocking off their retreat. Barrett's magic wasn't so strong he could normally prevent a dozen masters from breaking through a barrier, but he had more than a single day's worth of magical energy stored in his talisman stone pits. They were already more efficient defenses, or otherwise it wouldn't have been worth the effort to set up something that would only equal what could be done spontaneously. The barrier wasn't so large that it couldn't be gone around, but a few moments of delay allowed Barrett another 2 volleys of stone pits which killed 1 each, and arrows punctured a few more mages, bringing them down. The brief delay also allowed the duelists to catch up without risking themselves by unbalancing their energy toward speed. It was only a few more moments before the remaining enemies were killed. As the squad bound their wounds, Barrett took stock of the situation. Killing 24 masters was quite an important accomplishment, but this squad going missing would make the enemy armies more careful in the future. Unfortunately, Grandmasters were the most important parts, and there had been some risk to himself in their endeavor. But if there weren't risks, it was hard to achieve results. Though they had great success here, Barrett knew that elsewhere there would be losses on their side. Just because he hadn't yet run into the most talented grandmasters from either Smyrna or the Astane Empire didn't mean they didn't exist. They most certainly did, and they would be causing trouble elsewhere. Nilima focused on the distance, sensing for slight changes in energy that indicated cultivators trying to conceal themselves. No matter how much they tried, they would add or subtract from the natural energy in the area. Even magic cultivators disturbed the energy, and the few pure body temperers she knew had a slightly different effect. Aunher was hard to sense because he let the energy flow through him, but it still slightly changed. Barrett just made himself feel like part of the natural terrain, but if she kept her eyes out for something that fit perfectly but was also shaped like a person, she could usually pick him out. Not that she expected to find many pure body temperers. Nilima was pretty sure they were the only two Grandmaster-level pure body temperers from Streeto, and so the enemy alliance wouldn't have more than a couple as well, if any. Her senses brushed over her squad, and she wondered why she was given a leadership position. Nilima had to admit that she was much more qualified for the position than she used to be, but less reckless wasn't exactly a glowing recommendation. People just wanted grandmasters to lead everything. Then again, Nilima supposed she wasn't exactly one for following orders either. Einar made more sense. He led his squads to fights they would win overwhelmingly, even though it seemed like they should have been at a disadvantage. Barrett had the initiative to be able to protect his squad. She could tell her squad to handle themselves. One grandmaster. Off by themselves. Nilima nearly jumped at the chance to take them out. She wasn't really one for accolades or even the more tangible rewards for taking out enemy combatants. Instead, she wanted to continue to improve herself through fighting, and if Streeto was protected as a result of that, she certainly wouldn't complain. It was a nice place to stop by regularly. Nilima was ready to jump at this opportunity to fight, but it felt awfully suspicious. "We'll approach that way, slowly." She gestured to her squad and moved ahead of them. She readied herself for battle, letting a bit of berserk energy slip out. As they approached, it was clear the Grandmaster had noticed them, the way their own energy fluctuated on a small level, ready to act. The same was true of the others in hiding. Just one other Grandmaster, but more than a full squad of masters. Maybe they could fight them, but not in their chosen terrain. Nilima diverted her squad around the area. At least she'd managed to avoid a serious mistake, but she was disappointed she couldn't bring home a victory. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 469. Smyrna and the Astane Empire started to push closer to Streeto, squeezing their line closer and gathering into larger groups. There were skirmishes and some larger battles, but the warriors of Streeto were content to fall back instead of ending up in a disadvantageous situation. Barrett looked around his room at the Immortal Berserker sect. He hadn't bothered to request a larger one upon becoming a master or grandmaster, it was merely for sleeping in for the most part anyway. If he needed more room, he would be out training in their facilities, at least, that was how things had been. Now he took one final look. The bed wasn't worth saving, or any of the furniture really. No point in taking it with him when he could take something more important. Those important things were stone pits and vitality pears, among other things. Perhaps the approaching armies would leave the gardens intact, hoping to use them later, but any harvestable resources should be taken immediately regardless of whether they would be destroyed or not. Barrett presumed that the vitality pears would be destroyed accidentally, unless they were chanced upon by someone who knew what they were. They would quickly shrivel under the effect of magic or energy, losing all potency. Since that was basically every cultivator, the chances were high. It was unpleasant to abandon the sect, but it couldn't withstand a siege from either the forces of Smyrna or the Astane Empire. Streeto couldn't reasonably do anything to stop them. The defenses of the Immortal Berserker sect were enough to handle enemies of the same caliber, but not an entire nation. It was better to take everything valuable and leave. The land itself wasn't important anyway, though the resources that went into the buildings would be a regrettable loss. That said, their destruction wasn't exactly inevitable. If the enemy forces thought they would win the war, they would keep what they could intact. Everyone was gathering in Stredo. While it was indeed possible for the city to be sieged, perhaps starved out eventually, before they got to that point they would likely launch a sortie. In addition to that, it wasn't necessarily the case that the Smyrna-Astane alliance could afford to field their troops for another few months or years without any gains. They couldn't exactly hold back their forces if they wanted to threaten Stredo, and a significant time without their strongest cultivators in their lands, that left them open to any number of things. Rebellion or attack by other enemies were possible. Especially the most recently conquered countries weren't necessarily supportive of the Astane Empire. Beyond that, there were still wild beasts and disasters that required cultivators to deal with them. There would be some amount in reserve, but certainly not the normal plenitude of cultivators they were used to. In addition, while cultivators with magic bags could carry enough rations for a long time, they were used to good food. That either meant unhappy cultivators or long supply lines that could be attacked. Either way, Barrett found it more likely they would seek to resolve the conflict quickly. If they'd found some way to sabotage Stredo's walls, for example, he'd only stopped one attempt. There could have been more, though Stredo had been doing its best to root out spies. Barrett looked back towards the Immortal Berserker sect. It might be the last time he saw it, but did that matter? He turned back forward, and saw the Immortal Berserker sect there as well. All of the friends he'd made, his masters and students and allies, they were the ones that mattered. It was a funny thought that Stredo would barely even notice an extra 10 or 15,000 people within its walls, filling up some of those buildings that stretched to the sky and covered the horizon. The Grand Council of Stredo met in a large chamber. Though the city housed more than 10 million individuals, the Grand Council was only made up of a few hundred. However, they represented as many of the interests throughout the city as they could. That included every Grand Master, though for the most part an individual group had only one of their members involved in speaking. However, a more recent addition the past decades had been those involved in more mundane matters than just cultivation. In addition, it wasn't like all cultivators became Grandmasters. Sir Jostin, the only known 8-tier Grandmaster in Stredo, was the arbiter of the discussions. This is the final opportunity for those who wish to leave Stredo to be on their way. We will not force anyone to fight for us, but be aware you will not be welcome to partake in our future prosperity if you leave. As for any of those who are swayed by the words of the Smyrna-Astane alliance, I would like to remind you that you won't experience as many freedoms under their rule, and any prosperity will go to the Emperor. If any of you were content licking the boots of another to survive, you would have already gone, but sometimes people forget. We have great walls here, and forces to match theirs, with the defensive advantage. If the future seems uncertain at the current time, perhaps it is best to ask the experts. If you would. Einar stepped forward. Ismini was technically the highest-ranked fourth Aesir, but Einar had a certain talent, especially in separating his limited personal feelings from any visions he saw. A future with so many people and cultivators is constantly fluctuating. Nothing can be wholly certain, but I bring to you what I see. His face went blank, his vertical third and fourth eyes appearing, creating the strange cross-shaped pattern of eyes fourth Aesirs were known for. The armies of the enemy approach. They lack patience, and are propelled by a great force behind them. They will fight against our walls, giving us great advantage, sooner, rather than later. I have fought with our forces against theirs, and I know each well. They are strong, but we are stronger and united. I can see no future for Stredo except victory. Einar was pelted with many questions, asking for times, dates, individual fates. He carefully deflected all of them but did his best to assuage any concerns. Now then, Sir Jostin eventually returned attention to himself. Our next order of business is how to best make use of those inside our walls who cannot contribute to battle. I am sure most of you already know Rylan. He has many talents in coordinating people. Though he is most known for his charity efforts, He has likewise helped workers organize themselves to be more efficient in their labor and consequently more content with their work. He has the best understanding of how they can assist us. While Rylan was up and talking, Barrett found his way over to next to Einar, and just looked at him. What? Einar raised an eyebrow. Do I have something on my face? I just thought, Barrett very carefully made it so his voice wouldn't travel and his lips couldn't be read, that you weren't the type to lie to people. I don't know what you mean. Einar turned his head. I know you well enough now. Something about that wasn't true. Maybe. But even I can't know what will be true, not really. Especially not with so many factors involved. But if you wanted to try to change something, I literally couldn't stop you. In fact, I have no idea about your personal impact at all. Einar shrugged, but I don't know if one more Grandmaster will tip the balance in either direction. Barrett nodded. All right, you don't have to say what it is you saw. But I thought maybe I could help. If you want to help, lead your squad well, and do your best. We'll need everyone doing their jobs to have a chance. Nothing's ever so easy, is it? Barrett shook his head. Waiting for battle was still the worst. It had already been days, and that wasn't even that long for mortal sieges. Staring off into the armies in the distance, they didn't seem that big if he allowed himself to pretend they weren't cultivators. 100,000 cultivators didn't take up that much space. What was that, an arena? Not a big deal. With more than 10,000 masters involved, however, it was a bit more concerning than just looking at the people covering the horizon. Streeto's numbers weren't much smaller though, and they had 100-meter-tall walls. Having seen that from the horizon, the enemy must have felt quite a bit more intimidated than he did. Now, they were waiting for something, but he wasn't quite sure what. Einar stood next to Barrett. It will rain tomorrow. Barrett nodded. He could see the clouds and make out the pattern. Will they attack then? They might. I know I would. That will be one small advantage they can have. Einar shook his head. Actually, I wouldn't attack us. These walls are here. Yeah, makes sense. Shouldn't you be with your unit, by the way? No, Einar said. If I needed to be with them, I would. It's better for me to be here. Why? I don't know. And maybe it will be neutral. Or negative. But this is the only point in the city I can't predict the future of with some accuracy. So being here is good. Barrett looked down on the army below. If they attack during a storm, do you think they'll consider we have storm magic users who will make their lives horrible? Of course they'll consider it. But everyone else will be worse, and if they can reach the walls, Einar smiled slightly to himself, they'll get to learn what a mistake that is. He patted Barrett on the shoulder. I should at least show my face today. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 470. When the first attack came the next day with the storm, Barrett wasn't surprised in the least. It wasn't just Einar's prediction, but the tactical advantage it offered. Long-ranged abilities would generally be less effective, which evened out the effects on those already at a disadvantage. Of course, some inclement weather couldn't hide the approach of cultivators. Forces were always ready on the wall to face them. Barrett happened to once again be on shift, but since he stood on the walls half the time it wasn't particularly unlikely. Companies of 100 cultivators moved together, combining their efforts to defend themselves as they approached the walls. This brought up one weakness of the walls themselves: they were so tall that they limited the ability to attack those approaching the walls. However, if they were much shorter it would be more easily possible for someone to surmount the walls in one way or another, even with the magical defenses in place. Barrett supposed he could climb the walls even as the walls themselves tried to kill him or fling him off, though he had no idea what he would do if he reached the top. Probably die, alone. As they approached closer to the walls, attacks also came from lower down on the walls, behind the arrow slits. The arrow slits were shaped to allow arrows, of course, but also enchanted to allow for magic and other attacks to pass in one direction. Since they were lower down, they allowed for a different angle and less range. Barrett preferred his position atop the walls. 100 meters down and 100 out was close enough for his new experience. Plus, being higher up brought him an advantage. He spun his sling, the stone pit building momentum before it shot downward, gaining speed as it went. Normally friction would have designated a maximum speed that his attack could reach, but Barrett could negate most of that. While his attack only gained a small amount of speed in the second it was in the air, every bit of momentum he didn't have to work for helped. The winds were basically ignored by him as well, though even if his attack had arrived off target it would have likely hit someone. With the advantage of not having to hold back or defend himself, Barrett completely destroyed his target. If he'd chosen a better angle, he might have gotten 2 people. The same was true for the others defending the walls, and the attack was quickly repelled before even reaching the walls. Enemy casualties were minimal, but every little bit helped. There were several other small attacks during the next several days, on different sides of the city. They took advantage of the sun to attack the south at noon, and the east and west gates at dawn and dusk. Some of the attacks reached close enough to bombard the main gates with various magic and energy abilities, but the gates weren't so weak as to break from a few moments of effort. The enchantments held firm against the attacks, and the counterattacks from atop the walls discouraged anyone from remaining nearby for long. Jostin regretted he could only be in one place at a time, but that was the way things were. So far, he hadn't been around for any of the conflicts, but if he was honest they also didn't need him. He would be of little use until they broke through the walls, unless they sent an 8th-tier Grandmaster to the forefront of the battle. However, risking themselves on the front lines wasn't something anyone wanted to do. Jostin felt them out among the army somewhere, but even an 8th-tier Grandmaster wasn't much good versus a few hundred others. They would need to be supported, and if they moved and it meant committing to an attack before that, they wanted to find a weak point. Einar, not exactly a young man as a Grandmaster but still comparatively young relative to Jostin himself, had given Jostin some advice. Maybe a minor prophecy or the like. It wasn't a complete divination, at least not as it was told to Jostin. He merely told him not to stay in one place for too long. So he didn't. If he was really needed on the far side of the city, he could reach it in a few minutes, in an emergency. For the moment, he just patrolled as he pleased. Grigory found his position on the north wall boring. Nobody was coming and going anymore, but he had to watch more strictly. They were at war now. That made him a soldier more than just a guard. Or not. He wasn't even a master yet. Previously he would have said he would never be a master, but he'd been inspired by Master Ravenhall's appearance. Grandmaster now, actually. He'd been hoping to reach Grandmaster before this war really reached its peak, but he hadn't quite made it. It was hard to make up for years of half-hearted training. Before, Grigory would have said his level of cultivation didn't matter. Were people really going to attack wall guards of Stredo? Of course not. It wasn't worth the consequences. The duty master was the important one. However, now that there was a war, everyone's cultivation mattered. He would have mattered more if he was a master, but it wasn't as if he could do nothing. Of course, that required battle actually coming. The other walls had seen some action, but the north side had very little. The sun would never be directly in their eyes, and the area was just as open as every other. As long as they carefully watched for armies forming up, they would be ready and capable of fending off any attack. If not, they could send for reinforcements from further along the walls before it was too late. Though the days were long, Grigory wasn't sure if he deserved the kindness the city showed to him. Followers of the nameless god came by every few days with fresh food and kind words. While in other places they'd had to withstand attacks, Grigory hadn't even done anything yet. But he wouldn't refuse charity of a church either. Today, there was fresh bread. He chewed on it thoughtfully. It was tasty, but for some reason it felt springy, and then heavy in his stomach. It was only when his legs started feeling weak that he really noticed something off. Those distributing the food were too churchly. Grigory couldn't guarantee that was the right word, but they wore flowing robes and spoke formally. It wasn't like those he remembered. There was a symbol, he didn't recognize it, but he knew there wasn't really a symbol for the followers of the nameless god. Until his legs fell out from under him he thought it was just a bad batch of bread, but as the same happened to others one of the visitors stood over him with a drawn dagger. No wonder it seemed like they were missing their usual cheerful demeanor. The dagger came down towards his neck, and then stopped. Jostin had somewhat randomly chosen to come to the north gate. Actually, he'd visited every gate today already. There was a lot of nervously pacing about the city, trying to look like he had business and could actually handle the situation. He almost wished they'd gotten to more fighting already, but he knew that wasn't fair, since he wasn't one of those most likely to be dying. As he approached the northern gatehouse, he sensed something off. A number of people were standing about, which wasn't anything strange. Guards and others. People who brought food. That wasn't uncommon, especially with Ryland's influence on the city. But as he approached and the soldiers started eating the bread, Jostin felt something wrong. It wasn't entirely uncommon for clergy to carry belt knives, but concealed daggers was quite a different matter. Even as he was approaching they drew their blades, and Jostin decided he didn't need to think about what was wrong and should just do something. His aura of an 8th-tier grandmaster stretched out over the entire gatehouse, freezing everyone in place. He stepped inside, and once he saw the robes with his eyes he found himself disappointed. Jostin liked to think that not all of a type were irredeemably evil. That might still be the case, but the Church of Ristos certainly wasn't doing a good job proving they were better than anywhere else. Young Barrett had gotten into several conflicts with them in the past, but just because they were operating in Streeto didn't mean they were the same people. They'd tried to go through everyone looking for traitors, but sometimes people concealed themselves well. I do believe I mentioned that you should leave the city if you don't want to be here. Traitors won't be let off easily. It was easy enough to break a few key bones that let people walk and hold things and throw a dozen people into a pile. Then Jostin used his energy to have the guards expel the remaining food in their stomachs. He wasn't capable of removing any poison they had digested, but he could call for those who could. Sensing Jostin's energy flaring up, guards further along the wall came running. Send the word to your captains. Followers of the Church of Ristos are to be captured on sight and held until further notice. Jostin wanted to just slaughter them all, but he still had some hope there might be less repugnant people among them. Then Jostin frowned as he looked into the distance, and send word that we need reinforcements at the north gate. More than just replacements for these. He really hoped he was wrong about what he felt, and he very well could be. He'd never felt anything like what was approaching before. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 471. The future was hard to predict at the best of times. All that could be done was latching on to events that might be significant to one person and going from there. True divinations only appeared by chance and could not be forced. Einar looked to the north. He didn't need divination abilities to feel something there, but with his abilities he was able to sense great danger. Real practical, given they were in a war. How the hell would there not be danger? Yet with so many people involved, learning any specific information was nigh impossible. Reading the fate of a grandmaster was difficult, and there were so many to choose from. Sir Jostin was 8th tier, and his fate was all jumbled up. It was impossible to say what might actually happen with him, besides something involving incredible power. Usually, it was harder for a diviner to predict their own future. They got hung up with things like fear and inaccurate judgments about themselves. Einar had already had trouble with those in the past, but he thought he'd done a pretty good job of surpassing them. He couldn't have predicted that he would lose in the tournament he entered, but he did anyway. Things had changed. And that was back when he could predict things related to Barrett. Then his own death, he'd faced it head on. He hadn't been wrong either, but Barrett had been there. Unfortunately, he couldn't count on that happening every time. This was a war. He couldn't ask Barrett to watch over him, nor follow Barrett around in hopes it would change his fate. Besides, if he just wanted to live, he could do that. He could have left a long time ago. He could still get out now, actually. The path of escape was rapidly fading, but it was there. But even if he stayed, he wouldn't necessarily die. He could just choose to have less impact on the battle. That was fine, actually. Him dying wouldn't do Streeto any good. Or rather, if it wasn't going to do good, he would much rather avoid it. Then again, maybe it wouldn't matter. The future of the city itself was quite rocky. Einar couldn't really tell much more than uncertainty. That was a thing that people usually felt all the time, but it was still strange to Einar. Einar looked to Jostin. He'd gathered many of the forces on the northern part of the city, but they didn't leave other areas undefended. The attack didn't feel like a feint, but then again if they moved all their forces it didn't have to be a feint. Defended walls were dangerous, but undefended walls weren't much more than mountains in the way. Mountains might have many dangers, but they could be dealt with given time. Then his eyes alighted on Heikel, and he saw an omen of ill fortune over him. It was much clearer than many of the others. Not necessarily more threatening, but he could do something about it. There were several others he could affect as well, but Einar went with the simple choice. He would support those he knew best. Perhaps it wouldn't be the most effective method, but he had to make his decisions before it was too late. Just because choosing his actions in battle had worked out in the past didn't mean it was the best choice. Einar didn't feel he himself would be much use to Heikel. He surveyed the army, those on the grounds and up on the walls. His sight focused on one particular individual. He was the one. His current course would be effective enough, but Einar had more preferable results in mind. If everything actually worked out, it was possible that everyone would die. That was just a very tiny chance, but Einar felt it. It wasn't just everyone in Streeto either. There was so much power around, he felt like there was some chance of a catastrophic event. But since he didn't know how it might happen, he decided to ignore it. He could only do so much. The attack from the north wouldn't have been entirely a surprise even if the guards around the gate had been successfully taken out. The huge feeling of power from there would have drawn attention from other parts of the wall soon enough, and the fallen guards would have been noticed. However, from the horizon where they came, the army moved at a swift pace. Had the gates been opened for a handful of minutes, the faster cultivators could have moved into the city ahead of them and secured a foothold. Seeing the gates still closed didn't dissuade the approaching army. Why should it, when they still had an entire army? Of greater relevance was that more than just a single 8th-tier cultivator could be felt among their ranks. Streeto only had Jostin, and while the defensive advantage of the walls was significant, they weren't necessarily made with the expectation of such forces coming against them. Then there was the feeling behind all of that. The feeling brought with it an overwhelming sense of dread, and understanding why the Astainsmiinia alliance had been willing to seek all-out war with Streeto. Word quickly spread through the ranks of the armies of Streeto. It wasn't clear who first said it, but soon enough everyone had heard that the Emperor of the Astain Empire had reached the truly legendary 9th tier, which not a single cultivator living in Streeto had ever encountered or heard of. It was just one man, but facing down against that one man felt like there was another whole army coming against them. Barrett launched attacks through an arrow slit in the gatehouse where he was assigned. Arrow slits weren't exactly made for slings, and it limited his options for where to attack, but against an army, anywhere he aimed down below would be at someone. This was a serious assault, not a probe where a small group tried to storm the gates. The enemies were only a few hundred meters away, just seconds from reaching the gates now. While the walls were certainly intimidating, nothing was invincible. Any material could be broken, and only so much magic could go into anything. Before he even sensed anything else, Barrett felt the killing intent. If he had time to have thoughts, he would have wondered how anyone down below even picked him out, why they chose to attack him, or any other number of things. But he didn't have time to think, and just acted. One arm folded in front of him and one behind, bending to be just where it needed to be. Even as he twisted his body, the attack still aimed straight towards his heart. As Barrett felt the blades puncturing his arm, it felt slightly familiar for some reason. Not that he had time to think about anything in that moment. Barrett's left arm came down in front of him, his forearm blocking his heart and his elbow going down towards his lower ribcage to block a second simultaneous attack. The same was true on the rear, with a slightly different placement. 4 daggers plunged into his arms all at once. The left forearm below the wrist and also just above the elbow, and his right bicep and forearm as well. His armor and body were sufficient to prevent nearly any attack, but he'd been off guard while attacking, and had even pulled from his defenses to attack with his sling. 2 daggers, 4 daggers, really, but from 2 people, a man and a woman. Barrett didn't even have to see them to know where they were from. His muscles clamped down on the invisible daggers in his arms. Silver blades, back in the city somehow. He had no time to determine how they might have entered the city. Now, he had to fight. He tore his arms away from where they were, the daggers still in them. He wasn't sure if these were the only 2 grandmasters of the silver blades, but he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to kill his longtime enemies working with slightly newer enemies. Though they probably thought they weren't going to miss the chance to kill him. Barrett had to admit, their invisibility was perfect. The way they hid their energy. Flawless. They hadn't made a sound, even making the door opening silent. Even their killing intent had been expertly concealed, but he'd been nearly dead so many times and through so many battles that it wasn't good enough. And their hiding had one flaw. They blended into the room, but they weren't part of the room. That was their weakness, because Barrett could figure out where they were not from anything they did, but from the fact that he could be all of the rest of the air in the room except where they were. His sling instantly transitioned from its form into an axe, spare metal flowing from his breastplate to make up the extra metal. He sliced through the air, drawing a line across the chest of one of his invisible attackers. She hadn't been ready for such a swift counterattack or even him being alive, really, nor one that was so accurate given their lack of ability to be noticed by anything traditional. Upon seeing their assassination had failed and his ability to attack them, the 2 unseen figures dashed for the doors on either side, only to find them closed and unable to be opened. Barrett smiled. The construction of the gatehouse doors was enough to stop even a Grandmaster warrior for a few seconds. Assassins would be delayed quite a bit more. He would start with the injured one. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 472. The speed with which the slightly injured Silver Blade tested the handle, pulled out lockpicks and attempted to pick the lock, and then realized the lock wasn't the problem was rather incredible. She managed to go through all of that and still ready herself for Barrett's incoming attack. She dodged out of the way, probably hoping his axe would continue forward and chop into the door, but of course Barrett wasn't going to hit himself in battle. He had more awareness of his own parts than that. His axe went from a vertical swing to horizontal seemingly without losing momentum, forcing her to awkwardly parry with a backup dagger. Her energy couldn't hold up to Barrett's momentum, and since all 4 of the Silver Blade's best daggers were currently in Barrett's arms leaking poison into his bloodstream, the remaining weapons they had weren't so sturdy. While his attack was deflected over her head, he sliced off half of the dagger in the process. For all how he hated their methods, Barrett understood the Silver Blades had been top-tier assassins. They just didn't do well in fights against extremely high durability opponents like the Immortal Berserkers. He admired how quickly the man changed his tactics, running for the middle of the room to grab the mechanisms for the gate. Fortunately Barrett was already there, in the form of the chains that reached out to wrap around the man's outstretched hand. He pulled away just in time, demonstrating excellent reflexes avoiding something he could have hardly anticipated. The woman managed to pull away from Barrett with her parry, giving her enough space to throw small needles towards Barrett. However, he was ready for the attack and his defenses were at their best. The bracers on his forearms sealed tightly around the daggers, he couldn't afford to pull them out at the moment, so they were going to be an exotic form of armor for him instead. There were no gaps in Barrett's armor anywhere at the moment, so while the needles were propelled by energy they couldn't break through his concentrated defenses with a majority of Barrett's toughness moved to his armor. Barrett's vision was blurry from the poison, so he closed his eyes. His opponents were invisible anyway. His balance was off, such that he hadn't noticed it immediately, otherwise he might have been able to chop through the woman faster. Still, now that he knew he could somewhat resist the effects. He admired the poison inside him. It must have been quite rare and expensive for his body to not quickly drive it out on its own. Barrett completely ignored everything his body told him about what it was seeing and what his balance was like, and instead just told it how to move. Assassins weren't made for straightforward fights, but Barrett was. His axe chopped into the ribcage of the woman who doubtless thought she had dodged back quickly enough to avoid his attack. And she was right, if his weapon hadn't grown longer in the process. Her energy stopped his axe's momentum before it reached her sternum, but that didn't stop it from slicing clean through one of her lungs and nicking her heart. Not an unsurvivable injury, but it wasn't helped by Barrett immediately kicking her in the chest to pull his axe back out. The man was still trying to find a way to wrestle the mechanisms for the gate. However, as he reached for a wheel it would move and strike his hand, and the chains would move to grab him at every opportunity. He was a great multitasker though, and he had been throwing poison powders in Barrett's direction the whole time. Unfortunately for him the air in between them was Barrett's domain at the moment. Also unfortunately for him, Barrett was quite experienced at fighting silver blades, and now there was just him. Turan Heikel had been keeping a portion of his attention on his best student. Not that he had been doing much different than Turan himself, attacking those approaching the walls. When Barrett was ambushed by previously unsensed enemies, Turan almost moved away from his position, but that was both a bad tactic and a poor show of confidence in Barrett. When he found it hard to sense anything at all through the walls, he was fairly sure it was Barrett doing that. At the same time, he had other things to deal with. He didn't have a sling that could withstand berserk energy, so his method of ranged attacks was the normal option for immortal berserkers, flinging something akin to a sling bullet charged with berserk energy. Anything of some mass that would fly straight and hold together long enough to explode where it was supposed to. The first targets had all been low-tier cultivators with some masters mixed in. But now there were several grandmasters reaching the gates, and even as Turan pelted them with attacks they started beating on the gates, protecting themselves from its retributive attacks. Then behind them appeared several 8th-tier cultivators, and Turan had a new target. One of the 8th-tier masters radiated berserk energy. Not just any berserk energy, but a kind that quite matched that of the Immortal Berserker sect. A familiar individual, one that Turan would never forget. The energy was Aurora's, but the woman who had killed her and bound Aurora's soul to her own was Grand Mistress Sappha. Turan angrily threw a berserk energy-charged handful of lead spheres at her, but she batted them away with one hand and they exploded an arm's length away from her, greatly reducing their force of impact, though the shrapnel did injure a few weaker cultivators nearby. Turan almost attacked again, but he calmed himself. He wasn't at his best fighting at range. Attacking a stronger cultivator with his own weak point wasn't going to get him revenge. He needed to conserve his energy. The gates rumbled. Turan found himself impressed by the gates. Standing up to a combined attack of so many grandmasters, with some 8th tiers too, wasn't simple. They did have to defend themselves from attacks at the same time, but slowing down the enemy at all was already a big accomplishment. Every second of vulnerability gave something to their side. Turan could take out a few weaker cultivators from his position, but that wasn't the most efficient use of his energy. Or the one he wanted to do the most. He started moving off the walls, down past the inner gate where he would wait for the enemies. He saw many others were already there. Perhaps a quarter of the grandmasters in all of Streeto were stretched around the area, ready to intercept anyone who broke through. Some of the others were defending other gates or still on the walls, or in the gatehouse, getting ready to make use of the murder holes there. Those who had better ranged abilities, of course. Barrett stood over two bodies, breathing heavily. With the loud sounds the gates were making, it seemed like his efforts wouldn't be stopping the enemy army for long, but if they had opened both the inner and outer gates they would have saved all of the effort of breaking through them. Then the massive attacks that were quaking the walls and gatehouse around him would have been able to be used on cultivators of Streeto. If they could get powerful enemies to exhaust even 10 or 20% of their energy, it would be worth it. Of course, the fact that he'd successfully defended the gatehouse mechanisms also meant the enemy alliance was down 2 grandmasters. Barrett coughed up a ball of goop that was coagulated blood and a significant portion of the poisons that had been flowing through his veins as he investigated them. The man was older, he was probably one of the grandmasters who escaped originally. The woman, however, was a bit younger. Still older than Barrett, but she was likely not at 7th tier when they had to flee Streeto. Which meant if there had been 2 or 3 before, the Silver Blades might have, well, 4 or 5 Grandmaster tier cultivators left. Maybe as few as 2 or 3 if they'd taken some time to settle down in wherever they went to. Presumably the Ustane Empire somewhere. Barrett thought about a vitality pair he had in his pack. Was it too early to eat it? He had 2, but they would have to cover the entire battle. He wasn't so exhausted that he needed it just yet, so he decided to forego that option. The holes in his arms were already closed up, and most of the damage from the poison was beginning to recover now that he'd removed the majority of it. He could even see again. The gates rumbled again. Barrett decided to stay in the gatehouse watching the mechanisms until the inner gates were breached, just in case more Silver Blades or someone else managed to get inside Streeto. He wanted as much of the enemy forces to be exhausted as possible, and even a few seconds of difference from the gates being opened early could matter. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 473. With a final sonorous boom, the gates of Streeto were blown open. This didn't mean the combined armies were inside the city just yet. There were still inner gates, leaving the approaching armies open to a much closer range barrage of attacks from the murder holes, fortifications all around the passage from the first gate to the second. The army outside also continued to be bombarded by attacks from others on the walls, the forces of Streeto having converged on the gates for the most part. Other parts of the wall were left to defend themselves, the most dangerous attackers were at the gates and few others would be able to surmount the wall's repulsions. Even if they did, it was more important to stop the grandmasters from entering the city, though the non-gate sections weren't entirely undefended. Lower-level cultivators manned the walls there, since they would just take up the already limited space on the main battlefield. Spells and other attacks clashed against wards in the tight confines of the gatehouse, and then attacks started to land on the inner gates. It was a very disadvantageous situation for those inside the gatehouse who could barely counterattack, but they were able to hold most of their defenses for the minute or so it took for the inner gates to weaken. Having several 8th tier cultivators available in the mix helped them immensely. When the inner gates fell, they were met with a barrage of attacks from more grandmasters, either those with wider area attacks that couldn't attack from the gatehouse or those who wanted to be ready to stop the encroaching force. Huge waves of energy crashed against each other, but when the attacks cleared the Ustane alliance stepped out nearly unscathed. Behind them could be felt the harrowing presence of a 9th tier cultivator. Few had had the opportunity to encounter the Emperor before, but those who had recognized him up close. The attackers forced their way out of the gatehouse, using their combined numbers to pressure back the cultivators of Streeto. However, as they spread out more moved to stop them. The battlefield turned chaotic, with attacks flying from all sides. Lesser cultivators quickly fell or had to flee the area. The most powerful masters and grandmasters remained, but as the invading cultivators spread out into the city the large battle broke down into smaller sub-battles, though the distance of a city block or two didn't necessarily separate the actual effects of adjacent battles. The Emperor strode straight into the city, sending flying all of those who came to attack him, almost casually killing masters and a few unlucky grandmasters. As the only 8th tier cultivator, Sir Jostin and a squad with him moved to restrain the Emperor. Turan Heikel had already picked his target before the enemy came through the gates. Grand Mistress Sappho was there. This would probably be his best chance to kill her, though it certainly wouldn't be easy. She barreled through the front lines into the city, and it took several minutes for anyone to slow her down enough for a proper fight, or perhaps she decided that 3 grandmasters and a few masters was a fair enough fight against her. She turned around, swinging a giant halberd at Turan that he barely deflected and knocking away some of the nearby masters. Turan felt his own berserk energy shying away at her strength, but he wouldn't let himself back down. If he didn't do his best to fight up front, the others would be disadvantaged, and likely quickly die. He couldn't even considering conserving his strength for later battles or additional attackers. He swung his axe in continuous motion, stepping and chopping forward and to the side, up and down in every direction, pressing her as hard as he could. Her movements were swift, and she seemed like she had plenty of time to deflect his own attacks as well as the others. One of the grandmasters that had followed Turan fired bolts of lightning at her, but she managed to dodge most of them, and the rest she redirected with her halberd, driving the lightning into the ground. Each step Turan or Safa took tore up the paved street, and nearby buildings found their windows shattering just from the force of their blows. Turan felt outmatched, but it was unlikely that Safa really could put so little effort as she appeared into defending against multiple people. Turan wasn't 8th tier yet, but he wasn't too far from it. The mage was somewhere in the middle of 7th tier, and then there was the early 7th tier Krenther. He wasn't much for fighting, but that didn't mean he was worthless. In fact, Turan was relieved to have him around, if he recalled his abilities correctly. He wasn't going to give away his strategy too early, though. If Grand Mistress Safa was able to hold off Turan and the others but not kill any of them, she might have the endurance to outdo them, but she didn't seem to actually have the upper hand. It was close enough that the first side to suffer a loss might send the situation spiraling into danger. Turan noticed one thing about how Grand Mistress Safa fought. While the style of swinging a weapon might be different for all immortal berserkers, they had some commonalities about how they used their energy. Safa was coating her weapon with berserk energy and using it to augment her attacks, but more of it stayed away from her body compared to augmenting its movements. Though she avoided his attacks and the lightning, Turan noticed slight damage making its way through her other energy defenses and the armor beneath. Nothing relevant, but he felt something. Bruising, a slight bleeding perhaps, and it stayed. She didn't really practice the Immortal Berserker style, even if she had Aurora's energy. But it hardly mattered. She had her own methods, and she'd killed Aurora quite some time before. She was stronger now, and even though Turan wasn't alone, he was hard-pressed to damage her. But that was only if he followed his own advice. There was no point in taking injuries to hurt your opponent, even as an Immortal Berserker. In the short term that usually was disadvantageous. Against a stronger opponent, he would certainly be injured more. With allies, that might balance out again. But it was only a bad tactic if surviving the battle was more important than winning it. Usually, that was the case. But because this was a war, and because she had killed Aurora, winning was more important. Being reckless would do no good, but Turan Haikal knew well how much damage he and his armor could take. Taking less concern on avoiding attacks, though of course not letting them hit where they wanted to be, allowed Turan to land several solid blows of his own. The berserk energy extended far beyond his axe head, and he timed his blows for when Safa had to dodge or attack someone else, so she couldn't avoid his own attacks as well. Then he found the perfect opening. The mage had moved behind her, bombarding her with lightning both in a line towards her and arcing up above. She pulled from her belt an axe made for throwing, charging it with berserk energy and tossing it towards him. The moment of distraction was enough for Turan to step in, his axe coming down on her shoulder, cutting into the bone, just slightly. Her body moved more swiftly than he thought it could, softening the blow and swinging the halberd up towards him with a single hand. A tremendous amount of berserk energy was gathered on the weapon as it swung towards him, and even as he tried to pull back it slashed across his chest, cutting through his armor. What hurt more than the wound and his misjudging an opening was the feeling of Aurora's berserk energy. She had recruited him to the Immortal Berserker sect. Taught him. They had sparred many times, and while he had been injured many times by her, it was never with malice. Even though he knew she wasn't really there, he couldn't help but feel betrayed in his heart. The berserk energy continued through the wound deeper into his body, even as he was sent flying through the nearest building. He was glad to hit nothing structural, but he had little time to think about that as his heart and lungs were torn apart by the berserk energy. He felt it flowing through him. Though it was stolen, it had been tempered to be strong and pure. It was a level of power he had never felt before. In the moments he was flung away from the battle, he saw things had started going poorly. The few masters could not hold on in melee, and Grand Mistress Sappha was moving swiftly towards the mage. Krenther's insubstantial attacks were doing little more than distracting her slightly. Turan pulled himself up off the ground. His body wouldn't listen to him, so he made it do it. He'd actually seen Barrett force his body to move in worse condition, and he couldn't miss his chance. He might have been forgotten for the moment, but he wasn't out of the fight. Not quite. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 474. Turan's ribs crackled and popped as they wrenched themselves back into place. The most obvious damage recovered quickly, but berserk energy did more than just breaking and tearing bones, muscles, and organs. It broke it down on a smaller level, which took a longer time to truly recover from. So while his body would hold together for a time, it wasn't as healthy as it looked. But he didn't need it to hold on that long. He had assessed his opponent well enough now. He felt the berserk energy roiling in his chest. He was now a bit stronger than Aurora had been upon her defeat by Grand Mistress Sappha, but Sappha hadn't remained the same after stealing Aurora's soul. She now controlled the energy quite expertly, and had advanced to the 8th tier as well. She had advanced not only her own energy style, but had taken Aurora's to be her primary supporting attribute. Turan couldn't beat that alone, but he didn't have to. He hoped for allies to turn the situation around, but if not, he still had to try. He didn't have enough berserk energy to himself to pose a reasonable threat to Grand Mistress Sappha, but his body was already gathering what he could as he moved towards her. She was being briefly held at bay by a cage of lightning surrounding the mage, and the ranged efforts of the few masters who were still able to fight were hindering her process. Turan considered trying something tricky. Winning by some special skill or distraction, but it was impossible to hide his killing intent, even a little bit. So he let it grow, more and more. He felt his own anger at Sappha. He felt his own pain, caused by Aurora's energy. Anything beyond that was perhaps only his injured mind, but he thought he felt Aurora's anger in there, though her soul had likely been wiped of all sense of self decades prior. He didn't have enough berserk energy, but as he gathered all of his, going beyond what his axe could sustain, he wanted more. His body was 30 steps away. Sappha turned towards him. Turan found more berserk energy inside of him. It wasn't his, but it was powerful. It was even more reckless and difficult to control than his own, but if he didn't care about what it did on the way, he could direct it. 20 steps. His axe, even made of adamantine enchanted by the best smiths in Streeto, was vibrating intensely. The aura of berserk energy around it cut even the air, distorting it into swirling vortexes. 10 steps. Sappha turned to see Turan, raising her own defenses and gathering berserk energy to counter Turan's attack. Her halberd pointed towards his chest, a simple small movement able to redirect it to anywhere he moved. Krenther gently placed his hand on Grand Mistress Sappha's back. He wasn't much of a fighter. His attacks, at best, might throw someone off balance for a moment. Except of course in the area he was extremely specialized in. He studied the soul, and while he couldn't claim to necessarily know more about it than an 8th tier soul binder, he certainly knew different things. If she were weaker, he could destabilize her enough to expel all the extra souls she had acquired. As it was, he couldn't even expel one, but he could weaken her connection, just for a moment. He had been looking for a good opening the whole time, and there couldn't possibly be a better one than Turan Heikel barreling towards her with murder in his eyes. Krenther himself almost shied away, and he wasn't even the target of the killing intent. As he charged forward, Turan couldn't focus on anything beyond Sappha herself. All he felt was that her berserk energy loosened just before they impacted each other. By instinct, he reached out to wrestle for control of the berserk energy. He didn't have time to deal with all of it, but as the halberd impaled him through the stomach, his axe came down on Sappha's chest. The explosion of energy blinded Turan, not least because some of the shrapnel of his own axe embedded itself in his eyes. He wasn't sure where he ended up. Did he keep his footing? Had he been knocked back through a building? Whatever the case, the halberd was still through him, but only one kidney in his intestines were in its path. The berserk energy ravaging its way through the rest of his body wouldn't just stop there, but he was pleased to see he hadn't instantly died. Turan found it easier to pull the halberd the rest of the way through him and then out instead of trying to remove it from his stomach. Blood gushed from his wounds, but he had just enough sense to direct some of it back into himself. Turan wished he could use some of those vitality pairs Barrett had, but with so much berserk energy dancing around his body, both his and Aurora's, it would have shriveled even inside of a protected container, much less being taken out. There were some advantages to Barrett's form of pure body tempering indeed. A few moments later, Turan still wasn't dead. That implied Safa wasn't doing much better. Or maybe he just couldn't feel anything anymore. It was impossible to estimate the damage to his body. He couldn't even stop the remnants of his own berserk energy from ravaging his body, let alone Aurora's stolen but extremely strong berserk energy. He did his best to keep it from destroying every organ he had, but the fatigue and blood loss started catching up with him and his consciousness faded. He wondered if he had at least managed to avenge her. Barrett had avoided the initial confrontation at the gates. Too many powerful figures he had no business messing with. However, once they had gone through, drawing away most of the defenders with them, there was still an army to stop. Barrett was one of the few who stayed behind to slow that down. Streeto's situation seemed dire after the enemy's grandmasters made it inside. He tried not to think about the damage to the city he could sense behind him. One more person wouldn't make or break those battles. Instead, he had to hold the lines at the gates. Streeto's gates weren't small. They were made for large volumes of traffic, and the main gates were 20 meters wide. Now the gates were barely gates at all, but merely a tunnel leading into the city. Barrett couldn't cover the entire width of that area himself against seemingly innumerable masters, but he wasn't alone. Nilima, Shanta, Reyna, and even Alnher were with him. It hadn't been planned that they would be the ones holding the gates, but that was the way things had worked out. Barrett swung a long blade, a great slicing sword 4 meters long and capable of cutting all along its length. That was its most important feature when cutting through swathes of enemies. Much of the time they avoided his attacks by retreating or leaping into the air, but the fact that everyone in a large radius around him had to respond to his attacks was good enough. Groups of 5 or 10 had tried to work together to block him before, but with his attacks enhanced by Reyna's winds and his weapon sharpened to the finest point, it was quite difficult to stop him. The amount of metal he had to use to make his blade, even thin as it was, reduced the thickness of his armor, but against those who were mostly weaker than him, Barrett could rely on his own bodily toughness. It would have seemed logical that Alnher couldn't keep up with just his own body. After all, Barrett attacked dozens of enemies in a single swing. However, Alnher managed to provide a matching threat with his precise and powerful strikes and grapples, punches and kicks and grabs all smoothly flowed together, targeting individual enemies for removal. A crushed throat was just as common as a snapped spine or a dislocated limb or two. Members of the Ostainsmienia alliance were thrown into each other like bowling balls, their defenses clashing against each other no matter how much they tried to avoid it. Nilima focused on stronger enemies, those who seemed like they might pose an offensive threat if left to their own devices. Her whip snaked around and through and over the crowd, seeing out enemies and piercing through their defenses. With the press of enemies it was hard to target just one person, but she had no trouble switching between blowing enemies away with berserk energy and liquefying organs with deceptively powerful gentle energy. Shanta's contributions were the least visually impressive. She threw needles ranging from the size of a small throwing needle to some almost a forearm in length, but even when they pierced defense there were no immediate effects. Not that she even needed to do so to have contributed her part. While poisoning an entire army with one woman's reserves was impossible, the narrow confines of the gatehouse were filled with hard-to-sense poison. Not all of it was powerful, but at the very least it would hinder the fighting ability of those passing through. Reyna's contribution was what made keeping a mass of enemies back possible. She enhanced the other grandmasters and the other troops they had with them, stemming the tide so those already inside the city could be dealt with. Her winds whipped around, determining friend or foe. In addition, every time someone fell, their weapons ended up as part of a growing whirlwind, each of which attacked people like they had a mind of their own, which they almost did. Barrett sensed someone dangerous coming up behind them, but as he turned to look, he realized it was only the remnants of someone dangerous. The figure of a powerful Grand Mistress walked towards the gate, but her shattered body spoke volumes about her actual remaining ability. Barrett sensed she still had a significant volume of Berserk energy present inside her, Berserk energy that was extremely reminiscent of the Immortal Berserker sect. This was the woman who Grandmaster Heikel had sought out. While she was walking away from the battle, Barrett could tell it wasn't victorious. Her body was falling apart with every step she took, the Berserk energy inside her living up to its name. Her body was strong, but not quite trained the right way. That was something Barrett could tell just by looking. She held her hands like she expected to have a weapon in them, swinging her arms toward the closest person, a master from her own alliance, actually. The man flinched back, but while the power from her was still intense, it didn't actually form into an attack. The woman staggered another few steps before collapsing just near the gates. Barrett caught Shanta's eye, and gestured toward the street the Grand Mistress had come from. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 475. I never expected to have to patch up Grandmaster Heikel before you, Shanta commented. Or that anyone could manage to get more injured than I've seen you, and not be dead yet. Barrett could easily feel the damage with his own senses, and the Berserk energy that remained, preventing him from healing. Is there anything I can do to help? Shanta shook her head. The Berserk energy is too deep in there. He should probably be left to deal with it on his own. We can't afford the expenditure of effort required to help him in the middle of a battle. Barrett was already a bit off track by going to check on Heikel with Shanta, but he was actually slightly necessary to move him out of the street. It was possible Shanta could have done so, but using a little muscle power was more efficient than throwing out the energy to move someone like Heikel. Having more energy touch his body might destabilize him anyway. Moving him around by hand wasn't completely safe either, so Barrett only brought him inside a nearby building and hoped the battle wouldn't swing back near him. Sir Jostin could only watch as the Emperor made his way towards the center of Stredo. Slowing him down with some attacks was all that could be done, so that the others could keep up, looking for an opening. The Emperor's attacks along the way toppled buildings, despite their magical defenses. The attacks seemed effortless, and in fact perhaps they were. When a building failed to go down in a single attack, one swipe of his hand and his magic towards a building, he ignored it and moved on. Clearly he was only doing it to lessen the morale of Stredo. He knew there was nobody, or at least very few people, in any of the buildings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been heading where he was, straight towards the arena where most of the civilians were taking shelter. It wasn't clear if he would actually kill all the civilians of Stredo, but as long as he had the opportunity to threaten their lives. Sir Jostin and the others would be in a tough position. The journey of 8 kilometers to the center of the city was over in just a few short minutes, both a very long and very short time in a battle. Sir Jostin didn't want to let the citizens of Stredo be in danger, but he also couldn't attack recklessly. That was why he had waited until that point. Sir Jostin hadn't been expecting the Emperor to arrive himself, nor for him to be 9th tier. However, as the only 8th tier Grandmaster in Stredo, he knew he needed something more to defend the city. He took one hand off the hilt of his sword, clutching it strongly with the other, and used his free hand to pull a talisman from his belt and squeeze it. As he did so, it activated more talismans attached to the rest of his body, and then the effect spread to magical formations throughout the city, channeling magic and energy into Sir Jostin. Einar saw Sir Jostin grip his sword in both hands, beginning his attack at the moment power flowed into him. This was the first and best chance to harm the Emperor, who shouldn't have been expecting anything of the kind. The power of an entire city flowing into one person, it was hard to compare to a 9th tier cultivator. Both were overwhelming and hard to comprehend. Sir Jostin's power felt stronger, but as his sword slashed out carving up the ground and sky, Einar could feel that it wasn't all concentrated on a single point. The portion that struck the Emperor was still extremely powerful, but a reflexive barrier of magic negated the attack. Einar squinted his eyes. No, that wasn't quite right. The hand the Emperor reached out had a slight trickle of blood. Unfortunately, now he would be expecting attacks of that magnitude. Even getting close to the battle to try to contribute was very difficult. In front of Einar were not paths to move, only paths where he would die sooner or later, on accident or by being targeted, but disappointingly few of the latter. He couldn't even get the attention of an enemy that powerful. He wondered why he was where he was, but then remembered. He was here because he didn't know what was going to happen. That very thing paralyzed him with indecision, making it pointless that he was around. The Emperor's magic was strange. It felt almost like different people were responsible for each move. But that wasn't quite right. Soul binders had that feeling to them, but the Emperor was different. Everything he did was definitely him. The problem was the variety of powers he possessed were far too wide for one person to have learned. His barriers were that of a specialist, perfectly formed and wasting no power. A sweep of his hand might produce a blade of magic or fire or ice. Einar knew the Emperor of the Ustane Empire was old, but not that old. This was Grandmastery in each area, and each area of Grandmastery might very generously take 6 decades. Having such skill in 2 or 3 areas wouldn't be out of the question, but each type of magic he performed was quite different. Sir Jostin only barely managed to make use of the power he was channeling to deflect incoming attacks. As the fight went on, however, Einar saw he managed to focus his power more effectively, using less power to the same effect or even condensing an attack to more effectively try to break through the Emperor's defenses. Unfortunately, the Emperor was quite focused on Sir Jostin, and able to resist all his attacks. Einar was so overwhelmed by what was happening that he hadn't even noticed at first that the Emperor was flying around to dodge Sir Jostin's attacks, or at least move so that they were easier to deflect. He remained low to the ground, but that was another area of magic that was quite difficult. It wasn't wind magic, but just force moving himself around, but the accelerations were just right so as not to injure himself. Einar didn't want to admire the man, but he couldn't help it. As he was watching, he saw something. An opening. Not a big opening, but certainly a clear one. The other Grandmasters were launching attacks of their own at the Emperor, and though he didn't devote much of his attention to anyone but Sir Jostin, he still managed to protect himself from everything that came towards him, but just because he remained uninjured didn't mean the attacks were worthless. They would certainly tire him out, but clearly not fast enough. Then there was another one. A real opening. If he just moved in, he might be able to drive a dagger into the heart of the Emperor. When Sir Jostin attacked, the barrier around the Emperor weakened in a certain area that Einar couldn't describe to anyone else, and the timing was so precise, he couldn't know beforehand. It was hard to read even an instant into the future with so much power in the area, but once he sensed a chance he could go for it. Einar bit his lip, then nodded. Normally, he preferred to go for the most likely success in battle. Whatever had the highest probability was the best. However, he couldn't read anything that had even a remotely high probability, certainly not from moment to moment. He couldn't advise anyone else, so he would have to act himself. A chance. He stepped forward, dagger in hand. He moved with all the swiftness he could muster, along a path that avoided his allies' own attacks and the Emperor's own occasional counters. He approached closer and closer, but certainly couldn't catch up to the Emperor's speed. But then, the Emperor pulled back towards him, pushed by Sir Jostin's attack. The probability of success shrunk into a fine point, but Einar threw himself towards it with all his might. His body and dagger moved with all the power of probability and fate themselves. The Emperor almost flew bodily into Einar and his dagger, providing the perfect chance. His barrier was destabilized by Sir Jostin, and Einar held out his hand, piercing into the weak point in the small of the Emperor's back. From the start, Einar knew it was a small chance. He also knew that predicting his own future successes was difficult, especially in situations he couldn't anticipate properly. Like losing in the arena to Barrett, he hadn't thought he could lose, so he hadn't accurately represented that. However, Einar felt he had grown significantly, able to accurately predict the probability of events even close to himself. As his dagger pierced 1 centimeter into the Emperor's back, 2 centimeters, more. Einar knew he was right. How unfortunate. The chance of success was low, and he hadn't been able to seize the success. His dagger stopped before reaching anything critical, and the Emperor turned to face him. Then he spoke. Divination. Quite high tier as well. Just what I've been missing. The Emperor smiled, and it chilled Einar to the bone. All of the probabilities faded away around Einar, locking into one extremely unfortunate end for him. It was too bad he couldn't count on Barrett to save him once again. The worst part was that Einar had just wanted to do something without being able to say he saw it coming. He'd really wanted it to be something other than his death, but as the Emperor's hand stretched out to his head and he found himself unable to move, he took solace only in the fact that at least his soul might survive in some small fashion. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 476. Winning the battle without casualties had always been much more unrealistic than a pipe dream, but Sir Jostin felt the tugs at his heart any time one of those on his side died. He was the strongest that Streeto had, now even stronger with the power of the city itself, but he couldn't protect the people he needed to. Einar was a genius diviner, one of the shining stars of the upcoming generation. When the Emperor held his hand out over his head, he ripped out his magic. Not his soul, but something still so tied to him he couldn't survive without. A casual swipe of the Emperor's hand sent Einar to the ground below, crushing his body. Sir Jostin hated that he couldn't save him, but he could take advantage of at least that small opening. As the Emperor brought the magic to himself, absorbing it, Sir Jostin sliced diagonally down with his sword trying to bisect him. However, even distracted, the Emperor was a powerful 9th-tier cultivator. Instead of being sliced in two, a large scar was carved through his defenses and a wound stretched from his right shoulder to his left hip. A serious wound, but not deadly. Sir Jostin immediately moved forward for a return stroke, but even as he moved the Emperor dodged. He had always been fast and aware of his surroundings, but he seemed to be barely even paying attention to Sir Jostin as an individual. As his face turned back towards him, the Emperor smiled briefly before any features except his eyes faded away, replaced by another pair of eyes oriented vertically. Fantastic. I couldn't have asked for anything better. The Emperor flung his arms out to the sides, and from his fingers streaked 10 bolts of lightning. Each one inerrantly struck one of the surrounding combatants, while at the same time he avoided all incoming attacks like they were nothing. Sir Jostin took a deep breath. Nothing was perfect. He understood the power of the Fourth Eye Seers well enough. Seeing the future didn't allow the impossible, so if he made undodgeable attacks. He had just started to get used to the power flowing through his body. He couldn't keep it up forever, but now he had better control. At first his attacks had been powerful but too wide-ranging. Now he wanted that quality again, but more intentional. He didn't need to cut the ground and the sky, merely anywhere the Emperor could get to. Sir Jostin swung his sword, spectral copies of it appearing to either side formed of pure energy and magic. The energy also extended beyond the tip of the blade, forcing the Emperor back instead of allowing him to use small movements to dodge. The battle at the gates had reached an end. The combined Astainsmienia army had started to retreat, but while they might win the war, that didn't mean everything was fine, or that things were completely over. There were still several 8th-tier masters in the city. Barrett could feel them, but even more than that he felt the 9th-tier Emperor, and Sir Jostin, filled with an unexpected power. Even from his position at the gate, Barrett could see damaged and even fallen buildings, great skyscrapers toppled over on the streets in full or in part. The damage to the surrounding lands, everything the sects hadn't been able to bring with them, the farmland, it was hard to say what the full extent of it would be. Leaving Streeto was easier than entering. The defenses didn't particularly prevent people from leaving, assuming they could locate one of the staircases to the top of the walls or fly, even for a brief time. Barrett wished that they could at least trap the remaining 8th-tier masters in the city to kill them, but that just wasn't practical. If they could easily be killed, it would likely have happened already, though that didn't stop most of those defending the gates from going to seek them out and make the attempt. Barrett instinctively picked a target, running to the walls and along them to the northeast. He wasn't sure why he chose what he did, except perhaps that it was the most obvious enemy. When the Emperor came into sight, flying through the buildings followed closely by Sir Jostin, Barrett hesitated. Could he match the power of either of them? There were others than just Barrett in the area. When streaks of magic fire, lightning, and pure force flew throughout the area, many masters and grandmasters toppled to the ground. The power from the Emperor seemed effortless and impossible to beat. That was what tipped Barrett off. He spotted wounds. Real wounds. He knew more than most about pushing himself to his limits and beyond, putting up a show to make it look like he was winning. That often led to him actually winning, but that was the point. Convincing others they would lose resulted in that very thing. Barrett could feel Sir Jostin's strength as well, and how he had pushed the Emperor to the edge of the city. The Emperor looked at the wall behind him and back at the city. It was a shame to not be able to raise Streeto to the ground. They were quite a collection of annoying cultivators, but he had underestimated their preparations. He hadn't expected the entire city would be charged with power that could be channeled through one person. That was an idea he would have to use for himself. It was unfortunate that Sir Jostin wasn't a magic user. It would be so easy to defeat him, taking his powers away and using them for himself. But even if he could, he'd come out with a much better ability. He still needed time to fully absorb his new divinatory abilities, but he would be coming out with a win today regardless. The loss of life wasn't important, and since it was split with Smyinia, he could just rebuild in the coming years. A personal gain for himself and the damage to Streeto and most importantly the grandmasters he was killing would have to be enough of a victory. Still, he didn't want to leave until he got the best he could. He was restricted in his movements if he was to continue avoiding Sir Jostin's attacks, but that didn't mean he couldn't do anything. He still had a few options for movement, and could attack some of the nearby enemies. He was close to the wall, though, and would soon have to leave if he didn't want to be risky. There was a group of people standing about where he wanted to pass, so he found a moment to conjure a large ball of fire. He tossed it onto the wall, where it exploded into a wall of fire 4 meters tall and 60 wide, covering the entire swath of the wall in permanent flame. That would take care of anyone. They might not die instantly, but they would at least get out of his way. He avoided incoming attacks. Spells were easy, since he understood them best, but even arrows and spears were easy to avoid when predicted. Sir Jostin couldn't corner him, so he was free to continue his attacks. A rock impacted his back. It couldn't break through his defenses, but it showed a flaw in his predictive ability. He hadn't seen it coming, and had been relying too much on the predictions. When a line of metal blades flew from the wall, the Emperor wondered how there were still multiple foes there to disrupt him. He avoided most of the blades, strangely shaped bits of metal that seemed like they would be difficult to throw without a grip. But it wasn't metal magic or energy, well, it didn't matter. He had to let one impact his barrier, but he managed to launch another round of attacks at those at the bottom of the wall. That was enough. He wasn't full of endless magic, and the one large wound across his chest was starting to have an effect. With his divination still taking form, he was also not perfectly dodging everything. As he flew up to the top of the walls to go over, a blade struck down, slicing into his shoulder. Well, it just barely broke through his defenses and sliced the skin, but it was quite annoying. In front of him was an armored man standing in the flames as if they didn't bother him. So, that was it. He hadn't felt an aura of a fire-type cultivator, but it seemed this man's body had been adapted to resist fire. In one hand he gathered lightning, in the other frost. The lightning burst straight through the man's chest and out his back, though some of it remained inside him spreading to his limbs. Then he was coated in ice. With a shout of pure magic, the Emperor tossed him up and over the walls along with himself, then the same force slammed the man 100 meters to the ground below while propelling himself away into the sky. He made sure to make an impressive display of his power behind him as he retreated, so they didn't think he was running away. He smiled to himself, reveling in his new power. Next time, Streeto would be flattened. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 477. Damn. I lost the bet. Grandmaster Noor's voice came into Barrett's ears. Told you. The words rang out as if in an echo. Barrett supposed he wasn't completely healed yet if his hearing was distorted. Well, it wouldn't have been much of a bet if everyone bet on Barrett, would it? Noor said. I don't like to lose bets, Nilima said. Same, Reyna answered. I have faith in my student. Alnher's clear voice prompted Barrett to try to sit up. He opened his eyes to see a crowded recovery room, though it was only himself and Master Heikel in the particular area. Around him, however, he could sense many more. Shanta came into the room, looking exhausted. You could have just listened to me, you know. Heikel's condition is different. It's not just injuries. Barrett's eyes settled on Grandmaster Heikel. He was just waking up, so it took an extra moment to focus on just the energy around him, especially since it wasn't what he expected it to be. Heikel's energy was barely there, but he felt a surprisingly high amount of the other berserk energy still. Heikel's wounds weren't healing, but Barrett really didn't expect any different with the amount of berserk energy in there that wasn't his. Is there anything you can do about it? Shanta shook her head. It's too deep in there, and too powerful. We might be able to get people together to forcefully remove it, but that would hurt him. The shock might instantly kill him, which would make all that recovery ability pointless. But as he is, Shanta tapped her chin. He's actually fine. Except for the damaged areas he seems healthy, and I've been able to administer nutrients to him. Though I'm not sure how he'll be long term. How long has it been? Barrett asked. A couple hours, Reyna said. We found you in a crater outside the city. Your body was pretty messed up, but there wasn't anything keeping you injured. You were lucky. Pretty much everyone else the Emperor attacked ended up dead. Including Einar. Barrett frowned. So he hadn't been wrong about what he had felt. He hoped it was just a similar ability, but it really had been Einar's divination. Not even anyone else from the Fourth Iseers. Is the Emperor a soul binder? Shanta explained what she knew. Sir Jostin had the most opportunity to observe him. It seems he's just a very powerful mage of some sort, but with the ability to steal the magic of others. The difference being, not exactly clear. Except that the victim could survive with their soul, if they weren't killed. Barrett frowned internally. It was probably a lot more stable to do it that way, even if the power stolen was weaker and only of a certain type. Then again, soul binders had trouble with using other people's abilities, so truly making it your own would be better. It would take a tremendous amount of talent to just pick up something someone spent their life on, but it wasn't like 9th-tier cultivators just popped up anywhere. In fact, they hadn't even confirmed a single one before the Emperor showed up. Out of a city of greater than 10 million, deaths in the hundreds of thousands wasn't particularly large for a great war, but who it was that died made a significant difference. There was a disproportionate amount of deaths in the higher-level cultivators compared to what might be expected. A full third of Grandmasters perished, perhaps half of those in the final battle in and around Streeto. That included damages to the Ostainsmienia alliance as well, though the numbers were less certain. There were, however, a large number of their bodies left behind. This included significant amounts of wealth and valuable weapons and armor, but nobody was happy about it. Though most of the citizens of Streeto came out with their lives, the damage to the city wasn't small. Homes and businesses lay in ruins, and that was just what was in the city. The damage outside Streeto was fairly significant. Clearly the Ostainsmienia alliance had never intended to occupy the land as they burned and salted the fields, destroyed homes and the buildings of abandoned sects, and left the surroundings pretty much barren. Barrett picked up a chunk of a building with both hands. His fingers grabbed onto the edge of it, but they couldn't reach around. Even if he stuck his fingers into the concrete, it would collapse under its own weight. However, he was able to circumvent both those problems. As for the weight, just a few tons of material wasn't something he had to worry about. He just needed to force the material to retain structural stability until he was done. Each round trip out of the city would take about 15 minutes, depending how close to the center he needed to go. He constantly passed other groups of people working. The only good thing that could be said about what was going on was how people were working together to reconstruct or at the current moment, deconstruct things and make space. Barrett passed by Sir Jostin, who was helping to organize some of the efforts. Sir Jostin looked and sounded just as regal as ever. He radiated the aura of a powerful 8th-tier cultivator, just as everyone would expect. As long as nobody looked deeper than that, they would find him a sign of hope. Underneath his exterior, however, Barrett saw how he could barely stand in his armor. His body was barely holding together, and his energy was hollow. Shanta hadn't been able to say anything about his condition, but Barrett knew that wielding the power that had been channeled through him wasn't something easy. He would likely recover eventually, but it wouldn't be easy. The one thought that encouraged Barrett was that the Emperor hadn't necessarily come off better. If he was a warrior, his wounds wouldn't have been particularly concerning. However, in their brief encounters Barrett could feel the damage to his body. It seemed even 9th-tier cultivators weren't invincible, and fighting off half an army by himself had certainly taken a toll on the Emperor. Without Sir Jostin being powered up he would have been practically unstoppable, but he flew away with numerous wounds. Even Barrett himself had managed to slice a little cut into his shoulder. And there was something about the Emperor. He was an old man. Of course, to reach 9th tier someone had to be over 160 years old, but that was just the theoretical earliest. The Emperor wasn't necessarily nearly that young, and his body would require more effort to recover than most. Barrett couldn't say how long that would be, but even with a significant amount of resources and special medicines it wouldn't be quick. He wasn't the right type for that, though his power was significant enough to be a threat regardless. A month went by almost in an instant. Streeto's recovery was only just beginning. While the fields were damaged, young Earth-type cultivators were being trained there helping to repair them. Streeto still had a significant store of supplies they were doling out slowly, and while it wasn't instantly going to spring back to its peak, it was clear it would recover. But that didn't mean every piece of it would return to how it was. In particular, the Immortal Berserker sect was being rebuilt closer to Streeto itself. The same was true of many other sections. In a way, the city itself would be expanding, the sects adding onto its outer walls and providing more complex fortifications and safety for both the city and themselves. Many of the sects had been established before Streeto was as big as it had become, and they hadn't been willing to relocate, but now there wasn't much stopping them. Very few sects were going back to their old locations, and even fewer had structures that survived. The exceptions were like the Crystal Palace, placed atop Bittercold Peak. The army had not been willing to make a trek there to destroy it, and even if it had been destroyed they would have rebuilt. The location was critical to training their style, after all. However, even though many places were being rebuilt, not everyone would be returning to their sections. It wasn't out of disillusionment with their own groups. Streeto had managed to grow more unified in adversity, each part and as a whole. However, while it might be best to take the chance for the war to be over, not everyone was content with the results. The Ostainsmienia alliance had trampled over their territory, killing many of them, and they would get away with no consequences. Besides of course all of the deaths. Of course not. That wouldn't be allowed. Barrett grit his teeth looking north. Smienia wasn't a unified force to begin with. Now that they were weakened from the war, they would probably break apart into infighting once again, just like after the assault on the southern Metal Sea. The Convocation of Souls had promised glory and victory, while all they had gotten was a relatively small amount of loot and dead members. The plan was to crush Streeto so they couldn't keep a position of prominence, but that hadn't worked out. From the bodies they had compiled a list of the sects in Smienia that had most participated in the war, and they would be the ones to pay for it. As long as they made it clear who they were after, the others would either leave the people from Stredo alone or perhaps even help cause the downfall of rivals. The war might have reached a possible end, but there were those who wouldn't be satisfied without some form of vengeance. Barrett made sure to remind himself that they couldn't take things too far, but slaughtering enemy cultivators was perfectly fair retribution. He wouldn't be going alone, but he was one of the most prominent figures. Among others, though, was Vasco Chino, the old man who was paired with the unicorn Silverhoof. He turned to Barrett. "I appreciate a young fellow like you going along with this. I'm an old man with little to lose, and I did promise to kill any of the convocation of souls who came south of that mountain range. I managed to get the one who got away last time, but there are quite a few more." Barrett nodded. While the convocation of souls weren't the only ones at fault, they were one of the biggest motivating factors in Smienia's involvement in the war and trouble for Stredo and Agloni in general. If they wanted the world to not just go back to its previous status quo, something should be done. And vengeance for those who fell in battle was a bonus. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 478. Not everyone who went on the trip to invade Smienia was who Barrett would have expected. He had thought Nilima would love the chance for more fighting, but she stayed behind to help with Stredo's recovery. Meanwhile, Reyna's growing sect could likely use her help in their current state, but she insisted on going with the assault force. Kelani had come, but Kale was back in the southern Metal Sea taking care of business, though Maliko had come with Kelani. He was already over 30 years old, and a 4th-tier master. From the Immortal Berserker sect Kadiat joined up, as well as Hayden and some others. Hayden had reached 6th tier, and was a strong master in his own right. Grandmasters were important for battles, but they could easily get overwhelmed without support. For those who actually cared about their allies, it was important to balance numbers with having too many weak people who would instantly get killed. That meant for places like Smienia, they might just have to wade their way through masses of low-tier cultivators, but only if those low-tier cultivators could be convinced that it was less dangerous than facing their own masters. If Smienia was a unified nation, moving into the area without the whole force of Stredo behind them would be suicide. However, even before they arrived, spies had returned with reports of the predicted infighting. A campaign that intended to wipe out Smienia would stray far from the righteous path, but to wound some of the most important sects. That was a more reasonable goal. While Barrett might have liked to immediately launch an attack on the convocation of souls, he wasn't in the lead of the whole expedition, and they weren't the best first target. There was a closer sect, weaker but no less responsible for their actions. There was no point in trying to weaken Smienia if it weakened Stredo and their allies just as much, so starting somewhere smaller was the best plan. Passing through the mountains to Smienia wasn't too difficult. There was an actual pass, after all, and they'd gotten an army in the other direction. There was a guard post in the pass, but upon seeing the approaching small army, they retreated from the area. As they passed through towns and villages they were watched warily, but that was the end of things. There was nothing they could do about an army of cultivators, even if they had some among their members. Conversely, Stredo had no interest in destroying the homes and livelihoods of normal people who had done nothing to them. While they might have tangentially benefited from the war, at least, they might have if it won, they were barely involved. If Stredo decided to slaughter regular people, they would be worse than Smienia or the Ostane Empire. Either of them usually wanted those regular people around to rule over. There were a number of days of peaceful travel into Smienia. They encountered a number of cultivators watching them from a distance. None were grandmasters, so they likely couldn't have escaped if the army wanted to kill them, but they were much rather interested in not encouraging the sects to band together to deal with them. The Flaming Willows, Reyna identified another group. Also not friends of the wolf pack. The sound of her voice floated on the wind to them, "We seek only the wolf pack. We don't mind if you watch, but interfere and you will find us unafraid of fire." The small group of scouts quickly left, though against an army of thousands of cultivators that was the only option they had regardless of their opinions of them. Cultivator armies moved faster than normal armies. They could travel longer hours, took less time to set up and take down camps, and supplies could be stored in magic bags. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that they not bring the lowest tier cultivators with them. Even so, the armies of Smyenia and the Ostane Empire had been cumbersome enough to travel relatively slowly. Barrett frowned. I didn't know they took their names so literally. In front of him were various tunnels going into the ground. Like wolf dens, though sized for humans. To be fair to them, they were constructed rather than just dug out. However, they still had the burrow aesthetic, including rounded tunnels instead of rectangular tunnels with flat bottoms and sides. I'd assume they're more used to fighting on strange footing, then. Reyna nodded. I presume so. Otherwise hiding in there won't do them much good. Speaking of which, contained areas aren't my thing. I'll stay up here to help prevent anyone escaping. Reyna closed her eyes for a few moments, then nodded. There are no other tunnels out, at least not open to the surface at the moment. If anything does open up, I'll know. Kalani stepped forward. They use metal weapons, right? Claws or something? And other short-range weapons, Barrett nodded. How about we each take a handful of the best down one of these tunnels and see where they lead? If anything opens out, we might want more, but quantity may not be our ally here. With Barrett came Katia and Hayden. There was no reason to advertise their approach with berserk energy in several different places. Either of them could fight well alongside Barrett, but a third Grandmaster would be joining as well. Alec used telekinetic magic, which he would be able to maneuver around allies even in tight corridors. He could stop attacks or hurt people with their own weapons, but if he could grasp onto someone from moving at all for a moment, that could be even more devastating. Barrett pondered as they were about to step in. They already know we're here, right? Should we announce our presence? Trying to be a righteous sect didn't mean that you had to announce yourself for a fight and give up an advantage, but at least announcing why they were invading would be appropriate. Go ahead, Kalani said. That might distract them from our group anyway. All right then. Barrett took a deep breath. Then he shouted down a tunnel, making his voice carry far more than it normally would have. Hey! Wolf punks! You invaded our country and thought you could just home and live cozily? Absolutely not. On that note, any of you who didn't get involved in the invasion can be spared. Feel free to surrender and I promise we won't treat you unfairly. Barrett knew sects weren't one monolithic entity that represented all of those in it, though some like the Immortal Berserker sect did their best to pick members that would represent it well. He also preferred not to have to fight absolutely everyone, especially cornered as they were. Not that he was worried about himself in particular. Barrett entered first. Of their particular group there were a few with slightly higher cultivation, but of those suited to go down into the tunnels he was also the most suited for being in front. Katia was similarly durable, so she wouldn't be far behind, but Barrett had spent more time building up his toughness intentionally or by force of circumstance. The stealth of the wolf pack Barrett judged a 7 out of 10. Silver blades would be a 9, but he was more used to them in particular. But it was hard for people to hide their breaths and heartbeats and small sounds echoing off of them, and that was what Barrett felt. It was only a few moments before an attack came, but any spare moments were plenty. 2 figures leaped at him from either side. They moved in close to use their claw weapons, aiming towards traditional weaknesses in armor. Unfortunately for them, Barrett's living metal was continuous about his body and had no openings. If they had put all their force behind the attacks they might have stood a chance of breaking through, but since they had reserved something for defense and stealth, Barrett just felt limbs bump into his armpits and neck. At the same time he stabbed towards one with a short sword sized for fighting in cramped quarters, and extended his living metal over the hands of the other enemy, squeezing and crushing them. More combatants leaped into actions, attacking Barrett or trying to move to attack the others, but Katia and Hayden were prepared and able to stop them. While Immortal Berserkers didn't necessarily train for extremely close quarters, they had no problem taking up an entire corridor if they wanted to. Just them stopping people from passing allowed Alec to attack unhindered. The battle was quickly finished, with no wounds. At least, none that lasted more than a single minute. Even Hayden was 6th tier, which meant he was healing at over 100,000 times normal speed. While the wolf pack excelled in causing physical damage, they weren't specialized in making that last beyond a normal duration. After all, they intended to kill their enemies. To be fair to the group who attacked him, their coordination was excellent. However, Immortal Berserkers just weren't the right opponent for them. Then again, he wasn't sure if they would do much better against Kelani. They might not even get close to her, unless they knew to abandon their weapons. They had some stronger grandmasters somewhere, but they hadn't yet shown their faces. Then again, some of them had died in the war as well, so it was possible none of them were around at the moment. It wasn't like they had much advance warning to anticipate the attack. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 479. The wolf pack's tightly packed locations turned to work against them. While they had it set up that 2 or 3 of them could attack anyone passing through, that only worked if 2 of 3 of them could kill Barrett or whoever was in the lead. By the time their grandmasters arrived from deeper in their underground complex, it was already too late. The damage had been done, and there weren't enough high-tier masters to support them. Not that they could have done anything but run to begin with. Streeto had sent a decently sized army and the wolf pack was just a single sect. They were the first target along the way, and they had little time to prepare. As for their traps, they weren't much good when the majority of their force was instantly negated by the person standing in the front. Barrett hated to admit it, but being blasted nearly to pieces by the Emperor helped his body develop quite a bit. At least it made things less than 9th tier feel less threatening. Not that Barrett would be entirely confident in fighting an 8th tier Grandmaster alone, but at least he knew he could survive casual attempts to kill him by pretty much anyone in the world. Unless there were even stronger 9th tier Grandmasters around, but they would be few in number. The wolf pack was driven out of their den, or killed. There were many entrances, and while the army might have blocked all of them, they could do sufficient damage without risking more lives of their soldiers by making the remaining cultivators desperate. If they thought they had a chance to flee, it would reduce their willingness to fight and die, and kill cultivators from Streeto in the process. Some of those who escaped would likely go directly to warn their allies, but word about an army entering Smyenia would already be spreading regardless. Some of the wolf pack surrendered, as Barrett had suggested. He sort of wished they hadn't, but since they had to do things properly. With the help of magic and the remaining records of the wolf pack, they were able to determine with enough certainty which people really hadn't been involved in attacking Streeto. There were a few who remained, probably hoping to be overlooked, but Barrett heard their hearts quicken when their names were found on records or magic indicated they were lying. Of course, they could have reasonably been nervous regardless of guilt, but their association with the group was problematic enough. Only executing those against which some evidence was found was already merciful. Further into Smyenia, to the north and a bit west, was a large, twisted forest. Word from those who didn't know what they were talking about said it was a cursed forest. It wasn't far from the truth, but Tanglewood Grove was merely set up to be a horrible death trap. The difference between that and being cursed was, mostly semantics. However, the order of druids who shared the name Tanglewood Grove kept the forest enchanted to kill intruders. Trees would come alive, entangling with their roots and crushing with their weight. Poisonous plants and venomous animals would swarm those who were uninvited, and giant beasts would seek them out. That was the theory, anyway. Upon entering the forest, however, the army from Streeto found little evidence of that. It was quite disconcerting until they saw the first signs of trouble, but even then, there was no threat. A section of forest was wrecked, torn apart from the top of the trees to the roots torn out of the ground. Bodies littered the area and trees were burned and blackened. Those were the most understandable things, but sections of the ground itself were blackened and sickly. The army made a point to avoid walking near those areas. Barrett's senses told him that if anything in this forest was truly cursed, it was those patches of ground, with trees twisted beyond recognition of what type they might have once been and the scent of rot even if outwardly they seemed structurally sound. Closer inspection of the bodies, where available, found that a good portion of them were already dead. Had already been dead when they arrived at the forest, likely. That is to say, zombies and other forms of undead. It was possible there were other necromancer factions attacking, but the most likely were those from Agloni. During the war Streeto had a working relationship with Agloni, but undead were still forbidden in the city. That was where the line was drawn even for desperate circumstances, and while Barrett wasn't sure it was the best possible distinction in terms of actual morality, it was at least a very visible one. Following the path of destruction made for an easy path, with all the dangers already voided. Everyone still kept their eyes and ears and other senses open for trouble, but they sensed nothing close by. Further ahead, however, the fluctuations of magic and energy from battles were quite evident. As they approached the battlefield, a figure came to stand in front of them at a significant distance. Another army. Who are you, then? A truly decrepit old man stood in front of them, but to say he was weak would have been entirely the wrong impression. While his body looked like it might snap like a twig given any amount of force, the impression he gave off was much more than that. Behind him stretched dozens of tendrils of darkness, not like the sort the grasping hand used to drain life force from others but thinner and more wispy. Barrett could also feel the power was flowing out along them instead of in. Vasco Chino stepped forward. Magro. I did not expect to see you here. The man swept his eyes over the unicorn, and the comparatively young-looking Vasco Chino. So it's you. And these others are from Streeto, I imagine. That is correct. Vasco Chino didn't represent Streeto, but he was the best person to speak in the situation they found themselves in. The old man who had been named as Magro shook his head. Tanglewood Grove is quite busy at the moment. You and the army behind you can come back later, and see if there's anything left. Vasco Chino smiled, I'm sure you could use some help. How about we step in? Any loot can be split evenly. Bah! Magro shook his head, after we fought our way here and cleared the trail for you. We'll take everything for ourselves, thanks. Vasco nodded knowingly. I see. You don't need our help at all then. You are right about clearing the way. In that case, we could go as low as a third of the loot, and of course, we won't be taking any of the bodies except those of our own. Magro squinted, then nodded. Fine. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to save a few bodies. He turned around and went back to focusing on the area in front of him. Tanglewood Grove wasn't as well in hand as Magro had made it seem. They had quite a large number of grandmasters who had survived the battle at Streeto, either having escaped the city's walls or never entering in the first place. Barrett recognized a certain technique among them. He hadn't done much talking to the grandmaster they killed beneath the southern metal sea, but the way many of their members surrounded themselves with vines and thorns, building a huge ball of plants that even stretched into the ground, was certainly reminiscent of that. Moving plants through the dirt near the surface was actually much easier than moving pretty much anything deep in the southern metal sea. However, for Barrett that also meant he moved himself better. He turned his weapon into a large two-handed machete, good for chopping through plants. It was nearly an axe, and had enough weight behind it to act like one, so even when a thick tree got in his way he could chop through it, fighting his way towards the strongest enemies. He had to be careful of his path, not because of the thorns or strangling plants, but because the forces of Agloni weren't particularly careful with how they aimed their attacks. They weren't entirely careless, they avoided aiming directly towards him, but balls of life-devouring energy were one thing, and curses that spread from one thing to the next was quite another. Barrett tried his best to not be where plant and people-devouring curses were mostly likely to be, but he understood why more people were hanging back until areas were cleared. But even if a curse tried to grab onto him, he just crushed it in his hand. As intangible attacks, curses weren't meant to resist straightforward damage to them. They generally fed off of the energy or magic of a host to damage them. Barrett could keep them from taking a hold of him, and destroy them if necessary. Which was good, because he didn't fancy his body rotting and falling apart at a visible speed. He just hoped he could contribute to the battle more, so all the effort was worth it. Then again, he was distracting a whole lot of plants that were trying to swarm him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 480. It was already bad enough with a bunch of necromancers invading, throwing undead carelessly into the fray and tossing about diseases and curses that spread with reckless abandon. Then an army from Streeto arrived and made things worse. This was all that stupid emperor's fault. If he'd held up his part of the plan to wipe out Streeto, they wouldn't have enough cultivators left to even think about counterattacking. Instead, he'd just sauntered off into the middle of the city and then retreated at his whim. And now, along with the zombies and plant rot and curses trying to find their way towards the center of Tanglewood Grove, there were cultivators that wouldn't die. One would think a copious amount of poisonous gases in the air would do something. The needled plants, when properly augmented, should be able to pierce through any sort of armor that wasn't augmented by energy. It wasn't sensible. Grand Mistress Arati took a deep breath. The toxins were kept away from her nearby area, because even if an immunity was built up, at a certain point there just wasn't enough air to breathe. That seemed like it should be the case with some of the people approaching, but one of the grandmasters at the forefront didn't seem to care much. But that was fine. How long could someone hold their breath with good body training? Certainly quite a while. Just because he wasn't using energy to defend himself didn't mean he was invincible. In fact, he didn't seem to have any energy at all, instead of holding it in reserve. A pure body temperer. They were quite annoying indeed, but certainly not invincible. It just required different tactics. If the overall situation were not so overwhelming, Arati thought she might actually have a chance to actually come up with or implement something special. As it was, with the forest nearly melting around her and enemy forces getting ever closer, there was only so much she could do. Perhaps Miinia should have also pressed harder during the war to kill more cultivators, but nobody wanted to die. The Alliance had superior strength, but fighting Streeto on their own grounds where they were cornered didn't make the best use of that. Especially since nobody wanted to risk anything. That was what it was. Both the necromancers and this pure body temperer were willing to risk something. While it seemed the necromancers might not care about their undead, any strong ones weren't so easy to make. The warrior chopping his way through vines seemed unafraid, and perhaps he was, but he was also risking his own safety to kill them. Arati had wanted to take minimal damage to the forest and its inhabitants, and protect herself, and now it was too late to stop either. But maybe she could at least take some people with her. Her consciousness sunk into the forest, deep into the ground to the roots that twined between all the trees in the area. The first thing Barrett noticed was the way the plants in the area were no longer defending. They had been a wall he had to chop through to get to the enemy, but their area of focus changed from the druids to the attackers. Especially Barrett himself. It wasn't that the plants hadn't been trying to kill him before, but now they surged towards him in waves. His sword sliced through a small forest, and then another, but the magically enchanted plants grabbed and tangled around him, twisting around his blade and his arms and legs. He pulled, snapping vines and roots, but more and more washed over him, grabbing everything they could, each individual finger, and entombing him inside them. He couldn't focus his toughness on any one part of his body in his current state, since all of him needed what it had. At first there was a stalemate, as he tugged against the plants covering him, but the power filling them was significant. They couldn't move his arm, but they tugged against a single finger at a time, snapping them. His armor covered him and prevented the tangling plants from strangling him, though he hadn't taken a breath in a while regardless. Barrett couldn't swing his sword or move his body at all, but that didn't mean he could do nothing. He just hadn't been ready. In his hand, the machete shortened but also twisted. As it did so, he forced an edge sharper than a razor, slicing through the plants. Before he made much progress, the blade was pulled away from his hands and away. He could deal with that later, but he first had to focus on his main body where his elbows were being strained to their limits. Then Barrett shook his head, internally, because his body couldn't move. His elbows snapped backwards, and the same with his knees. The plants twined around his torso, trying to snap his spine, but his armor held firm, distributing the force all around his torso. Then small blades grew out of the armor all around his body, slicing into the plants, entangling him. Momentary sharp blades that couldn't hold the edge for long but could just be reformed. Meanwhile, the captured blade had been pulled away from him and lay forgotten outside the tangle of plants. Slowly, very slowly, it creeped towards the nearest druid who was focusing the plants on him. Barrett's limbs were bent and twisted in all the ways they shouldn't go, but that didn't matter. Just because his wrist wasn't supposed to bend backwards 180 degrees didn't mean it was a problem. Knees and elbow joints were a bit harder to make go the other way, but it wasn't so hard to make his body move in ways it shouldn't. There was little use for most of that, but in this particular scenario where he was basically grappling an endless number of enemies, allowing his muscles and ligaments to lose their tension and become stretchy wasn't so hard. It seemed like he wasn't able to resist the twisting and pulling on his body, but in actuality he just wasn't resisting. Because he didn't need to. Occasional needles concentrated enough magic to puncture into his body, but what was a 5 or 10 centimeter puncture wound anyway? Barely relevant. Poison now flowed through his veins, but he didn't let it interact with any of the rest of him. Then his weapon turned into a hail of piercing blades, with a look quite reminiscent of Kelani's techniques. All the sharp little blades flew towards a druid, who no longer had so much as a bush to defend himself. Sure, he had some armor made out of the hide of a fancy creature of some sort, and his own magic, and the force of Barrett's attack was divided among all the blades launched at him. However, though one might assume a few dozen blades that were the same size and accelerated at the same speed and were made of the same material would reasonably have the same force behind them, the reality was much different. The weight and momentum from most of the small blades were concentrated on just 3 of them, one aimed for a shoulder, one a hip, and one straight into the guts below the ribcage. The rest of them were basically empty shells, though technically still solid. As they impacted the druid's defenses, most of them bounced off harmlessly. His defenses were slightly concentrated on his torso, but that only meant the blades aimed at his shoulder and thigh went straight through while the one aimed for his guts just went halfway through. Then Barrett focused everything on that one and went straight up, not caring which vital organs he tore apart. A portion of the mess of plants around him loosened, and the magic fortifying them waned slightly. Barrett took that chance to cut into them, but he couldn't create a long blade at the moment. Not without making his armor so thin that it could be broken through, breaking his nearly perfect seal. He needed more living metal, and considered that he should try experimenting with making some after the battle was over. It would be a little bit difficult in battle. Arati frowned. It wasn't possible to ignore that pure body temper, but killing him was taking too much effort. The assault was doing better against some, but the necromancers seemed to thrive with masses of life attacking them. And then there was the tornado. Theoretically there was a person in there, but it was hard to see through the masses of blades inside. Even torn-up razor vines and other plants were being used as weapons, and somehow they actually moved as if they were still alive, or at least, as if they were differently alive. Apparently, just risking something wasn't good enough. If only anyone else had come to defend them, but everyone in Smyenia was dealing with their own issues. Honestly, calling it the Ostane-Smyenia alliance had been laughable when Smyenia wasn't even really allied with itself. Had the Emperor known this would happen? Certainly, he wouldn't have cared about their losses and what happened afterwards. Arati looked down at her foot. Somehow, without her noticing, some of the rotting curse had reached her through various vines and such. It was creeping up her leg at a visible rate, though soon it wouldn't be worth calling a leg. She always knew she would return to the dirt someday, but she had expected it to be a while off. Decades, at least. As it turned out, Streeto had been just as much of a problem as Smyenia had thought, and they shouldn't have disturbed their pleasant standoff. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 481. After Tanglewood Grove, the army from Streeto moved on to different sects in Smyenia. Some of them banded together to defend each other, some of them had left and some were already in conflict with others. Streeto had been lucky to mostly handle their internal problems previously, and they had been more organized as a single entity for most of the history of the city. The path to the ultimate goal was much easier for combating the enemies in small groups, as might be expected. The army Streeto had sent was only a portion of their power, but more than any single sect could contribute by far. While not every part of Streeto had prior conflict with the Convocation of Souls like the Immortal Berserker sect, they and their immediate allies were all in the same general area. As one of the primary instigators of all of the troubles and some of the strongest sects in the area, they absolutely had to be dealt with. Left alone, they might just actually control all of Smyenia instead of just mostly doing so. Perhaps they wouldn't be a problem for another 100 years, but that wasn't that much in cultivator terms. At least some of those present would be alive at that time and many others wouldn't have been gone for long. A century was just an approximate anyway, perhaps 50 years would be enough for them to recover. The Convocation of Souls had their headquarters on Jade Mountain. It wasn't an actual mountain of jade, but it wasn't too far off either. The mountain itself did contain quite an abundance of natural jade and other valuable stones, not just for jewelry purposes, but ones useful for enchanting magically and storing power. Barrett had been there before, while tagging along inside Grandmaster Cadell. The mountain seemed to help stabilize their souls, which was how they managed to hold it together so well with so many souls that weren't theirs. Though, most soul binders only had 2 or 3 at most, trading out as they found better things. Their sect wasn't as fortified as Streeto, but that didn't mean it wasn't an imposing fortress. Because they didn't have to cover such a huge area, they were actually able to pack more enchantments in a smaller area. It wasn't clear if they'd always had so many or if they had recently increased security, but 20-meter-high walls could be just as good as 100-meter-high, with the proper defenses. Barrett had no doubts trying to fly over would be a mistake, if for no other reason than those who did so would basically be alone. The scouts reported signs of recent activity in the area, likely reinforcements arriving. A variety of energies and magics could be felt even from a significant distance which corroborated that evidence. In a straight-up battle, the army from Streeto would have a significant advantage, but Streeto had stood against 2 approximately equally matched forces and come out ahead. The same could happen here, though the circumstances certainly weren't exactly the same. Quite a distance away from the fortifications atop Jade Mountain, inside a tent to block vision and enchanted to prevent other ways of listening in or spying, the War Council of Streeto and allies met. Vasco Chino, as a respected elder, was one of the first to speak. What should be done about this situation? I would very much like to fulfill my promise to kill any members of the Convocation of Souls who came south of the mountains. I would also like to not throw my life away pointlessly. Though the Crystal Palace had not been damaged in the war because of their location, they were still part of Streeto and had revenge of their own to seek. Grandmaster Uavanalis was one of the top mages in Streeto's jurisdiction, and he explained the difficulties they might face. The gates here are smaller than Streeto. Perhaps easier to break through, but we don't have any 8th-tier cultivators with us, or a 9th-tier grandmaster. Any bombardment of the gates will exhaust a good portion of our resources. Though I may be biased in this case. The Crystal Palace does not usually employ such magics. Some of the other mages agreed with his assessment. It is a waste of magic to bombard a structure when the same could be used against our actual targets. Krenther spoke as well. A frontal assault is too dangerous. It is not worth the damage we would suffer. Should we lure them out, said the representative from the Palace of 1,000 Eyes. We can create an illusion of weakness in our forces, though it would be difficult to maintain. Unfortunately, our strength is likely already well known, Krenther said. But I have a plan that could certainly use your talents. If we aren't in any rush. Watching the walls was both boring and stressful. Lane Scarcy leaned on her spear as she watched the enemy forces wandering about down below. Were they looking for secret entrances? There weren't any of those. Probably. Actually, she didn't guarantee there were none, but if there were they would be dangerous and easily defended. They did nothing but circle around the base of the area, yet they couldn't be ignored because at any point they might start an attack. They were using magic and energy to search around the whole mountain. Not that it hadn't been scoured many times more by the convocation of souls. They wouldn't find anything. None of the grandmasters were worried, but they weren't the most likely to die if it came to an assault. Lane might die as collateral damage. She just wasn't strong enough to do anything against an army like that. Sure, she was just supposed to hold the line and do what she could, but she'd seen what happened in Streeto. People stronger than her got killed, and weaker defenders still died regardless of the power of the city itself. It was easier to gather defenders where needed on Jade Mountain, considering the area they chose to defend was much smaller. Their mines and outlying facilities were mostly used up for the moment anyway. If the army from Streeto wanted to work in the mines for a while they could, but then they'd have to carry a whole country away. Not an impossible task, but not exactly efficient. The enemy army was spread out, almost in a way that a sortie seemed worthwhile, but if that was their plan, they were too foolish. While they might cause some damage in a sortie, the convocation of souls and their allies knew how quickly cultivators could converge. Once they stepped outside their fortification, that would be it. If only they walked a bit closer, but all they did was walk back and forth far away from the fortifications. Back and forth, not in really any pattern at all. Just like they were wandering. They'd move and then stop, then turn or go back or continue forward. Nothing sensible at all. Maybe it was a distraction. They could be in the mines, trying to tunnel down beneath them. But they weren't unaware of that possibility. They had people watching for anything like that, and their defenses continued underground. Streeto would have to dig out literally the entire mountain to cause a collapse, and that would be extremely obvious and take years. They'd either run out of food before then or have to split into groups to find it, and then they could take some of them out. Not that Jade Mountain had an infinite supply of food either, but the convocation of souls had sizable storage locations while the cultivator army of Streeto only had their own magic bags. Barrett looked down at the paper in his hand. It was one small section of a talisman, but even so it was quite a complicated-looking network of runes. Complicated-looking because it just repeated the same thing over and over, with the most complicated bits just being connections to the next areas. He measured the area around him, then dug out another scoop of ground in front of him. Theoretically it looked like he was just wandering around looking for something. The Palace of 1,000 Eyes had their work cut out for them. He knew they were good at illusions, and even though they mostly just had to maintain a static illusion, keeping it up all day and on such a wide scale was impressive. It took all of their numbers and support from other illusionists to fill in the gaps. Digging into the mountain wasn't so difficult. It wasn't any tougher than granite. However, it was quite a bit more able to accept stored power, energy and magic. He only had so much magic to give, but he injected it into his sections. Others would be coming along later, but he might as well do what he could. Besides, he had at least a basic understanding of talismans. If someone had asked him before, he would have said mountains weren't talismans. But then again, he would have generally said a mountain wasn't him, and that was the thing. Either or both of those could be true. Well, not a whole mountain in his case. Not yet. And this particular one was a bit tricky. But the point was, just because something wasn't usually done a certain way didn't mean it couldn't be. If those atop Jade Mountain caught wind of what they were doing, the smart thing to do would be instantly launching an assault. People were distracted and tired, but even then, Streeto would likely come out on top. When they were done, assuming everything worked well, the convocation of souls wouldn't be a cause of concern. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 482. Underneath the surface of Jade Mountain were networks of tunnels going every which way following former valuable deposits. The convocation of souls had been very careful not to make any connected to the main body of their sect. The tunnels were quite structurally sound, even deep underneath the surface. In one of those deep tunnels, Barrett worked directly with Krenther. Just scoop out that bit, if you would. Just another centimeter to flatten it out, Krenther directed. Good. That should be plenty. Barrett wiped his forehead. The rock became denser as things went deeper, and they had been working hard for several weeks. As one of those who knew something about talismans and could also easily carve out rock, he'd had a front and center role. One day of digging through rocks wasn't so tiring, but it quickly became apparent that they needed to accelerate their work if they were ever going to finish, and if they were going to complete their work before all the illusionists collapsed. Going with the minimum amount of sleep necessary and working at the maximum rate his body could sustain really took a toll on him. He could dig out rock at a quick walking pace, and occasionally there was more tunneling to be done in carting out of huge piles of ore, which could just be a quick run to the surface, but it was still more work. It wasn't entirely bad. Barrett could consider it a change of training style if nothing else, but it wasn't easy work. However, everything should be paying off soon. I think that's it. Crenther nodded. I'll need another day to do a quick pass on everything, and then we can activate it. Right, Barrett nodded, and this will take care of them? You've seen it yourself. Once it's activated there's not much hope for them to stop it. Barrett shook his head. I can't believe we're actually doing something like this right under their noses. It seems like they could have noticed any time. That's the whole point of doing it this way, isn't it? That they wouldn't notice. Nothing happened for weeks. Literally just the same thing over and over. Lane Scarsey had mentioned that they must be up to something, but with no idea what it was, nobody really took her seriously. It's just a stupid trick to lure us out. It didn't work the first week, it won't work now. Lane nodded in her head. Certainly, it could be a trick. People wandering around on the mountain. But just because nobody knew or remembered any weaknesses didn't mean there weren't any. The Convocation of Souls had controlled Jade Mountain for at least 2 centuries, but before that, it hadn't been theirs. Perhaps they had missed something. Trying to get any real information at a kilometer away, however, was fruitless. Lane had already counted every single person who regularly remained within her sphere of view. 1,000 enemy cultivators, though she could have easily mixed up a few of the same style and similar cultivation levels. But around Jade Mountain, thousands in total. They had more people than that to defend, though many at lower cultivations. Overall, they had the advantage if they stayed on the defensive, so it made sense that they would be lured out, but nobody really tried that hard. Going out to try to stop them wandering around never even crossed her mind. Falling asleep did, but it wasn't a hypnotic pattern or anything, just boring. But if she slept on the job she would be dead, one way or another. Just people wandering back and forth on the mountain, over those strange carvings. Wait, when had those got there? And they weren't wandering but now standing over the carvings, injecting magic and energy into them at an amazing rate. Lane moved to go sound the alarm, but someone else got to it first. Who couldn't sense an entire army of cultivators using all of their power? They'd have to be completely without senses of any sort. The mountain rumbled. Lane frowned. Where was the killing intent? Was this not a battle coming? Some sort of intimidation tactic, posturing? She might not have been the best at sensing killing intent, but an entire army of it should have had more than this. Then a wall of magic shot up. It raised into the sky, covering most of Jade Mountain. A barrier. Was it to cut off their retreat? The attack should be coming any moment. Except, the army was outside the barrier if that was what it was. It didn't feel particularly menacing. Lane wondered if being less curious would have prevented her from ending up in the group that went to test it. Unfortunately it was too late to find out. Maybe she should have taken a sick day, like anyone got sick. Or was allowed days off during a war. As she got closer and closer, it felt more and more like a barrier. Nice and safe, even. No dangerous wards that would kill anyone who touched it. That meant they'd done a really good job of hiding it. She approached slowly, hoping someone would be in front of her, but she found herself gingerly touching the barrier with her spear. Then she poked it again. Finally, she took a solid stab, her spear bouncing off. Yep, it was a barrier. Completely inert and with no counterattacks. Or maybe she just hadn't hit hard enough for it to register. Being weak sucked. Lane looked back, but the Grandmasters watching gestured her forward. Fine. One swing as best as she could do. She gathered all of her magic and energy and slammed into the barrier. She was swiftly rejected with all of the force of hitting a wall. When normal walls used to feel unbreakable. It didn't give in the slightest, didn't get damage, and did little more than snap her spear into splinters by resisting her attack. She wondered if she could get that replaced, but now wasn't a good time to ask. The mage inside her stirred. There wasn't much he could reveal to Lane except the full magnitude of the barrier. Unbreakable by any single person. She wasn't even a master, so why even bother trying? She shouldn't have joined up with the Convocation of Souls to begin with. Why the hell had they gotten into a war with Streeto? Somehow Lane had been deemed an expert on the barrier now and was taken to all of the higher-ups who asked her all kinds of questions. Is it dangerous? No. It's a barrier. Can it be broken? Probably not. It's a barrier made up of the power of an army. How did it get set up? Probably illusion magic. Or maybe something during the night shift. Why didn't she notice? Nobody else noticed either. Including Grandmasters. They weren't willing to step a toe beyond the walls. Days passed. It became very clear that the barrier was feeding on all of the ambient energy and magic in the area. It wasn't draining people, but it did make it more difficult to recover used resources. The most concerning thing was that the Streeto army had retreated. Now they were staying in their tents down at the foot of the mountain and not approaching closer. Like they were resting and waiting for something. Perhaps once enough magic was drained from the area they would attack. There was no way out of the barrier even deep in Jade Mountain. It boxed them in, land and sky. Like the barrier on their keep, though there were openable points for the gates. But as long as they didn't spend their power, their resources would still outlast Streeto. So why did it even matter? A week passed, and someone made an important discovery. There was no activity in the Streeto camp. Nobody had sensed a tiny mote of energy or magic in days. The barrier certainly blocked sensing to some degree, but somebody should have been able to pick out a Grandmaster at least. There was a flurry of activity to discern the location of the enemies, but they weren't just hiding a bit further away. They were gone. That meant the barrier could be destroyed fairly easily. It had been studied by more people, and it wasn't at all offensive. It didn't even reflect attacks more than its impenetrable nature did by itself. All they had to do was overpower it at a single point. Lane wasn't sure why she found herself in the middle of the keep in direct disobedience of her orders. She wouldn't be missed immediately, but someone might notice later. Then she would be in big trouble. But here she was listening to a random dead mage who she hadn't even really wanted to attach to her soul. She hadn't even really known what she was doing until it was too late. Maybe she should have been a farmer or something instead. When the attacks on the barrier started, Lane wasn't sure if she should hope for people to succeed or fail. Either way, they might discover her somewhere she shouldn't be. It wasn't like it was a forbidden area, but she should be contributing her meager abilities to destroying the barrier as well. Maybe this was revenge from the dead mage in her head, but she thought they got along pretty well. Enough that she was willing to listen to his hunch that something bad would happen. But there weren't suddenly more energy sources appearing, ready to attack people after they broke through the barrier. The barrier just gave out, and as it did, it collapsed. Along with the mountain. As the world fell away under Lane's feet, she wondered how that was happening. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 483. Lane stood stock still, wondering if there would be a third collapse. The first collapse had been powerful but short. She wasn't sure, but she had dropped perhaps a handful of meters straight down. Not a serious fall, especially since the ground fell with her. She wasn't even knocked off her feet, though she noticed that the floor was no longer perpendicular to straight down. However, after the initial drop there was a brief moment of balance, or at least a sense of it. Perhaps that was just everything catching up. Then the second collapse started. It was overall fairly brief as well. Less than a minute, probably. However, everything tilted more and not all in the same direction. That second part meant that the buildings didn't handle it well. A well-constructed building could handle a little bit of drift in foundations. An expertly constructed building imbued with magic could handle more. That was why less than half of the building had collapsed immediately around Lane, with the rest being held up not by structure but by magic itself. Now she was outside on the streets, staying away from any tall buildings and trying to imagine the streets as level again or at least straight and slanted. Some of the rubble might never have been the paved streets to begin with, but nearby buildings of similar material. It was hard to tell. A crashing sound behind Lane told her that the magic holding a building together had run out of juice and could no longer hold the building together at an impossible angle. As she looked around, though, there was a stark difference in some buildings. Not everything was made by the same person, and small differences in style resulted in different stabilities. One tower was just on its side. The insides were probably just a mess of whatever had been in there, but the outside looked unscratched. It was like someone had knocked over a toy. There were only a few buildings like that to starkly contrast the others that were now just rubble. The sound of chunks falling away from the walls of nearby buildings made Lane start, but after a few more minutes subsequent collapses seemed unlikely. It seemed like a good time to leave. There wasn't even anyone else in this sect she cared about anyway. The mage inside her agreed, though he really wanted her to stop and grab some magical trinkets she walked past. By the time anything of note happened in Jade Mountain, the army from Streeto was halfway out of Smyenia. Barrett looked over his shoulder, wondering. He turned to ask Krenther, "What do you think will happen?" "Worst case scenario for us. They have a handful of talisman specialists who can work together to disable the barrier together." Krenther smiled, "But we filled the area to the bursting point with power. They'd have to be extremely proficient to take it apart without the talisman itself collapsing. And from the information we had, they only had one good candidate. I believe he died in the war at Streeto." Krenther looked towards Vasco Chino, who nodded. "Well, in that case, the most likely scenario is that the mountain falls apart. Depending on where they are, the lower-tier cultivators get injured or die. The fortress will likely crack with the mountain, as the tunnels collapse and cause more tunnels to collapse. It was plenty stable even in the case of explosive attacks, but a whole mountain falling on itself won't do well. Some grandmasters will probably die. Maybe not as many as we would like, but we can hope there are more enemies of the Convocation of Souls around to set them back even further." Vasco Chino shook his head. "I would have preferred to deal with them more directly, but we could not just stay in enemy territory forever. It was best not to risk any other sects getting the idea that they could garner favor with the Convocation of Souls by attacking us while we were preoccupied." Barrett nodded. If they had managed to bring all of Streeto's forces with them things might be different, but they couldn't make the same mistakes their enemies did. Even if they had stayed to attack immediately after the destruction, there would have been too much risk. Cultivators who were backed into a corner could be particularly deadly, since if there was no future for them then it didn't matter how much they messed up their cultivation by overdrafting themselves. It was a shame they couldn't stay behind to loot anything, but greed would just cost them lives. There were many people Barrett didn't want to lose, and of course Kelani didn't want Maliko to experience too much adversity. There was an acceptable amount of risk for people to take. Even Barrett himself had managed to stay out of battles with too many strong masters and grandmasters involved until he was a higher-tier master himself. Streeto still had many repairs to do and other problems to deal with, but everyone was glad to see the army returning victorious and in relatively good condition. It wasn't possible to participate in large-scale battles without losses, but they had chosen their path well enough for those losses to be minimal. When the army returned to Streeto, they didn't stay long. Most of those from Agloni returned there, but those who had grudges against the Ustane Empire mostly chose to remain. After all, there was still more work to do. The route south of Streeto through Ruklua would be left alone for the moment. They weren't less responsible than the rest of the empire for what had happened, but that was part of why they could wait. Vashia, Padrain and Etrin had been recently conquered, on the relative scale of things. While there weren't many threats nearby to complain about Streeto seeking vengeance against the Ustane Empire, nobody could complain about them taking out the forces in those other countries and returning them to their own rule. Not that Streeto planned to stop back at the status quo of previous centuries. The Ustane Empire had been allowed to grow far too large with no consequences. Either from the perspective of morality or practicality, there were justifications to reduce their spread. Vashia was most easily reached through the southern Metal Sea. They bordered each other, with the volcanic mountains of Vashia being just along the southern border. Traveling through the mountains near Sashir would take longer because it meant spending more time in the mountains, which would slow down an army, even one of cultivators. The southern Metal Sea was allied territory anyway, with more locations they could reasonably resupply. Kelani rode at the front of the army, to reduce the chances of their presence being confused for more attackers from Smyinia or elsewhere. As they crossed the border they were met by a patrol from the southern Metal Sea, but they were just checking on the news. Most of the patrol seemed normal to Barrett. Cultivators on steelhead rams, emanating a metal-aligned cultivation of various sorts. However, there were also a handful of scorpions and lizards of various sizes all in a pack around one young woman. It took him a moment to recognize Hokulani, but the large rust mite next to her gave her away. Pololi wasn't particularly intimidating, but a knee-height rust mite was abnormally large for the insects that generally didn't surpass fist size. None of the creatures were extremely powerful, but Hokulani herself gave off a strange feeling. She'd only been cultivating for a handful of years. Not long enough to reach mastery and become 4th tier, but she was solidly into 3rd tier. Her aura of magic corroborated that, but Barrett felt something more. A strength beyond her years, something more than even her personal capabilities would have indicated. It took Barrett a moment to place, but then he realized. She was like the guardians he had met before, except instead of drawing upon the power of the sea she drew upon the power of the rest of the area. The connection contained less power, but it would make her a formidable force in the future. Especially if she expanded her collection of creatures. Her power was bound to the terrain, but that gave her a not insignificant area she could travel about. He could see she got along well with the creatures in the area with the way she interacted with them. As the leaders of the patrol squad talked with Kelani, Hokulani was surveying the army. Finally her eyes stopped on Barrett, and he could tell she wanted to talk to him. Barrett approached her. "Hello again. I'm glad to see you are doing well." She nodded, but looked past Barrett. I can't find, is Master Einar with you?" It was hard for Barrett to keep his face under control. Taking a deep breath was a superficial way of keeping himself calm, but that and other body changes kept him stable. "Unfortunately. Einar died in the attack on Streeto." Barrett shook his head sadly. He'd been able to save Einar when he thought he was going to die saving Hokulani, but he hadn't been there for him after. Barrett knew it was impossible to look out for everyone, but that didn't make him feel better about Einar's death. Oh. Hokulani was much less in control of herself, and tears started to stream down her cheeks. "I wanted to thank him again, for saving me." "Did you avenge him?" Barrett looked down to the south, towards the majority of the Ustane Empire. "The Emperor himself killed him. A terrifying 9th-tier cultivator. But, we'll make them pay. I promise you." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 484. Driving the Ustane Empire out of Vashia wasn't even a question of if it could be done. It had taken them quite some time to actually get the area under control, not because of the actual fighting prowess of the nation but because of their tenacity and their knowledge of the terrain. Occupying Vashia for a few years wouldn't give the Ustane Empire that sort of advantage. The only troops remaining there were a token force, nothing that could stop Streeto. The majority of the Ustane Empire's troops had scuttled back deeper into their home territory. The more important part would be convincing Vashia they weren't planning to take over as well. Cultivators from Streeto used to pass through the area all the time, but that was what they were. Cultivators from Streeto, and not an army from Streeto. Hopefully the fact that they were destroying all of the fortresses occupying the area and not taking them over would get the point across. Barrett wasn't part of the negotiation process, those talking to the factions along the way, but Reyna was, and she came to him with a request for help. The troops we've seen so far were basically a decoy. There's actually a contingent still here working on something. Something very important to Vashia. Reyna tapped a finger to her lips. I guess it could be the equivalent of the metal core. Something that keeps this Vashia as it is. Personally, I would prefer less volcanic activity, but I'm not a fire cultivator. And I do believe we would all prefer the Ostane Empire not have anything important. Barrett nodded. What do you need me for specifically? Fighting, I assume. Of course. And while I would recruit you for anything, what we need is a small group with high fire resistance. Capable of fighting grandmasters, of course. Reyna waved her hand across herself and Barrett. I'm less fire resistant, but I can keep the heat away. Especially with the help of Grandmaster Juvenalis. We still need others covering the rest of Vashia, but this mission can't wait. As in we need to go now. Then we go now, Barrett shrugged. You know I don't have to prepare anything. Are we bringing anyone else? Reyna shook her head. The other appropriate cultivators are from Vashia to begin with, and they're taking the opportunity to drive out the rest of the Ostane Empire. Personally, I just think they're afraid to go into a Tier 7 danger zone. Barrett raised an eyebrow. Tier 7. Amazing. Also, I suppose that means I should leave my magic bag somewhere. It's durable, but not that durable. I'd say leave it with me, but I probably can't carry it. Barrett nodded. Not comfortably. Though I have little reason to carry huge amounts of metal anymore, so it's lighter than it used to be. And we could dump out the rocks. Barrett reached into his bag and pulled out a box. Keep these for me. Vitality pairs. Just in case. If I need them I'll ask for it, or if it's an emergency just make sure you keep absolutely all energy and magic away from them as you toss chunks in my mouth. Reyna sighed, please don't collapse to that point. I promise to try to avoid it, Barrett nodded. That's all I can say. Barrett reached his hand into his bag and pulled out a big ball of stone pits, all stuck together. They didn't naturally do so, but it wasn't hard to make them cling to each other. I'll leave my bag with someone up here. This is nice, Barrett said. They had gone down deep tunnels which so far had led them many kilometers into the earth. They were being led by a man named Nathaniel with blackened skin, a native of Vashia. His skin didn't seem to be naturally that way, but instead burnt that way over long years of training. It didn't seem terribly unhealthy at the current moment, but Barrett wasn't sure what sort of training method caused skin to darken as if burnt. Though of course being a native of Vashia it was easy to assume it had something to do with fire. Reyna rolled her eyes at Barrett's comment, you're not even doing anything. Wind swirled around them, keeping away the heat while Grandmaster Juvenalis kept down the temperature with his cold magic. Barrett was just staying in the center with them and keeping cool. While it was true that he technically wasn't doing anything, that was because he didn't need to. But as they went deeper and the temperature increased he made the air part of himself. He was able to draw energy out of one side and use it to lower the energy of another side, minimizing the amount of stamina of his own he actually had to spend. Nathaniel cautioned the group, we will soon begin to encounter living gouts of flame. They will be a constant bother as we go further in, and are likely to be quite agitated. I suggest we fight our way through them as quickly as possible to reach our destination. Exactly as predicted, fire elementals began to appear in front of them. Nathaniel himself was the first to engage them in combat, stabbing his arms into them and tearing them apart. Flame wasn't normally something that could be considered tangible, but Barrett had his own abilities to do something similar. Before Barrett attacked, he lowered the heat transferring ability of his weapon and armor. While fire might still damage him, at least it wouldn't easily build up on his armor or move down his weapon. And fire on the level of the first elementals to appear wouldn't even cause him trouble. Barrett formed his weapon into a halberd, chopping vertically through one of the shapes of fire ahead, cutting it in half. Barrett had many bad experiences with fire, but he'd built up a significant resistance to it, and he'd kept up that training. He wasn't afraid of fire anymore, but he certainly didn't like it. Reyna and Juvenalis concentrated on keeping the temperatures around them at a manageable level. Barrett and Nathaniel had no trouble taking out the fire elementals at their current rate of appearance. As they moved even deeper underground, the walls themselves looked like they could melt any time. Barrett wondered why they did not, and felt a bit of magic in them. So the path they were on wasn't the natural caves it seemed to represent, but something dug out. Likely long in the past. Reyna floated just above the ground, so she did not have to directly touch the extremely hot surface. It was practically magma, but not liquid. Negating the heat on the ground as they moved would be both futile and a waste of effort. Juvenalis managed to form something like blocks of ice on his feet, which he used to slide along the ground, leaving behind a trail of steam but preventing him from using too much magic. The fire elementals, which had started off merely as balls of floating or rolling fire, took more concrete forms. Vaguely humanoid shapes or fiery hounds. The humanoid shapes tossed balls of fire ahead, while the hounds breathed fire as they got close, but both Barrett and Nathaniel could resist their attacks well enough. They only had trouble when the rate of elementals appearing was so high that they had to constantly be attacking, so Reyna and Juvenalis joined in on the fight. Reyna sliced them in two with a sweep of her sword and wind. They didn't separate so cleanly, but the wind kept the elementals dispersed long enough to lose animation and merely become unpleasant bursts of heat. "We need to pick up the pace," Nathaniel warned. "They're too numerous, which makes me nervous about the barrier being broken through. If they manage to take away the source of power." The group sped up, slicing their way through enemies as they ran at full speed. The surface of the twisting tunnels they followed were now glowing white-hot. The air was acrid and hard to breathe, though Reyna helped to filter the air. Barrett didn't bother cooling the air headed for his lungs. It burned, but only briefly. His lungs were in a constant state of regrowth, and he just had to get used to it. He wondered if he could come back to this place to train in the future, but now wouldn't be a good time to ask, with invaders trying to take away what made Vashia the way it was. Finally the tunnel opened up into a large chamber, just in time for them to see a figure slipping into the pool of magma. 3 more remained in the chamber, facing the group. One of them immediately moved towards Nathaniel, swinging his sword. Nathaniel deflected the attack with fire energy, countering with a burning punch of his own. One of the other figures waved his arm, pulling a large ball of magma out of the pool behind her. The ball of magma was tossed towards them, but Grandmaster Juvenalis waved his hand. A cone of ice sprayed out from his hand and the ball of magma froze over and instantly shattered, falling onto the floor and once again melting into little puddles of magma. The final figure was another woman, who seemed to be controlling the heat in the area. Barrett could see the heat waves twisting and turning, and he felt his movement slow, though that was counteracted by Reyna. Nathaniel was clearly worried about the figure in the magma, but before he could do anything Barrett ran ahead. There was sufficient room to get around the group, and he dived into the magma before they could stop him. Of course, magma wasn't a material made for diving. It was still rock, after all, if melted. It was thick and viscous, but it wasn't really harder to swim in than the metal sea. With his ability to make it part of himself, Barrett reduced its viscosity and slid through it like it was regular water. Of course, it was very much not. The heat was on a level he had never felt before, except perhaps a brief moment from the Emperor's attacks. It was many times hotter than the previous time he'd been on the surface of magma in the caldera of a normal volcano. However, he had someone to catch, so he couldn't think about the unpleasantness of the situation. He focused on the energy they emanated, only slightly different from the magma around them, but definitely a person and not natural. And there was something else ahead too. Something he couldn't let them reach. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 485. By the time Barrett felt attacks targeted at him from on the surface, he was already deep under the magma. One of those up above tried to control the magma around Barrett, but they couldn't control him. And everything around him was him, especially since he had to make it that way to actually move through the material at any speed. Up ahead, not far, he felt a figure racing for something deep down. Barrett followed at speed, moving the material in front of him out of the way as he rocketed downward. The cultivator in front of him spiraled downward through the molten rock as well, calling upon the power of combined fire and earth energy. They were quite within their element, but they were more focused on reaching their target than dealing with Barrett. He wasn't able to bring the stone pits down with him, and he was glad he hadn't tried. As he sunk into the viscous material, his skin started to crack and burn through his armor, even though he reduced its thermal conductivity as much as possible. The heat radiated straight through it, and it would only be getting hotter. The pressure outside him also built up rapidly, though it was much less concerning than the bottom of the metal sea. Still, it slowed him down. The same was also true for the man diving in front of him, but he seemed to have more practice in the particular conditions they faced. Since they mostly needed to go down, Barrett shifted his focus to relocating the material in front of himself. Gravity pulled him down, but he also pulled off of the material around him to try to accelerate. Arms and legs moved in unison in a strange version of swimming. Barrett allowed the material behind him to keep its viscosity, but ahead of him he thinned it out as much as possible. Even then, he was only just managing to keep pace with the cultivator who entered first. He needed to push himself a bit harder. Barrett felt his body start steaming as the heat entered his body, but he needed to devote that stamina to movement, at least for a few moments. Normally Barrett controlled a sphere of material around himself, or at least asserted his dominance over it. However, nothing required it to be a sphere. If he wasn't worried about attacks from behind and the sources of power from above didn't seem to have followed, it might not be helpful, but for the moment he had to prevent someone from accessing a very powerful source of fire magic. His area of control shifted from a sphere to a cylinder, with him at the top. A maximum amount of control was used to move the magma out of his way, and he rocketed downward as gravity took effect. It wasn't a true freefall. He didn't have the power to actually move the magma away and create a vacuum, especially since the magma had to go somewhere and it wasn't compressible. But by controlling further ahead he could increase the speed magma avoided him. Barrett's skin was certainly forming blisters, and his blood felt like it was going to start boiling. If his body wasn't trained to resist fire, it would have turned to ash long before. The air in his lungs felt like it was on fire, but he was certain it wasn't. He wasn't sure if it would remain that way, however. Regardless of how he felt, he managed to pass up the man he was chasing. Now all he had to do was stop him from going any further. However, his opponent had different plans. The man's plans immediately became obvious when the magma started moving with his body. He drew back a fist, and as he did so a huge magma flow came with it. He wasn't trying to avoid Barrett, but instead headed straight towards him. Barrett was left with no choice about whether or not he wanted to evade. He wasn't sure about his ability to pass up the enemy again, but even if he wanted to dodge he couldn't. The fist of magma was many meters across, and Barrett didn't have as much maneuverability as he would have liked. All he could do was prepare himself to take a hit, fortifying his front with all of his toughness. As the fist impacted him he felt it was even hotter than the surrounding magma, the heat concentrated more tightly around the attack, but he managed to counteract it enough to not be instantly vaporized. However, the impact did send him hurtling further downward. It wasn't just an instantaneous impact either, but instead the fist and the cultivator behind it moved with him as he went, pushing him deeper and deeper. Barrett wanted to move out of the way, but if he did then his opponent would just reach the target before him. At best they would likely just start to escape with it, but at worst it would make them even stronger. Below him, Barrett felt the heat increasing, and how it all came from a certain point down below. 100 meters. 50. 20. The pressure from the attack stopped. Apparently the cultivator couldn't keep up the attack forever, but Barrett still had momentum. His back was scorching, but he reoriented his toughness throughout his body, fortifying it as much as he could. Then, instead of impacting something like he expected, he found himself flung into open space, or at least an equivalent. Fire burned around him. True fire, heat itself without a source of fuel or any structural limitations. Barrett found himself falling, deep into the fire. He had convinced himself he was no longer afraid of fire. Perhaps that was true. Normal fire couldn't hurt him. Magical fire was rarely ever a concern. But his first brush with death had left a deep and lasting impression on him. The burning and pain was nothing next to the sense of helplessness. Complete and overpowering flame. His flesh melted and burned, but at the same time it recovered. However, even at 1,000,000 times the rate of a normal person's healing, it wasn't enough. Any healing he managed was overcome tenfold by the wounds he was accumulating. A small patch of skin on his hand might begin to recover, but the rest of his hand would start to burn away. The burning suffused his whole body, moving through muscles and tendons and into his bones. Even the living metal surrounding him started to melt, and though it could form itself like liquid, it was losing its form altogether. It was a terrible way to die. Barrett knew that any way he might die would have to be quite terrible, but this one was particularly vexing. He fought back against the fire with all of his body and soul. The latter didn't seem to be helping much. In fact, the heat of the flames was finding its way inside his soul as well. Barrett grit his teeth. He had no idea if the pain in his mouth was from the burns or him cracking his teeth and jaw. He had no way to think about it. He could barely even continue fighting against the pain. He had stopped falling. He briefly hoped he'd reached the other side of the chamber the fire filled. That he might slip out the other side, but his barely functioning senses indicated he was just above the very center of everything, kept aloft by the power of the flames. What a place to die. He really didn't want it to happen there, or now, especially not with Reyna so close. The others would all be disappointed as well, but he couldn't fight the fire anymore. He didn't have the strength for it. The only thing he could do was allow it to move through him. No longer was he burning from outside in, or inside out, but all parts of him burned all at once. He didn't have the stamina to recover endlessly, and he could feel his healing slowing. As the flames seeped deeper into his soul, Barrett thought about what he had to live for. Nilima would be mad at him for dying, and he couldn't blame her. Heikel hadn't even woken up after the war. There wouldn't even be a body for Shanta to look at. And Einar would have to wait to be avenged. Surely the others would do it. Streeto would still get revenge on the Ustane Empire. He was just one grandmaster. There were more, but each individual all met their ends eventually. He didn't have to like it though. Still, if he was going to let the fire in, he might as well do it all the way. He breathed out the last of the air in his lungs and breathed in the fire. It didn't even hurt anymore. Pain required functioning nerves and a brain. Soon enough he might not have any of those. The fire flowed into him and through him, burning through his veins. Hot. Deadly. But not angry. He wasn't sure if the fire felt anything, but in a way it felt peaceful. It had no malice towards him, it just was. How unfortunate that he would die regardless of its intentions, if it even had any. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 486. Fire flowed through Barrett's veins. Hot barely even seemed like a descriptor anymore. It was everything. People didn't usually describe oxygen as airy or dirt as earthy or stones as rocky. That was just what things were. They defined it. And Barrett was heat now. Sometimes in the past he had tried things without knowing whether they would work, or even really considering it. As he'd managed to remain not dead, he had grown older and wiser, intentionally making more choices he thought would lead to the best results even in dire situations. Barrett had given up on keeping the fire out, but he hadn't given up on life. There was no time for silly philosophical discussions for whether fire could be on fire or if it could be burned. All that mattered was now, he was heat. Perhaps it was what death felt like. Maybe his soul was burning up in the fire, his body gone, and he would disintegrate away. But maybe, not. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to experience other sensations at the moment. If he could, he wouldn't be heat. Heat didn't feel. It just was. In some ways it was extremely close to berserk energy. Wild and unrestrained, inherently destructive. The nuances of how they worked were different, but suffused throughout him it felt familiar. He wasn't sure if he had limbs or a body for anything to be suffused through, but nonetheless the heat flowed. Time was unclear. He just let it happen, let himself be one with the flame. He bathed in the sensations, now devoid of pain, or entirely consumed by it. It wasn't possible to tell which. It was only when he had other sensory information forced into him that he felt it. Something was touching him. He couldn't quite recognize it consciously, but he didn't like it. He lashed out, roaring without lungs. He didn't even notice he was moving until he felt the flames fading away and his body returning. So, it still existed. Primarily as pain itself, but he had a body. It was currently moving, upward. He wasn't even sure if he could sense gravity. His best perception of his own body was he had an arm outstretched, also pointing where he assumed upward was. A sense of fire and rocks was in front of him, but also a cultivator that was both and neither. Then, suddenly, there was air. Scorching, toxic, seeping into his body through countless wounds, but it almost felt cold. Then his movement stopped, as the cultivator in front of him was crushed into the ceiling. They both fell backwards onto the magma. Barrett stared up at the ceiling, but his eyes didn't work. His bones and muscles didn't seem to want to do anything either, but the cultivator who landed on top of him seemed even worse. He couldn't see, but he could feel their last vestiges of energy melting away as they no longer controlled anything, and without the energy, his body quickly turned to ash, and then nothing. Barrett wasn't flame anymore. But he wasn't, not flame. Heat from the magma below and the air above suffused through him, into him, but didn't burn him. He latched onto the feeling, not wanting to lose it. It wasn't like he could do anything else. Barrett couldn't move, but fighting was still happening around them. He could sense the energy, and that was all. So instead of worrying about that, he focused on himself. He couldn't tell if his lungs were breathing in and out, but heat and flame moved through him as if it was his breath. Reyna sensed the power flying up from the depths first, then heard the insane rumbling, then witnessed two figures fly up out of the magma, pulling a spout of it with them towards the ceiling of the chamber. It was nearly impossible to look at them with her eyes, the brightness of inconceivable heat hurting her eyes even as she looked away. Her energy senses told her that one of the figures was crushed against the ceiling. They both fell back onto the magma, their bodies floating there, though one began to burn up. The other was merely a charred and blackened corpse with no signatures of energy or life. She wasn't the only one to be distracted by the sudden surge of power, and she regained her faculties before the sword-wielding warrior. Though his body radiated flame and other dangers, her rapier found its way straight into him, through his heart. A blast of wind tossed him away before he could retaliate. Grandmasters all had different capabilities, but a warrior could at least survive for a few moments without a heart. Reyna leaped after him, the wind swirling around her in a frenzy. As they did so, the breath of life seeped into the magma below her, raising up the scorching magma. It slammed into the warrior, knocking his breath out of him as he tried to counter with magic. Reyna flinched as she was unable to avoid it, but she felt something shatter at her waist. A talisman from Barrett, warding against curses. She really should have been able to avoid it or maybe even slice it in two, but at least it had been prevented. As the magma roiled over the warrior, he showed his fiery skills weren't just for show. It merely pinned him to the wall, but that was enough. Reyna concentrated her energy into the tip of her rapier, using her magic to propel the magma in a constant stream while sending herself flying forward. Beneath her feet the magma briefly reached for her, but the attacker behind her couldn't stay focused on her if he wanted to not be a block of ice. Or at least shattered fragments of human. Reyna's rapier drove straight through the man's head. He of course used his force to move to the side where he could, where she allowed him to have freedom of motion, so she could predict the movement. It only took a slight redirection of the point of her blade to strike true, and even Grandmaster warriors didn't survive long with their brains pierced through. She didn't stop to check her work, however, pushing off of the wall and shooting back towards Barrett. The wind swirled, pushing the magma beneath him up, and then tossing his body into the air where she grabbed him. It had to be Barrett. He had no recognizable features except a few traces of metal grasping onto him, but Reyna wouldn't mistake him. "Sorry," she shouted towards Grandmaster Juvenalis and Nathaniel as she dashed past them, leaving them with the remaining two enemies. The proper thing to do was help finish them off instead of running away from the battlefield with a corpse in her arms, but Reyna wasn't willing to believe Barrett was dead. It was stupid, of course. She'd seen dead bodies. She'd even seen Barrett's almost dead body on many occasions. Far too many. It wasn't even possible for someone to live through this. She felt the heat, not just on the surface but deep in his body, but she couldn't afford to be interrupted. Once she was out of sight, she pulled out the box he had given her. Had he intended to dive into Tier 7 magma to begin with? Maybe not, but he had certainly planned for the eventuality. And he knew she was smart enough not to do that. A vitality pear came out. It was stupid. Barrett didn't even have teeth. But she sliced the pear into tiny pieces. Tiny air currents carried pieces into his mouth, down his throat, but they caught aflame. He was so hot. She'd been reflexively defending against the heat all around her to begin with, but his body was the same temperature as the magma had been. Hot enough to spontaneously combust even luscious and moist pieces of vitality pear. Then she noticed the remaining pieces were ruined. Shriveled and worthless. Right. No magic. Fortunately there was a second in the box. It probably didn't matter. Dead people couldn't digest even the most magical of medicines. "Damn it, Barrett, you told me you wouldn't do this." Reyna almost hit her fist on his body, but she was afraid it would fall apart. It was amazing it was holding together at all. She shook her head, then suppressed the magic of her weapon and her own aura. She sliced the pear into tiny pieces and tossed them into Barrett's mouth one at a time. They all burst into flame. The heat seemed endless. He was even hotter than the air around them, and they were so far from the magma itself. Reyna bit her lip, tossing using the final pieces one at a time, hoping they would do something. She rested one on his chest, but that was just as hot as anywhere else. Not like he could eat through his chest anyway. She didn't even notice the burns on her hands until after she was out of pieces. She couldn't touch them with magic or energy, and just getting near Barrett had been too hot. She brought back the protective energy about her and sighed. His body was cooling slightly now. Even the air hot enough to instantly vaporize any stray moisture was cooler than his body had been. She sat there with him in her arms as he cooled. "You know," she said, "I know I promised I wouldn't cry over you anymore. So I won't. But you're still making many others sad." Actually, Reyna knew she was crying. It was just that as soon as the tears left her ducts they turned to steam, since she didn't particularly take care to protect her tears from the heat. Barrett's body cooled, and cooled. It almost felt cold now. Cooler than the air around it. "I don't know if that counts, with a face like that." Barrett's voice made fun of her even in death. "Also, I just promised to try not to have something like this happen." Reyna looked down at Barrett, then dropped him off her lap onto the ground below. "See? This is why I said that. How am I even supposed to know when you're dead?" Barrett's body didn't seem as if it could do anything, as it was basically still just a charred lump of flesh. But his voice came anyway. "I told you. I died already. So I'm not planning to do it again. If I die, you'll be one of the first I tell." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 487. Barrett took a ragged breath. He didn't appear any better on the outside, but inside he was doing rather well, all things considered. Nothing was actively worsening, which was basically the best he could ask for. Vitality pairs were extremely helpful to his recovery. Too bad the first one got wasted. He didn't want to sound like he was accusing Reina, so he chose his words carefully. Those things are very powerful. Reina shook her head, and the second one burned up. But you seem better. I ate it. With fire. Reina sighed. Sure. That makes sense. There was a long pause. Sorry I couldn't go down there with you. It's okay. There's not many people crazy enough to do so. That's why you work so well with Nilima. At least that way the two of you end up with backup. How close did you? Sorry, I shouldn't make you talk. It's alright. Got any food? It's okay if it lights on fire a little bit. Reina did indeed have food, and she kept pulling it out and putting it in Barrett's mouth. He never swallowed it, but it burned up as it entered his mouth and he was starting to look more substantial. Or at least less likely to instantly die. It was a strange sensation to be transported somewhere while conscious but not using his own power. Barrett sat in a wagon heading back toward Streeto, watching the land pass by slowly. It was dangerous for him to stay in Vashia in his current condition, and while he was expected to recover quickly enough, he wasn't really needed. They had dealt with the most pressing issue, and driving out the rest of the Ustane Empire troops would go easily enough. During the trip, Barrett did his best to keep his grasp on what he had learned. He'd encountered a certain level of overpowering heat he couldn't resist. It would have been best if he had prevented himself from ending up in that situation, but he had underestimated the danger. The enemy cultivator had only managed to push him back while the attack itself was inconsequential otherwise, yet it was very effective. Perhaps that hadn't been their intention, but Barrett would never be able to ask. Even after Barrett's body recovered, if all went well and he was more resistant to heat when his body was whole, it wouldn't be enough to resist the fiery core under Vashia. Not even if he did it 3, 4, 5 times. Perhaps at some point he would be able to resist it, but it illustrated a point. There was always the potential for something he couldn't directly resist. But that didn't mean he had to die. Letting the fire flow through him had been a calculated gambit. He was going to die if he did nothing, and he hoped he could get it to actually go through him without affecting him too much. It had worked, too. More than that, he'd briefly gained some of the power in the area. He hadn't taken anything away from Vashia, both because he couldn't and didn't want to, but now he had something. Barrett took a deep breath, and fire flared in his lungs. Even without an external source of heat he could create some fire, though it wouldn't be of much use as a weapon. The important thing was what he had learned, and if he could apply it to resist other sorts of attacks. He was fully aware that actual attacks, laced with killing intent and malice, would still kill him if they overpowered him enough. The fire hadn't been trying to kill him, it just nearly had, and intent would change the effectiveness, but if he could reduce the damage he took in a different manner, it would be worthwhile. The Immortal Berserker sect had a place inside Streeto now. They'd always owned some property, but the main bulk of them moved to the edges of where the city itself had been, but now the walls were being expanded to encapsulate the new arrangements. The city itself had needed to grow anyway, having reached its capacity. The old walls would remain as secondary defenses to protect the core of the city, but new walls would be constructed further out. As Barrett approached the sect, he saw how much progress had been made. The people of Streeto had been extremely busy with repairs and new construction all throughout the city, and while the Immortal Berserker sect's compound clearly wasn't finished, he could see what its layout would be like. It was a small city in itself, since they already had tens of thousands of people as members, either cultivators or auxiliary members, as well as family. Buildings to house people had clearly gone up first, and training facilities could just be open areas, but forges and other areas were still being constructed. He felt a flicker of energy. Powerful. At first, he thought Sir Jostin was visiting, but while it was certainly the signature of an 8th-tier cultivator, it wasn't him. It was very clearly Berserk energy, and it felt familiar. On the journey back, Barrett had recovered enough to walk on his own, and his legs carried him towards his master. Apparently, he was no longer comatose. Seems like you managed to sort things out. Grandmaster Heikel turned to Barrett. That's right. I managed to get a personal demonstration of 8th-tier energy using our style. It took some time to sort through it for what parts of it suited me, but once I did so it only took a short time to break through. I heard the Emperor hit you hard on his way out of the city. Those burns from that? Barrett shook his head. He wasn't trying that hard. He just assumed a few attacks would kill me without checking anything. Or he didn't care. No, these burns are from diving to the bottom of the deepest magma in Vashia. I ended up in some extremely pure fire. I see. It would have to be something like that, for you to still be injured. For you to still have any injuries means there must have been a very large amount of traditionally irrecoverable damage. Barrett nodded. I was mostly just bones and shriveled organs. But I can safely say I will be able to avoid such situations in the future. Good. You'd better. You're not allowed to die before me, and I just got to add on another 10 years. I don't plan to let anything other than old age stop me. Heikel grinned widely. It didn't take long for Nilima to learn that Barrett was back in town, and she had come to see him before he could even send someone to look for her. Hey! You're back. Nilima tilted her head. What happened? You let a dragon eat you or something? You look like you went all the way through. Just a volcano. Or at least, a magma chamber. Though the bit that did this didn't have any magma in it at all. How have things been here? Barrett asked. Good. Boring though. Honestly, I've been thinking of getting out of here and going on missions or something. Nilima didn't do a good job of pretending not to observe Barrett's wounds. In a few more weeks I should be put back together. I'm letting the process take its time so I can come out stronger instead of weaker. Maybe you can wait until then and we can go together. I could use some backup, though I doubt I'll run into anything like this again. Most of the stuff was pretty tame, relatively speaking. Nilima tilted her head. Didn't you guys blow up a mountain in Smyenia? It was a small mountain, and they're the ones who caused it to collapse. Mostly. It wasn't even really related to me. That's what you say. But would Krenther have joined up without you? Nilima shrugged. Well, whatever. As I'm sure you've seen, it's taken a couple years, but the city's looking pretty good. People don't really need any rubble pulverized or anything, so I don't have much to do. I got so bored I started hanging out at those soup kitchens Rylan runs. Though, there aren't so many people who need them. It spiked after the war, but there have been lots of opportunities for work recently. Barrett grinned. Nilima had accidentally let it slip that she'd been helping out with that stuff since just after the war, but he wasn't going to bring it up. He didn't want to make her less willing to help out with things. That said, she was still specialized in fighting. Barrett wasn't sure if she would have been able to prevent the particular situation he encountered, but he wanted someone to watch his back in battle. Reyna could do that, but she was more important on a grand scale, dealing with the entire battle. Once they finish up with Vashia, they'll be heading towards Padrain and Netran. Then people might head to Ashia. I'm not sure if you ever actually passed through there. You grew up there, right? Nilima nodded. I might have passed through the area, but that's about it. I heard you were supposed to be lord of a small region there. I could have been. I would be dead now, if I'd gone down that path. I might have liked to have a choice about it though. Barrett had long gotten over his trauma from his parents' deaths and his own injuries, but thinking about where he was born made him think about everywhere under the Astane Empire's rule. While some people might be better off that way, it would only be at the misfortune of many others. There were still several groups he hadn't gotten full restitution against, and of course there was the Emperor himself. He couldn't be allowed to remain. That wasn't going to be an easy project, but it felt much more reasonable if he considered having steadfast allies along with him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 488. A nice sheen of light shone off of Barrett's new halberd, a nice adamantine alloy that possessed significant strength and not too much weight. It was still extremely heavy of course, but only where it needed to be. It wouldn't slow down a grandmaster wielding it. As a base, it was better than the living metal Barrett had been using. However, it lacked a certain versatility that he was used to. He planned to convert it into living metal, but he had other work in mind first. Before that, he had to deflect the incoming axe. If he just dodged out of the way, the berserk energy from it would still be able to damage him. With a simple movement of his arms he knocked aside the axe, moving himself in the other direction. Barrett intended to perform a counterattack but he didn't have the chance. The attack against him hadn't finished yet. Berserk energy tore its way through his weapon, through it and up into his arms. His skin was cut, muscles tore and bones broke in both arms at once. If he were in any sort of sane situation, that would have been where things ended, but another attack came towards him. Barrett kicked out with his foot also in shiny new armor that he was still getting used to. His foot impacted the handle of the axe, sending Grandmaster Heikel staggering back, but once again berserk energy tore into him, running up his leg up to his thigh. A look was exchanged between the two combatants, and the axe came once more. Barrett only had one working limb, and he jumped into the air, kicking off of the side of the axe to send himself flying. But berserk energy was always there, and it tore him nearly to pieces. As he lay on his back, he considered that he could technically force himself to stand up, but it wouldn't do any good. His limbs would be half effective at best as he held them in place by pure willpower and of course some pure body tempering. It might do impossible things, but it was still better if he had something to work with. Barrett shook his head, didn't get it this time either. Heikel laughed, if it was that easy, why would I even bother having reached 8th tier? I'm amazed your body managed to more or less remain intact without you fortifying it. Barrett shrugged. He could have fortified himself. Focused his toughness into his limbs at opportune moments. Then maybe he could block 3 or 4 attacks without an arm falling apart. But that wasn't the point. Cracking and popping sounds filled the courtyard where the two were training, then the wrenching of metal as Barrett forced his armor and weapon back into shape. Bending it directly with his hands would just break it, but even though it wasn't living metal yet he had some ability to control pretty much anything. In less than a few minutes, Barrett was back on his feet. I've got enough for one more round, I think. If you say so, Heikel carried his axe over his shoulder, in that case. Yeah, you'll go all out. Barrett took a stance, readying himself. The problem wasn't that his technique was wrong, probably. He hadn't tested it against any of the others recently, but he had gotten the basics under control. However, overwhelming power filled with intent to harm was quite different from the same that more accidentally caused harm. Even if Grandmaster Heikel wasn't planning to kill Barrett, he certainly had no qualms about damaging him. Especially since he'd literally asked for it. Barrett concentrated on the berserk energy on his master's axe. It was strong. Pure. Destructive. Unlike fire it could form a sharp edge, but they weren't all that different in the grand scheme of things. Even fire-type energy could form a sharp edge, but it did so less naturally. He no longer had any berserk energy of his own. That time was long past, and he couldn't say he missed the constant aching that came with it. Of course, that meant training his bodily toughness took more active effort and similar amounts of pain, but it was nice to just be able to sit and rest completely peacefully without having to exhaust his energy first. But he remembered how it felt to have it. Even in the best circumstances it constantly tried to cause damage, but the damage could be minimized. He focused on that memory, perhaps a little too much, because he forgot to actually try to deal with the attack. The attack struck his chest, the berserk energy and force behind it cutting through his armor and into his chest. The berserk energy sunk into his body, and he thought he might have had some small success. Unfortunately, he couldn't linger on the sensation as his ribs were chopped halfway through and enough berserk energy entered his internal organs to slay a dragon. Though there weren't really that many dragons around, and it wasn't like they were all the same. Grandmaster Heikel came to stand over Barrett. It seems you were just a bit short of one more round. Barrett shrugged, wincing as it pulled the muscles on his chest. He had to focus on having those knit back together properly, as well as everything else. Still, he'd gotten something. He would never be able to fully ignore actual attacks from anyone on his level, but if he took away the brunt of the damage by letting it pass through, his bodily toughness could deal with the rest. He wondered how that would work against gentle energy that already took advantage of something similar. Nilima would certainly be happy to help him find out. When Barrett was young, months had crawled by at the slowest pace, especially when he was anticipating something. Waiting for an event to happen still made it feel slower, but months didn't seem like long units of time. A few months of training weren't enough to have much advancement in cultivation level, but moving from early to mid-7th tier wasn't necessarily as important as using what power he had well. The decades it would take to get to 8th tier were still very real amounts of time, and while he certainly could just keep performing destructions at a regular rate and he didn't neglect that part of his training, there was more to it than that. Thus, the army of Streeto fighting through several countries didn't take long at all. Vashia was the most cultivator-heavy country in that area, with Padrain and Etrin having very little in the way of master-tier cultivators. Barrett joined back up with them before they headed to Ashia. It was unlikely they would really need anyone who had knowledge about the local area, and Barrett's knowledge was from decades prior, but he wanted to be there, both because it was his home and because it was the first area the armies of Streeto weren't just liberating from the Ustane Empire. Ashia had been part of them for at least a century. However, Streeto wasn't happy with just kicking them out of a few weak countries they had just conquered. That didn't mean they were going to destroy Ashia or anything they had. Their compliance with the Ustane Empire was because of their weakness, and there were very few cultivators or anyone who could have reasonably done anything but agree to the situation. That said, they had to move through the area and they couldn't just walk through without securing the area. There was a wall between Etrin and Ashia, where the main road went along the most passable terrain. However, it was meant to keep out normal people. Maybe slow a small army of non-cultivators at best. While Streeto's army didn't have extremely large numbers, even if they weren't cultivators they would have been cause for concern. Especially since the area wasn't manned by a full complement of soldiers. Halt! A guard called out from the walls, yelling as loudly as he could to avoid people getting close. Or at least, what he considered was close. And no travel in or out of Ashia through the north gate. Barrett nodded his head. This was a brave guard. There were higher-ranking guards around, Barrett could tell by their equipment from a distance, but none of them managed to say anything. However, bravery could get people killed. This particular guard was lucky that it wasn't any other group of cultivators coming. Stepping forward in front of the army, Barrett responded, "I was born a citizen of Ashia. I just wanted to visit my hometown." That wasn't untrue, but there was no real intent to hide what they were actually coming for either. "We won't let you invade our home," the soldier on the wall spoke. "We'll defend it to the death." The other guards on the wall nodded, but also seemed to have resigned that it probably would be death, and they wouldn't stop anyone. "If you come any closer," Barrett continued forward at significant speed, ahead of the rest of the army. The soldier on the wall looked to what was probably his captain, who seemed barely able to stand. The soldier elbowed him, and Barrett heard him whisper, "All right." The captain nodded. "Men, open fire." A dozen arrows flew towards Barrett. He could have easily dodged them. In fact, he could have also easily let them hit him, but it was more fun to try something else. The arrows stopped in midair, as if impacting a solid barrier. At least the captain on the wall was a cultivator, and he should have been quite confused. After all, normally air didn't suddenly become hard on its own. As the arrows fell to the ground, Barrett caught one. Then he threw it back. Not at any of the soldiers, they were just trying to do their jobs and indeed defend their homes. But he did feel quite theatrical at the moment. The arrow flew through the air, much faster than it could reasonably go if shot from a bow. It impacted the wall on one of the merlons, one with no soldiers behind it, and both arrow and wall fell apart. "Go home," Barrett said, "head back to your families and take care of them. We have no intent to harm them, though any cultivators who participated in the war on Streeto will not be easily forgiven." Barrett had continued forward at a quick pace, and had already reached the base of the wall. No further arrows had been launched. He grabbed the portcullis that had been dropped across the road, and flung it up. Of course, it would have fallen straight back down, but it wasn't hard to force the mechanisms up above to spin as well and lock in place. "We'll be going through here. Good day." Harming normal soldiers was pointless, especially since they hadn't participated in the war on Streeto. However, they might find some things to deal with, especially as they passed through cities on the way. Perhaps there were some cultivators who felt they could retire in a small, safe country after the war, maybe even bringing with them loot from many of the outlying sects of Streeto or the other countries that had been conquered beforehand. Streeto shouldn't have allowed things to get so far, but they had wanted to minimize bloodshed. Apparently, the Ustane Empire hadn't agreed, so they would get their own blood shed in return. There were quite a few groups deep within their territory that deserved retribution against them. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 489. A standing army was expensive and generally a waste of resources. That was true for Ashia as well as almost anywhere else, but at the current time they did have an army. Half of it was composed of Austanian soldiers who had fled south from Etron, and the rest was more or less native to the area. However, a few thousand soldiers wasn't a real impediment to Streeto. They also were spread out between several cities and needed time to mobilize, since they hadn't expected Streeto to march into Austanian territory. That was their mistake, because they had pushed too far. That didn't mean Streeto slaughtered the army or civilians. There was a certain level of overwhelming force where it made it simple to make people surrender without casualties. Some of the higher-ranking officers had cultivations that made them credible threats, but there weren't enough of them all together to stand a chance. The lower-ranking soldiers were just dispersed, but the officers were all captured for interrogation, both to determine what intel they had about other areas or whether they were culpable in the attacks on Streeto. They weren't planning to slaughter people who weren't involved, but they wouldn't hesitate to kill those responsible for damaging their home. "This is your home?" Nilima asked. "My home city," Barrett noted. "My home was burned to ash and they rebuilt on top of it. I'm not sure if it's better or worse. I didn't have anything in my village to look forward to returning to. But finding it gone was," Nilima shook her head. "But some of these other buildings just remind you of what it used to be like, I suppose. I've already visited. I can't say I'm completely at peace with what happened, but as much as I can be. Until we get to the heart of the Ustane Empire. The grasping hand, and whoever else was responsible for all of that. Your cousin and aunt were involved too, right?" Nilima spit over to the side. "How pathetic. They got a grave we can stomp on." Barrett shrugged. "I didn't bury them. Someone likely did, but they're bones by now. There is this one guy who ran off though. Slipped away as a soul. Before I could punch them. Oh boy, I hope he tries that one again. I want to see you grab him by his sole ankle and smash him into the ground over and over." Nilima grinned. "Think he's still alive?" "Probably. If not, I can just settle for destroying all the rest of the grasping hand." "Sounds good. They sound like pretty much the worst." Barrett found that Tri-Ridge was actually doing better than Durham. He found the city severely lacking one particular person, but the friendly old Simon who had first introduced him to the nameless god hadn't met a horrible end. He had merely died of age, he hadn't made it to 100, but he certainly wasn't young when he went. It was encouraging to see that the tradition he kept was alive in the city, a strong if not large group of people helping each other out. The successor to the governor was as decent as the one he'd allowed to stay before them, perhaps not who he would have chosen, but competent and not corrupt. In Durham, the replacements for the leadership hadn't been up to the same standards. Barrett didn't like to see the city as it was, his home for the first years of his life. This time, he had a chance to make a more permanent change. Streeto wasn't planning to just allow Ashia to self-govern when they had chosen to support the Ustane Empire. Did they have any choice in it? Perhaps not, but in that case Streeto controlling the area was for their own protection. Some fools would have asked if that made them any better than the Empire. Barrett couldn't say that Streeto was perfect, but they were sure one hell of a lot better than the Ustane Empire. Streeto didn't appoint necromancers to have control over cities and just let them do whatever they wanted. Even Agloni didn't do that. While necromancers might have had significant sway in running the city, they couldn't just do whatever they wanted. While living in Agloni and seeing undead might have been terribly unpleasant, citizens there didn't have to worry about being taken away in the night. Going to a dinner party with a necromancer wouldn't result in all the guests having their life force ripped out. The same wasn't true of the practices of the Ustane Empire and the Grasping Hand. Maybe their capital was more subtle about it, but the Grasping Hand themselves weren't subtle about their morals or lack of them. Streeto didn't occupy Vashia, Padrain, or Etrin, even though they could have. There were valuable resources there, especially in Vashia, but Streeto chose to do better. Ashia wasn't a threat, but they also couldn't just leave them as they were and assume it would stay that way, and not feed information about their movements to the Ustane Empire. It was also an important area to connect with Streeto through Sashur and the mountains there instead of going all the way around. Where Streeto would go next was up for debate. They could continue south from Ashia directly into more of the Ustane Empire, but that left Streeto's southern border open. Ruklua was still there, and while they still publicly professed not to be part of the Ustane Empire, they had let armies through and their own soldiers had been part of the assault on Streeto. If Streeto could take over Ruklua, then they could move east from there and south of Ashia into Custax and then towards the heart of the Ustane Empire. There were still a number of countries, both large and small, between them and the capital of the empire. As they moved deeper they would find more cultivators and their sections. They would be better fortified and fighting to defend their homeland. Unlike Smyenia, they would be more unified in their approach to things. However, even Streeto's factions didn't all get along perfectly at their current most unified. The Ustane Empire was large and sprawling, asking for perfect unity from them would be quite a stretch. It could take years to reach the heart of the Ustane Empire, but the same had been true of the war in the other direction. Fighting in the Empire's territory would give them an advantage, but any damage to infrastructure would be hurting them instead of Streeto. Supplies of food and the like were simple enough to transport safely where cultivators were involved, so the issue of long supply lines was at least reduced. Other resources could be plundered from those they defeated. It wasn't necessarily the most peaceful solution, but peace wasn't an option. Perhaps it had been considered too highly, since they hadn't defended their near neighbors for fear of going to war, and the war was already on the way. Before the decision of how to proceed was made, scouting was done in both Ruklua and Custax. Ruklua had about what was expected, not a lack of cultivators, but few grandmasters. Custax was itself similar in power, not a serious threat even if Streeto's army split in two. That didn't mean Streeto planned not to take them seriously, just that they would use half their army to its full effect in either place. If attacks began on Custax, Ruklua wouldn't be as prepared to be under siege at the same time. Any army they had would remain the same size regardless, so any amount of surprise might help. The split forces would be strong enough to handle themselves even if the enemy forces were much stronger than anticipated. There were those with heads for tactics that would be among both groups. Barrett got the chance to join the army heading to Ruklua, and he had a personal interest in at least one city there. Custax didn't interest him much, and Ashia, well, it would be taken care of as it was now. He had a soft spot for his home country, but he didn't need to remain there to assure there wouldn't be trouble, the forces of Streeto were eager for revenge, but they also knew that it would be more satisfying when they got those who really deserved it. Barrett found himself on a somewhat familiar route through Sasher. He'd first walked that way long before with Master Heikel. Now Grandmaster, an 8th tier at that, but he was 5th tier at the time. The tornado plains had, well, tornadoes. That was no longer the case, so he didn't have to try to outrun it, even though it would have been quite easy now. Still, he reminisced about the past. Instead of actually stopping back at Streeto, his path took him and the others around the curve of the mountains. It was about the reverse of the intended path of the army of Ruklua quite long before, when they'd intended to capture Sasher. Barrett had helped fight them off, but the real threat had come through the mountains. Mountains that were guarded by the Crystal Palace, and now Grandmaster Yuavanalis. He hadn't seen it, but apparently an entire army had frozen in the mountains. Barrett had been up Bitter Cold Peak, and while the pass was lower and thus a slightly more reasonable temperature, he understood what they had gone through. Barrett had certainly gotten colder than most of those who died there, but most people didn't push themselves to near death for purposes of training. They had better methods. Or at least, safer methods. It was clear that adversity greatly sped up the speed of growth of cultivators. While Reyna didn't throw herself into danger as hard as Nilima and Barrett did, she had involved herself in many battles and a similar number of wars as the rest of them. Barrett thought he was one up in wars over most of the group, but the war between Padrain and Etran had been so small-scale by cultivator standards he wasn't sure it counted. He had almost died though. That was where he'd met Shanta for the first time, and if she hadn't been there, he probably would have been dead. He was full of weapons and only healed a few times faster than normal people, all things considered. The army heading towards Ruklua had little trouble securing the small villages and cities near the border. The border itself wasn't one that could really be defended, it was open plains for the most part. The only reason Ruklua kept what they had was Streeto wasn't interested in conquering them. As they approached Fan Apis, a city where Barrett had a few sets of memories, Barrett saw the city was well defended. Maybe not a threat, but relevant enough that people would die in the battle on both sides. It was still being decided whether they would begin an assault or risk a protracted siege, which could give time for reinforcements to arrive but also might result in less bloodshed. Barrett watched the walls even from well beyond the range anyone could even consider attacking. He could pick out individual soldiers and their faces. Then he recognized someone on the walls. A face that shouldn't have been guarding walls, and in fact wasn't. If Barrett wasn't so confident in his own eyes, he might have thought he saw wrong. Maybe he just wanted to see a familiar and friendly face, or maybe he needed to go see closer. They might be able to talk. To do so he might need to get within arrow range, but he wasn't really concerned about anything they might throw at him in terms of arrows or spells, especially not fire, which was one of the most popular ways to kill people. He could also run away if some grandmasters ended up coming to confront him, and sprinting a kilometer or two to get back to the body of the army wouldn't take long at all. Of course, he would still have to let the others know he was going over to negotiate, but there might actually be something he could do. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 490. As Barrett approached the city, he realized he would have to show his face for anyone to recognize him. The complement of cultivations on the wall didn't indicate he would face instant death if they didn't like him, and honestly his face itself wasn't something that would break so easily. It was just nice to have an extra layer of defense that didn't hurt when it got damaged. He had the adamantine mixture of his armor peel back from his face. It wasn't as good at flowing yet as his previous living metal, but the base durability of it was quite useful. From a distance, Barrett announced himself. "Greetings, citizens of Fan Apis." His voice spread easily across the distance, but it wouldn't be too loud. "I am sure you are quite concerned about the army on the horizon, but there doesn't necessarily need to be a battle between us." Barrett scanned those on the wall. From up close, he didn't recognize most of the faces. There was just one he vaguely recognized, and the other he had spotted wasn't in view. However, there were at least a few faces he was glad. Not to see. I thought I saw the face of Wilt among you, but perhaps I was mistaken. It had been years. Wilt might look different, or be dead. He had been in a dungeon the last time. With that other face Barrett recognized. What was his name? Barrett dredged up from his memory something like Justin, though he hadn't actually seen the guard face to face. But if he was remembering correctly, he had been one of the guards watching Wilt. The way he responded with a bit of recognition to the name said something about that. Barrett waited, to see if the Church of Ristos would dredge up memories of old wanted posters or the like. He heard murmuring atop the walls, slightly difficult to make out from where he was, and Wilt's face popped up. He was no longer a young man, but he still possessed some of the same timidity from before. Barrett? The voice was almost whispered and definitely not loud enough to hear from where Barrett was, with normal ears anyway. Oh ho! Barrett grinned. It was you. Good to see you walking about. The guards on the wall turned towards Wilt, as if asking him what to do. Oh. That army back there, your allies? From Streeto? That's right, Barrett nodded in an exaggerated fashion so those on the wall could see it. Rylan would certainly wish to send his regards to you and your brothers and sisters. Though the mail has been a little bit hard to deliver recently. There were whispers on the wall. You know him? Wilt nodded. Yes, he's the one I talked about. Is it safe to let them in? It should be, but, Wilt raised his voice. We need you to swear you will not harm any of the citizens of this city, if we are to allow you passage. Barrett took a deep breath. We bear no ill will towards the citizens of Fanapis. However, there was previously an organization that caused much trouble for the city itself and has recently been related to damage to Streeto. What, the Church of Ristos? They're kinda gone now. You drove them out? Barrett asked. Wilt shrugged, not me personally. The guards on the wall around him looked at him. What? I definitely didn't do any fighting or tell anyone to do anything. It was you guys who decided you were done with them. Wilt looked back towards Barrett. Regardless, none loyal to them remain in the city, and those responsible for injustices to Fanapis have already been dealt with. That made it sound so easy. But driving out the most powerful faction in a city was never that simple. Wilt didn't even have any cultivation to protect himself, but somehow he was no longer in their dungeons. Barrett did notice a serious change in the banners hung around the city. No Church of Ristos at all. Not that Wilt would lie about that. That's great news. Then I would say we have no reason to cause any trouble. We will of course still need to work out the details of our passage. They could go around the city, but peacefully passing through was better for both Streeto and Fanapis, as long as all Wilt said was true. The only way that would change is if he was being physically controlled or something, but it seemed like a very specific trap that they couldn't expect to come to fruition if anyone else had stepped forward. And if they did something while Streeto's army was inside the walls, they would be at a disadvantage. Barrett didn't actually think there was anything wrong, but it was strange to see things be so easy. Then again, if Barrett recalled correctly, Wilt had been locked up in the dungeons of the Church of Ristos. They'd had to change out his guards when he converted them to being followers of the nameless god. Taken to an extreme, he wondered if they could have really fallen apart from the inside. It didn't sound like it had gone entirely peacefully, but there sure were a lot of pieces of armor that if he looked carefully he could see traces of once having the symbol of Ristos. Some were better scrubbed away than others. Barrett was talking to a Grandmaster cultivator. There weren't many in Fanapis, and from what he recalled there hadn't been any before. Then again, perhaps they had just hidden themselves from him. This particular once was certainly a newer arrival. He was finishing up a story about how Wilt and himself met. So then they call me in. Can you imagine, All these guards being converted and the high priests want to punish them but they can't. Nobody will do it, because they all know each other, and by that point most of them were sympathetic to Wilt. I show up, the large man called Rodrigo thumped his chest. I figure it's an easy job. Gotta go in and take out some heretics. But before I do anything I think, what if I just talk to this kid first, see what he has to say. I wasn't planning to actually listen, but it happened anyway. Rodrigo waved his hand towards Wilt. Even after I tell him I'm here to execute him and clean up the city of heretics, he still just talks to me like a friend. What am I supposed to do with that? Then I listen a little too long, and he points out all of my hypocrisy without even talking about me in particular. Rodrigo shrugged. Anyway, we got all the higher-ups in a room but not everyone will listen to kindness and reason. Most of them were too far gone. Once we turned up the full list of what they had done, the city wouldn't have let them get out alive anyway. The rest, a few higher-ups who actually cared about prosperity for more than themselves and many of those who were lower down, they took very well to a group who actually promoted that. Even if it meant they themselves had little compared to what they could have. Wilt sighed. It's too bad that not everyone would listen to reason. Even though Wilt was a normally sized adult, Rodrigo patted him on the head like a little kid. He's an optimistic one all right. They told me about your exploits a while back. Sometimes, people like us need to be around. But I would love if we had more like him. Barrett nodded. I agree. But there are also too many who would love to steal from others to improve themselves, even if it leaves the world worse off. In many different ways. Even the Emperor of the Astane Empire. Rodrigo nodded. I'm not quite sure what he does, but he can draw the magic out of people and use it for himself. I never really approved of that, but what's just a single grandmaster to do? It's easy to justify that at least he's not quite like one of them soul binders from Smyenia that rip out people's souls. Though I imagine the damage to others isn't why he does things the way he does. Right, perhaps it keeps him more stable. Barrett shook his head. It was nice talking. I'm glad Fanapis is doing well. I know you don't technically run this city, Wilt, but you might put in a word on the side of joining Streeto. We won't force you to, but if you become like Sasher we can better protect you from future retaliation. Though, we do plan to be moving past so it may be unnecessary. Other people will be by for the specific negotiations and the full details of what that would entail. Some of those in Streeto would prefer that Fanapis be forced to bend the knee, but the majority would prefer to avoid conflict they didn't have to be in. Everyone wanted revenge on the Astane Empire, but it wouldn't satisfy them to take out people who weren't important or even really related. Streeto's policies were also quite in favor of righteous sex, and while everyone had slightly different definitions of what that might entail, conquering countries wasn't on the top of the list of things that should be done. If it was necessary to stop further problems, that was something. Of course, there were more practical reasons for Streeto to not want to control so many places directly. Sprawling empires had many weak points, as their current progress towards the Astane Empire showed already. But there was still the rest of Ruklua to deal with, and while a few grandmasters being out of the picture was good, there could always be unanticipated issues they had to deal with. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 491. It was only mildly satisfying that the various cultivation groups from Ruklua had to make the same choices as Streeto did: flee their individual areas or get trampled over. Though it took perhaps a month to cover all of Ruklua, the forces of Streeto were quite overwhelming for what that one country could handle. Things wouldn't remain as easy further into the Astane Empire, especially once they started gathering armies up to stop them, but Ruklua was conquered easily enough. No cities besides Fanapis were in a state to have peaceful negotiations with Streeto, though some surrendered without a fight, having no real involvement in the earlier war. After all, not everyone cared whether they were under the thumb of Streeto or the Astane Empire, and in fact some of them found Streeto might be preferable. Assuming they hadn't crossed them. Since the Empire hadn't sent any reinforcements, their loyalty wasn't exactly at a high point. The only faction that was stubbornly holding on was the Brotherhood of Frost, at the southeastern edge of the country. Streeto didn't need to move through the area, but leaving them behind as they were would be a recipe for disaster later. They had participated in the war against Streeto and maintained a hostile attitude against them. There was some history between them and the Crystal Palace, with just a single country separating the two rival sects. Bitter Cold Peak was a supernaturally cold mountain, but much of the coldness came from its altitude. Glacial Gorge, where the Brotherhood of Frost made their home, was extremely magically active, with a clear mark on the land where it started to freeze. Bitter Cold Peak was relatively easy to travel as long as the cold didn't kill you, while Glacial Gorge required climbing down sheer ice cliffs, with falls as much as a kilometer to the floor below. There were also theoretically secret paths that led down without having to climb, but they would be small and narrow. Not good for taking an army down. Their location carved into the bottom of the gorge may have been very difficult to assault, but sieging it wasn't difficult at all. The frost barely even seeped out of the gorge, so standing at the top was merely chilly. Some of the weaker cultivators had to put in some work to keep themselves comfortable, but the plan was to keep them cut off for as long as they had to. It was better than sending in a small group of those who could easily make it down to get overwhelmed, and better than risking all of the weaker cultivators even before they got to the battle. It all came down to whether the Ustane Empire would send reinforcements to back up the Brotherhood of Frost. It wasn't pleasant to hope to starve them out, but it was the smarter form of warfare. Barrett looked down to the bottom of Glacial Gorge. He could at least make out people moving around, reflected off of who knows how many different ice walls. They hadn't abandoned the area, but they clearly weren't planning to try to break out anytime soon. They had been searching for any sort of secret exits they might have, but they were watching all they knew of and had searched within a day's journey of the area. There would have to be an extremely long tunnel, either natural or artificial, for them to be able to sneak past the army. There were also diviners from the Fourth Iseers. They no longer counted Einar among their number, but that didn't mean the rest of them were incompetent. They would be able to predict any significant changes in the situation. Barrett couldn't see anything significant down below, but he suddenly felt something from the far side of the gorge. Nothing was in sight, but he felt something approaching. Not subtly, either. They were still entering into the range of his senses. When he finally saw them, he felt like they had gotten closer than expected. No, that wasn't right. They weren't closer. They were bigger. Humans generally fell into the same height range, close enough he could judge distance by just how big they looked. But the cultivators he was seeing and sensing were nearly twice as large as expected. Reinforcements had arrived. Or so it seemed at first. Barrett couldn't think of any group of giants that were part of the Ustane Empire, certainly not enough to make an army. The only significant group of giants he could think of was Steinbertarwen, and they were independent. By this point, more of those with good senses, mundane or magical, were taking stock of the approaching group. What do you think? Trouble? I'd be surprised if they're coming in peace. Especially with that miasma of killing intent. True. But they're walking straight towards us. They'd have to go a day in either direction to attack us. Unless they can jump 100-meter gorge. Maybe some of them, but not all of them. There are many with lower cultivations in there. It just doesn't feel like the Ustane Empire. Nothing I know of. It's more like Steinbertarwen, right? I've been there, and they seem the type. Do you think they allied with them? I know there are mercenaries from there. We'll find out soon, won't we? We should probably get into formation back here. Not too close to the gorge though. Agreed. 20 meters back from the gorge was a nice safe distance where they could attack anyone crazy enough to jump across without risking falling in themselves. Not that cultivators would fall in so easily, but they could be pushed. As the group reached the gorge, they slowed. A slightly taller figure, closer to 3 meters than the standard 2.5 of the group, stepped forward. Forces of Streeto, we had not expected to find you here. In the past, some of us have visited your city and participated in your tournaments. We found them fair and reasonable. The Brotherhood of Frost has proven less reasonable. We hope you would not begrudge our presence here. Grand Master Juvenalis stepped forward, since he could speak the most about the affairs of the Brotherhood of Frost. If you have a grudge with them, we are certainly not against you. We have laid a siege here this past month. The large figure in front grunted. The time for waiting has passed. We would prefer to return home before the rockfalls begin. We will not begrudge you joining us, if you choose so. The figure turned around to face the rest of the giants. While Streeto was no longer being addressed, most of them could still heard the words. Scions of Stone. When this cold-hearted lot down below came to our land to hunt us, they thought they were above reproach. Indeed, they weren't quite wrong. The Ustane Empire would have quashed any counterattack. So we waited. And now, it is time to strike. The leader turned back around, then leaped forward into the ravine. Immediately behind followed the rest of the army, with no hesitation. Barrett moved forward. Well, that's one way to get down quickly. Truth be told, he hadn't been afraid of falling to his death in a very long time. The most recent was with Krenther, where increased gravity and thin air in a certain location made it so the terminal velocity was greater. However, at regular terminal velocity, even solid ice at the bottom wouldn't be an issue if he was jumping on purpose. The cultivators from Steinberg-Tarwin seemed to have the same sort of descent technique as the Immortal Berserker sect. Tough it out. They certainly are direct. Let us wait for a moment, Grandmaster Juvenalis cautioned. While cultivators from Steinberg-Tarwin aren't known for their deception, people are people. It could be a trick of some sort. Barrett nodded, listening and feeling down below. He heard screams of battle, pain, and death. He knew them well enough that they couldn't have been faked. It seems that they are either extremely committed to the deception or... Grandmaster Juvenalis nodded. Streeto. We shall split into two groups. The same as the plans for the assault. The primary group shall descend, but the secondary group will instead remain to watch for any approaching attackers. It may not be a trap by them, but that doesn't mean that reinforcements aren't on the way. And the secondary group wouldn't reach down below in time regardless. The two groups separated. Nilima moved next to Barrett. Largest crater wins. Then she jumped. Wait. Barrett said. How do we even measure that? Of course, Nilima was already too far to easily respond. Barrett jumped next, picking a landing location not too close to hers. The fall wasn't long. However, along the way he felt the rapid decrease in temperature. He tried to get a good sense of the cold flowing through him in the quarter minute he had before he hit the ground, but he didn't really quite figure it out. He picked himself up out of a spray of ice and looked over at Nilima. I don't think adding to your crater after you land counts. TSK. A tie then. Nilima's crater was certainly more crater-like, quite round, but Barrett's was more body-shaped and deeper. Now let's fight some ice guys. If we can even fight any. Barrett nodded. He didn't necessarily like war, but he did like fighting together with Nilima. But finding a target really would take a bit of work, there were so many tunnels to choose from. Then again, they didn't necessarily have to respect the layout. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 492. An echoing thud rang throughout the area as Barrett punched an icy wall. Normal ice or ice-covered stone or dirt wouldn't last a moment against him, but if it was normal he could have just had it fall out of the way. The enchanted wall fought back. Cold stretched out over Barrett starting from his hand, forming layers of ice over his body. It didn't stop there, but tried to seep its way inside. If Barrett could move his head, he would have nodded. That was exactly what he wanted. A short blast of cold as he fell down wasn't good enough. Barrett felt the nice, oppressive cold trying to worm its way into his body, and he let it. He didn't resist, but he did slightly prepare himself so that his body didn't pop any blood vessels if they froze. That would be especially bad in his brain. The cold was much more focused on him than the fire had been, but weaker. He couldn't avoid some effect, but if he could get himself in tune with it. Cold was of course quite different from fire. The chill itself pulled heat away from him, drawing it out of his body and neutralizing it. Normal bodies didn't function well at below freezing temperatures, but Barrett would be fine for a time. Since he wasn't at immediate risk of death, it almost seemed relaxing. He couldn't avoid all effects, but if he could reduce them, just be less there to interact with, first he needed a bit more of the feeling. He slowly let the cold into his soul. Yes, that was it. Now all he had to do. Slipping around the overly large giants was easy enough. They barely fit in the tunnels, so much of their effort was spent navigating and watching out for ambushes. But there were back tunnels, with secret entrances and exits everywhere. The Brotherhood of Frost had enchanted the tunnels to be optimal for themselves and a nightmare for anyone else to move through. Even the layouts of the tunnels themselves changed, but attacking the walls to try to destroy them was even more foolish. The Brotherhood of Frost needed to be able to move around, so just touching the surfaces was safe, but any sort of attack would focus the magic in the area on whoever did so. There was someone who had been stupid enough to do that, and that was the current target. A priority target, a Grandmaster, though a very strange one. A pure body temperer, apparently. That was why they didn't feel like much. No energy, and only a relatively small dusting of magic. But still quite a presence. The squad slipped out of the wall near the target. Frozen over completely. Good, that would make things simple. Each member took a stance then attacked in synchronicity. Even nearly dead Grandmasters were not to be underestimated. Sounds of impact and shattering ice followed. Pieces of shattered body parts littered the floor all around the hallway, and one figure walked away. It wasn't clear if it was worth Barrett's effort to absorb fire or cold so completely if he didn't have to. Being able to instantly freeze people around him was a nice trick, but he could have killed the same people just as quickly regardless and he wouldn't feel tired. And cold. But if he didn't choose to end up in such a situation, he could make use of it. It was still less effort than directly resisting the cold. Barrett might have been a Grandmaster, but he couldn't fight against a magical formation that stretched all throughout an enemy complex by himself. At least, not this one. The Brotherhood of Frost had its own Grandmasters, and they were prepared for intrusion. They likely also didn't want the ice caverns to collapse and topple down on them, so they made sure everything was quite magically infused. Barrett felt something passing him in the wall. The hint of a Grandmaster. He stabbed his spear into the wall. There was no point in directly facing off against the cold if he didn't have to. He narrowed and extended the weapon as much as he could to maximize its reach. He had to let go of the spear an instant later so that the magical formation couldn't infiltrate his body again, freezing him. His spear, however, was frozen in a nice few centimeter layer of ice on all sides, and the metal itself would certainly be startlingly cold if he could touch it. His armor itself was still a bit chilly, though his movements had been warming it. The nearby Grandmaster slipped out of the wall a few paces away. Barrett could feel him controlling the surrounding area, building up a wall behind Barrett. The floor reached up to cover Barrett, but he moved with it, standing on the peak of the ice no matter how it twisted and turned. He eventually had to leap forward towards the old man in front of him, who instantly reached and grabbed Barrett's arm. It had to be admitted that the man was quite experienced. Even as Barrett twisted unnaturally in the air, the man found a purchase on him. Ice shot into Barrett's veins, and there it was. Not quite acting as the man expected. He also didn't expect Barrett's bracer to suddenly slide over his own hand, with the rest of his armor folding strangely as it snapped around him. Barrett thought it would be quite poetic if he could freeze one of the few Grandmasters of this brotherhood. He managed to force the ice in his arm back into the man's chest, but the man wasn't easily subject to his own element. However, he was basically frozen in that the armor restricted his movements to be almost nothing. Freezing it wouldn't improve his situation, and though he used his energy to try to force it away, he couldn't do it fast enough. With a spin, Barrett poured his momentum into a kick straight at the man, encased in armor. It seemed like he might be safer, but of course Barrett was the armor. If he wanted the front to flow with his attack and the back to push against it, crushing the man in between, that was what it would do. To the man's credit, he held up against one attack, managing to force himself back and away from Barrett. Then the entire hallways closed around Barrett, entombing him in ice. But in a state where both were entrapped. Barrett had the advantage. Normal armor of course made it quite possible to breathe. It couldn't be airtight, nor was it a desirable trait. However, Barrett had control over how he wanted his armor to be, and he was quite used to making it airtight for various reasons. And he could do more than that. He didn't care about the man's hands or legs. It wasn't a nice way to go, but the metal started to force its way inside the man's mouth and nose. His energy pushed back, but he also had to keep Barrett contained. Throughout the rest of Glacial Gorge, the magical formations had been strained by the combats in the area. The local section couldn't stop Barrett all on its own. As for danger, Barrett wasn't in any. The cold flowed into and through him, but what power it had wasn't enough to kill him quickly. Its power was reduced as if he was barely even present, and his body could handle the rest itself. Meanwhile, the spear had pulled away from the wall once it was no longer being actively considered, flying towards the Grandmaster. The spear built up speed, flying straight towards the man's chest, where it was cleanly deflected by his energy. However, it cost him his mouth and nose, as he focused on the decoy attack. The spear built up so much speed because Barrett focused its properties on the rest of his new living metal, which then pushed blades into the area it was already infiltrating. The blood in the Grandmaster's mouth almost instantly froze, but that wasn't necessarily helping him. He hadn't been expecting to need to hold his breath, and would normally handle such needs with an application of energy. But there was no way to refill his old lungs, healthy as they might have been for someone well over 100. There was still always a difference between the lungs of a regular cultivator and someone who focused on their body. The man's energy held up until the very moment he lost consciousness. Towards the end Barrett might have been only putting on a show and keeping things in place, but he wouldn't have been able to overpower him. However, that was the advantage of being able to resist what an enemy could do. He'd had many chances to fight against ice users of various types, while the Grandmaster had probably fought 2 or 3 pure body temperors in his life. And certainly no Grandmaster pure body temperors. Then again, Barrett had killed a Grandmaster while he was still just at the very peak of 6th tier, so he would have been embarrassed to lose to an old man who would never reach 8th tier. Barrett wasn't sure if he would himself, but he wasn't out of ways to improve himself, not by a significant margin. Then again, he wasn't sure if he would be around for the necessary decades. The Emperor still existed, and he couldn't guarantee survival against that man. Not if he actually focused on Barrett for a few moments, anyway. Then again, all of his current training could help immensely. Ice cracked around Barrett as he forced his way out back to his living metal. He wondered if Nilima had managed to find another Grandmaster. If not, she would be disappointed. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 493. The remainder of the assault on the Brotherhood of Frost was not without casualties, but they were relatively limited. However, even with Ruklua now under control, that was just the beginning of the war. So far the Ustane Empire's expanse had made their outlying forces easy to defeat, but Custax had its own forces to call upon that couldn't be ignored. Beyond that, there were a number of small but powerful areas before the forces of Streeto could reach Wasmil and the center of the Ustane Empire. News didn't easily leave the Ustane Empire, especially not while a war was on, but it was impossible to completely prevent the spread of information. Cultivators especially were loath to be entirely beholden to authority, and they could travel a long distance through difficult terrain rather quickly. They brought news from other parts of the empire. As expected, the Ustane Empire had other enemies they were dealing with at the same time. That was what gave Streeto a chance, because fighting on their home territory with all of the cultivation sects wouldn't be easy. Streeto had only just managed to defend their strongest fortress with everyone participating, while not all of the Astane Empire had been involved. After all, it wasn't like they left their territory empty for a number of years and hoped everything would be alright. The same was true of Streeto now. They could only bring to bear about half of their forces, and though they might not have been damaged proportionately as much as the Astane Empire, they couldn't afford to fight everything all at once. So they would take advantage of their distractions as much as they could. Unfortunately, Custax had organized a real army and was ready to respond to any intrusions. Defeating them wasn't impossible, but Streeto couldn't afford to lose too many people doing so. Both for the sake of the individual lives and the ultimate goal, they had to be cautious. But not overly cautious. Most of those under Barrett's command were from the Immortal Berserker sect. Students of his and even some of the pure body temperers who were students of his own students. Then there were other members of the Immortal Berserker sect. There were only so many grandmasters in the sect, after all, and he at least understood the capabilities of his berserk energy using sectmates. Then there were other warriors who were unaffiliated or from smaller sections. Finally, there was Nelima. She needed to be attached to some group, and she didn't want to lead anyone. She hadn't taken any students in or around Streeto, and nobody had a style like hers, at least not both of her styles. While many companies were made up of mixed groups of people, Barrett would be leading shock troops, able to cause damage and take pressure off of other companies. Grandmaster Heikel would be in charge of him as well, and even though he was the only 8th tier cultivator with Streeto's army, he wasn't taking the lead. He was aware that he didn't have the strategic knowledge to run the entire army. That said, a commander couldn't be too vulnerable. Grand Mistress Severin of the Order of Four Winds was the strategic choice, and she had with her tactical advisors of various cultivation levels. Barrett surveyed the companies in front of him. His own company and one primarily composed of mages stood there. While Barrett couldn't force others to walk down his own path of grand mastery, trying to do so would cause serious issues, he could still train them in useful techniques. Those from the Immortal Berserker sect were all resistant to berserk energy and wounds from weapons. Their primary sparring partners were each other, after all. They trained against magic as well, but not all with the same level of severity as Barrett had. Likewise, the mages needed practice attacking those who wouldn't easily fall to their attacks. There were mock battles on large and small scales, but without the protection of magical formations everyone had to restrain themselves. It was unlikely immortal berserkers would be killed on accident, but lingering injuries would be a problem as well. Conversely, even the toughest mages wouldn't do well against berserk energy if they were unable to stop it all from reaching their bodies. More focused training happened one-on-one, where immortal berserkers just subjected themselves to attacks from a partner in the mages. Without the heat of battle, the magic could be controlled more precisely to not endanger those involved. Both sides would learn exactly what they could do, and what their weak points were. Some of the younger mages had trouble with fast-moving targets, while the older ones were often not used to requiring their full power if their attacks hit. Judging how much they needed was important. Even if they had to exhaust themselves early in battle and drop back to the rear lines, it was better that they defeated their enemies than underestimated them. Not that the masters had many problems judging their opponents, but they could learn much about how to fight as part of an army rather than individuals. Barrett didn't necessarily know much better, but it was his job to disseminate the knowledge the other leaders had. Barrett also didn't neglect his own training. His body could still grow stronger and tougher, and he could learn new techniques. At the current moment, his training seemed to be annoying Nilima as much as possible. She dodged between his stone pits, occasionally batting one out of the way or punching or kicking it off into the sky. Barrett didn't move, and when she reached him with a palm strike he took the attack directly. "Oh, come on. Take this seriously." "I am," Barrett said. "I need to concentrate fully on resisting your attacks. I have plenty of experience dodging." Blood dribbled out of the corner of his mouth. "Oh. I thought I did better than that. If this was a real battle I would have targeted your brain and turned it to mush." Nilima crossed her arms. You would have. That's why this is training. Nilima looked at her fist, then dodged out of the way of a spear flying towards her back. Hey! I don't believe either of us called for a break. Nilima grinned, I'll show you a break. Despite the rather lackluster taunt, her threat was quite real. Barrett readied himself to accept an attack. He had to be ready. Gentle energy and berserk energy twined together as Nilima's fist went straight for his abdomen, then curved upward to strike him in the jaw. It momentarily threw Barrett off, but he was ready to handle the energy regardless. The gentle energy passed through him without harm, bringing the berserk energy along with it. That was the trick. Once it reached its designated point, it would cause maximum damage. What Barrett needed to do was stop that, and keep it from affecting him as it intended. When Barrett returned to consciousness, he considered what areas he had been lacking. First, he wasn't quick enough to react to the change in target, but he couldn't easily attune his whole body to two types of energy. What he really needed was complete coverage. Things had gone well at first. The gentle energy had gone into him, passing through him harmlessly of its own volition. Then when it had been time to cause damage, he had actually used its own properties against it, keeping it safe. He'd tried to do the same with the berserk energy, but even without Nilima controlling it he wouldn't have easily resisted it. The only reason he'd survived the fire in Vashia was its lack of malice. Even without Nilima's intent, berserk energy indiscriminately damaged everything around it. So now he was waiting for his jaw to pull back together and new teeth to grow in. Pretty much his entire lower skull was in pieces, but the damage stopped before his brain. At least, most of it. A little bit of berserk energy had gone into his brain, but in small amounts it wasn't a problem. Fortunately, a true immortal body had no problem repairing brain damage on a small scale. Barrett sighed. The brain was one of the hardest things to train in toughness, but Nilima certainly helped with that. Noticing he was awake, Nilima sat down on the ground next to him. So you can just make stuff pass through you harmlessly now? Think anyone else can do that? Barrett shrugged. As a pure body temperer, probably not, but there are similar abilities I'm sure. Let me try something. Nilima took Barrett's hand. Go ahead and do what you were doing. Only gentle energy flowed out of her hand into his. It was nice and peaceful, until it switched up its intent. At that point, Barrett reacted to defend himself not by blocking or dodging, but just letting it pass through. That worked for a few seconds, then suddenly the energy that was like flowing water gently passing through a stream twisted and turned. Barrett's arm twitched in pain as his muscles and bones all suddenly protested. Aha! What was that? Barrett asked. It definitely wasn't berserk energy. He would have noticed, though Nilima was very good at hiding it. He had a vague impression of how it had worked, but he wasn't sure. Basically, the way I use gentle energy, it matches someone's wavelength. Then when it's deep enough to cause damage, I switch it. You were basically doing the same thing, matching yourself to my energy. So I just switched again. I guess that means I need to be able to react faster. I can't just bet on nobody else being able to do what you do. Hey, it's not that easy, you know. Barrett nodded. Sure. But you also aren't the only 9th-tier cultivator in the known world. He's got to have a few tricks. If nothing else, he could figure this out pretty quickly. Yeah. Nilima grinned. Hey, I just thought of a neat trick. This is going to hurt, isn't it? Barrett asked. Not that much. And it will be good practice. Fine. But you also need to let me try stopping your gentle energy entirely without tricks. If that's the way it works, I think I can block it on the outside. Nilima shrugged. That'll get someone who isn't expecting it, at least. And it's not good at forcing its way to vulnerable areas. Barrett nodded, and wondered how many tricks some of the oldest cultivators would have. The Emperor hadn't even taken the entire city of Streeto seriously, and Barrett himself had been taken out as an afterthought. And now he would have Einar's powers of divination. It wouldn't be easy to defeat him, but if Streeto did nothing then the Ustane Empire would continue causing trouble until the Emperor died, and for those cultivators not worried about scruples that could be quite a long time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 494. Barrett squinted his eyes. It didn't really do anything for his vision, but it expressed his thoughts very well. I expected a necromancer fortress to be more morbid-looking. Nilima shrugged, I don't see any skulls. Maybe this is the wrong place. I seriously doubt we ended up in the wrong place. Besides, I can still feel something. Energy swirled around Nilima, reaching out into the air around her. It's hiding under the surface, but it's certainly there. The scent of death among all of these plants. That's the same thing I felt. Seems too easy to get into the castle though, with all those vines all over it. Maybe they're weak. Or murderous. Could be both, I can't recognize them. Barrett looked over the company around him. They had been chosen for this mission based on the information about the enemy. Necromancers who specialized in draining life force, that sort of thing was difficult to block, so instead having those with life force to spare was a good alternative. The pure body temperers could also hold on to their own life force, and the energy users could still prevent some of the effects, as well as anyone else. On the level of grandmasters, Barrett had no concerns about someone trying to steal his life force. If there was someone who could easily affect him with such an ability, then anyone who went here would die, and this sect would be bigger, or at least more influential. Not that the Black Skulls were small. Like any sect, they had significantly more lower-level cultivators than masters or grandmasters. The Immortal Berserker style was able to squeeze out more masters and grandmasters for those who survived the initial part of the technique, but even they had thousands of early-tier cultivators. The same was true of the Black Skulls, but a good portion of their forces were currently occupied elsewhere. They still had hundreds of masters, with numbers that could match the forces Barrett commanded as well as some grandmasters, but Barrett's side should still have the advantage, if they didn't do anything stupid. Well, Nilima said, I'm not sure if climbing the walls is the best strategy or what. We do have to attack soon, though. Or risk the rest of their forces returning, or at least the portion that survived the distraction. Barrett nodded, I should eat something. Or a lot, if we're going into a battle. Do you normally not eat a lot? You'll see, Barrett grinned. Rations that just provided the necessary nutrients were alright, but Barrett found his body did better with real food even if it was technically slightly worse. Maybe it was just his willingness to eat it, or something else. Making large quantities of food at once was common in any warrior sect, and while they usually had staff to do it for them back at the sect, there were some among them who could cook. The rest just provided ingredients including some wild creatures they had come across on the journey. Having a variety of things to cook slightly reduced the end products, but Barrett ended up with a mountain of meat and smaller mountains of vegetables, fruit, and grains on a table in front of him. There's no way you can eat all of that, Nilima said. It's bigger than you. Nilima frowned, please don't take that as a challenge. I don't want to see it. Barrett laughed. Don't worry. I was going to eat it all already. Barrett reached out for a hunk of meat and tossed it in his mouth. He chewed a couple times to break it into smaller pieces, then swallowed. Oof, Nilima said, I'm full already just watching that. Barrett smiled and continued eating. Even if what he was doing was technically stuffing his face, except for the amount of food that went into his mouth and the speed that he placed things on a plate and cut them apart, he could be considered to be eating quite politely. Nilima wrinkled her nose, is it burnt? It smells burnt for some reason. She focused her vision on him, are you on fire, in fire? It's not the most efficient way, but I learned a new way to rapidly fill up on stamina. So now some food goes to my stomach and some gets taken to the flame. I'll just pretend that what you said makes sense, Nilima nodded. Her own meal wasn't insignificant in size, more than her frame would suggest, at least. Enough food for a laborer who had worked hard all day, at least. Barrett nodded and continued eating. It was a bit of a waste to burn up some of the food inside him, but it accelerated the process of getting it into the rest of his body. There was only so much he could enhance his stomach acid. Of course, burnt particles of food going into a normal body would just make them sick. It wasn't quite that. As for the fire Barrett made, while it was hot enough to quickly vaporize food, it wasn't enough to be of use in Grandmaster level combat. It was nowhere near the level of the fire he'd had inside him in Vashia when he was eating the vitality pears, and that was just an after effect. Maybe he could make it into something, but Barrett supposed it would be easier to find a large but uncontrolled fire if he really wanted fire. Then he could control it, or be it. Barrett exhaled smoke from his nose, away from any of the others eating so as not to bother them. Could they just storm the castle? They needed siege ladders at least. Betting on climbing vines on the enemy castle was foolish, and not everyone was experienced in climbing up surfaces without proper handholds. It didn't take long to put together some siege ladders by tearing apart some of the trees nearby. Those with better control of berserk energy removed the excess parts to whittle things down to being a ladder. The ladders had sides and rungs more than 10 centimeters thick, so they couldn't so casually be broken apart by the defenders. Once there were a few immortal berserkers on the walls, they would have trouble stopping the rest of them. They'd just have to be prepared for whatever came before that point. Barrett knew he could reach the top quickly, but he didn't want to be too much ahead of others. He was confident in his own skills, but not taking on half of a large sect all on his own. Or even with Nilima at his back. Most likely he'd just have to face all their grandmasters at once, which would still be bad enough. Their exact capabilities weren't known yet, but they would be watching out for what they did know about. It wasn't possible to hide the fact that a bunch of berserkers were about to go into battle. Berserk energy wasn't subtle, and emotions were high. So once they were ready, Barrett commanded the assault immediately. The defenders watching from the walls reacted quickly. As the group of warriors reached a certain point, spells were launched down at them. Lots of black, blood red, and sickly green magic that they had to avoid. Some curses, but mostly direct harm. Then another staple of necromancers crawled up over the walls. Bones. He hadn't expected them to just fly off the walls, though. A wave of bones flew towards the front lines, not organized skeletons but just jumbles of bones that didn't bother to arrange themselves like a living thing. Barrett held the siege ladder in his hand, imbuing it with his own toughness. The ladder was extremely long, and swinging it from one end was the most unwieldy weapon he'd ever held, but he swept an arc 30 meters wide, covering a good portion of the front line. However, there wasn't just one wave of bones, and just because he knocked them aside didn't mean they were all destroyed. Attacks and curses aimed at Barrett specifically. He was on the front lines, after all, and one of the major threats. Curses weren't a problem. Anything that wanted to pierce its way into his soul would find that his soul was much more capable of tearing apart immaterial attacks than anyone expected, which was to say, he could do it and most people couldn't, especially not to the extent Barrett had learned. Barrett was able to avoid most of the spells he was unsure of, and some of the rest tried to rip his life force out. However, those spells lost most of their effect upon striking his armor, where he concentrated his toughness. He watched out for attacks from grandmasters, but was otherwise safe. Nilima hadn't yet been recognized as much of a threat, and easily avoided the attacks targeted at her. If necessary, she did have talismans to protect against curses that Barrett had made. As Barrett got close to the wall, he pulled out his bundle of stone pits, throwing the whole bag at the top of the walls and pushing through a barrier. If the stone pits were destroyed it would be a setback for him, but they weren't so easy to break. Even damaging them was difficult with the amount of training he'd put them through, and they could recover from damage not as fast as he could, of course, but still rapidly. The stone pits were coordinated like Barrett's own limbs, striking those atop the walls and distracting them long enough for Barrett to reach the walls and climb the ladder, though really he jumped up the rungs a dozen at a time, taking just a few steps until he reached the top of the 20-meter walls. Not far behind him were other berserkers, placing their own ladders and taking his as he fought those atop the walls. Hopefully, he'd gotten his timing right. At least if they sent all their grandmasters for him, everywhere else would have an easy time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 495. Fighting raged atop the walls of a fortress, with bodies being created left and right. The Black Skulls had the option between sending only those who could reasonably stop Barrett and not leaving a section of walls almost bare. He hadn't given them much time to think about it, so the defenders had kept their positions. If Barrett didn't have experience combating curses, he might have found them dangerous by sheer numbers, but there was little that earlier tier masters and below could do to him unless he just stood still and let them. A few 6th tier masters were nearby and able to prevent him from just doing whatever he wanted, but not far behind him were the rest of the attackers. Everything happened as a reaction to something else. Barrett forced a section to focus on him, which allowed more immortal berserkers to reach the walls more quickly. Those in front carried ladders and quickly scaled them. In response, the Black Skulls activated a large-scale magic on their keep. Barrett felt something tugging at his life force, not enough to affect him, but it could cause difficulty for others. Outside of Barrett's sight, he felt the vines on the wall crumble, and the life force flowed from them into the Black Skulls. As the vines crumbled apart, powdery pollen fell from small flowers on them. Barrett wasn't sure what the powder was, but Barrett made the executive decision that immortal berserkers would prefer to deal with fire than unknown toxins. It wasn't hard to create a spark of fire outside himself. In fact, Barrett had a number of ways he could do it, but the fastest was to directly choose some of the air to burn. Nothing that would harm a cultivator, but fine pollen was extremely flammable. A small explosion rocked the area, with an instant swath of fire pouring over the attackers and barely reaching over onto the wall. The wooden siege ladders were made out of thick wood, fresh and still wet, so they wouldn't easily catch on fire. However, as immortal berserkers started pouring onto the walls, taking advantage of the weakened parts of the barriers left by those in front, some of the siege ladders started to crumble apart. Even the stone beneath Barrett's feet almost felt like it would crumble apart, though it had never been alive. All the plant life in the area was dying, feeding the necromancers their power. Each individual plant wasn't much, but the large area contained much power. That explained quite a bit, but Barrett didn't have time to congratulate their forward thinking when empowered necromancers were trying to kill him. A wave of bones flew over him, sharpened and hardened. They slowed Barrett's movements and allowed for the stronger necromancers nearby to latch onto Barrett with various curses. Their attacks had no material form, but they latched onto Barrett's soul, trying to break inside. His protective talisman shattered under the impact, but provided him enough time to properly react. The curses were like vines of death, but Barrett could control himself as he wished. That meant his body, and his soul. What was his soul but a strange and intangible body? There were many answers to that question that differed, but for Barrett's sake, there wasn't a relevant difference. He used his hands to grab the curses and twist them around each other. The active participation of the necromancers meant their souls were somewhat attached still, and as the curses encountered each other they recoiled. They weren't going to so easily damage each other, but it gave Barrett an opening to strike at their bodies with his stone pits that were still floating around and one he had been approaching with his halberd. The stone pits knocked two away from the walls with just minimal injuries, but the third he impaled straight through the chest. Meanwhile, more immortal berserkers were taking control of a section of wall around him. It was a fine foothold, but it became just a relevant distraction when the gates shattered. If she'd wanted to put in the effort, Nilima could have carried one of the stupidly oversized ladders herself. Practically, it made no difference if she carried one herself or moved alongside someone with one. Her chosen person was Hayden, mostly because he was at the forefront of the attackers. She didn't know him well, but from what she had heard he was a lot like Barrett, including his propensity to nearly die regularly. Nilima preferred her brushes with death to come more in the form of a near miss from an attack that could completely destroy her instead of major injuries, but then again she recovered at a more normal rate. Certainly not anything close to 100,000 times. When the first wave of bones came towards them, Nilima stepped close to Harden and extended her energy in front of them. There were limits on how much someone could reinforce a mass of physical attacking mediums. In short, they couldn't really prevent them being destroyed. The major deterrent was how much effort it would take for most, but it wasn't possible to prevent the intrusion of gentle energy on such a large scale, especially not with her new tricks. There was no visible effect on the bones until they struck Hayden. When they shattered apart, their structure weakened. They only slightly managed to slow his steps, and they were at the wall a moment later. Nilima didn't wait for him to finish placing the ladder, hopping up it even as it swung forward. He could handle a little shift in balance, and she wasn't on the ladder long. Even before it touched the wall, she sprang off and through the barrier, tearing open a momentary hole. It wasn't strong enough to stop any of the stronger cultivators, merely meant to slow them. The closest cultivators fell to the ground as Nilima landed, blood vessels in their brains breaking from her aura. It didn't take much gentle energy to do that, and if they weren't ready, it could slip right through. A few focus strikes took out the stronger people right next to her, just in time for Hayden to reach the top of the wall. He had a weapon, but chose to instead swing one of the incapacitated necromancers at their comrades. When the drain started, Nilima tightened her energy around her. Her life force couldn't be pulled out of her if it couldn't reach her, and it was a persistent constant tide, but not powerful. Hayden seemed to be dealing with it well. In fact, she thought she felt him siphon some of the free life force for himself, though she was interrupted by the following explosion. The flames barely even licked near her head, but it was certainly noticeable. That made Nilima pay more attention to back beyond the wall, and she saw the ladders weakening. That wasn't good. She turned towards the gatehouse. A few grandmasters in there. She waited for one to move off to intercept Barrett. She couldn't worry about the others along the wall and instead rushed the gatehouse. As she approached, she felt the pulling force strengthen. Going inside the gatehouse wouldn't be smart. Nilima grabbed one of the black skulls by the throat, killing him as she leaped from the walls. Attacks weaved through the air all around her as she moved, but Nilima deflected or dodged every attack. No point in taking anything head-on. She had no reason to intimidate anyone. As she landed among a group of enemies, her whip spun around her and cleared an area. Some of those struck died instantly, failing to block the gentle energy from sneaking into them. Those who blocked the gentle energy weren't able to brace themselves against the berserk energy as well, getting knocked away from the area but keeping their lives. Nilima grabbed a small token the necromancer she had grabbed had on his person. She immediately felt the tugging lessen, though nothing flowed into her either. That probably required a special technique. Nilima dashed towards the gate. The two grandmasters were reacting to her movements, but gatehouses being secure meant there were only a few ways in and out. They couldn't move straight towards her, so she arrived at the gate before they did. Of course there were a few dozen cultivators blocking her, but slipping past them wasn't a problem. Then, she reached the gate. She wondered if it had been used in a battle before. Sometimes there were weaknesses nobody thought about. Like, only placing defensive barriers on the outside. They hadn't quite made that mistake, but the inside barrier was missing some of the more sophisticated defenses, which meant it was easy to slip an attack through. Gentle energy wrapped berserk energy, and then the whole package unraveled inside. The gate's defenses immediately reacted, pushing back against the energy, and forcing a large amount of magic and energy in between two barriers. The only thing that could result in was an explosion, which covered those on both sides of the gate. Nilima allowed the explosion to carry her backwards, where she swung her whip at one of the grandmasters who had just arrived on the scene. He just managed to dodge her attack and then she was out of reach, but she managed to take out a few others along her path. When Nilima landed, she found herself only surrounded by a small number of the reinforcements. There were empowered grandmasters heading towards her, but outside of the top part of the gatehouse she could tell they weren't receiving as much of the surrounding life energy. Now it was just a matter of if she could avoid their attacks long enough to kill them. She could deflect curses to some extent, but if they hit her head on she would be glad for the talisman at her side. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 496. With the gates open, holding a position on the wall would merely be for show after a short time. However, Barrett needed to at least keep his position for a short time while those climbing the ladders made their way onto the walls. For those who were close, going over the wall would still be much faster than redirecting all of the forces to the gate. Now Barrett had a Grandmaster to deal with, as well as other enemies, but he also had reinforcements to back him up. He impaled one of the nearby masters before preparing to deal with a curse he felt building from the Grandmaster. He had to admire the teamwork demonstrated, as the surrounding masters coordinated their attacks so that he would have to be hit by several of their curses and the rampaging clouds of bones if he was to avoid the Grandmaster's attack. They couldn't have expected him to thrust his spear towards the Grandmaster and impale the curse. He would have loved to redirect it to someone else, but it was too powerful to try anything fancy. The other attacks that were able to turn towards him were blocked by stone pits, and weren't able to easily cause damage to an unexpected target. The enemy Grandmaster quickly changed his strategy, pulling out a wicked-looking curved blade. He surrounded it in dark magical energy, so black the sunlight around it dimmed. With unexpected speed, the necromancer pounced towards Barrett, slicing the blade across Barrett's chest. That was the intent, anyway, but Barrett wasn't a Grandmaster warrior for nothing. He wanted nothing to do with the darkness-infused blade. It wasn't something he was familiar with, though he could make some guesses as to its effects. None of them would be good for him, so he had to avoid touching it entirely. His body twisted and bent along with his armor, ducking below the attack while at the same time striking at the arm of the necromancer so they could not redirect their attack. They pulled back enough that his spear merely scraped a small gash along their defensive magic which quickly stabilized itself. Barrett had hoped to injure them with his counter, because unexpected dodging angles wouldn't confuse them forever. However, the life force they were absorbing made them too fast. There wasn't an infinite amount of it to draw from, but there didn't have to be. They just needed to gain an advantage over the immortal berserkers. Down below, Barrett could sense Nilima fighting. He wanted to go join up with her. Not that he felt like she necessarily needed saving, but together they could take out 3 Grandmasters more quickly than either of them could defeat 1 or 2 alone. However, taking out the Grandmasters quickly wasn't necessarily the best tactical decision. Leaving them active wasn't good either, but he needed to do something that would affect the battlefield as a whole. The life force draining effect had to come from somewhere, and it had to be close. Barrett continued to attack and dodge while he sensed for the epicenter of the effect. Life force flowed all around, out of most people and into the black skulls, but between those points it went through somewhere else. Barrett saw a strange anomaly in the crowd. Hayden was pulling in some of the life force as well. A good trick. Barrett wasn't sure he wanted to try that himself, however. It could provide him a boost in stamina, but it might destabilize his techniques. Where else? Barrett nodded internally. Sensing life force outside of people wasn't something he had much chance to do, but with so much of it he managed to trace it all to a certain area. First, he had to deal with the Grandmaster in front of him. Stone pits swirled around the area, fending off enemy masters and leaving them open to attacks from immortal berserkers, when he found an easy chance. However, he concentrated more of them behind the Grandmaster he was facing. At the same time, he thrust forward with his spear and the stone pits closed in from the other side. His attack was fast, but lacking in subtlety. The Grandmaster dodged back and to the side, taking a stone pit to the shoulder and hip but otherwise avoiding Barrett's attacks. Then the stone pit struck Barrett in the chest, or more accurately, they picked him up and tossed him backwards. He leaned with them and pushed backwards with his legs, propelling himself off of the wall and into the compound down below. A wave of bones poured over Nilima. Their speed was enhanced, but it didn't matter how fast they came for her. They lost their form when they got near her, and with that the necromancers lost control. If they controlled dirt, they would just be earth mages. Nilima had found herself swarmed by the reinforcements, seeing her alone. That had continued until the first 24 of them died in a few circles of her whip. She was still surrounded, but her opponents were acting more cautiously and taking her more seriously, and from a further distance. Deflecting curses was hard enough that she rarely managed to make them hit each other, and if she did they usually removed the curse before it could really hurt their companions. Maybe not out of care for the other person, but because what their allies might think of them otherwise. The small fry weren't the problem, instead the two grandmasters provided a bit of trouble. 2 bits, even. One of them kept her busy with twin daggers that she absolutely wouldn't let touch her, and the other focused on magic, trying to catch her off guard. She couldn't find a moment to launch a good counterattack, and while she might be able to overpower one of them she'd be out of luck for the second. If they didn't have all the life force in them it might be different. Finally, Nilima made her chance. She maneuvered the one with the daggers between her and the other, then with a quick flick of her living metal whip she twisted it around her opponent in a myriad of ways. The whip tightened, making contact at a dozen points, and they had to choose where they wanted to protect most. It was a false choice, though. Even if they chose the right section, it wouldn't do any good. Berserk energy wrapped up gentle energy in alternating configurations. If they blocked some of it, the other part would go through unless they had practice with a similar technique. Most grandmasters were at least familiar with every category of energy and had more chance to resist gentle energy, but Nilima's latest improvements had once again made it difficult to defend against her. Grandmasters didn't just die trivially unless they were old farts who barely made it to that level. A counterattack came in the form of ghastly dark energy, winding through the living metal. She wasn't able to release in time, not and kill her opponent, but she redirected much of the power and Barrett's talisman did the rest. She wasn't prepared for the second curse, however. She had foolishly not expected one of the black skulls to launch an attack straight through an ally who they hadn't even known would die. Her defensive energy rippled as she felt the curse tearing into her, shattering the remnants of the talisman. But then the curse was yanked away, quite literally. Hayden stood next to her grappling the incorporeal attack. As expected of one of Barrett's students. He had an excellent sense of timing. Hayden was clearly struggling to keep the hold, but he didn't have to hold on for long. Nilima moved away so he could safely let it free, but instead he switched his hold and flung it back at the other enemy. They of course stopped it midair, neutralizing the curse, but that meant they wasted both the power to create it and some to stop it. Barrett wasn't sure if he preferred the Grandmaster following him or not. It kept other people safe, but it made his job rather difficult. Every time he tried to go in for a little bit of property damage, the Grandmaster always insisted on slashing their curved blade at him. Sometimes they actually got quite close to hitting him, or perhaps they did, since the effect extended beyond the blade. The darkness flowed through Barrett's armor with ease. It chilled his body, but the damage wasn't there but to his soul. Just a few slashes so far, but his soul didn't heal nearly as quickly as his body. Technically he could have blocked a soul attack with his armor but the result would have been the same. His armor was him, and any soul it had was his. It would only affect the manner in which it hurt him. Feeling it more directly wasn't a problem for attacks like he was facing, and he might find a good opportunity. All he needed to do was smash a magic pedestal to pieces and the battle would turn around. And the best way to find an opportunity was to make one. But first he would have a few more near misses with the magic that was trying to drain his life from his body. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 497. Darkness. An unpleasant, draining void. The power the necromancer had on his blade was a condensed version of the magical formation he was defending. Barrett couldn't necessarily say it was evil. Draining the life force from people was just another way to kill them. In a desperate situation, Barrett wouldn't say he would care about plants and trees and animals in the area if he could leverage them to increase his survival. Of course, the general actions of the Black Skulls weren't so noble as survival. Barrett felt the darkness cut into him again. Soul and body were one, and his soul had been trained along with his body. Calling it durable would be a stretch, but techniques that attacked the soul took advantage of its vulnerability. Getting hit still wasn't safe for Barrett, but it was tolerable. And he was starting to understand it. His opponent was even stronger close to the nexus of life force, power pulled in from the surroundings. Barrett could feel the tide ebbing slightly, but even if all the plant life in the area died, it would still be pulling power from the immortal berserkers. Waiting it out was possible, but not the best result. People were dying. People he cared about, at least to some degree. Barrett had to take out the formation. Its core was a nice huge chunk of obsidian. Black and shiny. Barrett gathered his stone pits into the shape of a shield and forced the Grandmaster he was fighting away, then he dashed towards the obsidian. He wrapped his arms around it, intending to tear it away or crush it. Then the sword stabbed into his back. Not just the darkness pierced through his armor. The sword itself went through the armor, sliding past his spine and out his front below his sternum. Barrett felt life force draining from him. The dark blade drained life out through Barrett's core, and the obsidian block pulled at Barrett on the outside. However, Barrett's life force was his. Nobody could say otherwise. He could easily wrestle it away, but instead he let it flow where it was pulled. Pure body temperors were such an annoyance. It was hard to tell how they would attack. This particular one had been a thorn in the side of the Ustane Empire lately. He had a sizable bounty on his head. His strange stone projectiles were troublesome to deal with, but he'd slipped up. He easily showed his intentions to break the core of the draining formation. It was easy to be momentarily pushed back to line up a good opening. And what an opening it was. Arms busy and back completely straight and in view. Stabbing through his body had been like cutting through butter. Now, his life force was draining out. It was strong, powerful. A delectable treat. And there was more. A seemingly endless mass of it. Then it tugged back, not just through the sword but elsewhere. It took a moment to realize the mistake. There was no way a pure body temperer would be impaled on a sword from a necromancer. The sword itself was only a conduit for holding the draining force. Trying to pull away did no good. The sword was firmly lodged in place. Letting go was possible. However, it wouldn't do any good. There was already a serious tug of war between the two draining forces. Trying to end the battle would only result in taking a loss, and a token preventing life draining wouldn't do any good now that the situation had changed outside of normal parameters. The only thing to do was win. Pull in as much life force as possible to maintain power and sever the connection. In theory that was easy, in practice, it was harder. Especially with the obsidian core destabilizing by the moment. The obsidian was easy to replace, but the enchantments weren't so easy. The tug of war somehow always seemed even. A stumble, a moment of weakness, and the obsidian almost consumed everything. Then control was re-established and the connection was nearly severed. But it felt strange. So much power, but some of it responded sluggishly. Life forces were becoming intertwined, and it was hard to tell what originally belonged where. As the struggle built to a climax, Barrett used the parts of him pulled into the obsidian and the Grandmaster to push it over the limits they could withstand. Barrett had more life force inside the Grandmaster than the Grandmaster had of his own, and the Grandmaster clearly wasn't ready for what happened. Barrett was only half ready. There was a cracking sound. The sword snapped in two. The obsidian began to split, and even the Grandmaster's bones creaked. Then Barrett's senses were overloaded. The only thing he was sure about was the motion. That implied an explosion, but not a physical one. His body remained mostly where it was, but his life force was sent spiraling away. Only a tiny thread remained. A consequence of letting his life force flow freely, but if he had been resisting, perhaps he would have been torn apart. It was unnerving to be out of his body, out of any body, but he felt that thread connecting him and slowly pulled himself along it. He wasn't sure what would happen if it broke, or if it could break, but he wasn't in a hurry. Either everything was horrible and he would die anyway, or he had time to be cautious. He had only a vague sense of other things besides his body and his detached life force. He wasn't sure if he was physically separated or had just lost his connection. The latter seemed more likely, because it was basically an aspect of his soul and power and not something like a lung. Hopefully he still had those, but he couldn't really feel his body. Until he could. He still had a hole straight through his chest, but nothing vital was injured. That was by design. He'd had to shift things a little bit for it to work, but it had done fine. Now he had bits of shattered sword in him he needed to push out before he could heal back up. His skin had already started knitting itself together, so he made it stop for a moment. Tinkling metal shards hit the solid ground, and Barrett let things run their course. The first thing he did was grimace. Controlling someone else's body was gross. He wouldn't have many opportunities to do it in the future regardless, but it felt disgusting, physically, mentally and morally. And he had only done it to a limited amount. Mixing in with all the other life force flowing through the obsidian core had also been unpleasant. Barrett looked at the body next to him. It seemed quite intact, except for the whole being dead and shriveled part. There were signs of a physical explosion, and black dust and shards of obsidian most places. The Grand Master's body had been protected by Barrett, but it didn't really matter. After he took a moment to stabilize himself, Barrett threw himself back out into the battle outside. He could see the Immortal Berserkers were definitely winning. They were able to fight at their full potential, and while the backlash from the explosion hadn't been so pronounced anywhere but at the epicenter, the Black Skulls had at least suffered a momentary shock. Now all Barrett had to do was help anywhere that was struggling. Nilima sat with Barrett after the battle, taking a chance to complain. Why didn't you warn me you were going to cause a huge explosion and reverse the flow of life force? It really threw me off since I was carrying one of their tokens. Next time, I'll be sure to constantly watch you at every step. Barrett grinned, you'll never get my eyes off of you again, and I'll always tell you everything I'm thinking. Bleh. I take it back. I was quite unpleasant though. Much worse for everyone actually using the life force though. So where are we going next? We actually have to finish up here and leave. We could probably beat those forces who were drawn away, but not without casualties. Meanwhile, since we'll be walking off with their resources and leaving them without a base, this is a clear victory. Nilima shook her head, wars are too long. At the time Nilima said that, neither of them knew how long the war would actually turn out to be. However, combating an empire wasn't a quick task. Even if cultivators could cover a lot of ground, there was a limit to how much they could battle. And opponents could push back. The war dragged on for another decade. It wasn't possible to keep everyone on the front lines for the whole time. They would die of physical and emotional fatigue, which wouldn't contribute anything. The war was just how things were now. In some ways, it was good for Streeto. Resources came in from their victories. Their cultivators grew stronger, those who survived, anyway. But the constant danger was putting a drain on the stability that Streeto had worked so hard for. Even if war was a constant, it was never stable. When Barrett had his chance to take some extended time for himself, he chose to return to Kengue. It wasn't exactly a place without conflict, but there was a certain sense of positivity to the place. Of course, it helped that Nilima would be there as well. She wanted to check on her students, and Barrett had a few he was interested in seeing the progress of. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 498. Haven was quite a small city, but certainly more than a town. It was the home base of the sect that had taken on the same name. They had several styles they shared among themselves, and auxiliary members who had joined with their own styles. It couldn't yet be said to be an impressive figure in the region, not for the sake of its cultivators at least, but it was on track to someday be a force to be reckoned with. As one of the fourth-tier members, Mistress Simran had responsibilities towards the sect. Fortunately she was only minimally involved with the administrative side of things, but she had students to take care of. She wasn't sure if she was qualified to teach them, but someone had to. She did her best to teach as Grandmaster Ravenhall had, but she couldn't replicate that exactly. Nor did she think he would have wanted that. He did his best to match himself to whoever was learning, so Simran couldn't even guess exactly what he would do. She wasn't as good at judging the limits people had, for the sake of testing them as a pure body temper, but she thought she'd picked out some good students regardless. They'd at least started on the path. She was enjoying a day by the lake. Currently she was letting herself dry. She wanted to step on the water like Grandmaster Ravenhall, but it seemed beyond her at the moment. At most, she could skip off the surface of the water momentarily. Simran turned her head when someone approached. A messenger. He bowed his head, Mistress Simran. There is a traveler who says he has come from afar to challenge you to a match. He appears to be a pure body temperer. A friendly match? He says he hopes you will both be enlightened by the experience. I saw no trace of malice in him. Very well. Provide accommodations for him, and tell him we shall have our match tomorrow. Simran still found it strange to speak and be spoken to in a formal fashion, but some things were expected. Pure body temperers were a rarity. Mistress Simran had come across several in her time of cultivation, but she could count them on their hands outside of her fellow students. The opponent she faced posed an impressive figure, but he radiated friendliness. A combative friendliness, but honest competition was quite welcome in Haven. They spoke only a few words before the match began. As pure body temperers, a match without weapons or armor was quite desirable for both of them. They could compete in pure strength and skill. While weapons might provide an advantage in an actual battle, in friendly competition they made it more difficult. Haven couldn't afford a proper battle arena that would protect those inside of it from grievous injury, so leaving out the weapons entirely as long as the match would remain fair provided the best chance to not hold back. Mistress Simran didn't go easy on the challenger. He wouldn't want that, if he was serious, and he knew of her strength. Her body moved perfectly in sync with itself, her arms and legs flowing from one move into the next. The challenger defended himself brilliantly, striking back where opportunity arose. His strength matched hers, though his style differed. While saying that his body didn't move as one unit would be incorrect, the way his movements felt was different. He was more prone to strange body movements that could only be done with pure body tempering than just perfecting the way a normal body could move. The battle was evenly matched enough that both contestants began to tire together, but Simran started to notice something. While her opponent's strength and speed were nearly matched with her, his technique was better. She didn't know how much more experience he had in battle, but as the battle stretched on it became more apparent. She didn't let herself give up, however. She hadn't lost yet, and she would give the best she had. Bodies moved back and forth, arms and legs striking and parrying. Simran could see she now wouldn't be able to win, but if she could prolong the match and reach a draw she would be satisfied. Even if she lost now there was nothing to be ashamed of, and she could learn something. Then she found an opening. A leg off balance. She swept her own leg under it, only to realize that none of the weight was being borne by her opponent there at all. The challenger toppled head over heels under his own volition, pulling her off her balancing leg and throwing her into the dirt. In the same strange tumble, his leg came over his head and down towards her throat, before instantly stopping. "Let's stop this here," the man said. "Of course," Simran agreed. "I admit defeat." "It's nothing to be ashamed about," said the man. His voice seemed almost familiar. "Though I held back my body, I do have a few more years of experience than you." His face distorted, changing. Not with magic, but the muscles and bones reshaped themselves to return to a familiar face. Grandmaster Ravenhall. It was a mix between a statement and a question. Simran was surprised to see that face, and in such a manner. However, his build fit her memory, and so did the fighting style. "That's right." His voice finished returning to normal as the rest of his body adjusted. "I have to say, wearing another face is quite unpleasant. I don't expect to do it often." Barrett was glad to see Haven was doing well. They were not without their troubles, but they had grown strong enough to have a foothold in the region, and they had built up friendly relationships with other sects such that they couldn't be ignored. That had been the intent before he and Nilima left, because the threat of grandmasters somewhere far away wouldn't necessarily mean anything. Simran's technique was excellent. Her body was in perfect balance. As she had stepped forward to attack, she took the power from the muscles that weren't working and transferred it to those that were quite naturally. It had started out as her making up for inadequate bodily power, but now that she had the physical foundation to support it, she was that much more effective. It was a style that could tire her out quickly but pull out the maximum amount of power she had at every moment. If she quickly defeated an opponent, it would be all the better. Regardless of that, she had the stamina to continue at her maximum output for quite a while. Barrett had noticed a few flaws, but they were things that only a grandmaster could easily exploit. He gently mentioned some ways she could improve, then came to a topic he was quite curious about. The battle didn't turn into one with much bloodshed. Have you trained the technique I left behind? Simran bit her lip. I studied the blood, and applied some things to myself. However, the technique didn't seem to suit me. I allowed some of the others to study it. My apologies. Barrett grinned. Good. I will trust that you made the right choice. How are those students doing? Simran sighed. They are quite reckless. Like the Berserk energy cultivators and those trained by Grand Mistress Nilima, they fight constantly. They get covered in injuries and then recover just to do it all over again. But they succeeded? Barrett asked. Any fatalities? Simran shook her head. There were only a few I allowed to study it, and only after they changed their bodies as you instructed. I believe they did it correctly, at least. If they haven't regressed at all yet, I would say that is likely. How many are there? Only a handful. They needed to be masters or close to it, and there weren't that many of us. Even as we grow, we have ended up with more cultivators with lesser talents. I hope you do not mind. Barrett kept his expression pleasant. Of course I don't. The reason my initial training was as harsh as it was, most people have better options than being pure body temperers. It's a hard path. I would agree. Simran bowed her head. I feel like I've just barely begun to understand it myself. Good. That means you have much to keep learning. Barrett reached into his magic bag and pulled out a box, sealed with runes. Take this. There are seeds inside. They must not be exposed to magic or energy. I can help you to set up an area where they can be grown into very useful trees. I would have liked to plant them when I was here before, but having valuable plants would have only been a detriment at the time. They will grow into vitality pairs, eventually. They do wonders for restoring stamina and healing the body. I believe you mentioned them before. I will be careful in handling them. The box. The magic very specifically doesn't reach inside. It will fade when you open it, so be careful. Only open it inside the prepared area. You and other pure body temperers can tend to them, or you can hire non-cultivators. Or both. Barrett turned his head. Someone's coming. Simran listened, but didn't hear anything for several seconds. However, eventually she heard the feet approaching. Another messenger entered. Mistress Simran. An envoy from Ivory Peak is here. Simran grimaced, and Barrett raised an eyebrow. They are a new part of Heavenly Mountain. Magical bone cultivators. We're not exactly friends. Simran turned to the messenger. Tell him I shall be along shortly. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 499. Diplomatic relations between cultivators were tricky. Those who were the best at diplomacy weren't necessarily the best at cultivation, and that occasionally resulted in quite mismatched positions. Simran was one of those with sufficient rank to meet the envoy from Ivory Peak, but she didn't think she was the best at negotiations. However, sending someone weaker would be seen as an insult or weakness. Besides, her presence had been specifically requested, so she would show up. Not necessarily alone though. Barrett had disappeared somewhere, but she wasn't planning on him to help. Doubtless he felt the same way as her about negotiations. It would have been nice to count on having a grandmaster though. Then again, that might be too much honor for their guest. Simran did arrange for additional guards to be on the scene, and she was justified in that decision when she approached the meeting chamber. A fifth-tier magic cultivator waited there. There was nothing to be afraid of just because someone was nominally stronger. Simran knew the two grandmasters had defeated 7th tiers when they were still 6th tier. That was a bigger accomplishment, but she wasn't sure if she could compare to them. And she wouldn't be reckless with her life and choose not to bring guards when there were extras available. If she was killed on sect grounds, there was no chance of a 5th-tier cultivator escaping, but that wouldn't do her much good. Defeating enemies in single combat was nice and heroic, but Simran was used to working with her brothers and sisters to stand against their foes. The representative of Ivory Peak was a somewhat older man. Some people overestimated the strength of those with advanced age, assuming their experience would make up for lack of cultivation. Others presumed that since they hadn't advanced any further they weren't much to worry about. They were both right in part, but Simran knew that it wasn't sufficient to judge people in that way. Some people got late starts, like Urvi, who was an exception to the whole thing. She didn't have extra years of experience, but she also hadn't yet failed to reach her next steps in Berserk energy cultivation. She just had to spend more time, the same amount as even the best cultivators needed. Simran held her head high as she entered the room. "You are Master Sharma, are you not? What does the Ivory Peak wish to discuss with me today?" "Mistress Simran." The man maintained at least the bare minimum of cordiality. "I have come to discuss the return of the southern mines you purchased from Heavenly Mountain 5 years ago." "Those mines," Simran nodded. "They have been quite profitable for us. However, we would be willing to sell them back to you for triple the price we paid for them." The old man put on an obviously fake smile. "You misunderstand. They were never meant to be sold in the first place. They will merely be returning to proper hands." He turned to leave at that. "I see," Simran said, "and you expect to just walk out of here after that?" The man looked over his shoulder at her. "The Lord of the region has declared that envoys must be allowed to return to their sects unharmed. You don't intend to go against his words, do you?" "Of course not. That's why we'll be taking you before the Lord to say what you just said to us." Simran clapped her hands and a dozen guards stepped forward. "I'm sure you won't mind coming with us to see him, will you? You wouldn't dare to touch me. Yet you dare to threaten us here." Simran leaned forward and shook her head. Then she suddenly moved, her body springing forward like an arrow. At the same time, the guards moved with her. Simran grabbed Master Sharma's arm as he avoided the grasps of the guards. As he started to gather magic, she twisted his arm and dislocated his shoulder. That delayed him for long enough that the rest of the guards managed to grab him successfully. "If you make another move, we can snap your neck. I'm sure you prefer to explain your position to him yourself." Master Sharma's eyes flared, but he held his magic in restraint and let himself be carried away. Simran sent some of the lower cultivation guards nearby to inform Urvi and the other masters of what had happened, so they could send people to defend the mines. Barrett showed himself again when the group stopped for the night. The region lord's city wasn't so close that they could reach him immediately. "Is this normal protocol for visiting emissaries?" Barrett asked of Simran. "You could override my decision at any time, if you think it is incorrect." Simran frowned, "But you were the one who said we couldn't let people walk all over us." "I just have one question, would you have done the same thing if I wasn't here?" "Absolutely," Simran nodded. "Though I would hope you could help defend those who work at the mines." "Where did you go?" "I've been here. I just felt like the air." Barrett shrugged, "Well, plus I was far enough that it wouldn't be easy for you to notice." Barrett crossed his arms and looked at Simran. "I don't plan to involve myself if it's not necessary, but it's about time we made an appearance again anyway. In case people thought we really abandoned you. It's just not so close that we can easily stop by." "I understand," Simran nodded. "Even if you had left us, you gave us all a chance to be better. We can take care of ourselves, much better than we were formerly able to do." Even if something happened now, most of us wouldn't have made it here. Not and have any free will of our own. The guards at the gates of the Lord's city, Bardhar, were obviously concerned as a man was carried up to their gates. They had handled similar situations before, however. "Is there a bounty on this man?" they asked. Simran didn't loosen her grip on the back of Master Sharma's neck as she responded. "This is an intersect dispute. It needs to be dealt with in front of the Lord, but he was reluctant to come with us. We plan to go directly to Lord Nagarkar." The captain of the guard nodded. "I will send a detachment of men to escort you." Left unspoken was that they would be watching them for any untoward activity. The captain of the guard didn't think anyone would be so brazen, but sometimes cultivators thought they could get away with anything. Simran easily agreed, and they headed towards the palace. Many people wanted audiences with the lord of the region, but masters were given priority. Urgent situations even more so, though Simran knew Lord Nagarkar wouldn't be happy about seeing them. Still, he was known for being as fair as possible, and Haven wasn't a sect without influential allies. The official organizing the petitions was quickly briefed on the situation. He didn't look pleased, but he announced, "Your petition will be heard soon." He looked towards Master Sharma, who was currently restrained. "You will be let to walk freely, but if you do not remain to provide your side of the incident, we can only assume that whatever they accuse you of is true. We will guarantee that justice is served and you will not be unfairly harmed from this point." At that, he looked to Simran, who let go of the back of his neck, and the guards stepped back quickly as well. Within an hour they found themselves inside the audience hall. It was capable of supporting many more people than just the dozen or so who entered, though there were more guards than that, and two regal-looking sixth-tier cultivators standing to either side of Lord Nagarkar. The region lord himself was also a sixth-tier cultivator, but he was younger as far as they went. He had the potential to reach Grandmaster. His own forces weren't strong enough to deal with all the various sects in the region, but they could handle any one or two, and any commotion of a certain size would catch attention on a larger scale. The region lord had the support of Kangui as a whole. Lord Nagarkar looked boredly over the group assembled before him. Finally, he gestured to Master Sharma. "You. Speak." "Yes, region lord. These cultivators from the sect called Haven violated the envoy agreements." Master Sharma gestured to his arm. "I merely came to negotiate with them and they attacked me." Lord Nagarkar looked over the group, "And the injuries on them?" "Those happened when I tried to escape their capture in the night." The region lord looked to Simran. "Is this true?" "He did attempt to escape from us in the night, and the wounds were indeed caused then. However, he did not come to negotiate with us but to threaten us." "I shall repeat the exact conversation." Simran did so. "We are concerned that they may have already launched an attack on the mines. The right of purchase is on file as appropriate, so any members of the Ivory Peak or Heavenly Mountain attempting to approach the mines will be in violation of our sect's territory." "I see." Lord Nagarkar shook his head. "At the moment, we only have your word versus his. Your loyal guards, of course, will corroborate your story. However, given Haven's reputation, it is appropriate for us to seriously investigate these matters. Master Sharma will remain here under my supervision until the investigation is completed. We are of course aware of Haven's location, and I imagine you have confidence in your accusations or you would not have come here. Any falsehoods you fabricated will of course be the responsibility of your sections. And the mines? Will you send someone to defend them against this attack?" "As I said, there will be an investigation." "You are dismissed." "I understand." Simran bowed and turned to leave with her guards. She would have preferred an army, but near neutrality in the situation seemed to be what they would get. As she walked out, she noticed Barrett mingling among her guards. "Don't worry," Barrett said, "the mines will be fine. I didn't return here alone, after all." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 500. The southern mines produced mostly iron, not a particularly rare resource for cultivators, but nonetheless still valuable. In addition to the iron, there were the dense components that could be refined into multi-steel, useful only for its weight. It remained valuable to warriors and anyone who cultivated their body, but for non-cultivators it was merely a waste of weight. The mines sometimes contained interesting but small veins of other materials, but the best that could be found were the ores that could form adamantine. Quite valuable, but even working the area around the adamantine was difficult. All of the rocks were denser, but bringing back boulder-sized chunks was impractical, so it had to be broken up. That wasn't something normal people could do, and thus it became Riva's job. He was a pure-body tempering student. He had only received minimal instruction from Grandmaster Barrett, not because he was ignored, but just because Grandmaster Barrett had left shortly afterwards. It was unfortunate timing on Riva's part, not just because he hadn't trained under Grandmaster Barrett long, but because he was past his prime. That said, he may have been too old to get into pure body tempering, but at least he hadn't gone for berserk energy training like Mistress Urvi. Though obviously that had worked out for her. Riva swung his pick. It worked muscles all over his upper body, but if he could distribute the fatigue and strain across his body, he could not only increase his power but improve his training. Riva never understood how others could just stand around swinging weapons instead of doing something practical. Sure, fighting was practical for cultivators, but if you could get the same training while doing something else, it was better. Riva was growing strong as well as producing useful materials. He was proud of his job and his work in himself, and Mistress Simran said he was doing well. He thought so too. The pick swung down, cracking rock. But just cracking it wasn't good enough. It had to crack where he wanted it to, or at least where he anticipated it would. Rock had weak points, just like armor. Rock might not move like people, but anyone who thought it was an easy target just because it didn't move hadn't tried to do mining right. A swing at a different angle lodged the pick just right, and he pried apart the rock. Riva was happy to be trusted with adamantine, both the materials he was getting ready and the pick he carried. Technically his pick was low-purity adamantine, but it was extremely durable. The handle was a nice high-quality steelwood, and with a bit of maintenance the whole thing would last forever. That was something the berserk energy users couldn't have. They might be able to mine quickly, pull out big swaths of ore, but their tools didn't hold up. That was just the nature of things. Riva preferred steady power rather than explosive energy, but his brothers and sisters who chose otherwise weren't making wrong decisions either. He didn't work alone, of course. The mine was full of brothers and sisters and hired help. The rhythmic sounds of their picks were a pleasant background noise throughout the day. While working in the mines was hard work, it wasn't a death sentence like in some sections. The miners were treated well and paid appropriately. They wouldn't come out wealthy by any means, but as a way to earn money while training their body it was quite sufficient, or just to make a wage to support a small family. Some people might find the same sounds day in and day out grating on the nerves, but Riva liked the sound of hard work. He could hear throughout the mines, and when the sound suddenly changed, he had to go check it out. He had been deep in the mine, but on the way he caught up to others that were leaving. "What's going on?" "We're not sure," one of the other miners said. "An attack on the mines maybe. Everyone's been told to gather up." Riva didn't like the sound of that. As they neared the entrance of the mine, he saw the guards as well as other members of Haven. Urvi was there as well. That wasn't a good sign. It wasn't that she never visited the mines, but doing so in full battle garb meant trouble for sure. That was confirmed a moment later. "We expect conflict here at the mines, soon." Urvi gestured to the north. "Heavenly Mountain has decided to declare they're going back on the sale of the mines. That means that if attackers aren't already on the way, they'll be here soon. Or they'll attack the sect. We'll need you to go equip yourselves and return here. Their forces likely outnumber ours, so we'll be using your familiarity with the mines to help defend this place." That was the plan, anyway. "Foreman." The foreman nodded. "We can fight in the mines. The tunnels are stable enough." "Good," Urvi continued, "then we'll have everyone prepare as quickly as they can. Half of you will remain here while the others get their equipment. We brought weapons and armor, but we know they aren't what you're used to. Riva nodded. Having familiar equipment was important. As for himself, he picked out light steel armor that fit well enough with the right amount of padding underneath. He didn't have any armor of his own anyway, so it was the best he would get in short order. As for weapons, he already had the best thing he could use. A war pick might be quite different from a mining pick, but Riva wouldn't be better with anything else. Nor would he find something better made. The mines were at the base of Heavenly Mountain, or perhaps a hill over depending on how one counted things. Regardless, it was quite near their territory. Perhaps Heavenly Mountain had made the statement because they thought Haven would capitulate, but instead it resulted in them having a chance to prepare to defend, though certainly they didn't have long. Riva stood in the dark. It wasn't that he didn't need to see to fight, but he was concealed with a number of other pure body temperors. Since they didn't radiate magic or energy, they could hide better. At least the enemy might get close enough for them to surprise attack. As for light, the enemy would be providing that. If they didn't, glowstones were available as usual. Fire was a terrible light source in mines, and over a sufficient period a glowstone would be cheaper regardless. Riva waited, keeping his breath slow and quiet. Holding his breath would merely cause him to have to take a breath at an inopportune time. Cultivators approached, their berserk energy and magic flaring with aggression and making it impossible to mistake their intent. However, they would be looking for those deeper in the tunnels. Then, it was time. Riva swung his pick with two hands, straight towards the chest of one of the Heavenly Mountain Berserkers. People weren't rocks, but Heavenly Mountain Berserkers weren't so far off from being rocks that he could hold back. With a force meant to break apart boulders, the pick slammed into the man's chest, piercing through enchanted steel armor and into a breastbone reinforced by the energy of Heavenly Mountain itself. Even though the man was a third tier like Riva himself, the Berserker collapsed. Riva had to dodge to the side as razor-sharp bones flew towards him. Ivory Peak had forced their way into sharing territory with Heavenly Mountain. Unfortunately, it was an arrangement that had turned out to suit both of them. Magically powered bones scraped trails along Riva's armor, and some of the others took wounds. All throughout the mines sounds of fighting broke out. Riva moved in closer to one of the magic users, but they weren't incapable up close either. They grew bone spikes out of any part of their body, a process that looked excruciatingly painful but produced sufficient results. They could attack from many directions, and block or parry where they didn't previously have a way to deflect. Riva wasn't one to get wrapped up in the subtleties of combat, however. He had a pick meant for breaking into things, and he used it. Vertical swings were rarely the right call, but big wide swings could force people back or stab into them. Of course, people still weren't rocks. They wouldn't just stand still and let him hit them. So instead of aiming for where he wanted to hit, he aimed for where what he was going to hit would end up. For that to work, he had to convince people to dodge into his attacks, which didn't always work. But when it did, a ribcage or skull was broken into like a vein of ore. No matter how much magic they put into supporting their bones, the full power swings Riva brought to bear were hard to stop. It didn't always leave him safe, but his armor took half of the damage. Wounds started to build up on his body, but there were more enemies coming. He had to protect his sect mates, their territory, himself. He couldn't give up. Until his body just stopped working. That was the problem with being able to pull stamina from any part of himself. He could do it, and Riva thought he did it well. So when he was out, it wasn't just his arms that didn't function, but all of him. His old body, and it was still old, despite his gains in cultivation, didn't have any stamina to overdraft. So he lay on the ground barely able to hear and only sensing the battle. There were so many enemies left, and they had masters still roaming about. Maybe a 5th and 6th tier, though he wasn't sure about the accuracy of his judgments. He could barely stay conscious, and maybe he'd taken a hit to the head because he felt 2 grandmasters standing over him. Heavenly Mountain didn't even have any of those anymore, and certainly not one with gentle energy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 500. The southern mines produced mostly iron, not a particularly rare resource for cultivators, but nonetheless still valuable. In addition to the iron, there were the dense components that could be refined into multi-steel, useful only for its weight. It remained valuable to warriors and anyone who cultivated their body, but for non-cultivators it was merely a waste of weight. The mines sometimes contained interesting but small veins of other materials, but the best that could be found were the ores that could form adamantine. Quite valuable, but even working the area around the adamantine was difficult. All of the rocks were denser, but bringing back boulder-sized chunks was impractical, so it had to be broken up. That wasn't something normal people could do, and thus it became Riva's job. He was a pure body tempering student. He had only received minimal instruction from Grandmaster Barrett, not because he was ignored, but just because Grandmaster Barrett had left shortly afterwards. It was unfortunate timing on Riva's part, not just because he hadn't trained under Grandmaster Barrett long, but because he was past his prime. That said, he may have been too old to get into pure body tempering, but at least he hadn't gone for berserk energy training like Mistress Urvi. Though obviously that had worked out for her. Riva swung his pick. It worked muscles all over his upper body, but if he could distribute the fatigue and strain across his body, he could not only increase his power but improve his training. Riva never understood how others could just stand around swinging weapons instead of doing something practical. Sure, fighting was practical for cultivators, but if you could get the same training while doing something else, it was better. Riva was growing strong as well as producing useful materials. He was proud of his job and his work in himself, and Mistress Simran said he was doing well. He thought so too. The pick swung down, cracking rock. But just cracking it wasn't good enough. It had to crack where he wanted it to, or at least where he anticipated it would. Rock had weak points, just like armor. Rock might not move like people, but anyone who thought it was an easy target just because it didn't move hadn't tried to do mining right. A swing at a different angle lodged the pick just right, and he pried apart the rock. Riva was happy to be trusted with adamantine, both the materials he was getting ready and the pick he carried. Technically his pick was low-purity adamantine, but it was extremely durable. The handle was a nice high-quality steelwood, and with a bit of maintenance the whole thing would last forever. That was something the berserk energy users couldn't have. They might be able to mine quickly, pull out big swaths of ore, but their tools didn't hold up. That was just the nature of things. Riva preferred steady power rather than explosive energy, but his brothers and sisters who chose otherwise weren't making wrong decisions either. He didn't work alone, of course. The mine was full of brothers and sisters and hired help. The rhythmic sounds of their picks were a pleasant background noise throughout the day. While working in the mines was hard work, it wasn't a death sentence like in some sections. The miners were treated well and paid appropriately. They wouldn't come out wealthy by any means, but as a way to earn money while training their body it was quite sufficient, or just to make a wage to support a small family. Some people might find the same sounds day in and day out grating on the nerves, but Riva liked the sound of hard work. He could hear throughout the mines, and when the sound suddenly changed, he had to go check it out. He had been deep in the mine, but on the way he caught up to others that were leaving. "What's going on?" "We're not sure," one of the other miners said. "An attack on the mines maybe. Everyone's been told to gather up." Riva didn't like the sound of that. As they neared the entrance of the mine, he saw the guards as well as other members of Haven. Urvi was there as well. That wasn't a good sign. It wasn't that she never visited the mines, but doing so in full battle garb meant trouble for sure. That was confirmed a moment later. "We expect conflict here at the mines, soon." Urvi gestured to the north. Heavenly Mountain has decided to declare they're going back on the sale of the mines. That means that if attackers aren't already on the way, they'll be here soon. Or they'll attack the sect. We'll need you to go equip yourselves and return here. Their forces likely outnumber ours, so we'll be using your familiarity with the mines to help defend this place. That was the plan, anyway. Foreman. The foreman nodded. We can fight in the mines. The tunnels are stable enough. Good, Urvi continued, then we'll have everyone prepare as quickly as they can. Half of you will remain here while the others get their equipment. We brought weapons and armor, but we know they aren't what you're used to. Riva nodded. Having familiar equipment was important. As for himself, he picked out light steel armor that fit well enough with the right amount of padding underneath. He didn't have any armor of his own anyway, so it was the best he would get in short order. As for weapons, he already had the best thing he could use. A war pick might be quite different from a mining pick, but Riva wouldn't be better with anything else. Nor would he find something better made. The mines were at the base of Heavenly Mountain, or perhaps a hill over depending on how one counted things. Regardless, it was quite near their territory. Perhaps Heavenly Mountain had made the statement because they thought Haven would capitulate, but instead it resulted in them having a chance to prepare to defend, though certainly they didn't have long. Riva stood in the dark. It wasn't that he didn't need to see to fight, but he was concealed with a number of other pure body temperors. Since they didn't radiate magic or energy, they could hide better. At least the enemy might get close enough for them to surprise attack. As for light, the enemy would be providing that. If they didn't, glowstones were available as usual. Fire was a terrible light source in mines, and over a sufficient period a glowstone would be cheaper regardless. Riva waited, keeping his breath slow and quiet. Holding his breath would merely cause him to have to take a breath at an inopportune time. Cultivators approached, their berserk energy and magic flaring with aggression and making it impossible to mistake their intent. However, they would be looking for those deeper in the tunnels. Then, it was time. Riva swung his pick with two hands, straight towards the chest of one of the Heavenly Mountain Berserkers. People weren't rocks, but Heavenly Mountain Berserkers weren't so far off from being rocks that he could hold back. With a force meant to break apart boulders, the pick slammed into the man's chest, piercing through enchanted steel armor and into a breastbone reinforced by the energy of Heavenly Mountain itself. Even though the man was a third tier like Riva himself, the Berserker collapsed. Riva had to dodge to the side as razor-sharp bones flew towards him. Ivory Peak had forced their way into sharing territory with Heavenly Mountain. Unfortunately, it was an arrangement that had turned out to suit both of them. Magically powered bones scraped trails along Riva's armor, and some of the others took wounds. All throughout the mines sounds of fighting broke out. Riva moved in closer to one of the magic users, but they weren't incapable up close either. They grew bone spikes out of any part of their body, a process that looked excruciatingly painful but produced sufficient results. They could attack from many directions, and block or parry where they didn't previously have a way to deflect. Riva wasn't one to get wrapped up in the subtleties of combat, however. He had a pick meant for breaking into things, and he used it. Vertical swings were rarely the right call, but big wide swings could force people back or stab into them. Of course, people still weren't rocks. They wouldn't just stand still and let him hit them. So instead of aiming for where he wanted to hit, he aimed for where what he was going to hit would end up. For that to work, he had to convince people to dodge into his attacks, which didn't always work. But when it did, a ribcage or skull was broken into like a vein of ore. No matter how much magic they put into supporting their bones, the full power swings Riva brought to bear were hard to stop. It didn't always leave him safe, but his armor took half of the damage. Wounds started to build up on his body, but there were more enemies coming. He had to protect his sect mates, their territory, himself. He couldn't give up. Until his body just stopped working. That was the problem with being able to pull stamina from any part of himself. He could do it, and Riva thought he did it well. So when he was out, it wasn't just his arms that didn't function, but all of him. His old body, and it was still old, despite his gains in cultivation, didn't have any stamina to overdraft. So he lay on the ground barely able to hear and only sensing the battle. There were so many enemies left, and they had masters still roaming about. Maybe a 5th and 6th tier, though he wasn't sure about the accuracy of his judgments. He could barely stay conscious, and maybe he'd taken a hit to the head because he felt two grandmasters standing over him. Heavenly Mountain didn't even have any of those anymore, and certainly not one with gentle energy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 501. There was some chance Nelima could take on the entire army by herself, but she knew she absolutely shouldn't. Cultivators had to face adversity to become strong. She might have done her best to keep members of Haven from dying, but most of the fighting was left to them. She couldn't protect them all, but they also needed to make a show of force. Not that Heavenly Mountain and the new Ivory Peak would have much chance to act on that information. They had a few masters around the area, causing trouble. She couldn't be everywhere at once, but she could certainly take out any of them that were causing trouble right now. Perhaps they shouldn't have gone easy on them the previous time. Then again, Ivory Peak would have just moved in and acted much the same. Few grandmasters could resist Nilima's attacks for long. Regular 4th or 5th tier masters wouldn't last even a second. The prized bones of the Heavenly Mountain cultivators cracked and exploded as her energy tore through them, and then she was on her way to the next group. Now that she had truly acted, they would sense her, but only a few would be able to run. Mostly, they were those she let go. They wouldn't have been any more merciful to Haven. When everything had settled, Wervi came to find Nelima. Grand Mistress Nelima, she bowed. I had heard of Grandmaster Barrett's return, and hoped you would be with him. Wervi, Nelima nodded her head. You've improved. You have much better control. The Berserk energy was quite hard on you before. It's still not particularly peaceful, but I have reached a more sustainable situation. Wervi looked around. We appreciate your support. It would have been very difficult to hold off against this group, even with the advantage of the terrain. You've held your own for quite some time. It just seems people needed a reminder who was backing you. Wervi shrugged. Heavenly Mountain never got along with us to begin with. Lord Nagarkar sat in his audience chamber. The disinterested and bored look on his face wasn't just for show. Even only the requests that reached him were numerous, though he didn't hold council every day. If that was the case, he would just be a glorified bureaucrat. He was at least slightly more than that. Once he became a grandmaster himself, he would feel more secure in his position as region lord. He could make more decisions he wanted to instead of decisions he felt he needed to. There was a commotion outside the audience chamber, and then the doors flew open. In stepped a cultivator that he recognized. Master Kulkarni, a 6th tier and current leader of Heavenly Mountain. He showed the barest amount of respect, inclining his head slightly. Lord Nagarkar. It has come to my attention you are keeping one of our masters from Ivory Peak locked up at the behest of Haven. Return him to us. Lord Nagarkar showed no change in expression. Of course. I will gladly do so. He turned to one of his attendants. Would you bring Master Sharma here? The original plan will do. Of course, my lord. Lord Nagarkar put on a basically pleasant face. Is there anything else you wish to request? Haven has recently slaughtered many of our people. They should be punished. Lord Nagarkar nodded. I have heard of the incident in question. Proper punishment will be administered. Ah, here he is. He waved the servant forward, and they tossed a sack to Master Kulkarni, who caught it. What is this? He asked. Open it, Lord Nagarkar prompted. Out of the sack wafted the smell of blood, and Master Kulkarni pulled out Master Sharma's head. His hands trembled in rage and his berserk energy rumbled throughout the chamber, but the aura of the two grandmasters behind Lord Nagarkar pressed back against it. Lord Nagarkar's voice took a commanding tone. You think my laws are a game? That adding more cultivators into your group gave you the right to do whatever you wanted? He stood up from his position and walked down the stairs between them. Flames radiated off of him and his body glowed like the sun. You should have come in here begging for forgiveness. From me, and from Haven. If Heavenly Mountain currently had a Grandmaster and Haven didn't. Lord Nagarkar might have been less bold. He still wouldn't have let them off with nothing, but he was currently limited by his ability. Lord Nagarkar's fist surged towards Master Kulkarni, striking him in the chest. Fire scorched around him and burned through him, sending him flying out of the audience chamber. For your insolence, half of your territory is forfeit. Return and tell that to your bony co-conspirators. As a berserk energy cultivator no warrior, Master Kulkarni was quite durable. Thus the attack hadn't significantly injured him, but he turned and fled as quickly as he could. Lord Nagarkar was at the peak of 6th tier, bordering on Grand Mastery, and there were also the 2 Grand Masters behind him. Lord Nagarkar's eyes settled on a figure standing out in the waiting hall. Are you going to remain out there, Grandmaster Ravenhall? The heavily armored man gave off no sense of energy and only a small trace of magic. He stepped into the audience chamber and the doors swung shut behind him. I merely came because I heard of his presence. I must say it was worth the trip. Lord Nagarkar nodded, the fire around him settling down as he turned around to return to his seat on the dais. If I may, Lord Nagarkar, I see you are on the peak of 6th tier. The fire you radiate is quite strong. Lord Nagarkar nodded. That sort of praise was normal. Next he might congratulate him in advance for becoming a Grandmaster. I've seen better though. Lord Nagarkar twitched, though he kept it as inward as possible. Is that so? Some Grandmaster? Was he just asserting his dominance? It would be best to keep friends with a sect that had 2 Grandmasters after all. Not a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ravenhall drew out the wait long enough for Lord Nagarkar to frown. A natural phenomenon. Deep underground. Perhaps I could help you find some final insights. Lord Nagarkar relaxed. At the very least, having such an offer was a sign of friendliness, though he doubted whether it would result in anything. And you would do that, how? All you have to do is burn me. Lord Nagarkar had been reluctant to accept Barrett's proposal, and Barrett couldn't blame him. However, with his 2 bodyguards watching there was little chance of Barrett harming him and getting away unscathed. Or at least that was probably what he chose to believe. Barrett didn't want to look down on the 2 men, but they were somewhat older and while he might have trouble fighting the 2 of them together he could certainly escape. Unless they were hiding much more power deep within, Barrett had a good reason to want to help Lord Nagarkar. He was, as cultivators with power went, quite a reasonable man. Barrett wasn't planning to stay forever, so getting him to be more on Haven's side and stronger, would be good enough. While Barrett wasn't a fire cultivator and couldn't raise up a student who used it, he was still helpful in training. His own fire was irrelevant in terms of cultivation attacks, but he was able to give a chance to practice increasing the power of fire as well as accurately representing the results. At the current moment, flame washed through his body. It was much lower in power than the uncontrolled flames in the depths of the earth under Vashia, but of course much more guided. Even so, it flowed through Barrett and couldn't hurt him. Not to any real degree. Even Barrett's normal state would have been sufficient to be only negligibly harmed by the fire in a short period. The flame could be hotter. Of course, saying that wouldn't do any good. Any fire cultivator would know that, but how to achieve it? Just pouring more energy into it wasn't the solution. The technique mattered. Fire consumes. You know this. It consumes and grows. It doesn't think about how it will grow, but you are not fire. You cultivate it, make it more than it might be. Barrett continued to sit in his meditative pose. At this level, your fire cannot hurt me. More than that, anyone who knew its maximum strength could protect themselves without worry. It needs to feed, on the surroundings and itself, growing stronger and stronger. Now it is like a river, but you need an avalanche or flood. Everyone learned differently. Barrett wasn't necessarily sure how to explain what he thought was best, nor what would actually be best for Lord Nagarkar, but eventually his words sparked the response he was looking for. The flames grew stronger, hotter, climbing in intensity until they started rapidly damaging Barrett, charring him all throughout his body, and then they burned out. Lord Nagarkar collapsed exhausted on the ground, but Barrett knew he would be able to repeat the same in the future. Barrett looked inside himself and began to coax his body to recover to the best of its ability, until it was better able to resist what he had just experienced. There was no point in making it too easy, or wasting potential training time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 502. There had been no leisurely trip from Streeto to Kangui. There was only so much time to be away from the war, even if the break was critical for continued success. Barrett didn't want to speak for Nilima, but on a personal basis there was only so much he could learn in Kangui. Seeing how his different students had progressed and giving them some of his own guidance was good, but he wasn't going to make any grand steps forward. All he wanted to know was that Haven would survive. Nothing lasted forever, but at least it had a chance to grow. He wanted to know he had left a mark on the world. Barrett also had students in Streeto, but the situation there wasn't necessarily stable long-term. The Immortal Berserker sect and Streeto itself were much more established, but the war with the Ustane Empire was bigger than they had imagined. While the forces they had sent to attack Streeto hadn't been able to overwhelm them, that was because many more forces were arrayed throughout the breadth of the empire. However, there were reasons for Streeto to not back down in times of difficulty. Retreating would allow the Ustane Empire to recover, and if they were quite determined they could bring new forces to bear against Streeto, within the next few decades at the latest. It would be seen as a sign of weakness, and while for the moment the other largest enemy of Streeto, Smyenia, was on the back foot, that wouldn't always remain the case. Then there was a more practical matter. The Emperor hadn't been involved in the battles so far. Had he died from his wounds? Barrett found that unlikely. He hadn't been uninjured, but even Sir Jostin, who had dealt most of the damage, thought he would have been fine. If he wasn't dead, he was occupied elsewhere. Whether that was with some special training to become even stronger or other enemies on the far edges of the Empire, nobody was sure. Either way, it was the chance to press the attack. If nothing else, they had weakened or destroyed many sects supporting the Ustane Empire, including some particularly foul ones. The grasping hand was with the core of the Empire, but they would be reached soon enough. There was time to stay for several months of training with his students and their students. While his own students had been left to themselves for a long time, he'd left behind as many notes as he could to help them. However, notes weren't the same as personal guidance. Besides, he knew more now than he did then. He'd only just barely become a grandmaster, but now he was quite more experienced in that area. His experiences would probably only help the most talented few move towards grandmastery in the future, but that was certainly nothing to sneeze at. Lord Nagarkar hadn't quite stepped into grandmaster, but he would make it. Hopefully, he would maintain his reasonable attitude when he did so, or at least think fondly of Haven. Nilima found it interesting how her different students handled their different sorts of energy. One had actually gone down the path of combining gentle and berserk energy. It was a hard road, but quite rewarding if they were to be successful. However, observing the different methods didn't necessarily give Nilima any valuable insights. Mostly it helped her reflect on the various things she had already tried. The biggest teacher Nilima had was the world itself. Not in a strange cosmic sense, but the movements and actions of people. Gentle and violent actions could be used to convince people to act a certain way, for a time. However, they would always return to their natural state given time without any input. Of course, that didn't completely translate to battles. Once someone was dead. The same could be said of a sect, but someone would come in to replace them. Soldiers replaced other soldiers on the battlefield, but they had a unified goal. New groups had their own goals, and they were only similar by coincidence. What Nilima wanted was to change the flow of the world as a whole. It was clear that couldn't be done just by destroying parts they didn't want. The Grand Master of Heavenly Mountain had died, but his followers had been just like him, and even Ivory Peak moved in and was much the same. The only lasting change she'd seen in the world was when something was added. Haven may not have instantly changed the rest of Kangui around it, and most of the problems they had still remained, but it was at least an example of something that lasted longer. The same was true of Streeto. Planting and building and training created changes that lasted, but of course they also took the most work over long periods of time. The war with the Austain Empire wouldn't change anything on its own, but that didn't mean it wasn't necessary. Removing danger would create room for growth of better things. Maybe everyone thought what they were doing was the best way, but Nilima preferred for the world to be better when she was done rather than just with her having more power. Barrett would certainly agree that there had to be a real right and wrong, and not just what people chose to believe. Maybe it wasn't completely understandable in every situation, but the righteousness some people strived for existed out there somewhere. But at least destroying people who were making everything worse caused temporary gains. That was something. It happened when Barrett was training in a secluded place outside of Haven. He felt a piercing pain in his chest, straight through him. He had no reason to believe it wasn't killing intent directed at him, so he dodged out of the way. Perhaps that saved him from the second attack, though it wasn't clear. What was clear was that the line of pain through his chest was a real wound. It was small, like a thin needle stabbed straight through him, but it was real. More importantly, it didn't heal immediately. It couldn't, because at the moment Barrett barely healed faster than a normal person. He had just undergone a series of destructions. Single destructions were a waste of effort. After all, it only took 30 seconds for a full recovery. Unless he wanted to focus on that at all points of every day, they had to be gathered together in bundles of thousands. 3,000 was a good number as the recovery would last about a day. It was a bit more complicated than that, but the point stood that he didn't heal from wounds at a visible speed. Technically he healed many times faster than a normal person even at the moment, but nothing that helped in combat. Still, a small hole didn't matter. It probably wouldn't even kill a non-cultivator, despite going through the heart. The problem was how it had happened without him noticing anything. There was a flash of magic as the second attack pierced through his ear. Perhaps it would have gone through his head if he hadn't moved immediately. Something was still wrong. He should have been able to sense magic like that coming. It seemed like it appeared from nowhere. It was powerful, enough to pierce a hole through him. Barrett continued his movements, trying to be as random as possible since he couldn't predict the attacks. He fortified his body, and condensed magical power punctured a hole through his arm and through his side. A straight line once more, but not from the same direction. Could it be multiple attackers? That seemed likely, but he couldn't sense a single one, and the delay between attacks was too long. It was only perhaps a second, but that was extremely slow for a grandmaster. A flash of magic once more. It didn't approach him, but instead seemed to appear inside of him, or right next to him. A line of magic a meter long, still quite thin but concentrated enough to cause damage to him even as he fortified his body with stamina. It was so fast that he couldn't even pick out which direction the attack came from, or if it had a front and back at all. Just a flash of magic at the Grandmaster level. There wasn't anyone nearby to cause that. Unless they were a Grandmaster illusionist with an intimate knowledge of how Barrett functioned, there was no way to completely fool his senses. At least, he thought so. He was the air around himself for a dozen meters, the ground for at least half of that, and there was nothing but himself and large numbers of insects and even larger numbers of bacteria. No magic passed through the area. He expanded his senses, trying to feel for a sniper. Perhaps someone very far away, with magic that was concealed until the very moment it struck. But he felt nothing within a kilometer. Beyond that, magic fell off in power so sharply that he would have to be facing an 8th-tier Grandmaster at least. The magic was sharp, but the power behind it didn't seem quite that significant. And if they were so powerful, they might as well have gotten close to him so they could instantly crush him, without the power falling off. Barrett sensed Nilima approaching. She must have felt the flashes of magic, because they were not concealed in the slightest once they hit him. Unrestrained power like that could be felt from very far away. Another attack, down at a strange downward angle piercing through his ribs, a lung, and out through his guts. Individually the attacks might not kill him, but the power behind the attacks was slowly growing. Still needle-sized, but thicker. He could stand to have a few small holes punched in him, but not an unlimited amount. And his brain wouldn't do so well with any holes in it at all. But he still felt no source. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 503. When Nilima reached Barrett, blood was oozing in and out of a dozen holes in him, or perhaps twice that many if one counted both ends of the hole straight through him. What the hell is going on? Nilima demanded as she reached him and grabbed his arm. Her energy bubbled around him, extending beyond herself. Barrett didn't have time to answer, and he couldn't have said anything anyway. Another bolt of magic appeared, but with Nilima's energy added to the mix it lost its straight path. It bent away from his heart and ran out of power before it pierced all the way through him. Be careful. They might target you as well. Nilima nodded, layering her dual energies around both of them. When the next attack came, the energy compressed around Barrett, using him as a support as all of Nilima's energy resisted the magical bolt. Different direction. Barrett nodded. However, the attack had been deflected around them only to dissipate in the air before hitting the ground. With the one that went just halfway through him and the deflected one, it was clear they had a direction to their movement, but not what it meant. Are we just on the edge of their range? Barrett had seen the magic dissipate midair, with nothing to stop it besides some air resistance. It created a small shockwave, but nothing he had really expected. Another bolt of magic pierced through Nilima's barrier into her shoulder blade, but not all the way through. Barrett grit his teeth at the effort of trying to fortify someone else, a feat that would have been quite impossible if Nilima had not been immediately next to him, and already in a way treating them as one person. Damn it! Nilima frowned, looking around on the horizon. Where is this bastard? Nilima maintained her energy defenses on the both of them and Barrett fortified their toughness, but nothing more happened for several minutes. Perhaps they've gone. Let's head back to the sect. Agreed. We can't let our guard down. Hours later, they were certain that the enemy was gone. They had let their defenses down and there were no more attacks in that time. The two of them patrolled around the area looking for traces of anything, and were pleasantly surprised to find some. See, Nilima said, I expected to feel something like this. Barrett nodded. Clearly there was a large amount of magic unleashed here. But the location, could it have been some other battle? 10 kilometers. It's quite far, Nilima nodded, and to feel nothing as the attacks traveled, but it's the right feeling. A strange magic that I'm unfamiliar with, but distinct. Barrett nodded. Right. Barrett felt his heart, the wounds. It's not like I was stabbed. It was more like, part of me was erased. I'm having to grow new parts. Some of my blood is missing too. I have a pretty accurate idea of how much blood I have, including some liquefied metal. That doesn't make any sense. Nilima looked over his shoulder, though of course she couldn't actually spot the wound on her back. Good thing that didn't go any deeper. I'll need to eat a bone regrowth pill or something. Also, the other thing that doesn't make sense is you. It was crazy when you broke through to Grandmaster, but incorporating new metal into your bloodstream is just, ugh. It easily distributes throughout my body. It's useful. Plus it makes it stronger in the long run. Barrett frowned. It had to have gone somewhere, right? It wasn't corroded or melted or anything, but it didn't splatter on the ground. Don't know, Nilima said. I'd just as soon not try to face it though. They felt like a new Grandmaster. Early stage, right? Yeah. Fresh. It's kinda pathetic. It took two of us to stop them. But they couldn't handle both of us. That was clear too. Barrett shook his head, they must have had some idea about me. Grandmasters don't just go around attacking random people. The thing is, I have no idea who they could be. Ivory Peak and Heavenly Mountain don't have the people for this, or the resources to hire someone this good. Especially not in their current state where being able to pay up is questionable. Nilima looked off towards a mountain in the distance. That lord was quite quick to chop up their territory. Nilima looked down at the ground around them. This guy didn't walk here. I don't sense any traces of them outside of this area. Barrett shook his head. Didn't fly either. Or dig. He sniffed. Smells strange. Like weird magic. Weird magic, maybe a tiny bit of blood. But something else I can't place. Nilima shook her head. I think we're done here. We can try to figure out, whatever this is, later. Barrett nodded. Why would there be blood? Was it his blood? Unfortunately, it didn't feel like him anymore, and it was so small in scale he couldn't tell. And that other thing, for some reason, he recalled a pleasant grove he'd walked through before. It wasn't much different from the one he was currently in, though the scenery was different. Barrett didn't know how to fight against what he'd just experienced, but he'd need to go light on the destructions and keep his body at least a little bit fortified at all moments. Grandmaster Turan Heikel stood at the front of a small army. It wasn't far before they would reach Wasmel, the core of the Ustane Empire. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy. The roads were watched constantly, and even a small army would attract attention moving across the countryside. Their goal for the day was a supply depot. It wouldn't be undefended, nothing this close to the heart of the Ustane Empire would be, but the small army along with Turan wasn't a weak force. There were several other grandmasters, though Turan was the only 8th tier with them. There had been a couple breakthroughs over the years of the war, but more failures. Regardless, the group could stand against pretty much anything, and they would be able to quickly strike and return to the rest of their forces. Attacking at night let them get at least a little bit closer before the alarm was raised. When energy and magic flared, Turan didn't feel any grandmasters among the group. Even the Ustane Empire only had grandmasters numbering in the hundreds, maybe high hundreds once, now reduced significantly. Either way, they couldn't be assigned to just any supply depot. Enough various level masters could still be a problem, but as long as they didn't get careless and have the grandmasters run in without any support, the forces of Streeto would face little difficulty. That was of course what they did. They easily defeated the enemies before them and set about capturing or destroying the supplies. Even magic bags had their limits, after all. Then Turan felt himself split, starting at his head, straight down along his spine until he was vertically sliced in two. Of course, it wasn't so easy to do, but he got the feeling. Killing intent. So sharp and strong, and not even direct at him. One of the Grandmaster warriors with them was split directly in two, and an overwhelming sense of dread covered the area. Even Turan, the strongest of the strike force by a large margin, felt a sense of danger. After all, an 8th tier and 9th tier were more than just a little bit different. Turan reacted quickly, though none of the cultivators were truly slow to react. The Emperor had arrived. Yet, he was by himself. Turan saw the man, floating in the air with his robes fluttering about him. Dozens of attacks were launched at the Emperor, and Turan himself leaped into the air towards him. It was strange to watch. Each attack had amazing speed and precision. While Turan expected a 9th tier Grandmaster to be able to resist the attacks, he didn't expect them to be dodged completely, with only minimal movements. As if the Emperor had practiced the exact thing many times. That couldn't be possible, of course. Even if he was familiar with battle, he couldn't have run into the exact situation he was in before. Turan gathered berserk energy as he flew through the air, slicing towards the Emperor as even more attacks came. Turan's own attack wasn't on a set trajectory, and the others of course would move to meet someone dodging. Yet not only did the Emperor have time to cleanly dodge his attacks and all of the others, but he struck Turan's wrist with his sword, causing his grip to weaken. With his other hand, the Emperor shot a lightning bolt through one of their grandmasters, nearly killing them in the single attack. When Turan landed, he reoriented himself. He was falling into the pace of his enemy. Nobody was untouchable. In fact, the Emperor focused much of his power into offense, so if he was actually hit he was quite possible to kill. At least, Turan had enough power to do so, and serious injuries were possible at the hands of any of the Grandmasters. All he needed to do was find the right opening. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 504. Magical attacks continuously poured down from above. They continuously varied between elements and even curses or pure magical force. It wouldn't have been strange to deal with such attacks if Turan and the others were facing off against an enemy army, but just one cultivator was keeping them all at bay. No. The Emperor was doing more than that. He killed masters in a flash, and careless grandmasters were injured. Turan Haikal was able to resist his attacks well enough. The Emperor at least didn't have the freedom to gather enough power to significantly damage an 8th-tier Immortal Berserker. Or perhaps he wasn't interested in doing so. None of their attacks could land on him, and he made avoiding and countering the attacks look trivial. Turan knew he had fought against Sir Jostin and a number of others in the invasion, but even before Sir Jostin had activated the magical formations throughout the city to increase his personal power, they had at least been somewhat able to threaten the Emperor. Now, it no longer seemed possible. But if he gave up just because something looked impossible, he would have died long ago. Everyone had weaknesses, patterns they fell into. Turan knew he had his own weaknesses, but he had the advantage of his full attention being concentrated on one opponent instead of dozens. Even the most talented had something, perhaps even especially them. Too much confidence could be a problem. The Emperor was dodging each attack by a tiny margin, and while he took no damage, he also didn't need to let the attacks get so close. So Turan waited and fought, looking for a perfect opening. As more people moved to cover, taking whatever shelter it could provide against the attacks, the Emperor moved lower to the ground where he was easier to attack. Of course, he still avoided everything like he knew they were coming. Turan watched, and when he saw his chance between a dozen ranged attacks and a handful of those attacking up close, he swept his axe in a wide arc. It was aimed not to cause a grievous injury but just maximize the chance of hitting. His berserk energy extended as far as he could possibly make it go, even at the cost of wasting energy and losing effectiveness further out. If the Emperor followed his patterns, he would at least connect with the attack. He would dodge everything else by the barest margin, leaving him no room to move to dodge Turan's attack. That was the hope, but instead he suddenly pulled away, dodging a dozen meters away in an instant. With a fling of his arm, it felt like a dozen more attacks launched out, and then the Emperor flew off into the sky. Had they exhausted him? No, Turan felt no trace of that. He hadn't fought as long as in more dangerous circumstances in Stredo. Turan looked around at their group, and saw how things were. The Emperor had caused enough damage. Several dead grandmasters, many more dead masters, and injuries to many of those remaining. There weren't so many grandmasters in Stredo that they could afford to lose some in an almost casual attack from one person, and perhaps that was the point that was being conveyed. The Emperor didn't say a word, but Turan felt he didn't take them seriously at all. Not even himself, who was only one tier below him. That hurt worse than taking 1,000 deadly wounds. Undetectable attacks, launched from a distance. Unresistible, too. That was what Barrett was thinking about, and trying to figure out how to deal with. But no matter what he thought of, it was impossible. What impossible meant was, he didn't know enough. Fighting back against such attacks was impossible, but undetectable and irresistible attacks couldn't exist. If nothing else, because everything had a weakness. Case in point, Barrett wasn't dead. Basically every attack had hit him, but it hadn't seemed like they could directly target his brain. Mostly the center of his body, but sometimes arms or legs. Unless it was just someone messing with him, taunting him, they actually hadn't been able to instantly kill him. So they were undetectable, slightly resistible attacks. Except there was something there too. The mage, whatever sort of mage they were, had been nearby. Not on the scale of a battle, but on the scale of total distance, not too far. They hadn't been able to attack from some far-off city, but just a dozen kilometers away. Normal humans could travel that distance in a few hours of walking. It would take Barrett a few minutes at most, if he knew where to go. The problem was the enemy had been outside of sensory range, so he had no idea where to go. No, that wasn't quite right. They were outside of Barrett's sensory range. The range Barrett had expected anyone to be able to sense someone at. But it was probably near his opponent's sensory range. That was why they hadn't been completely accurate with their attacks. And the fact they hadn't gotten closer meant they were unsure about how far Barrett could sense, and wary of fighting him more directly. Either that or they could kill him at any moment, in which case it didn't matter what he attempted. Since the hopeless situation wasn't worth considering, he went with the other one, and it was quite a bit more sensible. Nobody was invincible. Not even Barrett himself. He had brushed with death enough times that he was quite aware of the possibility. Perhaps he would die at the hands of a mage with a cultivation short of his, but he wouldn't make it easy. First, how to counter them. Barrett could constantly remain with Nelima. Not the worst fate, but quite limiting. They could leave, but it was likely this particular enemy had animosity with Haven as a whole. There was no way to know for sure if they didn't have any contact besides an ambush at a distance, but Barrett didn't wish to risk what he and Nelima had managed to build up, even as small as it was in the grand scheme of things. In practical terms, he could try to increase his toughness. He had no guarantee that would have any effect, especially not in a short time. Barrett also couldn't guarantee outpacing the enemy, and without the opportunity to face the particular types of attacks he wouldn't know if he was improving in the right ways. He could delay his cultivation and cease destructions, or at least do them in smaller batches. If he could recover damage quickly, at least he could better deal with anything that wasn't a critical wound. Assuming the enemy couldn't pierce a hole through his brain would be a mistake. While his brain could recover from damage, missing pieces weren't necessarily the same. For obvious reasons, Barrett had done only the most minimal testing on the exact repercussions of damage to his brain beyond distributed damage that didn't actually destroy anything. What else? He could work on his sensing ability, or make himself harder to sense. Both were quite reasonable. The easier one to attempt, sensing at a further distance. There hadn't been a trail of magical energy to follow back to the source, and without that sensing something so far away was extremely difficult, but there were more direct ways. Barrett could hear sufficiently loud noises from far off. If the mage had been causing explosions, he would have heard it even without enhancing his hearing at all. He could focus his eyesight as well, but for that he would need an idea of where to look and no cover in the way, which was unlikely. Most other senses didn't reach very far, so hearing it was. The first thing he could do was expand the range of his hearing as far as possible. There was no reason to wait. Barrett started right away. He could immediately hear disciples around Haven talking and attending to their duties and training. He could hear them breathing and walking and all of their other movements. He heard the animals they kept in pens and wild animals living in the brush. Anything a bit louder he could hear for several kilometers, but it wasn't enough unless the mage chose to shout when using their magic. Barrett focused more, until he heard the bugs crawling under the earth clearly. Nearby voices were like shouting directly in his ears, painful even with his trained toughness. A smith a kilometer away in the town banged a hammer that felt like his own head was being hammered by a mountain. He wanted to shout at them to shut up with all the noise, to stop, but of course that wouldn't help anything. He needed to be able to pick through the noise, unless he was going to be isolated at all points for the next several months at least. Barrett focused on different areas, trying to discern what was happening. He vaguely understood, but there was much chaos. Too many noises, but he wasn't even close to 10 kilometers yet. It was hard to concentrate, even more sensitivity to his ears. They almost felt like they would break, though he knew that was mostly an illusion. If he did burst his eardrums, well, they would heal. Not that it would be pleasant. Soon, the sounds of insects crawling under the ground were magnified to be like lightning striking his eardrums, something Barrett had actual experience with. He thought he could at least somewhat hear things over 8 kilometers away, but the wind whistling through the trees was so much. The sound of people's heartbeats were both rhythmic drums and a cacophony of noise. He could even hear plants growing, at least that was what he presumed it was. It was hard to focus, to narrow down to anything in particular. Then Barrett's eardrums burst as Nelima slammed open the door. He turned to look at her, but her voice was just comfortable silence. At least for a few moments, before they healed. "Hey, you listening?" Nelima waved her hand. Then she frowned. "Are your ears supposed to be bleeding like that?" Barrett shrugged. It was hard to say how things were supposed to be these days. Probably not. "Any progress?" "I thought of a few things," Nelima shrugged. "I might need help to practice them." Barrett nodded. He might also need help, if nothing else, so he could know exactly how far he could hear. And if he could pick someone out among all the noise. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 505. In the past, Barrett never had much chance to play hide-and-seek. He wasn't forbidden from seeking out fun, but with no siblings he had few people with which he could even make the attempt. He had played with Reina a few times, but she had duties to attend to and he had lessons of his own. Now he was doing the same thing with larger stakes, though he supposed losing was bad enough on its own. The range at which he could be sensed was significant. A normal person would only be found if they made a noise or the seeker actually found the right place. For cultivators, barriers were barely a consideration. Only when they had significant thickness and complete coverage did they matter. For example, Barrett could hide behind the walls of a fortress, but he would be noticed nearly as easily as if he were out in the open, as long as the walls weren't specially made to prevent sensing. Even if they were, as long as they didn't prevent the passage of energy or magic over the top, it was no trouble for masters or grandmasters to sense him. Of course, that was just if normal hiding was involved. Generally, people felt for magic or energy fluctuations. Pure body temporars were rare enough that nobody focused on discovering them. Even so, they would be spotted at a closer distance in most cases, because their physical body would still be noticed. Barrett's first priority was tying up his magic inside himself. If he had no intention to use it, he could make it practically unsensible. In battle, he got little use out of his magic, it was only prepared talismans that he used his magic for. Those had a magical signature of their own, but if they were the sort that reacted passively they could also be hidden. That was good enough to not advertise his location to others, but anyone actively searching for him within 100 meters would probably still find him. After all, his body was still there. There wasn't much that could be done about that. Nothing Barrett was willing to try, anyway. Talk of those who had transcended their bodies was interesting, but had little basis in anything that people were actually certain about. Souls might move about between bodies, but remaining without them just resulted in something like a ghost. Barrett preferred to have a real consciousness instead of just leftover desire driving him while he faded away slowly. If he couldn't remove his body, he would have to conceal it. If people were looking for him with just their eyes, he could do that. He had long been able to make his body transparent. There was the matter of light refracting as it passed through, but he could deal with that as well. His armor could also receive the same, as part of him. It wasn't practical in battle, but good enough for hiding. Except of course most cultivators only used their eyes as a secondary tool. If their power suffused the area, something trivial for a grandmaster, the location of his body would be obvious. Unless he allowed that power to pass through him. That wasn't something he would have even given consideration to previously. Power that suffused his body could easily be turned into an attack, if they somehow noticed him. There were many ways to mess up something like that. However, Barrett was confident in his ability to resist attacks inside his body and also in his technique for resisting attacks by letting them pass through him. Non-interaction was something he now had experience with, and unless an enemy was within striking distance, it was unlikely the amount of power they had in his location would truly be enough to hurt him even if they decided to attack instantly. "I know you're around here somewhere." Nelima turned her head left and right as she walked through the copse of trees where Barrett was hiding. "How about right there?" She swept her energy violently through the area, tearing leaves and branches from trees. She frowned, turning around. then immediately throwing herself to the side, striking out with her palm. Barrett had to reveal himself to refocus his body. Trying to block Nilima's attacks without his full effort was a foolish idea. His left arm struck out, colliding with her palm and reflecting some of her power back into her. Nilima was pushed back, but even though Barrett kept his position, his arm didn't get away with no damage. When Nilima landed, Barrett asked, "How did you find me?" "I thought I was concealed quite well. I didn't detect any flaws in how your energy passed through me." Nilima nodded. "It was pretty good. At best, I sensed only a feeling, but the leaves gave you away. None of them passed through you, obviously. Since that doesn't happen with normal people. I think allowing physical objects to pass through me might be a bit out of my current capabilities," Barrett pondered, "but unless someone is familiar with how I operate, I doubt they would immediately go for the same style of finding me. But they might. Well, if you're hiding from someone stronger, you just have to hope. But if you're just trying to get the jump on someone..." Barrett nodded. "I think it might be good enough. You were able to initially detect me from quite far away. I'm impressed. It's all about using the natural energy. There's always tiny bits of berserk and gentle energy for me to talk to. And the other kinds, of course. If you gave off anything, it would probably be easier. As it is, it's more like spinning thin threads across the terrain. I kind of made the assumption you would be standing on the ground, though. Even if you had a thread every 1.5 meters, you could cover every likely place with just 5 or 10 times as much work. Which might be a lot, but it would cover anyone who isn't climbed up in a tree curled up in a ball. Maybe with more practice. It's hard to connect with even a tiny amount of stuff at that distance. Sweeping it around isn't easy either. And keeping it from being obvious," Nilima gestured towards Barrett, "as soon as I swept over you, suddenly you were gone. It's not precise enough at a long distance to detect people hiding. But if they're just relying on the distance itself..." "Right. Hopefully, you can find them when they show up again." "They will, I'm sure. As soon as they think we've forgotten them." Even though he was spending more time distant from the sect, Barrett wasn't bait. At least, he wasn't the only bait. In a way, Nilima was just as much bait as he was. They were separated by a greater distance, and their watcher might notice that. Unless they had been hanging around observing them training, and thought they would be too much trouble to deal with. That would be frustrating, but they had patrolled the area and only found similar traces of magic once. So they probably weren't under constant watch. Barrett tried to be obvious without looking like he was being obvious. It was actually rather useful for him to attempt some larger scale effects. He stood on top of a lake. Preventing himself from sinking was fairly trivial. Raising up the rest of the lake around him was much more difficult. However, water swirled and rose, stretching from 5 meters to 15 meters around him, rising up in a great shell. Then it came crashing down, sending huge waves throughout the lake. He could have done more, but if he did he would have exhausted himself. Since he was expecting an attack, more moderate levels of training were better. The same was true of his destructions. Instead of larger numbers of them, he took the more annoying and time-consuming route of doing them in smaller numbers. Instead of doing several large groups per day, he did them in amounts that would take just minutes for a full recovery, which meant he could at least have a greatly enhanced healing rate a few moments after the destruction was complete. When done in groups, his full capacity recovered over the whole duration. If he did 1,000 destructions, it would take 1,000 times as long, but not 1,000 times as much effort. After all, each one required him to break his body, destroy his recovery. Doing so more powerfully wasn't necessarily more difficult. Days and weeks had passed without incident, but Barrett wasn't letting his guard down. He was justified as immediately after he performed some destructions, his face showing the very real but ever so slightly exaggerated pain he felt, he was attacked. It was the same sort of thing as before, a piercing pain straight through him. His liver, this time. That confirmed something for Barrett. they couldn't precisely control where they hit him. A small hole in the liver like that, meaningless in combat. Barrett leaped to his feet and the shore. He needed to be at full capacity. Even as he suffered more attacks, Barrett expanded his hearing. The tiny rippling waves were like a typhoon, birds chirped like roaring dragons and phoenixes, but he thought he heard something. It was hard to say. He fortified his body, and the next attack merely made it halfway through his spleen. With such small holes, it wasn't actually difficult to heal, even if he had to regrow new tissue. It wasn't instant, since he was just recovering his healing, but he was in a much better state than before. This time, things wouldn't go the same way. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 506. As he prepared for the next small part of himself to disappear, Barrett only wondered one thing. What happened to it? Clearly it wasn't gouged out, burned, minced, or anything else he was familiar with happening to his body. He focused strongly on where he was, and what was happening to his body. A moment later, a bit of his small intestine, and of course the muscle and flesh in front and behind of it, disappeared. No. It moved. Quite far, in just an instant. He only had the briefest sense of where it was before it was no longer alive, or part of him. But that was enough. Now it was time to attempt the next step of things. He was going to disappear from the world. He would be slightly less effective since he was moving toward the location he felt, but unless his opponent was able to observe perfectly from their location it should do something. It was several seconds before another attack came, and it was the first one that missed. Barrett felt a small amount of dirt and leaves disappear. It was disturbingly close to his actual location, but still a miss. Whatever they were using to track him wasn't perfect, not that anything was perfect. Barrett sped up, and focused his hearing. If he didn't have to listen in every direction, he could slightly reduce the headache involved. Obviously increasing his ear's sensitivity was by default quite omnidirectional, but he could ignore some of the feedback he was getting if he knew it wasn't going to be relevant. Hopefully, he was right. He did hear the sounds of movement, inside the cacophony of his own footstep, insects, birds, water flowing through plants, wind, all of the sounds covering the area didn't quite hide a human's heart, their breathing, a muttered curse. Attacks against Barrett slowed, and they only rarely connected with him. When they did, it was tangentially, piercing through an ear or shoulder or something else that would recover quickly or didn't even need to. Kilometers fell away in front of Barrett. As he approached closer, he was able to focus his hearing more accurately, inside a smaller range. It was quite a relief when insects chewing leaves didn't hurt anymore. It wasn't long before Barrett felt the magic radiating from his target, and then shortly after came into sight a kilometer away, barely visible through the trees. It was a man, quite young in appearance, wearing light clothing that was clearly enchanted to be like armor. Barrett slowed, concentrating on concealing himself, but then the man disappeared. Not quite that simply, but nearly as quickly as Barrett could comprehend. The man gathered a swirl of magic and then, was gone. Was he invisible? Not through any of the traditional methods, at least. No sign of his magic, or his breathing. He was just gone. But Barrett had some idea of what was happening. He once again expanded the range of his hearing. Another 2 or 3 kilometers was uncomfortable but not even close to his limits. Then a bit more to pick up more details. There was a good 30 seconds where Barrett was moving in a direction he hoped the man had gone and was worried he truly could just come and go as he pleased. Then he heard deep breathing. Barrett had to admit he was impressed that the man could travel 2 kilometers in an instant, and immediately erase his magical presence, but the man was clearly expecting that to be enough. It had to be admitted that Barrett only just barely understood what the man did, but he also didn't understand pure body tempers quite as well as he needed to. Barrett raced through the forest, calming the air and ground around him as he moved. A balance between speed and stealth was what he wanted. The man was on the move, but at a calm and measured pace. His heart still spoke of his wariness, but without actively seeking Barrett with his magic, he didn't have much chance. When he got close, Barrett slowed to just be barely faster, maximizing his stealth. He was in sight again, closer, closer. Soon, he was a dozen meters from the man. It would only take him a moment to cross that distance. Even so, he kept everything he could concealed until he was just half that, then he moved. Barrett didn't know if it was his killing intent extremely difficult to completely conceal, especially against skilled opponents, or something else that gave him away, but the man reacted as Barrett's spear stabbed into his back. Or as it would have, anyway. Barrett felt no resistance, but his spear disappeared, along with his hand. The very end of his spear clattered to the ground, and his hand was missing at the wrist. But this time, it wasn't so far away, perhaps 10 meters away behind some trees. Somehow, this man was moving things without moving them. Things were in one place, and then another, and when something was in two places at once, it was separate. Barrett had only heard about such magic as theoretical. Perhaps it took a grandmaster to pull off something like space magic, especially as effective as it appeared. Out of his storage bag came all of his stone pits, circling around in both directions as Barrett dashed in closer. He knew the man could have up to several seconds between his smaller attacks. There had to be some delay for something so significant. He was right, but not as right as he wanted to be. The man turned around, his face dour. He was gathering magic even as Barrett's left leg swung out at him, the armor on it transforming into a spike. It pierced into the man's side, breaking through his more mundane defenses. However, the moment after that Barrett felt his head leave his shoulders. Killing intent and actual damage happened at the same exact time. Nickel had no idea how he'd been tracked to where he was, but he hadn't let his guard down. He was dealing with other grandmasters that the Ustane Empire had sent out bounties all the way to Kengui to deal with. Though they hadn't actually expected them to be in Kengui. He had many other bounties as well, but looking at the attributes he compared them to two cultivators that had been in the region before. It was more than a decade prior and they had stayed for just a few years before disappearing, but Nickel had been pleased to arrive in the region and find they were back. It hadn't been clear if they were grandmasters when they previously were around. Rumors were each way. The Ustane Empire of course knew their targets were grandmasters. Nickel had only broken through in the past few years, but his insights into space magic had improved leaps and bounds. He was confident in fighting one at a time. Indeed, even though he hadn't spotted him far away, when Barrett approached to attack, Nickel was ready and took out his hand as well as removing his weapon. That wouldn't be enough to take out a warrior, but it was what he could do quickly. It took him time to gather more magical power to use for space magic, but unlike when he was attacking at a distance, he was much more efficient up close. Taking off an entire hand was easy. He could create a plane to remove things moving towards him, though of course it was more complicated than that. The same was true of a neck, though it was more troublesome forcing space onto someone instead of having them move into it. He had to take a hit to his side and the punctured lung told him how close things were, but when Barrett's head was removed and appeared a dozen meters away he relaxed. The killing intent that surrounded him a moment later nearly froze his blood. Actually, for some reason he felt like his own blood was trying to kill him. As well as the various wrinkly rocks and the hand and spear that had been thrown into the bushes behind him and the headless body in front of him which still had a spike in his side. He'd made a mistake, somehow. He had to leave, but teleporting even a kilometer or two was hard work. He opened up a hole behind him where the stones were flung off into the forest, but the spike in his side grew larger, pushing into him and growing offshoots at many angles. Even some of his own blood somehow sharpened and pushed into his side, and underneath him the ground grabbed at him. Rocks pelted his remaining defenses from all angles, slowing him down enough for a hand and a stump to intersect where his head was. He cursed internally. Desperate grandmasters were dangerous, and of course they would try to take him down with them. He just hadn't expected anyone had a contingency plan for crazy body movements after their head was cut off. But of course, Nikhil couldn't know there was no planning involved for that particular situation, and instead Barrett's body was still receiving new instructions. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 507. As he crushed the man's head, Barrett was glad to learn something new, something he very much hadn't wanted to test. His head didn't need to be on his body. He would say that controlling his body remotely was rather sluggish, but the surprise factor had certainly made up for it. He was just following through on his previous movements anyway, just without his head being on his body. He couldn't do things by sight, but he was close enough to track the man's movements through the magic he emitted and sound. Barrett wasn't sure if he would have fared as well if the man had chosen to separate the halves of his brain, or split them at some strange angle, but he'd fortified himself against that. As much as he could, anyway. He wasn't sure if he could force space around part of him to stick together, but he'd certainly made the attempt. He just hadn't been able to cover more than his head. Maybe it was a coincidence that his neck was targeted, or some actual plan. Regardless, Barrett didn't let up on the man even after crushing his brain until his body was no longer whole in any way, and he felt no flow of magic at all. Then he quickly ran over and picked up his head, placing it where it belonged. Actually, the way the man attacked it was extremely simple to heal his head back onto his body. It was only a very, very thin layer of him that was damaged. Barrett still held his head still for a good 20 seconds after he was done, checking his work, making sure he could control his body through the normal methods and not pure body tempering shenanigans, making sure his blood flowed where it should and how it should, and that he could breathe. Finally, with a deep sigh, Barrett went over to his hand and put it on. The fact that his spear was cut in two was irrelevant, it flowed back together in a trivial fashion. Connecting the muscles and bones on his hand was easier than his neck, though he had to unrow some of it that had tried to regenerate a bit too vigorously. Then it was time to search the man's magic bag, where he found a very unpleasant set of bounties. On top were himself and Nilima, but below that were many others from Streeto. Then there was a copy of a document, indicating that Black Rock Ridge would be working with the Astane Empire. Barrett didn't know much of them beyond them being a faction here in Kangui, but if that was where this man, Nikhil, by the contents of the bag, was from, he was worried. Would there be more cultivators like this? Who could bend and snap space itself? If so, they needed to be destroyed, but he wasn't sure if he could do it. It was another thing he needed to control. Something deeper in the world, behind the material that made it up. 1 or 2 short experiences with that sort of magic didn't mean Barrett could be confident in handling it, but at least he had an idea of where to start. As for whether Nikhil was the only one in his sect who could do what he did, it seemed likely. Otherwise, when he first failed to kill Barrett and Nilima, he would have called for backup. He couldn't guarantee that was true, or that others wouldn't learn it. However, the situation wasn't over yet. Barrett still hadn't even started his response. In his audience chamber, Lord Nagarkar nodded slowly while Barrett and Nilima stood before him. "It is good of you to bring this to my attention," he said, looking over the contract between Black Rock Ridge and the Astane Empire. "With a magical contract like this, it's not hard to see it is genuine. Unfortunately, the sect in question stands outside my domain, so I have limited knowledge about them and no jurisdiction. However, I do know the region lord. He's a stickler for the rules. The type that would be very upset if you just barged into the area and destroyed a sect." Lord Nagarkar shook his head, but that's not the only factor at play here. News has come to Kangui about the war between Streeto and the Astane Empire. How could it not, with so many cultivators being involved? We decided to take a stance of official neutrality. The war would not be brought here. Barrett sighed, "I'm sorry it came down to this. We didn't intend." Lord Nagarkar nodded, "I know. You have done nothing but try to improve the area. Even if that ruffles some feathers, your actions were within reason. Unless you plan to lead your newly founded sect back to Streeto and take them to war." Nilima shook her head, "Of course not. I was born here, and I just wanted to make something of my village. Or what was left of it, apparently. I thought so. Either way, the two of you were on your own territory when attacked, and quite far from Black Rock Ridge. This magical contract was to ensure they would be paid, but it also serves as evidence against them. The region lord in that area will be displeased. Lord Nagarkar looked at the two of them. I unfortunately have to ask you to stay out of the matter. I will bring the matter to Lord Chaudhary's attention. I can promise there will be consequences for them, beyond the loss of a grandmaster, but they may not be exactly what you wish. However, you cannot involve yourselves. In fact, it would be prudent if you were to soon return to Streeto. Nilima grumbled under her breath in a way designed to be heard. It was the sort of thing a grandmistress could get away with in the presence of a region lord. Eventually, she sighed. Fine. Let him know we look forward to whatever consequences he intends to enact. Maybe warn him about the trickiness that they have, though. Trickiness? Nikhil was able to attack from 10 kilometers away, making holes straight through people. Small ones. Up close, he severed Barrett's hand, but not with a blade. Space magic, but weaponized. Lord Nagarkar frowned. Certainly, that was not commonly known. Hopefully that level of effect is something only Nikhil himself was capable of. But cautions would be prudent. Progress towards Wasmil and the core of the Ustane Empire was slow, almost non-existent. Streeto had to concentrate their forces more just to deal with any potential attacks by the Emperor himself. He had taken a more active role, attacking any group that wasn't of significant size. When even grandmasters could die with little warning, that made Streeto cautious. Even so, they had enough of a foothold in the area to hold on to what they had. For the moment, it was a stalemate. The Ustane Empire's forces had weakened enough that they weren't able to take back their lands, but Streeto couldn't advance either. Eventually that would favor the Ustane Empire, but there was nothing that could be done. Turan Haikal looked off into the distance. They would have to gather all their cultivators, and even pull more forces out of Streeto. Those who were on leave would be returning soon enough, including Barrett and Nilima. There was something about that particular generation that Haikal thought would be important. Maybe it was just the abundance of geniuses among them. Though that could have been his bias towards Barrett. Still, they were more or less matched with most of the other grandmasters. There were some late 7th tier grandmasters throughout Streeto, as well as some who had either made it to 8th tier or failed, usually spectacularly. The younger generation was quite exceptional. Einar had been as well, before the Emperor got him. Ismini hadn't taken it well. Einar was her student, the genius of the 4th Aesir's, and part of some important prophecy that she hadn't done more than hint about to Turan. That meant she'd told even less to anyone else. It was possible even for cultivators to be stricken with grief and a sense of hopelessness. Even grandmasters were still just people. Barrett had almost been like that when they first met. But his hopelessness was tempered by determination. If Turan hadn't taken him as a student, perhaps Barrett would have truly given up. It would have been a terrible mistake to miss out on him, for a number of reasons. Even with all of the trouble, the Immortal Berserker sect was stronger than it had ever been, in no small part due to Barrett's contributions. Their pure body temperers were a promising branch, drawing from a pool of those who were otherwise lost causes. But even if Barrett had remained on the energy cultivation path, Turan knew he would have done great things. Even now, he still had hope for him. What hope, he didn't know, but somehow he felt that the younger generation still had a larger part to play in the war. But feelings weren't always correct. Turan looked out on the horizon. He'd felt something, and even though he knew his senses weren't fooling him, he had hoped that he was wrong. An army was approaching their fortress. They could fight to defend it or abandon it. Of course, the latter would put them on the back foot, and showing weakness would hamper their future progress. But the forces were a reasonable enough match for what they had, with one exception. The Emperor was among them. Without him being on his own, he was an even more troublesome force to deal with. Turan sighed. His job would be making sure the Emperor couldn't just do as he pleased, while everyone else had to deal with the rest of the army. Even then, Turan would likely need backup for all the good it would do. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 508. Battle could be won or lost on morale. That on individual cultivators, and that of groups. Too much confidence could be just as bad as too little. Facing an attack you couldn't deal with could easily result in death. However, Turan had to believe in himself. He had gotten to where he was by understanding what he could do. He'd faced stronger opponents before. He may not have necessarily beaten them, but if nothing else he knew what he could withstand. That was a specialty of immortal berserkers. Since facing off against Aurora's berserk energy, he'd grown much stronger. Even if it hadn't really been her anymore, it didn't matter. It had sparked Turan's understanding of berserk energy and paved his path to 8th tier, and with that increase in power he was also better able to improve his bodily toughness. He might have still been early 8th tier, but his opponent was just early 9th tier. Those thoughts were the only way he could handle fighting against the Emperor, even if it was just as a distraction. He just had to provide enough pressure, so that he couldn't kill too many others. This time, the Emperor was not flying. It left him easier to attack, but it also meant he wasn't expending so much magic keeping himself aloft and he was surrounded by the rest of the army. They weren't directly protecting him, but the point was he didn't stand out all on his own. That was too bad, but Turan didn't mind wading through others to get to him. He was fortunate that there weren't other 8th tier masters with the current group, though it wasn't as if the Ustane Empire had that many of them to begin with. Most people seemed quite content to let Turan Hykel move past them. It was better than being cleaved in half, of course. Not that they ignored him, attacks came at him from all sides, but nobody was willing to physically interpose themselves between him and his goal. Even the Emperor seemed happy with the arrangement. That made Turan cautious, but most of the Ustane Empire army was focusing on the battle with the rest of the cultivators. Meanwhile, he was backed up by a number of those with better range, including a certain 7th tier archer. Lavender, was it? She wasn't even from one of the strongest cultivation regions, but she had kept pace with the rest of the young generation. Her attacks couldn't touch the Emperor, but neither could Turan's. Arrows whizzed past, curved back around, and were deflected with the minimum amount of effort possible. Turan's own attacks were similarly dodged, but at least he kept the Emperor busy for the most part. His body had to withstand constantly changing elemental attacks, but none of them were strong enough to overpower him. Turan did have to constantly regenerate his wounds, but he was keeping up. Or at least not falling behind too quickly. Turan had a feeling about the Emperor. He was cautious. Unwilling to risk himself. Even when flying off to attack a group of them alone, he retreated at the first sign of any real danger. He never went all out on an attack, though to be fair he didn't need to. He could kill a 7th tier grandmaster with just a portion of his focus. Not quite casually, but far too consistently to seem like it strained him. Though the Emperor didn't cause enough damage to grievously wound Turan, he was extremely consistent in his attacks and it was likely he could sustain himself for longer with his 9th tier cultivation. But he had a weakness. Specifically, his defenses. Turan might have been somewhat overzealous in declaring that to himself, considering they hadn't even managed to scratch him in any of the battles, but he focused mainly on dodging. The magical barrier he sustained around himself was enough to block a direct hit from a grandmaster, but just one. If Turan could get a solid blow, or even a real graze, maybe he could do something. Unfortunately, in addition to the Emperor's magic he had to deal with his sword, likewise charged with magic. Turan had to deflect and block attacks from that while maintaining his own offense. Enough magic was charged into the weapon to cause him serious wounds if he didn't. Unfortunately, the power of the attacks wasn't expended in any significant way if it didn't cause damage, so he had to continuously continue his dance. A few nicks from the sword sliced into him. They recovered quickly, but with lower reserves of stamina and energy than the Emperor had stores of mana. He felt like that was a loss. Turan closely watched the Emperor's movements. He didn't have any blind spots to speak of. Though he wasn't being attacked from all angles at the moment, that had previously been the case. Even Lavender's arrows snuck around behind him occasionally, but he dodged them as smoothly as everything else. It didn't seem possible to set up a situation where he couldn't dodge. He was moving away from any such trap almost before they could try to set it up. But nobody was perfect. Even with the power of a fourth Aesir, he could lose. They just had to drive him into a corner he couldn't get out of. Unfortunately, that meant they had to have an advantage of some sort instead of being on the back foot. But nothing could be perfect. Turan continuously looked for openings. When he finally saw one, he had to go for it. Perhaps he committed too hard to the overhead swing of his axe, but his energy swiftly gathered to his command and his axe came down at great speed. Even the fastest the Emperor had moved wouldn't be able to completely dodge the attack. But Turan had made one slight miscalculation. The Emperor's sword flashed up towards him with unexpectedly great power, slicing through his right arm below the elbow. Turan wasn't such a master of pure body tempering as Barrett, but the axe still had momentum and one hand guiding it. But the perfect opportunity was lost. The Emperor dodged just as quickly as Turan predicted he could, but his own attack was slowed. He did manage to get a hit, shaking the Emperor's defenses. He thought he saw a tiny bit of blood, indicating he'd broken through a little bit, but that was a far cry from cutting the man in half like he had hoped. And now he only had one hand. That wasn't a problem in the long term, but in the short term, the cut was charged with magic on both sides, so he couldn't try to stick it back on. Instead, he had to force the magic out with his own berserk energy on the part still connected to him. Now Turan had to fight with just his left hand. Fortunately he had some practice in disadvantaged situations, but it was clearly not enough. Turan watched all of the projectiles launched, spells and mundane weapons alike. None of them would connect. Now that he only had one arm, his own parrying was slower, though he could use the remaining half of his right arm in the same way as his weapon. It just wasn't as effective. His wounds were starting to build up faster and faster. The rest of the battle was going well enough, at least Strito's forces weren't being completely destroyed. Turan wondered if he should retreat, or if he even could. He thought it was probably no on both parts. He hadn't fallen for a trap, exactly, just underestimated his opponent. Even though he tried so hard not to. He should have noticed the flash of power on the sword earlier, but he thought he had a chance. It hadn't proved immediately fatal, which for immortal berserkers was usually good enough, but he didn't seem to be able to outsustain this opponent. Then he felt it. Killing intent aimed straight at his heart. Could he avoid it? Should he? He might survive his heart being destroyed, though he didn't think the attacks would stop there. But he also couldn't completely avoid it. In that case, he needed to counter. Turan saw how it would all go down. The sword would come towards him. He would maneuver so it only took out most of a lung, a serious blow but not immediately deadly. His own attack would be avoided, but it would be part of why the attack wouldn't strike true. The other attacks in the area would be avoided as well, but the Emperor would take a step back and give Turan a half-second to recover. He would need that. The only strange factor was the projectile attack coming from directly behind the Emperor, an attack Turan barely even noticed due to the perfectly concealed energy. Maybe that one would entirely prevent his lung from being destroyed. Just a quarter or eighth of a step, or an awkward positioning of the sword could do it. It could deflect off his armor. Turan would ready for the next attack. But there was no way he could have prepared himself for what actually happened. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 509. Everything happened so quickly. The moment Turan noticed the feeling he was already on the move. His one-armed counter was optimized to drive the Emperor away just enough that he didn't lose his heart, and maybe not even a full lung, though a half lung wasn't much good in combat either. The magic power of a 9th-tier cultivator sharpened the sword in such a way that Turan almost felt himself bleeding already. If the Emperor was good at predicting the future, perhaps there was something Turan missed, and he would die. Maybe, that projectile attack coming from behind the Emperor, it couldn't be aimed at him, could it? It was too late to try to dodge that now, and if he changed his movements he would certainly have his heart pierced, and then maybe be sliced vertically in two. Turan wasn't far off with his predictions. The Emperor indeed redirected his own movements to avoid Turan's oncoming axe, which shifted his own attack to Turan's right lung. He moved to parry with what was left of his right arm, and while he didn't get a good angle he at least probably slowed the sword. What happened next was the odd part. The Emperor staggered forward, right into the trajectory of Turan's axe. If he thought he had a true chance to hit, he would have put several times as much of his berserk energy into the axe. As it was, it still sliced through the Emperor's defenses and cut a trail along his chest, leaving behind traces of berserk energy. The moment after that, with the tip of his sword just piercing into Turan's chest, the Emperor explosively retreated. He practically jumped into the air, spinning around to look behind him where that mysterious attack came from, and without slowing for a moment or even leaving behind any parting attacks, he rocketed off the battlefield, though Turan felt his defenses re-solidifying and even strengthening, while the berserk energy was forced out by 9th tier magic. That left Turan alone behind the Ustane Empire's lines, but he had already been there anyway. Now he didn't have anyone matching him, and while swinging his axe one-handed made him less deadly, he would have no problem cutting down a grandmaster or two, and those supporting him were also free to contribute to the overall battle. With their leader immediately fleeing, and his pressure removed from the battlefield, the forces of the Ustane Empire quickly broke into a retreat. No, a full rout. That let them pick off some of the stronger targets, but Streeto couldn't chase them too far. They weren't exactly fresh and full of energy and magic. But Turan used his remaining berserk energy to chop a dozen late-tier masters and a grandmaster or two as they tried to run past him. A significant blow to the Ustane Empire, but maybe less significant than showing that their emperor wasn't untouchable after all. Turan looked towards where that attack had come from. He hadn't felt the energy signature of the attack, which immediately made him think of someone specific. He'd also felt a certain berserk and gentle energy combination in the area, though he hadn't been able to focus on anything but the Emperor up until that moment. His eyes indeed landed on Barrett. Grandmaster Heikel slammed his good hand on a table in the strategy briefing room. The table was exceptionally sturdy, but he still held back significantly to not break it. He just wanted to make the noise. Barrett just hit the Emperor in the back. Directly. Barrett grimaced. He'd found himself directly dragged along with no explanation even from his own master. Yeah. Was I not supposed to? He surveyed the briefing room, observing everyone's faces. Sorry, I just got back and saw the battle. Was there a plan I didn't know? Ismini frowned. It was not a problem. Just unexpected. What did you do? Barrett tilted his head. What do you mean? Barrett held out his hand, forming some of his gauntlet into strings and a large pouch. A stone pit floated into it, and he did a light spin of his sling. You know, a sling attack. That's all. I mean, I didn't hold back at all, but the distance kind of made it anticlimactic. Didn't even break his defenses. While he wasn't the best at reading the room, nobody was trying to hide their expressions. Is that so shocking? What is the Emperor even doing here on the battlefield? Grand Mistress Ismini explained, he has taken it upon himself to show up and whittle down our forces. He is able to do so because of his untouchability. As you know, he stole the power of a fourth Aesir from Einar. He seems quite expert in his use, and even touching him in battle with his cultivation level has been nearly impossible. We haven't been able to break through his defenses. Barrett shrugged, I still didn't though. Grandmaster Heikel did that. I just made him take a bad step forward. We have not been able to cause him to stumble, Turan Heikel explained, overwhelming him with number or quality of attacks has been useless. Even pure body tempering, he looked towards Almher, the attacks were predicted. Maybe he wasn't expecting anyone in that direction, Barrett said. He could have focused his predictive abilities towards you. No, Ismini answered shortly, that is not how it works. Especially not for one with his level of proficiency in magic, and his ability to quickly pick up this technique. I have a theory, but it would be better to discuss it in private first. Ismene sat across from Barrett. My precious student. Einar, he had many predictions about you. Is this another one? That I would cause damage to the Emperor? Barrett asked. I'm sure he didn't tell me all of them. He got pretty annoyed by it. If there was such a thing, he didn't tell me. And it would have had to have been long before his death. Perhaps you took it lightly, but I do believe he mentioned to you something about that situation. No more predictions about you. Ismene kept her eyes fixed on Barrett as she spoke, her voice not quite cold but uncomfortably serious. Barrett nodded. He did say something about that. Cutting off predictions about me, or something. Not paying attention to them anymore. It was more than that. I don't know the exact details. Einar was a talented young man. Regardless, if he said he cut off divinatory information about you, he meant it. Ismene nodded seriously. Recall that you saved him in the Southern Metal Sea. To you, that was just something you do. To him, it was a new life. Because he didn't know you would come. He chose to die there. Because he absolutely couldn't predict anything about you after that point. He wouldn't have been able to remake that connection. That was how childishly frustrated he was with the situation. Barrett sighed, but I couldn't save him from the Emperor. No. But how could you be expected to do so? None of us were truly ready for a 9th-tier Grandmaster. We were fortunate that Sir Jostin was prepared to sacrifice his own body for the city. But here's something. You are special. Many of your generation are exceptionally talented, and you among them. Perhaps you are not more exceptional than them, though your brushed with death have certainly been closer. Still, fate has something to do with you on a grander scale. I had a prediction about you, and Einar had so many he chose to cut them off. He didn't like the idea of fate choosing people. Ismene shrugged. I'm not sure if fate is a real force that exists, but there are ways to see into the future, and paths that are easier to follow. That might be fate. Either way, something about the future, or yourself, or the people around you, it chose you. Maybe it was even the Emperor himself, though he didn't know it. Because he chose to take Einar's divination magic, and Einar chose not to have divinations regarding you. That means the Emperor can't predict you either. Barrett nodded. I understand. But won't he watch out for me in the future? Would you? Ismene raised an eyebrow. You're a strange fluke. If some 5th-tier master managed to unexpectedly slap your face, would you constantly stay on guard against them even though you can perfectly predict everything else? Absolutely. That's actually even more concerning than someone at my level doing it. Ismene shrugged. Maybe you're right. But you don't call yourself an emperor. I'm not. And I don't have plans to be. That's the only thing stopping you, Ismene said. You and the rest of your generation get along well enough that nothing could stop you if you had such ambitions. The only thing stopping you now is, well, the Emperor of the Ustane Empire himself. Heikel is still much stronger than me. But you'll inevitably catch up to him. Not that he'd mind. He's quite proud of you. Ismene shook her head, but back to the main point. I believe the Emperor can't predict you. In the recent months of battle, he's become increasingly reliant on his predictive abilities for combat. It's a trap we can all fall into. And he doesn't know that Einar cut himself off from divinations of you. He'll likely view it as a fluke. It's easy to trick oneself like that. Just be prepared to take advantage of any similar opportunities in the future. Hit the Emperor if I have a chance. Absolutely. He allowed my family to be killed. Though I doubt he even remembers. But allowing that to happen inside his empire, makes him just as responsible as if he did it with his own hand. Barrett shrugged, though I'd personally like to wipe out the grasping hand too. Ismene grinned. You'll be pleased to find out our next target then. Just, be careful. You might be more critical to the war than you think. And if not, well, every Grandmaster is still very important. Especially the young, powerful ones. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:10. The feeling of a sharp axe crossing Barrett's neck was extremely unpleasant. There was a huge difference between a thin, clean cut and a severing infused with berserk energy. The attack wasn't really meant to kill him, but even avoiding the main attack he still felt the sharpness of the berserk energy as it sliced through his armor and flesh. The battle wasn't fair. Barrett couldn't beat Grandmaster Heikel, and the addition of Reina and Nilima only prolonged the duration of the battle. Without Reina's boost in speed, his head would have come clean off. Had someone told Heikel he could stick his head back on? Only Nilima was supposed to know that, but perhaps Heikel was just good enough he knew what would happen. He was a full tier ahead of Barrett still, and he had been fighting a 9th tier cultivator. Not quite by himself, but that sort of experience was extremely valuable. Which is why they were all fighting him. Nilima rained down blows which Barrett knew would turn parts of him to mush, if he was even slightly careless. Grandmaster Heikel didn't exactly ignore them, but Nilima couldn't stay close. His axe, even with Reina's winds restricting him, seemed to constantly gain speed. Actually, that was the biggest problem. Barrett couldn't afford to get hit directly, but the way Grandmaster Heikel swung his axe it kept increasing its momentum. Krenther was technically involved in the battle as well. If it was serious, he would be much more of a threat, but as it was he was merely looking for opportunities to launch a powerful curse. Or a faux curse, anyway. While he could likely undo any damage he might cause, it was better to avoid that in the first place. Heikel was easily able to shrug off his less powerful curses, so he rarely even bothered to do much with them. His position in the battle still mattered, because if a charged-up curse hit, that was their victory condition. Barrett maneuvered his stone pits in such a way that they blocked the path of Heikel's axe. As long as he wasn't particularly intending to destroy them, they could survive a straight hit, though that was only if he let them be blown away. That would cut back on the momentum of the attacks less, but was overall a better long-term strategy. Though against their real target, he might be willing to sacrifice them. How the hell were they going to fight a 9th tier Grandmaster? Sure, Heikel would be on their side in that battle, and they might have more allies supporting them, but if they couldn't even match an 8th tier, they wouldn't be good enough. But they were the best group for the job even if they were wrong about how Barrett got in a hit. The few other 8th tier Grandmasters Streeto had recently produced would be busy with the other 8th tiers that the Ustane Empire had. There were some slightly stronger 7th Grandmasters in the forces of Streeto, but they likely wouldn't remain stronger for long. They also had less experience fighting together as a group. Nilima was clipped by Heikel's attack. That sent her flying away. She was quite capable of spreading out the force of the attack over her whole body, though even then she took some slight damage through her defensive energy and exhausted a good portion of her reserves. However, even as she was knocked away her whip coiled around Heikel's leg. Her attack couldn't do more than pull him off balance and cause a small amount of damage, but Reina was ready for an opening. Even Barrett couldn't track her movements. The flash of her sword towards Heikel's hand pierced through it and followed up with a thrust towards his neck. She managed a bloody scrape along his neck, but fluttered away with the wind as Heikel kicked out at her. That was the best opening Barrett was going to get, and he stabbed forward with his spear, straight towards Heikel's neck. He could redirect from there to either his head or his chest, but that wasn't his actual goal. A veritable field of stone pits slowed Heikel's movements just a bit more, and Heikel countered with his own attack. He had to take an obtuse angle towards Barrett, but even with the loss of momentum from the change it was still a formidable attack. Barrett tilted his spear, switching to a parry, or what looked like one. In a way, it was. He used the shaft of his spear to press against the hilt of the axe, but as the angle of his spear shifted it suddenly bent and wrapped around Heikel's hands, clinging to him and sticking him to the axe. That didn't even come close to stopping the momentum of the swing, and the axe buried itself in Barrett's chest. Berserk energy tore through him, or at least it made the attempt. Most of it merely found nothing to interact with, as Barrett's body refused to wrestle with it. Some of it still damaged him, but his body was strong enough to hold up. Barrett planted his feet as he took the blow, holding the axe in his chest and keeping Heikel's hands on the axe. He'd felt Krenther building up magic at the beginning of the exchange. If it hadn't been a good chance for an opening, Krenther would have been forced to let some of the magic disperse, since it couldn't be held indefinitely without being released. But since the chance was there, he took the opportunity. Krenther's faux curse flowed into Heikel, who grimaced. Even if it didn't cause any actual harm, it would be an unpleasant situation. That was decent, Heikel commented. But remember that you need to be able to fight even after the curse hits. It's not like Krenther can completely incapacitate the Emperor. He might even have some special resistances. And, don't forget, the Emperor will more smoothly dodge most of your attacks. I'll do my best to pressure him, but you know the history of that. Barrett nodded. I understand. He pulled the axe out of his chest and made a face. You certainly haven't been slacking off on your body training. The Berserk energy basically did nothing and you still sliced me open so easily. Though you didn't hit anything vital. Barrett shrugged, then again, I know you too well. It's unfortunate we don't have many others who can provide the proper threat level, Heikel acknowledged. You all do quite well against magic users, but that's because they can't overpower you. Everyone make sure to rest up well. We'll be scaling up the practice slightly, and the new participants will be fresh. The next battle added Grandmaster Juvenalis of the Crystal Palace and an independent Grand Mistress who made her home in the Lightning Mountains. Grand Mistress Tamra Lucas had taken up residence in the area only recently, but her efforts had increased the danger level of the Lightning Mountains by several steps. Anyone traveling sanely went around them regardless, but changing a whole area on a more permanent basis was an exceptional accomplishment. Barrett thought of the Tornado Plains, which had an active tornado for a century or more. Grand Mistress Lucas hadn't created the effect, but it was still something to be impressed about. Added to the other side were Almher and Shanta. Barrett had been supplied by Shanta with a large number of poisons with obvious and hard to resist but weak effects. They were training in a group where it could be harder to precisely monitor everyone. Nobody wanted to cripple anybody on accident. As for why Barrett had the poisons, he needed to try to administer them, through the bloodstream or through the air. Without being noticed, if possible, because he would be attempting something similar with the Emperor. It was uncomfortable to have so much riding on him, but having more tools in his arsenal wasn't bad. He couldn't make any of the poisons himself and could only go off of Shanta's guidance for when they should be used, but he did have a particularly ingenious idea for administering them. Before the battle, he'd taken small doses of the poisons himself. They mostly caused discomfort and little else, but he wasn't actually trying to build up an immunity. In fact, he stopped his body from purging them from his system. He wasn't planning to use those poisons against anyone, but the connection to the other poisons made it easier to consider a part of him. People might dodge a handful of dust, but could they completely avoid it if it chased after them? Stuck to the ground and climbed up their legs. He had talked with Shanta about many ideas, and now he had to try to implement them. While not being torn to shreds by Heikel or frozen and then zapped with lightning. He wasn't alone in the responsibilities for the battle, but he took his part very seriously. Even if he could be predicted by the Emperor and it was just a fluke, pure body tempering was still hard to read and he might be able to slip something past divination. Or at least, create enough trouble someone like Shanta or Krenther could enact their plans. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:11. After the sparring practice was over, Barrett found himself covered in a block of ice. It was something the Emperor had done before, against him, even, though only casually. Barrett could break the ice with force, but Grandmaster Juvenalis had mentioned that it would be easier to prevent it from forming in the first place. Barrett could control the area around him well enough for that, but he couldn't say if it would work against a 9th tier. So he was trying something else. The ice locked in place around him was held together with magic, though ice was not prone to quickly melting away regardless. However, though magic solidified it, it wasn't actively controlled. Barrett sensed the structure of the ice around him, picking out weak points. It was much too slow to use in actual combat, searching for tiny irregularities in the crystal structure. He couldn't control the ice, fortified as it was by the magic. Not without spending an equivalent amount of effort wrenching away control, which was just inefficient. He needed to spend less of himself to make it better than just directly breaking it. The ice couldn't be controlled while the magic fortified it, but could the magic be controlled? His first thought was no. That was ridiculous. He might be able to extend himself to be the air or the ground beneath his feet, but someone else's magic. But, maybe it wasn't. Grandmaster Juvenalis had set it in place, and while he could easily remove it, that would be more based on his familiarity with the exact setup rather than it being under his control still. The magic would respond well to him, but what about Barrett? His normal control over magic was insufficient to do anything of the sort. He was still at the master level, but he doubted he would be able to step into Grandmaster in terms of magic for another few decades. It wasn't worth making that his primary effort to speed up the process. He certainly didn't have enough knowledge of ice magic to control it. But if it was part of him he could just have it, let go. Barrett tried his best to feel with the magic in the ice surrounding him, but it had no response to his prompts. But maybe he'd gone about it the wrong way. Normally he only did that with free parts of the world. He aligned the world with himself, but perhaps he could do the opposite and align himself with this magic. He wasn't going to be Juvenalis, but he could match the way he felt. His wavelength, and that of the magic. However, instead of trying to have it pass through him, Barrett wanted to control it. It took several minutes to finally have something happen. That was about 1,000,000 times too slow for actual combat, but now that he had some practice he could potentially do it much faster. He willed the magic to pull away, and it did. Without that, the ice was just ice, and he easily had it split in half, each side just letting go of the other. Now he just needed to do that again. Preferably with a different magic user. For anyone else, Reyna would have immediately rejected their request. Not because she didn't like them, but because it was a ridiculous idea that couldn't come to fruition. Controlling someone else's magic. Except, of course, there was something to that when she thought about it. The Emperor could steal others' magic. Why couldn't it be done on a smaller scale? Barrett wasn't going to do it with magic, but she could likely learn something just from how he tried it. Alright, Reyna nodded. You want me to create a small, self-sustaining whirlwind and let it free? Or whatever would be easiest. Just anything that will last without you having to actively control it. She held out her palm, using magic to swirl the air in a vortex. One difference between energy and magic was that magical power itself wasn't so inherently part of the user. That was why it worked better at a long range, but perhaps it made it more vulnerable to being taken apart or redirected after it had gone outside of active control. But except for deflecting attacks, it was generally pointless. Who would use an equivalent amount of magic or more to control what someone else had? They could have just done whatever they wanted with their own power. But if it could be more efficient. But Barrett was just trying things out. Not everything he did worked, though most of them did eventually. Reyna did her best to create a stable little vortex that spun on its own. It was small, but starting small was best. Then she watched. Barrett reached out his hand, but didn't touch the vortex. Reyna didn't feel any changes for a minute, and then the vortex floated towards her. It wasn't strong enough to do more than flutter her hair, but it was extremely strange to see something that clearly had her own magical signature do something she hadn't told it to. And strangely enough, Barrett felt almost like her magic himself. They repeated the experiment with a bigger vortex. However, instead of taking longer to wrest control of it, Barrett was able to take control of it in less than half the time. Anything bigger would be dangerous to leave technically uncontrolled, so they moved to a more deserted area and tried again. Reyna could tell Barrett was getting more proficient at his technique in general, as well as specifically replicating her magical signature. Nobody would actually confuse the feeling of him for her if they were looking, but a casual feeling might register that for a moment. And the magic itself didn't seem to care. As he took control of the largest vortex, Reyna reached out to reassert control. It was easier than she thought, at first. The vortex moved where she willed it, but the instant she stopped actively controlling it, the vortex moved as Barrett wanted, not listening to her former commands. Barrett didn't even have to reassert control, he was already in tune with it, so if it was free, he could tell it what to do. Can you try to overpower me? I'll only use loose control. Barrett nodded. Reyna used just the lightest touch of control, just a portion of her concentration and possible efforts. It seemed that wasn't enough, because Barrett was in control. Reyna increased her efforts and they ended up passing control back and forth a dozen times. However, Barrett tired first. It seems like you're more efficient with that, at least. Reyna replied, in battle, I am actively controlling everything regardless, but it's concerning. If the Emperor has a similar level of efficiency compared to you, or even half as much, he could overpower everyone. And he does, though usually he steals their core magic and kills them. But it's concerning that it can be done without first incapacitating the user. So far he's been physically touching people when he did it. Though you'll want to be very careful when the next battle comes. He might show up soon, in fact. Barrett gestured vaguely to the southeast. The grasping hand is next. At the very least, the Ustane Empire won't just leave them alone. Many of the sects on the side of the Ustane Empire had packed up and left, knowing that defending their positions was ultimately pointless without the full support of the Ustane Empire behind them. Even close to the capital Wasmil itself, they were congregating into more condensed groups. Cultivators were highly mobile, and though they couldn't take their structures with them, sometimes it was better to minimize their losses. Though they were close to the core of the Ustane Empire, it was surprising to find the grasping hand still occupying their sect. The scouts had spotted reinforcements from nearby sections. It was strange, they were mobilized, but not attacking or retreating. The grasping hand wasn't known for having a strong defensive position. Perhaps they hadn't yet assessed the strength of the portion of their main army Streeto was sending after them, but that seemed unlikely. They weren't exactly able to be subtle with an entire army. Barrett and Reyna exchanged glances. The grasping hand was the group most responsible for their ultimate fates. Just because they were quite happy as cultivators didn't mean that burning down the place where they both lived and effectively taking over the city through Barrett's cousin was something they were going to forgive. Artur Niculescu, responsible for teaching Denton about necromancy, had actually survived their encounter. They were unable to stop him from fleeing with just his soul at the time. If he learned something like that, presumably he had survived past that point, likely even to the present day. It would be satisfying if they could get their hands on him, though they certainly didn't plan to draw anything out. If not, Streeto's cause would still be advanced. This was practically the only bastion of defense outside of Wasmil itself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 512. The Grasping Hand's headquarters were far too close to Wasmil to attempt a siege. Remaining in one spot for days or months was the last plan anyone wanted to attempt. If they had their entire army and a good defensive position, it wouldn't be so problematic to fully reveal their position, but Streeto's army wasn't all in one place. So they began an assault immediately. The Grasping Hand wasn't known for having particularly long-range abilities, so the attackers only had to face a short duration of assaults before reaching the front gates. Those gates were promptly smashed open by Grandmaster Heikel. The defenses on the gates weren't made to withstand 8th-tier Berserk energy, and likewise the offensive portions of them couldn't overcome his defenses. It wasn't effortless, but it was quick, and the army soon found itself fighting through the Grasping Hand's headquarters. Magical formation up ahead, Reyna commented. I can lead us around it. The rest of the group followed her lead. In addition to her, there were Barrett, Nilima, Krenther, and Shanta. The final member of their group wasn't technically of the younger generation like the rest of them, though just looking at him wouldn't make that obvious. Aunher had lost the best years for cultivation while imprisoned, but he had made himself younger. Only he knew what that cost him, and what his actual lifespan would be like. However, he was effective enough and had at least some experience fighting alongside the others. Barrett stabbed out with his spear, a member of the grasping hand barely blocking it and being sent flying away while the others dealt with some of the reinforcements. They remained constantly on the move, pushing their way past defenders. There were barely any real threats to oppose them. It seems a bit too easy. Most of the Grandmasters on the Ustane Empire's side were likely busy with Grandmaster Heikel, though Barrett hadn't really felt many of them so far. It could be a trap, Reyna agreed, but I'm not sure about that. I think they're stalling for something. The scouts noticed something at the core of the sect, and we have a good opportunity to deal with it. Barrett nodded. With nothing more to say, he ran with the wind sweeping them along, and the group pushed its way towards the center. Keeping constantly in motion was how they would avoid being surrounded, and they had to recognize threats quickly as they approached. Barrett. Destroy that pillar. Though he didn't know what sort of magic it contained, he quickly complied with Reyna's order. Even though it wasn't actively controlled by anyone, he couldn't assert full control of it and turn it to rubble that way. However, he was able to disconnect it from the floor and ceiling, and there was a spot in the middle that he was able to convince the material to sever. The pillar toppled to the floor in two pieces as he shoved the bottom out, and then he smashed it under his heel, breaking that half into smaller pieces. Dark tendrils swirled out of the pillar, but they couldn't even get a hold on him. The upper half of the pillar had a similar result when he smashed it, and the remaining pieces had no response when he crushed them to make sure there was nothing head-sized or larger left. Any smaller pieces of the black-veined marble couldn't hold enough magic to be trouble. I'll get the door. Aunher called as they reached a chamber with tangible magic radiating from it. He didn't actually touch the door, instead kicking his leg along one side, spinning his toes over the top and then back around the other side. His heel dragged along the floor underneath the door, completing the cut all the way around. Barrett was impressed by the results. He could of course cut things quite easily, but he rarely did so with just his body. Using living metal to create a blade was easier, but Aunher's path of pure body tempering was different. The door blew into the room, pushed by Reyna's wind. Along with the door was a swirl of powder and gas shanta tossed with it. Nobody entered the room for a moment as the door landed near the middle of the room and the poison spread throughout the room. Barrett saw the telltale signs of magic leaching powder. The cultivators inside had been quick to react, and many of them had blocked with their magic. That worked for some, but with a significant enough dose of magic leaching powder it was actually worse for them to have blocked, though that wasn't the only thing they had to deal with. After the initial moments, they had to deal with more concentrated poisons as Reyna controlled the flow of the air in the room, and the powders and gases with it. Several Grandmasters were among the group, and the warriors among them charged forward, only to be met by Nilima and Aunher. Aunher launched a punch straight at a warhammer swinging at him. The punch seemed slow, but it connected with the warhammer right below the head, stopping its momentum. Nilima directly exchanged blows with another warrior, negating his momentum. Reyna could handle herself in melee, but she was better off outside of direct confrontation. With the warriors stopped for a moment, she floated around behind them, slicing at the weak points in their armor and moving past before they could react. Krenther avoided any of the warriors, but was quite happy to face members of the Grasping Hand. When they reached out for him with their life-sucking tendrils of darkness, he merely let them touch him, and they collapsed to the floor. He did act slightly more cautiously with a Grandmaster, wrapping the darkness in an invisible force before seemingly tearing it out of him. Barrett felt a twinge of sympathy on his own soul as he darted forward. He couldn't let himself be slowed by those on the outside of the room. He sliced through tendrils of darkness trying to grab him as he moved towards the focal point of the room, a black orb with a dozen cultivators around it, bathing it in magic. However, it seemed they had arrived a moment too late. The Grandmaster leading the efforts had grasped the orb of darkness and pulled it into himself as his eyes met Barrett's. It was Artur Niculescu. Barrett's eyes flicked towards Reyna, who was also moving through the room, and she nodded. After having absorbed a power like that, Barrett thought Artur would stand and fight, but instead he turned to flee. The squad had an understanding of their goals, so Barrett and Reyna running off after the man didn't surprise anyone. The others could handle those remaining on their own, anyway. Artur was very fast for a mage. The darkness that roiled around him grabbed onto the floors and walls, pulling him forward at significant speed. However, Reyna controlled the wind and Barrett was a pure body temperer. With her support, he pushed his way through the impeding enemies after Artur. When they reached another hallway leading away from the chamber, there were no other people between them and Artur. With a straight corridor, building up momentum to rocket forward wasn't a problem. Barrett was currently wielding his weapon as a halberd, slicing through the darkness around Artur. In response, he found himself surrounded in darkness, but a less concentrated attack to slow his movements didn't bother him. Likewise, though he felt the tugging on his life force, he was far more skilled at protecting it. Even with excess power from the dark orb he'd pulled into his chest, Artur was struggling. As he should be, because Barrett had sensed he was actually earlier 7th tier than himself and Reyna. In short, though he'd once been ahead of them, he'd fallen behind. I don't have time for this. Artur filled the hallway with a mass of dark tendrils, using them like a tide to push Barrett away while at the same time pushing himself the other direction. However, he stopped short when he noticed Reyna standing on the other side of him. "What's wrong?" she grinned. "No easy sacrifices to make up for your insufficient technique." Unlike Barrett, she didn't let herself get surrounded by the tendrils of darkness. Instead, she wove her way through them, finding the smallest gaps or making her own path, slicing them apart. She couldn't find her way close to him, but she didn't have to. She only had to delay him slightly. Artur clearly felt Barrett's killing intent as a spike of metal was thrown directly towards his back. He pulled most of his magic behind him to block it, layers and layers of darkness overlapping, but Barrett had the freedom to put most of himself into the attack. The spike of metal didn't just have the mass and momentum its size would indicate, but all of Barrett's and even some mass from the hallway around them, allowing it to push through his layers and layers of defenses. Even so, it only stabbed 2 centimeters into him, and not into his heart. But Barrett didn't have to kill him with that. He just had to leave an opening for Reyna, and with all those defenses concentrated behind him, her sword was free to find its way to his brain, along with some of the leftover poison brought along with them. Artur collapsed to the floor, but it wasn't over. Artur exploded in a mass of black and red, but this time there were tinges of purple and green as well. The hallway was filled with a horrid substance intending to tear away magic, energy, life force, flesh and bone, and the essence of what made up a person. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:13. The mass of life-draining magic poured through the hallway, much more powerful than it had been the first time. However, Barrett was also significantly more adept at keeping his flesh, blood, and soul as part of himself. Even as the magic tried to reach through his armor, he was already tugging back against it, ripping off pieces. Reyna also defended herself with her energy, as well as forming a powerful bubble of wind around her. There were no others around to draw upon, so when the power retracted, Artur Niculescu was standing there alone. Then his body collapsed into a vaguely familiar fist-sized ball. Barrett could feel the chunk of darkness Artur had absorbed still in there. However, unlike the previous time, he was able to reach out his hand and catch Artur's fleeing soul. It wasn't even very quick to flee, having not gained much of anything from the two in the hallway. "Nice try," Barrett said, crushing the soul in his grasp. "But you didn't have anyone else to sacrifice this time." Barrett felt Artur's soul squeeze and pop in his grasp. Left behind was only the orb of darkness, which Barrett really didn't want to end up inside him. Can't let them have it either. Then his eyes snapped back towards where they came from. That can't be good. Both Barrett and Reyna took off immediately. Perhaps running towards a 9th-tier cultivator wasn't the smartest move, but their friends were back there. The few moments it took to get back to the end of the corridor felt like they took forever. When they arrived, they saw a barrage of spells being launched at Nilima. She dodged and deflected each one to the best of her ability, spikes of ice forming in the air next to her and lightning bending around her. The chamber was small enough that her whip was able to counterattack her opponent at the same time. Around her was a flurry of fists and feet hedging in the sole enemy. Shanta filled the area with poisons and flying needles, but the three of them were hard-pressed. Not that Barrett expected anything different when the Emperor was involved. What was he even doing where they were? Barrett looked down at the orb of darkness in his hand. Was it that important? Or was it just a convenient place to kill a few isolated grandmasters? It didn't matter. Barrett wasn't going to let him do either. He tightened his physical and metaphysical grip on the black orb. Then he launched himself forward. This wasn't exactly the opportunity they had been looking for, but he would take it. He spun end over end, building up momentum as he was in the air. His leg came down with a sharp spike at his heel and the force of a small mountain. The Emperor's arm came up to block his leg, connecting with his ankle below the spike. However, the momentum didn't go away so easily. He was pushed away, sliding along the floor and leaving a gouge behind in the material. Internally, Barrett sighed. That was supposed to crush his head. So much for the element of surprise. He rushed forward again, racing next to Reyna towards their target. They couldn't afford to hesitate a single instant. Barrett freed his hands by wrapping the orb of darkness in some of his living metal and attaching it to himself. It didn't seem like something that could safely go inside a magic bag. His weapon shifted to once more resemble a halberd which he swung towards the Emperor, who was also charging towards them. On the other side of him, Reyna stabbed with her rapier as well. Barrett was insulted when the Emperor launched merely 2 small spells at them with one swing of his hand. A seed of ice flew at each of them, suddenly growing into larger ice blocks. Reyna deflected hers with the wind, but had to pull away. Barrett refused to back down, his attack scraping against their 9th-tier opponent's defenses. For his efforts, he only managed some small damage and to be covered in ice. But he was prepared for something like that. He delayed only a moment before breaking it apart, rushing after the Emperor from behind. For some reason he was focused on something. Nilima. Why would that be? Nilima seemed to have recognized his goal as well, twirling her whip around herself defensively. Her defensive skills were put to the test, deflecting his attacks around herself. She might have been overwhelmed, but the Emperor wasn't entirely able to disregard the attacks of others. In addition to his magical attacks he sliced with his sword, cutting through the whip, but its living metal nature allowed it to reattach almost instantly. However, almost instantly wasn't fast enough to keep up. Reyna appeared behind the Emperor, stabbing out with her rapier. However, despite her swiftness her wrist was caught by one hand without even looking. Before he could do anything more, he had to turn to block another attack. He was a little bit slow, having to take the hit with his arm instead of his sword as intended. Layers of defensive magic crackled as condensed darkness crashed against it. Barrett had some concerns that the Emperor had come just for that orb of darkness, but if he was going to be ignored he had to use all the power he could. In the moment of that connection, his leg came up intending to slice off the arm grabbing Reyna. Of course, the Emperor just let go, but that was good enough. He started into the face of his enemy, though of course there was no face to see. He was constantly making use of the 4th Aesir's powers to predict people's movements. With a few moments of stillness, the others were able to land attacks of their own. The Emperor's defenses held, but the damage was at least apparent. Nilima's attacks weren't quite able to penetrate like she was used to, but the combined gentle and berserk energy left a mark. However, he wasn't just holding his position for nothing. His right arm, still holding his sword, was blocking the orb of darkness in Barrett's hand, and he was using the other to fend off Barrett's spear and legs. The darkness of the orb swirled and pulled into his forearm. Though his facial features were obscured by the divination magic's visible effect, Barrett still felt a hint of a smile there. Once the orb of darkness was absorbed, all the attacks raining down on him were once again avoided. But, his own attacks stopped as well for the moment. He floated up towards the ceiling of the chamber, and all of those below could feel the condensed magic spreading throughout his body. Then the ceiling collapsed above his head. He was able to avoid it, but Turan Haikal managed a small scrape along his rib cage, a small portion of his 8th tier berserk energy cutting through the weakened defenses of the Emperor. Barrett thought that was a good time to teach the Emperor not to absorb part of him. If he was a 9th tier, or even 8th tier, he probably could have torn the Emperor to shreds from the inside out. Instead, he merely slowed his movements and caused some minor internal injuries. Delayed movements allowed a dozen small needles to pierce through the hole cut in his defenses. Nilima's whip wrapped around his ankle, and Ulnar and Haikal attacked from opposite sides. Reyna had pulled back, worried about her magic being stolen, but filled the air with extremely tiny refined blades swirling about. With a pained roar, the Emperor expelled the barely absorbed magic from his body all at once, pushing down all around him and propelling himself upward into the sky. Once again he flew away at a speed none of them could match, but his injuries weren't insignificant. Everyone took some time to pick themselves up off the ground, taking stock of their various injuries. "Damn," Shanta said. "He instantly expelled most of the poisons. We barely even got in one good hit each." Grandmaster Haikal looked away into the distance. "That's several more solid hits than we ever got before. And it doesn't seem like he'll heal fast." He looked to Barrett and Aunher for confirmation. Aunher shook his head. "He is old. His body is passable at best." "I tore up his insides," Barrett said. "I would say it's something he could never recover from, but I imagine he has some pretty expensive medicines. I'd say a month, at most." Turan Haikal grinned. "A month? We can be inside Wasmil within the week." Then he sighed. "Too bad you couldn't kill him. But this is a great success, unless I missed something." Barrett shook his head. "Nope. This was where the important thing was. One of the Grasping Hand's newer grandmasters tried to escape with that orb, air, that dark magic the Emperor got inside him. But not before I got my hands on it for a solid minute." Reyna looked to Nilima. "Do you know why he targeted you so specifically?" "I can't be sure," Nilima crossed her arms, "but I imagine he thought I was the one who hit him last time. A sudden hit to the back, and I was the most obvious person there. Barrett usually feels like nothing." "Oof. Sorry." Barrett grimaced. "It's not like you meant for it to happen. Unfortunately, now he'll know it's you. Even just now you couldn't do much when he focused on you." "That's technically true," Barrett agreed, "but I was much more concentrated on the orb. His close-quarters combat technique is pretty lacking, if he doesn't know exactly what you're going to do. If some of those injuries stick, we might actually have a chance to take him down next time." "Then we'd better get moving," Haikal said. "No point in giving him a chance to recover more than we have to." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 514. There had never been a plan to spend much time after the assault on the Grasping Hand before moving on Wasmil proper. With the Emperor getting injured, the forces of Streeto were even more motivated to quickly assemble for the final assault. Unlike Streeto, Wasmil was not a city built primarily by cultivators. It had merely been the capital of the region. While it had grown significantly with the general level of cultivation in the area, it didn't grow in the same way that Streeto had. While Streeto took up the entire horizon when it was first spotted, Wasmil was even more sprawling. There were a number of buildings that matched the size of those in Streeto, but the actual city had overrun neighboring cities long before, incorporating them into one gigantic structure. As a consequence of that irregular and constant growth, the city's defenses were likewise irregular. Most of the fortifications were around the oldest sections of Wasmil and the Imperial Palace. There were walls of various sizes in different states of construction and repair. It was clear that some had been hastily rebuilt in the recent years, but most of them were only slight deterrences for an actual army of cultivators. The forces of Streeto swept through the outer layers of the city to make sure there were no forces hiding themselves for ambush, and were currently heading towards one of the outermost walls. Barrett marched along with the rest, but his mind wasn't with them. Even he wasn't sure where it was. His head repeated, over and over, every move he'd seen the Emperor make. How much force behind each swing, how quickly he could form spells with a certain level of effect. His reactions to being attacked, both through his divination and directly against Barrett himself. In isolation, a large enough group might truly stand a chance, especially against an injured emperor. He only could summon so much power at once. The problem was that everyone else would likely run out far before him. The emperor could split his power to deal with the full offensive capacity of his foes while still having enough left over to easily overwhelm their defenses. And he would last. Barrett clutched one of his stone pits in his hand. Throughout the course of the war he'd been building them up for moments of need. Only rarely had he needed to use them as the talismans he'd made them into, but he was certain he would need every bit of stored-up magic he'd put into each and every stone pit. He would also need each and every bit of poison Shanta had supplied, contact poisons and poisons that filled the air, as well as those that needed to reach the bloodstream directly. He'd familiarized himself with each, gone over how to use them with Shanta many times, and he was ready to draw upon them as opportunity arose. But would it be enough? While the pressure to succeed didn't lie squarely on his shoulders, he found he was a key part by no particular actions of his own. It was merely that his friend had found receiving divinations about him annoying, and so had cut himself off from them. There was no way Einar could have predicted what that would eventually lead to. Was there? Barrett thought about that for a few moments. No. That wasn't possible. He'd expected to die at the Southern Metal Sea. If he'd known how he would actually die, he wouldn't have associated it with that place. Sometimes, things just happened. Barrett kicked down a wall clearly not meant to stop grandmasters. He hadn't even really realized the battle had begun, his body moving almost mechanically but with trained precision as his mind focused on the goal ahead. Streeto's forces spread around the walls of the Imperial Palace. Each of several portions of the army took a different position. The Imperial Palace itself, including its grounds, stretched for several kilometers in every direction. It wasn't as large as Streeto, but its walls were nearly as defensible. The smaller area made it easier to provide reinforcements from one part to another, but that applied to the assaulting forces as well. While each gate was more or less the same, they couldn't be exactly equal, nor equally defended. Attacking several positions at once split the forces of Streeto, but forced the forces of the Astane Empire to do the same. Only one had to break through, and the others would be able to follow them to enter the very core of the Astane Empire. It was the final step they had to take. The walls of the Imperial Palace trembled. The attackers on the wall were at first slightly hesitant in their attacks. After all, just outside the walls were homes and businesses, many of which belonged to people they knew. Those same buildings also provided cover as the forces of Streeto had approached, and now the gates were being damaged by the best cultivators. Mostly, those were the strongest cultivators, but some excelled at destroying magical fortifications. Behind those fortifications it was impossible to miss the Emperor. His power was easily felt dozens of kilometers away, and was much sharper at a mere 2 or 3. He remained in the core of the Imperial Palace, waiting stoically, or perhaps hiding away. The southern gates fell first. The forces of Streeto poured through, those from the east and west arriving shortly to join them. The north gate, however, was locked in fierce conflict, including the 8th-tier Grandmaster Heikel versus one of the few remaining 8th-tier cultivators from the Astane Empire. On the south side, the few others Streeto had developed during the war met with the others. Grandmasters matched groups of cultivators or others of the same level, but the forces of Streeto pressed ever forward. Then, finally, the Emperor acted. The city rumbled as the Emperor moved from his position on his throne. Nobody could possibly miss his presence, and immediately struggling groups of cultivators were backed up by assaults from the Emperor himself. Using magic at a kilometer or 2 of range was difficult, even at 9th tier, and Streeto had been relying on that. However, it seemed things wouldn't go quite as they wished. "Damn it," Barrett complained. "This is exactly what we didn't want." Reyna sighed next to him. It's hard to tell if he's injured or not, but that feels quite a bit like what Sir Jostin did. Augmenting his strength with the power of a grand formation. It's not quite as much, but he was stronger to begin with. We'll have to change tactics. Yeah, Barrett agreed. You're probably right. You're still thinking of going in there, Nilima said. Typical. You only got it so fast because you were thinking the same, Barrett retorted. I might have been. It seems to me, it's not that crazy. I can feel his attacks hitting at full power from quite a distance away, but he doesn't seem any stronger, in actuality. Maybe it's just that he doesn't need to use more, but it feels more like the formation is supporting the range than power. Reyna closed her eyes, concentrating on the magic ahead. It is also certainly providing him with a supply of magical power, but it does seem like his attacks are not particularly stronger than they were before. Though perhaps that is the injuries we inflicted on him. I don't think it's wise to go in alone, Shanta said. But there are several groups deeper in taking shelter from him. If we can coordinate with them to reach him, even if we can only hamper his efforts, it will be helpful to our forces. Or we could just kill him, Almher said. I doubt we'll be able to reserve ourselves in the slightest, so I'll be doing my best to do so. Even if he dodges everything trickily. Almher shrugged. I asked Ismini to help me figure out a trick to confuse divination, but sadly it's not so easy. Unless I do something actually impossible. That might be necessary, Barrett commented. Krenther was the last to speak. Since we seem more or less in agreement, we should get moving. No time to waste. As the group approached closer to the Emperor, they noticed some key details. First, though he was hovering above the buildings of the Imperial Palace, he wasn't high enough to get an optimum angle to attack. He was relying on his senses to attack invading forces, but while his attacks were still quite effective, they weren't precise. He attacked in the middle of larger groups instead of singling out individuals. Because of that, the group was able to approach closer, helping some of the other smaller groups that had slipped through. Circle around to the left. Keep to cover, Reyna explained. Meet up with the group in that direction, but don't remain together. We need to get close enough to attack without appearing as a threat. Don't just conceal yourselves, but be subtle. We'll connect with those on the right. With that, they organized a few dozens grandmasters and a similar number of masters to go up against a 9th-tier grandmaster, supported by a powerful formation. But at least he was injured. That made what they were attempting very slightly possible. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:15. The fact that he didn't have to touch any of the poisons Shanta gave him with his hands slightly comforted Barrett, but the fact that he had to avoid touching them to begin with was disturbing. That included touching some part of the poisons with his gauntlets made out of living metal he had created himself. In the strictest sense, the substance that would soften and weaken his mostly adamantine living metal was not a poison. In a practical sense, it didn't matter. It was something he didn't want to interact with because of its bad effects. He had a sacrificial stone pit readied for an opening volley. It was already too late for that one. The substances it had been buried in would eventually cause it to fall apart even if he didn't use it. He could have put in the effort to control the substances to stop them from finding their way inside the stone pit, but instead it felt more practical to have them firmly ingrained. Barrett moved towards his position. Hopefully, their target wasn't fully aware of what they were doing. It was hard to say how far into the future he could see. The Emperor hadn't reacted yet, remaining in his position not far above the rooflines of the Imperial Palace. The actual palace itself was somewhat behind him as he launched attacks over several kilometers towards the forces of Streeto. The part of Barrett's living metal generally reserved for being a weapon melted into long strings and a pouch. A sling for his stone pits, though he wasn't sure if he would use more than just one. As people reached their final positions, Barrett focused on himself. He was his muscles and bones. He was the sling, and the stone pit, and the poisons, and even the formation that could disrupt magic inside of the stone pit. That wasn't enough. If he was going to strike a critical blow, he needed to be the air between himself and the Emperor, 100 meters away. Even slightly beyond, so he couldn't pull away. If he had already been spotted, there was probably little point in what he was doing. The Emperor would certainly recognize him, even with his armor styled differently. Unless he really didn't think anything of Barrett. That would be better, but making the assumption that his enemy was foolish wouldn't help. Cultivators had to have good sense of timing, especially those at the Master and Grandmaster level. A signal would give away their intent to attack. When they reached the agreed-upon time, everyone merely attacked simultaneously or very slightly staggered by the amounts that had already been planned. Barrett paid no attention to the lightning and fire, the flying shards of metal and other vessels for transfer of energy or magic. He focused on his own attack. His sling had been spinning, building up an optimal amount of momentum. The stone pit the sling carried tore through the air that he pulled out of the way ahead of it. Of course, the Emperor would not be remaining in place, but he was ready to redirect things as necessary. Barrett's attack wasn't one of the first to strike. A bolt of lightning tore past the Emperor, not intentionally missing, but dodged with minimal movements. Attacks gathered together, nearly filling a 10-meter sphere focused on the target. The Emperor might have been able to leave the area to dodge them all, but since he didn't need to, he reserved his magic. Only very occasionally would there be slight pushes of his own magic to set something off course, but the overall expenditure on his part was low. Even if he used a large amount, he was currently powered by a grand formation throughout the capital. It was likely others would be trying to destroy that, but they couldn't just ignore the attacks that were being launched at others. In the middle of the pack came Barrett's stone pit. It was surrounded by a cloud of taspum spikes slightly more refined by Reyna, but still the very same metal from the time she learned the breath of life. It didn't actually make the thing she controlled with her wind alive, but it wasn't all that far off. As the Emperor dodged, Barrett redirected his stone pit. He moved his own body to the opposite side, pushing the stone pit the other way. If he could just sneak the attack in, but just as his attack was about to strike, the Emperor gathered his magic to one hand and caught the stone pit. Then he crushed it. Barrett grinned as it exploded in his palm. Even though a week's worth of his magic was stored in that stone pit, it didn't break through the magical barrier the Emperor had, but did he need to? Not really. Several other attacks struck the weakened part of the Emperor's defenses. Nothing broke through, but they hit. That was what they had realized. Even though it was unfortunate, the Emperor was now staying aware of his surrounding with more than just the power of the Fourth Aesir's. If he reacted to Barrett's attacks, it would change what he needed to do to avoid everything else. And half of Shanta's remaining magic dispersal powder was on that stone pit, so as long as it connected, it was a success. Barrett tried to push the powder further into the Emperor's defenses. He was already running forward along with many others who were better in close combat. Adding whatever they could to the first surprise attack was helpful, but now they needed to fight at optimal range. Though there wasn't any obvious damage, Barrett could feel the beginnings of some of the poisons working. As he ran, he had time for another 2 stone pits. Without the setup, it was easier for the Emperor to dip down slightly, lowering his flying position, and let the first pass over his head. However, that, too, was a reaction to Barrett. While it was clear they weren't going to easily wear him out with a formation behind him, several more attacks at least grazed his defenses. The second stone pit was low. Both of them slowed in the air past him and stopped, but with no momentum they weren't a threat. Barrett grimaced as the counterattack started. They had been hoping that the support of the formation merely allowed the Emperor to increase the range of his magic. That was half true. At the very least, he didn't show an equivalent increase in power at closer ranges, but even as he flung out spells of different types at all of those attacking him, they were hard-pressed to do more than defend themselves. If they didn't put their all into stopping his attacks, even the Grandmasters could perish under just a small part of the bombardment. When Barrett was close, the other 6 stone pits flew to their respective parts in a cube-shaped formation. He'd already placed the 2 that went behind. The Emperor. At the same moment he leaped in the air, he activated the magic, focusing it on his target at the center. A combined 2 months of his magical energy slowed the Emperor for approximately 1 second. But for cultivators, quite a bit could happen in a second. The Emperor took the more reasonable method of resisting Barrett's spear. Rather than facing the hit head-on, he parried it to the side with his sword. At the same time, his other hand launched a half-dozen spells at others approaching, and his body twisted to avoid incoming attacks. Just short of perfectly, Nilima was in the close combat group, and her whip just nicked one of his feet. However, he didn't have as much magic concentrated on that point as he probably should have. Barrett only heard a small crack and saw a tiny spurt of blood, but just because his entire leg hadn't been liquidized didn't mean that it wasn't damaged. As Barrett's momentum carried him past the Emperor, he slashed out with blades formed on his armor and spun his spear around behind him. Most of those were dodged with ease, but one blade the Emperor had to block with his hand. Barrett realized a moment too late that he chose to. The gathered magical energy on that hand wasn't as geared towards blocking as it had felt. There was a burst of magic that instantly flowed through the leg the Emperor had grabbed. The ephemeral nature of it managed to push its way through Barrett's armor, despite his efforts. The talismans that defended his soul shattered under the attack, merely blunting it. The magic reached into his soul, stabbing into him and grabbing at a part of him. Half of the magic immediately pulled away with part of him, but the other half stayed behind as a curse. Barrett's soul immediately went numb, and the living metal he had started to curl around the Emperor's hand fell away with him as gravity took over. As he fell, a dozen spikes of lightning shot through him and a ball of fire enveloped him, moving with him. He wasn't able to mobilize any defenses, or even really notice. He was cut off from all parts of himself, and his body directly took the attacks as it crashed into the pavement below. Ironically, the other half of the magic had been pointless. So his magic was ripped out of him, that didn't matter. His magic skills were mediocre. Being unable to react in any way was causing him a bit of an issue, though. He was glad his skull provided good insulation against lightning bolts, or his brain might have already been fried. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:16. The ground quickly came up to meet Barrett, and he landed in a pile of his own tangled limbs. He was glad that, without requiring his intentions behind it, his body began to repair itself, including his living metal armor. The Emperor had ceased to launch attacks, though Barrett's senses were so muted he could barely feel anything beyond himself. He was still on fire until a gentle wind twisted the heat up and pulled it away from him, cutting off the source of oxygen to keep the fire burning. The magical fire was able to continue at reduced effectiveness for a few moments before sputtering out. Even though he wasn't actively dying, Barrett supposed it wasn't a good time to sit around doing nothing. But he couldn't move. His very soul was being stabbed and wrestled with by the curse inside of him. It seemed the immobilization was just a side effect of that, and it was actually intended to tear his soul apart. Barrett had long since passed the point where body and soul were tempered together, so his soul was extremely tough for something with no actual substance. That was why he wasn't dead yet. He wrestled with the curse, but found it overpowered him. He would exhaust himself before it did, but if he didn't have Krenther's teachings about defensive talismans he would already be dead. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder, and under his waist. It was unsettling to not be able to feel beyond himself, but he was glad to feel someone trying to move him. Trying being the operative word. Barrett was heavy, and he couldn't provide any assistance. It took actual expenditure of energy and magic for the figure to lift him and move him, though he wasn't sure how far. It couldn't be much, because it didn't take long. Barrett continued to wrestle with the curse inside of him, and a moment later he felt another force join the fray. He wasn't familiar with the feelings of many souls, but Krenther's was extremely obvious. Barrett wasn't able to defeat the curse, but as soon as he felt Krenther he redoubled his grip on it, holding it still for just a moment. He wasn't disappointed when what felt like 1,000 blades appeared, stabbing into the curse. He had hoped for it to be completely defeated in that single move, but the curse struggled and writhed, each motion tearing at Barrett's own soul. Krenther's blades were avoiding damaging him, and the curse seemed to be actively under control and able to avoid critical blows. One thing about just dealing with his soul that Barrett found convenient was that he wasn't limited to a standard configuration of arms and legs. He was most comfortable with 2 of each, but if he wasn't doing anything complicated he could control many more. He reached all the way around the curse with a myriad of arms, crushing it to him, and at the same time grabbing one of the blades Krenther had added to the equation. Krenther let him guide it, though there was still a moment of hesitation when Barrett stabbed it into himself. But the curse was too competent to get removed so easily. Its very first action had been to stab into his core, getting a grip inside of his very center. He needed to carve that out. Barrett had experienced much pain in his life. He was fairly certain the current pain would be somewhere around second place. Slightly less painful than having his very soul be on fire, sharper in some moments but less lingering. He carved out bits and pieces of himself and the curse latching onto him, and then shoved it away. The instant he was no longer at risk of harming Barrett, Krenther's attacks intensified. The curse tried to split up, but every single bit of it was sliced to ribbons and then a suction force gathered all of the damaged bits. Then Krenther was out of Barrett's body, and so was Barrett. Or rather, he could feel again. "I knew we brought you for a reason," Barrett said with a grin. Unfortunately, speaking was close to the limits of his efforts at the moment. "Can you feed me the vitality pair?" "Nope," Krenther said. "Won't work." With that, Krenther moved away towards the battle Barrett could only vaguely see. The first thing he noticed was there were other members of the Ostane Empire involved now, a handful of grandmasters who had noticed the Emperor was in combat and had been able to pull away from the rest of the battle. That seemed bad at first, but in actuality it was encouraging. The Emperor needed help. That meant they had done some good. Krenther carried a glowing ball that had the remnants of the Emperor's own curse. If Barrett were to rate Krenther's combat capability, he was still not that great. He was a specialist in dealing with souls, but he didn't do much actual learning of curses or ways to hurt people. Yet the way he carried the remnants of the curse, flinging it back towards the Emperor, that gave Barrett a feeling of fear, even though it wasn't directed at him. Of course, the Emperor would just dodge it. He could see the future. It wouldn't be hard to feel his own magic coming towards him either. So Barrett grit his teeth. He didn't have enough stamina left to do anything, but as long as he was willing to make a few sacrifices he could have some. First were some of his stone pits. It was a shame for them to crumble to dust without being able to unleash the magic inside of them, but he needed something. That wasn't enough, of course. He still needed to force his body and soul to go beyond what they could do. He would pay for it in the future if he even had a future. Tiny bits of his soul were mixed in with the bundle of curse and Krenther's magic. That allowed him to subtly change its movements in a way that would hopefully confuse the predictions. That wasn't enough. But he had one more thing. Barrett's experience with pure body tempering as well as his particular path focused on making things that weren't himself part of himself. The connections with the world around him, more or less. He'd already made use of that with the orb of darkness the grasping hand had worked for, and now he had something with an even better connection inside of the Emperor. Sure, his magic had been ripped out of him, but who said just because the Emperor was 2 tiers ahead of him he couldn't rip it back? As long as he didn't expect it to still work, there was no harm in trying. The results were mixed. 2 tiers and probably 100 years of experience really did make a difference, but it wasn't as if the Emperor was actually going to use Barrett's limited earth magic ability or his ability to make talismans and talisman formations. It took most of Barrett's scrounged up stamina, but he at least shook up the Emperor's internal magic for a moment and he only used magic. The mostly destroyed curse ball struck him. At the same time, dozens of other attacks were already on the way. Barrett could see that the Emperor had more than just 1 or 2 injuries now. He'd seen Nilima damage his foot, but perhaps at the moment the Emperor stopped to curse him or afterward there had been a few more wounds. A shallow but long along his back, a broken finger, and part of his ear sliced off. There were a few burns and a tiny needle stuck in him, hopefully carrying lots of delicious poison from Shanta. The moment he lost control of his magic, even for that tenth of a second, several attacks broke through his flickering shields. A huge gust of wind pushed Reyna towards him, but instead of attacking herself she merely propelled Nilima forward. Barrett could see one of her arms was burned black, but she still held her whip in the other hand, crackling with mixed gentle and berserk energy. The Emperor blocked her whip with his arm, and before she could twist the whip further around to hit his body his magic was back, but the wrist that held his sword shattered, blood oozing from every pore. A huge blast of magic pushed away from the Emperor in all directions. Perhaps it was meant as a show of force, but while it removed everyone from directly next to him, even channeling power from the formation into a truly omnidirectional attack wasn't enough to seriously hurt any of the Grandmasters. Nilima had been closest, but when she went flying away at a tremendous speed Barrett knew that just meant the force was distributed across all of her, as was her specialty. Though perhaps she didn't even have to do anything in the particular case she had ended up in. Barrett heard a foot next to his head. He had sort of been ignoring his body, but he supposed he should probably figure out whose foot it was. "Hey kid," Aunher crouched down next to him. "I heard you need a snack." Aunher pulled out Barrett's vitality pear and sliced it into pieces using just his finger. Barrett could feel Aunher shielding the pear from any ambient energy and magic of which there was much. "Eat up quick." Barrett nodded. In his current state, he might recover at best to a quarter or a third of his optimal state with the fruit, but at least he would be able to move. The Emperor had clear injuries now, but the flow of magic into and through him was still constant. How were they supposed to deal with that? Barrett thought about that as he chewed, though the whole pear only took a few seconds to eat. No time to waste on savoring its flavor. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:17. The terrain in the area had gone from something akin to city streets to being closer to ruins, especially around where the Emperor did his most recent wide-area attack. Barrett frowned. He knew that the Emperor had been poisoned by several of Shanta's good poisons by now, but he wasn't dead. With his body, that must have meant he resisted it magically. Maybe not completely, but he didn't look as weak as Barrett thought he should. Even with the poison and one arm and leg being extremely damaged, he was still able to launch a continuous string of attacks at all of those around him. If the forces of Streeto were winning elsewhere, something that was hard to determine from where they were, they only had to hold on for a few more minutes and they might be able to overwhelm him, but Barrett wasn't the only one who was at his limit. Most of the others were barely able to resist or avoid the current attacks. That was something. The Emperor had enough power to kill a careless Grandmaster in a flurry of spells, but now that they were weaker they were still able to just barely resist. The number of continuous spells he was launching was the same, but the quality of the attacks was down. Did that matter? Barrett wasn't sure. That just meant they wouldn't lose immediately. He could feel the Emperor's defenses were still just as solid as they had been. The formation was keeping him supplied with magic, and there was no signs it would run out soon or ever. Certainly, not before they would all be dead. The Emperor continued to avoid attacks, his face merely a strange set of four eyes as he continued using divination magic. Barrett had hoped that there was a limit to how many attacks he could handle at once, but if Barrett wasn't involved to throw off his calculations he only very rarely took even the slightest injury. They had to get him away from the source of power. His personal magic had to be drained. But how? The formation covered the entire city. The Emperor didn't fly above a certain height, but that could have just been conserving magic. Even if there was a height above that, nobody had enough magical power to outmaneuver him while flying, or force him to move where they wanted. And he could just dip right back into the formation. Barrett looked down at the ground below. The entire foundation of the Imperial Palace was enchanted to prevent cultivators from just burrowing into the area. But, the ground was cracked and cratered from attacks raining down from above. Barrett could sense real dirt at the bottom of a few of them. Reyna. Barrett encouraged his voice to carry on the wind towards her. He caught her eye, and she disengaged to approach him. I need to get up there. I will need help maneuvering in the air. I need to get as close as possible. Without even a question, Barrett felt his body get lighter. The two of them ran along the ruined streets until they were not quite directly beneath the Emperor. Then Barrett leapt into the air. Reyna followed along a short distance away, pushing him up. The Emperor turned towards Barrett. Barrett hadn't concealed his killing intent in the slightest, and the Emperor had learned not to completely ignore him. In fact, Barrett felt that the Emperor's focus was truly locked on him. He still had the ability to evade the other attacks around him, but he would also be compensating for Barrett's actions. None of the same tricks would work again. With Reyna's help, Barrett gained speed as he approached, his right fist sharpening into a blade aimed straight at the heart of the Emperor. It only took a little twist for the Emperor to twirl his good arm around Barrett and catch that arm along his side. An easily countered move. The Emperor twisted Barrett to take a few attacks launched by those down below. The attackers were tired, so overcoming Barrett's defenses was difficult, but Barrett grimaced. He didn't have any armor on his back at the moment. His other arm reached around the Emperor, trying to crush him in his grip. Of course, the Emperor's defenses could withstand Barrett's remaining strength, probably indefinitely. But as Barrett's arms and then legs wrapped around him, his armor also flowed over him. Then Barrett pulled as much weight into himself as he could. Lightning pierced through the layer of living metal around the Emperor, coursing through Barrett's body. Ice crept around him. Curses tried to worm their way into him, but each individual thing was much weaker than they had been before. Enough that Barrett's passive defenses held out. Suddenly, they were no longer flying but falling. As they fell, Barrett gathered more and more of the weight of the surrounding buildings, pulling against the Emperor's efforts to keep them aloft. Then they hit the ground, not with a resounding boom but instead the sound of a drop of water hitting a pond. Barrett was the ground, and what he wanted was for it to let them pass through. He didn't actually propel them downward. Gravity did that work for him, and they fell through the ground. The Emperor's pattern of attack changed. A sharp bolt of magic pierced through Barrett's chest, slicing his heart even as he moved it with all the alacrity he could muster. The next attack came for his brain, and Barrett had to harden his skull with the toughness of the stone around him. That was actually the most efficient thing he could do, as the ground flowed around them. Bit by bit the Emperor started tearing apart Barrett's body, but Barrett wouldn't let go. They went down, down, down. Every instant Barrett wasn't dead, it would pull the Emperor further from his source of power. Reyna felt the grand formation lose focus before she lost track of the Emperor, but the occurrences were only moments apart. She ran over to where Barrett had sunk into the ground, finding it just as solid as one would expect. What the hell was that? That's not a strategy. She kicked the ground, grumbling to herself. Krenther walked over to the area. A strange technique. Not that I expected different from him. Alnher staggered over to the same general area. It's nothing like I taught him. My sort of pure body tempering is quite different. Alnher collapsed. The Grand Masters supporting the Emperor had been taken out, and none of those in the area could go help out elsewhere. Alnher in particular was showing his age, his true age. He looked at his wrinkled hand. Ah. Looks like I pushed it too much. Maybe it was that last lightning bolt I punched. Nilima didn't radiate any significant energy of either of her types. She sat down nearby. Under on when he'll be able to drag himself back to the surface? Shanta was looking over Alnher, her fingers flashing as she stitched up some cuts he had. That depends on if he's still going downward or not. I'll bet on days, but less than a week. The other cultivators in the area looked somewhat confused at the whole thing. The only known 9th tier cultivator in the world had just disappeared. While they had little doubt about the ability of such a person to survive in the depths of the earth in normal circumstances, he had been quite injured. While Barrett was famous in Streeto, most people probably just knew he was a pure body temperer that was part of the Immortal Berserkers. They had little understanding of what actually happened. And now his friends were joking about his sacrifice. Then again, perhaps that was their way of handling grief. Reina sighed. Knowing him, he's going as deep as physically possible before he collapses. More than a week. I'm sure it will take him a while to figure out how to digest bedrock. Everyone in the area felt the disappearance of the emperor. A cultivator like him could be felt over the kilometers-wide battleground of the imperial palace. That was a huge boost in morale for Streeto, and along with Grandmaster Heikel killing one of the Ustane Empire's 8th-tier cultivators in more or less single combat, the Ustane Empire was on the back foot. Many cultivators were inherently selfish, and while they might fight to defend their homelands, they would also want to keep their own lives. When they turned to flee, the cultivators of Streeto didn't pursue them far. They had better things to do, like figuring out what actually happened to the emperor. Some of the higher-ups knew about the plan, but they hadn't expected it to work, and it was a strange difference between the emperor disappearing and dying. The thought that he might have escaped was disturbing, but they couldn't assume the worst. There were some on the scene who should have known what would happen. The remnants of Streeto's army congregated in the ruins near the center of the imperial palace, though the actual palace was in good repair, supported on the rear by some cliffs. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:18. Though the final battle and indeed the war had been won, the Streeto army had more to do. They couldn't just pack up their bags and return home. Or they could, but only if they didn't want their sacrifices to have any meaning. At the current point, if they returned to Streeto, things would be fine for a while. Decades, probably, as both Streeto and the Ustane Empire recovered. Maybe even most of a century. With the assumption the emperor was as dead as he seemed, the Ustane Empire likely wouldn't hold together as a cohesive unit. The various countries splintering into chaos might be good for Streeto, but far better would be guiding what happened. A good majority of the citizens of the Ustane Empire were just living under enforced rule they could do nothing about, and a significant portion of cultivators, though far less than half, had little choice in how things happened as well. Etren, Padrain, and Vashia were only recently conquered. After driving out the invading forces, Streeto had been working with them to aid their recovery. While those nations might have wished for Streeto to interfere earlier in their defense, there had been no alliance, express or implied, and Streeto had needed to see to their own defenses as well. Even so, there likely wouldn't be any bitter feelings after the final result. Ruklua, Ashia, Kustax, and the other countries between Streeto and the center of Wasmil were a bigger problem. Several of them weren't any real threat, but Streeto couldn't just leave them as they were either. There were still many dangerous factions among them. Groups like the Grasping Hand could be completely eliminated. There was little need to investigate their numbers, and repentant people like Caprica were quite great. If they had not previously shown any effort, they would certainly not be trusted after it was the choice between repentance and death. The Church of Ristos was a more difficult problem. It was very popular among more powerful members of communities, but also among some of those who had received alms from them. However, exposing their corruption was easy enough in many places. There were a few well-meaning but misguided members, but there were opportunities for them to convert to a more self-consistent faith. There weren't many instances like in Phanapis where the church dissolved from the inside, but it wasn't just an isolated instance either. Grandmaster Turan Heikel surveyed the scene in front of him. The imperial palace was a symbol of the Ustane Empire, and they were dismantling it piece by piece. The practical side of that was the formation that had supported the emperor would be gone and couldn't be easily recreated, but the political side of it mattered as well. In the middle of the city, a large hole would remain for a time. Streeto had no plans to enforce a law that no one could rebuild there, but they also put no effort into dispelling the idea that the land was cursed. Perhaps it was. Lingering magic from the battles permeated the area, and removing the rubble merely exposed how far spread the effects were. The sense of emptiness and unease that Turan felt in the area, however, was not because of the magic. A small patch of the ground in the middle didn't stand out to most, but its strange evenness as if the ground had flowed together marked it in Turan's memory. It was there that Barrett had last been seen, months before. Apparently, he'd fallen through the ground with the Emperor in his arms, as if the ground didn't exist. It moved out of his way, flowing around the pair, and then they were gone. Turan shook his head, wrapping his arms around one of the large pillars adorning the throne room. They weren't interested in dismantling the building cleanly. In fact, it was preferred to reduce it to rubble so that its original form couldn't be discerned. Without anyone actively fighting against him, Turan was easily able to overcome the magic fortifying the pillar. He only managed to tear out a lower section, but that didn't matter. One or two more and the whole thing would collapse. He wasn't worried about it collapsing on him because a few tons of rock falling maybe 10 or 20 meters, wasn't a cause of concern for an 8th-tier immortal berserker. Turan wished he wasn't the only one, but that was how things were. Perhaps some of the others in the younger generation would manage to break through in a few decades, but the best candidate was currently missing. Another pillar cracked and tore, and then the whole room indeed came toppling down. Grandmaster Heikel was ready with a fistful of berserk energy as it fell down on top of him, and he shattered the already crumbling ceiling to pieces. He was left with a view of a few half-standing walls and the shadow of a cliff. Then he got to clearing the rubble, breaking it up into smaller pieces for others to carry away out of the city, to be ultimately destroyed. Any magical bits could be recycled, but none of them would remain whole. Turan wished he had some proof of Barrett's death, or life, preferably. However, the uncertainty was the most frustrating part. Sections of building were ground nearly to dust as he vented his feelings even still so long after the battle. Perhaps if he had been faster, fighting his way through his section, killing his way to the battle, he could have helped kill the Emperor in a more visible way. He didn't doubt the Emperor was dead. Even if he miraculously survived, he would have been in no state to recover anything close to his full power. However, Turan knew Barrett wouldn't have let him get away. He supposed Barrett could probably manage to keep a grip on the Emperor even after death, letting him be crushed by the weight of the earth. Settling debris crashed to the ground, shaking Turan out of his reverie. No point in thinking about that now. Instead, it was best to work towards a world that Barrett would want to see when he returned. That way, dead or alive, Barrett could be content. Nilima had already returned to Kangui, and the sect they had started there. Ashia was ultimately of little importance, having only a small number of cultivators within their borders. While their exposure to more cultivators increased their rate of growth, the only resource they had useful to cultivators was land. Sects might set up in the area, but the connection to the country would be minimal. Reyna was in the area to oversee the transition to a new king. Personally, she thought kings were a bit outdated, but that was what the people chose to have. It wasn't like councils were inherently better. It was just possible to have different combinations of corruption, like Etran. Reyna was aware that not everyone was destined for corruption, but eventually a corrupt individual would take power, and that reduced the chances of the next person being a righteous sort. As for how to combat that problem, it was certainly not possible to have someone trusted watching every move in every country at all times. Even if it were, that would stop those monitoring everything from doing anything actually productive or good for the world. However, Reyna had already seen change take place not from the top, but from the bottom. Though she didn't have the same early experiences with the followers of the nameless god that Barrett had, she had seen their work in Streeto. As for what their work was, it was anything. They focused primarily on fostering a sense of community and taking care of people who couldn't take care of themselves, even at personal cost. It was an extremely attractive philosophy on the surface, but much harder to actually follow through on. Especially for cultivators, who had so much. Reyna didn't consider herself a selfish person. She happily helped those in need given the opportunity, and she led the living cyclones not because she wanted their power to support herself, but instead to empower those who learned from her. She could indeed call upon them if necessary, but the same was true of her. The entire region was in a state of change and recovery from the wars. Smyenia would be quite different in a few decades, and hopefully more willing to retain peace with Streeto. The southern Metal Sea was still allied with them, and growing stronger quickly. Soon, they might match several of the larger factions in Streeto, though their power was partly tied to defending their territory. Of course, there was also Streeto itself. It was ever expanding, its population growing even with the deaths from the recent wars. Cultivators looked to it as a symbol of prosperity and righteousness, and a place where they could grow stronger. They weren't incorrect, but it would take work to keep it that way. While Streeto had never been wholly corrupt, corruption had certainly seeped into it over time. Just because it was now at a peak didn't mean it couldn't fall again. That would require constant work, but Reyna, at least, intended to be there to guide it. For another 50 or 60 years, at least. Eventually her lifespan would run out. Even if she reached 9th tier, she couldn't live forever. Nor did she think it would be wise. It was easy to lose touch with the world as one grew older, and she was already many decades removed from the thoughts of a young servant girl who barely knew anything. While she certainly was more knowledgeable and wiser now, she needed to keep in mind the thoughts of those who weren't at the top of the cultivation world. What did they want? What did they actually need? That was a difficult question. Keeping them from being killed by those with more strength than them was only the first step. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5:19. If cultivators didn't have to fight, Shanta's training for her apprentices could be much more streamlined. She could teach them how to take care of common and uncommon maladies they might encounter, how to deal with them, and how to help people deal with any after effects. Teachings about poisons would be strictly for accidental encounters with toxins. The focus training could allow for much more skill in a particular area. However, cultivators did fight, and it could be said that they had to. Even if they weren't facing other cultivators, wild beasts of great power inhabited the landscapes, and people needed to be able to deal with them. But, given the opportunity for great personal power, humans would generally seek it and use it. That was something that wouldn't change about the world anytime soon. So any of Shanta's apprentices would need to be able to fight, to protect themselves and any they wished to help. However, though some of Shanta's techniques absolutely required energy cultivation or magic, she had sufficient knowledge to be able to improve the health of common folk quite significantly. Most people still weren't cultivators, and while a more mundanely trained doctor might not be able to handle the more obscure problems, they could still help the general population. Streeto had more recently started policies that considered non-cultivators more, and that included those who would never pass the lowest tiers of cultivation. Basic techniques were available for everyone to learn, and even a bit of energy could help in everyday life. Farmers could sense why their crops might be failing, tailors could sense and perhaps even repair hidden weaknesses in fabric, and even those who merely lent their labor could perform better. Perhaps in the future, at least in Streeto, everyone would cultivate to some extent, though most would probably not engage in combat. Yet for those cultivators who did fight, they were at the highest level ever seen in Streeto or the surrounding area. New grandmasters were born to replace those who died in the war, and a number of cultivators had become 8th-tier grandmasters. They could still be counted on both hands, but it was a great advancement for Streeto. The city was entering a time of prosperity, even as it was still recovering from war. Divination was more than just telling people about their coming doom in some battle or other, or informing someone that their perfect student would show up in a far-off country. Ismini knew that, but she had rarely been involved in such wide-scale divinatory practice. It was generally less precise than small-scale divination, but ultimately more useful. However, it did lead to things like her coming out to small villages in the middle of nowhere. There wasn't any prophesied hero or anything like that. There wasn't even the inkling that she might find a replacement apprentice, not that she wanted one. The village just happened to be located at a point that was potentially important for reading the larger scope of things. In short, Ismini and the other fourth Iseers were looking for threats before they started. One individual might not stand out, but moving through a region could give a general sense of what would happen in the future. Streeto wouldn't be taking control of every country around them, but that didn't mean they would just leave them to do whatever they wanted. While independence was a nice word, a country was not capable of affecting just itself. People acting in their own interests could purposefully or accidentally work against others and cause them damage. Choosing the limits of what was acceptable might be difficult, but at the very least they could watch out for cultivators taking over lands by force, either coming from the area or into it. Ismini wouldn't be able to sense such things on a small scale, especially not from a distance, but Streeto didn't plan to take care of everyone's problems for them. They just wanted to be more actively involved in everything happening around them. People might not like Streeto's interference, but it would be much preferable compared to just setting up a governor in every region, and it wasn't as if those governors couldn't become corrupt. Not everyone in Streeto agreed on everything they could or might do, but Ismini found that the most important thing was that they were trying to work together. Ismini wasn't sure how things might turn out in a few generations, but she expected things to remain stable for at least another century, despite the effort it would likely take. Effort wouldn't be rewarded by anything, but the results themselves was a difficult goal to maintain, but hopefully people would be convinced that working together would end up with each individual being better off than they could be otherwise. Some would still try to seize more for themselves at the cost of others, but if everyone else worked together, no individual or sect could withstand them. Perhaps there might be some very large sects or empires outside of Streeto's current sphere of influence, but Ismini was watching for their movements as well, even if preventing issues that nobody would see happen was a mostly thankless job. In Kangue, people knew of Streeto. Some people even knew details about it, but despite the fact that cultivators might travel between the two countries in a few months or less, their understanding was limited. Nilima found herself as an unofficial ambassador between Streeto and Kangue. There were other countries nearby that she wouldn't be interacting with, but there was a limit to what she could do as just one person. Streeto had been good to Nilima for the most part, and while she had no emotional connection to the city itself, she did have such connections to many who lived there, or had once lived there. The chances of a war between the two countries was minuscule, but that wasn't the point. Nilima just wanted everyone to acknowledge that others existed. Communication over such distances was difficult, but Kangue was actually working on something that might do it. Black Rock Ridge had been destroyed for violating Sangue's official neutrality in the war. There had been many notes on space magic, and while most people wouldn't be able to make use of them, and Nilima was glad there would probably not be any who gained the same level of power as Nikhil, using some of that knowledge to create magical items to communicate more quickly over a distance was appealing to the region lords of Kangue. So far they couldn't go much further than the country, but even getting a message across the whole country the same day was an accomplishment. Even the fastest cultivators couldn't deliver a message with such speed, and at some point the communication might even be instantaneous. It might take time, but the advancement would inevitably spread to other countries, whether Kangue wanted it or not. Nilima had pointed out that they could make profits on their ability if they chose to disseminate the information themselves. Otherwise, someone would inevitably steal it and they would miss out. Haven was growing in power as a faction. Lord Nagarkar supported them, and while other factions might be upset at their growth, they couldn't find any fault to reasonably object by. Some more traditional factions were upset by commoners being given the ability to cultivate, but while they might have claimed to be superior in their old bloodlines, very few of their best could match the best from Haven. That was just luck on Nilima's part, because she certainly couldn't have done much without good students. That meant they could be found everywhere, even among the most low-class citizens. It was unfortunate that she couldn't guide the pure body temperors, but it seemed like they were the sort who got along well without specific guidance. Once they knew what pitfalls to avoid and could actually avoid maiming themselves in training, pure body temperors mostly found themselves gravitating towards individual styles. Barrett's most prominent student was Simran, and her style was completely different from his. She focused on the symmetry of her own body movements to create power, a skill she had only honed even further after reaching 4th tier. She wasn't locked into actual symmetry, but instead could almost act as if she was multiple different people inside one body. In short, she was quite difficult to fight, though she found herself in fights quite often anyway. Kangue wasn't exactly without conflict. Nilima shook her head. Her thoughts couldn't help but end back at Barrett. That was the problem with spending so much time with someone. Everything she had touched was connected to him in some way. Half of her cultivation originally was drawn from him. The heart in her chest had once been his. Her weapon had been something she'd obtained with him. They hadn't intentionally started a faction in Kangui, but they had traveled there together, and that was how things ended up. Even after a decade, she almost thought he might show up at any moment. Was she crazy? Had the fact that he'd lived through everything before a certain point screwed up her head, or was this just denial? She couldn't accept that he was dead. On the other hand, she couldn't do anything about it either way. At some point, there had been an effort organized to try to find traces of Barrett or the Ustane Emperor, but Earth mages and the like had found no real traces past a certain depth. Deeper than that, the pressure of the Earth would erase even the one trail of strangely shifted Earth. All they knew was that they had gotten several kilometers down, at least, and then nothing more than that. Some curious folk had gone another handful of kilometers deeper, towards where it started getting too hot for even cultivators to be comfortable, but there hadn't been any signs. Not that they expected anything, months or years after the events. It was probably crazy, but she just didn't think he was dead. She was saving up all sorts of reprimands for when he returned, because there was no way it could take so long. Unless he ended up in some sort of underground civilization, but those probably didn't exist. Then again, she couldn't be completely sure. Maybe there was such a thing. It wouldn't be much weirder than a metal sea, or maybe even less strange. But, whether he was alive or dead, she would do the same things she planned to. If he came back and found that she had been moping around doing nothing, he would be sad. If he was never going to come back, then she should honor his memory by making the world at least a little better. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 520. Having seen the power of a 9th-tier cultivator and even fought directly against it, Nilima found herself unable to get it out of her head. The main weakness she saw in the Ustane Emperor was his inability to overpower individuals, either because he was incapable of single powerful spells or because he was always facing many foes and unable to gather the power. Perhaps he just threw himself headlong into perilous situations because he assumed he was invincible. Nilima couldn't be assured she wouldn't make different mistakes, but she would certainly have the ability to overcome an opponent's defenses. That had always been her style, and she saw no reason to change. The step from 7th to 8th tier wasn't so much a change in the quality of power so much as the quantity. Grandmasters remained grandmasters, but they could do so much more with increased power to draw upon. Nilima had no lack of experience with such levels of power, and she was ready to make that step. For her cultivation style, breaking through wasn't really a dangerous process after she properly spent yet another decade training. Not on the level of berserkers, anyway. It could still have severe consequences if she failed, but she didn't even stop to think about it. She compressed her two sorts of energy together, using the power of their conflict to strengthen each. Gentle energy and berserk energy wrestled and crackled. It was unclear how long it took. A day, perhaps, or longer. All of the cultivators of Haven must have noticed something was happening, but they wouldn't disturb her during cultivation. When she was finally done, she was much the same as before, but more energy flowed beneath the surface. Attempting to balance avoiding conflict and not showing weakness was the hardest task Nilima ever accomplished. She didn't just go around fighting people all the time anymore, which meant she made fewer enemies, but because of that, the enemies she made were more prone to thinking they could actually harm her. She found herself out in the wilderness, led by some mysterious messages. Was it a trap? Obviously. There were many people in Kangui who hated her for allowing common folk to cultivate, and more who just hated her for who she was. Kangui had laws, of course, but those laws could only be enforced if anyone heard about the situation. It was small comfort to Nilima that Lord Nagarkar would investigate if she died, but she couldn't just ask him to mobilize forces on a whim. Or she wouldn't, perhaps. She knew it was a trap, but chose to walk into it. Maybe that was what she wanted, a big showdown. She'd spent so much time cultivating and running her sect. That was good for the world, and while it was fulfilling in its own way, sometimes she wanted to leave a bigger note to the world. Something that said that she wasn't just whatever she had done that would outlive her, but that she was still alive and the world needed to know that. The first attack came from underground. It was nothing, merely a feint to cause her to move. A dozen more attacks came from around her as she rose into the air, but she merely turned their momentum, deflecting fireballs towards those on the other side and dodging other attacks. A moment later, swords and axes as well as bare palms bombarded her from all sides. Most of the figures she recognized. Some might have been from the same sex as those she knew, while others might have joined for some other reason. Or she truly forgot someone. Her whip twisted around her, barely directed by her body at all but merely a conduit to carry her energy. Arms shattered and weapons cracked as they moved towards her, though she allowed a particular palm strike to reach her. Gentle energy intending to slip through her defenses instead met some that matched it exactly, shoving her backwards and out of the reach of the rest of the attacks. Strictly speaking, there was no need to let all of the attacks get so close, but she couldn't help but revel in the fight. Even as more assailants appeared, moving in from further away after those who had been most stealthy began the battle. While she might have taken out several opponents, there were still many left. She was surprised at how many there were. Dozens of higher-tier masters, and about half as many grandmasters. A spark of killing intent buried among all the others got her attention and she twisted her head to the side. A sharp blade still sliced through her energy, but couldn't quite puncture her neck. Nilima pulled away, launching a quick attack where she thought the assailant stood invisible, moving to continue the fight. So that was it. Nilima had heard about some grandmasters in Streeto dying. She had thought it wouldn't relate to her where she was, but she could sense the remnants of some Ostain factions, and that dagger reminded her of some they had never found hiding in the Empire. Perhaps the few strongest silver blades had abstained from fighting because they knew it was a lost cause, or they didn't care for those who sheltered them. But they sure seemed interested in revenge. Nilima wondered if, even as an 8th-tier cultivator, she could kill enough of them before they killed her. There was only one way to find out, and that was starting with the person right next to her. There was hardly a space to move around the area with all the walls of fire and lightning that soon covered anything, as well as the trails of other magic. She had to push her way through dangerous areas, using more energy than she would have liked. Perhaps she shouldn't have come out into a trap. But if she didn't, who was she? Nilima preferred to always stand up to challenges directly. It was just better when she didn't have to do it alone. Tracking invisible opponents while so many others attacked her was exceedingly difficult. Even if she could kill one opponent every clash, she would expend enough energy both on offense and defense that she lost out. Yet she couldn't conserve anything. Then again, what did it matter? She would kill many people. Perhaps that wasn't such a bad way to go out. However, as an axe sliced towards her neck, Nilima knew that was just her giving up. She caught the axe by the blade, crushing it in her grip. A kick sent the man wielding the axe flying away, his organs destroyed. Both moves were a stupid show of power, but it made her feel better. She twisted and spun, dodging attacks left and right. While she was certainly still being worn down, her state was one of the best she'd ever been. Better, maybe. Sometimes it felt like the very earth was shifting to help her, slightly rebalancing her weight and that of her enemies. Then she dodged a spear. That put her into a trajectory she didn't want to be in. If she continued her movements, she would almost be sliced in two by a sword brimming with energy. Moving upward over it would lead her into a ball of crackling fire that would surely singe her even though her defenses. If she stopped her dodge short of the blade, there was a barely sensed hidden dagger. Before she could commit to anything, the ground reached up and grabbed the invisible figure. Dirt wrapped around the feet and ankles, and she committed to her current position, allowing attacks to bypass her and hoping that the dagger would not reach her. It technically still did, but it was only a graze to the side of her knee as the figure was pulled under the ground. Nilima wasn't sure who was helping her, but having one pesky enemy out of the fight was good enough for the moment. She hadn't even noticed, but a few other cultivators had been pulled out of the battle. She could sense through the ground the invisible enemy she assumed was a silver blade was barely holding back something. With an ally at her side, Nilima dodged behind a tree to have it slightly slow a bolt of lightning seeking her. She was so surprised when the tree, just a normal everyday pine, managed to withstand the attack from a grandmaster. She almost forgot to dodge a curved blade, and she only barely counter-attacked and took out one leg. The strangest part was that she couldn't tell what sort of magic was making things strange. With the effects so obvious, she thought she should have sensed where it was coming from, or an elemental affinity or something. Another enemy was pulled underground. Then another. With fewer foes to face at once, Nilima killed one after the other. Soon enough the attackers realized what was going on, and the situation they were in seemed to have reversed. Nilima killed all of those near her and within an easy chase. Once she was sure there was no more combat that would happen immediately, she looked around. Who is it? Do I know you? The dirt right next to her rose up, forming the shape of a person. Then colors came in, and she recognized Barrett's face and figure. What the hell was that? Barrett shrugged. Perhaps because the answer was always the same, but also because the real question was something that would take much longer to explain. Nice to see you too. It's been a while. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 521. Decades in the past, a struggle continued beneath the earth. The two combatants fell, down, down, down. The Emperor was able to continuously damage Barrett as they fell, having reached some top speed. However, they had long left the area of the formation supporting him, so he was unable to kill Barrett quickly. Trapped inside a shell of living metal, he settled for coating Barrett in fire and burning him away piece by piece. Barrett concentrated most of his efforts on keeping them moving downward. Most of him was the earth around them, then the living metal keeping the Ustane Emperor mostly restrained, then finally whatever remained was delegated to his own body. That wasn't much. Honestly, there wasn't much of him to give for any part of anything. Even without the Emperor's attacks, his body would be withering away as he drew on all of its current and future capacity. So they fell, through the earth and stone and magma and everything under the ground. Barrett avoided thinking about anything but keeping up his task, hoping to crush the Emperor under the weight of the ground above him if he couldn't do anything else. He had no idea how long they fell, but it was many minutes, perhaps an hour of continuous motion and expenditure of stamina he couldn't afford to use. Beyond that point, he lost track of time and space and himself. It was only some time later that he noticed he was no longer under attack. The body in front of him had gone limp, having lost its shape long before under the weight of the world. His own body was, perhaps even worse. It wasn't even really a body at all, but some piles of ash drifting downward through the ground, until it came to a complete stop. At that point, Barrett would have been considered dead. He thought he was dead, except for one thing. He still was aware. Maybe not fully, but slightly. Perhaps he was a ghost, though he had the thought they were less aware than normal people. Certainly, the ones he had fought were. For some time, he remained where he was, with a pile of ash that had been himself and a crushed pile of living metal and unrecognizable organic matter that had once probably been shaped like a person. He could feel the weight of the earth pressing down around him, pressing down on the other ground. His consciousness lapsed, but instead of fading into nothingness it returned slowly. Barrett thought he was prepared to die. He didn't want to, but he had accepted that when he made the attempt. Upon reaching his current position, he felt the same, but something about it didn't fit. What was he? Certainly, the bits of ash and the remains of the Emperor weren't alive. The living metal remnants of his armor and weapon, couldn't think. He tried to move it, but either he had no stamina left, it wasn't part of him, or he was merely far too deep to struggle against the weight of the earth. With nothing better to do, Barrett meditated on himself and what was around him. What was he? First, his soul still existed. It was beaten and battered, but it lived on. He had a physical location, deep in the ground. His body was, maybe nothing. But did that matter? For some time Barrett waited as he thought he would fade away. However, he didn't. In fact, the one part of him he was certain existed recovered, very slowly. He had tempered his soul to take on the traits of his body, namely durability and regenerative properties. Without any apparent source of power, it was a very slow process, but he was recovering. There was still the concerning question of what he would do with a soul without a body. He tried, out of curiosity, to move himself, but he couldn't. He wasn't even sure how. Perhaps he would have to reverse his ability to touch the ephemeral with the physical. Before that, he should speed his recovery. Where could he draw in power? There were extremely tiny traces of magic in the remains of the Emperor. Even less of that had once been his. Even so, he pulled on it with his soul. It flowed into him, speeding up his healing by some minuscule amount. Now there was just living metal and rock pressing down from above. Perhaps that was it. Gravity had a sort of power to it. Could he harness that? The answer was both no and yes. It had no interaction with his soul, so he couldn't do anything. It did interact with the area around him, and the crushing of the deep rocks had a sort of static power to it he could draw upon. It could have taken days or weeks, but the integrity of his local area weakened, compressing even further as he pulled upon it as a source of power. As he fueled his recovery, his healthier soul was able to access more of the power around him. At some point, he returned to his full capacity. He found he could move by pushing against the ground, but even moving himself up a single centimeter took so much out of him. Perhaps it was not really having a body, or just the depths he'd ended up in entrapping him. What could he do? The answer was much the same as what he was used to. He could cultivate, tempering the only part of him that remained, his soul. However, he could only do so much of that without attempting something. A destruction. Mostly that worked with his body, but it had effects on his soul. He remembered saying something vaguely profound about body and soul being the same. He believed it, and focused upon himself. Perhaps it was just the lack of sensation in recent memory, but that first new destruction became the most painful thing he had ever experienced, even more than the vague memories he had of his entire body being destroyed bit by bit not long before. It was so painful that he wished he would just die, but instead of that happening, he lived. After all, he was quite an expert in the area, having applied it to more than just himself but also stone pits and living metal inside himself and more. When performed correctly, he would recover, and he did. He found there were some flaws in the process, especially related to his intake of power to recover, but he could smooth those out as he continued. Because as much as he wished for death when there was pain, he even more wished to live when his thoughts were truly his own. As he continued to cultivate, Barrett found himself able to draw upon more diverse and far-reaching sources of power. He used the weight and structure of the earth around him, but he could also reach further for the heat of magma. It took some time to notice, but all of the rock around him was hot, it was just some was much more so. He drew upon everything, reaching further and further as he increased his cultivation. Barrett wasn't sure what he was working towards, except some sort of step that would allow him to function. Using his soul as a lever against the ground barely moved him at all. But, of course, that wasn't quite the right way to think about it. He could be the earth. Unfortunately, that was a bit of a dream. As he attempted that, he found one key thing missing. He needed to draw upon stamina, and that mostly required a body. His soul had a source of energy he drew upon as well, but it wasn't quite right. He was just too weak to do anything, so he continued to improve his strength bit by bit. Barrett was aware that he would need perhaps 2 decades to reach 8th tier if he had a body. He had no sense of time related to anything but himself, so he had no idea if he was being quicker or slower than he should have been. He just continued, breaking his body soul and letting it heal, over and over. He grew used to the new sort of pain, but didn't hide from it. It was one of the few things that told him that he was probably alive. Eventually the time came. He knew he was just on the threshold of breaking through to 8th tier. If he failed, he would die. There was no way that wouldn't happen in his current state. However, there was no doubt in his mind about the risk. If he didn't try, he would die anyway. Besides, why would he fail? Just because he didn't have a body? He didn't answer that question, instead focusing on how he was and what he wanted his body-soul to be like. At the point of stepping up to a new tier of cultivation, the largest changes might happen based on the mindset of the cultivator. He had no body, but what was a body but a collection of matter that provided him with structure and a source of power? In that case, he had a body all around him, the very earth he was trapped in. He spent perhaps a year using his very limited abilities to painstakingly rearrange bits of earth into something resembling a talisman formation. Its purpose was merely to draw in the most power from all around him as possible. Then, with a thought and a twist of power inside him, he began the destruction. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 522, Final. The earth cracked around him, losing its solidity and flowing towards where he was at the center, compressing into the space around him. The pressure on Barrett's soul increased as the weight of the earth bore down on him, but after the collapse it once again rapidly expanded to fill up the space around it. After a few minutes to stabilize himself, Barrett felt the connection with the ground, and anything around him. It was something he could do before, but now it was deeper. And without any real body, perhaps that was a necessary feature. He started finding his way towards the surface, swirling what was mostly compressed rock through more dirt and rock above him. As it moved, he moved. There wasn't any particular part of it that was his center, but moving detached from any physical thing was still slow and awkward. Thus, he became a funnel of earth heading for the surface. He wasn't sure how long it had been, or how long it would take to reach the surface, but he drew in the power of every bit of the ground around him to propel himself upward. And then, Barrett explained, I probably took a month to reach the surface. I've been going around finding people to let them know I'm alive? Nilima asked. Not dead. Possibly immortal, Nilima continued. I'm not sure about that. My soul could still be destroyed. It doesn't recover at the rate a body does. Krenther could probably do it, Barrett shrugged. So wait. If you have no body, how do you still look like you? Barrett let the dirt he was shaping return to its normal state. What we see is just light reflecting off things. That's a material property, so of course I can change it. The first few times I tried, apparently looked quite weird. I think it's pretty believable now. Fascinating. My step into 8th tier wasn't quite so transformative. Barrett nodded. I wouldn't expect it to be. At the current time, though, I'd say I'm quite a bit weaker than if things had gone normally. Though I'm much more capable of dealing with an area. I'd like to test that. A few moments later, they were sparring. It was true that Barrett could attack from any direction, but Nilima could basically resist his full pressure by just defending with her energy. It would be slightly more troublesome if he attempted to drag her underground, but he couldn't really hurt her. Conversely, it was difficult for her to damage him without a real location he was in, but she eventually managed to control her energy in such a way as to reach his soul. The ultimate outcome wasn't completely certain since neither of them really wanted to kill each other. I guess we can settle for something like a draw, Nilima said. I've attempted to try fighting like I have a body, Barrett gestured, but even if I use all the living metal I have it's not really that durable. Maybe I can form more and create something more like a body, but that will be a long project. I have better things to do. Like check on my students. I see you've kept them alive, at least. That's really all that one can hope for from pure body temperers. It's strange, Nilima said. I always thought that once I reached a certain level of cultivation, I'd know what to do. Like I'd have everything figured out. Now I'm stronger than even Mistress Joshi could have imagined when we first met, and I barely feel like myself. I don't even feel the need to go out and beat people up that much. I'd rather teach some students, though sometimes their thick-headedness makes me want to beat them up too. I'd have to agree, Barrett said. Now that there's no direct threats, I just want to make something that will last. Though with that being said, I was hoping to be more proactive this time. I'd never even really seen Smyrna or most of the Ostane Empire before we were at war with them. Scouting out nearby places and either scouting out what they might do or preventing any desire to fight seems more reasonable now. That's right, Nilima said. Though threats might not even come from that close. Cultivators are quite mobile. There was that whole thing with the Northern Metal Sea before we were born, and that's further than the end of the Ostane Empire. Now that you mention it, Barrett said, I've been looking for some durable materials to use as replacements. Maybe they have some there. You think they'd notice if I just slipped in and took some of their adamantine or whatever? Barrett shook his head. Nah, I could probably find that somewhere else. Taking something worthwhile like their metal heart would be, probably excessive, and likely to just spark another war. Plus, they might have ninth-tier cultivators or something. There aren't any others around here, but let me know when you plan to leave. If I'm not busy. I'm sure having more experience would be good for my students. Barrett grinned. Nilima had certainly changed, but she wasn't doing to be completely different. He wasn't either, even without a traditional body. All around Streeto the world was different, hopefully for the better. To the north in Smyrna, the overall level of their cultivators had fallen after the war, but a number of factions that had chosen to stay out of the First War were actually prospering. Streeto had no reason to further harass the region, and trade opened up between them, one of the first steps in being proper neighbors instead of enemies. To the west was Agloni, a place that allowed the study of any sort of technique, but one that placed restrictions on actual use within its territory. They influenced Streeto to modify what things were forbidden and how, if just to let people learn to defend against particular things like curses more easily. In turn, Streeto's influence convinced Agloni to limit some of their practices further, though legally obtained bodies could still be seen in sections of the city as zombies and the like. To the south and west was Nospor. The willingness of Nospor to help Streeto in their time of need to the extent of their abilities, improved their relations. While Nospor was still limited in natural resources that cultivators might use, that just meant they might progress somewhat more slowly. Barrett made sure that the vitality pear tree he had seen still lived, and though they weren't something of much use to most people, he endeavored to plant them anywhere there was a lack of natural magic and energy just to prove that something good could come without those things. Ruklua was just east of Nospor, and had already changed internally before Streeto counterattacked the Ostane Empire. Just a few cities like Fanapis didn't immediately change the whole country, but the message of the followers of the nameless god spread, a message of sharing and care for others, supporting them to make everyone better even if it took time. The same message spread throughout Ashia even beyond the death of one of its major proponents, and Streeto of course saw some of the biggest growth in that area while Rylan lived. The various countries of the Ostane Empire split into their own self-governing, some dwindling into even smaller pieces and some joining together under different leadership. It was impossible and foolish for Streeto to avoid influencing them, but they tried not to act too much like conquering dictators. The southern Metal Sea continued to recover its former strength, perhaps surpassing it in some ways. The Guardians continued to defend them, raising a new generation of those who worked both in the sea itself and on land, like Hokulani. Kale and Kelani led the strongest generation of cultivators, but their children, starting with Maliko, were following behind at a steady pace. Conflict was good for the growth of cultivators, but without any times of peace such growth was only in the individual, and the overall level of people fell as many died. Far to the east, not quite so far as Kangue, was a little country in a big ravine. Ninria was hard to recognize from how it had been a generation before, poor and starving with people too hungry and weak to even leave. The number of deaths from falling off of trellises that stretched everywhere certainly increased with the population, but the whole country was green, and even if many of them got quite sick of the fruit that now grew everywhere, there was actually more other food as well available through trade. The country could not be said to be rich, but it certainly was alive. Kangue remained much the same as it had even before Haven had been established, but certainly not entirely the same. Kangue had many poor as well, and though their level of starvation had been somewhat different than in Ninria, the poorest had been much less powerful than the richest and best cultivators. While it wouldn't change from one sect in one region over a single generation, people flocked from all over the country to try their hand at cultivation. Other sects chose to open themselves up to those with little or nothing, seeing the results that could come even from a common person. Time went on. The world continued to turn. Cultivators continued to seek power, but some of them thought beyond themselves and just those they knew personally. In the long course of time, perhaps it was just a slight change, or perhaps it would reshape the future. Only time would tell, and time was something that nobody, even cultivators, had an endless amount of. Not by themselves, at least, but their legacies could represent them in the future. End notes. That's about it, I guess. I'm sure I didn't resolve everything how everyone would like, but that's an impossible task anyway. However, if I overlooked something people wanted to have resolved, let me know so I can answer in an upcoming final Q&A. Thanks for sticking with this and reading, because without readers, there's little point in writing something like this.